Your grandfather is the chief of the strongest imperial clan in Huaxia, and your ancestor is the Sword Emperor of the power ceiling of the Blue Star. However, you did not awaken the Sword family's sword duty at the awakening ceremony, and even failed to awaken any talent, becoming a waste. What they don't know is that the reason you failed to awaken is because your destiny is incomplete. Just as you returned home after failing to awaken, your father Mo Jiancheng slammed the professional awakening form on the table. Awakening to such a profession. Do you still have the face to step into the house? A disgraceful thing. Not even the courage to commit suicide. You lowered your head deeply, eyes lifeless, staring at the form on the table. The words talent awakening failed particularly glaring. The Tianjin Mo family has been passed down for thousands of years, with a reputation that shakes both inside and outside the sea. For thousands of years, the awakened heavenly duties of the Mo family descendants have all been related to swords, without exception. Only you have awakened as a brewer, and even your talent awakening has failed. Are you going to disgrace the family? Faced with his father's anger, you did not show much emotion, only because you were already accustomed to his insults. Mo Jiancheng, in his rage, stared at you with extreme disgust as you hung your head. At that moment, a noblewoman sitting nearby slowly stood up, came to Mo Jiancheng's side, and massaged his temples. Jiancheng, don't ruin your health with anger. Think of something happy. Tengaer not only awakened a rare profession this time, but also reached level X in talent. The government has just called to inquire about the patriarch, and even the 10 elders have come out because of this. You will have to meet the elders later, so you cannot leave a bad impression on them, especially since the patriarchal election is coming up soon. Upon hearing his wife's words, Mo Jiancheng's face softened, then he snorted coldly. Bad luck. Your mother interceded for you. Can't you even say thank you? What about the rules I taught you? However, you remained unmoved, just standing silently in place. This action once again angered Mo Jiancheng. Are you deaf or something? Hearing this, you raised your head to look at the furious Mo Jiancheng and said coldly, she is not my mother. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room plummeted. Mo Jiancheng stared at you fiercely, as if he wanted to devour you alive. Dare to say it again? Upon hearing this, you looked at him indifferently and said word by word, she is not my mother. My mother's name is Leng Qingxiu. She passed away 5 years ago. As soon as the words fell, a tremendous pressure surged towards you, unbearable in the face of such powerful pressure. Just as Mo Jiancheng was about to take action, the voice of the guards came from outside the door. Third Master, 10 elders, please go to the ancestral hall with Third Madam and Young Master Yi for a discussion. The guard's words made Mo Jiancheng stop his intention to take action. He looked disdainfully at you, panting heavily on the ground, just like the wine brewer Tianji and the despicable person who loved wine like Qingqiu. After speaking, Mo Jiancheng directly walked out with his wife. When they reached the door, he paused for a moment. The damn thing was still struggling to catch up. You struggled to stand up from the ground, looking at the back of your father and stepmother leaving hand in hand, with a fierce expression and bulging veins. Your mother, who was humiliated, wished she could rush up to eat their flesh and drink their blood. But dignity only exists on the edge of the sword, and the dignity of the weak is worthless. After a moment of silence, you released your clenched fists, lowered your head, and followed them. Walking ahead, Mo Jiancheng glanced back at you and asked softly, Morong Wan, is everything arranged? Hearing this, Morong Wan sneered and replied, don't worry, I've already planted the evidence in his room. Mo Jiancheng nodded and warned, remember not to reveal any clues. In this special period, any mishap could lead to the failure of the election. Morong Wan patted her husband's arm and said, with Tengaer around, which clan elder wouldn't give us some face? As long as we deal with Mo Ishi, there will be no worries. At the mention of Mo Ishi, Mo Jiancheng felt a strong sense of hatred, regretting being burdened with such a trashy task that tarnished his reputation. This matter will definitely be used as a topic, so we must take the initiative. The Mo family ancestral hall is not only a place for clan members to worship their ancestors, but also a place for major decisions within the clan. Large clans have clear family organizational structures and power divisions. Unlike most novels describe, the strength of the clan leader in the Huaxia Tianchao large family is not considered strong, because cultivation often requires a pure heart of seeking the Tao. Top experts find it difficult to maintain their cultivation speed while dealing with many family matters, so the positioning of each clan member within the family is different. The clan meeting divides the clansmen into two categories, merchants and warriors. The warriors are naturally gifted and focus solely on cultivation and earning military achievements for the family, serving as the most important support for the clan. The merchants, on the other hand, have average talents and are responsible for managing the family's various businesses to acquire resources for the clan. The concept of family is highly valued in this world, with clan members being connected by blood, respecting and supporting each other, all with the goal of better managing the family. However, You do not understand why the clan has called you here. As soon as you step into the ancestral hall, you feel an extremely oppressive atmosphere. The elders sitting around the hall are all high-ranking members of the Mo clan, and most of those who are based at the Tianjian ancestral mansion are present. The elder sitting at the head is the one who just emerged from seclusion a few hours ago. This 10th elder was strong, with extremely high status and seniority, and he had only emerged from the gate a few hours ago. The 10th elder didn't pay too much attention to everything around him. He just sat on a high seat and closed his eyes. It was as if he contained an immortal god within his body, and just by sitting there, he gave off an oppressive feeling that was terrifying to the extreme. Sitting below the 10th elder was the contemporary patriarch of the Wang clan, Wang Lord. He was Wang Jianyan's real father and Wang Xianxian's grandfather. Instead, it was a young face that sat beside King Lord, Wang Beichen. Wang Beichen was always surrounded by numerous clansmen, and he was always in the limelight no matter where he was, because he was Wang Beichen. Because he was the #1 heavenly pride of the heavenly sword Wang clan's generation. The matriarch looked at Wang Xianxian, who was standing at the back. His brows furrowed and his tone was a bit displeased. Wang Xianxian, do you know why I specifically called you here? Facing his grandfather's pressure, Wang Xianxian immediately saluted. Back to grandpa. The envious immortal doesn't know. Don't know? King Lord snorted coldly. Do you really not know? Or are you pretending not to know? Wang Xianxian was full of doubts. Remembering that he hadn't done anything, looking at his grandson who was full of doubts, Wang Lord asked in a deep voice, know what they're saying about your father out there right now? Wang Xianxian's body jolted as he seemed to understand his situation. Seeing that Wang Xianxian didn't say anything, the patriarch laughed in anger. It is now rumored outside that I, Wang, have raised a wild seed in my home, in my heavenly sword king clan's entire 800 years of history from ancient times. You are the only one who has awakened this kind of vocation. Do you know the error of your ways? Wang Xianxian, who had his head lowered, had a miserable heart and smiled bitterly. Dare I ask, Lord Patriarch, what is wrong with me? What's wrong with that? Wang Lord's eyes sank, letting our Wang clan fall into the laughingstock of the world. And you're asking me what's wrong with it? Wang Xianxian raised his head to look at his grandfather on the high seat. Is vocation something I get to decide? And why would I ever want to dishonor my family's honor? Wild seed? The great emperor's bloodline will sense the bloodline relationship itself. Don't you know if I'm a wild seed? The teenager's questioning caused Wang Lord's face to turn a little ugly. He did not expect the originally silent Wang Xianxian to have the courage to talk back to him in public. Just as the atmosphere became stiff, Wang Jianyan stood out from the crowd. He knelt directly to his father and kowtowed. A son does not teach his father. It is my problem for not educating my children well. I would like to suffer on behalf of my son. I also ask the elders to give Envy Immortal a chance for the sake of him still being young. When Wang Xianxian, who was in front, heard this, his heart cooled halfway. He didn't believe that his father would defend himself like this, and Wang Jianyan must be putting on a show to be able to say such things. And putting on a show here means that the situation is still under Wang Jianyan's control. Almost instantly, Wang Xianxian guessed that he might have been counted. Sure enough, as soon as such a thought appeared, King Lord spoke indifferently. Suffering on behalf of your son? Do you know the real reason I called Wang Xianxian here? He was called here for the case of the theft of the heart of the cold orchid. Some time ago, in order to congratulate Beichen on his breakthrough to the blood-refining realm, the Morong clan specially gifted me the Wang clan's heavy treasure, the heart of cold orchid. However, that very night, the heart of cold orchid was accidentally stolen. So I ordered Wang Beichen to personally take charge of pursuing this case. Beichen, you tell the elders the truth about the theft of the heart of cold orchid. Upon hearing this, Wang Beichen beside Wang Lord rose proudly. Elders, after 2 weeks of investigation, the perpetrator of the theft is none other than my older brother, Wang Xianxian. Wang Beichen's loud voice continued to ripple within the empty shrine. When everyone heard this, they all looked at Wang Jianyan, who was kneeling in front of the patriarch, with a shocked expression. The people who could sit here and participate in the clan's discussions were not stupid, most of them were calculating old foxes. Wang Beichen's words fell on their ears, so how could they not see the other party's meaning? These people were surprised at Wang Jianyan's ruthlessness, that he intended to make his eldest son a victim. However, despite having a clear understanding in their hearts, it was obvious that none of them were willing to offend Wang Jianyan, because, most likely, such a thing was tacitly approved by the patriarch. A certain high-ranking person's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this. Can you be sure? The matter is of a bad nature, so don't make the mistake of blaming the child. Wang Jianyan even stood up directly and roared at Wang Beichen. Asshole! I told you to check on the burglar. How dare you check on your elder brother? Hearing his father's scolding, Wang Beichen commiserated. That cold orchid heart was originally mine, and Grandpa put me in charge of tracking it down because of that. Father, I know you don't want to accept this, but this time the evidence is overwhelming. Besides, this is something I found out together with the other elders of the family, and fifth uncle knows about it as well, precisely because he is my elder brother. I have repeatedly made confirmation that the culprit is indeed my elder brother. According to the rules of the clan, the theft of the family's important treasures should have been punished by flogging and expulsion from the clan, but I was a little uncertain about it. So, hearing this, Patriarch King Lord spoke in a condensed voice. All clansmen who break the clan rules shall not enjoy privileges. Even my own grandson, Wang Jianyan, looked as if he was dumbfounded, his face full of bewilderment. How is it possible that Envy Immortal, although he does usually have a lot of problems, can? Humph. King Lord snorted coldly. This is the son you taught. At that moment, a middle-aged man wearing a black robe stood out from the crowd. His name was Wang Jianquan. He was Wang Xianxian's fifth uncle and also Wang Jianyan's right-hand man. Matriarch, I don't think Sango can be blamed for this. Beichen and Wang Xianxian are also third brother's children. Why is it that only Beichen is kind-hearted and polite and well-behaved? Originally, I couldn't believe that Sango's kid would do such a thing, but nephew Xianxian was brought up by Mo Bienga himself. After all, what kind of children can she be expected to teach an alcoholic? Isn't it because third brother and third sister-in-law taught him well that North Star is so good? It must be because this kid, Envy Xian, didn't get a decent education as a child and that's why he did such a thing. That Mo Bing has long harbored a grudge against my Wang clan, and must have put that grudge on Xianxian's nephew, and that drunkard Mo Range drinks himself to death every day and spends his days out drinking. Ah! Miserable screams instantly resounded through the shrine. The crowd rushed to look, only to see that Wang Xianxian was holding Wang Jianquan's left arm in a death grip. The teenager's head was buried deep in the crook of his arm. No one knew what was going on or why Wang Jianquan was screaming. Although Wang Jianquan's martial arts strength was weak, it wasn't so bad that he would scream like this because of a child. The guards inside the shrine hurriedly separated the two. Just after separating, Wang Jianquan covered his left hand with a pained expression. Looking closely, the crowd was horrified to find that Wang Jianquan's left thumb had broken a small section. The wound was continuously spilling blood, and the culprit was the very child they had been ignoring. The teenager who didn't say a word actually bit off one of the elder's fingers hard. Ho ho ho! The teenager spat out the finger in his mouth and laughed wildly at the sky. The blood that remained at the corners of his mouth and teeth made the Wang Xianxian at this moment look particularly oozing. Wang Jianquan kept hissing at the maniacally laughing teenager. Kill you! I'm going to kill you! Upon hearing this, Wang Xianxian swept a glance at Wang Jianquan before teasing. Don't you know that it's a very underhanded thing to insult a child's mother in front of him? Oh, maybe it's because your stupid ass didn't get a decent education as a child that you did something like this. Today, my young master will teach you a lesson that after insulting someone's mother, you will be retaliated against. Remember, you'll only be charged one finger for this tuition. Words to live by. Wang Jianyan looked incredulously at his son who was flailing beside him. He simply couldn't overlap the image of the current Wang Xianxian with his usual insincere son. The Wang clan members who knew the character of Wang Xianxian were similarly stunned speechless by the insanity displayed by the teenager. Even the 10th elder, who had been resting with his eyes closed, narrowed his eyes and swept a glance at Wang Xianxian. Wang Xianxian seized the opportunity and knelt directly in front of the Sword Emperor statue. The descendant, Wang Xianxian, swears by his bloodline to plead for the ancestors' protection. As soon as the words fell, the Sword Emperor sculpture erupted with golden yellow light before enveloping Wang Xianxian. This is Ancestors' Shelter, the power of blessing bestowed by the ancestors in every clan's shrine. These powers of blessing are the family's last bastion of defense, and the opening condition of Ancestors' Asylum required the clan to sacrifice their own bloodline. Wang Xianxian, who had gained the refuge of his ancestors, felt a supreme power around his body protecting him. Feeling this supreme greatness, Wang Xianxian laughed maniacally. No one could make a move against him until the power of the bloodline was exhausted. For Wang Xianxian, he could bear the hardships of life, but he absolutely could not bear the slander from his blood relatives, stealing the family's heavy treasures. Once this charge is established, it's not certain if you can survive. That dad of his can no longer be described as heartless. A tiger's poison doesn't eat his son. He's worse than an animal. The anger in his heart that had been suppressed for a long time was finally ignited at this moment. Living was hard enough, and he didn't want to put up with it anymore. Even if he died, he wouldn't let that beast of a father solve the problem smoothly. After laughing wildly, Wang Xianxian first pointed his spear at his fifth uncle. Wang Jianquan, uneducated dog, can you plant evidence or not? If you can't do this little thing, is my dog-eaten conscience father not paying you for the show? Wang Jianyan's face went black when he heard this. He pointed his finger at Wang Xianxian and was so angry that he couldn't speak for half a day. You, Seeing this, Wang Xianxian mocked. What? Mute? Can't act if the script is off, can you? Just how much are you afraid of me staying home? Don't you just think that I will be a handle for your opponent to attack you? Wang Jianyan, tell me if you're funny. You're so intent on driving me away. But you don't realize that I can't wait to leave this house. I'm willing to make you whole. I'm willing to get out of your life and let you three live happily together as a family and stay out of your way from now on. I can accept leaving on my own, but I will never accept being swept out of your house in such a manner. Throwing shit at me and you're trying not to get a little bit of it yourself? Dream on. After saying that, he once again turned his spearhead towards Wang Beichen. My dear brother, you say I stole your treasure, and you say the evidence is overwhelming. Is it not? Today, I, Wang Xianxian, make a heavenly oath in front of my ancestors. The heavens are above. The sun and the moon can see. I, Wang Xianxian, swear today by my soul, bloodline, and martial arts together. If I, Wang Xianxian, steal Wang Beichen's treasure, heaven and earth can be executed. The sun and moon can be destroyed, and all gods and souls will be destroyed, and they will never be able to transcend life. As soon as the words left his mouth, the vast and righteous qi rushed straight down from the vault of heaven. Feeling the vast qi around his body, Wang Xianxian smiled teasingly. Wang Beichen, is it that you simply couldn't imagine that I could make a heavenly Tao oath? Is it possible that you were planning to control me from the beginning? Is it possible that you didn't expect me to open the ancestors' asylum at all? Now that the ancestor, the heavenly Tao, and the martial Tao have all testified for me, do you dare to follow me and make a heavenly Tao oath? If you have to be expelled from the clan for stealing the clan's important treasures, then what should be your offense for slandering your fellow brothers? Wang Xianxian's thunderous questioning caused Wang Beichen's face to instantly turn pale. The whole body started shaking from fear. Seeing this, Wang Xianxian smiled disdainfully. Oh, a silver pewter head. I hit or miss. But if you could learn half of your mother's mind, you wouldn't be in this ugly state. Ignoring his stepmother's hideous expression, Wang Xianxian turned to look at his grandfather, who was sitting on a high seat. Old Biden, is the patriarch's seat comfortable? Scrapdog, playing the family bankrupt and still have the face to continue sitting here? You're the one who gave up the glory of the imperial clan, and you're still the one who only mentions the glory of the imperial clan. If you feel ashamed, then you can choose to remain high and mighty and not join the Mo family in marriage. He himself is afraid of taking responsibility, afraid of being removed from the position of patriarch, and shyly goes to the Mo family for cooperation. Toward the end of the day, the old man got news. The family got better, and kicked people out again. Old dog, do you think that the rise of the clan is due to you? You know why I call you an old dog? It's because in that situation, bolting a dog as a patriarch can rise to the top. Chickens hatching eggs. Are you pretending to be your mom? Shame on you. Imperial glory has no spirit of contract? Imperial glory is to turn the other cheek? Imperial honor means encouraging sons to leave their wives and marry again? Glory to you, spicy next door. Are you the Morong family's dog, wagging your tail when you give some good food? As a father, you have taught your son poorly and condoned him to challenge public order and morality. As a grandfather, you are biased and indifferent, ignoring your grandson being bullied by his brothers, and even deliberately framing your own grandson. As the clan leader, you are dim and incompetent, indulging your juniors in hooking up and fighting for power. As a descendant, you are treasonous, failing the expectations of the clan elders and insulting the image of the clan. No matter how much you do, you can't change this fact that you are the most incompetent patriarch of the Wang clan in thousands of years. Wang Xianxian's sharp and blunt words directly provoked Wang Lord's cover. Listening to his grandson's revealing insults, the towering patriarch was so angry that he could barely catch his breath. After spraying his grandfather, Wang Xianxian's eyes sharply swept the circle of all the elders present. Elders? Ha! Look at you guys having a king elder look. A 15-year-old clan member who easily steals the family's heavy treasures. How can you believe such nonsense? Oh, you guys are so smart. You must know, but you'll never tell. I really find it hard to believe that we are blood relatives. Look who it is that bullies me. My father, uncles, aunts, grandfathers, cousins. Are you so happy to watch your blood relatives suffer? Your bones reveal arrogance, and in your eyes, anyone other than the Emperor clan is a mole. You dare not face the reality of your family's decline, but only indulge in the glory of the past, and remain drunk for a long time. Bullshit family honor. A family that doesn't even know how to love its clansmen. Talk about bullshit family honor. The teenager's questioning was like a heavy hammer that kept hitting the hearts of the crowd. The verbally abused Wang Jianyan could no longer hold back his anger. He rushed directly to Wang Xianxian's face, then slapped his palm down. Not a hair out of place. The bloodline power exchanged for a shelter with a ridiculously strong defense. Looking at his father's furious expression, Wang Xianxian sneered. Usually you don't have a lot of strength when you beat me. Why are you pulling your crotch so much today? Wang Jianyan, who should have been furious, actually suppressed his anger at this moment. Looking at Wang Xianxian, whose breath was withering, Wang Jianyan sneered. Those words have been hidden in your heart for a long time, haven't they? Looks like you don't have a normal grudge against me. Ha? Did you inherit this grudge from Mo Biaogu? What's the point of having any more resentment from your punk-ass mother? Still not having a little punk like you? Don't you know the truth that a mother is as good as her son? She's been humiliated in this house. And what can you, a loser, do for her? No matter how much you talk about it, the clan is still in the eye of the beholder. Is it that you feel you have been cleared of your wrongs? Is it that you think your brother will be chastised for it? Delusional. No matter what, you won't be able to change that bitch Mo Ren's status. Again, you can't shake me or your stepmother. Any idea why? Wang Jianyan teasingly looked at the pale Wang Xianxian. Because of your younger brother Wang Beichen, he's different from you. A waste of space. Your brother is a supreme heavenly pride. His natural talent can squeeze into the top 10 in the thousands of years of the family's history. As long as he doesn't fall, he will grow old in the future. At that time, I will be the father of the elders, and your stepmother will be the mother of the elders. Not only will our names be specially marked in the genealogy, but we will enjoy the admiration of future generations. Wang Jianyan seemed to have caught Wang Xian's weakness as he began to frantically output. As for you, after today, your name will be removed from the genealogy along with Mo Reng. After a number of years, no one will know of your existence, so your resistance is pointless, and the culprit for all this is none other than yourself. You are still the one to blame for your mother living such a miserable life. All of it, because of you. What's this you're doing? The decompression of a punk on his deathbed? Have a good time and then die with no regrets? In that case, I'm inclined to let you die in peace. Speaking of which, a sickly smile appeared on Wang Jianyan's face. He leaned over to Wang Xianxian's ear and spoke in a low voice. Do you really think that the death of that bitch Mo Reng was an accident? She committed suicide. I told her that if she didn't go to hell, I'd let you both go to hell together. That stupid woman got on her knees in front of me and begged me to leave you alone. Her gesture was so humble, like that of a dog, that it gave me pleasure, and so I was merciful and agreed to. Obviously I told her to go to hell and she's still grateful to me. Do you think she's cheap? Ho ho ho. The teenager in front of him, his body violently trembled. He slowly raised his head, and that clear, boyish little face was now like a demon from hell. Tyrannical emotions drowned out Wang Xian's sanity, and the tears of blood flowing from the corners of his eyes kept telling the crowd about his pain. This hideous and horrifying appearance caused the crowd present to tremble a little at the sight of it. Bastard! Kill you! I'll kill you! Wang Xianxian recklessly rushed towards Wang Jianyan. Waste in the end? Ha! After saying that, Wang Jianyan directly tackled the furious to the extreme Wang Xianxian with one hand. While binding Wang Xianxian, he did not forget to continue his verbal attacks. Just now, when you wanted to die quickly, I wouldn't let you. Now, you're probably desperate to stay alive, so I can't fulfill your needs all the same. Did you want to survive and get stronger, then take revenge on me? Don't worry, I won't give you a chance. Looking at the non-stop roaring Wang Xianxian, Wang Jianyan had an indescribable pleasure in his heart. Those who disobey him will be sanctioned by him in the end. Wang Xianxian desperately mobilized the aura in his body, but no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to break free from Wang Jianyan's bonds. The difference in strength is too great. As time passed, the bloodline power in Wang Xianxian's body was completely exhausted. That power of refuge from the ancestors also completely dissipated. Almost at the same time, Wang Jianyan directly slapped hard on Wang Xianxian's throat. The teenager's skinny body flew directly backwards, then smashed heavily into the wall. Wang Envy covered his throat in pain. He couldn't speak. The depletion of his bloodline power also caused him to completely lose his power. Wang Xianxian collapsed to the ground like a dead body, his eyes full of tyranny staring deathly at Wang Jianyan. Wang Jianyan directly ignored the paralyzed teenager. He resumed his knees before the patriarch. Patriarch, Wang Xianxian has violated his superiority by wantonly insulting his elders and injuring them with his hands. According to the clan rules, his spirit vein should be abolished and he should be expelled from the clan after being punished with flogging. The elders in the back of the room looked at each other in disbelief as they listened. In Wang Jianyan's threatening eyes, no one dared to open their mouths to plead for mercy. Patriarch Wang Lord's eyes were equally fierce as he looked at Wang Xianxian, who had fallen to the ground. Granted, as you are Wang Xianxian's father, you will handle it personally. At those words, the eyes of the people present looked at the teenager with more than a hint of pity. In such a state, when it fell into the hands of Wang Jianyan, he didn't know what kind of torture he would be subjected to. Just then, the 10th elder sitting in the highest position slammed the table. Who Gave you permission to strike at the shrine? The sudden uproar of chiding caused Wang Jianyan to hastily bend over and kneel down. Elder, forgive me. I can only worry that rebellious son has displeased you with his credulity here. Are you worried about me being displeased? Or are you worried about what that child will say? The 10th elder sneered. After saying that, the 10th elder looked around and realized that no one even dared to meet his eyes. It seems that Eyeless Jr. is not a believer. After laughing coldly, the 10th elder walked straight to Wang Xianxian's side. He looked condescendingly at Wang Xianxian, who kept trying to get up, and then picked him up with one hand. A large amount of spiritual chi surged out from the 10th elder's body, then rushed directly towards Wang Xianxian's spiritual vein. In an instant, the teenager's spiritual vein was directly shattered by the overbearing spiritual power. The intense pain made Wang Xian almost faint from the pain. The 10th elder spoke indifferently. I don't care what happened between you two, but violating the clan's rules is not tolerated by heaven. As an elder, I have the right to enforce the family law. The Wang Xianxian spiritual vein has now been shattered by me. Do you have any comments? The crowd shook their heads, and even Wang Jianyan didn't dare to have half a word of rebuttal. The 10th elder gazed down at Wang Xianxian, who was lying on the ground in constant convulsions, and didn't know what he was thinking. After a long time, the 10th elder spoke in a low voice. Wang Xianxian, I'll give you a chance. As long as you can walk out of the gate of the ancestral mansion from here before the sun completely sets, you can be spared the flogging. Upon hearing the elder's words, Wang Xianxian's reasoning, which was originally covered by anger, suddenly cleared up a lot. His blood-red gaze stared deathly at Wang Jianyan without saying another word. The teenager stood up from the ground with difficulty and slowness, and then walked towards the outside of the shrine step by step with a heavy, mountain-like stride. He knew that with his current strength, he would not be able to take revenge, and perhaps not in the future. But no matter what, he's going to survive. No matter what, survive. Only by living is there hope. That bastard Wang Jianyan was right about one thing. The current him was worthless compared to Wang Baichen. You have about 3 hours left. With the 10th elder's reminder ringing in his ears, Wang Xianxian took a difficult step. Bang! 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 The sound of heavy footsteps resounded continuously in the middle of the shrine. Because the spirit vein was shattered, crimson blood continuously oozed out from the pores. Blood flowed down his body, and every time the teenager stepped out, he left scarlet footprints on the ground, drenched in blood. The crowd was shocked to see it. Meanwhile, the small white beast that was hiding outside the Wang clan's ancestral hall and eavesdropping, blinked its eyes and ran directly towards the depths of the Wang clan's ancestral mansion. In the core of Wang's ancestral home, there is a luxurious courtyard. On the stone table in the courtyard, an old man and a young man sat opposite each other. The white-haired old man who was making tea shook his head helplessly as he looked at the small white beast that ran in a panic. The master repeatedly emphasized to you, be more stable. This is not our Kunlun market. The little white beast ignored the master's words and jumped directly onto the stone table, spitting out the truth. Master, your highness, there are big melons. The pink-haired girl sitting across from the white-haired old man smiled and stroked the white beast's back. Shimeji, take your time. Little Shimeji quickly organized his words and described to the two what he had just overheard. That's just the way it is. Master, your highness, humans are really scary. The pink-haired girl frowned at that. Asuna, are you saying that the teenager's mother chose to commit suicide for her child? The little Shimeji shook its ears with a heartfelt expression. Yes, your highness, that Wang Xianxian originally had a heart of despair and was bent on death. It's because of knowing this news that the whole person went crazy. You don't know how scary the hatred inside him is. I just listened to it and my soul was almost shaken. The pink-haired girl fell into silence as she listened. After a moment, she looked across at the old man. Emperor Baizhe, can we save that teenager? The white-haired old man known as Emperor Baizhe shook his head. Your Highness Xiener, this is a family matter of the Wang family. We have no right to interfere. I know why you want to save him, but we came to the Wang family this time to look for clues about the Sword Emperor's disappearance. You and I are in a unique position where any action could be overinterpreted. The relationship between the Wang clan and the other family powers is intertwined. If we go and interfere in each other's family affairs, I'm afraid that it will cause suspicion from all the big families, which will increase unnecessary variables. Hearing this, Fu Xianer put her head down, not knowing what she was thinking. If my mother were still alive, she would have done this, so please forgive me for my capriciousness. After saying that, Fu Xianer bowed to the white-haired old man, then left the small courtyard without looking back. Only the white-haired old man was left to sigh in place. Alas, the demented child. Wang's ancestral residence avenue. As an imperial family, Wang's ancestral home was ridiculously large. The ancestral home was even larger than the ancient palace. On ordinary days, the Wang clan members did not stay in the front yard square for too long, but not today. At this moment, The square in the front yard was surrounded by clansmen, and the reason they stayed here was also very simple: to watch the fun. Wang Xianxian couldn't remember how many times he had fallen. He watched the sun about to set and kept struggling to get back on his feet. Crap, isn't this Wang Xianxian? How did he become like this? Shoo, don't speak so loudly. I heard that he insulted and beat up the elders at the ancestral hall and had his spirit vein abolished. Seeing his pity, the 10th elder made a deal with him that he would be spared the whipping as long as he walked out of the gate before the sun went down. No wonder it's so spellbinding, to have your spirit vein abolished at such a young age. If you're on the receiving end of the clan's whip, it's definitely cool. That's what he deserves. Insulting his elders. Heaven forbid. That's right, and he also awakened the brewmaster, disgracing our family. The ridicule and abuse around them did not disturb the teenager's state of mind. Honor, abuse, dignity, all no longer mattered. There was only one thought in Wang Xianxian's head right now. That is, revenge. Thinking of his mother's death, Wang Xianxian's tattered body that was about to be depleted once again squeezed out a trace of strength. Once again he was on his feet, looking at that back that was still determined to move forward even though it was already covered in blood. The square in the front yard suddenly became quiet. The eyes of those clansmen who were originally watching the event were also slowly gazing up. This perseverance displayed by the teenager is a sight to behold. Fu Xian'er hid in the crowd, looking at the blood-covered, hobbling teenager, her clear move fluctuating slightly. She could feel the extreme pain in the teenager's heart, and she could also see the monstrous anger buried deep inside him as well as the palpitating aura of tyranny. Covered in blood, Wang Xianxian, with a strong smell of blood, came to the front door with a difficult pace. Those 5 steps became his final roadblock. The sun, at this point, was most of the way down the mountain. He's running out of time. By the time he stepped onto the 5th step with great difficulty, a merciless and cold voice rang out from beside Wang Xianxian's ears. The sun went down and you failed. The 10th elder's words directly sentenced the teenager to death. The surrounding clansmen all sighed, but no one went up to beg for mercy. Wang Xianxian looked at the near door and was filled with despair. Just as he was about to resign himself to his fate, a clear voice rang from his ears. He hasn't failed. The 10th elder looked back and realized that the one who spoke out was actually a noble guest who had recently visited the Wang clan. Thinking of the other party's honorable status, the 10th elder changed his cold tone and softly said, "Your Highness Xian'er, why do you say that?" As the 10th elder's words rang out, the crowd suddenly quieted down, and all eyes, openly shifted. Where the crowd's eyes converged, a young girl in a golden dress stood in a pavilion. The young girl's dignified temperament was like a peony in bloom, and at a young age, she was already beginning to have an extraordinary temperament. The corners of Fu Xian'er's mouth gently rose, and her youthful face already had the appearance of being a beautiful woman. How can we talk about failure when the sun has not yet set? Fu Xian'er's small hand stretched out, revealing her white jade-like white wrist, and her hands formed a seal. Makazu. As soon as the words fell, the young girl's body instantly erupted with dazzling golden light, as if an immortal had descended. In the next instant, the heaven and earth Dharma phase actually coalesced behind Fu Xian'er. It was a huge bird-like beast whose body seemed to be composed of flames, and the most peculiar thing about it was that it actually had 3 legs. Great Sun Golden Crow. The 10th elder looked incredulously at the Fu Xian'er beside him. The golden crow came out instantly and went straight up into the sky, replacing the disappearing setting sun. The originally dark dusk rebloomed because of the appearance of the golden crow. Fu Xian'er did not speak as she could no longer speak. Obviously summoning the golden crow was extremely burdensome to her body, but the young girl's eyes were accurately captured by Wang Xianxian. It was as if the young man had been dispelled of the gloom and despair in his heart by the golden crow in the air. The warm blow granted him his last strength. The 10th elder was a bit at a loss for words. He could never sit back and watch the young girl get hurt under his watch, so he hurriedly shouted, "Your Highness Xian'er, if you want to help him, then I'll just release him directly." The young girl did not withdraw the power to maintain the golden crow. She knew that if she opened her mouth that would be an insult to that teenager. One's own path never comes from someone else's charity. Accompanied by a roar, the teenager got up violently in front of the crowd's shocked gazes. He took a firm step and finally stepped out of Wang's door. The moment she stepped out of the gate, the golden crow in the air instantly dissipated, and the young girl fainted without warning. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Wang Xianxian and he landed heavily on one knee. He hurriedly looked back to get a better look at his benefactor. But at this time, Wang's interior was already in chaos, with a wall of people blocking all sight. Everyone's attention was drawn to the fainting young girl. Wang Xianxian felt the rejuvenated power within his body. He knew that this was the healing that his benefactor had bestowed upon him. After a long period of silence, Wang Xianxian spoke softly in a voice that only he could hear. "Thanks." When he finished speaking, he dragged his heavy steps slowly away. After seeing the 10th elder leave with the unconscious young girl, the Wang clan members who were watching finally remembered Wang Xianxian, but when they looked toward the door, they couldn't find the teenager. The Wang clan members looked at the floor tiles, the scarlet footprints, and their hearts inexplicably became more fearful. For the first time, that wretched back was etched so clearly in their hearts. Wang's council chamber. The 10th elder was filled with anxiety as he looked at the unconscious food Xiener and asked the white-haired old man beside him with apprehension. Emperor Baizhe, what is the situation of Her Highness Xiener now? The white-haired old man pressed his hand, signaling the other party to rest assured. Forcibly summoning the golden crow resulted in damage to the soul, but it's not a big problem for my 3 emperors' palace. Hearing the words soul damage, the 10th elder's heart thumped. Of the many injuries, only the soul was the most difficult to repair. What's more, this honorable highness has a special status, and his foundation must not be damaged. Even the 3 emperors' palace had to use many medicines of great value to treat it. Seeing the 10th elder's face look a bit ugly, Emperor White Zephyr pacified him. Don't worry, Your Excellency. This matter is His Highness's own decision and has nothing to do with Wang. We have come to Wang's this time with the utmost sincerity. His Highness was young and acted recklessly. As a teacher, it is only right that I apologize to you. Wang. The 10th elder hurriedly rose and saluted. Emperor, you must not. You are the teacher of saints. How can you apologize to us? This is ultimately because of me. The Wang clan. If we want to apologize, it should be us. Wang, who have been slacking on you for a while. The Supreme Elder is really unwell. Otherwise he wouldn't have made you wait so long. Emperor Baizhe shook his head. There's no harm in it. I've already known about your Taishang Elder situation. It's just a matter of waiting a few more days. Rather, I have one more thing to ask. The 10th elder hurriedly arched his hand. Emperor, please speak. There's no need to be nervous. It's nothing major. The White Zephyr Emperor smiled gently. I just hope that your clan won't punish that teenager anymore. After all, that's the child that His Highness wants to save at the risk of getting hurt. Of course, I am not trying to interfere in noble family matters. I just don't want that child to die in such a haphazard manner, or else I won't be able to explain it to His Highness. The 10th elder immediately understood the other party's words, and he solemnly nodded his head. Emperor, don't worry. According to the rules of the Wang clan, after a clan member is expelled from the clan, they would not have continued to pursue the crime they committed. I will go and implement this matter. Saying that, the 10th elder left the council chamber straight away. Inside the patriarch's courtyard, Patriarch Wang Lord swept his eyes at the opposite couple. Wang Jianyan, I heard that little punk fulfilled the 10th elder's promise? Wang Jianyan's face was a bit ugly. I heard from the other clansmen that this is indeed the case. Humph. King Lord snorted coldly. That waste thing is so tough. Morong Wan added a cup of tea to King Lord. Father, don't worry. His spirit vein has been abolished. He won't be able to turn around in this life. Wang Lord looked down at the tea in front of him, not knowing what he was thinking. After a long time, he spoke slowly. Arrogance is always the deadliest poison for those in power. Wang Jianyan instantly understood his father's subtext. Don't worry, father. I'll send someone to take care of that rebellious son tonight. Just as Wang Jianyan was about to leave the courtyard, he realized that there was one more person at the back without realizing it. When he saw what the other party looked like, he hurriedly saluted. Jian Yan has met the 10th elder. The 10th elder indifferently swept a glance at the 3. Be excused. I am here only to inform you of one thing. Elder, please speak. Wang Lord arched his hand and said. 10th elder's eyes narrowed slightly. It is forbidden to make a move against Wang Xianxian. This. Wang Lord's face changed greatly. He asked tentatively, why did the elder say this? The 10th elder's eyes were dead set on the somewhat terrified Wang Jianyan. I don't care what involvement you have with Wang Xianxian, but I hope you can remember my words. This time, I've already gone beyond the law by exempting Wang Beichen from the crime of defaming his fellow clansmen. If I were to learn of Wang Xianxian's death, there would be no need for your lineage to continue. Wang Jianyan asked stiffly. Elder, Wang Xianxian's spiritual vein is abolished. It is difficult to survive itself. Wei, the 10th elder directly interrupted. You don't need to worry about that. Just mark my words. As soon as the words fell, the 10th elder disappeared into thin air. Only the 3 people who were at a loss for words were left in place. Morong Wan asked with a face full of panic. Why would the elders specifically warn us because of that little trash? Wang Jianyan was in a cold sweat, and his back was already drenched in sweat. The elder's tone is serious. If we really make a move on that little punk, I am afraid. Morong Wan had difficulty accepting this tone of warning as she gritted her teeth. We clearly have North Star. Why should the elders treat us like this? Only King Lord grimaced. Could it be that the Honorable Lord is trying to bail him out? Wang Jianyan immediately captured the keywords. Father, what did you say about the Honorable Lord? King Lord shook his head. This is not something you should know. All you need to know is that even the old ancestor wouldn't dare to show any disrespect in the face of that lord. Moron couldn't sit still directly after hearing this. Father, that little brute climbed up to this kind of character. Then this son must not be kept. King Lord's gaze was gloomy, but now is definitely not the time to do it. Let him live a little longer. There was a wine shop in the bustling commercial street. It has a nice name, Drunken Fairy Place. Wang Xianxian dragged his heavy steps and pushed open the door of the Drunken Immortal Fong. Drunken Immortal Place was founded by his mother, and it was more like his real home than his ancestral home. He always liked to come and stay here when he was on vacation. The Drunken Immortal Place was still open for business as usual, only now it was time to get off work. Wang Xianxian took out the key, opened the door and went directly to the second floor. There was a small room on the second floor that belonged to him. He was going to go to the bathroom first, to rinse the blood stains off his body. Wang Xian didn't need to deal with his wounds because all the wounds on his body had already healed. The benefactor who had saved him from the fire had not only extended the sunset for him, but had also healed his body. He didn't get a good look at his benefactor because of the firelight, but he remembered his benefactor's eyes. Those were incomparably dazzling pupils, and even in the midst of a blazing fire, they couldn't hide their own radiance. The teenager etched those eyes into his mind and then walked straight to the bathroom. Looking at himself covered in blood in the mirror, Wang Xianxian smiled bitterly. What a mess! He tried desperately to raise the corners of his mouth, but he realized sadly. The smile got harder. After taking a shower, Wang Xianxian changed his clothes and lay on the bed. He ran his hand gently over the yellow zucchini his mother had left him. The zucchini was made of an unknown material, and a small amount of warmth could be felt when skin touched it. This gourd was a spiritual artifact, and exactly what quality it was, Wang Xianxian wasn't sure. All he knew was that it was what his mother used to hold her wine. Mother, like him by vocation, was a winemaker. She really enjoys making and tasting wine. Later, as stress increased, the mother's drinking increased in frequency and eventually evolved into alcoholism. At a young age, Wang Xianxian once thought that alcohol had taken his mother's life. Even as he grew up, his heart was extremely resistant to alcohol. His attitude toward alcohol could even be called distasteful. Even if it was the spirit wine that was hailed as a precious treasure, he was similarly disgusted. There was a time when he didn't understand why there was such a thing as alcohol in this world. He was naive enough to think that if there was no alcohol, his mother wouldn't have drowned. If there were no wine, there would be no such repugnant vocation as that of the winemaker. Without the wine, Mom would probably still be encouraging herself right now. To this day, Wang Xianxian realized that his mother's death was not due to alcohol. Suddenly, alcohol didn't seem so obnoxious to him. Unconsciously, Wang Xianxian's vision blurred. He misses his mom. Suddenly, memories of the past flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. Mommy, why do some people cry when they drink? It's so humiliating. That's because the drinker's heart has something to think about. He's using wine to get rid of his sorrows. Then why is it that when some people drink the same wine, they cry and some people drink it and laugh? When you grow up, you'll understand. Mom, my teacher said that people get old and die, and I don't want you to die. Why don't you want your mommy to die, my little sweetie? Because if mommy dies, I won't be able to eat the good food mommy makes. So that's how it is. Gluttony. Mom, today I learned how to read the shelf life on a drink. Yeah, well, my baby's awesome. Mom, why doesn't the wine have a shelf life on it? Is it bad? Baby, wine doesn't have a definite shelf life. Oh, as long as you keep it well, it will never go bad. Oh, Mr. Wine is so greasy. And a mother who can make wine is even greasier. Tears continued to streak down the teenager's cheeks. He didn't know what he was going to do. It was a short day, but it felt as if a century had passed. Awakening brewer, talent awakening failure, bid farewell to friends, learned the truth of his mother's death, lost his bloodline, his spirit vein was abolished, and he was expelled from the family. His situation has gotten worse than ever. The current Wang Xianxian learns the truth about his mother's death, but he loses hope for cultivation, empty of hate, but powerless, agony, confusion, resignation. Suddenly, an additional thought that had never existed before came into Wang Xianxian's mind. Drinking. Wang Xianxian raised the gourd pendant in his hand. He put the gourd to his mouth and kissed it gently. Gourd, grow up fast. Along with the teenager's whisper, the gourd grew in size as if a spell had been cast. After the gourd grew to the size of an unusual gourd, Wang Xianxian stopped chanting the incantation and then put his hand on the lid of the gourd's mouth opening. This was his first attempt to open the gourd. Boom! The moment the wine gourd was opened, the aroma of wine filled the room. Wang Xianxian held the wine gourd as if it was a treasure. Sniffing the fragrance of the wine emanating from the gourd, he took out his mother's favorite wine glass from her life and carefully filled it for himself. Then holding the glass, he took a small sip. Surprisingly to Wang Xianxian, the wine didn't seem to be spicy at all. On the contrary, it's a little sweet. Wang Xian continued the second, third and fourth mouthful. After the first sip, I couldn't stop. The breeze broke into the teenager's room but could not take away the slightest scent of wine. As if these wine scents were psychic, they all stopped around the young man, as if embracing him. Woo, woo. The room began to resound with tiny teenage sobs. Slowly, sobbing turned to crying and finally to bawling. Wah! Sweet and sour pork, fish-flavored eggplant, fish-flavored shredded pork, sweet and sour pork, squirrel cinnamon fish. The flavors that he dreamed of recalling all surfaced on the tip of Wang Xianxian's tongue at this moment. Without realizing it, the smell of wine turned into the aroma of various meals. Right now he wasn't drinking at all. It was more like savoring a table of delicious food. Mom's cooking delicacies. One bite after another. 1 cup at a time and 1 cup at a time. Teenagers and wine. At this moment in time, there is a collision of souls. Wang Xianxian was thoroughly immersed in the dream world that the drink brought him. At the same time, his body began to undergo a shocking mutation. Realization of the way of wine. Fulfilling the conditions for the awakening of the talent. The talent is being awakened. The teenager's body began to bloom with dazzling golden light. Immediately afterward, his body seemed to lose gravity and directly levitated into the air. The depleted bodies and broken spirit veins began to be frantically repaired. The wine gourd in his hand also began to shine with golden patterns. In the next instant, the teenager's soul went out of his body, and the wine gourd began to be absorbed by the teenager's soul. Talent awakening successful, soul detection successful. The awakening of the destiny vocation is in progress. Vocation, talent fusion in progress. Fate is complete and the wine fairy has returned to his place. Fate sublimation, Sword Immortal's blessing. The heavens gate, which was suspended high above the 9 heavens, instantly erupted with a shocking light. The night turned into day in this instant. In the center of the heavenly gate with a bright sunlight, a huge sword with a supreme aura began to coalesce. Afterward, the giant sword transformed into a river of heaven and floated away in all parts of the world, everywhere in the world. At the same time, it poured down rain. Some people were curious to receive the rain, but were surprised to find that it wasn't rain at all, but wine. Wine of heaven from the 9 heavens above. For a moment, the aroma of rich wine spread throughout the world. The top powerhouses around the world all looked up in shock. In the Wang clan's ancestral mansion, Emperor Bai Zhe, who was healing the injuries of Fu Xianer, gazed at the heavenly gate with his eyes like torches. Fairy drop. The vault of heaven mutation was soon over, but the protagonist who had triggered the vision knew nothing about it, because he had fallen asleep. When he opened his eyes again, he realized that the night was completely dark. How did I fall asleep? Wang Xianxian sat up sleepily. After slowing down for a while, Wang Xianxian finally remembered what had just happened. He drank the wine his mother left him, then accidentally got drunk and slept until now. After understanding the causes and consequences, Wang Xianxian slapped his cheeks violently in an attempt to wake himself up. Gourd! Where's my gourd? Wang Xianxian instantly panicked. That gourd was his mother's favorite artifact and a reminder she left him. Never lose it. Just as Wang Xianxian wanted to get out of bed to look for the gourd, he saw an unbelievable scene. His left hand began to light up with golden light, and when the light dissipated, the yellow gourd appeared directly in the center of his palm. The moment Wang Xian saw the gourd, a strange connection arose. It was as if this gourd was his hands and feet, and he could manipulate it at will. With a thought, the gourd dissipated into bits of starlight. At this time, Wang Xianxian clearly perceived that the yellow gourd was lying quietly in his mind. What the hell is going on here? Wang Xian subconsciously clicked on his vocation panel. Each person who awakens a vocation has their own vocation panel. King Envy, vocation, winemaker, fate exclusive profession, wine sword immortal, talent, none, talent to be integrated into vocation, level, channeled vein realm, 9 veins, natal treasure, wine fairy gourd, physical fitness, 100, spirit, 100, wine sword immortal. Wang Xianxian gazed at his panel in shock. How did my vocation change? He hastily tapped on the vocation panel. Wine sword immortal, fate exclusive, hidden. Exclusive skills, immortal brewing, wine sword, chopping heaven, exclusive talents, wine immortal, sword immortal, blessing of the sword, blessing of the wine, immortal presence, red dust fallen immortal. Introduction, the collapse of the heavenly Tao, the scourge of the red dust. The immortal cut himself off and fell into the mortal world, the sword and wine together. The fear of foreign devils shocked. How could have such a vocation? The teenager looked at the introduction of the vocation incredulously. Then he tapped on the skill details. Immortal brew active skill. Skill effect, consume raw materials to brew fine wine. and the wine you brew will be of the highest quality and endowed with the blessing of the wine immortal. Wine sword active skill. Skill effect, consume fine wine to comprehend the sword intent, and subsequently condense the sword intent into the sword of life wine. Note, self-brewed wine is required. Zantian active skill. Skill effect, at the cost of dropping one major realm in cultivation. Make the next damage skill 1 casts come with special effects, real damage. Decimation effect. Ignoring rules. The teenager struggled to control his trembling hand and tapped into the talent details. Wine Fairy, talent, Tao. Effect, you are a wine immortal who has opened up the way of wine. And when you drink wine, you can gain a boost in strength. Kensei, talent, Tao. Effect, you are a sword immortal who has realized the way of the sword and can manipulate flying swords. And when you wield your sword, the damage of your sword skill stacks constantly. Blessing of the sword, talent, Tao. Effect, you are a wine immortal blessed by the sword. You have no upper limit on the amount of alcohol you can drink. And the damage of your sword skills continues to rise with the amount of alcohol you drink, no upper limit. Blessing of wine, talent, Tao. Effect, you are a sword immortal blessed by wine. No drink will have a negative effect on you. And any drink will heal all wounds for you. Immortal advent, talent, unknown. Effect, you are the wine sword immortal who has fallen into the red world with both sword and wine. When you are drunk, you will gradually unlock the wine sword immortal form. Note, there are 5 stages of drunkenness. Slightly intoxicated, lightly intoxicated, deeply intoxicated, heavily intoxicated, and immortal intoxicated. Red dust and fallen immortals, talent, unknown. Effect, you are an invincible immortal who has fallen into the red dust. And when you fully enter the state of wine sword immortal, the concept disappears from the world and becomes uncheckable, and any abilities, rules and damage will be ineffective against you. The teenager's shock at the moment was like a huge wave that overwhelmed the entire person. He had never heard of such a vocation. Normally, there is no clear distinction between the strengths of vocation. The strength of a vocation must be judged in conjunction with a talent. Take the simplest example. The most common sword class vocation is the swordsman. As for Wang Beichen's awakened 10,000 swords supreme, it belonged to a rare profession. However, it could not be said that the 10,000 sword supreme was stronger than the swordsman, because the Heavenly Sword King clan's old ancestors' awakened vocation was that of a swordsman. Not only that, but many kendo masters throughout history have been swordsmen by vocation. The same is true of every other area of vocation. That's why the famous quote that has been around for ages. There is no such thing as a crap vocation, only a crap talent. The qualities of the talent are, from lowest to highest, F-rated, E-rated, D-rated, C-rated, B-rated, A-rated, S-rated, SS-rated, SSS-rated, X-rated, X-rated. Normal circumstances rule out the sons of the Imperial clan. S-level talent can dominate downtown. The SS level can dominate in the province. And the SSS level can even directly become the object of national key training. An X-rank talent was a talent that was rare in 100 years when looking around the world. The highest X level is even harder to find in 1,000 years. The X rank is also known as the Imperial talent, because holders of X-level talents, as long as they don't fall in their path of growth, they will surely become great emperors, and his talent was at the Dao level, with 2 other unknown level talents. Wang Xianxian didn't know exactly how strong the quality of his talent was, but he was certain that his talent was definitely above the X level. It's too much. This so-called destiny vocation is ridiculously strong. The teenager didn't lose his mind because of the power of the vocation, and he quickly realized the contradictions in the vocation. The passive skill of Blessing of the Sword says that there is no limit to the amount of alcohol. But, again, the Immortal Prosperity passive skill says that you can only enter the Wine Sword immortal form when you're drunk. How do you get drunk without a drinking limit? Thinking about it for half a day without getting an answer. He gave up thinking about it. Now he wanted to know more urgently why his body had changed like that. He sensed the wine gourd in his soul and softly asked, "Is that you?" Wine Fairy Gourd. Functional description, unknown. Description, the Wine Sword Immortal's original immortal weapon made from the Hongmeng gourd, which nurtures the world inside. Wine in stock, Envy Immortal Brewing, click to view. Stored items, Murabayashi's letter. Murabayashi's relic. Wang Xianxian suppressed his trembling hand and took out his mother's letter. To my favorite baby, Envy Fairy, my child, Mommy wishes you a happy birthday. At 15 years old, you should have grown into a young adult who can hold her own. Now that you've probably awakened to your vocation, what will you awaken to? Mom guesses that your vocation must have something to do with alcohol. I hope this is a vocation that makes you feel happy. Isn't it curious why you got this letter today? That's because the Gourd Fairy told me it would meet you when you were 16. So, Mommy asked it to pass this letter on to you for me. The Gourd Fairy told me that when you read this letter, it is the most painful time. But I know that my Envy Fairy is the strongest child in the world. When you were still in my belly, Mom would always have the same dream over and over again. Dreams of fairyland, of the gates of heaven, of heavenly immortals drinking and enjoying themselves at banquets. The immortal in the dream is free and fast and uninhibited. Mommy envies and wishes you could be as free as the fairies in your dreams. That's where you get your name from. Mom originally told you that the zucchini was a spirit device I bought by accident when I was in school. But Mom lied. That zucchini is something you brought into the world. Something that belongs to you. It's been with you since you were born. Cien. Mom knows you're in pain right now. Must have encountered many things that made you feel bad. Though you may cry from loneliness, don't forget that your mommy loves you all the time. Mom left you something that I hope will help you now. Take good care of yourself and don't wear yourself out. You have to make lots and lots of friends. By the way, remember to marry a gentle girl. Envy Fairy. Promise your mom to make your life a happy one. I thought I had a lot to write, but I couldn't get it down. My child, don't be sad. Mommy will always be there for you. Wang Xianxian's vision gradually blurred. Trying to restrain himself, he removed from the gourd the relic his mother had left him. When opened it contained a mask, a stack of papers, and several cards. Name, Cloud Wine. Sex, male. Domicile, Lingyun County, Tianjiu City, Yunhai Province. Year of birth, May 1st, 12,000. Civil status number, 845432760010179888. Complete identity information. Complete life story. There was also a letter in the folder. Envious Immortal. From the moment the MO family was made difficult by Wang, I probably guessed the ending. I've envisioned many possibilities. If one day you can't stay at one's anymore, just leave. Mom wanted you to be the most free and easy child in the world, so I prepared you before you were even born. It's a new identity that I've spent the last 10 years forging by hand. Your name is Cloud Wine, and you're an orphan adopted by your mother's mentor, Mr. Rinku. Mr. Rinku is the vice president of the Tenjiu City Brewers Association. Go find him and he'll help you. That mask was one that Mom had bought on the black market once, and it was a great disguise. Envy Immortal. Live free with your mom's dream. Wang Xianxian picked up the exquisite mask from the box. Mask of Deception. Quality, Xian Class Excellent. Type, Camouflaged Spirit Treasure. Effect, Change of Face. Introduction, a camouflage mask that can change facial muscles, and cannot be detected because its principle works on muscles. Note, cannot camouflage spiritual power fluctuations. Staring at the exquisite mask in his hands, the teenager's mood was unsettled for a long time. In her suicide note, his mother said nothing about her forced suicide. It was clear that his mother wanted him to live a carefree life and go off to live a life of his own. He tried to restrain himself, not wanting the tears to fall, because mommy doesn't want to upset him. After organizing Yun Wine's identity information, Wang Xianxian took out a red book from the bag. Certificate of Real Estate Rights of China Dynasty. Owner, Cloud Wine. Shared, separate ownership. Location of the house, 999, Wine Sacred Sky Street, Tenjiu City. Planned use, shops. Condition of the house, 3 floors, covering an area of 1,000 square meters, with a total usable area of 3,000 square meters. Immediately after that, Wang Xianxian took out another beautifully wrapped book. Liquor Formula Collection. Open it up and briefly flip through it. Wang Xianxian realized that this was a recipe for various types of wine recorded by his mother. The book contains 118 drink recipes. A letter was similarly clipped inside. Envious Immortal. This recipe must be preserved. You have to promise Mom that you can make your own wine up there, but you can never sell it publicly, because the wine formula in here is the foundation of the Mosey family. The Murphys have cut ties with Mom, but Mom doesn't blame them. Your grandfather had also tried, only he was carrying the fate of the whole clan as the patriarch. Mom can afford the Murray family, but the only thing she's sorry for is your grandpa. If you get a chance to see him instead of Mom, tell him for me by the way. Mom loved him and didn't resent him. Except, of course, for the last wine in the wine recipe. It belongs only to you. After reading his mom's letter, Wang Xianxian's suppressed emotions arrived at the peak at this moment. With a trembling hand, he clicked on the Envious Immortal Brew's introduction. Envy Brewing. Quality, Mortal Grade Extreme, exclusive to Wang Xianxian. Recipe, Carnation. Day Lily. Hawthorn. Effects, no effect on mortal wine. Note, when Mobianga's son, Wang Xianxian, drinks it, all his attributes will be strengthened tenfold. Source, a mundane wine brewed by the winemaker named Mo Tango specifically for his son. It may not be perfect, but it's perfect as hell for that child. Verdict, there is always a light for you. There is always a table to cook for you. There is always someone waiting for you. And there is always that one wine for you. In the silence of the night, Wang Xianxian knelt on the floor, and his mother's busy figure kept appearing in his mind. He picked up the photo with his mother and ran his hand gently over it. The teenager's eyes looked straight up at the photo with his mother. His upper teeth clenched on his bloodless lips as tears frantically welled up in his eyes. The picture frame is engraved with a quote. "Envy Fairy. Don't be afraid. Mommy will always be with you." This was the first time that Wang Xianxian understood the true meaning of these words. At this moment, the ambulatory teenager could no longer control his emotions. The teenager's whole body's toughness unloaded as much as it could, and his heartbreaking cries resounded through the night sky. Thoughts, pain, joy, guilt, aggravation. 5 years of repressed emotions exploded right out. He could finally release his aggression without fear, as he had done as a child. Outside the window was endless darkness, and it was as if the past 5 years of Wang Xianxian's life had been imprisoned by this dark night. The oppressive to the extreme night ravaged the unruly soul of the teenager. But starting today, he no longer has to be afraid. Because, here comes the dawn. Some readers have feedback that there is a pseudo-identity is not sent away early unreasonable. This is the author intentionally designed, about the subsequent plot setting, and is not intentionally dogged ha. The sunrise shone on the teenager's body as if embracing him. Wang Xianxian adjusted his breath and began to seriously feel the surging power within his body. The depleted bloodline power had been replenished, and even his broken spirit vein had been repaired. If he guessed correctly, this would be a credit to talent. He can heal all injuries by drinking alcohol, and this effect is simply too strong. After calming down, Wang Xianxian began to think about his future plans. After thinking for a long time, the teenager smiled bitterly. Deep thought doesn't give him direction. The more he thinks, the more lost. Despite all the ideas in his mind, he had a fatal flaw. He's too juvenile. Even if the plan in his mind is flawless, in the eyes of those old foxes, I'm afraid it is full of holes. He was only 15 years old, and the rules, the unspoken rules, of how the world worked were not yet clear. Too little social experience and even less knowledge of the secrets. Wang Xianxian clearly knew that with his current knowledge of this world, he was not qualified to become a chess player at all. Even now he has gained a gift sufficient for vengeance. Even if his mother has prepared a new identity for him, even if having two identities unlocks more choices in his life, he still doesn't have perfect control of his life either. If you expose your talent, will you be killed by force? Will it become a pawn in the hands of others? Will it be bound? Is the state really reliable? He didn't know any of this, and it took time to cash in on even the best talent. In either capacity, he was afraid he wouldn't have time to develop because he didn't have a backer. If you choose to hide your talents and develop obscenely, you face a lot of problems. Can he really hide? Are there really no holes in his identity? Are mother's benefactors really reliable? Is there a vocation or gift that can be traced back to you? All he didn't know because his exposure to the world was so small, his perception so narrow. He carried his mother's life and dreams on his back. He wants revenge. He wants payback. And he wants to fulfill his mother's dream. For this reason, he must be careful and step by step. Mom, what the hell should I do? Wang Xianxian looked at the ceiling, both eyes a little listless. Right at this moment, golden font suddenly surfaced on the yellow gourd in Wang Xian's mind. Tenjuchi, Rinku, trust your mother's judgment. Seeing the golden text, Wang Xianxian sat up violently. He remembered his mother's letter and was filled with excitement. Are you the Sword Immortal that mother mentioned? Yes, but no. I'm your native spirit. Getting an accurate answer, Wang Xianxian became exceptionally excited. Don't think too much. I'm here. Don't be afraid. Break through the blood refining realm as soon as possible. Right now, I'm too weak. After exchanging a few moments with the Sword Immortal, Wang Xianxian finally had a clear direction, so he quickly began to pack. Suddenly, Wang Xianxian broke out into a cold sweat. He suddenly remembered something that made him feel overwhelmed with fear. He shouldn't have gone back to the drunken immortal Feng himself, because Wang Jianyan would probably lay a deadly hand on him. Yesterday he had suffered an unprecedented blow to his mind and body, and hadn't even thought about it that much. He just followed his instincts and wanted to get back to the place that made him feel safe. The fact that the drunken immortal Fawn was not different meant that Wang Jianyan had not made a move against him yet. Wang Xianxian wasn't a fool. He instantly guessed what was going on. Thinking back to those golden eyes yesterday, Wang Xianxian's heart was filled with emotion. The girl, who reached out to him in his most desperate hour. Without her, one would not be where one is today. This favor is just too big. He could guess that the girl's status was ridiculously high. Otherwise the 10th elder would never have spoken in that tone. Probably because he was concerned about that benefactor. So Wang Jianyan hadn't made a move yet. But he knew very well what kind of man his brute of a father was. Wang Jianyan is cautious, suspicious and treacherous. Categorically, he will not let himself go. For this reason, Wang Xianxian had to leave Heavenly Sword City as soon as possible. I guess that beast of a father is sending people to watch himself. It would take a detailed plan to escape from under his nose. First of all, Wang Xianxian's destination was the heavenly wine city. Cloudy Wine was a fake identity forged by his mother, and in Cloudy Wine's identity profile, his life trajectory stopped at the age of 10. That year the mother died and the life of this identity naturally stopped being renewed. The information in Wang Xianxian's hand did not have the experience of Yun Wine after he turned 10. He had to find his mother's benefactor and understand the 5-year gap between the ages of 10 and 15 for Cloud Wine. He can only activate this identity if he finds his mother's benefactor. Thinking of this, Wang Xianxian opened the map and began to think. A moment later, a meticulous plan gradually took shape in his mind. After determining the plan, Wang Xianxian habitually glanced at the news. Shocked. Last night there was a large-scale phenomenon in the world. Last night's strange phenomenon is suspected to be the birth of a heavy treasure. The vice president of the College of Wine and Sacred Spirits has publicly stated that this is a miracle from the god of wine. All the headlines seem to be saying one thing. 10 minutes later, Wang Xianxian stood up from the computer desk. He went straight to the window, then pushed it open with a jerk. Sure enough, the moment the window was opened, a strong aroma of wine came directly to his face. Wang Xianxian was filled with astonishment as the images from the news kept hitting his brain. I did this? Before he could think much about it, there was a loud knock on the door downstairs. Wang Xianxian was instantly alert. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion doesn't officially open until 10 in the morning, and it's not even 9 yet. He hastily checked the electronic doorbell and realized that the visitor was no one else. It was the great head who had always taken good care of him at school, Lin Battle. Wang Xianxian hurriedly ran downstairs. Outside the door, Lin Battle pressed the doorbell repeatedly with a worried feeling. He had been deliberately paying attention to Wang Xianxian's movements since yesterday when his awakening failed. Today was supposed to be the day when students decided whether or not to take the martial arts exam, but when he went to school in the morning, he realized that Wang Xianxian didn't come to school. Upon further questioning Wang's students in other classes, he learned that Wang Xianxian had been expelled from the family by the Wangs, so he drove straight to the Drunken Immortal place. Seeing that no one opened the door for half a day, Lin War's heart fell to the bottom. Just as he was about to break in, the door opened directly from the inside. Hello, Director Lin. Looking at the young man with a clear face, Lin Zhan's hanging heart finally relaxed. Brat, I thought something had happened to you when you didn't open the door for half a day. Wang Xianxian scratched his head in embarrassment. Sorry, Director. I overslept. Lin Zhan looked at the teenager's smile, and a trace of sourness suddenly arose in his heart, but he quickly suppressed his emotions before speaking playfully. What? You won't invite me in for a seat? Wang Xianxian hurriedly stepped aside. How can I? Director, come in quickly. Lin Zhan couldn't help but sigh in admiration as he looked at the decorations within the Drunken Immortal place. Having been to so many wine shops, you're the only one that feels like home. Wang Xianxian was receiving water to boil tea, and the corners of his mouth gently rose when he heard the director's compliments. This was decorated by my mother, who told me that work is part of life and the store is equally home. Lin Zhan nodded his head gently, clearly recognizing this statement. If you say so, I do remember. Your mother seems to be a brewer as well? Wang Xianxian picked up the boiling kettle. Yes, my mother and I share the same vocation as brewers. Lin Zhan gazed into the teenager's eyes and said in a serious tone, I got the general idea before I came here. The director wants to tell you that there are still many choices in life, and no matter how hard the road is, if you take a big step forward, you can always get out of your own way. Wang Xianxian instantly understood the director's meaning. The other party was worried that he was seeking death. Thinking of this, Wang Xianxian's heart warmed. Don't worry, Director. I'll live well for my mother's sake. Hearing these words from the teenager, Lin Zhan completely relaxed as he took a sip of the tea the teenager had made. So do you have any plans for the future now? Wang Xianxian smiled bitterly. To be honest, I'm not really sure. I never thought I would awaken as a brewmaster. My previous planning had always been based on preparing for a sword class vocation. Listening to the teenager's words, Lin Zhan was not surprised, because even he couldn't have imagined that the other party would awaken a vocation such as a brewmaster. It was just that Lin War had come prepared today. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly as he watched the teenager's somewhat distressed appearance. How about the director recommending a path for you? Then, listening to Lin Zhan's words, Wang Xianxian instantly became interested. What road? Lin Zhan slowly got up, then went to the wine altar placed at the front desk and tapped it. Your mother runs a wine shop, so I suppose you should know quite a bit about wine? This, Wang Xianxian sweated a little. Director, I'm not clear about the wine industry, and I only know a little bit more than normal people. Hearing this, Lin Zhan looked at Wang Xianxian with a face full of oddities. Aren't you the one who manages this winery? Wang Xianxian hurriedly explained. The brewery has always been run by my mother's old staff helping out, and I haven't really been in charge of the store. I just come back for a few days when I'm on vacation. Plus, Alcohol always reminds me of a lot of sad things, so I haven't learned anything about it since my mother died. As far as I can remember, everything I know about wine was also taught to me by my mother when I was a child. At those words, Lin Zhan nodded his head gently. I see. So I'll give you a brief rundown. Wine is divided into mortal wine and spirit wine. Mortal wine can only be used as a drink, so let's leave it aside for now, and I'll focus on speaking to you about spirit wine. We martial artists can't cultivate without many cultivation resources, and spirit wine is one of those very important cultivation resources. Putting aside a few peculiar cultivation resources such as energy crystals, there are a total of 5 of the most flourishing cultivation resources, and they are known as the 5 absolute. The 5 best are spiritual wine, spiritual tea, spiritual pills, spiritual medicine, and spiritual food. These 5 cultivation resources take up almost 90% of a martial artist's cultivation resources. They not only enhance cultivation and strengthen the body, but also have many unique effects. It can be said that every martial artist is inseparable from these cultivation resources. Your vocation is that of a brewer, so it's entirely possible for you to consider learning to brew spirit wine. Brewmasters, too, are considered a scarce talent in the spirit wine industry. After all, the awakening rate of winemakers isn't high, and as the demand for cultivation resources from human martial artists gradually becomes greater, the spirit wine industry's demand for winemaking talents is also increasing year after year. I don't recommend that you enroll in martial arts high school. The martial arts exams will be good for you. Seemingly remembering something, Lin War paused for a moment. Of course, the director doesn't mean to look down on you. It's just my judgment based on the current situation. If you have ideas of your own, you can tell me, and I'll help you with whatever I can. Wang Xianxian froze for a moment. The other party was taking care of his emotions like this, which made him feel a little warm inside. Director, I'm not that fragile on the inside, and I think your advice is good. It's just that I don't know much about vocational high schools and I'm gifted. Hearing that Wang Xianxian was willing to go to a vocational high school, Lin Zhan got excited. No harm done. I still have some contacts in the education world. I don't know if you've heard of it. Whitewater Academy? Whitewater Academy? Wang Xianxian searched his memory hard, but realized that he didn't have much of an impression. Lin Zhan smiled and explained. Whitewater Academy is a vocational high school after all. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. Let me ask this another way. You've heard of the Wine Sage Academy, haven't you? That's for sure. Wang Xianxian cried and laughed a little. Wine Sage College is a top 10 college in the country. Who wouldn't recognize a top university? Lin Zhan smiled mysteriously. That Whitewater Academy is actually the vocational high school that was opened by the Wine Sage Academy 3 years ago. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian's expression was a bit stunned. Tenjuchi, what a coincidence. Looking at the teenager's shocked expression, Lin Zhan enjoyed it very much. Not only that, many of the old professors who retired down from the Wine Sage Academy have run to Whitewater Academy. Retired college professors running off to vocational high schools? The more Wang Xian heard, the more outrageous he felt, and he even felt that the director was teasing him. Lin Zhan obviously also sensed the teenager's thoughts, so he further explained. Those old professors of the Wine Sage Academy are actually all old drunkards, and their greatest hobby is drinking wine. Yet the vast majority of the wines of this world have been tasted by them. The older you get, the tougher your tastes get. So a lot of professors put their hopes in those younger winemakers. Young people are energetic and creative and tend to make a lot of strange wines with strange flavors. That's exactly why those old codgers retired and capped up at Whitewater College. Their daily routine is to hug and mentor and coach young people, and then drink wine brewed by students and play mahjong. The more Lin Zhan said, the weaker his voice became, and at the end he seemed to have some difficulty cutting his teeth. And my benefactor is one of them. The two had fallen into a long silence. Finally, Wang Xianxian was the first to break the silence. Chief, are they really reliable? Lin Battle coughed twice uncomfortably. There shouldn't be any problem. Even though it's a newly opened institution, it has the name of Wine Sage University after all. You go ahead and try. And if it doesn't work, I'll think of something for you then. What vocational high school can't you get into when you usually get almost perfect scores in your cultural classes? It's not like you have to take the martial arts exam in half a month. So take my letter of introduction and go check it out first. And if you think it's okay, you can then enroll in school. After saying that, Lin Zhan took out an envelope as well as a bank card from his pocket. This is my letter of introduction. After you go to the Whitewater Academy and find my benefactor Moe drunk, he will naturally take care of you after reading the letter. Also, there's $1 million in this card. So don't reject it yet. You kid. Lin Zhan didn't give Wang Xianxian any chance to open his mouth. Director, I belong to the well-paid people. This money is nothing to me. Whitewater Academy is in Heavenly Wine City. It's too far away from our Heavenly Sword. and you'll need money to buy materials when you're studying outside by yourself. Wang Xianxian looked at the bank card on the desktop, and his emotions were somewhat uncontrollable. Director, I really can't have it. I still have my savings left to me by my mother. It's perfectly enough for me. Before the teenager could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lin Zhan. You're being polite to me. Your mother is your mother and I'm me. In the future, we will be living alone. Need to use money more than you think. You a small child know what let you collect it. Well, I don't have time to spend with you here. Today is the day of the martial arts exam volunteering. I'm going back to school after a shitty class with endless meetings. You can go back to school if you want to, and it's okay if you don't. The literature test is over anyway. Don't send it. Just pack your bags and save yourself from staying in this shithole that breaks your heart. Lin Zhan cursed and walked out. When he reached the door he suddenly stopped. He turned his head and laughed at the teenager. My son, your teacher has always believed that you could be a strong person, no matter what field you were willing to believe in. After saying that, Lin Zhan left the drunken immortal fawn without looking back. Only the teary-eyed teenager was left standing frozen in place. Wang Xianxian picked up the recommendation letter on the table and looked at the pale and powerful font at the envelope. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but flatten. Whitewater Academy was just a new school, and Director Lin's recommendation of the school for himself was just a front. There is a gap between vocational high schools, but it's not really that big. Director Lin's real purpose was to get his benefactor to take care of himself. The teenager slowly walked to the door as he watched Lin War drive away. After returning upstairs, Wang Xianxian looked at himself in the mirror. Tears fell uncontrollably. Yesterday's mysterious benefactor. Today's Director Lin. His life didn't seem as bad as he thought it would be. Mom, no one seems to like me except you. Everyone hates me, they don't play with me. Envy Immortal. One day you'll meet people who are willing to play with you, and you'll meet real family. Mommy lied. Envy Immortal. Remember that when someone identifies with you from the bottom of their heart, that person is a true family member to you. Just then, the corner of the teenager's mouth finally lifted. Mom, I found. After washing his face, Wang Xianxian began to pack up his luggage. He had a goal now. Sky Wine Market. Heavenly Wine City is definitely safer than Heavenly Sword City. Cloud Wine goes to the Tenju City Brewers Association to find Mr. Linzhou. Wang Xianxian goes to Whitewater College in Tenjo City. I don't know if I'll be attending the Whitewater Academy, but there's always a place to land in the city of Heavenly Wine. The identity of student, Wang Xianxian did not want to lose it, because the state's security protection for students was very exaggerated. A long time ago, there was always someone or a force that brutalized students for private gain. For the country, young people mean hope, and this is a very serious matter. That is why the state has enacted very strict laws, as well as specialized regulatory authorities. No one dared to easily touch this bottom line, and the imperial clan was no exception. Perhaps Wang Jianyan had other means to circumvent it, but no matter what, having this identity was better than not having it. Besides, if things go well with Cloud Wine, it won't matter if you go to school or not. Master Grandpa Linzhou was the vice president of the Brewers Association. If he could get his help, the road behind him would be much smoother. Wang Xianxian's talent allowed him to comprehend sword intent by drinking homebrewed wine, and he could transform the sword intent he comprehended into an innate wine sword. Learning to make wine would accelerate the growth of his strength. Wang Xianxian didn't have much to pack. A simple change of clothes, a photo with my mother, various documents about myself. His mother left him the deed to the property, the bank card, and the wine party omnibus. The most valuable of all these things is the general collection of wine recipes. This is because it contains a record of the recipes for all the alcoholic beverages of the Majia family. There are 118 drink recipes in this book. Among them, 52 types of mortal wine, 28 types of first-order spirit wine, 16 types of second-order spirit wine, 10 types of third-order spirit wine, 6 types of fourth-order spirit wine, 3 types of fifth-order spirit wine, 2 types of sixth-order spirit wine, and 1 type of seventh-order spirit wine. This stuff can be worth its weight in gold. But he wasn't going to give away the recipe at all. This is the foundation of the Mo family, and mother has explained it. Although the Mo family abandoned her mother, she did not resent the Mo family. As a son of man, he is supposed to respect his mother's will. If he had the chance, he would have to meet his grandfather, whom he had never met. He didn't want his mother to have regrets. Other than that, he wouldn't touch the Mercers too much. After all, the mother had been removed from the Murray family. Nominally, he no longer had any semblance of kinship with the Mercers. After packing all the bags, the time had come to 11 in the morning. When Wang Xianxian walked to the first floor, he happened to meet the store manager, Mr. and Mrs. Li. The couple had followed their mother for many years and had a deep affection for drunken immortal place. Auntie Lee couldn't help but see joy in her eyes when she saw Wang Xianxian come down. Young Master Envy Immortal, how was your rest? Wang Xianxian smiled and responded. Resting perfectly, don't worry Aunt Lee. After Li Bo, who was at the front desk, finished entertaining the guests, he also rushed to Wang Xianxian's side and expressed his concern. Little young master, how do you feel thin? Don't go out to eat today. I'm going to buy a phoenix feather chicken now, and later stew a soup. Properly replenish your body. Wang Xianxian gently shook his head and politely refused. Uncle Li, Aunt Lee, I'm leaving. Young master, are you going home? Auntie Lee said with concern. I'm leaving Heavenly Sword City to study abroad. The teenager spent 10 minutes explaining the reason for the trip to the Lees. Li Bo patted Wang Xian's hand after hearing this. Young master, take care of yourself out there. Don't worry, Uncle Li, Wang Xianxian promised. Just as he was about to head out, he was stopped by Auntie Lee. Young master, we have an unwritten rule in the brewing industry. If the shopkeeper is traveling far away, he must personally brew a jar of wine before leaving, and when the shopkeeper returns safely, open the jar, set up a feast, and celebrate his safe return. Aunt Lee's words caused Wang Xianxian to freeze a bit, and he scratched his head in some embarrassment. Aunt Lee, you know me. I don't really know how to make wine. Ha ha ha. Auntie Lee covered her mouth and laughed out. Young master, now you have awakened to your vocation. Wang Xianxian snapped back to his senses. Yeah, he's awakened to the vocation. Thinking of this, he went directly to the brewing room of the drunken immortal Fong. Looking at the various raw materials stored in the brewery room, Wang Xianxian directly tapped on his skill panel. Immortal Brew Active Skill. Skill Effect. Consume raw materials to brew fine wine. The wine you brew must be of the highest quality and endowed with the blessing of the wine immortal. After briefly reading the skill descriptions, he began to think about what kind of wine to make. The brewer's brewing skill requires knowledge of the recipe for the wine, and as long as you have the recipe and the raw materials, you can make the wine. His immortal brew, on the other hand, didn't have this kind of limitation. Without a recipe, those ingredients could generate fine wine in his hands. 5 minutes later, Wang Xianxian put his hand on the green plums in the basket. I remember my mother always loved green plum wine. For the first wine, then, let's go with green plums. Wang Xianxian let out a deep breath as the spiritual energy in his body began to mobilize. Fairy brew. As the teenager's words fell, the plums in the basket began to levitate. Immediately after that, the raw materials such as white sugar, raw water, and base wine also floated up under Wang Xianxian's spiritual power manipulation. The skills of a vocation are paranormal, brewing class skills that automatically generate wine, directly eliminating the need for complex steps such as fermentation. That's the horror of vocation. Brewing in progress, wine fairy blessing in. After the skill was activated, all the raw materials began to release a strange golden glow. By the time the glow had completely faded, 10 minutes had passed. Successful brewing of plum wine, mortal grade, received the blessing of the wine fairy, and the green plum wine receives a special effect. After filling the plum wine into the wine altar, Wang Xianxian directly checked the details of the plum wine. Plum wine. Quality, mortal grade extreme wine immortal blessing. Effect, extends life for 1 year. Can only be effective once. Introduction, receive mortal wine blessed by the wine fairy. It's too much. Looking at the introduction of green plum wine, Wang Xianxian was shocked. The wine immortal's blessing was surprisingly able to give mortal wine the effect of spiritual wine. This wine Sword Immortal's skills were really a bit scary. Worthy of a sword and wine immortal. The strength of his talent caused Wang Xianxian to be extremely excited inside. After the excitement had passed, he was in deep thought. He thought of his benefactor who had saved his life yesterday. After a long time, the teenager unleashed the skill again. After the new wine was brewed, Wang Xianxian carefully put it into the exquisite ceramic wine pot. Then he took out paper and pen and wrote a letter. After doing everything, Wang Xianxian came to Aunt Lee with the letter and the wine pot. Aunt Lee, the wine is ready. It's green plum wine. I put it in the cellar. Also, someone might come to our store in the next few days to ask about me. When the time comes, would you be so kind as to forward this jug of wine and the letter for me, and carry a message for me in return? Aunt Lee was curious. What's the word? Just say. After listening to the teenager's explanation, Auntie Lee nodded solemnly. Young master, I know. I will keep this letter and the wine. Wang Xianxian laughed. Auntie Lee doesn't need to be nervous. Maybe no one will come to ask at all. After everything was accounted for, Wang Xianxian stood at the front desk, staring at the store's decorations in a daze. It was as if he wanted to carve the entire drunken immortal place into his mind. Mom, I'm leaving. The teenager, wearing a sports suit and carrying a duffel bag, stepped out of the gate, then slowly disappeared at the end of the street in the eyes of the Lees unwillingly. ancestral residents of the Tianjian Wang clan. Today is a very important day for Wang. The Supreme Elder who had been in seclusion for as long as 3,000 years had emerged today. At high noon, the banquet, luxurious to the extreme, was being prepared in a hurry. In the great hall, Wang Jianyan was dressed in gorgeous clan clothes. He looked at his son, who was sitting beside the Supreme Elder, and pride was written all over his face. Ever since the Supreme Elder had emerged from the gate, he had looked up to the sky and laughed long and hard when he learned that the contemporary Wang clan had produced an X-ranked talented family member. After that, he brought Wang Beichen directly to his side. That highly placed Taishan Elder did not hide his favor towards Wang Beichen in the slightest. This made Mr. and Mrs. Wang Jianyan, who are parents, so excited that they could not sleep for a few days. Many of the people in power in the clan bowed to him and withdrew from the race for patriarch. If nothing else, in 3 years' time, he would be able to take over his father's chair of power and become the new patriarch. He was the one in charge of this banquet celebrating the Taishan Grand Elder's release. The time was now almost noon, and he was on his way to the gate to greet his honored guest. Just after leaving the great hall, a man dressed as a servant came to Wang Jianyan's side and bent down to speak. Third Master, those scouts sent out have lost the men. What? Wang Jianyan's face instantly turned ugly. A group of prosperous Star Realm people can't even keep up with a loser. What's the use of me raising you? The man opened his mouth in a somewhat aggravated manner after being reprimanded. Third Master, he's just too vigilant. We followed him for 10 whole days. He was always switching between various modes of transportation during those 10 days. The use of abilities is prohibited in public areas like the High Line, and it's difficult for us to track his location accurately. The hardest part was that he also bought a large number of tickets and we couldn't even determine his itinerary based on the ticket information. He would often get off in the middle of the ride, or even not get off at the stop, and then make up the ticket. Our scouts didn't know exactly where he was going by the end of the day. Wang Jianyan cursed when he heard his subordinates report. And where did you lose them? The man hurriedly replied. Third Master, we lost him at the Silver Sea City high-speed railway station. Silver Sea City? Wang Jianyan's brows furrowed. What is that little trash doing in the East Sea region? After pondering for half a day and not getting an answer, Wang Jianyan simply gave up. You guys keep following the clues. I've got something going on right now that I can't get out of. I've got to find that little punk. The man answered immediately upon hearing this, then turned and walked off into the distance. Wang Jianyan suppressed the displeasure in his heart, and an enthusiastic smile resurfaced on his face before walking towards the gate. Deep in the ancestral mansion of the Wang clan, it's a very different place than the noisy environment outside. Serenity is the theme song here. Inside a small courtyard somewhere, the young girl kept petting the small white beast in her arms. Shimeji, still can't hear from him? Shimeji wiggled his little ears and hung his head. Your Highness, my current strength is too weak to use my innate talent well. It's fine. Fu Xian'er gently touched Shimeji's little ears. If we can't hear then we'll use our eyes to see. Hearing this, Shimeji immediately became anxious. Your Highness, you are still not well and Master is not here. It is not safe for us to go out like this. Fu Xian'er guffawed. The Kung Fu was not learned seriously, but the teacher's prudence is learned. Don't worry, this is Heavenly Sword City. Nothing will happen. After saying that, she brought Shimeji directly to the Wang clan's Taishan Grand Elder. As a guest, you should give notice when you are leaving your host's home so that you do not appear to be rude. When the Supreme Grand Elder saw the arrival of Fu Xian'er, he rose and saluted. Your Highness Xian'er, what are your orders? Fu Xian'er returned the salute. Elder, there's no need to be polite. It's just that Shimeji and I would like to roam around this Heavenly Sword City for a few moments. So it is. The Supreme Elder smiled as he stroked his beard. Does your Highness Xian'er need a guide? Seeing this, Wang Beichen, who was beside the Supreme Elder, hurriedly shouted. I can be the guide. Wang Beichen's eyes burned as he looked at the Fu Xian'er in front of him. From the first moment he just saw the Fu Xian'er, he was attracted by the young girl's extraordinary aura. He was always courted by girls at school, but he couldn't get interested in the plain girls at all. Only the girl in front of him, just one glance, made him sink. Just as he was planning to make a good show of it later, he heard the faint sound of rejection from the young girl. Thank you for your kind words, Supreme Elder. I have Shimeji with me. I don't need a guide. The Supreme Elder did not feel displeased by Fu Xian'er's refusal. Then please take care of your Highness Xian'er's health. And if you need anything, please feel free to let us know. After a short guest visit, Fu Xian'er left the Wang clan's ancestral home with Shimeji, leaving behind Wang Beichen to look at the direction that Fu Xian'er had left in, his face showing resignation. The Supreme Elder clearly detected the other party's displeasure. Chen male love and female love is a very normal thing, but since ancient times marriage has also been about a family. With my Wang's current volume, I can't climb this high branch. At those words, Wang Beichen unknowingly clenched his fists. The Supreme Elder looked at this family's heavenly pride with satisfaction. But if you can practice hard, there is no chance that you won't have this opportunity. Ha, ancestral grandpa, is this true? Wang Beichen instantly became excited. Touching Wang Beichen's head, the Supreme Elder's gaze looked into the distance. There are some things I can't tell you yet. You just need to know that the family will help you improve your talent. When you suppress all the contemporary heavenly prides, ancestral grandfather assures you that this matter will be accomplished. Hearing this, Wang Beichen's eyes instantly caught fire as he licked his lips. Don't worry, grandfather ancestor. I will be able to marry her. 288, Sword Spirit Street. Your Highness, this is it. The little head of Shimeji in Food Siener's arms shouted excitedly at Drunken Immortal Place. Drunken Immortal Place? Food Siener raised her eyebrows. This winery dares to name it. It was approaching noon, and fewer people came to drink. Food Siener went straight to the front desk. Hello, may I ask if Wang Xian is here? Auntie Li, who was wiping down the front desk, was puzzled. And you are? I have something to look for him and want to ask him some questions. Food Siener made up a random excuse. Auntie Li apologized a bit. Miss, I'm really sorry. The young master left a few days ago. Gone? Food Siener frowned and said in her heart, could it be that he was already physically well? Thinking about it she continued. And do you know where he went? Aunt Li shook her head. That we don't know for sure. Except that it's off to school. Hearing this, Food Siener was a bit lost. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, she was stopped by Auntie Li. Girl, please stay. Food Siener looked at Auntie Li suspiciously. Auntie Li turned around and took out a bottle of wine and a letter from the cupboard, then said with expectant eyes, when my family's young proprietor was leaving, he said that a benefactor had saved his life, but because of many reasons he was unable to express his gratitude to the benefactor in person. So he explained to me that if anyone came to pry, he would hand this letter over on his behalf. Speaking here, Auntie Li paused for a moment, then continued, Girl, I think that you are probably the young master's benefactor. Food Siener looked at the old woman in amazement and was a bit puzzled. Why would you think that? Aunt Li guffawed. It was your eyes that told me. The young proprietor once said that he couldn't see his benefactor's face, but he only remembered his benefactor's eyes. Food Siener blinked her own beautiful golden eyes, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but lift up. Auntie Li saw this and reinforced her suspicions. She put the wine and the letter in front of the Food Siener. Girl, thank you for saving my life, and please take it. In the end, the food fairy took the wine and the letter. Heavenly Sword Mountain. This is a famous attraction in Heavenly Sword City. It was said that the Sword Emperor had comprehended the way of the sword here back then. Food Siener walked along the mountain path with Shimeji in her arms. Shimakazu looked down at the envelope in the young girl's hand and Your Highness, he ran away so fast. It's obvious that he could have gotten our help if he stayed. And with him running away, the Wangs can take a shot at him. Food Siener looked up at the blazing sun in the air and said softly, he didn't know. People always instinctively want to get away from places that hurt them, and it's good to be gone. After a long silence, Shimeji suddenly looked up and asked. He was empty of hatred, but he ended up with a wasted spiritual vein. What will happen to him in the end? Your Highness? Food Siener gently shook her head. The world is like smoke. The red dust is like the sea. I don't know. The sun was hanging in the center of the heavenly gate at this time. The young girl looked straight at the sun in the air, her expression gradually becoming firm as she seemed to have made up her mind about something. Fate can be changed, spirit veins can be remodeled, and people can likewise get back on their feet. Shimeji, help me find him when the benevolent avatar can be used again. I want to help him. The little Shimeji raised his head. Don't worry, Your Highness. I'm the spirit beast Shimeji that listens to all directions and understands everything. As long as I open my innate divine ability, there is nothing I can't hear. With that, it pointed a paw at the envelope in the young girl's hand. Your Highness, won't you open it? Food Siener hesitated for a moment and opened the envelope in her hand. By the time you read this, perhaps I will have reached the end of my journey. I beg your pardon for my rudeness, as I am not sure of your identity and do not know how I should address you. I am ashamed to say that I did not get a good look at you at the time. At the time of writing this letter, it is this incident that I regret most. But hooray, I remembered your eyes. Thank you, for giving me the chance to live. A drop of kindness is yet to be repaid by a spring of water. The gift of saving my life is engraved in my heart and will never be forgotten. I read your eyes that day, so I knew you would come back for me. But, for some reason, I eventually chose to leave. I ask your forgiveness for my departure, which was not an escape. The jug of wine you received was hand-brewed by me. Since I can't express my gratitude in words, I use wine as a substitute. Perhaps you have tasted many fine wines, but I can assure you that this pot will surprise you. If you like it, I'll have it for you on a regular basis. Signed, Wang Xianxian. Contact 109876577880. The summer wind wrapped around the heat and ruffled the tresses of the young girl's hair. The letter paper in the young girl's hand, too, made a rustling sound. Just then, Shimakazu's little ears flicked. Master is here. The White Zephyr Emperor smiled as he walked over to Food Siener. Your Highness, you seem happy. Just came across something interesting. Food Siener bowed. Have you taken care of the Emperor's business? Emperor Baize nodded and said, it's already been done. So once I've taken care of Wan's affairs, I can depart the day after tomorrow. After saying that, Emperor Baize glanced at the letter in Food Siener's hand. The teenager left it, didn't he? Aha! Food Siener didn't avoid it. She carefully put the letter away and then opened the wine pot mentioned in the letter. Bang! The moment the lid was opened, the rich aroma of wine wafted out. The young girl's agitated nose sniffed gently, and the pores of her body stretched out. Smells good. Emperor Baize had similarly smelled the fragrance of the wine, and being in a high position, he didn't know how many fine wines he had tasted. He quickly judged the quality of the pot of wine. If I remember correctly, that youngster should only be 15 years old. Right. And at such an age he can even brew a mortal rank extreme wine? Food Siener didn't know anything about wine as she queried. Emperor, what's the concept of the mortal rank extreme grade? Emperor Baize patiently explained. There is a difference between mortal and spiritual wine. And spiritual wine is brewed from heavenly treasures, so it contains magical effects. Spirit wines are, by quality, divided into 9 orders, with the first order being the lowest and the 9th order the highest. For example, the Inferno Dragon wine from the banquet a few days ago belongs to the 7th rank spirit wine. The same Inferno Dragon wine will be superior or inferior because of the different skill levels of the brewers. In order to distinguish between such superiority and inferiority, people have subdivided the wine into 4 grades: the inferior, the intermediate, the superior, and the very best. And mortal wine doesn't have any effect because of the ingredients, but all wines are equally divided into top quality, middle quality, bottom quality, and extreme quality. Even those master brewers who are skillful in their craft cannot guarantee that they will be able to brew the very best wine of the mortal rank. That young man is only 15 years old, but he is so talented in brewing wine. Shimeji's tiny head, a big question mark. It didn't understand why the hallowed brewing patriarch didn't even have the confidence to brew extreme mortal wine. Seeing that the disciple was still a bit confused, Emperor Baize continued to explain. Whether it's a high-level brewer or a low-level brewer, they all have a wine they specialize in making. It's as if celebrity chefs all have dishes they specialize in. Again, some celebrity chefs are good with spices and some like to salt them. It's about proficiency. To take the simplest example, the mortal order dish, shredded pork with green peppers. The lowliest chef has been making shredded pork with green chiles for 50 years, and he has mastered the dish to its peak. That's why the shredded pork with green peppers cooked by this lowly chef can be called superb. And the shredded pork with green chili peppers cooked by other people might be able to reach the point of medium grade. Even a high-ranking chef may not be able to beat him in the dish of shredded green pepper and pork. Back to the wine. Whether it's a high-grade spirit wine or a mortal wine, the fact that it can reach an extremely high quality means that the brewer possesses a near-perfect understanding of the wine. Let me give you another example. Old Man Do, that old drunkard. You remember, don't you? Principal Do of the Wine Saint Academy? Food Siener had a slight impression. That's right. Emperor Baize stroked his beard and replied. Old Man Do came from a spirit wine family, and his talent for brewing wine was hailed at the time as the strongest in the Do family in the last 300 years. This kind of talent, brewing the first mortal rank extreme wine of his own, and he's only 15 years old. After listening to Emperor Baize's words, Food Siener finally had a clearer perception of the wine in her hand. Thinking that teenager possessed such talent, Food Siener was also slightly more relieved. The young girl smelled the wine and couldn't control herself as she took a sip, the sweetness of the wine instantly filling her mouth. She swallowed the gulp slowly, feeling the warmth in her throat as if a sweet spring had rushed into her heart. In a trance, memories from her teenage years flooded into her mind. She saw the teenager's pain, the teenager's strength, and the teenager's thankfulness for herself that she couldn't put into words. Food Siener had never felt this way before. She felt as if the sip of wine was talking, and it's only 2 short words. Thanks. Almost instantly, Food Siener's eyes snapped open. She took another sip of her wine, and this time she didn't take her time to savor it, but instead just drank right out of the glass. Slamming in a large amount of wine didn't make the Food Siener feel uncomfortable. Instead it made her feel an extreme sense of pleasure. In the next instant, the young girl's body felt as if it was being scorched by flames, and her chest rose and fell as if she wanted to release that fiery breath. Accompanied by a loud phoenix sound, the great sun golden crow once again emerged from behind Food Siener. Not only that, but the aura of Food Siener also began to start climbing upwards at an incredible speed. The huge golden crow soared recklessly in the air, releasing the pleasure in his heart. The White Zephyr Emperor beside him could not hide the horror in his heart when he saw this. This is... The golden crow vision lasted for a full 10 minutes. Along with the dissipation of the golden crow, the fiery sensation within Fu Xian'er's body gradually subsided, and her breathing gradually stabilized. The young girl slowly opened her eyes and looked at the wine jug in her hand, her face full of incredulity. I've repaired my soul injury. Not only that, I've made a breakthrough. After saying that, Fu Xian'er looked at Emperor Baizhe with a puzzled look. Emperor, is this really mortal wine? It is indeed mortal wine. Emperor Baizhe's tone was undeniable. Fu Xian'er was full of doubts. But the effect of this wine is even better than the peach fairy brew from last year's state banquet. How could it possibly be mortal wine? Emperor Baizhe sighed, more emotion in his tone, because this pot of wine was infused with emotion by the person who made it, and that emotion was recognized by heaven and earth. This jug of wine in your hand has, in a sense, departed from the ranks of mortal wine. Wine is similar to food in that they can both be vehicles for emotion. Everyone has a dish in their heart that can't be surpassed, and it's often family that burns that dish. As the kitchen god famously said, the person who beats the kitchen god is often mom. That's the power of emotion. The technique of reaching the peak, coupled with a touching infusion of emotion, can complete the sublimation of the brew. This wine hides emotions that only certain people can feel, and only certain people can enjoy the power of the blessing contained in the wine. This jug of wine was made because of you, and its blessings can only be enjoyed by you. In other words, it is a special spirit wine, and one that belongs exclusively to you. Listening to Emperor Baizhe's marvelous tone, the young girl licked the wine that remained on her lips, recalling the teenager's gratitude hidden in the wine. The corners of Fu Xian'er's mouth rose slightly as she spoke softly. You're welcome. Hello passengers. Ahead to the station Tianjiu North Station. There are off passengers, please organize your luggage. Do not forget things on the train. Tianjiu City is located in the eastern part of China's Yunhai-Ro province, famous for its abundance of spirit wine. It is a famous wine city all over the world, as well as an important military city in China's southwestern region. Sitting in his seat, Wang Xianxian snapped his eyes open. It's here. 10 days ago, Wang Xianxian set off from Heavenly Sword City to Heavenly Wine City. On the way to the high-speed train station, he was acutely aware of the stalker. According to the plan, he first ran in the direction of northeast China, constantly changing trains on the way. Water transportation, land transportation switched, and eventually he completely lost the person he was following in the East Sea province, Silver Sea City. After shaking off the trail, he didn't get careless. After a few weeks, he purchased a high-speed train to Tianjiu City in Qingdang City. Wang Xianxian was worried that his beastly father would find out his ticket information through the railroad system, so he had been on guard, purchased tickets across stations and on multiple routes at the same time. Even the terminal of his current ticket was not Sky Wine Station. It had been a 10-day walk, and his mind was constantly on high alert. But, no matter what, he had finally arrived at his destination. Heavenly Wine City was a super tier 1 city and one of the 7 absolute cities of the Great Xia, because tourism is highly developed. An unusually large number of travelers get off at this stop. 20 minutes later, Wang Xianxian left from Tianjiu North Station and directly caught a cab. Master, go to Whitewater Academy. When the cab driver heard this, he immediately turned on the meter. Okay, please fasten your seatbelts. We're leaving now. The cab was traveling on the elevated road, and Wang Xianxian was shocked at the first sight of the city. Wine breath. The wine breath here was surprisingly strong to the point of being visible to the naked eye. Even more breathtaking are the huge islands suspended in the sky. The shocking smell of alcohol spread from there. The driver opened his mouth when he saw Wang Xianxian's surprised face. Young man, it's your first time in our Sky Wine City, isn't it? Wang Xianxian nodded. What do you think of the heavenly wine market? It's worthy of its reputation, right? The driver was full of pride. Unbelievable. Wang Xianxian marveled. Won't your bodies be affected by living in a city rich in alcohol for a long time? The driver laughed as if he had heard something funny. Don't watch a lot of TV, do you, young man? All this booze is doing us 100% of good and no harm. The main reason is because of the unique geography of our city of Sky Wine. The reason why Heavenly Wine City has become the holy land of famous wine is not because the wine sage was born here, but because it is the only place that can raise a wine sage. The most basic ingredient in winemaking is water. There are countless famous springs in the city of Heavenly Wine, and of the 10 most famous springs in the world, Heavenly Wine, have 7 of them. Not only that, but any spirit material planted in my Heavenly Wine market will shorten the time needed to mature by a large margin. The root cause of such wonders is the tens of thousands of spirit veins below the Heavenly Wine market, 12 extreme grade spirit veins, hundreds of upper grade spirit veins, 3,000 middle-grade spirit veins, and tens of thousands of lower-grade spirit veins. We are a mecca of wine here, with winemakers from around the globe making the pilgrimage every day. The empty island you just saw is the top-ranked school known as the Cradle of the Wine Saint, the Wine Saint Academy. As for the booze problem you mentioned, we Sky Wine people have our own way of cracking it, that is drinking water from the famous spring. All of our local springs have the effect of detoxifying alcohol, and the heavenly wine spring water not only lifts the alcohol that has built up in our bodies, but it also helps us channel the aura from the alcohol into our spiritual veins. Every day I go home and take a sip of sweet spring water, and hey, that's what it tastes like. Wang Xianxian in the back row could clearly feel the driver's pride in his hometown. Thinking about it though, whether it was political and military or economic, Skywine City was able to secure a spot in the top 7 out of the 3,000 cities in the country. The driver glanced at Wang Xianxian in the rearview mirror and wondered, "Young man, I take it you're a junior at your age? You're not going to prepare for the martial arts exams at this point in time. Are you already planning to go to a vocational high school?" Wang Xianxian smiled. "My talent wasn't too good, so I gave up the martial arts exam." The driver nodded after hearing this. Vocational high school is fine. It's safe to not have to face Fei in the future. My son, has awakened the sommelier, and his talent is the D-ranked spirit wine increase, which allows him to enjoy double the effect of the spirit wine he drinks. Wang Xianxian raised an eyebrow. That's a very good talent. Whether it's for life or combat, it's quite practical. The driver sighed. A little sadly, practical is practical. But we're just ordinary folk, and I don't expect him to be great. I just want him to be peaceful. I actually want him to go to the vocational high school. After all, that talent of his doesn't really stand out when put in combat. But that brat is bent on becoming a celestial martial artist. No matter how much he says it's useless, he's concentrating on preparing for the martial arts exams during this period of time. I can't sleep these days with all the worry. Hearing this, a trace of sourness rose within Wang Xianxian's heart. Is this a real father? Wang Xianxian looked at the driver's worried expression through the rearview mirror and was overcome with emotion. Martial artists have a high status and earn a lot of money. That's because they are constantly facing the threat from the Fae. The driver's son awakening talent is really useful. You can reduce the consumption of resources in your usual training, and then get a notable boost in battle. Compared to attending a vocational high school, martial arts high school was indeed more suitable for him. Turning his head to look at the scenery outside the window, Wang Xianxian couldn't help but smile to himself. Other people's fathers couldn't sleep worrying about their children's future well-being, but his father was worse than an animal. The fire of hatred in his heart was once again ignited, and Wang Xianxian hastily looked out the window in an attempt to divert his attention. Looking out the window at the street, he asked with some confusion, "Master, is there some kind of festival in Heavenly Wine City lately? Why are there celebration scenes everywhere along the way?" Don't you know?" the driver queried. "The news has been broadcasting that miracle for days on end a while ago." Wang Xianxian was equally puzzled. Is there any connection between miracles and celebrations? The driver suddenly became agitated. Of course, this is a miracle of the god of wine. My goodness, a heaven and earth vision with global coverage. Even if we put it in the whole world, there has never been a vision of this level. I've heard experts say that widespread heaven and earth visions often symbolize the beginning of a new era. After this vision, the number of students awakening to the alcoholic vocation in Heavenly Wine City has increased by a full 18% compared to previous years. Also, the quality of the wine-related talents have all increased by a small margin. Everyone thinks it's a blessing from the heavens to give us heavenly wine, so celebrations are being organized these days. It's kind of chilly today. You didn't see it a week ago. That scene, it was more lively than a brewing competition. The Brewers Association even started the Wine God program specifically thinking this miracle was going to happen. Wang Xianxian quickly captured the key information. "Master, what is the Wine God program?" hissed the driver's master frowned. "I'm not really sure about that. It's a pity that we've already arrived at the Whitewater Academy, or else Uncle could have asked around for you. But that program is kind of famous. Try looking for it online." Upon hearing this, Wang Xianxian could only suppress the curiosity in his heart. After paying, he got out of the car with his backpack. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch as he looked at the exaggeratedly large academy gates in front of him. Is this vocational high school? The width of the college gate in front of them had reached hundreds of meters. There's also a huge plaza in the middle from the roadside to the gate. There were many parents of students in the square. Obviously these parents are here to bring their children to check out the school environment ahead of time. There are civil and military exams. Students also begin streaming in their junior year. The first 9 years of schooling are compulsory, and after the secondary school exams, students have to choose between vocational and martial arts high schools. Students whose vocation and talent are not suited to combat choose vocational high school. The rest of the students basically take the martial arts exams and then get into the martial arts high school based on their grades in both arts and martial arts. It is worth noting that both vocational high school, VHS, and WHS students are able to take the advanced placement examination, AP, because there were many people visiting. There was no censorship, and Wang Xianxian walked straight into the school. After a few inquiries, Wang Xianxian came to the faculty office. There weren't a lot of people in the faculty office. It was the middle of summer vacation and the school was already closed. Vocational high schools have an early summer vacation, about mid-June. But despite the small crowd, he was greeted by a teacher with gold-rimmed glasses. Fellow student Wang Xianxian, right? Lin Battle instructed me a few days ago, and I finally waited for you today. This teacher's enthusiasm was a bit excessive as he grabbed Wang Xianxian's hand and said cordially, "My name is Zhou Lin. I'm the first year's head of grade. Elder Mo is not at school right now, so if you need anything, just mention it and I'll try to arrange it for you." Faced with Zhou Lin's enthusiasm, although Wang Xianxian was a bit confused, he still responded politely. "Thank you, Mr. Zhou. I would like to ask when Professor Mo will be back." "You'll have to wait for this." Zhou Lin poured a cup of tea for Wang Xianxian. "Elder Mo is now leading a team of researchers abroad, and I'm afraid he won't be able to return without a month's time. But don't worry, Lin Battle has already told me about your general situation. And if you have any needs, teacher will do it for you." Wang Xianxian got up and saluted. "Thank you, Mr. Zhou. There's no need to be polite to your teacher." Zhou Lin patted the teenager's shoulder. "Tired after rushing for so long? Your teacher has already arranged a dormitory for you. I'll take you there now." Trouble teacher. 5 minutes later, the two were walking down the road inside the school. Zhou Lin was introducing Whitewater Academy to Wang Xianxian. "Don't look at our Whitewater College as a vocational high school, but the construction specifications are on par with universities. In recent years, as the talent quality of newborn humans has improved, more and more of them have begun to step into the realm of heavenly martial artists. The growing cultivation population has led to an expanding demand for cultivation resources. In the face of an oversupply in the spirit wine market, the leaders of Heavenly Wine City finally constructed the Whitewater Academy after deliberation. The name Whitewater was given by the principal of the Wine Saint Academy himself. Whitewater, meaning wine. Zhou Lin's explanation was very interesting, and Wang Xianxian didn't find it boring. On the contrary, he was even a little more interested. Although our school has only been open for 3 years, it has already gained a notable reputation, and the enrollment program is expanding every year. The reason why Whitewater College is so attractive, besides the strong faculty, the most tempting condition is the guaranteed admission program. Bailout program? Wang Xianxian was puzzled. Zhou Lin smiled mysteriously. Every year, the Wine Saint Academy grants 5 special enrollment spots to the Whitewater Academy. Wang Xianxian froze for a moment when he heard this. Nice guy. Vocational high school directly guaranteed to be a major? No wonder so many people signed up to get into a top 10 nationally ranked school like Wine Sage Academy. Your grade should at least be in the top 500 in the province. What's the concept of being in the top 500 in the province? The Heavenly Kingdom of China. 36 provinces, 3,000 cities. On average, there are almost 100 cities per province. That means that you have to be in the top 5 in the city on the entrance exam to have a chance. And at Whitewater Academy, you only need to be in the top 5 in the school to attend Wine Saint University. Top 5 in the school and top 5 in the city. You know which one to pick with your toes. Just as Wang Xianxian was sighing, Zhou Lin's voice directly pulled him back to reality. Here we are. Hearing the sound, Wang Xianxian looked ahead. A villa falls in an orderly fashion on both sides of the road. The villas are all very similar in style, being 2.5-story cottages. Each villa comes with a small courtyard outside. The sign on the road reads in big, bold letters, Teacher's Accommodation. When Wang Xianxian saw it, he couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Zhou, have we come to the wrong place?" Zhou Lin led Wang Xianxian to one of the villas and explained with a smile, "Come to the wrong place. Lin Battle said you'll stay in school for the next 3 years to dive into your studies. Considering the problem of staying in school during the winter and summer vacations, you have been placed in the teacher's dormitory." With that, Zhou Lin took out a white card from his pocket. "This is your temporary student ID and the key to the villa." After opening the door, Zhou Lin took Wang Xianxian on a brief tour of the villa's interior. Each floor of this villa is about 120 square feet. Counting the first floor, there are a total of 3.5 floors. On the first floor is the brewery room, which isn't huge, but it's definitely adequate. The first and second floors are living quarters, and there's a small balcony on the roof for you to raise some spiritual plants and bask in the sun or something. Oh yeah, some of the teachers here are a little grumpy. Zhou Lin explained everything in detail, and Wang Xianxian listened attentively. After all, this would be his home from now on. After the explanation, Zhou Lin patted Wang Xianxian's shoulder. I've already learned a bit about your situation from Lin Battle. Teachers will help you hide your school information, and no one outside can do anything to find out about you. Wang Xianxian was a bit surprised that something like school registration information was technically considered a national file. How can a teacher at a vocational high school have such access? Seeing that Wang Xianxian was a bit confused, Zhou Lin explained. Our Whitewater Academy is a bit special. Even though it's a vocational high school, it's directly under the Wine Saint Academy. Therefore, your academic information is under the administration of the Wine Sage Academy. In order to protect the security of student information, top colleges and universities have great autonomy over their own students' academic records. Here, you just have to study in peace. 10 minutes later, Zhou Lin left. As a grade-level director, Zhou Lin's workload is not small. He left his contact information with Wang Xianxian and urged that he should call him directly when he encountered any problems. Wang Xianxian liked this teacher, not just because of the other party's enthusiasm. Rather, it was the truth that this teacher exuded from the details. He could feel that the other man cared for him from the bottom of his heart. After so many years in the Wang clan, Wang Xianxian had still learned a lot. This includes, to some extent, the ability to see through the heart. Who was sincere and who was false? Wang Xianxian could judge it with his sixth sense. It was actually forced out. This skill was something he didn't know how many losses he had suffered before he practiced it. After Zhou Lin left, Wang Xianxian spent an afternoon going downtown to purchase a large pile of household items and returned. By the time he had simply set up his quarters, the time had come to 8 o'clock in the evening. Wang Xianxian finished washing up early and lay down on his new bed. He had been on the road all these days and he needed a good rest. Before going to bed, Wang Xianxian habitually watched the news. After watching the news, just as he was about to lock the screen, a voice call popped up on his phone. Director Lin Xuan. After connecting, Lin War's joyful voice came out of the microphone. I've been in meetings today and I just saw the message you sent. Brat, what took you so long to get to Skywine City? Wang Xianxian let out a simple smile. He stopped by for a few days on the way. That's what young people do. It's good to see more of the outside world. Lin Zhan laughed out brightly. You've met that teacher Zhou Lin, right? See, Mr. Zhou is very nice and enthusiastic. Wang Xianxian replied. Lin Zhan cheerfully said. Zhou Lin is my own senior brother. Just think of him as me. Don't be afraid of trouble. Good. After a brief exchange, Lin War began to get to the point. NV Fairy, your father sent someone to the school today to inquire about you. I made excuses to muddle through, but your family's scouts probably know I used to look for you, so they keep pestering me. Upon arriving here, Wang Xianxian immediately became worried. Director Lin, just tell them directly. The words were interrupted by Lin Zhan before he could finish. Are you kidding me? Who do you think the teacher is? Without some background, I came to your school as a director in my early 30s? Originally, the teacher wanted to spend time with you as an ordinary person, but what she got in return was worry and fear. I'm not pretending. I'm showing my cards. Your teacher, I'm from the Skywine Forest. You wouldn't be unaware of the gold content of the new license plate Imperial Clan, would you? The new brand Emperor Clan. There were not just 12 great emperors in Huaxia. In the 10,000 years of martial arts, there were many other strong people who broke the shackles and arrived at the peak, and these newly risen great emperors added up to 24. The 12 great emperors have contributed greatly to China, and in order to show respect for them, as well as to highlight their supreme status, that's why the honorary names of the old emperors were single words. For example, Emperor of Sword, Emperor of Wine, Emperor of Dan, Emperor of Medicine, Emperor of Tea, and all the newly risen great emperor honorifics are double-lettered. For example, the Mad Sword Emperor, the Resignation Wine Emperor, the Hanging Pot Emperor. The Heavenly Wine Lin clan's great emperor was none other than the Resignation Wine Great Emperor. Wang Xianxian never dreamed that he, the director who was so tawdry in the school, was also an emperor. So, do you still have to worry about me? Lin Zhan's flirtatious voice came over. Not to worry. Suddenly Wang Xianxian seemed to remember something. Director, isn't Vice President Lin Zhu of the Brewers Association also a Lin? Yo, it seems like you've already thought about it now. You've started to take the initiative to learn about the Brewers Association. Lin Battle was very pleased. The one you're talking about is indeed from our Lin family, and Vice President Lin Zhou is my second highest ancestor. My second great high ancestor has a strange temper and hasn't been on good terms with the other higher-ups in the clan over the years. Why? Wang Xianxian was a bit curious. So you kid also likes to listen to gossip? Lin Zhan flirted. Actually, I don't know. Your family is also an imperial clan, and there are so many things hidden amongst the higher-ups, who knows what it's because of. But there is one thing that stands out to me. It was about 10 years ago, when I was about your age. The second high ancestor erupted into conflict with the family for some unknown reason, and as a result, he was stopped and imprisoned by my sixth liege ancestor. That incident was a big deal, and in the end, it even alarmed several elders in the clan. I'm not sure in too much detail, but anyway, since then, Heir Gaozu has rarely returned home, basically not going back except for major holidays. After speaking, Lin Zhan lightly coughed twice. Well, the teacher has already told you my family gossip. In return, are you also? Suddenly, a loud noise came from Lin War's side. Let's not talk about it for now. I've got something coming up on my end. Every midterm is a bunch of shit. Hang up. We'll talk some other time. Watching the phone being hung up, Wang Xianxian cried and laughed. He's a teacher who's good at everything but gossiping too much. After putting down his cell phone, he began to think about what Director Lin Battle had just said. Soon a more reasonable guess surfaced in his mind. Vice President Rinku had a conflict with the family over a decade ago. That point in time was probably when Wang forced her mother to make peace with Wang Jianyan. As a master, Lin Zhou should be trying to go to Heavenly Sword City to back up his disciple. However, Lin was probably unwilling to cross swords with Wang in consideration of Wang's rise to power. Eventually an argument breaks out between Rinku and the family hierarchy. After having a reasonable speculation, Wang Xianxian once again opened his cell phone and started to look up information about Lin Zhou on the internet. As the vice president of the Brewers Association, Lin Zhou had his own words. When you click on it, you are greeted with a screen full of titles and honors. Lin Zhou, early stage martial artist of the 9th Order Ascension Realm, 8th grade brewmaster, known as the most gifted person in the Lin family in the last 1,000 years. He is 161 years old, Vice President of Huaxia Winemakers Association, Deputy Director of National Spirit Wine Research Center, Academician of Huaxia Spirit Wine Academy, Honorary Lifetime Professor of Wine Sage Academy, Leader of New Era Martial Artist Spirit Wine Development Program, Member of High-Level Expert Group of the National Martial Arts Regulation Commission. Looking at Lin Zhou's personal experience, Wang Xianxian couldn't help but be a little shocked. Less than 200 years old in the Ascension realm. The synopsis said that Rinku's vocation was wine nerd. It is the rarer vocation, and the strongest holder of all the wine-obsessed vocation in history. His talent was the X-ranked, drunk today. The exact effect is unknown. All that is known is that he was able to massively increase his battle power by drinking alcohol. X-rated talent. Wang Xianxian suddenly thought of Wang Beichen. If he is not awakened, then the gap between him and Wang Beichen is like a rift valley. Thinking about this, Wang Xianxian couldn't sleep either. He had to find a way to meet Vice President Rinku, and the method can't be too absorbing. Tapping his phone, Wang Xianxian began to search for news about Lin Zhou. Hashtag the Brewers Association has opened an emergency meeting due to the vision of the god of wine in heaven. Hashtag Vice President Lin Zhou proposes to increase resources for new winemakers. Hashtag a certain unknown new wine was highly recognized by Vice President Lin Zhou at Brewing Springhouse. Hashtag in response to the miracle, the Brewers Association launched the Wine God program. Hashtag the Alcoholics Anonymous program. Thinking about what the driver master said during the day, Wang Xianxian fell into deep thought. The heaven and earth vision he had triggered that night had attracted a great deal of attention from the heavenly wine city because it was related to wine. This worldwide vision of heaven and earth increases the probability of children awakening to their alcoholic vocation, and also enhances the quality of their talents. Many executives see this as a precursor to the wine path taking off. So there was the Wine God program. The so-called God of Wine program is that the top management started to screen outstanding winemaking talents on a large scale, nationwide, and give it a significant amount of resources. Normally, there are quite a few conditions that need to be met in order to take the brewer's test. For example, brewing records, high-level brewer recommendations. But now, this threshold will be completely liberalized in recent years. Young people who have awakened the vocation of the brewing class can boldly go to the Brewers Association to be tested. Those with high talent can even be mentored by high-level brewers. The Brewers Association, normally a more liberal organization, has become busy in order to run a smooth program. After a brief inquiry, Wang Xianxian learned that Vice President Lin Zhou likes to mentor young people. Perhaps because of his former teaching career, he will always be patient with young people. Just the day before, two young winemakers had the honor of being mentored by Lin Zhou. Seeing this, Wang Xianxian's heart warmed. He immediately decided to try his luck at the Brewers Association tomorrow. The next day, at 6 in the morning, Wang Xianxian opened his eyes on time. After briefly washing up, he first took out the deceitful heavenly mask. Mask of deception. Quality, Xian class excellent. Type, camouflaged spirit treasure. Effect, change of face. Introduction, a camouflage mask that can change facial muscles, and cannot be detected because its principle works on muscles. Note, cannot camouflage spiritual power fluctuations. After putting on the mask, Wang Xianxian felt the muscles of his face begin to change constantly. 10 minutes later, a clean-looking face appeared in the mirror. Wang Xianxian touched his new face and smiled gently. Hello, Cloud Wine. After making a good disguise, Wang Xianxian went straight out the door. After eating breakfast in front of the school, I took another cab. Master, go to the Brewers Guild. Okay. The vehicle was traveling on a wide road, and the driver couldn't help but craning his head to look behind him. Son, are you going to the Brewers Guild to take the test? How did you know? Wang Xianxian was a bit curious. The driver laughed softly and explained. Pulled several guests to the Brewers Association in the last few days, and all of them were there to take the test. There were 2 others about your age, so I figured you'd be there for the test as well. Wang Xianxian was a bit surprised as he took the opportunity to ask. Master, do you know anything about the Brewers Association? There doesn't seem to be much useful information online. The Brewers Association? The driver raised an eyebrow. Then you're asking the right person. In Heavenly Wine, who doesn't know a few brewers? Rumor has it that the Brewers Association was established by the wine emperor Du Wine, and then it took thousands of years of institutional changes to get to where it is today. Brewmasters have a very strict hierarchy just like spirit wine. The grades are divided into 9 classes. First-class brewers are the lowest, 9th-class brewers are the highest. After the driver's master's explanation, Wang Xianxian roughly had a more detailed knowledge of the winemaker. The main role of the Winemakers Association is to review and examine winemaker registrations. It is also responsible for a wide range of wine-related activities such as spirit wine safety management and wine recipe development. The number of registered winemakers is not large, according to publicly available data from the Brewers Association. As of last year, the number of registered brewers nationwide totaled 30.8 million. Among them, the proportion of winemakers with 3 pints or less reaches 80%. The vast majority of winemakers are junior winemakers. Advanced winemakers are an absolute rarity. It seems like a lot of brewers, but the total population of China is 52 billion. That's why the Brewers Association is so solicitous. Half an hour later, the cab pulled up steadily in front of the Brewers Association. Being the headquarters of the Winemakers Guild, it has a fabulous aesthetic. The Brewers Association headquarters has a unique exterior design that is artistic and technological. Not only is it the headquarters of the Brewers Association, it is one of the landmarks of the city of Skywine. This imposing building, with its overall cylindrical shape, towered over the clouds as if it was about to pierce them. Its facade was made of a special material that presented a silvery gray metallic texture that gave off a faint glow. This material had a strong protective ability and was said to be able to withstand the attacks of a 9th-ranked foreign beast. Above the front door of the building is a large wine gourd logo with the words Winemakers Guild engraved on it. The font was simple and elegant, and it seemed to contain supreme power within it. It was only 8 o'clock in the morning, but the plaza outside the Brewers Association was already full of people. As you look around, most of these people are under 25 years old. Wang Xianxian followed the guidance of the signage and arrived at the entrance to line up. After half an hour of waiting, Wang Xianxian finally arrived at the entrance registration desk. Name, Cloudy Wine. Age, 15. What about vocation and talent? Not at liberty to disclose. At these words, the staff member in charge of registration couldn't help but raise his head and look at him twice more. Student, it is permissible to not register your talents and vocation, but you have to make sure that your vocation has a brewing type skill. If you don't, you'll be considered a troublemaker by our association and thus added to the blacklist. Wang Xianxian gently nodded his head to indicate that he was clear about the rules. After the staff briefly registered, they handed Wang Xianxian a number plate. Students, please hold on to your tags and a staff member will guide you into the testing area once you're inside. Thanks. Entering the interior of the Brewers Association, the first thing that caught his eyes was a huge hall. The floor of the hall was made of a special stone, smooth as a mirror, able to reflect the reflection of people. In the center of the hall, there was a huge wine altar with all sorts of exquisite patterns and runes engraved on it. This wine altar was the symbol of the Brewers Guild, and it was also an extremely high-quality spirit weapon. Around the hall, various rooms and corridors are spread out. Under the guidance of the staff, Wang Xianxian quickly arrived at the testing area. The testing area is a quirky space with a number of individual brewing rooms. This is because the aroma of the brew can easily disturb the rest of the brewers, so each tester has a separate room. The staff took him to a brewery room and explained, "Hello classmate, we have 3 recipes for first-order spirit wine for you here. The qualifying standard is to brew first-order spirit wine, regardless of quality. There are a lot of materials here that you can use freely." After witnessing the staff leave, Wang Xianxian looked at the numerous materials in front of him and pondered. From the conversation he had just had, he had learned that Lin Ju had been at the brewmaster headquarters for the past few days. He had to get the other guy's attention, but it couldn't be too shocking. before meeting Lin Jiu. He must not show his talent too early. After thinking about it for a long time, he gave up his intention of brewing a spirit wine and decided to brew an extreme mortal wine. Extreme mortal wine would prove his natural talent just as well, and the shock would be much less. Thinking of this, Wang Xianxian picked out the ingredients then started brewing. On the top floor of the Brewers Association, in the vice president's office, the two men sat opposite each other. Sitting on the main seat was an old man with white hair. Another middle-aged man was seriously brewing tea for the old man. Master, drinking every day. Today I'll give you a change of flavor. This is the good stuff I brought back from Tianxia City. The white-haired old man laughed and cursed. You kids don't have a fart in your throat, do you? What are you buying this for? Besides, tea is something that a big old man like me can't get used to. Hearing this, the middle-aged man shook his head helplessly. Master, the other tea king has apologized in public. You're still grasping at straws. If outsiders know about it, they'll think that our brewmaster is being careful. Careful? The white-haired old man snorted coldly. His grandmother's leg, drinking tea makes you noble, but drinking wine makes you vulgar? According to him, wouldn't all the people who take elixirs be sick? This old boy really dared to speak out. If it is not that the laborer is now cultivating his body, put aside in the past laborer not hanging him up to beat. The middle-aged man shook his head and stopped talking. He knew his own master's character and held a grudge. Let's not mention him then. But you can't refuse the good tea that disciple brought you just because of him. How much of a loss would you be? The white-haired old man raised an eyebrow as he listened. Since it's a filial honor from you, Jianzhou, then I'll taste it. Before he could even get his tea up, there was a knock at the door. Vice President Rinku, I have something to report. Enter. Reworking the setting a bit, modified on March 26, 2024. Spirit wines are ranked 1 through 9, with the first rank being the lowest and the 9th rank being the highest. Winemaker 1 to 9 grades, with 1 being the lowest and 9 being the highest. Martial artists 1 to 9 ranks. First rank is the lowest, 9th rank is the highest. Unified by popular demand. The secretary pushed the door open and walked quickly to the white-haired old man. President Rinku, Minister Li. Lin Jiu took a sip of tea. Xiao Zhou, what's the matter? So urgent? The secretary was filled with joy. Vice President, genius. Our brewer has produced a genius. Oh, Lin Jiu asked curiously, what kind of great genius made you this excited? Secretary Zhou suppressed his excitement and spoke quickly. Just now, a young man came to take the brewmaster examination. This young man didn't follow our exam questions. He didn't brew spirit wine. Instead he brewed his own mortal wine. After multiple tests, we agree that this wine is of superb quality. Mortal rank extreme goods? Lin Jiu was a bit puzzled. A mortal rank extreme grade is indeed good, but it's not that exciting for you, right? Secretary Zhou's voice trembled a bit with excitement. A mere mortal rank extreme product surely can't. That wine seems to have a very peculiar effect. That youngster's brewing skill seems to be able to attach strange effects to spirit wine, somewhat similar to a sake master's sake brewing skill. Speaking of this, Secretary Zhou's body also shook. What's more, that kid's only 15. Just turned 15. What? Lin Jiu got up violently, his face full of disbelief. Say that again. How old is he? 15, and just turned 15 a few days ago. And according to him, his vocation was awakened on his birthday. Vice President, Baker Tilly just awakened a few days ago. Is the genius who brewed the special mortal rank extreme fine wine? Before the words were finished, Lin Jiu excitedly grabbed the secretary's arm. Where is he now? Secretary Zhou felt the soreness coming from his arm and answered in a hurry. Vice President, that teenager is still in the brewery. It's just that the boy is a bit strange and won't reveal anything in the face of our inquiries. He did, however, make a request. What request? Li Jianzhou on the side was also a bit curious. Secretary Zhou seemed to remember something funny. He said that he wanted to meet with Vice President Rinku alone, and that he was only willing to talk to you. Vice President, I'm guessing that kid is an avid fan of yours. Hearing this, Lin Jiu's old face directly smiled out of folds. Cho, this is where I have to criticize you. How many times have I emphasized that our staff should be flexible and not too rigid? Secretary Zhou obviously knew the character of the vice president's old codger very well, and he laughed nervously twice. You're right to criticize. I'll change it next time. Ahem. Then bring him here quickly. Don't make our future great genius wait. Good. Then you old man wait a moment. After watching the secretary leave the room, Lin Jiu hurriedly straightened up his somewhat disheveled clothes. Jianzhou, quickly see if there is still any mess for master? Li Jianzhou bared his teeth and laughed. You still care about your high-profile image. Ha! Hearing the disciple flirt, Lin Jiu frowned. Don't give the laborers a smile. Let you look at you hurry to look. The first impression is very important. Do you understand? Yes, yes, yes. Following Secretary Zhou down the corridor, Wang Xianxian looked a little nervous. Even if he could now look down on the city of heavenly wine through the clear glass on both sides, it wouldn't bring peace to his heart. Secretary Zhou, what kind of person is Vice President Lin Zhou? Secretary Zhou in the front turned around to see the teenager's somewhat nervous expression and smiled to calm him down. Don't worry, the Vice President is very close to the young people. He's kind of like an old codger, and there's no big man stance. Just relax. No need to be nervous. Wang Xianxian did not let this appeasement ease his inner tension. His nervousness stems from his uncertainty about Rinku, and he worries that this benefactor of his mother's will refuse to help him. Even the other side might. Without waiting for Wang Xianxian to overly ruminate, a knock on the door sounded in his ears. Vice President. I've brought the people here. Immediately, a low, rich voice came from the door. Come in. Along with this voice, the image of a majestic and powerful old man quickly built up in Wang Xianxian's mind. The teenager couldn't help but gulp. The moment the door opened, an old man with white hair and a long beard appeared within Wang Xianxian's line of sight. His face was kind and wise, and he exuded an ineffable immortal aura. The most striking thing was his deep sea-like eyes, which seemed to reveal a lightness and transcendence of the world. The pressure in Wang Xianxian's heart was growing. While this was happening, Secretary Zhou quietly whispered in his ear, "Don't be afraid, it's loaded." When he finished speaking, he also winked at Wang Xianxian without leaving any traces. Loaded. Loaded. What? Wang Xianxian was full of questions. He did not dare to say anything, did not dare to ask anything. Vice President, the people are here, so I'll go down first. Lin Zhou gently turned around and turned his back to the two of them, standing with his hands behind his back. Well, go ahead. Secretary Zhou's mouth trembled madly at the corners of his mouth as he listened to the vice president's pretense of a low voice and tried to suppress it. He left the office without looking back, and when he rushed down the hallway, laughter broke right through his throat. The entirety of Wang Xianxian, who stayed in the office, went numb. Seeing that his master was pretending to be on top, Li Jianzhou coughed lightly and then opened his mouth to ask, "Hello child, my name is Li Jianzhou. I'm the head of the procurement department." Wang Xianxian hurriedly gave the other party a junior salute. "Hello Minister Li." At that moment, Lin Zhou finally couldn't help but turn his body back around. Looking at the teenager's clear eyes, his eyes violently erupted with essence. Without the slightest bit of procrastination, Lin Zhou cut straight to the chase. "Child, I've heard that you've brewed a mortal rank extreme wine with special effects. Can you let me have a taste?" Wang Xianxian hurriedly raised the wine jug in his hand. "Of course there's no problem." Taking the wine pot from the teenager, Lin Zhou took out 2 wine glasses. After pouring it full, Lin Zhou gestured to Li Jianzhou. "Jianzhou, you have a taste too." "Yes, master." When Wang Xianxian heard this, his pupils shrunk slightly. This Minister Li was actually Lin Zhou's disciple. The master and disciple raised their wine cups and first tasted the aroma. Lin Zhou's face was more than a little surprised when he smelled the wine. Surprisingly, it's bamboo leaf green? After saying that, he just held the glass of wine so carefully, not knowing what he was thinking. On the side, Li Jianzhou seemed to have remembered something and also fell silent. The master didn't move, and he just held his glass and waited. After a long time, Lin Zhou sighed. "I haven't had one in how many years, and I didn't expect to have one today." With that, he swallowed the wine directly into his stomach. Almost instantly, the qi within Lin Zhou's body began to rapidly climb upwards. He looked incredulously at Wang Xianxian in front of him, his eyes blossoming with light, his body unable to hold back the trembling, and even his breath became fiery. Li Jianzhou, who was on the side, was equally appalled as he looked at the clean-looking teenager. Where wine becomes spirit, where wine becomes spirit. Lin Zhou was the first to react, and he hurriedly dropped his appraisal towards the pot of wine. Bamboo leaf green wine. Quality, mortal grade extreme wine immortal blessing. Effect, clears the heart and passes through the veins. Appraisal result, mortal wine with special effects due to blessing. After reading the appraisal results, Lin Zhou could not calm down inside for a long time. This teenager in front of him was actually able to attach a special effect to mortal wine. Next to him, Li Jianzhou's tone began to become grave as well. "My child, can you tell us about your vocation and gifts?" Faced with Li Jianzhou's question, Wang Xianxian's face was more than a little tangled. He didn't know if this suspected presence of his mother's master's brother was trustworthy, but he also didn't know how he should politely refuse the other party. Seeing the tangled expression on the teenager's face, Li Jianzhou instantly associated it with the special request that Secretary Zhou had just mentioned. After the master and disciple quickly exchanged glances, Li Jianzhou directly took out his cell phone from his pocket, pretending to have a call to answer. "Okay, I got it. Now get down there." After slipping the cell phone back into his pocket, Li Jianzhou bowed to Lin Zhou. "Master, There's something going on over there with the materials, so I'll go down and take a look first. Go on. After Li Jianzhou left the room, Lin Jiao gently spoke. Don't be nervous, kid. What's going on? Speak slowly. Puff. As he watched the teenager kneel down towards him, the gentleness on Lin Jiao's face was instantly replaced by anger. He moved in a hurry to avoid the teenager's kneeling salute. What's this for? As a martial artist, you should have the bones of pride. If you have difficulties, you can speak directly. I have not yet helped you, so why this gesture? A 7-foot man. Heaven and earth are not to be knelt down easily. How can you arbitrarily kneel to an outsider? Wang Xianxian knelt on the ground. His waist straightened abnormally. A martial artist's pride. Heaven and earth do not kneel. Only the three can kneel. Parents and elders, lifesavers and teachers. Please don't be offended. I am not kneeling for myself. The teenager's words caused Lin Jiao's angry emotions to calm down a little. You say, you're not kneeling for yourself. So who are you kneeling for? For mother. The teenager was unassuming. Mothers. Hearing this, Lin Jiao fell into deep thought. Suddenly he remembered he didn't know the teenager's name. What is your name? And who is your mother? The teenager put his hand gently to his face. My name is Cloud Wine, but it's not my real name. In Lin Jiao's shocked eyes, Wang Xianxian removed the camouflage mask from his face. My mother's surname is Mo. Her name is Bienga. She was born in the heavenly Sword Mo family, and because of her outstanding talent in winemaking, she passed the special examination at the age of 15 and was admitted to the Wine Saint Academy. At the age of 16, I was unfortunately caught up in the fake wine fiasco, but I was also blessed with the acquaintance of Professor Rinku. At the age of 18, under the encouragement of Professor Lin Jiao, she participated in the brewing competition and won the championship of the youth group, and she was thus accepted as a disciple by Professor Lin Jiao. At the age of 25, for the sake of the family, she disobeyed her master's orders for the first time and returned to the family to join forces with the heavenly sword Wang clan. At the age of 26, he gave birth to a son, but was abandoned by the Mohammedans because of Wang's light. 27 years old, forced to divorce her husband. 37 years old, drowned. The teenager's slightly shaky voice kept echoing through the office. Lin War began to scrutinize the teenager's face. Really like. Without realizing it, the teenager's face became blurred in his vision. He lifted his feet and rejoined the teenager directly in front of him. Looking at Lin Jiao, who no longer avoided his kneeling, Wang Xianxian spoke in a solemn voice. The son of Mo Bienga, Wang Xianxian, asks for pardon on behalf of his mother, son of an inferior disciple. Greet the master. After saying that, the teenager forcefully kowtowed 3 times on the ground. After kowtowing, Wang Xianxian did not raise his head. He was waiting for the master's word. Lin Jiao looked at the young man kneeling in front of him for a long time. He picked up the bamboo leaf green brewed by the teenager, and directly boozed it into the jug. Bamboo leaf green was the most mortal wine your mother brewed at that time, because she always liked to go to the secret bamboo forest, and when she came back she always couldn't help picking fresh bamboo leaves. She's a know-it-all and the one who listens to me the most. Back then, in order to enhance their family's influence, the Mo clan hit the reckoning on the fallen Wan clan. Tasty Fat Pig has the delusion of being in the company of a hungry tiger. The Mo family not only offered a large amount of family property, but they also tried to use the family's daughter with a prominent reputation as a gift and promised it to Wang. Your mother is a rare brewing whiz, and I'd hate for her to be tied down by a family marriage. But the Mercer's preemptive approach held your mother to the fire. Trapped by family ties, your mother ultimately chose to accept the family's arrangement. Eventually, she left a letter without saying goodbye. It made me furious. But at that time I was only a mere 8th-ranked martial artist, far from the influence I have now. Despite the anger, it was after all the disciples' choice of marriage, so I didn't say anything more. After attending her wedding banquet, I had an epiphany, and shortly afterward I went into seclusion, preparing to impact the 9th Order Ascension Realm. By the time I leave the gate, I will have successfully arrived at the Ascension Realm. Just after I left the gate, I received a message from your senior. That's when I realized that a lot of things happened during the 2 years I was in seclusion. The most shocking of all is when the Sword Emperor, who has been missing for 3,000 years, suddenly has news. Unsurprisingly to me, Wang, who has regained his footing, cut his first sword to the Mo family. The Murray family can only gray out and run to the frontier to make a living. And your mother was targeted by the Morong family and the Wangs. Your grandfather found me, knelt beside me, and begged me to get your mother out, but I let him down. Speaking of this, a trace of guilt colored Lin Ju's face. In the face of a marriage between 2 old imperial clans, the Lin family doesn't want me to go through this mess. I was imprisoned by the family. When your mother heard about this, she used her finger as a pen and blood as ink to write a bloody letter, severing her master-disciple relationship with me. In her letter, she says she's not so pathetic and that she has happiness of her own. She pleaded with me not to have mercy on her. I agree. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian's heart was like a knife. Rinju paused for a moment as he looked at the teenager whose body kept trembling. Know what her happiness is? Without giving the teenager a chance to answer, Rinku let out a long sigh. It's you. Your mother begged me to do something for her. She begged me to help her child, to be free. After that day, there was one more fictional person in the world, Cloud Wine. After telling this, Lin Zhou and Wang Xianxian both fell into silence. Rinku was waiting for the teenager to finish crying. After a long time, the teenager's body stopped shaking. Lin Zhou spoke softly, get up. Yes. Looking at the teenager's sad face, Lin Zhou gently wiped the remaining tears for him. A lot of suffering along the way, I guess. Wang Xianxian struggled to raise the corners of his mouth. It's not bitter. Rinku rubbed the teenager's head. Son, from now on, this is your home. Do you understand what Master Shifu was saying? Wang Xianxian held back his tears and nodded frantically. Seeing the teenager in this state, Lin Zhu's heart trembled slightly. Cry if you want to. There's no shame in crying in front of your elders. In moments, the sound of teenage sobbing continued to resonate through the room. Can't stop for a long time. After Wang Xianxian had stabilized, Lin Zhou said softly, my child, from now on you have nothing to fear. You can trust your masters and uncles just as much. After speaking, Lin Zhou made a call to call Li Jianzhou over. Just after entering the door, Li Jianzhou felt that there was something wrong with the atmosphere in the room. Your own teacher seems to be very upset? What happened? Lin Zhou didn't sell himself short as he pointed at Wang Xianxian. He's your sister-in-law's son. Li Jianzhou instantly widened his eyes. Wang Xianxian. But, elder sister's child, why is it here? Lin Zhou briefly explained the events of that year for the disciple. There were many things he did not tell his disciples, but kept to himself. Li Jianzhou was also more than a little silent after hearing this. He walked over to Wang Xianxian and patted his shoulder. Child, get reacquainted. My name is Li Jianzhou. I'm your grandmaster uncle. Hello master. Lin Zhou waved his hand, signaling Wang Xianxian to sit down. Oh envious immortal, tell Master Gong about your experiences over the years. Good. 2 hours later, the slightly sad atmosphere in the room was long gone, replaced by endless anger. Li Jianzhou slammed the coffee table. Bastard. Beast. Beast. When he heard that Wang Xianxian was expelled from the family in such a manner, Li Jianzhou, who was always known for his gentle and refined manner, could hardly restrain his anger. Li Jianzhou looked at the very calm master and said angrily, Master, we must ask Wang for an explanation for this. Seeing Lin Zhou remain silent, Li Jianzhou was a bit incredulous. Master, you have always been. Why? About such things. Lin Zhou looked up at Li Jianzhou, and that look contained endless anger. Li Jianzhou's heart stopped abruptly when he saw it. Position. Lin Zhou suppressed his violent anger. Jianzhou, give me a position to intervene in this matter. When Li Jianzhou heard this, he was directly dumbfounded. Yeah, they're not even in a position to get into this right now. Let's not mention that this is Wang's family matter, and the youngest sister is also clearly cut off from her master. In other words, they are pure outsiders. In Huaxia, no matter how big or small the matter is, it has always been emphasized that the division is famous. They were just outsiders in the district, and they couldn't control Wang's head in public or private. Li Jianzhou was a bit reluctant. Is it just going to let it go? Forget it? Lin Zhou's veins were exposed. I will definitely kill that little brute Wang Jianyan. Never. Li Jianzhou was alarmed. Master, that Wang is not what it used to be, and according to reliable sources, the Three Emperors Palace has already found some of the clues. Sword Emperor? Before Li Jianzhou could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Lin Zhou. Do you take master for a big dummy? Kenju, by now you haven't realized the point. Focus? Your senior nephew just said that he failed to awaken his talent. His bloodline was exhausted, and his spirit vein was wasted. I ask you, now that he's beside you, don't you notice anything? Listening to his teacher's words, Li Jianzhou finally began to seriously inquire about Wang Xianxian. He touched Wang Xianxian's body with his hand and then probed. A moment later his eyes widened. Why your body? In his perspective, Wang Xianxian's spiritual vein was strong and powerful, and his body contained a tough strength. His physical and spiritual strength far exceeded that of his age. The average child of the same age, both physically and mentally, is no more than about 10 o'clock, and Wang Xianxian's physical and spiritual values were at least 100 or more. Unbelievable. Lin Zhou looked at his apprentice grandson with a burning gaze. Child, if you haven't lied to Master Gong, I can only think of one possibility in your situation. That would be the talent that you had failed to awaken. Awakening a second time after you were injured. And this awakening has not only brought you a powerful gift, It has repaired the wounds in your body. That mortal wine into spirit thing you just did is probably the effect of your talent. Seeing Senior Gong and Senior Uncle looking at him with some anticipation, Wang Xianxian gently nodded his head. He pulled up the vocation panel that the hulky mortal had disguised for himself. My vocation is wine swordsman. My talent is general wine. And my talent level, X level. The teenager's voice was like a giant hammer that struck at the hearts of the master and disciple. After a moment of shock, Lin Jiao threw up his hands and laughed. Ha ha ha. After he finished laughing, his eyes revealed a brilliant light as he stared closely at Wang Xianxian. May there be hatred in your heart. Thwarted to death, the teenager said forcefully. Good. Talk to Master Gong about your future plans. 20 minutes later, somewhat dry-mouthed, Wang Xianxian took a sip of the tea handed to him by his senior. Instantly wide-eyed. What kind of tea is this? Without waiting for him to ask, Li Jianzhou took the lead. So, you're going to let the talent come to light and get support from the state? Aha! Seeing some excitement on the faces of Senior Uncle and Senior Gong, Wang Xianxian asked cautiously. What's wrong? There's nothing wrong with it. You handled it well, Lin Jiao replied. But you're too young. There are a lot of things you don't know. So the problem wasn't considered as thoroughly as it should have been. X-class talent holders are known as the seeds of great emperors, and as long as they don't fall, they will become great emperors. That's already a recognized fact. Your choice to rely on the state is indeed a clear choice. What you may not realize, though, is that when you join a national power, there are trade-offs to be made. When the state wants to investigate you, any pretense will be revealed. That is, the state will know very clearly that you are a Wang. Joining the state means you make a complete cutoff from the family. I think you know what it means to be completely cut off. Whether it's a bloodline, a grudge, it has to be cut. If you feel strange, why don't you think about it? Why doesn't the country allow the imperial race to participate in politics? Wang Xianxian instantly heard it. He had originally guessed that joining the country would be binding, but he hadn't expected the binding to be so strong. The state is untouchable, and it is backed by the three emperors. In the face of the existential crisis brought about by the Fei, the country must be strong enough, and monopolization is not desirable in order to become stronger. The long history of China tells us that only when the people are the masters of their own house will the country burst with constant energy. Otherwise, monopoly and hegemony will only drag the country down and lead to overthrow. The three emperors, who were impartial, returned all the power in their hands to the country and acted as the protector of China. Even the imperials set an example by giving power to the people, let alone us. The emperor is not involved in politics. The state is not involved in the emperor. That's what's written in the constitution. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian's brows furrowed. Is he just going to have to live with it for the rest of his life? If he was meticulous, the speed of his cultivation would definitely be drastically reduced. He couldn't wait. He dreamed of revenge, and if he was made to wait for dozens or hundreds of years, he was afraid that he would be killed by his own heart demons first. Then does Master Gong have any solutions? Wang Xianxian asked. Of course. The corners of Lin Jiao's mouth rose. If the country's path doesn't work, then we'll take another path. The other way? The other way is the imperial clan. Rinju continued to explain. Out of respect for the great emperor, the state, while withdrawing power from the hands of the imperial clan, likewise retains the utmost respect for the imperial clan. The state has set a new cake for the empire. Great emperors have a lofty status, and every additional great emperor means that the interests of the rest of the imperial clan are compromised. After all, the cake is that big, and with each additional one, it is assumed that one share of what one can eat will become smaller. Therefore, the emperor clans are disjointed and have complicated relationships with each other. But no matter what, the development of the human race comes first. Our imperial clan can't do anything to brutally kill geniuses for their own benefit either. What's more, multiple great emperors means the same opportunity to make a bigger cake. Because of this, the newer emperor clans have all gained the support of the older emperor clans, without exception. To have your cake and eat it, you have to get permission from the majority. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian came to a realization. Do you mean to say that the Lin family? Lin Jiao smiled and shook his head. To be precise, it's the alliance of interests that Lin's is in. My Lin family has no such words. Lin touched Wang Xianxian's head. But the foundation of it all is your talent. You have to show your amazing talent and make them understand that your growth is unstoppable. Only then will they let go of the arrogance in their hearts and treat you with courtesy. Wang Xianxian spoke in a solemn voice. Please help me. Senior master. Still know that I'm your senior grandfather? Lin Jiao didn't have the good sense to say. Family, what's with the inviting or not inviting? Jian Zhou, go prepare and revise Cloud Wine's experience over the past few years. Also, don't forget to enroll him in the midterm martial arts exams, and you can see to it that you get it yourself as far as school registration is concerned. Li Jianzhou took the information about Yunhai from Wang Xianxian's hands and solemnly said, "Don't worry, master, I'll do it now." With that, he left the office at a brisk pace. Seeing his senior uncle leave the room, Wang Xianxian asked curiously, "Senior master, why do you want to sign up for the midterm martial arts exam?" "Silly boy." Lin Jiao favored him with a smile. "Master Gong asked you, why do our emperor clan's children go to school?" Wang Xianxian quickly replied, "Because it's a mandatory requirement of the state, to prevent problems in the minds of the great families. Whether it's the imperial clan or the royal clan, young clansmen must go through 9 years of compulsory education." Lin Jiao nodded and then asked, "And do you know why we choose to go to school all the same after 9 years of compulsory education?" After thinking for a moment, Wang Xianxian still couldn't think of an answer. "Why?" Lin Jiao led Wang Xianxian to the window. An old man and a young woman looked down through the window at the sprawling city of Sky Wine. "Because of the resources. The resources held by the country are far beyond what our imperial clan can match. That's why we keep the young clansmen in school. One of them is that it will reduce the drain on the clan in terms of resources. The second is the special resources held in the hands of the state. A large state-organized exam with strong authority. The best way to show talent is to get crushing scores on these exams. The middle school exams are just a starting point. Your real goal is to cross over and take the high school entrance exams. The GCSE is arguably one of the most gold-rich exams for young people. You can only qualify to cross over to the college entrance exam after you excel in the midterm." Wang Xianxian let out a deep breath. "Master Gong, I will try my best." Lin Jiao laughed. "There's no need to be nervous or presumptuous. With your talent, none of this is a big deal. What are the specific effects of your vocation and talent? And I'll help you chart a course for growth." Wang Xianxian hurriedly told the disguised vocation. "Master Gong, my vocation, wine swordsman. And my vocation skills are, brewing, and, drunken sword. There are 4 effects of my talent, general wine. First, it strengthens my brewing skill, and my brews will be of the highest quality and have a special blessing effect. Second, it strengthens my drunken sword skill and enhances the effect of spirit wine on me. After entering the state of drunkenness, my battle power increased dramatically and I was able to freely manipulate the wine and the sword. Thirdly, if I drink my own brewed wine, I can also condense my own wine sword. And I haven't experimented with the exact effect yet." It wasn't that Wang Xianxian intended to hide it, but he had a feeling in the dark. His vocation had to be hidden from anyone. Listening to Wang Xianxian's description, Lin Jiao's brows furrowed as he fell into deep thought. "From what you've described, we're somewhat similar. Your master's talent, my talent, is that drinking alcohol can increase the seal of wine? The seal can increase battle power. The more seals, the stronger the battle power. Combined with the fact that I'm a wine nerd by nature, the combination of the two allows me to raise my battle power to a very strong level. It feels like the key to raising your strength should be in that so-called benthic wine sword. Can only the wine you brewed yourself condense the instinctive sword wine?" Wang Xianxian, aha. Lin Jiao pondered slightly. Talents with limitations tend to have harsher prerequisites. In that case, it looks like the strength of your innate sword wine is extraordinary. At this point in the conversation, Lin Jiao's tone changed. "But what amazes me the most is your divine talent for brewing. Out of the box will be the very best, and comes with special effects. This kind of winemaking talent is really unheard of. You kid, you can't be the reincarnation of the wine saint." Wang Xianxian cried and laughed as he looked at his own master. "It's not that much of a stretch, master." "Exaggerated?" Rinku seemed amused. "It's you who's exaggerating. You boys don't know your own worth. It's just as well to talk to you now. You kids don't know anything. There are still 5 days before the midterm. During these 5 days, you stay at my place and I'll help you strengthen your roots. Also, 3 hours later, ha ha ha, old woo-ah, I'll just leave first. Why do you think you have to see me off? Get out, ha 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 ha, old boy, I guess you won't be able to sleep tonight, will you? Lin Jiao, damn you, damn you, damn you." Wang Xianxian, in a fit of rage, followed his master's grandfather out of the office of one of the top brass. Looking at the master Gong who was walking ahead and laughing rampantly, Wang Xianxian could not help but sweat for a while. He, the master's grandfather, had been leading him around the Brewers Association constantly since the afternoon. He shows off his winemaking talents to everyone. The phrase, "this is my apprentice grandson," never stops. Constantly open up on the rest of the top tier by sticking their faces in the air. 3 hours down the line, all the executives he could meet, he fooled around. Lin Jiao walked in front of him, constantly breaking his hands and counting. Lao Li, Lao Wu, Lao Lu, let's see who else. Wang Xianxian followed behind and asked weakly, "Master, aren't we attracting too much hate this way? Recruiting hard?" Lin Jiao's eyes glared. Those old bastards haven't been fooling around in front of the laborers all these years. Now that the wind and water have turned, I'm going back. What's wrong? 30 years east and 30 years west. I'm telling you, this is still just the beginning. Let's see if I don't discuss them. It's a pity that Du Laogai is now researching abroad. It's a pity. Wang Xianxian. Before they could go to the next house, they were stopped by Li Jianzhou, who hurriedly arrived. Master, where have you been? I couldn't find you anywhere just now. Also, why did Uncle Li just look at me with eyes that weren't quite right? Cough. Lin Jiao lightly coughed. Jianzhou, these days you rest and take a break. Don't keep showing up, so as not to get knocked out. Li Jianzhou secretly felt bad in his heart. You should not. When he saw his master's averted gaze, and his nephew's somewhat ashamed expression, he instantly understood everything. Master, you know very well that it's a busy time. Can't you just stop? Li Jianzhou grumbled. Knowing that he was in the wrong, Lin Jiu hastily changed the topic. Next time. For sure. The master will pay attention next time. Let's not talk about that for now. Are we done with the envy fairy? Hearing that it was business, Li Jianzhou's face straightened. It's already been arranged. Yun Wine's original identity setting was the disciple that second senior brother took in 5 years ago. After my senior sister passed away, I helped Cloud Wine get a home leave of absence. I've just given him another simplification of his experiences over the years. Lin Ju nodded in satisfaction. Lao Er's identity is indeed best suited to be your master-nephew's master. Jianzhou, you've done a good job. What about school? Li Jianzhou took out a stack of documents. For the school, I arranged for my master-nephew to be in Tianzhou Second Middle School. As for master-nephew's original identity, let's wait for him to finish his midterm exams before making arrangements. Actually, I don't think it's a good idea to move the identity of Wang in the Immortal, which exists mainly to plug Wang's mouth. Even if they are suspicious, they are not in a position to scrutinize Cloud Wine's identity. Lin Jiao nodded slightly. That's true. Those people from the Wang clan aren't fools. After a while they'll definitely find out the end. When Wang Xianxian, who was on the side, heard this, he was a bit confused. That's a drop in the armor? After briefly reviewing it again, Lin Ju handed the document back. In that case, there's no need to worry about your master-nephew's identity. After everything was arranged, Lin Jiao turned to look at Wang Xianxian. Envy Xian, today is May 12th. The middle school exams start on May 17th, and the college entrance exams start on June 7th. So it's going to be a bit of a tough time. Wang Xianxian nodded heavily. Don't worry, Master Gong. I will never slack off. Rinku rubbed the teenager's head. The midterm is nothing to you, but I'm more worried about the high school entrance exam. The college entrance exams have been reformed this year, and the Ministry of Education has added the Imperial Palace's portal to the college entrance exams. To stand out in the entrance exam, you must challenge the Imperial Palace. Wang Xianxian was a bit puzzled. Master Gong, what is the Imperial Palace? Lin Jiao let out a long sigh. The Emperor Hall is dedicated to the projections of the 36 emperors. Each great emperor has left their own second-order blood refining realm to sixth-order burning sun realm battle power projections inside. The Imperial Palace was originally used for special entrance exams as well as various tests within colleges and universities, the main purpose of which was to test students' natural talent. Now that the state has added the Imperial Palace to the entrance exams, it is also meant to incentivize the group of students at the very top. Li Jianzhou also interjected here. Because of this year's reform, many of the talented Imperial clan's children have given up on the special recruitment examination and have chosen to cross over to take the college entrance examination. Under normal circumstances, the college entrance exams won't be able to see the Imperial clan's heavenly pride because they'll all choose the special enrollment route. And in the entrance exam, the challenge to the Imperial Palace will be broadcast live throughout, challenging a great emperor in the presence of the entire nation. This kind of temptation is something those heavenly prides can't refuse, even for the great clans. This is a great opportunity to fight for honor for the family. Losing to a great emperor is a matter of course. Winning against a great emperor is a matter of great concern. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian's heart was equally hot. Li Jianzhou and Lin Jiao looked at each other and both laughed. Obviously, for teenage youngsters, the attraction of such an opportunity to manifest themselves in front of people is fatal. Li Jianzhou patted Wang Xian's shoulder. Moreover, Master has inquired about something else that must be of great interest to you. What is it? The Wang clan has publicly stated that their heavenly pride, Wang Beichen, is going to take the entrance exam and challenge the old ancestor, the Sword Emperor. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian's aura shook. Seeing that the motivation was almost over, Li Jianzhou touched Wang Xianxian's head. Before you take the entrance exams, you first have to stand out in the middle school exams. Despite your outstanding talent, don't be arrogant. Got it? Wang Xianxian nodded heavily. Senior, I know. Li Jianzhou smiled and nodded. Envy Immortal. This midterm exam is similar to the usual. It's all secret hunting exams. Senior suggested that you go to the secret realm to practice in real combat for the next few days. You need to familiarize yourself with your vocation skills and find your own fighting style. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian directly asked, Senior, what secret realm is suitable for me? This question instantly stumped Li Jianzhou. This, Lin Ju, who was on the side, laughed outright at the situation. Jianzhou, sitting in the clouds for too long. Shame on you. But whenever you take on an apprentice, you don't fail to know these things. It was Wang Xianxian's turn to be confused. He felt that something like a secret realm should be known by his senior uncle. Rinju didn't sell it either. Envious Immortal. Heavenly Wine isn't like Heavenly Sword. Our Heavenly Wines publicly open secret realms. Big and small add up to almost 3,000. Of these, there are about 500 suitable for novices. For special reasons, all public secret areas are opened at intervals, and the times are irregular. Your senior uncle is busy with the association every day. If you ask him about secret realms above the advanced level, he can tell you about them. Ha ha ha, dumbed down halfway through the speech. Master's unbridled ridicule caused Li Jianzhou to blush a little in a rare moment. So you know, Master? Ha! Silence is tonight's Cambridge. Li Jianzhou revealed a sly smile. In that case, call Xiao Zhou over and ask him. Seemingly unable to save face, Lin Ju coughed lightly. What's that? The district novice secret realm. How could Master not know about it? Oh, envious Immortal. Tomorrow you'll go to the Bamboo Forest Mystic Realm. Hearing the Bamboo Forest Secret Realm, Li Jianzhou was filled with remorse. Why didn't he think of that? Bamboo Forest Secret Realm? Wang Xianxian asked. Lin Zhou's gaze carried a bit of reminiscence. That was also your mother's favorite secret realm to go to. Seeing that the teenager was going to open his mouth and ask, Lin Zhou hurriedly interrupted. It's too late now. I'll arrange a place for you to stay first. You'll stay tonight. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian nodded his head gently. I'll leave it up to Master Shifu to arrange it. 9 o'clock at night. Staying in the luxurious lounge of the brewer's headquarters, Wang Xianxian recalled the events of today with endless emotions in his heart. He gently stroked his zucchini. Thank you. Thinking that he still had to go to the secret realm to practice tomorrow, he planned to rest early. Lying on the bed, I recalled what the master and his uncle had sold. Wang Xianxian took out his cell phone from his pocket and started searching for the secret bamboo forest. That's a shocker if you don't search. The secret realm was a special product under the Tianwu era, and it had its own space inside, with a large number of exotic beasts surviving in it. Because the wilderness was too dangerous, those novice heavenly martial artists would often go to the secret realms controlled by the country to practice. The secret world is divided into 6 levels, which are Novice Secret Realm, Beginner Secret Realm, Intermediate Secret Realm, Advanced Secret Realm, Top Secret Realm, and Emperor's Secret Realm. The Bamboo Forest Mystic Realm that Master Shifu spoke of was a genuine Emperor-level Mystic Realm. When he saw the Secret Realm level, he was a bit tense. Imperial? He tried to find more information online, but found that the information about the Secret Realm needed to be unlocked by completing martial artist certification. Wang Xianxian had just awakened his vocation and had not yet registered for certification. He wanted to go to the forums to rummage around, but thinking that he would go straight there tomorrow, Wang Xianxian decided to carry out his cultivation first. Just as he was about to cross his legs and meditate, his cell phone screen lit up. Wang Xianxian picked up his cell phone. Cat doesn't like fish. Request to add you as a friend. Wang Xianxian tapped into the friend request with some surprise. Application remarks, the wine is very good. Seeing the note, Wang Xianxian directly bounced up from the bed. He couldn't hide the excitement in his heart and agreed to the other party's friend request with trembling fingers. Cat doesn't like fish. Hello, Panda JPG. Looking at his benefactor's greeting, Wang Xianxian was a bit overwhelmed. He kept thinking about how he should answer without being rude. Thinking for half a day, he eventually held back a sentence. Envious Fairy, hello. After sending the message, Wang Xianxian took his cell phone and anxiously waited for the news. 10,000 miles away from the Wang clan's ancestral mansion, Food Siener, who was lying on the guest room bed, looked at the other party's reply and fell into silence. The back of her left hand was pressed to her forehead as the fingers of her right hand tapped rapidly on the screen. Cats don't like fish. You're kinda high maintenance. Looking at his benefactor's reply, Wang Xianxian hurriedly explained. Envy Fairy, I'm sorry. I'm not high-strung. I just don't know how to respond to you. The corners of the young girl's mouth rose gently. Cat doesn't like fish. Chatting is supposed to be lighthearted. Use honorifics like how old I am. I'm still a few months younger than you. Envious Fairy, what shall I call you then? Cat doesn't like fish. My name is Food Fairy. Food. Wang Xianxian knew that the girl's status was honorable. But he didn't expect it to be this honorable. The food is as honorable as the clouds in the sky. It was above the imperial clan. The Supreme Clan. Spirit Emperor's children. Wang Xianxian muttered. After a brief moment of shock, he was torn again. It was a bit rude to call her by her full name, and it was a monstrous thing to call Xiener by her first name. Cat doesn't love fish, according to your character. You won't call me by my full name, much less call me Xiener, so just call me your highness as they do. Wang Xianxian let out a long breath as if relieved. Envy, yes. Your highness. Cat doesn't like fish. I heard from your family staff that you left a few days ago. Have you recovered from your injuries? Envious Immortal, thank you for your concern. Your highness. The effect of your blessing was so strong that my injuries healed the next day. Looking at the teenager still using honorifics, Fu Xiener was a bit helpless, but she still found Huadot. His injuries actually healed the next day? Although the effect of the blessing he had given him was extremely strong, it couldn't have been done in one night, could it? However, Fu Xiener didn't think too much about it. She felt that it should be because Wang Xianxian had deliberately concealed his injuries. Cat doesn't like fish, so where are you now? And do you have any plans for the future? In the face of his benefactor's inquiry, Wang Xianxian thought for a moment or chose to conceal part of it. Envious Immortal, your highness, I am currently in the city of Heavenly Wine. I have decided to study winemaking at the Whitewater Academy, and I just arrived at my dormitory today. After knowing the other party's message, Fu Xiener directly searched up Whitewater Academy with her cell phone. She couldn't help but frown when she finished reading the introduction of the Whitewater Academy. Cat loves fish. You went to vocational high school? Envious Fairy, yes. I'm a brewer by vocation, and this is a better fit for me as well. One must always move on, mustn't one? Fu Xiener's heart is a little bit not taste. She is clear what kind of hatred in the heart of the teenager, but he chose the vocational high school. The young girl was silent for a long time. Cat doesn't like fish. What about your vendetta? Envy Fairy, don't you worry, I'll figure it out. Cat doesn't like fish. You come to the imperial capital. I'll help you remodel your spirit vein, and I'll arrange the best school for you. Seeing this, Wang Xianxian froze. He didn't think the other man would be willing to go to such lengths to help him. Spiritual veins were fundamental to a martial artist's cultivation, and once they were damaged, it was almost impossible to repair them again. Only legendary heavenly treasures have the power to remodel spiritual veins, and such a heavenly treasure, even the imperial clan regarded it as a supreme treasure. It's a treasure that's hard to put a price on. Envious Fairy, thank you for your kind words, but I can't accept them. Cat doesn't like fish, I'm serious, and I hope you don't say no because you're embarrassed. Envious Fairy, I'm sorry, thank you for your generosity, and my rejection was serious. Seeing that she was once again rejected, Fu Xiener rarely had more than a few moments of anger. Cat doesn't like fish. What do you think vocational high school can do for you? Cat doesn't like fish. Spiritual veins have been abolished. You have no relatives, and your father is secretly trying to get rid of you. So if you don't even recognize your current situation, then how can you talk about revenge? Cat doesn't like fish. I don't mean to give you a handout. If you feel awkward, then we can make an IOU. You can think of it as an investment. Cat doesn't like fish. I realize I may be a bit presumptuous in saying this, but I really don't want you to self-destruct. Cat doesn't love fish. If you don't want to come to the imperial capital, it's fine to remain in Heavenly Wine City. I know the president of the Wine Sage University, and with your talent for brewing wine, you'll definitely be able to gain their approval as long as your spirit vein is remodeled. Wang Xianxian looked at the bombardment of messages. He could feel the other party's hatred hidden in the words. Although all the words were criticizing himself, Wang Xianxian felt an unprecedented warmth. It was clear that the two were not related by blood, and it was clear that they did not know each other. Wang Xianxian wouldn't be so narcissistic as to think that the other party was investing in him because of his talent for brewing wine. After a long period of silence, Wang Xianxian finally asked the question that had been hidden in his heart for a long time. Envy Fairy, why? Obviously I'm just a family outcast. Fu Xiener also calmed down when she saw the teenager's question. Cat doesn't like fish. That day, I learned the truth about your mother's death. Cat doesn't like fish. After learning about your bet with Elder Wang, I ran to the crowd to see you. Cats don't love fish. I have the strange gift of not only being able to discern the human heart and feel emotions, but also having great insight into everything around me. Cat doesn't like fish. I actually know that what's really hiding in your heart is self-loathing as opposed to hatred and anger, and that what you really hate is yourself, just like me. Cat doesn't like fish. My body has a great defect. I was born a short-lived ghost. It's a curse from the rules. No medical skill can change my destiny. Cat doesn't like fish, but my mother was more than a healer. She kept me alive and changed the fate of certain death, but at the cost of her own life. Cats don't like fish. I often wondered if it wouldn't be better to lose a defective child like me and have another one, and I could never understand my parents' choice. Cats don't like fish. After my mother died, I lived every day in a very depressing way, thinking every moment that if only I had gone to my death earlier, If only I hadn't been born. If only it hadn't been for me, my mother wouldn't have died. Cats don't like fish. That day, you thought so. And now, you think so. And even in the future, you will still think so. In the room, Wang Xianxian was breathing heavily. This was the first time his emotions had fluctuated so strongly since he left Heavenly Sword City. Truths hidden in the heart have had their disguises ripped away without mercy. The massive guilt has been eating away at him every day since he learned the truth about his mother's death. Even if he had awakened a supreme talent, it could not alleviate the guilt in his heart. As long as he thought of the way his mother knelt at Wang Jianyan's feet and begged for his sake, his heart was like a knife. Even if he succeeds in his revenge, his mother is not coming back. He always felt that it was himself who killed his mother. Seeing that the other party delayed sending a message, Fu Xian'er knew that she had guessed correctly. Cats don't like fish. Even if your mother's death is a fact, there is still much you can do. Cat doesn't like fish. Even if this guilt stays with you for the rest of your life, the most important thing for you is still to avenge your mother's death. Cat doesn't like fish. You don't have to feel bad about it. It's not a handout, let alone a free lunch. I'm in love with your heart. Cats don't like fish. Strong people are easy to meet, but true hearts are hard to find. When you're done avenging yourself, you'll have to do it for me. Cat doesn't like fish. That's why I want to help you. So are you still going to refuse my help? Wang Xianxian tried to control his inner emotions. After experiencing the coldness and warmth of the world, he put a lock on his heart. As of 20 minutes ago, he was naive enough to think that no one could understand his pain. However, his benefactor, the young girl who was a few months younger than him, dominantly slapped him in the face with just 3 words. Maybe it's life-saving status. Maybe it's empathy. The teenager's frozen heart melted slightly, suppressing the strange emotions that kept rising in the bottom of his heart. Wang Xianxian began to calmly analyze it. First of all, even though he had accepted the help of the master's grandfather, he had not yet reached the point in his heart where he fully trusted the other party. To be precise, it was the Imperial clan behind Master Gong who didn't believe in him. The water of the Imperial clan was too deep. It was simply not something that the current him could play with. If the Wang clan gave any bargaining chips that could not be refused, would those Imperial clans still choose to help themselves? These are all issues he needs to take into account. He didn't want to trust anyone right now. He only wanted to trust himself. The sky is the limit. But, the only thing he didn't want to think like that was facing this young girl in front of him. The sense of impact of reaching out to him in his most desperate moments was embedded in his soul. Wang Xianxian now has 3 wishes, in order of ranking: revenge, payback, and live as your mother expects you to. Aside from revenge, the most important thing to him was to repay the favor. Just then, the golden words reappeared in his mind. Karma. Wonderful. After thinking for a moment, Wang Xianxian's fingertips moved slightly. Envy. That day, when the sun went down, I thought I'd never see the next day's sun again. Envious fairy, because of you, I saw it. Envious immortal, it's a long night, and it's hard for one person to be at peace, so please help me. For some reason, when Fu Xian'er saw these words, her heart suddenly trembled. Cat doesn't like fish. Good. Cat doesn't like fish. You send over your current address and I'll arrange for someone to send you something. Envious Immortals, location, map link. After obtaining Wang Xianxian's detailed location, the Food Xian'er immediately arranged it. Half an hour later, the food fairy who had explained her work continued to ask, Cat doesn't like fish, so you're coming to the Empire? Envious Immortal, Your Highness. Truth be told, my talent has a lot to do with wine, and the celestial wine market may be more suitable for me than the imperial capital. Cat doesn't love fish. If that's the case, the wine market did suit you better that day. But have you succeeded in your talent awakening? What quality is it, and what's the effect? Envious Immortal, thanks to you, my talent awakening has succeeded. Envious Immortal, as for my natural qualities in current situation, please forgive me. I don't want to deceive you, so please also allow me to keep it a secret. Envious Immortal, but the general effect of the talent is that drinking boosts battle power. For Wang Xianxian, the other party was the little warmth left in his heart, so even if he couldn't tell the truth, he wasn't willing to deceive. Food Fairy looked at her cell phone screen and couldn't help but pout. Cat doesn't like to eat fish. You are also strange to talk about Lu. However, listen to your words probably awakened an extraordinary talent. Cat doesn't like fish, the second awakening of the talent. Your spiritual vein should have been repaired already, right? The pupils of Wang Xianxian in front of the screen suddenly shrunk. Envious Immortal, Your Highness is wise. And perhaps it is the power that comes with the awakening of talent that my spirit vein has indeed repaired itself. Cat doesn't love fish. No wonder you'd be willing to go to a vocational high school. You're trying to sneak in and cultivate with the help of the relatively loose learning environment of a junior college. Envious Immortal, yes, drinking alcohol boosts your battle power, and me learning to make wine is a disguised way of boosting my strength. Cat doesn't like fish, then I'd like to apologize. Those words that were just mean to you were an error in judgment on my part. I'm sorry. Envious Immortal, wouldn't it make sense for a benefactor to apologize? I think you're quite right. And I was the one who deliberately hid it from them. In their words, this wave is my pot. Food Siener, who was lying on the bed, suddenly let out a proof of laughter. Cat doesn't like fish, ha 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 ha. Are you going to be the backstabber? Envy Fairy, I'll just be your backstabber alone. For some reason, Food Siener's face inexplicably reddened, and she hurriedly changed the topic. Cat doesn't like fish, so how are you going to boost your strength? Envious Immortal, I'm going to go to the secret realm to practice. Cat doesn't like fish, expected response. But you really don't need me to set you up with a teacher? Envious Immortal, the famous master may accept me as a named disciple because of your face, but I still have to rely on my own efforts in order for the other party to truly recognize me. Don't worry, Your Highness. I know what's in my heart. Cat doesn't like fish. Well then, since you have your own ideas, then I won't interfere. After all, with your brewing skills, it's still more than enough to conquer a few old drunks. Envious Immortal, Your Highness. This is too much. Cat doesn't like fish, not at all. You make the best wine in the world. Seeing these words, Wang Xianxian's heart jumped violently, and an unprecedented emotion continued to grow in the bottom of his heart. Envious Immortal, if Your Highness likes it, I'll brew it for you every day. Cat doesn't like fish, yeah, but don't ask me to arrange for teachers and stuff. But don't turn down the cultivation resources. Envy, good. Cat doesn't like fish, so have you figured out which secret realm to go to for your training yet? Envious Immortal, I'm a bit ashamed to say that I haven't thought about it yet. I was told that the Bamboo Forest Mystic Realm is best suited for newbies. But after checking it out, I found out that the Bamboo Forest Mystic Realm is Imperial, and I'm not sure exactly why it's best suited for newbies. I'm going to ask about it tomorrow. Cat doesn't like fish, Bamboo Forest Secret. You don't need to ask anyone else about this. I know it. Cats don't like fish. Take notes and I'll give you a good lecture. Half an hour later, Wang Xianxian was able to answer the doubts in his mind with the explanation of Food Siener. Although the Bamboo Forest Mystic Realm was an Emperor-level mystic realm, it was the Bamboo Bear clan that survived in the Bamboo Forest Mystic Realm. With the revival of Aura, not only were humans able to cultivate, but the original flora and fauna of Blue Star had also changed dramatically. In order to differentiate between the native animals of the Blue Planet and the Fae, humans call these animals that have evolved because of Aura, demons. Humans were able to survive the invasion of foreign beasts, again without the help of demons. The demon race is also an important part of Huaxia. Among them, the Bamboo Bear clan's spiritual intelligence and physique had received a huge increase. They can practice, like humans. After the Bamboo Bear clan awakened their spiritual wisdom, they practiced as a family group. In the era of the invasion of foreign beasts, human beings also did not give up the Bamboo Bear clan, which is a national treasure. Because of the shelter of human beings, the Bamboo Bear clan has survived the most difficult period. The Bamboo Bear clan did not fail to live up to the expectations of the humans, and the most powerful Bamboo Bear's strength reached the terrifying Emperor level. That Bamboo Bear was also known as the Bamboo Forest Demon Emperor, one of the 10 emperors of the Demon Clan, and the Bamboo Forest Mystic Realm was the habitat of the Bamboo Bear clan. Bamboo Bears regard humans as family, so they don't resent the fact that humans would be in their home. This was the core reason why the Bamboo Forest Mystic Realm was suitable for newcomers to practice. In order to prevent accidents from happening to the Bamboo Bears, the Bamboo Forest Secret Realm was only open to martial artists of the 1st to 3rd ranks. Envious Immortal, so is it possible to touch a Bamboo Bear in the secret Bamboo Forest? Cats don't like fish. The Bamboo Forest Mystic Realm is so big that you'll have a hard time meeting the cute little Bamboo Bears in the Adventure Zone. Cat doesn't like fish, of course. Some playful little Bamboo Bears will voluntarily come to the calendar area to interact with humans, but that depends on luck. Cat doesn't like fish, humph. I can't tell you like Bamboo Bears. Envious Immortal, after all, it's a national treasure of our country, and I'd still like to touch it if I have a chance to see it. Cat doesn't like fish, don't worry, you'll see it. Cat doesn't like fish, well, it's getting a little late, so go to bed. Don't stay up late when your body is still injured. Cat doesn't like fish, good night JPG. Wang Xianxian looked at the message sent by the other party, and a trace of reluctance suddenly rose in his heart. He'd never used a chat program to talk to someone alone for that long before. Even if they are in the same class, they only talk a little bit, and most of them are also about studying. He is very withdrawn and has no friends at all except for Liu and Xiaohu, isolated from his peers at home, and all he does at school is study. Before, he would always be puzzled when he saw others holding their cell phones and chatting for half a day. Don't they get bored? Now Wang Xianxian finally knew the answer. Indeed it won't. Even if they had been talking for hours, Wang Xianxian didn't feel bored, though he would have liked to keep talking for a while. His Highness had already said good night, so the teenager's fingers gently touched the screen. Envy, good night. When Fu Xian'er saw the short 2 words, she smiled gently and then clicked on Wang Xianxian's friend circle. What an empty life. On the other hand, Wang Xianxian, who was on the other side, silently flipped through the chat records of the two, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but raise up. It was 6 a.m. and it wasn't quite light yet. Lying on the bed, Wang Xianxian slowly opened his eyes. His biological clock was on point, waking up a minute before his alarm every time. After simply washing up, Wang Xianxian directly left the Brewers Association headquarters. After eating breakfast at the stall outside the square, Wang Xianxian directly took a taxi to the Bamboo Forest Mystic Realm. Getting out of the cab, Wang Xianxian looked at the crowded square and could not hide his surprise. Although he had already listened to the driver's explanation when he came here, he still couldn't help but marvel at the popularity of the place when he actually arrived at the gate of the secret bamboo forest. Outside the main gate of the Bamboo Forest Mystic Realm was a plaza, and on the plaza stood several huge statues of bamboo bears. It took Wang Xian half an hour to walk through the door of the secret bamboo forest. Having just entered the secret realm, the sense of absurdity once again grew from the bottom of his heart. Instead of saying that the bamboo forest is an imperial secret, it is more like a theme park. Various kinds of bamboo bear peripheral products are available. On the main street, there are many staff wearing bamboo bear doll costumes and interacting with visitors constantly. The variety of rides was dazzling, and small children ran back and forth on the path with excitement. Wang Xianxian never expected that the globally famous Bamboo Bear Fun World would be in this secret bamboo forest. No wonder Master Chief said this was Mother's favorite secret place to visit. As the most popular demon race in China, the bamboo bear possessed a terrifying ability to absorb money. When he was young, Wang Xianxian had seen the promo of Bamboo Bear Fun World on TV. However, because Wang did not allow Mo Bing to step out of Heavenly Sword City with her son, he never had the chance to go. During the summer vacation of 5th grade, Wang Jianyan did take his stepmother and Wang Beichen for a few days. Only Wang Xianxian was left at home, and at that time, Wang Xianxian was still sad for quite a long time because of this. After a bit of walking on the main road, a diversion appeared ahead. The road sign on the left says, Bamboo Bear Fun World. The road sign on the right reads, Bamboo Forest Secret Training Area. Most of the tourists are aiming for World of Fun, so the road on the right looks a bit cold. But that's only relative, there are just as many on the right. After walking on the right road for about 5 minutes, Wang Xianxian saw a huge building full of technology, Bamboo Forest Secret Management Center. Upon entering the hall, Wang Xianxian was surprised to find that it was already a crowded scene. After a moment of doubt, he remembered that the day of the college entrance exam would come in a while. With the exams half a month away, the vast majority of students would choose to come to the secret realm to cultivate in order to familiarize themselves with combat, thus adjusting their bodies to their peak state. This was the biggest reason why the secret administration was packed early in the morning. After purchasing the ticket, Wang Xianxian was led by the guards to go deeper and deeper, and eventually came to a large metal door. Above the gate, it reads, Newbie Training Area. Hello, one of the soldiers standing guard at the door stepped out. Ticket please. After checking the ticket information, the soldier saluted and then opened his mouth to bark out instructions. Classmate, seeing as your registration information is the first time you've entered the Bamboo Forest Mystic Realm, I'll briefly explain the precautions for you. There are 3 areas in the Bamboo Forest Mystic Realm Novice Area, which are the Beginner's Area, the Intermediate Area, and the Advanced Area. The 3 regions correspond to, respectively, the First Order Pulse Passing Realm, the Second Order Blood Refining Realm, and the Third Order Bone Forging Realm. I hope you can choose the area for your experience according to your own strength. Wang Xianxian listened very carefully. The soldier continued. Non-combat situations are not allowed to destroy or change the environment within the secret area. When you are in trouble in the secret world, you can use the distress device. The distress device, when used, can deploy an energy shield for 10 minutes. Wang Xianxian looked at the small black square in his hand and couldn't help but raise a few points of interest. This is a brief topographical map of the novice area. The soldier handed the map to Wang Xianxian and pressed his other hand on the scanner on the side of the door. As the palm print was recorded, the thick gate slowly opened and the soldier nodded. You can always contact the security staff if you get into trouble. And good luck with your martial arts. After Wang Xianxian gave a martial artist salute to the soldier, he stepped directly into the gate. Walking out of the gate, you are greeted by an endless sea of bamboo. As the breeze blew by, the tender green bamboo leaves kept making the sound of rustling branches and leaves colliding. Wang Xianxian inhaled deeply, and his nose was filled with the fragrant scent of grass and soil, which was comfortable. He stepped into the bamboo forest, and the gate behind him stood out in the sea of bamboo, as if it were a subway station entrance that had been repaired in the wrong place. The concentration of aura here is ridiculously high. After standing in place and letting his body briefly adapt to the new aura environment, the teenager snapped his eyes open before walking slowly towards the depths of the bamboo forest. There are 3 main types of exotic beasts located in the beginner's area's primary mysteries: killer apes, bloodthirsty bears, bamboo wolves. The foreign beasts were ferocious, and under normal circumstances, a novice martial artist whose talent was not above D rank would find it difficult to kill a foreign beast of the same rank alone. Wang Xian, who had never engaged in a real battle before, did not feel nervous. On the contrary, he was even a bit excited. Such a bottom line is given by his vocation. The Wine Sword Immortal's talent allows him to comprehend sword intent from wine and transform it into his native wine sword. Wang Xianxian had only comprehended one type of sword intent up until now. That sword intent came from the envious immortal brew that his mother had brewed for him. Suddenly, a sharp bird call came from the bamboo forest. Wang Xianxian immediately received the map into his arms, and his body simultaneously took a welcoming stance. The sound of bamboo poles colliding as well as breaking continuously came from the bamboo forest in front of them, and a burly figure slowly approached. Wang Xianxian quickly saw that it was a giant bear with hair like spikes all over its body and a shoulder height of 2 meters. Blood that hadn't yet dried dripped down its huge fangs, and the tyrannical aura was enough to frighten most rookies out of their wits. Wang Xianxian threw a scrying skill over. Bloodthirsty bear. Rank, peak first order. Skills, bloodlust, bite, shock roar. Introduction, a bloodthirsty bear about to break through the 2nd rank. Beware of its sharp claws. Bloodthirsty bear. My first blood. It's you. Wang Xianxian looked at this bloodthirsty bear and the corners of his mouth gently rose. Roar. The bloodthirsty bear stared at the human teenager in front of him, whose hands were empty, and let out a low growl. It had seen many human teenagers like him in this secret realm, but those human teenagers, all of them, without exception, were armed with weapons and defenses. It seized this as a provocation from the other side. Immediately after that, the thick limbs violently trampled up the ground, splashing a bamboo leaf and rushing towards Wang Xianxian with a bloody breath. It was as if a rapidly speeding car had crashed into it. Facing the attack of the bloodthirsty bear, Wang Xianxian did not panic, and with a thought, the yellow gourd appeared at his waist. In the next instant, accompanied by the enchanting aroma of wine, the yellow gourd began to spew out a large amount of wine. This liquor wrapped around the teenager's right hand and eventually transformed into a sort of wine that was entirely condensed from wine. As the bloodthirsty bear charged over, Wang Xianxian's body swiftly dodged and flashed directly to the side of the bloodthirsty bear. The bloodthirsty bear in rapid flight simply couldn't stop in time. Seeing this, a cold light flashed in Wang Xianxian's eyes, and his entire body's spiritual energy violently erupted. The right hand gripping the sword teased upwards without mercy. The wine sword easily severed the head of the bloodthirsty bear from the bottom up. The bloodthirsty bear's ferocious bear head directly detached from its body and threw itself up, blood gushing out from its neck like a fountain. The darting body crashed through dozens of thick bamboos according to inertia before collapsing with a rumble. Looking at the corpse of the giant bear that had fallen to the ground, Wang Xianxian was trembling with excitement. It's too strong. A sword. He himself had used only one sword to decapitate the bloodthirsty bear at the peak of the 1st rank. Thinking that he was still in the secret realm, Wang Xianxian quickly adjusted his state of mind. Out of caution, he directly maneuvered his wine sword and continued to make up 2 more slashes. Only after making sure that the other party was dead through, did he slowly step forward and cut open the bear's head, removing the crystal core inside. Crystalline nuclei are energy crystals unique to Fae. It is like the human dantian, the core of energy operation. This stuff is so versatile, it's considered hard currency. In fact, many parts of the bloodthirsty bear's body were worth a lot of money, but since Wang Xianxian didn't have a specialized storage spirit treasure, he had to give up. He left the bear bile behind, though, because it makes wine. After calming down, Wang Xianxian began to summarize. The fundamental reason he was able to kill the bloodthirsty bear so quickly was because the effect of his intrinsic wine sword was too strong. The benthic wine sword is not just a sword. To be precise, it was the materialization of sword intent. In other words, each of his attacks was considered a release of sword intent. The equivalent of a punt is someone else's move. The sword intent used wine as a carrier to condense the native wine sword. One kind of wine can only comprehend one kind of sword intent. In other words, each native wine sword represented a sword intent. As long as there were enough types of wine, Wang Xianxian would be able to comprehend countless sword meanings from these wines. At that time, Wang Xianxian suspended countless instinctive wine swords behind him. Under the endless sword intent attacks, any enemy would be instantly destroyed. Current number of native wine swords, 1. Envious Immortal Sword. Source, Envy Brewing. Effect, attack doubled. Elegy Guardian. Wang Xianxian looked at the Envious Immortal Swords panel with secret joy in his heart. Everyone else needs to spend tons of resources forging powerful weapons, and he didn't need it at all, because the effect of his native wine sword was even stronger than those top-tier equipment. As long as there was alcohol, he had everything. This is the wine Sword Immortal. After a short rest, Wang Xianxian did not choose to leave the spot. The corpse of a bloodthirsty bear would attract other alien beasts to it. It was the perfect bait. Sure enough, in less than 10 minutes, a group of wolf-like alien beasts slowly encircled from the surroundings. The pack of wolves numbered around 12, and they had the kind of all-emerald green fur that blended perfectly into the bamboo forest environment. Bamboo Leaf Wolf. Wang Xianxian instantly recognized the identity of the other party. Bamboo Leaf Wolf. Rank, mid-first order. Skills, Bamboo Leaf Flying Blade. Sneaking, biting. Description, the single ability is mediocre. But beware of the opponent holding a group to appear. Facing the encirclement, Wang Xianxian did not act rashly. Because wolves are such united creatures, they have extremely good team hunting skills. The 12 bamboo leaf wolves were a far stronger threat to him than a single bloodthirsty bear. The bamboo leaf wolf was much faster than the bloodthirsty bear, so he definitely couldn't get into a ground battle. Thinking of this, Wang Xianxian's feet lashed out and leaped directly onto the bamboo. The thick bamboo held his weight perfectly. However, he had still underestimated how difficult the bamboo leaf wolf was to deal with. The group of bamboo leaf wolves let out a burst of wolf howls after seeing Wang Xianxian jump onto the bamboo. Immediately after that, the bodies of all the bamboo leaf wolves began to emit a bright green glow. Then again, in Wang Xianxian's incredulous eyes, he kept jumping back and forth on the bamboo. Grass. Wang Xianxian couldn't hold it in. Is this a fucking wolf or a monkey? Seeing that the two nearest bamboo leaf wolves were only 2 meters away, the gourd on Wang Xianxian's waist once again spewed out a large amount of liquor suspended in the air. His body moved and his feet stepped directly on the drink. The wine suspended in the air was like steps, holding Wang Xianxian's body steadily. Wang Xianxian borrowed the petals formed by the wine in the air and followed the example of the bamboo leaf wolf, constantly weaving in and out of the bamboo forest. The teenager's divine operation directly stunned the group of bamboo leaf wolves. Wang Xianxian took the opportunity to turn the liquor in the air into flying swords, then controlled them to attack the nearest bamboo leaf wolf, accompanied by a wail. That bamboo leaf wolf was pierced through by several flying swords and received its box lunch on the spot. The rest of the bamboo leaf wolves did not choose to retreat upon seeing it. The largest sized bamboo leaf wolf let out a low growl, as if it was sending some kind of signal. Then, a perverse air current began to rise around all the bamboo leaf wolves. The airflow wrapped around the bamboo leaves on the ground, forming a green tornado of bamboo leaves. Wang Xianxian in the air didn't have any time to enjoy this strange sight, because the lethality of these bamboo leaves is comparable to pistol bullets. Wang Xianxian sighed softly. Can it only go so far? After saying that, Wang Xianxian directly raised the gourd at his waist. The wine that filled the room with the aroma of wine was poured from the jug into the teenager's mouth in a matter of moments. As his throat continued to make swallowing motions, the breath within Wang Xianxian's body began to climb rapidly. Phase 1. Over. Stage 2. Spirit Wine State. Drinking the envious immortal wine. You will receive a special blessing that enhances all your attributes tenfold. At the same time, the bamboo leaves in the sky began to shoot in the direction of the teenager. Only, in the bamboo leaf wolf's puzzled eyes, Wang Xianxian's figure directly disappeared into the air. In the next instant, a bamboo leaf wolf directly fell to the ground. It didn't even have a chance to scream before it was split in half by Wang Xianxian with his sword. The wolf sensed Wang Xian's terrifying aura and shivered in fear. Out of the instinct to survive, the bamboo leaf wolves started to flee in droves. However, their speed was too slow compared to Wang Xianxian, who had obtained tenfold reinforcement. It only took Wang Xian a short 30 seconds to settle all the bamboo leaf wolves. After the battle was over, Wang Xianxian didn't clean up the battlefield right away. He realized that his understanding of sword moves was stronger after drinking. The sword technique he used in his own battles was constantly being optimized and changed in his mind. This is the epiphany. After briefly digesting the epiphany he just had, Wang Xianxian looked at the corpses of the bamboo leaf wolves piled up on the ground, his heart aching. He had made up his mind to get a storage gear. His wine gourd was fine for storing things, but he was a bit of a clean freak. Unsurprisingly, the gourd will probably only hold wine. After taking the crystal core of the bamboo leaf wolf, Wang Xianxian continued to walk deeper into the bamboo forest. Along the way, Wang Xianxian was picking fresh bamboo leaves in addition to killing foreign beasts to sharpen his sword skills. Sensei said that my mother's favorite thing was picking bamboo leaves. Today it was hard to come to the bamboo forest. Not to get some brewing raw materials is simply sorry. It is worth mentioning that bamboo leaves can not only be brewed, but also boiled tea to drink. Bamboo leaves boiled tea has the effect of alcohol. However, this outermost bamboo is not considered top-notch. Wang Xianxian's mind began to think about the staple food of the bamboo bear clan. Spirit bamboo. Just as Wang Xianxian was brainstorming about making wine with his own spiritual bamboo leaves, the burst of clamor coming from above the bamboo forest directly interrupted his beautiful fantasy. Wang Xianxian subconsciously looked up. With just this glance, he broke out in a cold sweat, because above his head, there were nearly 100 horrible-looking apes laughing at him. That oozing smile made Wang Xianxian feel a tingle in his scalp. Killer apes? How can there be so many of them? Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Xianxian directly turned around and ran. Of the 3 most famous fey beasts in the primary zone, the most powerful one was not the bloodthirsty bear that possessed great strength, nor was it the bamboo leaf wolf that possessed great speed and strong teamwork. The most powerful foreign beast in the primary zone was the killer ape. The terror of this foreign beast could be seen from its name. The biggest reason why man can be the dominant force in the world compared to beasts is intelligence and the ability to use tools. Even in the face of powerful alien beasts, humans who had awakened their vocation had many ways to gain victory. And these same virtues of mankind can be seen in the ape-like beasts. Killer apes, like bamboo wolves, live in packs. Not only do they have uncommon strength, but they also have extremely fast stances in the woods. Most importantly, it will use weapons. Killer apes are born with a mastery of the stick. And on top of that, adult killer apes can master other cold weapon techniques through imitative learning. You never know what kind of weapon the killer ape you're facing will use until the battle begins. If the above point alone was not enough for Wang Xianxian to escape, the real reason that made Wang Xianxian run straight away was that the killer ape could use military formations. Yeah, you heard right. This thing knows military formations. If there were only a dozen or so, Wang Xianxian would still have the confidence to fight against them, but the number of this group of killer apes was close to 100 just by visual estimation. Hell knows if there are any more killer apes hiding in ambush. Damn, how do you run so fast? Wang Xianxian twisted his head to look at the murderous ape that was in hot pursuit and accelerated his speed once again. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, Wang Xianxian directly took out his communicator and then attempted to call for help. Just as he attempted to signal, a strong sense of crisis suddenly arose in his heart. When he turned his head again, he realized that hundreds of spears made of bamboo poles were flying towards him. It's too late to hide. In the nick of time, the envious immortal sword in Wang Xianxian's hand directly transformed into wine and suspended above his head. In an instant, the wine coalesced into a gentle woman who opened her arms and held the teenager tightly in her embrace. Hundreds of bamboo spears were directly blocked by this woman transformed into wine with her body. This is the second special effect of the envious immortal sword. Ink Elegy. The envious immortal sword transformed into Mo Bienga, defending Wang envious immortal from deadly attacks. This effect named after a mother is triggered passively. The teenager's body began to tremble wildly as he watched the back of his mother, who had coalesced from the liquor, stick spears all over her. Even if this was made of liquor, Wang Xianxian absolutely could not endure his mother being attacked. In Killer Ape's POV, the teenager is being protected by a huge woman. They began to continue to try to attack in a variety of ways. Seeing this, Wang Xianxian directly took out his wine gourd and then madly poured wine into his mouth. Even though the killer ape was still attacking, it was never able to break through Ink Buster's defense. The teenager hid in his mother's arms and kept pouring alcohol into his body. Get drunk. Get drunk. Hurry up and get me drunk. He didn't know how much wine he had swallowed, but he still didn't show any signs of drunkenness. Wang Xianxian didn't understand why. As if the more anxious he was, the more awake he became. Just then, his wine immortal gourd lit up with a golden light. Come with the sword and ride the wind. Invincible between heaven and earth. Happy and free with wine. Without wine I am also insane. The ancient voice echoing in his mind continued to soothe Wang Xianxian's nervousness. I'm crazy without alcohol. Without alcohol. Suddenly, Wang Xianxian looked like he understood something. How can the wine sword immortal get drunk by drinking a lot of alcohol when he has no upper limit? The drunkenness of the wine sword immortal is the attachment to the red dust and the state of mind of the free world. No wine can get him drunk unless he wants to get drunk himself. The moment he thought about this, the teenager's body suddenly shook. His body began to shake continuously, as if he couldn't even stand. At the same time, an extremely terrifying aura spread within him. Wang Xianxian took the gourd in his hand and filled himself with a mouthful once again, then began to shout, "One drink, all the rivers." As 2 mouthfuls went down, Wang Xianxian's figure shook more and more. Drink again. Swallow the sun and moon. The teenager stumbled through the bamboo forest, his steps faltering as if he would fall at any moment. Even his originally clear eyes had an extra hint of disorientation in them, revealing a deep intoxication. Wang Xianxian picked up the wine gourd and gently took a sip, then closed his eyes, savoring the taste of the wine. The contented smile on his face gave a feeling as if nothing in this world mattered anymore. Accompanied by the teenager's terrifying aura, the Mo wrench that held him in her arms once again transformed into the envious immortal sword. When the sword returned to Wang Xianxian's hands, the terrifying aura once again climbed upwards. The teenage gullible voice became louder. 1,000 cups of drunkenness, only I, the wine sword immortal. As soon as the words fell, the wine gourd in Wang Xianxian's hand instantly grew larger. The giant wine gourd continuously spewed out large amounts of fine wine. The moment these fine wines were sprayed out, they turned into a gust of wine mist, enveloping the surrounding bamboo forest as well as the murderous apes. When the killer ape saw this bizarre scene, his body instinctively wanted to flee the place, but to their horror, they realized that no matter how much they ran, they couldn't get out of the confines of the mist. Wang Xianxian looked down at the hundreds of killer apes that had fallen to the ground and couldn't help but laugh up at the sky. Drunkenness, dreams, invite the king, in his dreams, to his death. With that said, the wine sword immortal gently swung down the sword in his hand. At the same time, the shadow of Wang Xianxian appeared in the dreams of hundreds of killer apes at the same time. Then a sword. The breeze blew through, taking away the smell of alcohol that roamed the bamboo forest. The teenager rested on his arms and let out a soft snore. The hundreds of killer apes that fell around him remained in the same sleeping position, except that unlike teenagers, they lose their breath, as well as their heartbeat. Their lives, with the end of the dream, come to an end. In the quiet bamboo forest, a sudden burst of alcohol suddenly rose once again. The wine saint gourd at Wang Xianxian's waist began to bloom with a golden light. In the next instant, a bamboo bear naively drilled out of the gourd. After stretching, this little bamboo bear shook its little head. Then he wobbled over to Wang Xianxian's side and scrutinized his face. Haven't seen him for tens of thousands of years. How come this thieving brat still looks so handsome? Slept through it? Or are you allergic to alcohol? Suddenly, it slapped its head violently. I was mostly drunk. How could I think he was allergic to alcohol? It's all because of that thieving kid. How dare he use my dang hong meng gourd as a wine pot? Really don't treat the artifact spirit as a human being. With that, it violently kicked Wang Xianxian twice. Seeing that Wang Xianxian had fallen asleep, it sighed helplessly before looking around. A somewhat familiar feeling. Isn't this the Tianfu Bamboo Sea? Looking at the moon high in the sky, Wang Xianxian fell into deep thought. Is this drinking out of your mind? Wang Xianxian was a bit incredulous. I actually slept through the night? Fully awake, he looked around, his heart pounding once again. Hundreds of killer apes were lying on the ground with expressions of horror. Only after Wang Xianxian carefully probed did he realize that all of these killer apes were already dead. What happened? Wang Xianxian began to try to remember. He only remembered that he was drunk and lightly swung his sword, and the rest he had no memory of. After thinking for a moment, Wang Xianxian finally figured out the current situation. At that time, he manipulated the fine wines and turned them into wine mist. Those murderous apes inhaled the highly concentrated alcohol fog and got drunk straight away. And he cut right through the killer ape's dreams. In the dream, killed all the killer apes. This move, named drunkenness, it is similar to a domain skill that invades the dreams of a drunken person and damages them. The move gave the impression of a mental type of skill. In the dark, Wang Xianxian had a feeling that there were countless other moves like this for Wine Sword Immortal. It's too strong. After suppressing the excitement in his heart, Wang Xianxian took advantage of the moonlight to take out the crystal cores in the killer ape's body one by one. Just as he was about to make a dash for the exit, a milky voice came from above. Hey, thieving kid, are you blind? I'm so big, I can't see you, can I? The sudden sound that rang out made Wang Xianxian feel like an enemy, and he looked up warily. A small bamboo bear was actually lying on a thick bamboo. For some reason, the moment Wang Xianxian saw it, affinity involuntarily surfaced from his heart. Little bear, I have bamboo leaves here. Do you want to eat them? Sip, 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 come over here. I've got something delicious here. The vessel spirit was silent. Wang Xianxian's voice that was like calling a puppy was so harsh. Bare fists clenched without realizing it. However, at the moment, Wang Xianxian was immersed in the joy of seeing the bamboo bear and didn't even realize that something was wrong. Before the words were finished, the teenager kept rolling on the ground over and over in pain, clutching the large bag on his head. The vessel spirit dropped the bamboo pole in his hand and walked over to Wang Xianxian, then grabbed him by the collar and ferociously said, "Thieving boy, what part of me looks like a bear?" Wang Xianxian's entire body was confused. What about the promised bamboo bears being gentle to humans? He looked at the other party's body, which was exactly the same as the bamboo bears, and spoke cautiously. What's not like that? Which is not like? Auntie, I will tell you which is not like right now. The vessel spirit gritted its teeth. Listen up. The biggest difference between me and bamboo bear is, silence is tonight's cornbridge. After a moment of silence, the artifact spirit continued to threaten viciously. Do you hear me? This is the difference between an ant and a bamboo bear. And if you dare to call me a bamboo bear again, your legs will be broken. Wang Envisian muttered in a small voice, but I really didn't listen to. The third leg, the instrumental spirit added silently. I hear you. Wang Xianxian's voice was super loud. Very well, those who recognize the times are wise. You already have 1/10,000th of that thief boy's temperament, the artifact spirit affirmed. That, Senior, Wang Xianxian asked tentatively. You are? Still haven't realized? The artifact spirit looked at Wang Xianxian in disgust. I'm your artifact spirit. Ha! Wang Xianxian was dumbfounded. He hurriedly communicated with his consciousness to the Sword Immortal Gourd, and after 3 breaths, he raised his head in surprise. Gourd Immortals, don't call me Gourd Immortal, I have a name. My name is Cloud Calling. Clouds of clouds, oinking oinking. Looking at Yunboing's proud little expression, Wang Xianxian was unable to ask the words he had held in his heart after all. Hello Cloud Calling, my name is Wang Xianxian. Cloud Calling raised an eyebrow. Envious of fairies? What's so envious about fairies? This name is like a joke. I should have known to advise your mom not to give you this name in the first place. This sentence directly silenced Wang Xianjian. Cloud Calling waved its little paw. Forget it, not so much. What era is it now? How many years have passed since the appearance of the Heavenly Gate? Wang Xianxian, who was well versed in history, hastened to speak. 12,000 years have passed since the Heavenly Gate descended. 12,000 years, muttered Cloud Calling. Has it been that long? So who won the battle between the Heavenly Court and the Fey Emperor? Heavenly Court? Wang Xianxian was a bit confused. What is the Heavenly Court? At those words, Yun Boing directly frowned. Then tell me what you know about the history. Wang Xianxian briefly organized his language and began to slowly narrate. Half an hour later, Yun Boing slowly shook his head after hearing Wang Xianxian's words. I don't know anything about what you said. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian was greatly shocked. Then when did you? Yun Boing suddenly woke up, then covered Wang Xianxian's mouth. Little ancestor, words are not to be taken lightly. If you were to reincarnate again, it would annoy me even more. On the subject of past lives, let's stop there. After saying that, it jumped directly onto Wang Xianxian's head. Since Auntie is out, you have nothing to fear. Feeling the soft texture of the teenager's hair, Cloud Calling looked very satisfied. That's the ace couch. Your prickly auntie looked the other way long ago in a previous life. With an extra bamboo bear hat, Wang Xianxian looked a little excited. In my past life, was I good? Sloppy, Cloud Calling said breathlessly as she lay on Wang Xianxian's head. You haven't reached the blood refining realm yet. I still feel a bit overwhelmed. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian nodded slightly. Let's go back to practicing then. Cloud Calling raised his eyes slightly. Little ancestor, this is not a good state for you to be in right now. Wang Xianxian was a bit puzzled. Your fighting skills, they suck. Cloud Calling hit the nail on the head. And you can't control yourself into intoxication at will. Your strongest tool is to stray outside the concept, the unselectable state described in that vocation panel. With your current strength, you can't fully enter the Sword Immortal state, but you can incorporate the unselectable into the battle, like playing and then suddenly disappearing and, however, because of the demon of the heart, you simply cannot fight as you wish. Heart demon. Wang Xianxian was silent. Yun Boing patted Wang Xian's head. Immortals are supposed to be free and easy, and immortals are supposed to be uninhibited. And right now you're all shackled. The teenager looked down at the moonlight on the ground and wondered what he was thinking. Cloud Calling patted the teenager's cheek with his furry bear paw. The chains that can be cut off, cut them off just fine. And the ones that can't be cut off will be talked about when the time comes. From this day forward, you are no longer alone. Hearing this, the corner of Wang Xianxian's mouth gently rose. He could feel the link between himself and the other that came from the depths of his soul. It was a concern that was gentle to the core. Come on, take Auntie. See this new era. Heavenly Sword Wang Clan. At the banquet, Fu Xianer stared at the screen of her cell phone, her brows furrowed. Why haven't you returned the message by now? Are you still in the secret realm? She glanced at the time. It was now 7 p.m. 9 hours had passed since the last message from Wang Xianxian. Fu Xianer only knew that Wang Xianxian had gone to the bamboo forest mystic realm to practice today. It should be fine. After all, it's a novice secret world. There was more than a little uneasiness in the young girl's mind. It was at that moment that a loud voice rang in her ears. Grandfather Ancestor, I've already broken through to the middle stage of blood refining, and just today I've obtained a special enrollment spot at the Imperial Capital University. The eyes of the crowd turned toward the person who had made the sound. The one who spoke was none other than the new generation of Wang Clan's heavenly pride, Wang Beichen. Everyone there was shocked by it. A 13-year-old in the middle stage of blood refining. This kind of talent is as terrifying as it is. Even Emperor Baizhe, who was beside Fu Xianer, could not help but take a couple more glances at Wang Beichen. As parents, Wang Jianyan and Moronwan could not hide their excitement. Special enrollment quotas. Every major school has its own class of gifted youngsters. They'll be scouring the country for geniuses all over the place. Getting a special enrollment spot means crossing over to high school and going straight to college. Threshold qualifications for this gifted class are extremely high. Do not underestimate the university. The vast majority of resources in China are controlled by the state. This was all the handiwork of the three emperors, who had taken the initiative to contain the clans for the sake of the common development of the human race. Not only did he lead by example, but he also suppressed the great emperor clans all year round. It was also because the three emperors ceded power that the power of the Chinese nation soared. Looking around the world, all countries are controlled by plutocrats and families. Only in China is the government, the people, still in control. And martial artists who enjoy the country's resources will plant a seed in their hearts to serve the country. Only by breaking the monopoly can we gain a constant flow of power. Back to the topic of special recruiting spots. In fact, with Wang Beichen's talent, it was not surprising that he had obtained a special recruiting slot. What's really shocking is his age. 13. Even if you look at the 10,000 years of history of the martial Dao, there are very few who can obtain a special recruitment quota at this age. The Wang clan's supreme elder stroked Wang Beichen's head. Worthy of being my Wang clan's pride. Hearing his grandpa's praise, Wang Beichen looked even more excited. Grandpa Zhu, after the special enrollment quota is taken, I can fully prepare for the college entrance exam. I'm going to challenge the old ancestor and bring glory to our Wang clan. Ha ha ha. The Wang clan's supreme elder laughed boldly. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past, and the waves of the past deserve to be patted on the beach. If you can really defeat old ancestor, that will be the greatest gift our Wang clan will ever offer to old ancestor. The surrounding clansmen looked at Wang Beichen with some envy. At the age of 13, he challenged the old ancestor in front of the entire nation. Win or lose, Wang Beichen had shown his natural talent. Then his name will surely be famous in China. The glory of the heavenly sword Wang clan would be remembered once again. This is certainly exciting for Wang right now. Wang Beichen proudly enjoyed the envious gazes of his clansmen. However, when he turned his gaze to the opposite side of Fu Xianer, the pride on his face froze. He had thought that his talent would make the young girl think highly of him, but the other man was staring at his plate in disbelief. The other party's flat response made the deliberately expressive Wang Beichen as if he had eaten a fly. Fu Xianer didn't notice Wang Beichen's stiff expression in the slightest. Right now her mind was filled with thoughts about Wang Xianxian. How can I eat after being in the secret realm for so long? Oh yeah, there's energy supplements coming. Obviously your body is still not well, and you still went to the secret realm for so long. What if I have a heart demon at this rate? No, I have to think of something. Not knowing what the young girl had thought of, the corners of her mouth slowly lifted without her realizing it. The entrance to the bamboo forest mystic realm. By the time Wang Xianxian came out of the bamboo forest mystic realm, the time had already come to 9 o'clock in the evening. There was no signal inside the secret realm, so he was constantly disconnected. After leaving the secret realm, Wang Xianxian took out his cell phone at the first opportunity. Cats don't love fish. The passing pulse realm should not be used for overly strong combat special training. Pay attention to the duration of your training. Cat doesn't love fish. You have a lot of good food in Heavenly Sword City. Food, JPG. Cat doesn't like fish. The stuff I sent you is almost here. Message me back when it comes out. Cats don't love fish. Hashtag consequences of martial artist cultivation over hasty links. Cats don't love fish. Hashtag Dontalfat dominate our power links. Cat doesn't like fish. There's a banquet tonight. It seems to be a celebration of that brother of yours breaking through the middle stage of the blood refining realm. I hate him. His heart is too dirty. Cat doesn't like fish. It's 9 o'clock, and I seem to be getting a little angry. Seeing the wildly bombarded news, Wang Xianxian instantly sweated. Envy Immortal, I'm sorry your highness. I accidentally fell asleep in the secret realm. The message from the other side came back quickly, almost instantly. Cat doesn't like fish. How did you fall asleep in the secret realm? Is there something wrong with your body? Wang Xianxian could only briefly and roughly talk to Fu Xianer about today's events. In order to increase his credibility, Wang Xianxian also sent the photos he took today. Cat doesn't like fish, so you ended up with nearly 100 killer apes all by yourself. Envious fairy, aha. Cat doesn't like fish, and don't you know that power often comes with a price? What the hell were you thinking? Wang Xianxian had thought that the other party would be very happy, but he did not expect that Fu Xianer would show even more excitement. But for some reason, what was clearly a reproach fell on his heart, but it was extraordinarily sweet. Envious Immortal, your highness, don't worry. I checked and there's nothing physically wrong with me. Cats don't like fish. How does this reassure me that such an exaggerated increase could not have a negative effect? Envious Immortal, there really isn't any. I can clearly sense that this state is not oppressing of bodily functions. but rather the use of alcohol as a source of power, and that there is no damage to the body at all, except for when one gets drunk and takes a big nap. Wang Xianxian didn't finish his sentence. In fact, not only did his body not lose anything, it could even be said that it was in full condition, because wine restores him. When Fu Xianer looked at the message sent by Wang Xianxian, her eyes widened with disbelief. Cat doesn't like fish. You're a little overly strong with this talent, aren't you? Cat doesn't like fish. Never mind. It's good that your body is fine. Have you eaten? Envious fairy, not yet. On the way back in the car right now. Cat doesn't like fish, so go home. The stuff for you in the mail has arrived. Someone will call you later. Cat doesn't like fish, remember to eat. Wang Xianxian stared at the chat records of the two of them for a long time. The corners of his mouth lifted uncontrollably. Cloud Calling, who was sitting on his head, had an anti-smile all over her face. The driver's uncle who was driving next to him laughed when he saw this. Boy, talking to your girlfriend, are you? Wang Xianxian hurriedly denied. Not a girlfriend, a friend. The older driver laughed at the teenager's somewhat flustered appearance. What's there to be embarrassed about? I'm not a teacher. Am I going to catch you in early love? That little brat in my house had the same expression as you when he was in love at the time. That brat looks at his cell phone all day long, and the corners of that mouth are cracked up to the sky. I asked him if he was a girlfriend, and guess what he said? Wang Xianxian asked curiously. How so? The driver looked at Wang Xianxian with a smirk. Not a girlfriend, he said, but a friend. Facing the driver uncle's flirtation, Wang Xianxian felt his face turn a little red. You misunderstand. It's really not a girlfriend. That's me. The driver uncle ignored the teenager's explanation and looked at Wang Xianxian with an expression that saw through everything. Friends. I get it. Wang Xianxian. Yun Boing, who was sitting on the head of Wang Xianxian, happily kept applauding. The teenager glanced glumly out the window and suddenly seemed to remember something. Master, please change your destination. Don't go to the Brewers Association. Send me to Whitewater Academy. Okay. When Wang Xianxian returned to his dorm room, it was already 10:30 p.m. Back in his dormitory, he first called his master's grandfather and uncle to explain the situation. Seeing that Fu Xianer was still not finished, Wang Xianxian decided to take a shower first. When he was done undressing, the corner of the teenager's mouth twitched slightly. Auntie, I'm going to take a shower. I know. Cloud Calling, who was lying on Wang Xianxian's head, had a disinterested look on his face. I'm going to take a shower. Please excuse me. Che. Yun Boing disdainfully glanced at Wang Xianxian. Hair hasn't even grown, and you're still a whole quite shy. After saying that, it directly burrowed into the wine fairy gourd. Soaking in the bathtub, Wang Xianxian began to think about what would happen afterward. First of all, money is essential to get stronger. When he left Heavenly Sword, Wang Xian deposited $6 million. But today, his savings would have been $5.64 million. The $360,000 went almost entirely to buying tickets. Because of the vastness of the delineated territory, the high-speed railroad is extremely fast, and the speed is maintained at 1,000 km per hour for a long time when it is conventional. The cost of such a high-speed rail is quite high. Heavenly Sword City was located in the Tianyu province, in the center of China. A one-way ticket from Heavenly Sword City to Heavenly Wine City has come to $5,000. That's still a 20% discount on underage fares. In order to get rid of the tracking, Wang Xianxian bought more than 100 tickets for different journeys before and after. To be honest, the $360,000 spent made his heart bleed. However, this amount of money is nothing at all for cultivation. The big spenders are still to come. For example, he went to the secret bamboo forest today. That thing charges by the hour. Beginner zones charge $200 per hour, intermediate zones $500, and advanced zones $1,000. He went in from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. and came out. 11 hours cost $200. However, for him, this wave was not only not a loss, but even a blood profit. The market price of a first-order crystal core was roughly between 100 and 500. More than 150 first-order crystal cores added up to almost tens of thousands. Being able to make money in the novice zone, Wang Xianxian was definitely a special case. Under normal circumstances, it would be considered good to hunt 5 fey beasts in 10 hours. The main purpose of the newbie secret is for newbies to experience. Not every family can support a child in martial arts. Even if the country had free resource support every year, the consumption of resources needed by martial artists was by no means something that ordinary families could easily afford. Making tens of thousands of dollars in the secret world is ultimately small potatoes. It's still the wilderness that you can really get rich in, or secret areas that have yet to be conquered. The value of the crystal cores of high-grade alien beasts rose exponentially. The market price of second-order crystal cores had then come to the 500 to 1,000 range. The third-order crystal cores were even worth thousands each. The next big head of Wang Xian's spending was estimated to occur in the purchase of heavenly materials and treasures. The materials needed to brew spirit wine were not a small amount. The cheapest first-order spirit plant. The yellow spirit grass's single plant selling price had already exceeded 50. But don't think 50 is cheap. That's the price of a single plant. 50 a stick. At the back. Fifth order. Sixth order spirit plants were even more astronomical. He also planned to buy a larger storage spirit treasure, or else he wouldn't have a place to put a lot of materials. The cheapest storage spirit treasure was over $1 million. When you embark on the path of cultivation, it is as if money is no longer money. Wang Xian was not worried about his ability to make money. After all, he could brew wine for sale. It's just that this will limit the rate at which he can develop. And to develop quickly he can't focus on making money. After coming out of the bathroom, Wang Xianxian took out his loot from his bag. 2 bloodthirsty bear bitter guts, 30 bamboo leaf wolf teeth, 153 first-order crystalline cores, and a pack of fresh bamboo leaves. Before he could sort it out, his cell phone beeped. Wang Xianxian picked up his cell phone and looked at it. Cat doesn't like fish, the delivery man has arrived. Before Wang Xianxian had time to reply to the message, a call came in. Caller alert, special postal delivery? Upon answering the call, a strong voice came out of the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Envy Fairy? I'm a delivery person from Postal Special Delivery, and there's a shipment I need you to sign for. I am currently at the entrance to Whitewater Academy. Please tell me your exact location. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian's heart shook slightly. What kind of delivery company is this? So rolled up? It's almost 11 p.m. and it's still being delivered. Please wait a moment. I'll be right there. Mr. Envy Immortal, the level of this delivery item is too high. In order to protect you and the safety of the delivery item, please also try to sign for it in a private environment. The deliveryman's words caused Wang Xianxian to freeze for a moment. Come on in then. I'm here in the teacher's dormitory area. Number 666. Yes, please wait a moment. After hanging up the phone, Wang Xianxian quickly picked up his cell phone Baidu. After briefly consulting it, he finally realized what Postal Special Delivery was. That's a specialized courier company run by the state. A special division under Postal Express. In this case, when it comes to valuable items that need to be transported, the special distributor will be activated. These special distributors are very strong and most of them are covert distributors. 5 minutes later, Wang Xianxian finally waited for the doorbell. When he opened the door to his room, he saw a big, burly man. He was dressed in civilian clothes and had a simple look, and it was impossible to tell that he was a martial artist from his aura alone. However, Wang Xianxian knew that this uncle had already reached the realm of breath internalization. In other words, the plain-looking uncle in front of him had already reached the 6th order burning yang realm in strength. After a rigorous and complicated signing process, the burly man spoke as if relieved. Here's your delivery, please take it. After Wang Xianxian took the delivery, the burly man nodded to him and his figure directly disappeared from the spot. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Wang Xianxian took the express back to his room. The express box was made of a special metal material, and after entering the password, Wang Xianxian successfully opened it. There was only one thing inside, a bracelet of great beauty. Instead of a bracelet, this is more like a dragon. The mighty red golden divine dragon came to life, its honorable body enclosing a perfect circle. Dragon and Phoenix bracelet, dragon bracelet. Quality, ground level extreme. Type, world type storage treasure. Function, dual life space. Effects, Bujo Guardian. After opening, it can generate a strong shield that can withstand attacks up to the 3rd level of Enlightenment Realm. The duration is determined by the stored energy. Note, if both bracelets are present, the effect is quintupled. Introduction, Strange Twin Spiritual Treasures. 2 bracelets share storage space. Earth, rank, extreme. Wang Xianxian directly lost his composure. The so-called spiritual treasures are treasures endowed with spirituality. Spiritual treasures are divided into 4 major orders of heaven. Earth, Xian and Yang, which are subdivided into 4 grades of upper, middle, lower and very high quality. When placed in the vast majority of clans, an earth rank extreme spiritual treasure would be called a treasure in the bottom of the box. This is a valuable resource that is difficult to measure in monetary terms. What's more, it was a world-type storage spirit treasure. He had seen world-type storage spirit treasures in the spiritual treasure pavilion before, but the yellow order extreme, it's worth over $100 million. He simply couldn't hardly imagine the value of this bracelet. It was at this moment that the cell phone's beep sounded again. Cat doesn't like fish, do you copy? Envious Immortal, received. Cat doesn't love fish, this bracelet is my unused storage spirit treasure. The two bracelets share a space and can be effective no matter how far apart they are. Cats don't like fish. It will take effect after the blood is dropped to recognize the owner. Wang Xianxian cut his fingertips and dripped blood onto the bracelet. The moment the bracelet finished recognizing its owner, a strange feeling arose in Wang Xianxian. His consciousness sank and he directly entered the space of the bracelet before taking out the resources that Food Fairy had prepared for him. Out of Wang Xianxian's imagination, the resources given to him by Food Center were far more than the same. He first took out a brocade box made of white jade. Upon opening it, a small transparent bottle was lying quietly in the box. The bottle contained a single drop of reddish golden blood. It was as if the blood contained earth-destroying energy. Cat doesn't love fish. This is the essence blood of the great sun golden crow. Originally intended to be used to help you reshape your spiritual vein. But I just didn't expect your spiritual vein to repair itself due to the second awakening. Cats don't like fish. There are many effects of the great sun golden crow's essence blood other than remodeling the spiritual veins. All in all, it's good for you without any harm. Wang Xianxian's heart was about to jump out of his chest when he heard that this drop of essence blood originated from the great sun golden crow. The great sun golden crow was the emperor of the demon race, the absolute ruler of the demon race, the demon emperor of the three emperors of China, whose body is the great sun golden crow. Envious immortal, your highness. No, I can't have this no matter what. As if she had already guessed that Wang Xianxian would say this. Food Center's fingertips slid rapidly. Cat doesn't love fish. You're about to enter the blood refining realm. This drop of essence blood will help you far more than you can imagine. Cats don't like fish. From the day you agreed to be sponsored by me, whatever I give you, you just take it. Cat doesn't like fish, and this drop of essence blood is my gift. You have to accept it even if you don't. Is this so overbearing? After hesitating for a moment, Wang Xianxian finally chose to accept. I'm tired of being a good boy. Cloud Calling drilled out of the gourd and snatched the essence blood from Wang Xianxian's hand, his eyes wide. Isn't this the heart blood of the golden crow of the great sun, sent directly to you? Thieving boy, you've been bagged. The ultimate essence blood that all immortals thirst for. After the shock passed, Yun Boing's face was ecstatic. Get over it, get over it. You've really opened up in this life. Well done, Envy immortal boy. Finally, Wang Xianxian took out another black bank card from the bag. He didn't know exactly how much was in there, but he knew that it was definitely a lot. Cat doesn't love fish. The people around me will always have cultivation resources ready for me, so I don't have the habit of collecting cultivation resources myself. Cat doesn't like fish. That bank card in the bag. There's some money in it. I forget exactly how much, but it's definitely enough for you to spend. The password is the last 8 digits of your cell phone number. Cat doesn't like fish, remember. The essence blood of the great sun golden crow must be used in the blood refining realm. And, as the teenager looked at Food Center's detailed instructions, a bitter smile could not help but spread across his face. Wang Xianxian, oh so much, what should you take to pay back? The Food Center gave herself with something she desperately needed. A storage elixir that can give you resources anytime, anywhere. Golden crow essence blood that can enhance strength and strengthen the physique. Cash that can get yourself out of a bind. In many ways, she helped herself. Envy Fairy, your highness. I don't know what I should say. Seemingly sensing Wang Xianxian's emotions, Food Center lightly moved her fingers. Cat doesn't like fish. Wang Xianxian, you're not a sewer rat. Please raise your head in a dignified manner. Cat doesn't like fish. We're in an investor/investee relationship now. It's not a handout. It's a deal. Cat doesn't like fish. I need your help in the future. You need my help now. If you really want to repay me, wait until the hatred in your heart settles. Cat doesn't like fish. You're going to tell everyone that you're my guy. Envy, good. Cat doesn't like fish. Then you rest early. It's been a long day. Good night. Envious Fairy, good night. Your highness, you're going to tell everyone that you're mine. The teenager kept brainstorming the voice of the Food Fairy in his head. After staring at the phone for a long time, Wang Xianxian's fingertips gently touched it. Envious Fairy, your highness. Cat doesn't like fish, huh? What's going on? Envy Fairy, I'll tell everyone that I'm yours. Envious Fairy, good night, your highness. Food Fairy hid under the covers with her cell phone in her hands, breathing heavily. The light from the cell phone hit her perfect face, leaving the blush on the young girl's cheeks, which had been hiding in the darkness. Nowhere to escape. Thumping heart. Cat doesn't like fish. Good. Wang Xianxian looked at the chat for a long time before carefully putting his phone aside to charge. Seeing this, Cloud Calling couldn't help but step forward and flirt. Thieving boy, if you have any emotional problems, remember to seek counseling advice from your aunt. People's girls are good. The body of the golden crow. When he becomes immortal, he can be considered worthy of you. When the time comes you marry her. Wang Xianxian interrupted with a blushing face. She's my benefactor. I'm only paying her back. Don't think too much. Boops Cloud Calling stared at Wang Xianxian with eyes that saw through everything and smiled evilly. Ah yes, benefactor. Think about it, one day in the future, she puts on her wedding gown and stands amongst her family and friends and you're not the groomsman. You can only stand down there and silently give her your best wishes. Bang! The teenager's fist slammed into the wall. This was the first time that Wang Xianxian had exposed his anger since he came out of Heavenly Sword City. This anger that grows in the heart cannot be suppressed at all. I told you. Cloud Calling spread her hands, still trying to act in front of your aunt. If you like someone, you should pursue them boldly. If you can't do it, we should try hard, okay? With Auntie, what girl you can't chase? The big number raised waist. Auntie, I have to let you this small number take off. Who do you think you are? The immortal of invincibility. You've got to change that personality. Got it? Wang Xianxian was silent, and it was obvious that he had taken this in. Got it. Cloud Calling crossed her paws. Where's the pizzazz? Pizzazz. Got it. Hearing the teenager's affirmative answer, Cloud Calling nodded in satisfaction, then jumped onto Wang Xian's shoulder with a godly air. That's what makes it great. Let's set a small goal for ourselves. Break through the blood refining realm tonight. After making up his mind, Wang Xianxian directly sat down on his knees and began to exhale his aura. His current realm was the first order Pulse Passage realm. The Pulse Passage realm was the most basic realm for martial artists. There are a total of 12 spirit veins in a martial artist's body, and these spirit veins are also the fundamentals of a martial artist's cultivation. The process of a passing vein realm martial artist becoming stronger was also the process of penetrating the 12 spirit veins. Now that Wang Xianxian had opened 9 veins, the last 3 remained. He sat quietly, his eyes closed, his breathing steady, his body relaxed. Wang Xianxian's attention was completely focused on his body, feeling the aura flowing through his spiritual veins. Along with the change in the rhythm of his breathing, he began to absorb the aura from the heavens and earth and maneuvered them to flow along his spiritual veins. At first, the absorbed spiritual energy was like a thin stream, flowing slowly, passing through each acupuncture point and bringing about a slight tingling. As time passed, that spiritual energy gradually grew, like a torrent, rushing endlessly. Floods of spiritual energy swam continuously in the 9 spirit veins that had been opened up. In addition to the 9 bright spirit veins, Wang Xianxian could also perceive 3 other dim spirit veins within his body. No aura ever entered there, and every ounce of aura that came in caused a painful tearing sensation. In order to open up a new spiritual vein, one must do it slowly, otherwise the aura in the body could potentially burst the spiritual vein. If it was the previous Wang Xianxian, he would definitely take his time, but now he's been wasted once. The wine was perfectly capable of repairing any of his injuries, including broken spirit veins. Thanks to the 10th elder, the spirit veins in his entire body had become even tougher after being shattered. At this moment, a crazy idea was born in Wang Xianxian's head. Cloud Calling. I'm going to open up the remaining 3 spirit veins and directly break through to the blood refining realm. Cloud Calling clasped his hands to his chest, revealing an air of disdain. Don't worry, everything has me. You boldly do it. I'll cover for you if anything happens. Remember, as long as there's booze, we're invincible. After making up his mind, Wang Xianxian immediately paid action. He gulped down a few mouthfuls of spirit wine to refill the consumed aura in his body. Under the influx of aura, the 3 remaining spirit veins in the body began to emit a dazzling light. Wang Xianxian's body also became hotter and hotter, as if it was about to burn. The huge aura continuously flushed the narrow spirit vein. 10th chakra, open. 11th chakra, open. He endured the pain and continued to channel the aura. Finally, the aura passed through the intact spirit vein and converged at the dantian, forming a spinning cyclone. The moment the aura reached the dantian, Wang Xianxian felt as if a certain shackle within his body had been broken. 12th chakra, open. Wang Xianxian didn't stop. He made a big effort and a large amount of spiritual chi surged madly into the dantian along the spiritual vein. He was going to use his aura as fuel to set his dantian on fire and make his body ignite with blood fire. Half an hour later, a gust of mist began to rise from Wang Xian's body. He felt keenly that his body temperature had become abnormally high. Eventually, Wang Xian slowly opened his eyes, and as he felt the blood that was constantly boiling inside his body, he couldn't help but swing his fist forward violently. The strong wind of the punch directly lifted the bedroom decorations. He looked at his fist, the corners of his mouth gently rising. This is the blood refining realm. Seeing that Wang Xianxian had successfully broken through to the blood refining realm, Yun Boing nodded in satisfaction, finally taking the first step as a martial artist. Next, the main event. She took out the Great Sun Golden Crow Essence Blood and looked at Wang Xianxian with a serious face. The so-called blood refining realm is the process of integrating aura into the blood and quenching the blood with aura, thus enhancing the quality of the blood. Do you know why that little girl repeatedly emphasized that she wanted you to absorb this drop of essence blood after reaching the blood refining realm? Wang Xianxian shook his head in some confusion. I don't know. Cloud Calling picked up the small bottle containing the essence blood, his tone a little grave. This is a great creation that she has gifted to you. She wants you to awaken the Golden Crow bloodline. Golden Crow bloodline? Just as the Great Emperor's bloodline in your body possesses miraculous effects, the Great Sun Golden Crow, being a divine beast of heaven and earth, its bloodline even possesses powers that far exceed those of the Emperor's blood. Normally, humans are unable to replace the bloodline in their bodies, but the blood refining realm is an exception. Martial artists at the blood refining realm are at the point in time where they are sublimating their bloodline, and those at this stage will have a chance to remodel their bloodline. And the necessity for remodeling the bloodline is the demon essence blood. Normally, absorbing demonic essence blood doesn't change the body's bloodline. You need to be blessed by the essence blood's owner in order to open the bloodline remodeling. And humans who remodel their bloodline in such a way are, in a sense, out of the human category. We generally call such an existence the Hotian spirit race. At that time, you with the Golden Crow bloodline will become a true Golden Crow clan. The corners of Yun Boing's mouth rose slightly. This is her true gift, a chance at nirvana, a complete transformation of her identity, and a gold medal of immunity from death that no one dares to touch. After listening to Yun Boing's explanation, Wang Xian's hand holding the essence blood became heavier than ever. This gift, so valuable. Looking at Wang Xianxian, who was frozen in place, Yun Boing did not interrupt his thoughts. After a long time, the teenager finally made up his mind, then directly swallowed the essence blood. Taking the essence blood of the Golden Crow of the Great Sun, bloodline remodeling in progress. The moment the essence blood entered his body, Wang Xianxian did not feel the rumored pain that tore his heart and lungs apart. He looked at Cloud Calling with a puzzled expression. Cloud Calling gave him a blank look. You think this is a novel? Bloodline remodeling is a slow process. When you end the blood refining realm, when the bloodline remodeling is complete, the corner of Wang Xian's mouth twitched slightly. Then why did you just say, the next thing is the main event? Because it's handsome? Cloud Calling said rightfully. Seeing that Wang Xianxian had absorbed the essence blood, Yun Boing stretched his back. There's not much to do next. I'm going to take a nap. Yun Boing. Thank you, Wang Xianxian said sincerely. I'm the artifact spirit of your original life magic treasure. Do you know what it means to be an original life artifact spirit? Cloud Calling suddenly became serious. What is an artifact spirit? Wang Xianxian was a bit puzzled. Isn't an artifact spirit a spirit born from a spiritual treasure? That's an unusual artifact spirit. I'm the artifact spirit of your original magic treasure. I was born because of you. So don't say thank you to me? Rah! After saying that, Cloud Calling drilled into the gourd without looking back. Wang Xianxian scratched his head. He felt that Yun Boing was a bit angry, but he didn't know which of his words was wrong. Thinking for half a day and not coming up with a reason, Wang Xianxian decided to apologize to her tomorrow. He first opened the vocation panel to check up on his new attributes. King Envy. Vocation, winemaker, fate exclusive profession, wine Sword Immortal. Talent, Golden Crow talent, unawakened. Bloodline, Sword Emperor's bloodline. Golden Crow's bloodline, awakening. Level, second order blood refining realm blood burning stage. Natal treasure, wine fairy gourd, Cloud Calling. Physical fitness, 500. Spirit, 500. The new physical attributes made his tiger's body shake. His attributes had unexpectedly quintupled directly. What was the concept of a 500 physique? That had already reached the physical standard of a third-stage bone-forging realm martial artist, and the spirit of a bone-forging realm martial artist wasn't that high. Before a martial artist arrived at the prosperous star realm, their spiritual power was pitifully small. The first three realms were mainly about strengthening the body. After suppressing his inner excitement, he began to focus on consolidating his realm. In the blink of an eye, time had come to 7 days later. The second senior high school of Tianzhou City, junior class 1. The surrounding students glanced with their after-images at the mysterious interloper in the back seat of the class. Hey, who's this dude? I think it's called something like Cloud Wine. And didn't the teacher just say he's the one who took a break from school? It seems like they came to our class for a special reason to take the midterm. Isn't that a midterm immigrant? Sitting in his seat, Wang Xianxian didn't let his classmates' comments affect his meditation. During these 7 days, he continued to consolidate his realm and hone his combat skills. The current him had completely stepped into the realm of a second-rank martial artist. There were 3 stages in the blood refining realm. The first stage is blood burning. Blood burning was mainly used to cleanse the blood of impurities, restoring the martial artist's blood to its purest state. The second stage is warming the blood. Nourishing the blood was to contain the blood power, so that the martial artist's blood would have a stronger power. The third stage is spiritual blood. Spiritual blood, on the other hand, was the fusion of spiritual energy with blood, allowing the martial artist's blood to completely accomplish sublimation. It was worth mentioning that the blood of martial artists above the blood refining realm could be considered a special cultivation resource. The blood of high-ranked martial artists all contained extreme power, and the powerful effects of their blood were refined during the blood refining realm. Wang Xianxian is now in the blood burning stage. Martial artists at this stage are very bad. This was because the body of a martial artist in the blood burning stage was like a furnace, burning unbearably. Therefore, he needed to improve his physical endurance through meditation. The clamor in the classroom gradually subsided as the sound of the sliding door appeared. The person who pushed the door in was none other than the homeroom teacher of the first class. Class, time's up. Let's go down to the line and get ready to go to the test center. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian followed the crowd and started walking towards the playground. Hundreds of buses were parked in the playground. After boarding the bus, the homeroom teacher began to call the roll. When it was time to order the cloud of wine, this homeroom teacher smiled and spoke. Son, don't be nervous, just play hard. Wang Xianxian responded politely. Okay, Mr. Xia. The homeroom teacher nodded softly, then picked up the intercom. Class 1 has arrived and is ready to go. The midterm, the test of destiny for students. While not as powerful as the high school entrance exams, it's still a grand competition that the whole country pays attention to. At the midterm, people could see those legendary imperial prides fighting. This is hard to see in the high school entrance exams, as the vast majority of the heavenly talents are specially recruited away from universities after the midterm exams. After half an hour of traveling, the bus pulled into a secret place. This secret realm is a secret realm dedicated to conducting exams. After getting off the bus and going through a detailed inspection, the students arrived at a huge square. A high platform was erected in the middle of the square, on which was a middle-aged man in military uniform. He was stout and imposing, and the scar at the corner of his eye gave him a bit of a fury. Hello classmates, my name is Zhou Qing. I'm the examiner of exam room 024. Next, I'll repeat the test notes. The exam time for this martial arts midterm is from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., a total of 12 hours. The rules of the exam are the same as in previous years, and the exam room is divided into 4 main areas: primary zone, intermediate zone, advanced zone, core zone. Each area requires a relative score to enter. Intermediate zones require 150 points, advanced zones require 400 points, and core zones require 1,000 points. The primary zone is full of unranked alien beasts. The intermediate zone is full of first-ranked alien beasts. The advanced zone is full of peak first-ranked alien beasts and a small portion of second-ranked alien beasts. And the core zone is coiled with peak second-ranked alien beasts. The corner of Wang Xianxian's mouth gently rose when he heard this in the team. Zhou Qing on the high platform continued to emphasize, killing different types and levels of alien beasts can earn you points accordingly. I hope everyone will act according to their strength. Recklessness is a taboo for martial artists. Now start collecting your exam supplies. As soon as the words left the stage, students began to eagerly collect their supplies. Wang Xianxian didn't move. He didn't want to go to a crowded place, because it will feel hot and dry. The golden crow true flame inside his body was continuously burning his blood. When the people became fewer, Wang Xianxian went up and received his exam supplies. Tactical watch that records scores and has a map function. An energizing tonic liquid that hydrates and energizes. There is also a safety device similar to the one you received at the time in the bamboo forest mystery. After leading the preparation, students have 10 minutes to adjust. Time passed and soon it was 9 o'clock sharp. Drip dash. Zhou Qing re-stepped onto the high platform as he waved his hand. Tianzhou City's 12,015th Martial Arts Secondary School Examination officially begins. Candidates enter the examination room. As soon as the words fell, the secret realm door was completely pushed open. The huge gate was like the bloody mouth of a giant beast, constantly devouring the candidates' figures. Zhou Qing looked at the empty square, then nodded to the invigilator organization in the distance. Candidates have entered. Activate the examination room monitoring equipment and prepare to start the live broadcast of the midterm examination. Exam fairness is a very serious issue and there have been many challenges over the millennia because of martial arts scores. In response to such queries, the government has implemented public broadcasting in order to strengthen its credibility. Parents can enter the candidate's pass number to watch their child's exam live. If you are simply watching the midterm live, just use the official view. The official perspective focuses mainly on the top 10 players in the rankings. Schools everywhere are also able to screen outstanding students through the process. The exam mystery simulates an urban ruin environment. Thousands of candidates entered the examination room and all began to adjust their tactical watches. Suddenly, a figure rushed out of the crowd like an arrow, directly into the city ruins. The dust kicked up at breakneck speeds made the students behind them scream. Crap! Take your meds. How can you be so fast? The loser eats dust? Grass. Cough cough. The examiners in the monitoring room couldn't help but feel a little odd when they saw this. Good boy. So fast. His physique is at least on 200. Pull up his information and take a look. Examiner Zhou Qing spoke. The examiner began to work on the computer, and after 10 seconds or so, cold sweat began to break out on his head. Examiner. Can't tune out. When this statement came out, the many invigilators looked at their colleagues with puzzled faces, as if seeing something he couldn't believe. That examiner pointed his finger at the big red letters on the computer screen. Insufficient authority to access the candidate's data. The red font pierced into the eyes of the crowd and sent waves of shock through them. Zhou Qing looked incredulously at the clean-cut teenager in the surveillance. What the hell is this? He made a snap decision and went straight back to his monitoring desk, utilizing his examiner privileges to pull up the information. Insufficient authority to access the candidate's data. How can that be? Even my permissions can't be tuned out. Zhou Qing was filled with shock as he looked at the clean-cut teenager on the computer screen, whose family is Cloud Wine. Anyway, darting through the ruins of the city at breakneck speed, Wang Xianxian's intention sunk in. Cloud calling. Help me find them. Cloud calling quickly responded. 3 o'clock, 23 meters. Shadow Cat. Receiving the message, Wang Xianxian moved his mind and the wine came out of thin air and coalesced into a flying sword in the air before shooting it towards the designated target. Without waiting for the Shadow Cat to react, the flying sword cut through its skin and pierced into its heart. Meow. One hit kills. Slaying the Shadow Cat, an ungraded beast. Scores 8 points. Only 8 points of score? Wang Xianxian frowned. It's too low. We must hurry to the advanced area. Yun Boing immediately soothed. Don't be in a hurry. You're in the blood-burning stage. Don't let the dry fire affect your state of mind. Try to suppress it. Upon hearing Yun Boing's words, Wang Xianxian began to calm down. He had been severely affected these past few days because of the dry feeling in his body. After letting out a deep breath, Wang Xianxian calmed down a little. Let's get on with it. Good. Cloud calling spoke calmly. 11 o'clock, 18 meters, 2 o'clock, 30 meters. Immediately after that, 2 more blood splatters rose in the air. Kill the uninitiated beast, the bloodthirsty rat, and gain 5 points. Slaying the unincorporated alien beast, the blasted wind dog, gaining 11 points. The nurturing of future generations is a top priority for both the country and the family. Future generations represent the future of the family. Sky Wine Lins. Many family executives gathered in the conference room early in the morning to watch the midterm livestream. It seems like that Linley kid has summoned up enough energy to challenge the old ancestor this year. Ha ha ha. This year's New Year's Eve. Just in time for the old ancestor to leave the gate. That kid chased after the old ancestor, crying and fussing, annoying the old ancestor to no end. There's still this. What's that kid pestering old ancestor for? Why? What else can I do? Of course I'm asking where the old ancestor's weaknesses are? This kid thought he could defeat the old ancestor projection after knowing the old ancestor's weakness. He also threatened to surpass the old ancestor and forge the glory of the Lin clan again. Ha 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 ha. The cheerful atmosphere continued to spread in the conference room. The Lin clan chief forced a smile and pressed his hand. Okay, time to discuss business. There's been a significant increase in the spurt rate of talent in the last few years, and it's a big time. Without talking about the outside, the Du clan alone has produced a young clan member with SSS rank talent this year. Of course, the most amazing of all is the Heavenly Sword King clan. I think all the clan elders should have received the news already, right? A clan elder spoke in a solemn voice. The clan head is talking about Wang Beichen, who was born from the marriage between the Wang clan and the Morong clan, right? X-ranked talent. The most recent X-ranked talented clan member of our Lin family is still Uncle Linzhou. The Wang clan's clan luck has been outrageous these past few years, with clansmen with SSS ranked talent appearing almost every year. Could it be that the Sword Emperor has really stepped into the Emperor realm? The Lin clan chief slowly shook his head. I've inquired about the old ancestor, and according to the old ancestor, the Sword Emperor has yet to set foot in the Imperial realm. At that, he paused for a moment, then sighed. But it's not far off. A heavy atmosphere continued to converge in the conference room. The Lin clan chief continued to speak. The birth of a new emperor will inevitably bring about a new change in Huaxia. We have to make choices in the face of the new era that is coming. Now, all the major clans have made their stance on Wang. The Morong clan, which had previously suppressed the Wang clan more severely, even went so far as to have their own daughter-in-law marry Wang Jianyan. 20 of the 35 imperial clans have already made a statement and cut their flesh to show their goodwill. A certain clan elder sighed. It's not a solution to keep dragging this out. Uncle Linzhou also hasn't gotten over his anger towards the family after how many years because of that incident in the first place. The Lin clan chief sighed similarly. The Wang clan openly stated that Wang Beichen will challenge the Sword Emperor's projection. This seems to be some sort of signal they are releasing. Wait a few more days, and we might be able to find out what kind of drugs Wang's gourd is selling. Ha! The Lin clan chief's words suddenly stopped. He looked at the leaderboard in the upper right corner of the live screen. Which child is this Cloud Wine? Thief boy. Notice? Cloud calling reminded. Wang Xianxian struggled to suppress his hot breath, then swept his eyes at the small abandoned two-story building on his right. Sensing it, this seems to be a big one. His body began to tense up, ready to deal with the ensuing battle at all times. Roar! Accompanied by a low hissing sound, a foreign beast darted towards Wang Xianxian from the ruins. Wang Xianxian was not afraid of the danger and directly maneuvered his flying sword to meet it. Who would have thought that the flying sword, which used to be invincible, had suffered its first loss? The speed of that foreign beast was astonishing. It actually completed an emergency dodge the moment the flying sword pierced its body. This also allowed Wang Xianxian to see the true face of that foreign beast. It was similar in appearance to a panther, but was more than a size larger, and its fur was a mix of yellow and red. Bloodthirsty leopard. Wang Xianxian quickly recognized the identity of the other party. Bloodthirsty leopard. Rank, mid-second order. Skills, speed, bloodlust, shadow kill, wind blade. Introduction, watch your throat. The bloodthirsty leopard was a relatively common foreign beast. Recognizing the rank of a bloodthirsty leopard was simple. It was the area of red fur on its body. The larger the area of red hairs, the higher the grade. The aura of a second-ranked foreign beast was obviously much stronger than a first-ranked one. A pair of crimson eyes were even filled with raging killing intent. Good luck. This one is estimated to have 150 points or more. The juvenile wariness was also climbing up. With a wave of his right hand, the wine sword under his control retransformed into wine and returned to Wang Xianxian's side. The young man with a wine sword in his hand looked at the distant beast and swung his sword upwards, watching the teenager's provocative actions. The bloodthirsty leopard, whose character was already brutal, let out a roar. Roar! Immediately after that, its body's cyan-colored light blazed out. A green-colored wind blade chopped toward Wang Xianxian. At the same time as the wind blade attacked, the bloodthirsty leopard's huge body also rushed towards the teenager at breakneck speed. In the face of the double-layer attack, Wang Xianxian had no fear in his eyes. He adjusted his breathing and mental focus. With a wave of his right hand, the wine sword in his hand re-emerged into wine and wrapped around him. Immediately afterward, the wine was like a water sword, chopping at the high-speed incoming wind blade. In just a single glance, the wind blade was destroyed by the powerful sword intent, and Wang Xianxian directly rushed towards the bloodthirsty leopard. As his opponent flew at it, the teenager instantly changed his form. Slide shovel. The bloodthirsty panther looked in horror at the teenager who appeared below his belly, only to see the drink reassemble in the teenager's hand as he jabbed upwards. The bloodthirsty leopard's extremely resilient skin was then pierced through on the spot. The bloodthirsty leopard in the air was unable to adjust its posture at all. It could only watch the other party slice through its belly by virtue of inertia. Stab! Roar! Only a rumbling sound was heard as the bloodthirsty panther slammed headfirst into the wall on the side of the street. A large amount of blood laced with internal organs flowed out from the huge incision in the bloodthirsty leopard's belly. It desperately wanted to stand up and unleash its bloodlust skill, but its body no longer allowed it. Looking at the bloodthirsty leopard that kept struggling to get up, Wang Xianxian directly gave it a pain in the ass. The flying sword pierced right through its brain, ending its life. Killed the bloodthirsty leopard, a mid-second order beast, gaining 220 points. Letting out a deep breath, Wang Xianxian raised his left hand to check his score. Candidate, Cloud Wine. Pass number, 1200156789087763. Score, 1023. Ranking of Tenju City, 1. Ranking of Yunhai Province, 1. 1000 points. The corner of Wang Xian's mouth rose slightly. We can go to the core area. Cloud Calling stood up on Wang Xian's shoulder. It's too boring to kill some little chickens. Second-order foreign beasts are your starting point. Let's go. Wang Xianxian's feet powered up and ran directly into the depths of the street. The core area was all peak second-order alien beasts. The vast majority of candidates stop at the intermediate zone. Although all the intermediate zones were filled with first-ranked foreign beasts, a first-ranked foreign beast also had nearly 100 points. The scoreline for a regular martial arts high school is 400 points. Many students only needed to kill 2 to 3 first-order Fey beasts to reach the scoreline. After all, there were still some unranked Fey that could get points as well. The scoreline of a key martial arts high school can reach 1,000 points. The gap between the two sides is huge, and the resources of a prestigious school and those of an ordinary school are simply not the same concept. Students who could reach the scoreline of a key martial arts high school basically possessed the ability to fight with a late first-order alien beast. Their strength was also almost at the level of 10 chakras or more of the passing vein realm. However, it also takes more than 10 hours for the score to reach 1000. Any battle would consume a lot of spiritual energy, and they needed to rest to replenish their strength. And Wang Xian has now reached the threshold of 1,000 points in less than 3 hours since the exam started. The CEE does not specify a specific scoreline for the special high school places. Being able to get a special exam slot in the high school relies on city rankings. Only candidates who rank in the top 3 in the city will be given a place in the early entrance examination. What Wang Xian had to do now was to stabilize his ranking as well as display his talent to the greatest extent possible. The moment he stepped into the core area, Wang Xian felt a strong killing intent. It's worthy of being an area specially prepared for heavenly pride. Wang Xian rubbed his fists and was a bit eager to try. Candidates who dared to set foot in the core area were basically the prides of the great clans. Their cultivation levels had basically reached the second-order blood refining realm. These gifted family prides, with their realm of second-ranked martial artists, coupled with extremely high-quality talent, it was enough for them to ignore the pressure of a peak second-order ferocious beast. At 25 meters at 3 o'clock, there is a peak second-order alien beast ambushing you. Hearing Cloud Calling's prompt, Wang Xian charged straight up. He didn't rush up to attack, but deliberately rushed in front of his opponent, leaving a gaping hole. High-end hunters often come in the form of trophy hunters. The black beast hiding in the shadows had a ferocious light in its eyes when it saw Wang Xian rushing to its side. However, it didn't strike immediately. As a peak second-stage foreign beast, it had already possessed a notable spiritual intelligence. Discretion is likewise at the core of its hunting ways. As Wang Xian and its figures crossed paths, Cloud Calling suddenly spoke. It's a phantom cat. They live in packs. Be careful. Into their circle? Wang Xian also started to become cautious. The higher the level of the Fae, the higher the level of intelligence, and the harder it was to deal with. After running forward for some distance, Wang Xian stopped at an intersection. The reason he stopped was because he sensed a low roar coming from all around him. Suddenly, a purple and black kitten jumped out of the rubble, the size of an ordinary house cat, but with sharp claws of incredible length. The dark fur on his body was eerily black as it suddenly swallowed all the light. Phantom cat, rank, peak second order, skills, extreme shadow, shadow kill, phantom shadow. Introduction, don't be fooled by appearances or you'll die a horrible death. Seeing this phantom cat, Wang Xian did not immediately launch an attack. It wasn't easy to find so many peak second order foreign beasts at the same time. You can't let one or two of them get away. The phantom cats were known for their speed, and their intelligence was not low, so once they realized that they were outmatched, they would immediately scatter. The current Wang Xian was not capable of killing all of the scattered clusters of spectral shadow cats. Thinking for a moment, Wang Xian's legs powered up and jumped directly to the second-floor balcony of the small abandoned building next to the street. The spectral cats saw this and hurriedly followed. Wang Xian kept running forward along the roof of the small abandoned building. This show of weakness directly caused all of the phantom cats to follow. The speed of the phantom cats was extremely fast, and Wang Xian would always be scratched by their sharp claws in the process of escaping. Tattered clothes and oozing blood made the teenager a bit of a mess at that moment. The scene of the teenager being hunted down and killed was constantly falling into the eyes of the people of Tenjo City through television broadcasts. Justicar, what the hell? Did he not learn how to face a pack of phantom cats? Against all odds, Piggy, this dude lost his mind. Doesn't he know that phantom cats are team hunted? Cerebral palsy Ben palsy, this kind of stupidity is the #1 in our city. Don't be ashamed. The phantom cats are timid and cautious by nature. As long as they show their power, they will surely be scared off. The more they run at this time, the more they will be aroused to be ferocious. Violent American Boy, our top of the list of heavenly wine will be broadcast live on national television. Ah, to get into such a real shame for us. Blast happy, this is not the way to make a splash. Others, Limley and Duene, are choosing to make gradual progress and slowly raise their scores. This kid is too eager. Little Beaver, it must be something to rush to first place, but he's so irrational. Sad Alpaca, aren't there contestants like this every year? Desperately squeezing fitness just to get on TV for a few seconds. Childish to the core and so irresponsible to themselves. Inside the invigilation room, the many invigilators staring at Wang Xian's back were also frowning. The boy didn't give us the appearance of being the frivolous type before, but why would he make such an irrational choice? If we keep chasing him like this, he'll be drained of his strength. Hey, we've lost a lot of face with the heavenly wine. Even if it was Linley's type of group attack talent, he wouldn't dare to face more than 30 peak second-rank foreign beasts on his own. Not to mention that this was still the Phantom Shadow Cat, which was renowned for its speed and love to slit throats and kill with a single blow. Hearing the comments of the surrounding invigilators, Examiner Joe couldn't help but furrow his brows tightly. Is it really suicidal? Winemakers Association headquarters. Lin Jiao and Li Jianzhou were equally concerned about Wang Xian's battle performance. Master, Is this kid Envy Immortal trying to wipe out the phantom cats in one fell swoop? Lin Jiao pursed his teeth. For now it is indeed true, but this kid is a bit inscrutable to me. Even if it is baiting the enemy, there is no need to be injured to show weakness. Any injury in the middle of a battle has the potential to cause great hidden danger to himself. This simple truth, there is no reason for him not to know. Maybe it's because it's too urgent? Li Jianzhou wondered. No, Lin Jiu's eyes burned. He's not such a child. Jianzhou, a 15-year-old child who can awaken a powerful talent at the first moment after being abandoned by his family hasn't chosen to go back. What kind of kid do you think this is? Li Jianzhou bowed his head in thought. A child who is stoic, cautious, and very alert to crises. Then do you think that such a child would be in a hurry to make such a low-level mistake as well? Rinku asked rhetorically. Li Jianzhou was silent. Lin Jiao held his tea, his eyes fixed on Wang Xianxian on the screen. The boy may still be hiding something from us. I have a feeling that next, he's going to surprise us. An immense surprise. Darting up the top floor at breakneck speed, Wang Xianxian looked at the dozens of phantom shadow cats in hot pursuit behind him, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Arrived. With that, his speed increased once again. Looking at the special building ahead, Wang Xianxian immediately rushed in. Seeing this, the phantom cat behind him similarly followed the teenager as he increased his speed and rushed into the special building. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. Above the entrance of the special building, the gate, like a huge guillotine, fell directly from the sky, blocked the building's exits directly. The loud noise caused the cautious phantom cats to stop their pursuit at once. They begin to cautiously observe their surroundings. A very empty room, similar to a factory, with many huge wine tanks on the floor. This place is clearly an abandoned distillery spirit wine storage warehouse. The place is very well sealed, with nearly 8 meters of ceiling height and not even a window. Phantom cats hate these closed environments so much that it makes them insecure. Wang Xianxian similarly stopped in his tracks as he slowly turned around and a kind smile began to rise on his face. You know, every city's midterm test center is laid out with reference to the local city. The last thing Sky Wine City needs is a distillery. As a plant for storing spirit wine, it requires an extremely harsh sealing environment. It's just a copycat. But again, not even a mouse could run out of here. Cat and mouse game over. As soon as the words fell, a long sword began to coalesce in the teenager's right hand. In the face of Wang Xian's rising aura, the phantom cat was completely unable to sit still. They are timid and cautious, yes, but that's relative. Even more cautious, they are still fey. When they know they can't escape the battlefield, they often choose to fight for your life. 30 phantom cats directly opened their natural skills. Accompanied by a low warning roar, eerie purple energy coalesced in the body of each phantom cat. The 4 phantom cats killed directly from the group and pounced on Wang Xianxian. In the face of the attack, Wang Xianxian raised his right hand, and the spiritual energy in his body worked crazily. The sword intent of the envious immortal sword was condensing. The moment the 4 phantom cats were about to attack Wang Xianxian, the sword's shadow slashed through. 4 blood flowers bloomed in the air in an instant. However, Wang Xianxian didn't stop the sword in his hand because 2 phantom cats had already silently touched his rear. Just when they thought they had succeeded in their sneak attack, the envious immortal sword in Wang Xianxian's hand directly transformed into a flying sword and pierced through the sneak-attacking phantom shadow cat in the air. In the first wave of the exchange, the phantom cat lost 6 of its compatriots. The teenager showed a strength that they had never expected. At this moment, they clearly knew that the unusual hunting methods were useless against the teenager in front of them. Almost instantly, all of the phantom cats began to move. They began to circle around Wang Xianxian at high speed. Want to go through a dead end and launch an attack? Wang Xianxian didn't sit back and wait for death. He directly jumped up high with both of his feet. Seeing this, the phantom cat below did not easily launch an attack. They are waiting for the moment when the teenager hits the ground. However, Wang Xianxian was destined to disappoint them. The teenager was seen leaping to the highest point and was about to be pulled back to the ground by gravity. The sword in his hand suddenly stopped at his feet. Imperial sword hover. Wang Xianxian stopped steadily in the air like this, looking down at the phantom shadow cat below. The phantom cat didn't dare to easily jump into the air to launch an attack, because they can't complete a turn in the air. Once the opponent catches a break, they will be killed in a single blow. It was as if Wang Xianxian had expected this. Immediately after that, he exerted his legs once again and leapt in the other direction. The phantom cats below all turned their attention to Wang Xianxian in the air, without any of the phantom cats noticing. Behind them, a long sword began to coalesce. Bear! Meow dash! Hearing the screams, the phantom cat hastily looked back. When they saw the corpses of their 2 companions whose heads had been pierced through, their hair stood on end in fear and they instantly scattered. and the envious immortal sword flew back to Wang envious immortal's feet after killing the two phantom cats. The corners of Wang Xianxian's mouth rose slightly as he regained his footing in the air. 22 more to go. Next, Wang Xianxian repeated his trick and killed 2 more after 2 jumps. These spectral shadow cats quickly reacted, and they were no longer attracted to Wang Xianxian in the air, but instead concentrated on their surroundings. When Wang Xianxian in the air realized it, he was in no hurry. Hunting foreign beasts sometimes relied on more than just strength. Keeping the other person in a high-pressure mental state and constantly teasing their bottom line can cause the prey to reveal more of their vulnerabilities. The peak second-order phantom cat's single combat power was even inferior to the lower second-order bloodthirsty leopard. What makes them more feared by candidates than bloodthirsty leopards is their excellent ability to work as a team and their cunning hunting intelligence. The vast majority of candidates would rather take on a third-ranked fey beast than a second-ranked swarm of phantom cats. It's because of the phantom cat's ability to kill in one hit. At this stage, all the candidates' mental strength was only about 12, and it was difficult for them to pay attention to the crises around them in the midst of a focused battle. However, for Wang Xianxian, he very much restrained these foreign beasts that were numerous and weak individually. His mental power was as high as 500, almost 40 times that of an ordinary student. The super high mental power could help him evade attacks and control the flying sword more efficiently. Can't get them to calm down. After saying that, Wang Xianxian once again maneuvered the flying sword and stabbed over. Seeing the flying swords coming back, the phantom cat scurried around like a pack of rats seeing a cat. It's worthy of being a foreign beast with rising speed, Wang Xianxian exclaimed. His flying sword simply couldn't catch up with the phantom cat that was fleeing with all its might, because the envious immortal sword was chasing after the phantom shadow cat. Wang Xianxian also fell from the air. The two phantom cats closest to him saw this and swung their sharp claws to pounce directly on his neck. Just when the two phantom cats thought they were about to get their hands on it, a huge force came from their faces. Immediately afterward, a powerful pain replaced the excitement of the phantom cat. Bang! Looking at the phantom cat, whose face collapsed and fell to the ground in convulsions, Wang Xianxian twisted his wrist. Actually, I still have that much strength. The sudden change caused all the phantom cats present to feel despair. The opponent's physique was surprisingly strong to this extent. The impact of being spiked by a fist is far greater than a sword blade. Understanding their situation, the spectral cats began to abandon their unrealistic ideas. Trying to end the battle with the least amount of sacrifice is not possible anymore. Meow! At the leader's low roar, all the phantom cats rushed towards Wang Xianxian without any regard. Looking at the other party's battle spirit that looked at death as if they were at home, Wang Xianxian's body also began to tense up. Suddenly, the skills of the phantom cats began to activate, and 2 doppelgangers appeared beside each phantom cat. This was the phantom cat's famous technique, shadow kill. These 2 doppelgangers did not possess offensive power, but they could greatly interfere with the enemy's judgment. Wang Xianxian gently closed his eyes. Powerful spiritual energy began to be released with him at the center. The teenager didn't make any movements, just carefully sensed the position of each enemy. The moment the enemy was only half a meter away from him, Wang Xianxian moved. His right hand clenched, his left leg dipped slightly, and he pushed at the waist. Turn around. Full moon. The young man used his sword as a brush and wine as ink, drawing perfect circles in the air, like the moon on August 15th. As soon as the sword passed, the bodies of the 9 phantom cats were split in half. At the same time, several blood marks appeared on Wang Xianxian's body. Ignoring the injuries on his body, Wang Xianxian immediately leapt into the air. And 9. Re-hovering in the air, Wang Xianxian hoped to use this to recover his strength. But what he didn't expect was the remaining 9 phantom cats to fight for their lives against all odds in the face of a powerful existential crisis. The phantom cats that pounced on Wang Xianxian in the air were like 9 black arrows, sharp and deadly. Under the extreme speed, Wang Xianxian could not dodge. He let out a deep breath and his eyes closed gently. Drunk. As soon as the words fell, a layer of haziness began to cover Wang Xianxian's body. Just as the 9 phantom shadow cats were about to slice through Wang Xianxian's throat instantly, the young man's figure completely dissipated, as if his figure had never appeared in heaven and earth. The spectral cat looked at the empty space with a face full of horror. They don't understand why the enemy suddenly disappears. The moment they crossed Wang Xian's original position, the teenager's figure reappeared. He swung his sword so hard that a spectral cat fell through the air. The difference between the sound of a body falling and the sound of a cat's paw hitting the ground was ultimately too great. The remaining phantom cats looked at their inexplicably dead companions, and fear once again invaded their brains. After seeing the death of their companions, they looked up in unison. With this look, they completely lost their will to fight, only to see that Wang Xianxian in the air was gazing at them with a calm face. In the teenager's eyes, there was no playfulness, no joy, there was only a deep to the extreme blandness. They don't understand what has changed in the enemy. The only thing they know is the signals their body instincts send them. Escape. However, before they could move, they felt weakness begin to rise in their legs and feet. The remaining phantom cats were like drunken alcoholics, and their steps began to wobble as if they were about to fall at any moment. Wang Xianxian dropped from the air and maneuvered his flying sword, continuously passing through the body of the phantom cat. Killed the peak second-ranked beast. The shadow cat gained 300 points. Killed the peak second-ranked beast. The shadow cat, 320 points earned. Slaying the peak second-order beast. The shadow cat, gaining 280 points. Meanwhile, the midterm rankings in the city of Skywine, Cloud9's score began to skyrocket at an incredible rate. First place, Yunju, 33, 900 points, Tianju number 2 middle school. Inside the school's viewing room, Class 1 class teacher Summer looked at the leaderboards and couldn't calm down for a long time. A few days ago, she was approached personally by the principal about placing a student with her. In all her years of teaching, she had never experienced a freshman transfer a few days before midterms. Subconsciously, she wanted to ask more questions, but the principal kept her mouth shut. Just tell her that this student can bring honor to the school. Exactly how much honor she had was not at all clear. She only knew that the principal was sure of himself. She was no fool, and many guesses came to her instantly. For example, begin to suspect that this is the illegitimate child of one of the leaders. She didn't think much of it, though, because from her perspective, the interloper was bound to have outstanding natural talent. She hadn't thought that this student from a mysterious origin possessed such a talent. She has been paying close attention to the students in her class since the start of the midterm. Before she could actively watch Cloud9's livestream, she saw his name on the leaderboard in the top right corner of the stream. A minute from the start of the midterm exams, his name has been at the top of the list like the sun. It was only a mere 5 hours since the start of the exam, and his score had even reached a terrifying 30,000, directly pulling away from the second Lin clan's heavenly pride, Lin Lei, by a whole 5,000 points. No one can beat that. She tried to suppress her excitement to look aside at the principal, but she saw the shock on his face. Summer couldn't help but let out a light laugh. It seemed that the principal of the second middle school was also surprised by Yun Wine's unbelievable fight. The principal of the second middle school looked at Wang Xianxian on the screen for a while. 30 only. 30 only. He actually slaughtered 30 phantom cats all by himself. At this moment, the principal of the second middle school finally remembered the words of his good friend Li Jianzhou at that time. This time is not a brother I beg you to do something, but to send you a big gift. This is my master nephew. With him, your success rate of this high promotion at least increased by 0.5%. The principal of the second middle school cried and laughed as he spoke. Jianzhou, you are really too modest. Inside the monitoring room, Zhou Qing watched the entire process of Yun Wine hunting the phantom cat, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. If it had just been a guess, he was now able to be certain. This candidate named Cloud9, his talent must be ridiculously high. His talent quality definitely reached above the SSS level. One is about to witness the beginning of a legend. Lin's ancestral home. Inside the conference room. The conference room was so quiet at this point that even a pin drop could be heard. The patriarch was the first to speak, breaking the silence in the room. The move that kid just disappeared. Did anyone read it? An old man spoke up hesitantly. Much like a spatial type skill, replacing the body elsewhere to dodge attacks. Another old man immediately questioned. If it really is a spatial skill, with the kind of skill he just used, it's impossible that he didn't cast the skill until now. He could have had a more efficient way of developing it. Besides, at this age, who could have developed spatial type skills to this extent? A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. Numerous clan elders began to voice their opinions. For a while, various arguments continued to fill the conference room. After a long time, the Lin clan chief raised his hand to signal for silence. Still no word on that candidate? There was an immediate response from below. Matriarch, that candidate's access has been frozen. And the organization that applied for the freeze is the Brewers Association. Brewers Association? The Lin clan chief's brows furrowed. Matriarch, do we need to question the second prince? A certain high-ranking person suggested. The Lin clan chief pondered for a moment, then nodded. Later, I'll call and ask myself. Any news from DU? A clan member rose and saluted. Patriarch, Du claimed that they didn't know either, and that they came to ask if we knew anything about it. Strange. A certain clan elder slammed his thigh. It's not our Lin clan or the Du clan. Then whose little monster is this? Based on that kid's battle performance, his talent is at least SSS ranked. After hearing this, the Lin clan chief's eyes were firmly fixed on the Cloud9 in the screen for a long time. Meanwhile, the official live stream, because of Cloud9's magnificent performance, it's making waves online. Fantastic AAA reunion. Crikey, this is awesome. Justicar, I'm a fucking clown. Cerebral palsy Ben palsy, grass. Sitting up in a dying sickness. Cerebral palsy is really knee. Doggy, Nima's so handsome, so worthy of being the first in our heavenly wine. Soldan that's my underwear, upstairs. That's not what you just said. Brain Tiger, who the hell is this? He's in the 2nd grade. But why haven't I heard of this guy in the 2nd grade? Cloudy Wine great filial son, he's my father. My god, upstairs bull. Exam secret realm. Wang Xianxian slowly walked out of the distillery. The number of candidates who scored more than 20,000 points in the national secondary school examination reached 10, and the national list was officially opened. Candidate Cloud Wine, congratulations, you have been shortlisted for the national list. Hearing the beep of the examination watch, Wang Xianxian clicked on the national ranking list. First place, Yang Tu, with a score of 38,900, Imperial. Second place, Yi Hao, score 37,000, Imperial Capital. Third place, Xiao Chang, score 36,300, Tiandan City. Fourth place, White Book, score 36,200, Mordor. Fifth place, Wang Beichen, score 35,990, Tianjin City. Sixth place, Medicine Fan, score 34,700, Heavenly Medicine City. Seventh place, Chu Light, score 34,100, Sky Food City. Eighth place, Cloud Wine, score 33,900, Sky Wine City. Ninth place, Lu Cha, with a score of 31,900, Sky Tea City. 10th place, Makue, score 30,090, Mordor. Looking at the national list, Wang Xianxian was not proud, because he knew that the national list did not represent absolute battle power. Most of the candidates on the list have skills in group attacks. Quite a few strong candidates with poor hunting ability didn't score too well. Wang Xianxian was able to make it to the top of the list. In addition to his strong battle prowess, there was also cloud calling, a foreign beast detector. However, these were not the focus of Wang Xianxian's concern. He stared closely at the 5th-ranked Wang Beichen, his eyes more than a little crazy. Wang's Tianjiu, long time no see. Walking down the street, Wang Xianxian began to think about his shortcomings. Thinking about it, he could only think of one of his deficiencies. There are too few wine swords. The only thing he had now was the envious immortal sword. It would be fine if it was a one-on-one fight. With his far superior physical fitness, he didn't even need to drink alcohol yet to take care of the peak 2nd stage alien beasts. But if they encountered a group of alien beasts, they would be somewhat powerless. The scratches on his body are proof of that. It seems that after the midterm, it's time to start brewing, Wang Xianxian muttered. Over his shoulder, cloud calling stretched. Brewing is a must for you. The first few days are for honing your skills, and it's time to get on track after midterms. After all, you're the wine Sword Immortal, and it's not good to always go without a drink. Don't feel that wine is an external object. It's yours, it will always be yours. Don't resist. Wang Xianxian smiled faintly. I'm not resisting, I just want to try my limits. Cloud calling cocked his little head as if he knew what was going on, and he didn't continue the topic. With your performance so far, you've also initially achieved your goal, and that spot probably won't run away. Hurry up and finish. Aren't there still the ultimate exams that are claimed to end the exam? Wang Xianxian was non-committal. The ultimate exam question is a martial arts golem whose strength reaches the early 3rd stage, which is somewhat difficult to deal with. Puppets? Yun Boing nodded. The puppets are sealed with all sorts of martial skills inside, and they are indeed more difficult to handle for low-ranked martial artists than foreign beasts of the same level. Looking at the rankings again, Wang Xianxian laughed. The ultimate exam question is worth 50,000 points, and according to the current ranking, no one has challenged it yet. Maybe we can grab a shine. Cloud calling patted his bare paw. Speaking of which, it looks like the challenge to that golem is going to be nationally televised, right? Wang Xianxian looked at Yun Boing with some surprise. Weren't you sleeping when you read the rules? Yun Boing didn't answer Wang Xianxian's question directly. Now that it's decided, let's go, or the top spot may be taken. Upon hearing this, Wang Xianxian nodded his head. Although most of the previous candidates had challenged the martial puppets at the end, since they had this idea, it was better to move quickly. After determining the direction, Wang Xianxian quickly ran towards the front, over the teenager's shoulder. The furry cloud caller looked at the teenager's tough side in deep thought. She was an artifact spirit, the companion artifact spirit of the wine Sword Immortal. She knew all about the teenager's past, and she empathized with the teenager's suffering. She knew that the immortal had fallen into the red dust, and that this was an experience. But, that doesn't mean that she doesn't have anger, that she doesn't have hate. She's not an immortal. She's just an artifact spirit, an immortal artifact spirit. The master's humiliation is her humiliation. Wang Xianxian. Yun Boing spoke softly. The teenager slowed his forward running pace. What's wrong? Cloud Calling scratched his head in jarred, itchy hands. Wang Xianxian was a bit puzzled. He didn't know what Jin Boing wanted to do. The next moment, the Cloud Calling crawled up to his head. That martial arts puppet let me play with it. So that's what it means. Wang Xianxian suddenly realized that he didn't think much and spoke directly. Go ahead then. But if you make a move, will you reveal your figure? Cloud Calling shook his head. The person I am now. Only you can see. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian's heart was settled as he once again increased his speed and ran deeper into the city ruins. Because he was focused on hurrying. He didn't deliberately fight with the foreign beasts. It would even deliberately avoid certain groups of alien beasts. This choice of his has also led to a heated debate on the internet. Little Ash, Cloudy Wine's ranking has dropped to 10th place. Where is he going? Shibuya man, he's not stabilizing his ranking. What's he doing running around blindly? Linley's catching up to him. Love Cannonball, something's not right. He seems to be heading towards the center area in this direction. He's aiming for the martial arts golem. Lazy Sponge, crazy. It's only been less than 6 hours since the exam started. And you're going to challenge a martial arts puppet? Alcoholic is this grandpa. Martial arts puppets are simply a descending blow to the candidates. Last year's top student in the middle school exams fought for 20 minutes before narrowly defeating his opponent. Big Lick, after 5 hours of intense fighting. It's irrational to challenge the martial puppet without adjusting. Haiyan, in the past, the top 10 in the country have basically spent the first 9 hours brushing up on their scores, then resting for 2 hours to adjust their form, and then finally challenging the Budo puppets. Grow a pair. If Yun Wine is going to challenge the martial puppet with such a stance, doesn't he want to set a record? Aquamarine, if I remember correctly, the record for martial puppets should have been set by Shui Wuxi 300 years ago. Monkey King, it was indeed him, in a total time of 3 minutes and 58 seconds. Unknown, there has been a history of 500 years of martial arts puppets acting as questions for the midterm exams, and that Shui Wuxi's record is exclusive for 300 years, so the person is just like his name. Poo. Because of this, every Heaven's Pride has drummed up enough energy to beat this record, and also hopes to remain famous in history. Haikai, crap. Cloudy Wine, he seems to have really gone for it. Wang Xianxian's gaze was firm as he looked straight at the gymnasium in front of him. Candidate Cloud Wine, congratulations on being the first candidate to challenge a martial arts puppet in all the examination centers in the country. Please prepare for battle. From now on, your fight will be broadcast live to the nation. Good luck. The corner of Cloud Calling's mouth, standing above the speedy running teenager, lifted. Lighten up. At the same time, a broadcast sounded simultaneously in all the examination room viewing rooms across the country. Attention all test centers. Attention all test centers. Yunhai Province, Tianzhou City's second middle school. Junior Class 1's Yunzhou candidates were the first to arrive at the ultimate examination center. All the leaders and teachers in the Sky Wine City viewing room stood up. Kunlun Void, where the 3 emperors reside. In the rustic wooden house, Food Fairy, who was watching the live broadcast with her teacher, suddenly saw a flash of the TV screen. Then brand new faces came into view. Meanwhile, on the TV screen, the cues were synchronized. Candidate Cloud Wine is about to challenge the ultimate test. Looking at the unfamiliar face, Food Siener couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. Who is Cloud Wine? At the Heavenly Sword Wang clan's ancestral mansion, the executives watching the live stream furrowed their brows. Whose heavenly pride is Cloud Wine? Why have I never heard of it before? Second-rate clans upwards did not have a famous Yun clan. Skywine City is the backyard of the Du and Lin clans. Why don't you call and inquire? The Du clan and the Lin clan do not interfere with my Wang clan's wells, so I don't see the need to engage these two families over such a trivial matter. Wang Jianyan, who was sitting in front of him, smiled contemptuously. Just a pariah that popped up in the corner, in front of Beichen. It can only be reduced to nothing more than a stepping stone. The other clan elders didn't deny it because they had all clearly recognized the terror of Wang Beichen. An X-rated talent is no cabbage. The last time a holder of an X-ranked talent appeared was the imperial capital Yang clan 100 years ago. If Northstar hadn't been so young, his grades would only have been higher. So apart from Wang Beichen, none of them would pay too much attention, because this was destined to be the era that belonged to Wang Beichen. It belongs to their Wang's time. Because of the live broadcast, the eyes of the nation are on Cloud Wine. Cloud Calling gently stroked Wang Xianxian's head. You just move forward and I'll do the rest. Wang Xianxian seemed to have sensed something, and he didn't refuse. The teenager's face showed a firm yet confident expression. Wang Xianxian was still charging at breakneck speed. He quickly passed through a transparent barrier. This barrier was set up for no other reason than to verify that the candidates who came here were qualified to enter. Peak spiritual power breaks through 300, meeting the minimum requirements for the challenge. The moment the teenager passed through the barrier, the humanoid golem in the center of the stadium began to activate. Facing the puppet that was emitting powerful spiritual power fluctuations, Wang Xianxian moved forward at breakneck speed. 50 meters, 30 meters, 15 meters. Cloud Calling, who stood on the shoulders of the sword-wielding teenager, kept recalling Mobianga's words from the past. I'm a failure and a weak mother. Sword Immortal, please bless my child. I'm sorry, please forgive my cowardice. If I don't die, he won't let Envy Fairy live. Envy Fairy, I'm counting on you. The anger that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time was like a monstrous tsunami, constantly impacting Yunboing's soul. At the same time, the spiritual energy within Wang Xianxian's body had almost reached an unimaginable amount. The huge sword blade coalesced from behind him, and the spiritual energy within his body was crazily venting outwards. Cloud Calling's gaze was dead set on the puppet in the center of the stadium. Bien Gu, the name you chose sucks. It's still my Cloud Wine that sounds good. Wang Xian, who was running at high speed, suddenly heard a voice coming from his ears. Wang Xianxian, you are no longer the little boy who hid under the covers and cried. From now on, hold your head high and accept the applause of the world. This is my belated birthday present to you. I hope you like it. Let's give the world a little shake. In front of national television, a giant sword appears above the sword-wielding boy. Immediately after that, the giant sword in the air ignited with a golden glow. The teenager stopped where he was, staring plaintively at the golem rushing towards him before waving one hand. The huge sword in the air fell down at high speed like a meteorite. A sword! A violent crash roared out, and the dust created by the giant sword plunging into the ground instantly engulfed everything around it. When the dust settled, what appeared in front of the crowd was a huge sword mark that was tens of meters long, as well as the internal parts of the broken golem around it. The mess all over the place was the strongest proof of the power of that sword. The gale wind ruffled the teenager's hair and rattled his robes. The dust settled and the teenager's firm figure reappeared in the crowd's view. Wang Xianxian looked at the venue that was completely destroyed and laughed helplessly. Auntie, that's a bit of an exaggeration. Cloud Calling hummed. Since you want to be famous, you might as well follow through. I'm just giving them a little shock. When the teenager heard this, he didn't say anything, he just smiled. Suddenly, the radio over the stadium sounded. Heavenly Wine City Examination Center 028. Cloud Wine candidate defeated the martial puppet, rewarding him with 50,000 points. Examination Center announcement. Candidate Yun Wine set a new national record for the time it took to kill a martial puppet, with a total kill time of 1.01 seconds. Exam announcement. Candidate Cloud Wine refresh. The circular broadcast of the Examination Center announcements continued to wash over the hearts of the audience. Ninja Little Pear Blossom, rising violently. I'm surprised to see the martial arts golem get seconded. I'll lie down for a bit longer. Doryman, I'm mostly drunk. I can't believe I've seen a candidate kill an early third-order martial arts golem with a single sword. Waking dream, sleep again. 10 breaths later, when people reacted, incredulous exclamations of surprise erupted from everywhere in China. Crap really second? 1 second is nifty outrageous. A record of nearly 4 minutes has already been held for 300 years. This record is what is really fucking called a record that no one has ever seen before or since. That kid ended the game. Inside the surveillance room, Zhou Qing's mouth opened wide in shock. What was the concept of killing a martial puppet in a second with a sword? Even he wasn't sure. The only thing he knew was that just moments ago, he had witnessed the birth of a legend. Witnessed the beginning of a legend. Teacher viewing room. The red-faced, short-breathed principal of the second high school shouted, Li Jianzhou, ITM thank you 108 generations of ancestors. The first class teacher even covered her mouth and stared blankly at the back of the teenager on the screen. 300 years ago, with a long spear, Shui Wuxi laid the cornerstone of his legend with a battle record of 3 minutes and 58 seconds. This record stretches across the heads of the nation's geniuses for 3 full centuries. For 300 years, geniuses, like gravel in a river, have attacked this legendary record. But just today, the dust will settle, because a heavenly talent named Cloud Wine came out of nowhere and he killed the game outright. From now on, the name of Cloud Wine would replace Shui Wuxi as the target of the new generation of Heaven's Pride. And he, too, will become the nightmare of the heavenly pride, an unsurpassable nightmare. At the same time, all the great imperial clans in the country began to be in disarray. The X-level talent is suspected to have appeared. Quickly go inform the old ancestor. Whose heavenly pride is this? Check me. If identified as a civilian, scoop him up at all costs. Heavenly Sword Wang Clan. Inside the conference room, Wan Jinyan looked at Yun Wine in the screen with an expression as if he had eaten shit, and was unable to say anything for a long time. Patriarch King Lord made an immediate decision and directly shouted, quickly go and invite the Supreme Elder over. The conference room was an instant mess. King Lord's heart began to panic. As the clan leader, he knew far more than the average clan member. Their Wang clan's strategic layout was all based on the premise that their old ancestor would be able to break through to the emperor. Among them, Wang Beichen is the most important. Wang Beichen's existence symbolized the hope of the new generation of the Wang clan and the Wang clan's fortune. The heavenly prides that could suppress the era all carried great fortune on their bodies. And even more so, they were sheltered by their fortune. If Wang Beichen could suppress the contemporary heaven's pride, they, the Wang clan, would be able to exert maximum pressure on the great clans. As long as the great clans returned the Wang clan's former authority, the Wang clan's clan fortunes would once again skyrocket. The Wang clan needed this kind of chi because it was about whether or not the old ancestor would be able to return. But now, the teenager named Cloud Wine from Heavenly Wine City came out of nowhere. His appearance undoubtedly disrupted all of Wang's layouts. This matter had shaken the foundation of the Wang clan once again, so they had to consult the Supreme Elder, Kunlun Void, the place where the three emperors returned to their hometowns. Wang's chi girded. Has the prophecy failed? It should be related to the miracle some time ago. Not sure yet. Let's check below. A new era opened, where the White Zephyr Emperor resides. Food Fairy looked at the teenager on the screen in disbelief. The teenager's back shook her heart wildly, and extremely absurd thoughts began to rise in the back of her mind. Emperor Baizé didn't notice the young girl's abnormalities as he looked at the screen with a grave expression on his face. With an attack like that, there's no doubt that his talent is at the X level. Someone, organize the teenager's information for me. Food Siener suddenly got up, then bowed to Emperor Baizé. Teacher, I'll go inform father. After receiving Emperor Baizé's approval, Food Siener quickly walked outside. From the teacher's residence, Food Fairy immediately found Shimeji. Shello, can the talent avatar be used now? Little Shimeji raised his little head. 3 times a month. It's still working. Food Siener looked at Shimmy seriously. Shimmy, do you still remember Wang Xianxian's voice? Of course. Shimakazu twitched his little ears. I don't forget a voice I've heard. Well, then, you help me. Winemakers Association. After seeing the elegance of his disciple grandson's sword, Lin Jiao jumped straight up in excitement. He walked briskly to his desk and picked up a picture frame, then rejoined the television. He held the picture frame and stared dead at Wang Xianxian in the screen, his eyes a little moist. Tropic, did you see that? That's your baby. That's your baby. Imperial Capital. Wasia Ministry of Education. The phones in the major offices were ringing off the hook for a while. Still no information on this candidate? An old man asked with a frown. Minister, that candidate's information was not entered into the database. The details have been sealed by the Tianzhou City Education Bureau. We are urgently contacting the Tianzhou City Education Bureau, the subordinate replied. The Minister of Education slammed down the table. It's so outrageous that a candidate with such talent would dare not report it. Bring me the phone over. I have to ask that kid from Lijian. Does he still want to do this? Tianzhou City Education Bureau Director. The old man next to the Minister of Education shook his head gently. Old Manon, it's useless to rush. The Education Minister's mustache blew. Old Man Qian, you're making it sound easy. The top brass of the military and the government are already heading to Tianzhou City now. Now every department, including the military, is asking us for information on him, so how can you not make me anxious? If we let the Imperial clan get the jump on us, when the time comes to blame them, not to mention me as the minister, you as the vice minister can't absolve yourself of the blame either. Shit, I can't wait either. I'm going to Sky Wine City myself. Within the secret territory of the examination center, Wang Xianxian was oblivious to all the reactions of the outside world. He looked at his current high ranking and smiled gently. Brush up on the session. Maybe there's some special reward for being first? The other candidates on the national list, looking at the updated rankings, were in deep thought. Heavenly Sword City, Examination Center 011. Wang Beichen walked slowly down the street. There were dozens of flying swords hovering in the air around him. Roar! A hissing sound from not far away stopped him in his tracks. 20 meters away from him stood a hunting knife tiger. The hunting knife tiger did not act rashly when he saw the flying swords hovering around his enemy. After observing carefully for a moment, this hunting knife tiger intended to avoid the front line for the time being. However, what it didn't know was that it was no longer up to it to withdraw or not. Dozens of flying swords rushed towards it like arrows. It kept dodging with its strong physical qualities. However, its size was too large, and it didn't take long for it to have many sword wounds on its body. The strenuous movement caused blood to spurt out of the wound in large quantities. Hunting Knife Tiger knew he would definitely be accounted for if he didn't put up a fight. It roared angrily and directly lunged at Wang Beichen. Roar! Bear! Several cold rays of light penetrated the head of the Hunting Knife Tiger. The huge body also slammed directly into the wall of the street due to inertia. It looked unwillingly at the several dagger-like flying swords hovering in its enemy's hands, then closed its eyes forever. Seeing this, Wang Beichen smiled disdainfully. Unconscionable. After saying that, he habitually clicked on his leaderboard. 6th place, Wang Beichen, score 38,690, Tianjin City. The moment he saw his ranking, Wang Beichen frowned. What happened to 6th? He subconsciously moved his gaze upward. 1st place, Cloud Wine, score 84, 200, Sky Wine City, 80,000? Wang Beichen could not hide the shock in his heart. Has he already defeated the martial puppet? How can it be so fast? Doesn't he need to regain his strength? In the next instant, Cloud Wine's score changed again. From 84, 200 to 84, 520. This sudden increase in score made Wang Beichen's face unusually ugly. Impossible. After defeating the martial puppet, how could he still have the stamina to continue swiping points? Looking at the huge score gap between Yun Wine and himself, Wang Beichen's heart grew panicky. He recalled what the Supreme Elder had said to him. Ah, Beichen, you are carrying the burden of my Wang clan rising again on your shoulders. You must suppress the contemporary heavenly pride and seize the great fortune of the era. As long as you succeed, my Wang will reach a new height. Believe in yourself. Don't be timid. You are the son of prophecy. All will be trampled under your feet. Wang Beichen's fists clenched involuntarily. Ancestral grandfather said that I am an absolute heavenly pride, and there can't be an existence stronger than me. If he can do it, so can I. Thinking of this, Wang Beichen's heart was lit up with wariness. Then he ran towards the distance. Winemakers Association headquarters. Li Jianzhou looked at his own master with a face full of sorrow. Master, the Education Bureau is frantically calling us over there. That kid Envy Immortal's performance just now was just too much. It's almost too late to hide it. So you should act quickly. Lin Jiu got up and stretched. The country is in a hurry. That's trying to take Envy Immortal under its wing, but that kid definitely won't agree. He won't shackle himself until he's accomplished his revenge. His intentions are not as simple as mere patricide. Li Jianzhou sighed. Originally, we wanted him to play in the college entrance exam, but we didn't expect his talent to be so outstanding. Lin Jiu patted the disciple's shoulder. It's time for me to go back to Lin's. Jianzhou, I'll leave this place to you for now. Everything will wait until I return. You now go to the examination point where Envy Immortal is and go pick him up. Remember, don't let the military take him away. Li Jianzhou bowed. Yes, master. Kunlun Void. Spirit Emperor Hall. Fu Xianer's hand holding Shimeji slightly began to tremble. Shallow, can you be sure? Fu Xianer's face was unusually serious. At this moment, Shimeji looked a bit weak, and it nodded with incomparable seriousness. Your Highness, that Cloud Wine's breathing, footsteps, heartbeat, and spirit pulsations are exactly the same as Wang Xianxian's, though I cannot listen to his soul. I can be sure that they are indeed the same person. Fu Xianer's brows furrowed as she rushed outside Lin's ancestral home. At this point in the conference room, most of the people had already left. The reason for this was that the elders were out of the gate, and the vast majority of people were no longer qualified to observe. The Lin clan chief was in the middle of discussing the issue with the third elder when a sudden communication from the clan came from outside the door. Matriarch, elder, the second prince has returned. Why is this bastard boy back now? The third elder frowned. Let him in. Lin Ju, who had received permission, slowly walked into the conference room with a playful expression. When the Lin clan's many elders saw this, their faces were ecstatic. Lin Jiu, as the Lin clan's most talented clan member in the past 1,000 years, was originally an elder seed. All of these elders had personally taught Lin Ju, so they knew Lin Ju's nature very well. When you show a face like that, something good must have come out of it. However, as an elder, the proper reserve was still there. The third elder slapped the table in a bad mood. Bastard boy, hurry up and talk about things when you're here. Lin Jiu pulled up a chair and sat down nonchalantly. Grandpa Ancestor is disliking me? The old man is here, but he has top secret information that the family desperately needs. Grandfather Ancestor, you don't want to lose this information either, do you? These words could have infuriated the third elder. Little brat, you dare to put me in front of you and call me old man. If I let my laborers hear that again, I'll have your father break your legs. At those words, Lin Ju smiled sarcastically. Sorry, it's been too long since I've been home and I didn't adjust to my role for a while. The third elder glanced at him in disgust. Say what you have to say and let go of the fart. Lin Jiu coughed lightly, and his tone gruffened. Do you elders still remember the incident 15 years ago when I first came out of the gate? Hearing this, the atmosphere in the conference room plummeted. The third elder had more than a little guilt on his face. Lin Jiu, it was Grandpa and the clan who apologized to you for that incident. But you always have to look forward and not be annoyed with the clan all the time. Rinju sighed. He wasn't a child who didn't know any better. He knew that the family was doing this for his own protection as well as for Lin's future. Only he was very unhappy with the family's strong-arm tactics. Grandpa Zoo. I'm not here to rehash old scores. This top-secret information I have is closely linked to what happened back then. 5 minutes later, the third elder's eyes widened as he slammed down the table. You said, that Cloud Wine is a member of the Wang clan. Lin Jiu nodded. Indeed. His real name is Wang Xianxian, and he is the son of my disciple Mo Bienga. She was worried that her child would be imprisoned forever at Wang's, so she commissioned me to help create this false identity. Hearing this, the Lin clan chief could hardly hide the shock in his heart. So, wouldn't that mean, Cloud Wine is your disciple? The many elders were also filled with shock. A certain elder suppressed his inner excitement and spoke. Doesn't that mean that this child can join my Lin clan sect? The third elder made an instant decision as he immediately grabbed Lin Zhou's wrist. You follow me to see the old ancestor, matriarch, and you go ahead and contact Du, Wang's ancestral home. The great elder of the Supreme Lord watched the video flatly as the teenager killed the puppet's heroic pose with a single sword. On the side, King Lord carefully looked at the Supreme Elder. Elder, will he affect the family's grand plan? The Supreme Elder was not interested when he swept his eyes over Yun Wine's back, and he said in a breezy manner, there's no harm in it. The prophecy won't be wrong, and no one will be able to resist Wang's rise. Beichen is the son of my Wang clan's prophecy, and the heaven and earth's fortune will eventually be added to him. Anyone else is nothing more than a clown, not enough to fear. That Cloud Wine is nothing more than a stepping stone. His accumulated chi will eventually become North Star's dowry. Raising North Star well is your core job. Hearing the words of the Supreme Elder, it was as if Wang Lord had been given a shot of tranquilizer. Yes, sir. Looking at Wang Lord's departing back, the Supreme Elder's gaze once again returned to Yun Wine in the screen. After a long time, he muttered, why? There are some discrepancies. Is the plan to sublimate the gift going ahead? Heavenly Sword City Examination Center 011. Candidate Wang Beichen defeated the martial puppet, awarding 50,000 points. Examination Center announcement. Candidate Wang Beichen, total time to kill martial puppet 4 minutes and 11 seconds. Hearing the sound of the examination room broadcast, Wang Beichen reluctantly stepped out of the examination room. Damn. Almost broke the record. That golem is just too tough. If I'm given 2 more years, I'm bound to set the record substantially. The depression kept growing in the back of his mind. Even though he knew that he was already very impressive for his age, he couldn't help but be depressed. He subconsciously tapped his watch to check his ranking. Second place, Wang Beichen, score 89,990, Tianjin City. The moment I saw my results, a strong wave of resentment surged through my heart. He locked his eyes on the top of the list. First place, Cloud Wine, with a score of 101,020, Tenju City. How is it possible? Just after half an hour, how could he have raised tens of thousands of points? How did he do it? How the hell did he do it? Feeling the empty spiritual energy in his body, Wang Beichen sent out a soulful question. Defeating the martial puppet had consumed almost 90% of his spiritual energy. The current him simply couldn't maintain his previous level of combat. An hour on 10,000 points, which meant that after the opponent defeated the martial puppet, there was at least more than 50% of spiritual energy remaining in his body. He really couldn't imagine how the other party did it. For Wang Beichen, he had always deserved to be number one since he was a child. Even those who were a few years older than him were steadily stepped on by him. He was the pride of the Wang clan, the one who carried the family's fortune. Proud as he was, he wouldn't allow himself to lose to anyone. His morality began to waver a bit, and out of self-preservation, he began to keep instilling reasons in himself. I'm 13 years old and the other guy is definitely older than me, and I squeezed in 4 minutes and 20 seconds for my kills, which would have squeezed me into the top 10 overall all-time at least. Yeah, how can he be better than me? He's just a few years older. Thinking about this, Wang Beichen's Dao mind was restabilized. He sat on the ground and began to inhale aura to replenish his consumption. Time flew by and it was soon 9 o'clock in the evening. Meanwhile, a red alert box appeared on the watches of all midterm candidates across the country. Attention all candidates. The 12,015th Wuxi Intermediate exam has ended. Killing foreign beasts will no longer be counted in the scores. Please return as soon as possible. The moment the prompt box appeared, it was as if all the Fae in the examination room were hit by an electric current. Their bodies trembled and their eyes rolled over while they fell into a coma. The exam room announcements were synchronized. Candidates, please note that the exam is over, so please do not linger in the exam room and return as soon as possible. Inside the exam room, candidates who heard the announcement were either joyful or sad. Whatever the mood, it was time for them to face a new life. It's finally over. Wang Xianxian let out a light breath, then drew out his longsword from the body of a tiger-type alien beast and said with some regret, I wonder if I've been given any points for this hunting knife tiger. Cloud Calling gave him a blank look and said with some hatred, you should be putting all your heart into the wine right now, not caring about the score. The tiger bile, tiger whip, and tiger eggs of this hunter's knife tiger can all be ingredients for brewing wine. Aphrodisiac type spirit wine. The market that is unprecedentedly good. This is all the way to make money. Listening to Yun Boing's teaching, Wang Xianxian scratched his head. It's not officially forbidden to take it. And now brewing aphrodisiacs. Cloud Calling slapped the teenager hard on the head. Why are you so honest? You ate an egg. Can people see it or what? It's a son of a bitch if you don't take advantage of a bargain. It's one thing if the material is worth something. It's another to hurry up with your attitude. At the instigation of Cloud Calling, Wang Xianxian furtively looked at the surroundings next to him and made sure no one was there. He took his sword and slashed at the crotch of the hunting knife tiger. Just as he was about to remove the entire whip from the hunting knife tiger, the airborne monitor suddenly sounded. Student Cloud Wine. According to the rules of the examination center, all Fae belong to the state, including corpses. Drop the egg in your hand and hurry back. At those words, the foot in Wang Xian's shoes directly clenched the sole, and his ears instantly burned. He kept his head down and ran toward the exit without looking back. Inside the monitoring room, a group of executives looked at the teenager's monitor and were in a state of embarrassment. The corners of a certain officer's mouth twitched. Why do all of you candidates from the heavenly wine city like to lay their hands on the eggs of exotic beasts? A certain police department leader in the city of Sky Wine immediately retorted. That's something anyone is qualified to say. Only you from Sky Food City can't say it. Who doesn't know that just you Sky Food City candidates like to barbecue during exams? And you also like to bake eggs the most. We at least use it for brewing. You guys just cut and roast it. The officer was instantly on fire. Do you know the gold content of roasted whips and eggs? It would be a waste to make wine out of them. Seeing that the two were about to dislike each other, the director of the Tianzhou City Education Bureau coughed lightly twice, hastily shocking both sides awake. You too, Cloud Wine is almost at the return point, so you can go grab someone. At those words, the leaders of both the military and police departments began to burn with fervent wariness. At this moment, there was only one thought in their minds. Do whatever it takes to drag him into the military/police academy. Re-entering the opening hall, the screen above attracted Wang Beichen's attention. Rankings, first place, Cloud Wine. Score 121,020, Tenju City. Second place, Yang 2. Score 95,690, Imperial. Third place, Wang Beichen. Score 94,100, Tianjin City. Cloud Wine. Wang Beichen's fists clenched. If it wasn't for you, how could I have been overtaken by the early challenge of the martial puppet resulting in a physical overdraft in the back and then being overtaken? In recent years, he, Wang Beichen, was the only holder of an X-rank talent. His talent and vocation definitely qualify him as a dominant force in group combat. If he steadily kills his enemies, the first position is not yet his. Suppressing the unwillingness in his heart, he hastily placed his gaze on the second list. Ultimate exam question time ranking. First place, Cloud Wine. Total time 1.01 seconds. Second place, Yi Hao. Total time 4 minutes 5 seconds. Third place, Wang Beichen. Total time 4 minutes 11 seconds. Fourth place, Yang 2. Total time 4 minutes 19 seconds. 1 second. Wang Beichen stared and staggered. No, it's impossible. It can't be. There must be a mistake. How can anyone for a second? How can? He forced down the horror in his heart and rushed outside with quick steps. When Wang Xianxian had just returned to the opening examination hall, he was surrounded by a group of soldiers in front of him. There was also a group of people standing at the back of the army, and by looking at the dress and temperament one could guess that the status of these people was not low. A middle-aged man took the lead. Cloud Wine student. How are you? My name is Li Zhen. I'm the director of the Tian Wine City Education Bureau. Don't be afraid. We're here to protect your personal safety. Wang Xianxian looked at the surrounding troops that were standing by, and the leaders behind him who were full of smiles, then politely saluted. Hello leaders. Li Zhen directly took Wang Xianxian's hand and said cordially, you child, I am a close friend with your senior uncle Li Jianzhou. In terms of relationship, you should call me uncle. Wang Xianxian immediately changed his words. Hello, Uncle Li. The leaders of the military and police departments behind them couldn't sit still, and they rushed up. Hello classmate, I'm the deputy director of the Tianzhou City Armed Police Bureau. Lei hi. I'm also good buddies with your senior. Don't mind if you call me Uncle Lei. Hello Uncle Lei, Wang Xianxian said nicely. The leaders of the military department are completely sitting on their hands. Hello classmate, my name is Rening. I'm the deputy division commander of the 2nd division stationed in Heavenly Wine. Your senior and I are future iron buddies. If you don't mind, you can call me Uncle Rin as well. Hearing these shameless words, Lei Hai couldn't tense up. Run-ing, do you want to be fucking shameless? Laborers at least have connections. You fucking give me a futuristic style. Seeing that he was being scolded, Run-ing was not angry. Brothers that can be cultivated well. I believe that with my charisma, His Excellency Li Jianzhou will definitely be willing to make me a friend. Seeing that the gunpowder smell between the military and the police was getting heavier and heavier, Wang Xianxian was a bit confused and at a loss. Never having been taken seriously, he didn't know how to react when he saw this scene for the first time. Just as he was torn, a familiar face came into Wang Xianxian's eyes. He directly waved his hand and shouted, "Senior, I'm here." Li Jianzhou let out a soft sigh of relief when he saw Wang Xianxian's appearance. He quickly came to Wang Xianxian's side, then blocked in front of his senior nephew and saluted. "Fellow officers, my children have caused you trouble." Looking at senior's tall back, Wang Xianxian couldn't help but relax his tense body. Seeing this, the surrounding leaders hurriedly returned Li Jianzhou's salute. "Minister Li, you're too polite. It's our duty to protect the nation's heavenly pride." Hearing the words national celestial pride, Li Jianzhou probably guessed what they meant. "I understand how everyone feels, but my kids still need to prepare for the upcoming college entrance exams. He's still a little short on this test performance, and I need to take him back for some drills." When these words came out, the faces of the many leaders were a bit unnatural. They had already investigated the information related to Yun Wine and found out that he came from the Lin clan's Lin Zhou's disciples. Cloud Wine is a non-imperial son, and the country needs such a talent. Even if they were pulled into the state authorities, they wouldn't let this kind of high-level talent be controlled by the Imperials. Lei Hai was the first to step forward. "Minister Li, this time, we have received military orders. We need to protect Yun Wine's safety. Please don't make things difficult for us." Seeing this, Li Jianzhou once again arched his hand and saluted. "I know where everyone is coming from and I appreciate the state's protection of young talent. It's just that for my child, what he needs right now is a familiar environment. I'm not taking him anywhere else. Just trying to get him back to the Brewers Association. You all don't know, this master nephew of mine is no less talented in the winemaking course than he is in the martial arts." At those words, the whole room was in an uproar. Everyone knew what Li Jianzhou's status was, and they also knew that the other party would never deceive in terms of talent. They were shocked because with the heaven-defying martial arts talent that Yun Wine had just displayed, they really couldn't think of what kind of brewing talent could make Li Jianzhou say something like that. Hearing Li Jianzhou's words, the city leaders of Tianzhou City couldn't sit still either. "The most important thing for the city of heavenly wine is the wine." A certain city leader spoke directly. "Leaders of the military and police departments. The Brewers Association is likewise an official state organization. Do you guys see if you can be more accommodating and let Cloud Wine prepare for the entrance exams at the Brewers Association? We at Skywine City can open up some of our privileges and allow you to be stationed next to the Brewers Association headquarters." Li Jianzhou struck the iron while it was hot. "After the college entrance exam, we will definitely not interfere with Yun Wine's own wishes. At that time, you all will be fine with your own abilities." Hearing that the other side had stepped back, the police department's man was the first to let go. "Ha ha ha, serious. We all aim to keep our great nephew safe. It's the same wherever you go to protect, with your child's learning as the priority." The leaders of the military department also began to ask for instructions from their superiors. X-level talent is no joke. The last time an X-level talent that wasn't from the Imperial clan appeared was 1900 years ago. The country's greatest fear was that the Imperial clan would employ all sorts of tactics to forcefully collect talents. They must ensure the personal safety and true will of Cloud Wine. Even if he doesn't choose to join the state sector, he has to provide protection. It was because of the fear that the Emperor clans would do something bad to the geniuses amongst themselves. It is the responsibility of the country, and the best young people are the future of the country. After getting a response from his superiors, Lei Hai stepped forward. "Minister Li, we have received permission from our superiors for you to bring the Cloud Wine candidates back to the Brewers Association. But his safety, we're going to take over the whole time." Li Jianzhou didn't feel surprised. "Don't worry, Master Ray, we understand the rules." Just like this, a group of people brought Wang Xianxian out of the examination room in a vast manner. Just after leaving the examination room, Wang Xianxian saw 3 layers of media reporters outside the door. Li Jianzhou patted Wang Xian's shoulder and smiled at him. "Daimo, do an interview. After being repressed for so long, remember to get wild and show them what you're worth." The socially terrified Wang Xian tried to shrug it off. Which is to say, the leaders of the city of Tianzhou will not let go of this opportunity to give the mayor of Tianzhou a face. He directly arranged for the official reporter from Skywine News to come to Wang Xianxian's side. The questions asked by the journalists who had arranged themselves were measured, and they were questions that had been arranged in advance. Know the rules about what you can and can't ask. The sweet-looking female reporter passed the topic to Wang Xianxian. Mr. Cloud Wine, according to the usual practice, you have been granted a place to take the college entrance exam in advance. May I ask if you have decided to take this martial arts entrance exam? Will attend. Wang Xianxian laughed lightly. And are you aware of the change in the WKC exam questions this year? The reporter pursued. Wang Xianxian replied. I know. It should have been added to challenge the imperial palace. Then which great emperor will you choose to challenge? The reporter once again passed the microphone to Wang Xianxian. The moment he heard that question, the teenager's aura changed violently. I will challenge Sword Emperor. And what is your goal? To last until 50 moves. Or 80. Crush him head on. Ah. The teenager's calm voice interrupted the female reporter's question. Everyone present did not expect the teenager to say such an answer. He used the word routed, not defeated. The word is used in a way that can no longer be explained by impoliteness. This has been called hubris. The Wang clan was an imperial clan, and the Sword Emperor had made great contributions to the entire China. Some time ago, Wang Beichen, the pride of the Wang clan, openly stated that he wanted to defeat his ancestor. But that's someone's oldest, and it's used to defeat. This Cloud Wine is not a member of the Wang clan, so why would he use the word routed? Does he have no fear of the great emperor? The female reporter had been a bit confused. Sparing her years of interview experience, she stuttered a bit. This time, instead of waiting for the other party to pass the microphone over, Wang Xianxian took the initiative to take the microphone. He raised the microphone and looked flatly at the camera. I'll take the martial arts entrance exam early, then challenge the Sword Emperor and crush him head on. When he finished, he handed the microphone back to the dumbfounded female reporter with a polite remark. Thank you for the interview. I'm sorry for the trouble. The young man is gone, just as he came and went gently, leaving the dumbfounded press corps behind. What did he just say? The cameraman levied God. It seems as if they were saying thank you to us, said the female reporter, her eyes dull. This young man is quite polite and humble. Hell, the crowd reacted and blew up straight away. Did you hear that? He said he would crush the Sword Emperor head on. Cripes. This young man. That's crazy. That's too crazy. People can kill martial puppets in a second with a sword, and they do have the capital to be crazy. But the history of the appearance of martial arts puppets is only a few hundred years old, and no X-level gifted person of the same age has ever tested it before then. Meanwhile, inside the live broadcast, because of Wang Xianxian's speech, the pop-ups were like a tsunami that directly flooded the live broadcast room. Crap. Who does he think he is? That's the Sword Emperor. A martial artist honors his teacher, and if he doesn't even respect the martial way, he doesn't deserve to be called a martial artist. This young man is too arrogant. How dare he presume to crush the Sword Emperor projection? Does he know what the Sword Emperor projection means? It's so newborn. Isn't this proper bullying? The Sword Emperor is a role model for every one of us sword masters. No matter what, we cannot have such remarks. Crazy. Isn't he afraid of offending Wang? Of course I'm not afraid. With his current talent, who would dare to make a move against him? That's how geniuses are. As long as you're talented enough and valuable enough, you'll always be forgiven. I'd like to see how he defeated the Sword Emperor's projection. Ha ha ha. Loud speaking. The various great emperor clans that were following the live broadcast of the Heavenly Wine Market also transformed into Rakugo people. I haven't seen such a wild young man in how many years. It's so nostalgic. It's good for young people to be wild. If you're not wild when you're young, do you wait to be wild when you're old? As long as he can withstand the shock of a failed Dao, feel free to go wild. Respecting the teacher is respecting the way of the sword, not the Sword Emperor, and a martial artist should dare to challenge the pinnacle. One's probably stomping her feet in anger this time? I'd like to see how much chi their Wang clan can collect this time. They still want Wang Beichen to ride over us and shit on our heads. Who knew a roadblock would come out halfway? This kid is so right up my alley. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. It hurts. Ancestral residents of the Tianjian Wang clan. The atmosphere in the conference room was oppressive to the extreme. The harlot is arrogant. This was the first time the Wang clan had seen the Supreme Elder get angry. Even the 10th Elder was a little frightened in his heart when faced with the wrath of the Supreme Elder. Wang Beichen's face was filled with panic as he lowered his head. He didn't have the courage to look directly at the courage of the Supreme Elder. Clan Chief Wang Ling and the recently appointed young Clan Chief Wang Jianyan were even more like children who had made a mistake, trembling with fear and not daring to make a single sound. The Supreme Elder's face was ironic, and his voice was like thunder in the sky. How many humiliations my Wang clan has had since my old ancestors' disappearance. Affiliated forces commit crimes below, and imperial forces wantonly bully. Now that I, the Wang clan, have prospered greatly, my former enemies have bowed their heads and admitted their faults, bending their knees and begging for peace. and no one dares to offend me again. Amir Jr. Amir Jr. How dare you be so arrogant? How dare you challenge the Wang clan's authority in plain sight? All of the Wang clan members present lowered their heads deeply, not daring to raise their heads to look at the Supreme Elder. After a long time, the suffocating space finally released some pressure. The Supreme Elder, who had finished suppressing his emotions, asked Wang Beichen beside him. Wang Beichen, as a member of the Wang clan, when you see someone bullying the Wang clan, how dare you? Reporting back to ancestral grandfather, one should fight to the death to defend the family's honor. Wang Beichen hurriedly replied, good then. As the strongest heavenly pride of the Wang clan's current generation, you should take on this important task. The eyes of the Supreme Grand Elder narrowed slightly. I order you to crush that arrogant harridan. At those words, Wang Beichen's body trembled. He recalled what he had just seen, the video of Yun Wine killing a martial puppet in seconds. A wave of despair could not help but rise in his heart. It was too strong. It wasn't even a power he could fight against right now. After seeing the video, he also tried to make excuses for himself, thinking he could do it in another 2 years. However, when he realized that Yun Wine's realm at this point was only the early stage of the blood refining realm, he completely despaired. 2 years later, his strength might be able to reach the prosperous star realm. At that time, he was confident that he could manage to easily kill the martial puppet in seconds. But that was high realm fighting across low realms. And this Cloud Wine, at the early stage of the blood refining realm, had displayed such power. It was as if his middle stage blood refining realm self had been reduced to a huge joke. He himself was an X-ranked talent, and his opponent was definitely an X-ranked talent. The gap in talent made him wonder about life a bit. Now, facing the order of the Supreme Elder, the tremendous pressure made his heart tremble, and even his breathing involuntarily stopped. Looking at Wang Beichen, whose body was trembling, the Supreme Elder could not help but show a hint of disappointment under his eyes. Was the prophecy really right? Is this really their Wang's unicorn son? Putting aside the distractions in his mind, the Supreme Elder patted Wang Beichen's shoulder. Ancestral grandfather told you before that he would help you improve your talent quality, and now it's time. At those words, Wang Beichen looked up sharply, and the fear in his eyes was replaced by joy. Really? The Supreme Elder's tone became somewhat cold. This matter can't be child's play. Get ready and appear to start until the entrance exams. You need to focus on talent enhancement. The few people behind Wang Beichen, Wang Lord as well as Wang Jinyan, were ecstatic after hearing this. Earlier on, they had all heard the Supreme Elder say that he was going to give Beichen a talent boost, but they hadn't expected this to come so quickly. They were even beginning to appreciate Cloud Wine in their hearts now. If it wasn't for the fact that his arrogance had irritated the Supreme Elder, I'm afraid that Beichen's talent enhancement would have to wait a few more years. Wang Jinyan and Wang Lords looked at each other. They both read each other's eyes. I'm going to be the father/grandfather of a great emperor. Wang Xianxian didn't even know how big of a ripple he had just made in China with his remarks. He is now back at the Brewers Association. However, he didn't return to his previous room, but instead went to a brewery room on the 9th basement level of the Brewers Association. This brewing room is made of special materials that isolate most of the strange skills. For example, space teleportation. The reason we're here is that the military strongly requested it. Right now, the entire Brewers Association headquarters was on maximum alert, with soldiers and SWAT officers constantly traveling through the headquarters building. Their mission was to protect Cloud Wine's personal safety from assassination. Child, besides the first to third order spirit wine recipes and the corresponding brewing materials, do you need anything else? The Brewers Association staff asked cordially. Wang Xianxian smiled. No more, please. The staff member was a bit flattered, and he waved his hand. It's my job. No need to be so polite. I'm going to fetch the materials for you now. Please wait for a while. The staff member left the room and craned his head in confusion. That's pretty polite too. Why was the interview so wild on air? Son, this is the sake recipe Vice President Rinku asked me to bring you. The staff member removed an antique book. There are a total of 333 first-order spirit wine liquor formulas, 201 second-order liquor formulas, and 89 third-order liquor formulas in there. Then the staff took out another purple pouch. This is the brewing materials that Ministerly prepared for you. I'm not sure exactly how much there is. You need to look through it yourself. This brewing room is reserved for 7th grade brewers, and the famous springs inside can be used at will. If you need anything, you can have the guards call me. Listening to the staff's explanation of everything, Wang Xianxian politely responded. Yes, thank you. The staff member smiled and responded. Cheers to test preparation. When only Wang Xianxian was left alone in the brewing room, he first took out the brocade pouch given to him by his senior. Linglong purple heart pouch. Quality, Xian class excellent. Category, breeding space spirit treasure. Function, spirit plant warming. Effects, promote birth, upon opening. Can enhance the medicinal power of spiritual plants for 5 years. Cooldown, 1 month. Consumption, 5 third-grade crystal cores. Description, a special storage treasure that can catalyze the growth of spiritual plants. At that moment, Cloud Calling also came out of the gourd. It directly burrowed into the Linglong purple heart brocade pouch and began to rummage through it. A few moments later, Cloud Calling reappeared in front of Wang Xianxian's eyes. That master uncle of yours is still good to you, Lu. The spiritual plants inside the ton can be really quite a lot. Immortal brewing grass, this kind of thing, are 50 pounds. Immortal brewing herb? Wang Xianxian was shocked and numb. Isn't this stuff sold by the gram? He hastily began to check it out. It doesn't matter if you don't look. You'll be surprised. The brocade bag was piled up with all sorts of spiritual plants, and the value of all these spiritual plants combined was unknown how many times more precious than this brocade bag itself. Speaking of the fairy brewing herb alone, you can tell by its name that it's awesome. The fairy brewing herb can be greatly activated to enhance the effects of the wine. It also reduces the failure rate of brewing to some extent. The immortal brewing grass in his hand was 2 fingers long, and its quality was of the second rank. The price of a single gram of second-order immortal brewing herb had come to $35. 50 pounds is $870,000. And that's just a spirit plant. Wang Xianxian didn't know many spiritual plants. He just knew a few famous ones. So he simply couldn't figure out how much these spirit plants were worth when added together. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's worthy of being the head of the purchasing department at the Brewers Association headquarters. Yun Boing smacked his lips. Thief boy. This master uncle of yours is a hidden god of wealth. Wang Xianxian held the brocade bag in his hand for a while. After a long time, he laughed softly. Looks like we'll be able to make a lot of wine this time. Cloud Calling jumped onto the brewery table and then did a Tai Chi routine. The roundness looked comical. After briefly moving his body, Cloud Calling's fighting spirit was high. Listen carefully from now on. Anti-class is in session. Whether it's mortal wine or spirit wine, their processes have similarities. There are 5 processes in mortal wine: selection, fermentation, distillation, flavoring, and aging. The process of spirit wine is a bit more complicated. Selecting materials, awakening the spirit, ascending the spirit, melting the spirit, empowering the spirit, flavoring, and aging. Selection of materials need not be mentioned. Spirit wine not only need to pay attention to the spirit plant superiority and inferiority, there is also concern about whether the attributes of the spirit plant conflict with each other. Awakening the spirit, elevating the spirit, melting the spirit, and empowering the spirit are the 4 key steps of spirit wine. These 4 steps are actually the special fermentation process of spirit wine. Spirit wine doesn't need to be distilled. Distillation will destroy the spirit of spirit wine. Finally, there's flavoring and aging, which has to do with taste, and I'll talk to you about that later. Above, all of the effects I've recounted to you are the operations of a brewer without brewing skills. Wang Xianxian, who was taking notes attentively, stopped his pen violently when he heard this. He looked straight at Cloud Calling, his eyes written with sultriness. Cloud Calling directly ignored Wang Xianxian's sultry little eyes and continued. Martial artists with the brewing skill vocation, when they use their skill to brew spirit wine, their brain will automatically deduce the process. So, they don't need these complicated maneuvers. They just need to use skills. Of course, the use of the brewing skill does not come without a price. The brewing skill requires a large amount of spiritual energy. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian couldn't help but sigh. What is a vocation? A heavenly occupation. If God gives you this profession, He will definitely make you eat in it. Vocation is such an unreasonable thing. Cloud Calling pointed at the notes Wang Xianxian had made with his bear claws. You know why I'm telling you this, when it's obvious you don't need to learn what I'm talking about. Why? Wang Xianxian was equally surprised. He didn't think that Yun Boing would deliberately tease him, and he had a preliminary understanding of Yun Boing's personality from this period of contact. Cloud Calling is very lively and loves to tease him, but the only thing this cute little weapon spirit of his wouldn't joke with him over wine and swords, because you are the wine immortal. This is the Tao you have opened up, the Tao that belongs exclusively to you, Yun Boing said seriously. At those words, Wang Xianxian also began to get serious. Cloud Calling continued. Although it's a bit early to speak to you now, you have to remember that the so-called vocation is actually a materialization of the crumbs of the great Tao. The fundamentals of the brewing class vocation skill are built on the foundation of the way of wine. Seeing that Wang Xianxian wanted to ask more, Yun Boing immediately stopped. That's it. That's enough for you to understand for now. With your current strength, you are not strong enough to peer into this world. Next, start brewing spirit wine. After taking a deep breath and suppressing the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Wang Xianxian began to flip through the wine formula. On the second page of the wine recipe, he found the first spirit wine he wanted to brew. Second order spirit wine, cold spirit wine. The early stage of the blood refining realm was also known as the blood burning stage. Martial artists during this period would feel unusually uncomfortable because of the boiling blood in their bodies, especially in the summer, when it was severe. The heart fire in the body could even make a martial artist go into shock. Therefore, martial artists during this period would often take cold attribute cultivation resources to suppress the heart fire and blood fire in their bodies. Wang Xianxian had been tortured enough by the blood fire in his body in the past 2 days. The blood fire in his body was not comparable to normal people. His blood fire was ignited by the golden crow essence blood, and the feeling of dryness and heat far exceeded that of an ordinary martial artist. The cold spirit wine was a spirit wine developed for the blood flame. It could effectively suppress a martial artist's blood fire as well as heart fire, and additionally came with a small amount of fire resistance. After determining the spirit wine he wanted to brew, Wang Xianxian began to mobilize the spirit power in his body, then take out the appropriate spiritual plants. After adjusting his physical state to the best, the teenager moved with a thought. Fairy brew. As soon as the words fell, huge amounts of spiritual energy instantly gushed out from Wang Xianxian's body. The dozen or so spirit plants on the stage began to levitate, then emitted bursts of golden light. Brewing in progress? In his mind, Wang Xianxian seems to be possessed by the wine immortal, and any minor mistakes in the brewing process can be detected and corrected by him in time. Slowly, Wang Xianxian's face began to turn pale. It was a sign that the spiritual energy was about to run out. The consumption of brewing spirit wine was far greater than he had imagined. However, Wang Xianxian didn't panic as he took out his wine immortal gourd, then directly drank a few mouthfuls of wine. The depleted spiritual energy was instantly replenished. Wine fairy blessing in. 10 minutes later, the golden light receded and the wine filled the room. Reappearing in the air was a cloud of light blue spirit wine. Successful brewing of cold spirit wine, 2nd grade, received the blessing of the wine fairy, and the cold spirit wine receives a special effect. Looking at the spirit wine suspended in the air, Wang Xianxian's eyes lit up. It's done! After putting the cold spirit wine into the wine immortal gourd, Wang Xianxian directly checked the attributes of the cold spirit wine. Cold spirit wine. Quality, 2nd order extreme, wine immortal's blessings. Recipe, ice heart grass. Winter prosperity flower. Cold spirit vine. Effect, a small amount of flame resistance. Removes distractions from the mind, and suppresses heart fire and blood fire. Introduction, a 2nd order spirit wine with a refreshing taste that can suppress fire. Its effect is doubled due to the blessing of the wine immortal. Looking at the first spirit wine he had brewed, he couldn't wait to take a sip. The moment the cold spirit wine surged down his throat, Wang Xianxian felt that he was not drinking wine, but a mouthful of ice water. The moment he drank it, all of his pores tightened and his entire body couldn't help but shiver. The blood fire that caused the whole body to become hot and dry was also suppressed. Feeling the cool body, Wang Xianxian was indescribably comfortable. Even 10 bottles of Sprite were not as refreshing as the sip of cold spirit wine. Yes, drink cold spirit wine and get the effect cold spirit. Lasts 24h. With the system prompt following, a thin layer of frost began to form on the surface of Wang Xian's body. This cold sensation made Wang Xianxian unable to resist taking another sip. Drinking spirit wine increases cultivation by 0.26%. Current cultivation is 17% of the blood burning realm. The moment the second sip of wine surged down his throat, a supreme aura rose from Wang Xianxian's body. Wang Xianxian's eyes were tightly closed as his mind gradually calmed down and entered a marvelous state. In his mind, a picture appeared. It was an endless ice field covered with thick snow. There are countless ice peaks on the ice field, which tower over the clouds as if challenging the sky. Wang Xianxian saw his own figure, dressed in a thin green coat, holding a long sword made of ice cream, walking alone in the icy sky and snow. The cold wind howled and lifted his coat, but it could not stop his determined steps. His gaze was firm and bright, as if he was searching for something in this icy landscape. Suddenly, he stopped and stood still. He felt a strange power, a sword intent that came from the icy sky and snow. Wang Xianxian slowly opened his eyes, and his bright gaze became more determined. He sensed the sword intent in the heavens and earth and tightened his grip on the iceling in his hand before chopping towards the towering ice peak. Under one sword, the frost was tens of thousands of miles. The ice peak was directly cut off, leaving a mirror-smooth cross-section. Inside the brewing room, Wang Xianxian's eyes snapped open. The wine sword coalesced successfully. The icy sword intent caused the entire room to frost over. The light blue cold spirit wine ran directly down the spout of the wine immortal gourd and gushed out. The cold spirit wine with a chilling aura continuously wrapped around Wang Xianxian's right hand and slowly condensed into a light blue wine sword. Cold soul sword. Source, cold spirit wine. Effect, frost, attached to ice attribute spiritual energy. Can slow down enemies and freeze targets. Wang Xianxian held the cold spirit sword in his hand and gently swung it. The The temperature in the brewing room dropped again, and even the spirit spring water on the countertop began to slowly freeze. Looking at the spirit spring water frozen into ice, Wang Xianxian couldn't help but rejoice in his heart. This is a new sword intent. He clearly felt the new sword intent strengthen his body. So Wang Xianxian opened the panel and began to check his new attributes. King Envy. Vocation, winemaker. Fate exclusive profession, wine Sword Immortal. Talent, Golden Crow talent, unawakened. Bloodline, Sword Emperor's bloodline. Golden Crow's bloodline, awakening 19%. Level, second order blood refining realm blood burning stage, 19.78%. Natal treasure, wine fairy gourd, cloud calling. Natal wine swords, 2, envious immortal sword. Cold spirit sword. Physical fitness, 580. Spirit, 580. Can a caddy of cold spirit wine roughly increase your cultivation by 2%? Wang Xianxian had a simple guess through the panel. Then he poured down another caddy of cold spirit wine. Drinking cold spirit wine increases cultivation by 1.26%. Current cultivation at blood burning realm 20.04%. Flesh absorbs spiritual energy to saturation, and the remaining effects will strengthen the battle power. Attack increased by 120% for 20 minutes. Is 2 kilograms of second order spirit wine the absorption limit of my current fleshly body? Wang Xianxian pondered. Exceeding the limit of the flesh's absorption, the remaining spirit wine will form a buff to amplify itself. After secretly noting the current limits of his body, a new problem ensued. How long does it take for the flesh to consume the spirit wine? Wang Xianxian decided to wait for 20 minutes and try drinking after the increased buff disappeared. 20 minutes later, Wang Xianxian once again drank a pound of cold spirit wine. Drinking cold spirit wine increases cultivation by 1.86%. Current cultivation is 21.9% in the blood burning realm. So that's how it is. After the increased buff disappears, you can continue to drink spirit wine to enhance your cultivation. Wang Xianxian's heart was ecstatic. After suppressing the joy in his heart, he continued brewing the cold spirit wine. A few hours later, the time had come late at night. Wine fairy gourd. Wine in stock, envious immortal brew. Cold spirit wine, 300 caddies. With the comparison, Wang Xianxian quickly discovered the Hua point. Cloud calling. Why isn't the quantity displayed after the envious immortal brew? The teenager wondered. Lying on top of the brewing table, Cloud calling waved his hand. There's a lot of them, so I'm too lazy to show them. Then you should always tell me how much stock is left, Wang Xianxian pursued. Otherwise what if I accidentally drink it all? Cloud calling was a bit annoyed by what he heard, and he waved his bare paw. You couldn't drink it all in 10 lifetimes. Don't worry. Seeing that the teenager wanted to continue asking, Yin Boing hastily changed the topic. Don't just brew. It's late at night now. Don't you see that little benefactor of yours sending you a message? Wang Xianxian suddenly remembered something. He took out some materials from his bracelet and then started a new brew. Looking at the busy figure of the teenager, Yun Boing seemed to have seen the MO range of the past. There must be something you can do, right? Please. With a thought, Yun Boing's consciousness returned to the wine immortal gourd. In the mysterious space of the gourd, there is a vast and boundless ocean. The whole ocean smelled of endless wine. It was an ocean formed by wine. There were also countless islands in the sea of wine, with many plants growing on them. Carnations, daylilies, hawthorn. The crystals emitting 7-colored light hung over the sea of wine like the sun. Around the 7-colored crystals, new fine wines were constantly being generated and then falling into the sea of wine below like a waterfall. This sea is called Envy Immortal. Looking at the 7-colored crystals in the air, Yun Boing's eyes were indescribably gentle. From now on, no one will bully him. Inside the brewery, a golden liquid with a special aroma was suspended in midair. Wang Xianxian took out the wine pot and carefully poured the wine in. Unnamed. Quality, mortal grade extreme wine immortal blessing. Recipe, sunflower, wheat strawberry, red geranium, camellia, geranium, cactus. Effects, tonifying qi and blood, consolidating the essence and cultivating the vitality. Note, food cyanur can purify the spiritual body and get rid of blood impurities after drinking it. Source, mundane wine developed and brewed by Wang Xianxian, immortal of the red dust, visible only to himself, in honor of his benefactor. Verdict, a teenager's purest thanks. This is the wine he left for Food Cyanur that day. Earlier he had promised Food Cyanur that he would make wine for her. By now the time had come to 12:30 a.m. After finishing all the work, Wang Xianxian stretched, then took out his cell phone from his pocket and took a picture. Envious Immortal, your wine is ready. Your Highness, Jug A JPG. Out of his expectation, the Food Cyanur message replied quickly. Cat doesn't like fish, why aren't you asleep yet? Envious Immortal, in the midst of brewing, and lost track of time. Is your Highness still awake? Cat doesn't like fish, no. A little sleepy. Envious Fairy, why can't you sleep? Did something happen? The young girl lying in bed saw the new message and puffed up her mouth in anger. When she saw Yun Wine during the day, she inexplicably thought of Wang Xian's back at Wang's that day. She didn't know when, but Wang Xianxian's back was deeply engraved in her memory. Perhaps it was because his own gift had been unleashed that day at dusk, and he had gained insight into his mind. Perhaps it was because of the fact that when drinking the wine he had gifted, he had savored more than a decade of his past. Although the two of them only had a one-sided relationship, Wang Xian was extraordinarily dear to her heart. So, she thought of the teenager with amazing perseverance just by seeing the back. After having a suspicion in her mind, she directly asked Shimeji to verify her suspicion. Shimeji has great powers to listen to all things in the world. It hears many types of sounds and has an excellent memory for them. For example, the sound of breathing, the sound of internal organs vibrating, the sound of spiritual veins pulsing, and even the sound made by the soul. Although Shimeji was still too young to listen to the voice of the soul, it had once unleashed its divine power on Wang Xianxian. It memorized all the sounds that Wang Xian's body made. When it went to listen to Cloud Wine again, there was no surprise that it recognized Cloud Wine's true identity straight away. After determining Cloud Wine's true identity, Fu Xianer began to panic a bit. Unlike Wang Xianxian, she knew more secrets about the Wang clan, the imperial clan. She didn't want Wang Xianxian to get caught up in the open warfare between the emperor clans. The fact that the teenager didn't tell her the truth meant that he didn't want to know. She wouldn't go out of her way to actively reveal the other's secrets either. So she began to agonize over what kind of way she should use to remind Wang Xianxian. The reason why he was a bit angry was because of Wang Xianxian's arrogant statement a few hours ago. Do you even realize what it really means to Wang when you speak like that? After a sigh, the young girl's fingertips began to slide. Cat doesn't like fish, because of various things. I guess, mainly because of the task given by father. Envious Immortal, is the mission a pain in the ass? Cats don't like fish, instead of being a hassle. It's complicated. Seeing this, Wang Xianxian also wanted to think of a solution for the other party, but he felt that asking questions rashly might embarrass the other party. Envious Fairy, Your Highness, is it convenient to talk about this? Cat doesn't like fish, nothing inconvenient. Not a secret. Cloudy Wine, you know, is this year's top student in the midterm? Seeing the words Cloud Wine, Wang Xianxian was inexplicably a little weak. Envy, knowing, Cat doesn't love fish, based on his battle performance. It's certain that Yun Wine's talent has reached the X rank. And the information even shows that he doesn't belong to any emperor clan. Envious Fairy, what's wrong with that? Cat doesn't like fish, of course. According to our research, Cloud Wine is the apprentice grandson of Lin Jiu, the vice president of the Celestial Wine Association, which means that Cloud Wine was born with Lin's label. Cat doesn't like fish. The forces of the imperial clan are disjointed. They are a special group that wanders outside the country. Once Yun Wine involves the imperial clan, it will be in danger of not being able to help itself, and will be caught up in the vortex between the imperial clan. Seeing this, Wang Xianxian's pupils shrunk slightly. Envious Immortal, but doesn't Cloud Wine still have his Shifu? Cat doesn't like fish, although Lin Jiu has a certain status, but he has not yet entered the Lin's core high-level field. A lot of secrets he doesn't know. Really something happened. Lin Jiu alone can't protect him. Cat doesn't like fish. The Wang clan is the protagonist of the opening of a new era, which involves a great prophecy. So the attitudes towards the Wang clan within the imperial clan are all very subtle. Cat doesn't like fish. I'm not sure of the prophecy's content, but I do know that Wang is working on a plan. Cat doesn't like fish. The general content of the plan is to make the Wang clan's fortune skyrocket, and then with the help of the Wang clan's chi, use a secret technique to retrieve the Sword Emperor. Cat doesn't like fish. That's why my teacher and I went to your Wang in the first place. Cat doesn't love fish. For the Wang clan, Wang Beichen is a heavy weapon for them to cut down their chi. They originally thought that Wang Beichen could suppress the entire era of heavenly pride, but they didn't expect to kill a Cloud Wine halfway through. Cats don't love fish. Wang Beichen openly challenged the Sword Emperor. With his natural talent, he will reap great fortune regardless of whether he succeeds or fails. Cat doesn't like fish. Yun Wine's speech this afternoon was more like a sword to cut through Wang's chi, then a provocation. Cat doesn't like fish. This matter involves the battle of chi. Once Yun Wine outperforms Wang Beichen this time, it means that not only will Wang not be able to harvest chi, but instead, he'll be given a big cut. Cat doesn't love fish. By then, Wang will surely spend a great deal of money to deal with him. Cats don't love fish. For the imperial clan and the country, they want both the return of the Sword Emperor and for Cloud Wine to thrive. Cats don't like fish, but it's impossible to say the same for the disjointed imperial forces. Cat doesn't like fish. If Cloud Wine goes into the imperial clan's camp, the state won't be able to intervene again. Cat doesn't like fish. At that time, as long as Wang is willing to pay a great price, those imperial clans will gladly give out the Cloud Wine as a gift. Cat doesn't like fish. After all, Behind Wang is a sword emperor who is about to become an emperor. And Cloud Wine is just a bargaining chip against Wang for them. Cat doesn't like fish. One is a powerful person who is about to climb to the imperial realm. And the other is a great emperor seed. Which do you think is more important? Cat doesn't like fish. Also, you mustn't forget that Cloud Wine doesn't have any blood relations with the other imperial clans. Cat doesn't love fish. In the face of powerful interests, the Lin clan can't protect him at all. The Lin clan is just a new imperial clan. They can't resist the pressure from the rest of the imperial clans. Seeing this, Wang Xianxian was silent. Cat doesn't like fish, but I don't think Cloud Wine needs to be too pessimistic. According to reliable sources, Cloud Wine has a great talent for brewing wine. Cat doesn't like fish. If I were Cloud Wine, I definitely wouldn't accept any olive branch thrown out by any imperial clan after the college entrance exams are over. Cat doesn't like fish. I'll tie myself to the Brewers Guild and then use the Brewers Guild's channels to build friendships with the Demon Clan. Cat doesn't love fish. Although the Brewers Association belongs to the official state organization, it doesn't have too many strictures. And most importantly, Cloud Wine's Master Duke is the association's vice president. Cats don't like fish. The Demon Clan especially loves to drink, and has a supreme status that is not inferior to the Imperial Clan. Cats don't like fish. Meanwhile, active at University in National Genius Camp, Development of Spirituous Liquor, National Defense Volunteer Force, etc. Highly ambiguous programs or actions with the state. Cats don't like fish. The focus is to show one's talent for brewing wine, complete the binding of interests with the country, the Imperial Clan, and the Demon Clan, and swim between the three parties, utilizing one's talent to complete the three non-staining. Cat doesn't like fish. Simply put, it's hanging on to the Imperial Clan, and then using the power of the country and the Demon Clan to make Wang throw in the towel. Cat doesn't like fish. As long as my talent for brewing can bring enough benefit to the three powers, then I can accomplish this plan. Cat doesn't love fish. Besides, maybe there's a little rich girl behind the cloudy wine wrapped up in it? Bamboo Bear Smile, JPG. Looking at the text on the screen, Wang Xianxian instantly sweated. That emoticon of a bamboo bear smiling was even more of a head-scratcher. Seeing that Wang Xianxian was a bit strange, Yun Boing, who was on the side, came over to look at the chat log. TSK, 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 why is this emoji a bit oozy? Cloud Calling said with a bad smile. Thief boy, you're dropping your vest. This little girl is really nice to you and thinks for you. Cloud Calling starts imitating the bamboo bear smile emoticon. After a few moments, she came to her conclusion. I can see that the little girl is a little angry, but how did she find out? Cloud Calling began to ponder. Could it be the Golden Crow Essence blood? But she can't just sense the Golden Crow Essence blood through the TV, can she? Oddly enough, while Wang Xianxian was silent, Food Xianer's message was sent over again. Cat doesn't like fish. Maybe the little rich girl is quite powerful. Don't you think so? Ha 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 ha. This little girl is too cute. I like her. Cloud Calling was overjoyed. Thief boy. Other people's little rich girl order you? Cloud Calling laughed badly. Answer back. Looking at the text on the screen, Wang Xianxian's heart suddenly felt a little guilty. He didn't know how he was going to answer. His fingertips lingering on the screen for a long time, slow to fall. Cloud Calling saw this and patted him on the shoulder. What? Scared? No. Wang Xianxian shook his head. I just feel a little ashamed. There are a lot of things about me that she takes into account. From big life plans, to small cultivation details, and even my mood. She's like the sun on high, always shining the sun on me. Compared to her, I'm like a sewer rat, dark inside, hiding, afraid to show my true colors, coveting her warmth while avoiding her sunshine. Hearing Wang Xianxian's words, Yun Boing stroked his head. It's not for you to say if it's a rat or not. Your mother's last wish was for you to be free and happy. She didn't want to be a shackle that bound you, which is why she didn't tell you the truth about her death. I know what kind of hatred you harbor in your heart and what you want to do to Wang, but you're too weak now, and focusing on hate will annihilate the good around you. Your enemy is a behemoth that has been inherited for nearly 10,000 years, and to overthrow him, you will need supreme power. In the process of acquiring power, you must abide by your heart and suppress the demons of your mind. Don't let hatred cover your nature. Even for the sake of Mo Renge, you should learn restraint. As for your little benefactor, I don't know if she's the sun that hangs high in the sky and lights up everything, but that day, that twilight, that sun, shone bright for you. Why didn't the other girl tear you down? Why did she give you advice when she knew you were hiding it from her? How can a man be so humble? Yun Boing's voice was gentle as she kept stroking Wang Xianxian's hair. Those who fear the sun are not destined to enjoy its warmth. Hearing Yun Boing's comforting words, Wang Xianxian's tone was a bit gloomy. Am I really entitled to enjoy life without revenge? Hearing Wang Xian's heartfelt words, Yuning quietly pressed her head against the teenager's forehead. Your mom will be upset if you think this way. The teenager's body shook, then fell into a long silence. Time seemed to pass. Finally, the teenager slowly looked up, his eyes becoming surprisingly bright. Fingertips that were slow to land on the screen began to dance as well. Lying on the bed, Fu Xian'er saw that Wang Xianxian didn't return the message for a long time, and her heart couldn't help but feel some regret. Wasn't that the wrong thing to say? Will he be blind? She wanted to retract that message, but felt that if she did, it would become here and now. Just as she was about to send a message, the message tone suddenly sounded. Envious Immortal, I think Cloud Wine is very happy, but I don't envy him because I'm like him. I have a rich woman to keep me. Seeing this message, Fu Xian'er's earlobes couldn't help but redden. Ah, he made up. What he said. Cat doesn't like fish. Who adopted you? I was investing. Investing, you know. You have to pay back. Cat doesn't like fish. You're not trying to renege on your debt, are you? This time the message was answered quickly. Envious fairy, I'll tell everyone that I'll always be yours. Teenager bravely strikes out. Great job. Yun Boing looked at the message sent by Wang Xianxian and clapped her little hands in excitement. It's worthy of you. Even after reincarnation, you can't lose the sassiness in your bones. The Fu Xian'er on the bed opened her mouth wide in shock, and when she reacted, ah. The shy young girl covered her face directly with a pillow and then kept rolling on the bed. After being muffled by a pillow and gasping for air, Food Fairy ruffled her loose hair and picked up her cell phone again. Cat doesn't like fish. You did that on purpose. Envy, yes. Your Highness. Cat doesn't like fish. You've got a lot of nerve. I'm going to put you in the cold. Envious Fairy, Your Highness. You said I'm not a sewer rat. Cat doesn't like fish, of course not. For a moment, it was as if all the sadness had hit the pause button. Wang Xianxian smiled, smiling like never before. Envious Fairy, Your Highness. I long for sunlight. The teenager's words were inexplicable, but the Food Fairy read them. The young girl's finger gently touched the screen. Cats don't like fish, there's bound to be one. After sending the message, both of them fell into a long silence. Yun Boing looked at the enlightened Wang Xianxian with an anti-smile on her face. Even though hatred haunts us, it cannot annihilate the free and easy nature of the immortals. It is the brave who enjoy the world. Letting out a deep breath, Wang Xianxian was the first to break the silence. Envious Immortal, Your Highness. Do you think Cloud Wine can defeat the Sword Emperor? Cat doesn't like fish. I don't think he needs to defeat Sword Emperor. The most sensible thing to do would be to be defeated by Sword Emperor. Let one harvest this wave of chi, and then develop obscenely. Envious Immortal, Your Highness. Then do you believe that Cloud Wine can defeat the Sword Emperor? Cat doesn't like fish, I'm sure. Envious Immortal, Cloud Wine Club crushes Sword Emperor. Cats don't like fish. Fighting can be dangerous and injurious. Envious Fairy, I don't think Cloud Wine would probably be afraid. Cat doesn't like fish, but the rich woman behind him is going to be pissed. Envious Immortal, Cloud Wine won't get hurt because it'll be a crushing battle. Cats don't like fish, there will be big trouble after winning the Sword Emperor. Envious Immortal, not afraid. He has a rich woman. Maybe her little rich woman is quite powerful. Cat doesn't like fish. You learn to talk like me. Envious Immortal, I assure you, it will be a triumph of unparalleled magnificence and splendor. Cat doesn't like fish. Good. Envious Immortal, Your Highness. I may not have time to be with you for the next few days. I brewed wine for you and have put it in my bracelet. Cat doesn't like fish, okay? I know. I need to be busy these days too. Envious Fairy, then, Your Highness. Good night. Cat doesn't like fish. Good night. Backstabber. After ending the chat, Wang Xianxian stared at the cell phone screen for a long time. I don't know how long it took, but the teenager finally put down his cell phone. Keep brewing. When Cloud Calling saw it, he didn't stop it. According to that little girl, after winning against the Sword Emperor, the next few days won't be easy. Wang Xianxian bowed his head slightly. Bad days? I've gotten used to them, haven't I? And, the teenager coalesced two wine swords in his right hand. If you don't like it, just cut it off. Cloud Calling snapped her head up as she looked in shock at the supreme aura that surrounded the teenager. This is... Suddenly, Cloud Calling burst out laughing. Then let that so-called Sword Emperor see what a sword is. Heavenly Sword Wang Clan Ancestral Residence. Sword Emperor Shrine. The Supreme Elder's eyes were complicated as he looked at Wang Beichen, who was moaning in pain in front of him. Stay true to your heart and hold on. Wang Beichen could hardly endure the pain in his body. Grandpa, I can't hold out much longer. At this moment, Wang Beichen's body was red as a boiled shrimp. Inside the shrine, a large amount of light golden substance continuously poured into Wang Beichen's body. This light golden substance seemed to have caused Wang Beichen a great deal of pain. Why is the clan Fortune somewhat resistant to North Star? The Supreme Elder's face was a bit ugly. Is it because this child is too young, and the clan Luck thinks it's not time yet? He looked up at the massive Sword Emperor statue. Old ancestor, do we really have to wait any longer? The moment of prophecy has arrived. The battle for the Great Tao has begun, and she is too important to Wang now. Both the family, and you, need the great fortune of this age. With the opening of a new era, more heavenly prides are bound to spring forth. One wrong step, one wrong step, one slow step, one slow step. Only the son of prophecy can allow my Wang clan to avoid annihilation, and only the son of prophecy can allow my Wang clan to reign over the world. Although this child is still young, I believe in prophecy and that he can lead my Wang to new heights. The Supreme Elder stared at the statue of the Sword Emperor and thought for a long time before finally making up his mind. He stopped the infusion of qi, then took out a transparent porcelain bottle. Inside was a drop of golden blood. Just as he was about to open the porcelain vase, there was a sudden knock at the door. Old ancestor, Wang Executioner seeks an audience. Responding to everyone's questions. The realm division was originally 1 to 9 ranks, but I found that there were too many various realms and it was easy to get messed up, so I decided to standardize it. All levels in the book will be 1 lowest, 9 highest. I need time to change this. I'll do it tomorrow. Stay up too long and I'll take a break. Also, I hope you won't be in a hurry. Any book needs time to spread out the worldview, and characterization needs pen and ink, and the novel is only 100,000 words right now, so I know you all have a lot of ideas, but please give me some time. It'll all come together. By the way, I don't know if people like emotional scenes. Gather some opinions. The Supreme Elder raised his head slightly. Enter. The 10th Elder pushed his way in, and he came beside the Grand Elder of the Taishang and bowed. Greetings, Elder Ancestor. As he saluted, he also glanced at Wang Beichen, who was in a coma on the ground. Anything? The Supreme Elder asked. The 10th Elder bowed his head slightly. Old Ancestor, do you really intend to press the family clan fortune onto Wang Beichen? The Supreme Elder let out a long sigh as he sniffed. We have no choice. The time has come to gamble on the clan's luck. Success is king, and defeat is death. The 10th Elder also understood the family's current situation, and there was more than a little tangle on his face. The Supreme Elder's brows furrowed at the sight. Has the family encountered anything? Not really. The 10th Elder finally spoke after half a day of agonizing. Old Ancestor, is the current Wang Beichen really capable of taking on this heavy responsibility? Hearing this question, the Supreme Elder fell silent. The 10th Elder continued. The heavenly prophecy says that the son of prophecy will be born among the children of the 9 sword bearers, and that this son of prophecy will possess supreme power, and that his power will be enough to change the world. According to the heavenly prophecy, the State Master has also cast the Great Prophecy technique. The State Master's prophecy shows that the 9 sword bearer will be born among the Imperial clan. Because of the State Master's prophecy, the great Imperial clans waited for thousands of years, and finally the prophecy was fulfilled in my Wang clan. Wang Jianyan, the son of the 1999 Patriarch, King Lord, the 5015th generation of the clan. He was born with 9 sword-shaped birthmarks on his back. His birth alarmed all the elders, and at that time, it was the 2nd Elder who cast a divine ability to conceal heavenly chances on his back, which allowed the news of the 9 sword bearer to be concealed. When Wang Jianyan came of age, he married the daughter of a certain small family named Mo Bing. The next year, Mo Bienga gave birth to a son named Wang Xianxian. In the same year, due to the old ancestor's advancement in strength, it allowed my Wang clan's great emperor bloodline to further its might. Old ancestor's advancement in strength is also seen by us as the beginning of Wang's rise to power. We had thought that Wang Xianxian was the son of prophecy, but the later verification disappointed us, because the news of the old ancestor was known by the rest of the Imperial clan. Out of fear of the old ancestor, they bowed their heads and begged for peace. Wang Jianyan also traveled to the imperial capital because of the estate gifted by the Morong family. In the process, the Morong family discovered the identity of Wang Jianyan's 9 sword bearer. The Morong family began to play their own game, and their executives personally came to the Wang clan to get the family's daughter, Morong Wan, to marry Wang Jianyan at a great cost. In the second year, Wang Jianyan's second son, Wang Beichen, was born. The talent displayed by Wang Beichen makes us certain that he is the son of prophecy, but just to be on the safe side, before the retreat, we gave an order to Clan Chief Wang Lord to keep a close watch on Wang Xianxian and prohibit him from leaving the Wang clan, because Wang Lord didn't know the full truth. Coupled with the favors given to him by the Morong family, a trend began to rise within the clan against Wang Xianxian. It's probably Morong's handiwork behind this. They probably want to get rid of Wang Xianxian. Although the Morong clan has also decided that Wang Beichen is the son of prophecy, the Morong clan is not willing to let go of any existence that is unfavorable to them. It's just that because Wang Xianxian had the 3rd Elder's mark on him at the time, Morong never made a move. Through negotiations, our Wang clan allowed Wang Beichen to spend his childhood in the Morong clan, so that they could cultivate their relationship and return to the Wang clan when they were 8 years old. Before Wang Beichen was about to return to the Wang clan at the age of 8, Wang Jianyan forced his ex-wife Mo Bing to commit suicide in order to make his current wife happy. Hearing this, the Supreme Elder finally spoke out. Why don't you stop it? The 10th Elder lowered his head and responded. To us, Mo Bienga is not important, as long as Wang Xianxian's life is not in danger. Plus Morong Wan is the face of the Morong clan, so we acquiesced to this behavior. After all, Wang Beichen's natural talent is indeed more in line with the identity of the Son of Prophecy, and Wang Xianxian is too poor compared to him. After hearing the explanation, the Supreme Elder did not refute it. He doesn't care about that, he only cares about the Son of Prophecy. What about Wang Xianxian? Why haven't I ever seen this child? The 10th Elder recalled the teenager's hate-filled eyes that day and involuntarily gulped. He's been banished from the family. The Supreme Elder frowned. Why did you let him go? Because we had already established the identity of Wang Beichen's prophecy son. The 10th Elder replied flatly. Isn't the reason why you have been in seclusion for so many years precisely because you peeped into the heavenly chance and suffered a backlash from the heavenly Tao? Following the prophecy of the heavenly Tao and the prophecy of the State Master, you have made a third prophecy. In your prophecy, the Son of Heaven's prophecy will be born in the Wang clan, and he will bring unprecedented glory to the Wang clan, or perhaps complete destruction. Now, the existence of Wang Jianyan has verified your prophecy. Your prophecy also mentions that the Son of Prophecy will awaken to his vocation this year and be the most gifted of his generation. The only one who matches this trait is Wang Beichen, so the Son of Prophecy can only be him. The Supreme Elder stared at the 10th Elder closely. What about Wang Xianxian? He has not awakened the gift, and his vocation is that of a brewer. Onlookers don't know, but we're all clear that the vocation is actually the crumbs of the great Tao. The Son of Prophecy in the Heaven's Path prophecy walks the way of the sword, while Wang Xianxian's vocation as a winemaker belongs to the way of wine. So, we ended up locking in on the identity of Wang Beichen's Son of Prophecy. The Supreme Elder continued. Then why did you expel Wang Xianxian from the clan? Because Wang Xianxian's awakened vocation is extremely distasteful to Wang Jianyan. Plus, Wang Jianyan didn't like Wang Xianxian in the first place. At the instigation of the Murongs, they decided to go after Wang Xianxian, trying to put him to death by planting evidence. I happened to be present that day, and because I was disgusted with Morong's practices, I gave Wang Xianxian a chance, but I didn't expect what happened next to be beyond my control. With the intervention of Princess Spirit Emperor, Wang Xianxian left the family alive. Food Siener? The Grand Elder's finger eyes narrowed slightly. Why would the Princess of the Food Clan intervene in this? The 10th Elder shook his head. I'm not sure, but I couldn't think much about it at the time. That Highness risked the damage to his soul to save Wang Xianxian. Plus at that time, the White Zephyr Emperor also spoke out to plead for mercy, and you were not yet out of the gate, so it was not convenient for me to say anything. After all, the White Zephyr Emperor represents the Imperial clan, so I don't dare to act rashly. The eyes of the Supreme Elder became somewhat dangerous. Why is the Food Clan so concerned about Wang Xianxian? I don't know. There were just too many things happening at that time. I didn't have time to investigate. The 10th Elder was somewhat chagrined. Supreme Elder, then what exactly are you trying to convey by saying all this? The 10th Elder's voice suddenly became somewhat serious. The Son of Prophecy will lead the Wang clan to glory, or it may lead to the destruction of the Wang clan. I don't understand why Wang Beichen would have the potential to cause Wang's destruction, so I began to investigate on many fronts. And at first I suspected that it might be Morong's interference with Wang Beichen that caused him to have no sense of mission towards the family. But then something happened that made me change my mind. By looking through ancient texts, I found that people who carry special chi will partake of part of his chi or bloodline with every additional child they have. I prefer to believe that it could be that Wang Xianxian is harboring some secret that just happens to be known by the food. Hearing this, the Supreme Elder finally understood the meaning expressed by the other party. So what you're saying is that Wang Xianxian parted with part of the bloodline and chi that originally belonged to part of Wang Beichen? Because Wang Beichen was missing part of the chi or bloodline that Wang Xianxian had parted with. There was a cripple in his identity as the Son of Prophecy, which in turn led to the destruction of the Wang clan. The 10th Elder nodded heavily. This also explains why Wang Beichen's talent is only at rank X. Similarly, it also explains why the Princess of the Food Clan would take such good care of Wang Xianxian. Hearing this, the Supreme Elder came to a realization. No wonder, he always felt that something was wrong. No wonder, Wang Beichen was acting like this. No wonder, the clan luck would resist Wang Beichen. This is solely because he is crippled. So it is. Because of his excitement, the Supreme Elder's body was trembling a little. Then where is Wang Xianxian now? The 10th Elder's face was a bit ugly. Some time ago, Wang Xianxian left Heavenly Sword City and then disappeared. The Supreme Elder was enraged. Asshole, you knew something was wrong. Why did you let him escape? I've only just reacted. The 10th elder was a bit aggravated. There were too many things going on during this period of time. Not only is there your exit, but there are also meetings with the great emperor clans. The elders within the clan are all gathering their chi, and I'm the only one with a free body. I'm just now figuring all this out. 2. After I learned that you were going to use your chi to help Wang Beichen improve his talent, I rushed here. After calming down, the Supreme Elder loosened his tight frown. According to you, Wang Beichen is not a complete son of prophecy right now, so he is unable to bear my Wang clan's fortune. It's true that he can't be made to bear the entirety of the Wang clan's fortunes now. After thinking for a moment, the Supreme Elder looked at the 10th Elder with relief. You did a great job. If it wasn't for you, Wang Xianxian would have died. If he dies, there's no way to extract his bloodline or chi. Inform down. Search and capture Wang Xianxian. He can be crippled, but he absolutely cannot be allowed to die. Yes. After receiving the order, the 10th Elder hurriedly retired. The Supreme Elder looked at Wang Beichen, who had fainted to the ground, and revealed a look of heartache. Good boy. Grandpa Ancestor was wrong about you before. You are the true unicorn son of my Wang clan. Don't worry. Ancestral grandfather will definitely return you to the complete whole. Right now, I can only let you take on a small half of the clan's luck, so I'll first commit myself to waiting for ancestral grandfather to capture Wang Xianxian back. But don't worry. With the essence blood left behind by the old ancestor, your talent will similarly evolve. After saying that, he opened the porcelain vase and then controlled the blood to disappear into Wang Beichen's body. The moment the blood was incorporated into Wang Beichen's body, heaven and earth visions began to coalesce over the Wang clan's ancestral mansion. At the same time, Wang Beichen's body also began to see earth-shattering changes. Lin's ancestral home. Lin Jiao yelled at the middle-aged man inside the cabin. Old ancestor, why do we have to be so careful? Even if the Sword Emperor becomes an emperor, he will still be bound by the 3 emperors all the same. The middle-aged man didn't get angry at Lin Ju's yelling. He looked at Lin Ju kindly and spoke softly. Kuo, you're still too young. There are a lot of things you don't know yet. This middle-aged man was clearly the Lin clan's old ancestor, the Resignation Wine Emperor. I don't understand, Lin Jiao said indignantly. You've seen the video. With my disciple grandson's talent, he's set to become a great emperor. The Resignation Wine Emperor patted Lin Ju's shoulder. Child, old ancestor asks you. You are Wang Xianxian's senior grandfather, and you were born with a deep bond. But does he have any semblance of affection for my Lin? Lin Jiao snorted coldly. Then wouldn't it be better to turn him into my Lin clan's aunt? The Resignation Wine Emperor shook his head and laughed lightly. It's not as simple as you think. Wang Xianxian's existence has shaken the foundation of the Wang clan. You have no idea what he really means to Wang, and you have no idea what a huge mistake Wang has made. Lin Jiao was somewhat unable to stand his own Riddler ancestor, and he got up violently. Old ancestor, don't beat around the bush. Give us a word on whether or not we can help him. Ha ha ha. The great emperor of Resignation Wine pressed his hand to pacify him. You need to change your nature. Old ancestor, I didn't say I wouldn't help him. We're not just going to help. We're going to help big time. The Resignation Wine Emperor's tone took on a bit of excitement. However, we absolutely cannot allow him to enter my Lin clan. My Lin clan cannot afford to provide for this great Buddha. What he needs now is not for some force to stand strong for him, but for a force to help him muddy the waters so that he can grow in peace. I, Lin, am willing to be the shit stirrer, and he will eventually realize what we have done for him. Lin Jiao was confused by the old ancestor's words, and for a moment he didn't know how he should speak. The Resignation Wine Emperor laughed at the situation. There is no need to feel confused. You only need to follow my wishes. What you have expressed is clear to me, and you need not worry about his safety or resources. Lin clan has us old men around. It's not your junior's turn to worry too much. That kid Wang Xianxian is also a bitter person. Go back. He needs the company of you, his senior grandfather. Right now. Lin Jiao sniffed and bowed to leave. As he was about to walk out of the room, the Resignation Wine Emperor spoke once again. Xiajiao, the old ancestor doesn't like your old man look. Some knots should be put down. The method is used wrongly, but it's always heartbreaking. Lin Jiao thought for a moment and turned around to make another bow. Yes. Eyeing Lin Jiao's distant back, the great emperor of Resignation Wine laughed up at the sky. Ha ha ha, Wang, you really gave me a great gift. Son of prophecy. Ha ha ha. The presence of Cloud Wine had caused all forces to secretly stir. The long-sustained situation between the parties in Huaxia also began to become treacherous. And all of this, Wang Xianxian, who was far away in the heavenly wine city brewing, knew nothing about it. Knowing it meant little to the teenage immortal, because he doesn't care. Compared to the complex disputes of interest and the collusion between the parties, the teenager's mind is very pure and what he wants to do is simple. Drawing, swinging, and retracting the sword. Along with the turmoil of the situation, time flies. Unknowingly, the days of high school arrived. June 7th, 12015 in the Heaven's Gate calendar. Early in the morning, shimmering light began to loom in the east, the dawn of sunrise. Gradually, the crimson sun broke through the horizon. Instantly, a warm, dazzling light flooded the earth. In the middle of the room, the teenager washed his face with water. Looking at his somewhat tender face, Wang Xianxian took out the mask and then slowly put it on his face. After removing his flimsy brewmaster's robes, the teenager changed into a pristine white robe. It gave the teenager's clean face an additional sense of detachment. Wang Xianxian looked up at the slightly cleaner face in the mirror, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "Hello, Cloud Wine." His left hand flatly explored out. The light flashed at his waist, and the ancient and mysterious Wine Immortal gourd flashed openly. The palm of his hand was raised upwards, and spirit wine rushed out from the gourd. The monstrous aura of wine blew a light wine through the room, accompanied by gusts of swords, and hundreds of spirit wine swords hovered around the teenager. With another wave of his left hand, the spirit sword once again transformed into spirit wine and returned to the gourd. Clapping his palms together, Wang Xianxian pushed out the door. The guards led the way out of the brewery room where they had been housed for nearly 20 days. Outside the gates of the brewmaster's headquarters, there were soldiers in a tight formation, high-ranking leaders who were eagerly awaiting their arrival, and the gentle-eyed Master Chief. The young man looked up and gazed at the heavenly gates looming high in the sky. The single thin figure faintly had the sound of a sword roaring as it rose up to the sky. Vice Division Commander Rening suppressed the shock in his heart when he saw this, then took a big step forward. "Cloud Wine student, we will escort you to the college entrance examination center next." After saying that, he pointed to the military jeep behind him. "Please get in." As Cloud Wine and his party boarded the bus, the escorting convoy consisting of the military and the police force began to move. Dozens of cars began to roll toward the high school test center. The college entrance exam, one of the most important national exams in China. It is also a test that can be enough to change a student's fate. Under the Heaven's Gate era, the college entrance examination, as an event for selecting outstanding young people, received extremely high national attention. A few days into the high school exams, the country goes into a secondary state of readiness. During this time, both the military and the police are highly patrolled for security in the city. Military jeeps. Lin Jiu patted Wang Xian's shoulder and encouraged. "Everything is in the hands of Master Gong. Don't have too many worries and go boldly to the test." Wang Xianxian read some hidden messages in Lin Jiu's eyes. He nodded solemnly. "I won't let you down." Seeing this, Vice Division Commander Rening, who was on the side, smiled and inserted himself into the conversation between the two. "Fellow Cloud Wine, if I didn't sense it wrong, your current strength should have already reached the peak of the blood refining realm. In a mere 20 days, you were able to rise from the early stage of the blood refining realm to the peak. I believe it won't take long for you to complete blood refining and arrive at the bone forging realm. This kind of natural talent deserves to be called rare for 1,000 years. Wang Xianxian spoke politely. "Uncle Run, you flatter me. Ha ha ha. This is not an overpraise." Vice Master Ring Ying's eyes burned. The first 3 realms of a martial artist are the most crucial realms for laying a foundation, and these 3 realms are very difficult to raise their cultivation with external objects. Most of the students of the martial high school were less than the blood refining realm when they enrolled. 3 years of high school life has only brought their average realm to the late blood refining realm. What it takes them 3 years to do is only 20 days for you. With this kind of cultivation speed, it would be considered an insult if you were still considered an ordinary genius. In my opinion, the top student of this year's college entrance examination in Tianzhou City is also not you. Facing the high praise from Master Ren, Wang Xianxian humbly said, "Uncle Run, there are still quite a few high school geniuses who have already reached the bone forging realm, and I'm a bit clueless." Of course, Master Rin didn't take Wang Xianxian's words seriously. Before getting into the car, the teenager's unobtrusive aura had proved to him, this teenager was by no means as desireless as he appeared to be. Underneath his humble exterior, there was also an overbearing and incomparable battle intent hidden. Ha ha ha. Since my great-nephew is a bit clueless, then Uncle will tell you about the updated rules of the college entrance exam this year. You've been locking yourself away to cultivate all this time, so I'm sure you haven't had time to learn about the new high school rules. Upon hearing this, Wang Xianxian laughed. "Then I'll trouble Uncle Ren." Running was so pleased by this call of uncle that he patted Wang Xian's shoulder. This year's GCSEs haven't changed too much from previous years, and although new sections have been added, they will have no impact on the vast majority of candidates. The new gauntlet is divided into 3 main stages, which are the hunting tournament, the ring tournament, and finally the Imperial Palace. The first stage of the hunting tournament is no different from the midterm exam. The same is to kill foreign beasts to obtain the corresponding due points. When a candidate's points reach 200,000, he or she can head to the ring in the very center of the examination hall. Only the first 100 candidates who are the first to make it to the ring will be eligible to enter the second stage of the entrance exam. The second stage of the ring is required to determine the top 10 in the examination room. It's worth noting that unlike the secondary school exams, the college entrance exams, there's only one in each city. In other words, all the high school entrance exam candidates in Tianzhou City will be examined in one examination center. The top 10 in the ring, that is, the top 10 in Skywine City. The high school entrance exam is far more competitive than the middle school exam. When the top 10 examiners in all cities are decided, the college entrance exam officially opens the third stage. That is, to challenge the Imperial Palace. 3,000 cities in Huaxia, which means that there are a total of 30,000 candidates who are qualified to enter the third stage. These 30,000 candidates will be pulled directly into the Imperial Palace. In order to challenge the Great Emperor, candidates must climb the 9-tiered tower, the first 8 tiers, each of which is guarded by martial arts puppets. Only by defeating all the martial puppets and arriving at the 9th floor will you be qualified to challenge the Great Emperor's projection. Any candidate who manages to reach the 9th floor, regardless of whether they win or lose, will be given a chance to pick the treasury's heavy treasures. If you can get a bright performance in the battle against the Great Emperor, you can even be rewarded by the 3 emperors. After listening to Master Rin Ying's words, Wang Xianxian let out a deep breath. He didn't expect the state to play so big this time. The value of a treasure that can be included in the national treasury is self-evident. As for the gifts from the 3 emperors, their value was even more unimaginable. Time passed quickly between conversations. The caravan, in turn, had successfully arrived at Tianzhou City, the secret realm of the college entrance examination center. The appearance of the Gaucho examiner's secret is a giant square. The entire appearance of the secret realm was an icy silver-gray color. There was a large number of troops maintaining order around the secret realm. At this moment, the square of the secret realm of the college entrance exam was filled with buses and vehicles from all the major high schools. Candidates preparing for the college entrance exam are lining up in an orderly fashion to enter the exam room under the command of soldiers. At the entrance, there were many other reporters vying for coverage. Suddenly, I don't know who shouted, "Cloudy Wine is here!" The major media outlets were like students just released from school, scrambling towards the convoy escorting the Cloud Wine. Wang Xianxian looked through the car window at the reporters and media who were stopped by the soldiers. Looking at their constant flashing lights, he couldn't help but be lost in thought. He didn't know if he had made the right decision or not, and he didn't know exactly what he would be facing after the entrance exam. But none of these thoughts he wanted to consider. There was only one thing he wanted to do now: wielding the sword. Suddenly, the vibration of his cell phone in his pocket pulled him back into his thoughts. The teenager took out his cell phone and unlocked the screen. Cat doesn't like fish, go for it. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly as the teenager's fingers gently touched the screen. Envy, good. Putting down his cell phone, the teenager's gaze became unusually determined. At the same time, the vehicle stopped steadily at the entrance to the plaza. The door opened and Master Ren was the first to get out. "We're here." In the car, Rinku rubbed the teenager's head. "If you go any farther, Master Gong won't be able to deliver it, so you'll have to walk the rest of the way on your own." Wang Xianxian understood the words of Master Gong, then bowed his head and saluted. Just as he was about to get off the bus, Senior Uncle Li Jianzhou held Wang Xian's shoulder. "Child, be safe. Master is here waiting for you to come home." At those words, Wang Xianxian took a step to probe out. When he got out of the car, he turned to look at his uncle and grandfather, then made a long series. After saluting, the teenager slowly walked into the examination room under the attention of all the people. "Sorry guys, got a cold and fever. Only 1 chapter tonight. I've failed to live up to everyone's bounty, so I'll be doing my normal 2 shifts for the next 2 days. When the cold passes, add 4 more chapters as compensation. Take care of yourselves, too, people." Again, "I'm sorry, bow." The entrance to the secret realm of the high school entrance exam is not comparable to the secret realm of the middle school entrance exam. Students will be streamed at the end of junior high school, and the ratio of vocational high school to martial arts high school is 5 to 5. There are roughly 280,000 candidates who took the college entrance exam in Tianzhou City this year. The sheer number of people made almost fill the hall of the Gaucho secret. Students are also excited to discuss this year's exams. It looks like the competition is fierce this year. Who says it isn't? With the reform of the college entrance exam this year, all those imperial prides have jumped out. TSK. In the past those imperial clan celestials wouldn't condescend to take the entrance exam. After all, people are fantastically gifted, so just go special. But these have nothing to do with us. This year's reforms that are aimed at geniuses. I can mix a 2nd degree in the hunting tournament on the line. That's because you're not talented. Look at our class president who has joined the high school genius hunting group. What's a genius hunting group? You don't know? It's been going around the city's high schools. It seems like the schoolboys from the major high schools have teamed up to round up the Heaven's Pride. Good lord. They're not afraid of retaliation from the Imperial clan? Why be afraid? With the grades of these geniuses, proper key universities, they'll join the state sector upon graduation. Moreover, both the country and the Imperial clan encourage martial artists to fight, which is also allowed by the roundup tournament. Those Imperial clans can't liquidate them youngsters because of these trivial matters, can they? That's true. Those geniuses are estimated to be at the late bone forging realm, and although there's a gap between their strength and those Imperial prides, it won't be too much of a difference. I heard that the squad leader and the others are focusing their targets on Linley, Du-een, two heavenly prides from the Du clan and the Lin clan whose talents have reached the SSS level. Not only that, they have big plans. I've heard that they're organizing manpower to surround Cloud Wine. Crap. Seriously? How can this be false? Many people regard the Sword Emperor as their idol, and Cloud Wine's speech some time ago has already ruffled the group's feathers. For that group of geniuses, even if it's a group fight, being able to make Cloud Wine suffer will bring them considerable fame. Crap. Look over there. Cloud Wine. Following the gazes of the crowd, the teenager with a somewhat childish face slowly walked into the examination room. Looking at the huge secret hall, Wang Xianxian couldn't help but let out a sigh. This secret hall is crazier than a concert venue. There was a clamor of voices everywhere around them. Only, when the people around him saw his face, the voices of discussion stopped. With the area where Wang Xianxian was, the silence was like contagious, gradually spreading outward. Among the crowd, dozens of students saw this and their eyes suddenly glowed. A fat man squinted his eyes and muttered over and over, "Is that Cloud Wine? It feels like he's pretty ordinary besides being a bit handsome, a bit immortal in temperament, and a bit good in talent." When the crowd heard this, the corners of their mouths twitched slightly as they looked at the fat man next to them speechlessly. Fatty Zhao, our 1st, 2nd, 5th, and 7th high schools have already allied. Can you, the student president of the 3rd high school, represent the 3rd high school or not? The candidate called Fatty Zhao shook his head with a smile. I'd better not go to this hustle and bustle, lest there be any accidents at that time. I'm a poor person with a short will, not much ambition. I can smoothly take a university exam and I'm already satisfied. Zhang Wen, the student council president of the 1st middle school, frowned. Fatty Zhao, to be able to mix with the student council president. I don't think you're an idiot without ambition. We can't be careless when we round up the Heaven's Pride. The more power we have, the better our chances of winning. The student council presidents of several of our top high schools each have talent at the SS level, not to mention the other outstanding students, the top 20 from each school combined. This kind of power is a heavenly pride that has nothing to fear. Hearing the other party persuade him, Fatty Zhao let out a light laugh. Rounding up Tianzhou? Do you guess the seniors of Lins and Dus will protect their family's heaven's pride? Taijin, the student president of the 2nd middle school, said with a somewhat low voice. That's the core reason why we joined forces. Linley and Du-een are only 15 years old no matter how talented they are. They're only at the blood refining realm now, and even if they're SSS ranked in terms of talent, there's not that big of a gap compared to us. To eliminate them, we must have enough men to stop their kind. On top of that, we have to round up Cloud Wine. Fatty Zhao laughed, the fat on his face squeezing out creases. You want me to help you surround Linley? Du-een I can consider, but Cloud Wine, forget it. The student council president of the 7th high school was full of disdain. Fatty Zhao, I didn't expect you to be so timid. At those words, Fatty Zhao laughed. I say Yen Yang, you look down on this and that all day long in 7th middle school on the basis of your SS level talent. But have you thought about the fact that the A-rank talent that you regard as garbage is only 2 grades lower than you? Against students with a ranked talent, you are confident in taking on 10 of them solo. What about Cloud Wine? In Cloud Wine's eyes, are you, a martial artist whose talent is only SS ranked, also trash? X-level talent, a full 3 orders above us. Everyone in this room has also played their position in the school for 3 years in high school. For a change, how many students do you have the confidence to fight against students whose talent is only B ranked? Fatty Zhao's sharp words disliked the 7 high student president's face a bit. Yen Yang suppressed the anger in his heart and growled lowly in dissatisfaction. You're growing others' ambition and destroying your own. Can SS rank and B rank be compared? We've gathered more than 200 people now, and no matter how powerful Cloud Wine is, he won't be able to directly block all of our attacks. What's more, he's only at the district blood refining realm. He's a human, not a god. Fatty Zhao shook the fat on his body. So X ranks are comparable to SS ranks? Ah yes, yes, yes. Below me, kneel to me, above me, all beings are equal. Don't pull me if you want to. I still say I just want to go through college. Whether I succeed in besieging Cloud9 to become famous, or whether I am disgraced by Cloud9 as a stepping stone, it has nothing to do with me. I can't represent Sango either. I can only represent myself, so you guys just go ahead and find someone. Bye. After saying that, Fatty Zhao directly left the small team of geniuses, leaving behind a group of student council presidents with stifled expressions. Yan Yang, the student president of the 7th middle school, was so angry that he wanted to rush up and fight with Fatty Zhao, but he was stopped by Taijin, the student president of the 2nd middle school. Yan Yang, calm down. This isn't your 7th grade. This is the college entrance exam. Taijin's words directly shouted Yan Yang awake. Seeing the other party calm down, Taijin continued to speak. People have their own aspirations. That's Madman Zhao's own choice. Time is now of the essence and we need to get candidates from other schools. For us students, the quota to challenge the Imperial Palace is just too important. No matter how talented Yun Wine is, he's only at the blood refining realm. There's no way that so many of us at the bone forging realm can't even solve a single Yun Wine. Get ready for action. The combined decisions of the talented high school students of Tenju City are not an isolated case. Almost all of the senior candidates in the cities where the Imperials are located have chosen to join forces. This was because they knew that these Imperial clan Celestial Pride would be protected by their fellow brothers and sisters joining forces. If they didn't cooperate, they would be facing an Empyrean Pride in near-perfect condition in the ring. Heavenly Sword City Examination Center. Cousin Beichen, I've gotten word that all the other high schools are joining together to prepare to besiege us. Wang Beichen looked at the noisy crowd around him and smiled disdainfully. A bunch of pariahs. Trying to make a move against me is nothing more than a mayfly shaking a tree. It doesn't matter how many of them come. Wang Beichen's words caused the eyes of the surrounding Wang clan clansmen to become a bit frenzied. Yesterday, they learned from their elders that Wang Beichen had completed the evolution of his talent. This Wang clan pride of heaven of theirs had now reached the X grade in terms of talent quality. This was their Wang clan's contemporary, the strongest heavenly pride. Tian Wine City High School Examination Center. Lindley, listen carefully, this is about whether or not you can advance. In the face of his clan brother's rant, Lindley acted somewhat indifferent. He pulled out his ears. Cousin, if they want to encircle, let them encircle. With my talent, if I can't beat you, I can still run. Don't worry. The corners of the Lin clan's mouths twitched furiously. Being too cocky can be a disadvantage, so don't even enter the Emperor's Hall when the time comes. Then run home and secretly drop little pearls. Everything else can be left to you. But this time there's a patriarchal mission. In the face of his cousin's nagging, Lindley sighed. I know. I'll follow you guys honestly. Don't read. Du candidates gathering place. A member of the Du clan exhorted his fellow clan members in a serious tone. Make sure you're careful on this exam. Those high school honors students have their eyes on Duin. From what I understand, 3 roundup teams have formed at Heavenly Sword City High School, each with more than 3 SS-ranked talent holders. Judging from the strength we tested Duin with some time ago, he was already at his limit against 5 bone forging realm candidates with SS-ranked talent. The other side is outnumbered. We can't afford to be careless. Little Silver, if we do encounter them, retreat directly and don't get attached to the battle. The silver-haired girl wearing a mask spoke flatly. Don't worry, cousin. I'm only interested in violently beating up Lindley. As she spoke, her grip on the dagger began to tighten harder. I'm going to beat the shit out of that electric rat in the ring. Listening to the sounds of pointing around him, Wang Xianxian began to close his eyes and rest. Cloud Calling scurried up to his shoulder at some point. Thief boy, it looks like you're pretty popular. They're all starting to target you. In this regard, Wang Xianxian was not surprised. He's pulling hate with that comment put out there for sure. Soon, a middle-aged man ascended the podium suspended in mid-air. This man wore a black uniform, and the moment he appeared, his massive spiritual pressure directly covered the entire field. The candidates who were still talking quietly instantly shut their mouths. Seeing the appearance of the middle-aged man, Yun boinked twice. Your country really pays attention to the college entrance exams, with a strong Enlightenment realm practitioner coming out to preside over the exams. If I didn't sense it wrong, the Tao he realized should be related to swords. Wang Xianxian looked up at the middle-aged man in the air, and at the same time, the man's gaze also looked at Wang Xianxian at the same time. Gazing at each other, Wang Xianxian felt an incomparably overbearing pressure. The gaze of this middle-aged man seemed like a ferocious beast, causing one's heart to palpitate involuntarily. The middle-aged man could not help but marvel when he saw that Wang Xianxian dared to stare at him like this. Worthy of being the pride of heaven, to have this kind of determination at such a young age. Knife buster. Ever since he had comprehended the Tao of the blade, unusual people whose strength was lower than his were simply unable to look him straight in the eye. Not only was this teenager able to lock eyes with him, There was even no trace of timidity or retreat in his eyes. It seems that he does have the capital to be crazy. After suppressing the marvel in his heart, the middle-aged man's spiritual energy began to boil. The huge voice spread across the room with the addition of spiritual power. I'm Takushin, the chief person in charge of this Heavenly Wine City Martial Arts High School examination. Before the test, I'll emphasize the do's and don'ts again. This Wuko High School exam begins at 9 a.m. on June 7th and ends at 6 p.m. on June 9th, with a total length of 69 hours. The examination halls are the same as in previous years, divided into primary, intermediate, advanced, core, and throne areas. Each area has different levels of foreign beasts, and killing them will earn you a corresponding score. The primary zone is all first-order foreign beasts. The intermediate zone is peak first-order foreign beasts as well as second-order foreign beasts, and the advanced zone is coiled with peak second-order foreign beasts and third-order foreign beasts. The core area is all filled with foreign beasts of the third rank and above. As for the final throne area, that's where the ring battle will take place. The second stage of the exam will also take place in the throne zone. Each area has a score limit. In order to enter the intermediate area, your score needs to be up to 10,000 points. The advanced area needs 30,000 points, and the core area 100,000 points. As for the final throne area, it requires 200,000 points to enter, and there are only 100 spots. I hope that all candidates will take advantage of their time. There are special scoring rules for auxiliary and other non-combatant students. The following notes Wang Xianxian did not listen to, as they were spoken to non-combatant martial artists. The college entrance exam is not only attended by students from Wuko, but also by some equally good students from vocational colleges and universities. I hope you all did well. Now start lining up for your exam supplies. Tua Xian on the podium waved his hand. The students below were guided by the soldiers as they began to collect their own supplies. Similar to the middle school exams, the high school exams have the same old 3 items in their backpacks. 9 energy supplements, tactical watches, safety devices. The only difference is that the tactical watches and safety devices are going to seem a little more advanced than the CCAs. After receiving their supplies, students have 10 minutes to adjust. Not far behind Wang Xianxian, a group of students looked at him scornfully. Are the tracking marks arranged? Don't worry. The vice president of our second high school student council's vocation is a hunter, and we've just attached our mark to him while we were standing in line. That's good. Yun Boing looked with interest at the many candidates leaping behind Wang Xianxian. The hunter and the prey. The teenager who was seen as prey was unmoved. He just eyed the huge clock above the secret hall. It's almost 9 o'clock. Along with the fall of the teenager's words, at almost the same time, the broadcasting sound of the secret realm sounded at the same time. We have 3 minutes until the test begins, so please get ready. The sound of nervous gulping was constant as I listened to the radio. Dad, I will honor my family. Grandpa, I'll make it. Wine Sage University. I'm attending. Don't be nervous about encountering a rhinoceros. Pull back. Don't be nervous about encountering a rhinoceros. Safety devices. Energy supplements. Where's my tactical watch? Don't get too nervous. Your watch is on your wrist. Remember our plan. We'll strike when Cloud Wine runs out of spiritual energy. The first target is Linley. Wang Xianxian closed his eyes tightly as images of the past kept flashing through his mind. The final image stops at the mother. Mommy believes in you. No matter what, Mommy believes in you. The corners of the teenager's mouth rose slightly, and threads of sword intent continued to overflow from his body. Drip dash. Takushin rejoined the podium, and he waved his hand. I hereby announce that the 12,015th Martial Arts Examination in Tenjo City will officially begin. May the martial arts fortune of our Chinese students prosper and everyone be like a dragon. Candidates prepare to enter. Buzz. Attention all candidates. The teleportation spell is about to open, accompanied by a mechanical announcement. The entire floor of the secret hall began to bloom with dazzling blue light. In the next instant, the figures of the entire 280,000 candidates all disappeared into the secret hall. Only the empty halls and the staff maintaining the exam rooms were left behind. After confirming that all the candidates had entered, Tuoba Xin opened his voice transmission to the distant invigilation department. Candidates have all entered the examination room. Activate the examination room monitoring equipment and prepare to start the live broadcast of the college entrance examination. At the same time, the signal from the GCSE examination room began to be fed to the national television network. The great clans had begun to watch the monitoring of their own offspring, as well as a certain heavenly pride who was so wild as to provoke the Sword Emperor. The secret site of the examination room was built in a simulation based on the first satellite city of Tenjo City. Nearly 300,000 candidates entered it, just like a drop of water entering a river, not able to make the slightest ripple. All the candidates were teleported to an abandoned square. Looking at the crowded square, Wang Xianxian keenly felt the special gaze behind him. Targeted? At the same time, bursts of spiritual energy fluctuations began to erupt from all parts of the square. Most of the ones who were erupting their spiritual energy at the moment were candidates with notable strength. They all wanted to quickly rush towards the depths of the secret realm. After all, there was a quota limit for the deepest throne area. The most crucial thing was that the foreign beasts they faced were all above the first rank. Fey beasts at this stage are already primed with spiritual intelligence. Faced with hundreds of thousands of human students intruding into their territory, they would surely choose to retreat strategically. Many students were hoping to collect their points as fast as they could before the hordes came and made their way to the next area. Otherwise, they would have to waste a lot of energy on finding the Fey once they were frightened. That was why those superior students chose to burst their spiritual power in the opening to rush. Linli and his clan brother in the crowd exchanged glances. Cousin, I need to build up a score advantage and we'll meet in the advanced section. The Lin clan did not refute Linli's decision, because it was important to establish an advantage up front. Their mission was to safely escort Linli to the throne zone. It would be putting the cart before the horse if their protection caused Linli to be too slow and lose his spot. Alright, those who are rounding up won't make a move in the early stages. I'll see you in the advanced zone, the Lin clan said. At those words, Linli's gaze was fiery, and around his body, a blue thunderstorm lingered. Swift thunder, accompanied by disorganized, ear-piercing thunder. Linli rushed off into the distance like an arrow of blue light. The blazing winds kicked up at breakneck speeds left the surrounding candidates in awe. Not far away, the masked silver-haired girl couldn't help but clench her fists at the sight. Death to lightning rats. When the Du clan members on the side saw this, playful smiles appeared in their eyes. Silver, we'll rendezvous in the premium section. Remember, don't get into unnecessary fights before the rendezvous, especially Linli. If you want to fight, go to the ring battle. The silver-haired girl nodded, then made a seal with both hands. Kane. As soon as the words fell, the young girl's figure began to fade, and in just 2 seconds it actually disappeared in place. In the crowd, Yen Yang's eyes were dead set on Wang Xianxian in front of him. Beside him, Taijin and Zhang Wen held down his shoulders. Yen Yang, stick to the plan. We need to accumulate a few points in the early stages. I'll see you in the advanced zone. Yen Yang shrugged off his shoulders and said in a deep voice, I don't need you guys to remind me. I know the importance. After saying that, flames began to ignite under his feet. Then his feet powered up and he rushed high into the air like a rocket. Looking at Yen Yang, who was one step ahead, Zhang Wen and Taijin exchanged glances. Let's move too. The two didn't have any special means of catching up, but their higher-than-normal physical qualities allowed their speed to similarly crush unusual candidates. Watching the various candidates as if they were the 8 immortals, Wang Xianxian looked up at the secret sky. Cloud calling. Do you know what the Chinese people's #1 obsession with cultivation is? Cloud calling, confused by the teenager's sudden question, asked, what is it? The corners of the teenager's mouth rose slightly, and the golden light of the gourd on his waist blossomed, and spirit wine rushed out like a fountain. Immediately afterward, it coalesced into a flying sword beside the teenager's body. The #1 Chinese obsession with cultivation. That's fly. As soon as the words fell, the teenager made a gentle leap and firmly stepped on the flying sword, pointing his finger towards the distance before flying towards high altitude at great speed. The many candidates below watched the youngster's heroic movements as he flew with his sword, and their jaws dropped in shock. Crap, he flew. Nima, the blood-refining realm can fly with a sword? Just fucking outrageous. Said that the realm to reach the 5th order Haiyu realm can only fly. How did he? Many people whose talent is related to flight can take to the air at the blood-refining realm, but they are also limited to taking to the air and gliding. Where did he get so much aura from? Crazy, yes, but really handsome. Grass. Handsome. Linli, who was running at breakneck speed below, looked up at the teenage immortal who had surpassed him in the air and couldn't help but be surprised. How did he get there so fast? After being shocked, Linli's spiritual energy erupted once more within his body, thunder and lightning roaring as his speed climbed once more. Du Yin, who was not far behind Linli, was momentarily startled. Yen Yang, who utilized the flames to continuously jump in mid-air, looked at the Imperial Sword Jr., who had instantly surpassed him, and showed his face in resignation. Shit! The amazing means of the young man's sword control drew the outside world's breath away. This is a tactic he has never shown in the midterm. Did he hide his clumsiness in the midterm? Unbelievable. He was able to fly across the sky at the blood-refining realm. I suddenly felt that what he said the other day could really come true. You're upside down? Just one flight. Where did you get the illusion that he could crush the Sword Emperor's projection? Wang clan's ancestral residence. The Wang clan members who were paying close attention to the Heavenly Wine Examination Center couldn't help but exclaim in shock as they watched the young man flying with a sword in the air. Impossible. He's only at the blood refining realm. How can he possibly fly? The prerequisite for flying with a sword is that one must comprehend sword intent. And even if his enlightenment is unbelievable, he still needs a huge amount of spiritual power to power him. This kind of speed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang's crowd had trouble accepting the facts before them. They were recognized as the first clan of the Way of the Sword. No one knew better than them what kind of concept the blood refining realm imperial sword flight really was. Seeing this, the Supreme Elder in the first seat couldn't help but clench his hands. For some reason, whenever he saw Yun Wang's figure, his mind would inexplicably become flustered. Wang Xianxian soared above the air with his feet on a flying sword. The breeze was blowing his hair and his clothes. The young man was as athletic as a bird of prey and roamed freely through the sky. The skyscrapers in the distance looked like towering mountains of steel. The skyscrapers and streets flew by beneath him, and everything became so small. Wang Xianxian looked down on the land from high in the air, and a feeling of grandeur welled up in his heart. The feeling of flying with a sword was so wonderful that it was as if he had forgotten all his worries. He finally felt free. The sunlight poured down on him, giving him a golden glow. In the air, the extremely fast-flying Wang Xianxian opened his hands and shouted loudly. Ah! The teenager at this moment had completely removed the shackles from his body. Cloud Calling, who was sitting on his shoulder, couldn't help but gently raise the corners of his mouth when he saw the teenager's excitement. Silly boy. Imperial swords have to watch the road too. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian realized that there was actually a flock of bright red feathered birds in front of him. Blood Spear Falcon. Rank, Peak First Order. Skills, Speed, Blood Spear, Wind Blade. Description, a bird-like beast that specializes in high-speed swooping to harvest the enemy's head. Named Blood Spear Falcon because it looks like a red spear when it swoops to attack. Noticing the teenager's presence, the Blood Spear Falcon did not choose to run away but decisively attacked. As airborne exotics, they are well-deserved rogues of the exam room, because candidates at this stage do not have very effective means of countering the air. There are simply not many candidates who can threaten their lives. However, arrogance always has a price. Looking at the incoming flock of birds in front of him, Wang Xianxian's brows lit up with wariness. After 20 days of being held back in the brewery room, he had long since settled for the wariness in his heart. The teenager waved his right hand and shouted, "The sword comes!" Along with the fall of the words, flying swords of different colors continued to coalesce beside the teenager's body. Wang Xianxian listened to the constant sound of the sword chirping beside him, and with a wave of his right hand, he pointed forward. Go! The surrounding flying swords began to vibrate crazily when they sensed the teenager's will. In the next instant, dozens of flying swords stabbed forward like streams of light. In just a single glance, dozens of conspicuous blood flowers bloomed in the sky. The remaining Blood Spear Falcons finally realized that the teenager in front of them was not an existence they could even mess with, so they turned around and fled in a hurry. Seeing this, Wang Xianxian once again controlled his flying sword and chased after him. Sensing the crisis, the Blood Spear Falcon flock began to collectively dive downward and accelerate in an attempt to avoid the fatal blow. They are exotic beasts known for their speed, swooping at speeds far beyond those of birds of their class. However, they overestimate their speed and do not. In other words, it should be that they had underestimated the teenager's sword. Key dash. Accompanied by a burst of birdsong, a large number of blood-colored feathers floated up in the air. Blood Spear Falcon. Total annihilation. Killed the Blood Spear Falcon. A peak first order beast. Gained 120 points. Slaying the Blood Spear Falcon. A peak first order beast. Gaining 130 points. Killed the Blood Spear Falcon. A late first order beast. Scoring 110 points. The series of kill prompts put Wang Xian in a great mood. The Imperial Sword Flight was originally for the purpose of catching up. However, he accidentally discovered the new track. Flying Fei. In order to simulate the real environment of the Siege of Foreign Beasts, the secret realm of the examination hall is also going to put flying foreign beasts. For low-ranked martial artists, flying alien beasts were definitely the existence that caused them the most headaches. Superb vision, great speed, and precise timing of the hunt. The three traits together make it almost impossible for candidates to actively provoke Flying Fei. If it wasn't for the fact that the exam environment was urban and there were tons of buildings that could be used as cover, then I'm afraid that flying alien beasts wouldn't be the only existences that would give the candidates a headache. Without cover, I'm afraid that flying alien beasts will become a nightmare for the candidates. But none of this mattered to Wang Xianxian, because he can fly too. Not only that, he likewise possessed a powerful means of long-range attack. Of course, the most crucial thing was the arrogant mentality of those flying alien beasts. The domineering and accustomed ones didn't possess extreme vigilance like the foreign beasts below. The regiment's operation to destroy the Blood Spear Falcon started to spike his score upwards. Brand new names appeared at the top of the outside charts. First place, Yun Wang, 4, 023 points, special exam candidate. Second place, Lin Lei. 242 points, special examination candidate. Third place, Yin Yang. 198 points, heavenly wine 7 high. Fourth place, Duin. 188 points, special exam candidate. The outside world following the high school exams was as excited as the skyrocketing scores. Crap! What the hell? It's only been less than 5 minutes since the test started. What the hell happened? I'm not sure. Cloud Wine flies too fast. The monitors can't keep up with him at all. What the hell are the invigilators doing? It's really a travesty that the monitors can't catch up with the students. Is it possible that the tactical watch is broken? How can someone get 4,000 points in less than 5 minutes of the test? Linley rushed to kill 2 peak first-order foreign beasts in seconds, and it was just over 200 points. 4,000 points. He's killed at least 30 first-order alien beasts. The Tenju High School exam room. Tuoba Xin looked at the panicked staff below and couldn't help but frown. Haven't you taken care of it yet? A staff member replied stiffly. Examiner. The monitor we use in the examination center. The limit value of the flight speed is the limit speed of a 4th-ranked martial artist. He's flying just too fast. Tuoba Xin suppressed the displeasure in his heart. What I want is not a problem. What I want is a solution. Cloud Wine's exam room monitoring has to be moderated or this will be a major exam room accident. The staff quickly explained. Please don't worry. A new monitor is on its way here. Hearing this, Tuoba Xin's face only became somewhat better. He stared at the surveillance image of the teenager's small, gravel-sized back and muttered, encountering a flock of birds, but how did he manage to quickly kill the flying alien beasts? In the sky above the secret realm of the examination hall, Wang Xianxian stood on the flying sword and couldn't help his hands trembling with excitement. It's so cool. He hadn't realized that air combat could be so enjoyable. Cloud calling didn't disturb the teenager's excitement either. Suddenly, the flying sword lurched, and Wang Xianxian's face went violently white. His body went limp with control. Seeing this, Cloud calling hurriedly supported his body. Brat, don't get overexcited. Manipulating a large amount of sword intent is a great burden on your spirit. As she spoke, she hurriedly mixed out some spirit wine and poured it into the teenager's mouth. Drinking the wake-up wine restores mental strength by 20%. After drinking the spirit wine, Wang Xianxian resisted the strong feeling of wanting to vomit and hurriedly put back the rest of the flying swords in the air. Only after recovering a large number of flying swords did Wang Xian's face begin to look better. Why do I want to throw up so badly? Am I sword sick? Hearing this, Yun Boing couldn't help but give him a blank look. You're suffering from a deficit of spiritual energy. Wine swords are all embodiments of the sword's intent to manipulate 40 of them in one breath without drinking. Even if you're mentally strong now, you can't play like this. After understanding the reason, Wang Xianxian secretly nodded his head and made a note of his current limit. Manipulating 41 wine swords for a minute in a non-drinking state was his current limit. Thinking of this, he opened his vocation panel in a smooth manner. King Envy. Vocation, winemaker, fate exclusive profession, wine Sword Immortal. Talent, Golden Crow talent, unawakened. Bloodline, Sword Emperor's bloodline. Great Sun Golden Crow's bloodline, awakening 97.06%. Level, Second Order Blood Refining Realm, Spirit Blood Stage, 96.78%. Natal Treasure, Wine Fairy Gourd, Cloud Calling. Natal Wine Sword, 102, Envious Immortal Sword. Cold Spirit Sword. Royal Wind Sword. Thundering Sword. Flare Fire Sword. Physical Fitness, 1980. Spirit, 1280. After reading the panel, he took out the waking wine and continued to drink it. He's been brewing and drinking like crazy for the past few days. In the end, he comprehended 101 sword intentions and condensed 101 wine swords. His strength had also gone from the early stage of the blood refining realm to the peak of the blood practicing realm. Both the physical and the mental have been greatly improved. Now he drank the wake-up wine as a second-order spirit wine. The effect is to suppress the heart demon and restore the spiritual power. After drinking the wine, the long-remembered man began to sit on the flying sword, adjusting the disordered aura in his body. The biggest credit for him being able to fly was the royal wind sword under his feet. What Wang Xianxian's flight consumed was not spiritual energy, but a manipulation of his sword intent. After 10 minutes of exhaling, Wang Xianxian had perfectly recovered to his peak state. The moment the spiritual power filled in completely, the teenager's sword-like gaze looked up to the sky. Apparently, he sensed something. Meanwhile, within the monitoring room of the secret examination center of the Heavenly Wine City's college entrance examination, the staff gasped and ran in furiously. Examiner. New monitor is ready. Now it's on its way to where Cloud Wine is located. Tuoba Xin was looking at the map of the examination center, which had many densely packed cursors on it. Every exam fay was implanted with a locator chip. and the exam center was able to clearly determine the location of the candidates and the Fae. This is in the interest of student safety. Now, the corners of Tuoba Xian's mouth rose slightly as he looked at the cursor on the map that was moving rapidly toward Cloud Wine. There is no so-called area restriction protection in the air. The peak of the third order Thunderhawk well, killing intent, up there? Wang Xianxian looked up at the sky, but the height he was at now was very close to the clouds. Cotton-like clouds obscured his vision. Out of instinct, Wang Xianxian began to control the flying sword to lower its flight altitude. This favored him with more reaction time when facing a crisis above the clouds. The teenager's body was tense, and he was fully focused on sensing the crisis around him. Suddenly, the clouds directly above were penetrated, and the purple figure rushed towards Wang Xianxian's head like an arrow. Wang Xianxian quickly raised his sword to crossblock. Clank! At this moment, Wang Xianxian finally saw the true face of the attacker. It was a hawk with lavender feathers. It wasn't big, only a circle larger than a fowl, but its sharp claws were just too sharp. The sharp claws had a smooth surface and reached a length of 10 centimeters, and the most important thing was that its strength was just too great. Feeling the huge force coming from the sword, Wang Xianxian instinctively tried to mobilize his spiritual energy to resist, but, just then, he was surprised. Surprisingly, he was unable to tune into spiritual energy himself. In the next instant, the piercing sound of thunder and the trembling body answered his doubts. Paralyzed, Wang Xianxian secretly screamed that it was not good. Seeing that the sneak attack failed, the eagle-like beast stomped its legs, directly sending Wang Xian's figure storming back. Then it flapped its wings and flew back up into the clouds. Seeing this, Wang Xianxian directly maneuvered the flying sword and swooped downward sharply. He hadn't been descending for long when the haunting cry of an eagle came from the depths of the clouds. Crypto, the purple flying eagle was covered in lightning and once again attacked Wang Xianxian. It easily caught up with Wang Xianxian. The teenager's back was completely exposed to the terrifying predator. Facing the coming attack, the teenager turned decisively and swung his sword to slash. This time, however, there was no ear-splitting crash. The purple flying eagle flipped over at an incredible speed. The teenager's sword grazed the flying eagle's back. Oh no! Wang Xianxian secretly screamed. The flying eagle circled directly behind Wang Xianxian, then swung both claws with force. Wow! The clarity of the sound of clothes tearing reached Wang Xianxian's ears. A new round of exchanges between the two sides again did no damage. Wang Xianxian looked scornfully at the flying eagle that flew back up into the clouds and backhandedly touched the torn clothes on his back. If he hadn't reacted quickly, I'm afraid he would have gotten caught. After two close encounters, Wang Xianxian finally identified the other party. Thunderhawk, rank, peak third order, skills, speed, thunder, thunder blade, lightning, description, an airborne powerhouse that controls the power of thunder. And with the addition of lightning, it can increase its speed by several times. A peak third order thunder eagle. No wonder it's so fast, Wang Xianxian said in a condensed voice. The Thunderhawk's swooping speed was at least 3 times faster than his own. It was even faster than his flying sword. You can't blindly lower the altitude anymore. Wang Xianxian quickly made his judgment. The vast majority of bird exotics kill moves were based on a swooping state. Super high speed can greatly enhance their skill damage. Thinking of this, Wang Xianxian moved his mind and 9 wine swords surrounded him. Then he directly reversed his direction and stepped on his sword. The teenager's choice seemed like a provocation to Thunderhawk. The Thunder Eagle let out a furious cry, and a large amount of lightning power began to converge around its body as it similarly rushed towards the other party. Wang Xianxian was unusually calm as he looked at the rapidly rushing Thunder Eagle. 9 flying swords neatly appeared in front of his body, then stabbed at Thunder Eagle. Facing the sudden attack, Thunder Eagle was equally undaunted. It gently stirred its wings, and with its haste, it easily dodged the flying sword's attack, but its evasive maneuvers also slowed its dive. The gourd at Wang Xianxian's waist flashed, and the spirit wine with a cold aura converged on his right hand to coalesce into a new sword. Cold Spirit Sword. Wang Xianxian accurately captured his opponent's attack route as he raised his sword to meet him. The dagger-like claws and the sword clashed together again. Only, this time, Thunderhawk began to panic. It realized with horror that the temperature around it plummeted. Through observation, it locked its eyes on the sword beneath its claws. Just as it was trying to get out of the fray, it heard the teenager yell, "Cold Spirit Extinction!" In an instant, a strong force of frost was released from the sword. The cold air rapidly invaded Thunderhawk's body along the sharp claws. Feathers, muscles, blood, heart. It tried to mobilize the power of lightning to expel the power of frost, but it found that its spirit vein had been frozen. Thunder Eagle's jade-like pupils began to reflect the figure of the teenager swinging his sword. Inside the monitoring room, the crowd watched the battle between Cloud Wine and Thunder Eagle and all of them were sweating. Tuoba Xin couldn't hide his amazement as he watched the monitor image of the teenager about to chop at the Thunder Eagle. At this age, the control of the body, and the judgment of the situation, can be so outstanding, heavenly wonders, but, after all, it's only middle schoolers, and high school classes are more than just cultivation. Not having systematically learned the habits of the Fae is a big loss. The monitor on the sidelines suddenly thought of something when he heard it. I remember the Thunderhawk's fighting habits from senior year. He can't be unaware that Thunderhawk hunts in pairs, can he? The corners of Takushin's mouth rose slightly. Judging by the battle wisdom Cloud Wine is displaying right now, he probably doesn't know about it, or else he wouldn't be defenseless against the air right now. Let's see how the great geniuses of Skywine City work it out. Air. Seeing that Thunder Eagle was struck, Wang Xianxian did not hesitate in the slightest and directly swung his sword to slash. Just as the sword blade was about to touch the Thunder Eagle's wings, a powerful sense of crisis appeared in his mind before he could do anything. The familiar purple figure, cutting through the sky, flashed to his body. Clank! Wang Xianxian held his sword with both hands in a cross-like position in front of his neck. The powerful impact shook Wang Xian's flying sword off and then fell downward. 2 heads. The rapidly descending Wang Xian's face sank. At the same time, the Thunder Eagle that was attacked by the frost finally mobilized the power of lightning within its body. The overbearing lightning directly expelled the coldness in the body. It looked at the falling teenager with eyes full of anger. Immediately after that, the lightning power around it gathered rapidly, and soon, its body was like a set of thunder armor attached to it. The buildup was complete, and it rushed downward with a shock of its wings. The other one, as if sensing the anger of its companion, made the same move. The 2 lightning-like Thunder Eagles hurriedly killed towards the teenager. Watching the 2 Thunder Eagles getting closer and closer to him, Wang Xianxian spread his arms wide. 2 against 1. You guys bullied me first, so don't blame me for opening up. The teenager looked up and laughed. Wine. The gourd on his waist blazed with golden light, and the wine flowed like a stream down the gourd's mouth and floated into the teenager's mouth. In an instant, Wang Xianxian's aura began to rapidly climb upwards. Chill! Accompanied by the teenager's furious shout, his right hand fiercely chopped a sword forward. Buzz! Newbie! The teenager regained his footing on the flying sword, and he couldn't help but frown as he looked down at the bloodstains that stained his clothes. Seeing more blood falling in the air, he picked up speed and broke away from the airspace. Only the purple feathers floating in the air were left behind, as well as the 4 halves of the Thunder Hawk that were falling at a high speed. The difference with the teenager leaving in style was the shocked reaction from the outside world. What just happened? Why did those 2 Thunderhawks die? It seems to have been killed by Cloud Wine with a sword. I'm mostly drunk. To see a martial artist who can fly with a sword at the Blood Refinement Realm crossover and kill 2 peak 3rd order Thunder Eagles. Crap. I really don't understand. How the hell did he do that? Why does he last so long? Stoned? What kind of medicine can TM have this effect? But it does seem like Cloud Wine just drank something. The odds are that it's spirit wine, and as long as it's something related to talent increase, it's permissible to bring it into the exam room if the exam is reported ahead of time. In that case, there's a high probability that Cloud Wine's talent is spirit wine amplitude related? It's more than that. He didn't drink during his midterms. Family, I really don't envy that at all. Barf. Inside the surveillance room, for the first time, the 7th-ranked martial artist, Tuoba Xin revealed an expression of having seen a ghost. He just now that was, sword intent. Impossible. How old is he? How is it possible? Despite his heart's reluctance to believe it, his expression explained all the answers. Wang's ancestral home. Swordsmanship. A large number of Wang clan members rose violently, their expressions all shocked and dismayed. If they had just seen Cloud Wine flying with his sword, they still had the luck to think that it was some means they didn't know about. That sword that the teenager was now displaying completely shattered their last flukes. The Supreme Elder's body also began to tremble slightly. As an existence that had personally taught Wang Beichen, he clearly knew the full level of his opponent. The strength and talent displayed by that Cloud Wine was far beyond Wang Beichen. As the Wang clan's current existence with the highest seniority, he knew more detailed experiences about the Sword Emperor. His old ancestor, the Sword Emperor, was 20 years old the year he comprehended sword intent. A heavenly pride who comprehended sword intent at the age of 15. The Supreme Elder was a bit flustered. He seemed to understand why his mind was flooded with fluctuations at the sight of Yun Wine. This was the remaining power of fate in his body giving him a hint. But what does this hint really mean? Is there any direct relationship between Cloud Wine and Wang's overthrow? Why would there be a shaking of the existence of the Son of Prophecy in this age, which is not in accordance with the laws of heaven? The Supreme Elder couldn't figure it out. He couldn't figure it out at all. The fate of the Wang clan was on his shoulders now, and he didn't dare to slack off in any way. The Supreme Elder, who couldn't get an answer after thinking for a long time, had a hard gaze. He opened his voice transmission to the 10th elder on the side. Accelerate the search for Wang Xianxian. And in addition, arrange for manpower to investigate Cloud Wine. If you have the chance, don't have any hesitation and directly cut them down. The 10th elder's face changed drastically. Great Elder Taishong, think twice. The cost of killing Cloud Wine is something we can't afford right now. Once it fails and the other imperial clans and royal clans react, my Wang clan will implement the charges. At that time, no matter what kind of punishment, my Wang clan will fall straight into the abyss. You've been in seclusion for too long, and the current situation in Huaxia is far too complicated compared to the original. Although the old ancestor has already touched the threshold of the imperial realm, the Wine Emperor, the Dan Emperor, and the Blade Emperor are likewise nipping at their heels. Even if they are slow, they are definitely not too inferior to the old ancestor. Wang Qi can't withstand this. I beg you to withdraw your decision. 10th Elder's tone was begging at the end of his words. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Elder also began to weigh the pros and cons. At this time, the 10th Elder spoke out again. Supreme Elder, hunting Cloud Wine is simply unrealistic, not to mention whether our people can get close to him or not, even if it can be killed. So what? With the Pill Emperor and the Dan Emperor around, he'll be able to come back to life even if he dies thousands or hundreds of times. If you want to completely kill it, you must annihilate his soul in a very short period of time. But such a means can only be done by an expert of the Ninth Order Ascension realm. All of my Wang clan's Ninth Order clansmen are currently gathering qi. Even if we could spare the manpower, how many pairs of eyes are staring at us outside right now? The most crucial thing is that after the college entrance exams, as long as he is in contact with the state, he will definitely be given the means to save his life against all odds. While you were closed for death, 2,000 years ago, an X-class gifted was born in the Goguryeo kingdom. This gifted person was hunted by the plutocrats in their country, and out of necessity, he came to China to seek refuge. Eventually he joined HWA to gain asylum. When Goguryeo learned of this, it paid a great price to kill that X-ranked gifted person. After that genius was successfully killed, the three emperors were enraged, and the Spirit Emperor even made a direct move to behead a great emperor of Goguryeo as punishment. Since then, the state has increased protection for the highly gifted. As to how much it is strengthened and what exactly the means are, none of us know. The more the Supreme Elder listened, the uglier his face became. The 10th Elder continued to dissuade. Supreme Elder, I know you are too worried about the future of the Wang clan, but we have to believe in prophecies, and the son of prophecy is a prophecy from the heavenly Tao. We still have Beichen. As long as we find Wang Xianxian, all the qi on Yunzhou will become my Wang's bag. At that time, my Wang clan's heavenly pride will step on him, reigning over the world and reaching the top. As the 10th Elder persuaded him, the Supreme Elder let out a long sigh. I'm old and have been closed for too long. He looked at the 10th Elder beside him with more appreciation in his eyes. Wang Hang, you've done a great job, and I'm relieved to have you elders around all these years. You're absolutely right. We can't afford the consequences of this. We have too few chips to get to the poker table right now. For everything, it's better to focus on retrieving Wang Xianxian. The 10th Elder hurriedly saluted. As you wish. Kunlun Void, Spirit Emperor Hall. It is surrounded by immortal mist, like the heavenly palace in a dream, brilliant and solemn. On the dragon chair in the grand hall, the incomparably honorable being looked at the cloud screen projection within the hall, his pupils narrowing slightly. Very funny. Next to the dragon chair, there was an equally ornate chair. It was a phoenix chair carved from countless phoenixes. There was once the honored seat of the Empress of the Spirit Emperor. Now here sits a pink-haired girl. Fu Xianer was dressed in fancy clothes, looking particularly honorable. She eyed ahead, looking at the teenager's heroic form on the cloud screen, and couldn't help but recall what the teenager had said in the morning. Your Highness, I'll be handsome. Really? Thinking back to the look of disgust on the teenager's face when he looked at his clothes just now, the young girl seemed to be poked for a laugh, and more than a little smirk crossed her face. Sky Wine City, the secret realm of the high school. Wang Xianxian, who was in the air, bitterly looked at his tattered, blood-stained clothes and kept muttering, how can this be handsome when your clothes are rotten? A bit annoying. Time passes by. In the blink of an eye, the college entrance exam has come to the second day. The secret realm of the heavenly wine examiner. The core area. Nearly 100 students converged on the abandoned supermarket. Are you guys sure that the cloud wine hasn't moved for a long time? Yen Yang reconfirmed. Taijin nodded solemnly. Those with tracking skills indicated that cloud wine stopped moving 2 hours ago. The student next to him questioned. Cloud wine's score reached 200,000 a long time ago. So why didn't he continue onward and stop at the core instead? Upon hearing this, Zhang Wen's face gained a trace of gravity. Could there be fraud? Yen Yang snorted coldly. Are you guys that timid? Cloud wine's score reached 200,000 0,002 hours ago. So he must be recuperating here because his body's spiritual energy is exhausted. Taijin asked cautiously. After 2 hours have passed, would his spiritual power have recovered almost as much? Hearing this, the crowd bowed their heads as they looked at the leaderboard on their tactical watches and fell into silence. First place, Yun Wine, 208,760 points, special exam candidate. Second place, Lin Lei, 158,769 points, special exam candidate. Third place, Duin, 130,988 points, special exam candidate. Fourth place, Zhang Wen, 130,200 points, Tianjiu First High School. Fifth place, Taijin, 128,060 points, Tianjiu No. 2 High School. Sixth place, Yan Yang, 124,800 points, 7 Highs of Heavenly Wine. Seventh place, Zhao Maniac, 127,680 points, Heavenly Wine Sango. The gap between us and him is just too big, a student said with a resigned face. Another student questioned, can we really surround Cloud Wine? After hearing this, the crowd even began to constantly measure the gap between themselves and the other side. Just then, an angry shout brought the crowd to its senses. Yin Yang glared at the crowd. The top 3 on the leaderboard. None of them are high school students. To be occupied by 3 middle schoolers in the top 3. Don't you guys feel shame? Yin Yang's words were like a heavy hammer that struck the hearts of the crowd. Yeah, they're all top-ranked presences in their respective high schools. How can you willingly be stepped on by someone younger than you? Zhang Wen stepped forward and began to boost his morale. Last night, we surrounded Linley. Although we let him escape in the end, the brief encounter also showed us that his strength didn't exceed ours by much. The so-called Imperial Pride is not a flooding beast, so why should we be so timid? Linley was chased by us and fled in a mess. So as long as we plan well, we may not be unable to crush Cloud Wine. With their morale boosted, the crowd began to discuss the battle plan. Cloud Wine being able to fly with a sword was unexpected by all of us, so the original battle plan categorically cannot be used. The biggest problem now is how to block his escape route in the air. Among the officers of our second high student council, there is a sealer who can seal some of Cloud Wine's abilities. We have the same spirit binders at the 5th high, with great control. The 7 highs also have 3 formation masters who are triplets, and the effect of a 3-person formation can increase several times. We have a halo increaser at 1st high, as well as 6 shamans who can increase the effects of martial skills. Looking at it this way, we don't have a lot of control. The problem is the lead time to release the skill. I don't think the original plan is without merit. The plan of driving a tiger to swallow a wolf can consume a large amount of Cloud Wine's spiritual energy. If you can try to trap Cloud Wine in a building, it will cut off his advantage of flight. Let's get started. I'll lure the blizzard wolves, and you guys will keep an eye on him. After determining the plan, the 20 or so men withdrew directly from the supermarket. Not far away, in a 2-story building, Linley gritted his teeth and endured the pain as he dealt with the injuries on his body. It hurts, my little master. These people are so damn hard to deal with. After bandaging his wounds, Linley muttered as he looked out the window. I wonder how the cousins are doing. Just then, a slightly icy voice appeared beside Linley's ears. It's better to care more about yourself when you have this time. At those words, without saying a word, Linley directly leapt towards the window. But before his body could jump out, he felt a huge pull from his neck. Duin was filled with excitement as he tugged at the back of Linley's collar before pulling him back hard. After wrestling Linley to the ground, the silver-haired girl quickly used her superior fighting skills to tackle Linley. Stinky girl, let go of me. Linley, whose face was in close contact with the ground, yelled. Duin rode on Linley's body, his eyes smiling. Well, if it isn't the world's fastest warrior. Lin, how did I get caught? Linley threatened stiffly. Dead girl, do you believe I'll discharge electricity to electrocute you? At those words, Duyin's hands continued to exert force, so powerful that Linley couldn't help but grunt in pain. Electricity. If you're capable of it, just do it. Auntie has sealed your acupoints. Discharge to your heart's content. Linley hastily mobilized his spiritual energy and discovered that it was indeed as the other party had said. For a moment, he lapsed into silence. Duin saw this and straightened up, then bent his torso downward. Call sister. Don't you dare. Do you believe I'm going to eliminate you from the game right now and make you run home and cry? You wouldn't dare. Your father would beat you if he knew. Guess if I dare. The young girl's eyes were hard. Linley exclaimed in dissatisfaction. Duin, wasn't it just that I accidentally electrocuted you and pissed your pants in the last fight? As to be so careful? When these words came out, the atmosphere of the entire room directly dropped below the freezing point. The silver-haired girl's petite body trembled madly, and the force of her hands increased once again. Linley let out a piggy squeal. Ah! It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It's broken. It's broken. It's breaking. Ah. Inside an abandoned shopping mall, Wang Xianxian looked at Cloud Calling, who was shaking his ears on his shoulder, and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Cloud Calling twisted his head. "Just felt like I heard a pig killing sound." Wang Xianxian's face was full of oddities. There shouldn't be any pig-like exotic beasts in the examination center, right? Whatever. It's not like that's the focus right now. Cloud Calling waved his hand. "It's you. Have you suppressed your realm?" Wang Xianxian nodded. "After 2 hours of pressure, it's almost solidified. I hope Wang will like this gift of mine." Cloud Calling couldn't help but poof a smile. "You kids look honest. And you've got a bunch of bad water in your stomach. But you've been here so long. Those guys are probably getting close to doing it." Wang Xianxian slowly got up, stretched and smiled gently, just in time for the overflowing spiritual energy to vent. Cloud Calling similarly stretched out like Wang Xianxian. Not only that, but she did a Tai Chi routine and looked incredibly cute with her round body, completing a set of Tai Chi moves. Cloud Calling's gaze looked outside the mall. "Here they come. 3 shifts today. First one." As soon as the words fell, accompanied by the sound of glass breaking, dozens of green-colored giant wolves broke through the glass and came into the mall. They are the size of a cow and have a silky green coat. The huge wolf's head coupled with its teeth reflecting the cold light was chilling. Gale Wolf. Rank, Peak 3rd Order. Skills, Speed. Gale. Wind Blade. Wind Dance. Description, cunning hunters who control the power of the wind. And with the added power of the blistering wind, few prey can escape from their siege. The blizzard wolves looked at the sword-raising teenager intently, their mouths constantly emitting low growls. How did the blast wolves get here? Wang Xianxian thought briefly for a moment and had an answer in his heart. Woe is me, driving the tiger to swallow the wolf? But, Wang Xianxian's body's spiritual energy rioted and his aura climbed rapidly. The gourd moved slightly, and a red and a purple wine sword appeared in the teenager's hands. Flare Sword. Source, Yuhua Wine. Effect, blazing, attached to fire attribute spiritual energy, can inflict burning damage to enemies. Thundering Sword. Source, Thunder Wine. Effect, Thunder Shock, attached to lightning attribute spiritual energy, can cause paralyzing effect on enemies. Wang Xianxian looked at the group of wolves and silently counted in his heart. 1, 9, 17, 26 heads. After determining the number of wolves, the teenager's battle intent rose in his eyes. He picked his sword with his right hand and shouted, "Come!" Wolves were already highly intelligent beasts, and the intelligence of the Peak 3rd Order wolves was even more notable. In the face of the teenager's provocation, although they were enraged, they did not rashly launch an attack. With the roar of the largest blast wolf, the rest of the blast wolves quickly dispersed and surrounded Wang Xianxian. On the outside of the mall, over 100 candidates were scattered and hidden in the streets. They were fully focused on the teenager in the mall, their bodies tense and poised. The upcoming battle has been a real treat for the viewers who have been following the situation in the examination hall. Cloud Wine has finally moved. Is it a wolf pack this time? More than that, I've seen the other candidates' perspectives, and Cloud Wine is in danger. It looks like the wolves have set their sights on Cloud Wine, but it's actually the Yukai who have launched a hunt for Cloud Wine. This time Cloud Wine is probably really going to be accounted for here. Not to mention all the talented high school students ambushing him outside. These 20 or so blizzard wolves alone are enough for him to drink a pot of water. Putting aside Cloud Wine and those 2 Imperial Clan Celestials, this class of high schoolers is really good, both in terms of teamwork and tactical execution. Last night, the battle between this group and Lin was truly wonderful. If it wasn't for Linley's speed, they would have gotten it. Anyways, they're also the top geniuses of each high school. It's just that they didn't catch up with the Emperor Clan's Heavenly Pride and Monster Cloud Wine this year. However, I think the odds are that they can eliminate Cloud Wine. After all, there's over 100 of them, and Cloud Wine is probably not in the best shape right now. Too bad. I kind of appreciate Cloudy Wine now. You're all overlooking one thing. Never underestimate the treachery of the wolves. Take a good look behind that pack of students. Crap. Mantis catching cicadas. Yellow bird in the back? Ha ha ha. Who is the mantis? Who is the cicada? And who is the yellow bird? Who knows until the battle is over. This year's GCSEs are so ornamental. I'm going to get another bag of chips. Inside the mall, the blizzard wolves howled in unison, and immediately afterward, gusts of hurricane wind began to rise around them. Powerful winds lifted the waste and dust from the ground high into the air. When Wang Xianxian's vision became completely cloudy, several wind blades came at him. The teenager snapped his head down, dodging the wind blade and charging straight forward. The blizzard wolves obviously didn't expect their prey to have the courage to counterattack in this situation. The blizzard wolf, which had been face-surged by the teenager, cautiously retreated. But when it was about to exert itself, it realized that its body was stiff. It looked in horror at the purple arcs of electricity jumping around its body. In the next instant, Wang Xianxian held both swords and broke through the dust and smoke, directly chopping over. Inferno thunder! Ow! With a wail, the giant wolf fell to the ground with a loud thud. The massive wolf's head separated directly from its body, with stars of fire still burning in the incision. Covering your eyesight is indeed a very good hunting technique, but it's mutual. Wang Xianxian waved his sword and whispered, the gourd at his waist continuously spewing out wine. For a moment, the rich scent of wine spread through the air. All the blizzard wolves felt their bodies go cold at this moment. They looked in shock at their fur wet with an unknown liquid. The survival instincts in their bodies were frantically warning them. Before the blast wolf could retreat, he heard the teenager's devilish voice. Fire! Along with the teenager's voice, a tsunami of giant flames came at them with deadly heat. Boom! Violent bursts of fire rang out, and the powerful shockwaves directly shattered the glass of the surrounding buildings. The air of the entire mall was all set ablaze, and the blizzard wolf, whose body was drenched in spirit wine, was even letting out painful hissing noises continuously. Only Wang Xianxian, holding the cold spirit sword in his hand, under the shelter of the cold chi, shuttled back and forth in the fire, mercilessly harvesting the lives of the wolves. 5 minutes later, the flames went out. Inside the burnt blackened mall, only a few flames remained on the corpse of the blast wolf. The candidates on the street looked incredulously at the teenager who stood in the mall, somewhat in a state of disarray. It took a long time to quell the shock inside. Suddenly, I don't know who spoke first. Cloud Wine is running low on spirit power. Let's go. One man leads, 100 follow. Looking at the candidates jumping out from all parts of the street, the corners of Wang Xianxian's mouth rose slightly. Finally, can't help it. The crowd was fast. They were all afraid that Cloud Wine would escape. There were 2 people running at the front, and they shouted in unison when they were only 30 meters away from Wang Xianxian. Seal! Spirit binding! Immediately afterward, Wang Xianxian felt that his body was suppressed by some mysterious force that suppressed his spiritual energy. At the same time, several black chains firmly entangled him. 3 similar-looking candidates followed close behind. They came to Wang Xianxian's side and quickly spread out and stood, then folded their hands. Formation. That wasn't all. The 6 candidates split into 3 teams and stood behind each of the triplets. Totem blessing. Finally, a young blonde-haired man with a generous body of golden light. Halo blessing. Along with his shout, a huge aura with a radius of 10 meters enveloped all of the few people who had just been there. At this moment, Wang Xianxian had completely lost control of his spiritual power, and he was unable to manipulate any spiritual power anymore. The other side did all this. Not far away, a large force rushed by. Zhang Wen in the crowd shouted, "Don't be gullible, don't be careless, don't give him any chance. Attack with all your might. Make his life preservation device activate and send him out." The hunting team consisting of 100 people completely revealed his claws and teeth to Wang Xianxian. For a moment, a sea of spiritual energy fluctuations came from the front. The target is none other than the bound and sealed Cloud Wine. Facing the attack, Wang Xianxian bellowed, "Wine!" In the crowd, Yen Yang seemed to have discovered something as his feet burst into flames and his speed climbed once again. Never! After saying that, he directly swung his fist at Cloud Wine, but the moment his fist was about to touch Yun Wine's body, his eyes widened in horror. Boom! Pulling out his fist embedded in the wall, Yen Yang turned back violently. How? Possible? His tone was full of disbelief. This was true of all those present. Where are the people? Taijin roared at the spirit binder. Where did the people go? The spirit binder had a look of having seen a ghost, his voice stuttering. I don't know, obviously, was just there. After a short period of shock, all the candidates began to be alert to their surroundings. Just then, a sprightly and mysterious voice suddenly sounded in the air. A jug of wine on earth. No one can beat it when drinking alone. Candidates sensed something was wrong and tried to escape from the mall into the open. However, the next scene made everyone's scalp tingle, only to see that there were nearly 100 flying swords hovering in the air. They were of different colors, attributes, and most importantly, the terrifying energy released around them. These energies connect sword to sword. This is a sword formation. A candidate who practiced swords quickly judged the situation. Then, with a face full of panic, he shouted, "Quickly get out!" Among the formations, the sword formation kills the most. Some people immediately attempted to escape, but in just an instant, they were shaken away by the sword intent released from the wine sword. Yen Yang and the other leaders shouted loudly at the sight. "Cooperate! On my command, aim for the eastern sword formation position and attack." The directive was like a shot in the arm to everyone's body. The crowd began to quickly mobilize the spiritual energy in their bodies. 3, 2, 1. For a moment, the light emanating from the different attribute energies was like the blazing sun, making people's eyes glitter. After the light disappeared, the crowd looked at the intact sword formation and were horrified. How can? Just then, an exclamation interrupted everyone's shock. Heavenly! Heavenly! The familiar figure reappeared in the eyes of the crowd. The teenager, flying through the air, raised his right hand high. The massive sword intent began to coalesce, eventually evolving into a giant sword. With the input of sword intent, the giant sword was enlarging. 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. In just 20 seconds, a huge sword 15 meters long and 3 meters wide was hanging over everyone's heads. The fearful sword intent made everyone forget to act. It's going to kill people. Looking at the terrified eyes below, Wang Xianxian raised his right hand high, then swung it down violently. Drunken fairy, accompanied by the roar of the teenager. The giant sword fell down at great speed like a meteor. Inside the invigilator's room, Tuoba Xin rose violently and roared. Activate the spell. Quick! The staff was sweating in a hurry. Lost, is not working. Tuoba Xin looked incredulously at Cloud Wine on the screen and charged directly towards the secret realm without saying a word. Over the ruined mall, the giant sword fell sharply. In the eyes of the candidates below in despair, the giant sword suddenly transformed into spirit wine. Under the influence of gravity, the spirit wine smashed downwards like a waterfall. Wow! The candidates below were instantly flooded with spirit wine. After half a minute, the spirit wine retreated. Re-emerging into the picture is the candidate, paralyzed on the floor in a state of rotten drunkenness. After the crowd outside witnessed this scene, their hearts similarly set off shockwaves. Against all odds. Too much so. The gap. This gap. Now I finally have a slightly clearer idea of the Cloud Wine talent. Yen Yang, Zhang Wen, and Taijin's talents are all at the SS level, and the least talented amongst this group of candidates are at the A level. It's this kind of lineup, even if it's well laid out, that ultimately ends up in defeat. These people, too, are geniuses. Geniuses. These geniuses are nothing more than the threshold for seeing Cloud Wine. The gap. It's just too big. The oppressive feeling of X-level talent. Wang Xianxian leapt down from the air and landed firmly on the ground. Cloud calling on his shoulder spoke curiously. Why did you cancel the attack at the end? Wang Xianxian gazed at the drunken candidates on the ground. I have no grudges against them. Any disputes are just competition in the exam room. And they are not bad. Eliminating all of them will not have a good impact on the Heavenly Wine City. Every city does have an education assessment target, which involves the city's resource allocation. All levels of Tianjiu City have been good to us, so it's better not to make things too difficult for them. Cloud Calling looked at the side of the teenager's face with a pleased smile. Listen to you. But, as the words turned, Cloud Calling's smile disappeared in an instant. These little brats are really hard-hitting. After saying that, she jumped straight down, then used her short little geo to kick the unconscious candidates in the face one by one. Wang Xianxian was full of tenderness as he watched Yun Boing's antics. When Cloud Calling had finished venting and was back on his shoulder, Wang Xian stretched. Auntie, we should get going to the ring. Will any of them still challenge you? It's better if we don't challenge. Let's go directly to beat up the Sword Emperor. He. I found your kid is still weirdly treacherous. Isn't that how you like me? Sloppy. The teenager and the artifact spirit walked slowly down the street. Obviously the back was so thin, but it gave the impression of being so invincible. In the shadows of the street, Tuoba Xin looked at the teenager's back, and for the first time, his heart felt a sense of awe towards a blood-refining realm. He rushed over when the teenager was about to drop his sword, but when he saw the teenager dispersing his attack, he gave up striking. As he got closer to the teenager, he realized exactly what that move had just meant. Looking at the many talented youngsters who were paralyzed on the ground, their mouths kept talking in their sleep. Tuoba Xin suddenly thought of what his old ancestor had said to him when he was young. I've met a lot of geniuses, but they all call me a genius. Takushin was suddenly glad that he was born in an ordinary time. In the midst of mediocre times, every genius has a highlight of his own. Excellent young people are like the stars in the night, although the brightness is strong or weak, but there is always their own light. But, when the big time comes, there is bound to be a proud sun present. The sun, on the other hand, is high on the top of the sky. He will dispel the night, and all the stars will be dimmed before him. The light of the great sun shines through the ages. This proud sun will subdue the entire age until night comes again. Tuoba Xin looked at the teenager's distant back, as if he had seen the rising sun. Mall ruins. Candidates involved in the roundup of cloudy wines are gradually waking up. Sober. They didn't get up straight away, but sat down on the ground and fell into contemplation. Zhanwen looked down at his palm and smiled bitterly. Failed. Taijin held the intact safety device in his hand, his face complex. Why did he leave us alone? What is our talent really in front of him? Defeat and confusion continued to permeate the crowd. Just then, a deafening roar rang in their ears. A loss is a loss. Just win it back next time. Getting up one more time than you fell is success. I will not admit defeat. I will not bow down to anyone. Never. The crowd snapped their heads up and realized that someone had actually stood up. The red-haired youth had tears in his eyes and held his chest high. Jianwen couldn't help but lose his voice as he looked incredulously at the wretched red-haired teenager. Yen Yang, you. Yen Yang clenched his fists. I'm a martial artist. Even if his talent is high, he won't be able to defeat me completely. One day I'll win it back. One day, I will make him praise me for my victory. My name is Yen Yang. Yen proud son. The Yen Yang that makes grandpa proud. After saying that, his eyes were firm and he took the first step forward. No one in the crowd laughed at his tears as they looked at Yen Yang's back and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, and I don't admit defeat. I am who I am. And as long as I don't admit defeat, no one can break me down. I swore I would make my father proud of me. If you admit defeat, you've really lost. I won't let my mom shed a single tear for me again. My sister is watching me. Never bow down. More and more people, rising from the cold ground. They were martial artists, seekers who carried out the way of the martial arts. Even though they are gifted with different talents and difficulties, they can't stop them from moving forward. They will carry the expectations of their friends and family, carry the bonds that belong to them, and push their limits with monumental determination. This is Budo. Everyone is like a dragon in the martial arts. Outside, Tuoba Xin witnessed everything and was once again strongly shocked inside. This group of teenagers who had just reached adulthood and had just stepped into the martial arts path had actually stabilized their Dao heart in the midst of a crushing defeat. Old ancestor, is this the so-called big time? Takushin suddenly didn't have the celebration he had just felt. For a moment, he didn't know whether it was good or bad to coexist with the blazing sun. Yen Yang, who was at the forefront, suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked out at the street, nearly 100 blast wolves staring intently at him, and suddenly laughed out loud. Mantis catching cicadas. Yellow bird in the back? Ha 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 ha. Even if we are not the yellow bird, we will never be that cicada. Brothers, kill. Accompanied by roars and wolf howls, the human teenagers and the alien beasts began to fight fiercely. The heavenly sword kings. The 10th elder looked at Yun Wine's stance of breaking the enemy with a single move and stared to ask a question. Supreme elder, that move just now, can North Star resist it? The supreme elder's eyes narrowed slightly. If the potential is stimulated, there is no possibility of blocking it. I'm more curious about how he escaped his bonds than the move he just made. Space-type skills? 10th elder asked tentatively. The supreme elder slowly shook his head. It's not clear. What we saw was only the image transmitted back from the video. We can't accurately judge by the image alone. However, I don't think it should be a space-type skill. Spatial-type skills require an extremely high level of proficiency, and he's just been bound and sealed. To cast a spatial skill in a situation like that would inevitably cause a distortion of the surrounding space. But I didn't see the image of space distortion just now. Never mind. It's not important. How are you getting ready for what you arranged yesterday? Hearing the question, the 10th elder immediately replied. I've already deployed additional manpower and delegated authority to Wang Lord and Wang Jianyan to let go of their search for Wang Xianxian. I'm sure it won't be long before there's good news. The supreme elder nodded slightly. This is very good. Looking at the transparent barrier in front of him, Wang Xianxian took a step in. Examination Center announcement. Candidate Cloud Wine is the first to enter the throne area. Remaining seats, 99. Candidates who are interested in entering the throne area please hurry. The silver-haired girl patted Linley's head when she heard the announcement. Run faster. You'll be late. Linley, who was running wildly with a young girl on his back, clenched his silver teeth and almost broke his defense on the spot. Piss on your crotch. Just wait. Don't let me catch the opportunity. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Slandering in his heart for a moment, Linley directly accelerated his speed. Just after stepping into the throne area, what met Wang Xianxian's eyes was a huge ring. The entire ring is made of special stone. The length and width are estimated to be 200 meters or more. There were 10 thick stone pillars at the edge of the ring, each of which had numbers engraved on them. Just then, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Congratulations on being the first candidate to step into the ring. Wang Xianxian turned around violently and realized that the one who had uttered the voice was none other than the examiner that he had just met at the beginning of the exam. Takushin. Wang Xianxian politely made a martial artist salute. Hello. Takushin nodded gently before returning the salute. Hello. May I ask if there is anything else I need to do to prepare now? Wang Xianxian asked. Takushin looked at the teenager with complicated eyes and shook his head. All you have to do is stand on that tallest pillar and wait for the others to arrive. Upon hearing this, Wang Xianxian came to the stone pillar with the number 1 engraved on it. Just as Wang Xianxian was about to move to jump onto the pillar, a voice once again sounded in his ears. Boy, thank you. Wang Xianxian turned around in confusion. Tuoba Xin looked serious and said, thank you for being merciful. If you hadn't stopped, today's exam could have turned into a major disaster because of our mistakes in the exam room. I will report this matter to the police, and we, the Tinjiu City Education Bureau, owe you a favor. No need to be polite. Wang Xianxian smiled faintly before leaping onto the stone pillar. After ascending the stone pillar, Wang Xianxian began to suppress his breath and waited for the 100 people to arrive. Examination Center announcement. Candidate Zhao Berserker enters the throne area. Remaining seats, 98. A lean, fat man comes into the ring to the sound of the announcements. Wang Xianxian curiously surveyed this newly entered fatty with a slight surprise in his gaze. He carried a 9-ringed greatsword on his shoulder, his fierce aura contrasting sharply with his bloated figure. When Zhao Maniac saw that Yun Wine was sizing him up, the corners of his mouth lifted, revealing 8 silver teeth. Hello, my name is Zhao Maniac. It's an honor to meet you. Hello, Wang Xianxian responded politely. After a brief greeting, neither man spoke again. 5 minutes later, the radio sounded again. Examination Center announcement. Candidate Duin enters the throne area. Remaining seats, 97. Examination Center announcement. Candidate Lin Lei has entered the throne zone. Remaining seats, 96. Along with the sound of the radio was a handsome man and woman. It's just that the atmosphere between these two is just a little bit bad. Damn girl, it's all your fault that little master has turned fourth. Who's to blame for your own slow running? Bullshit. If it wasn't for the fear of you pissing on my back, I would have run away with my skills on. What? Dumb? Reasoned? I have long said. Looking at Linley, who was tragically suffering from a death crosslock, Tuoba Xin walked over with a black face. Private fights are forbidden in the exam room. One warning, and the next time, your grade will be cancelled. Same 3 chapters today, because there is no stock. The author is coding now. The ring would pass quickly, and the main event would be the challenge to the Imperial Palace. Only after hearing the examiner's warning did Duin unwillingly let go of Linley. The saved Linley hastily moved his joints. Damn girl, practicing this kind of jujitsu. What a villain. Heh, Duin retorted with a cold smile. In non-spiritual close combat, the practicality of jujitsu can be much more practical than your fancy punches and kicks. After saying that, Duin no longer cared about Linley and returned directly to the stone pillar that belonged to him. Linley let out a long breath, then walked straight to Wang Xianxian's stone pillar and leapt. Wang Xianxian looked in surprise at Linley, who had just jumped up and put his hand on his shoulder. Linley smiled cheekily. Hello, my name is Linley. You should know me. The second heavenly ancestor gave me a mission to keep you company while I go to the Imperial Palace. Second heavenly ancestor? Wang Xianxian was a bit confused. Linley immediately responded. It's Grandpa Linzhou. His old man and my grandfather's father are from the same generation. At those words, Wang Xianxian came to a sudden realization, and then his eyes became kind as he looked at Linley. Hello. Linley touched Wang Xian's shoulder. Harm. What are you being polite to me? We'll all be buddies in the future. This isn't the time to talk about things. The surveillance here doesn't record. But someone is good at reading the spoken word after all. Wang Xianxian cried and laughed as he looked at Linley. No wonder the other man covered his mouth. He thought it was some new trend. Linley continued. The challenge is quick. I guess half a day will be about right. I'll take a break first. After saying that, he directly jumped back to his stone pillar to meditate and energize. Time rushed by. 2 hours later, the long silent sound of the exam room announcing sounded again. Examination Center announcement. Candidate Yen Yang enters the throne area. Remaining seats, 95. Examination Center announcement. Candidate Zhang Wen has entered the throne area. Remaining seats, 94. Examination Center announcement. Candidate Taijin enters the throne area. Remaining seats, 93. This time, the broadcast lasted for a long time because there were a lot of candidates coming. More than 40 in all. They were covered in blood and in a depressed state, obviously having just experienced a great battle. Yen Yang and the others slowly walked forward as they looked at the cloud wine on the highest stone pillar revealing complex emotions. Then, Yen Yang and the others made a martial artist salute upwards. They didn't speak, but Wang Xianxian also understood what they meant. The teenager returned the salute with a gentle hug. After the salute, everyone returned to where they were. 2 hours passed, accompanied by the 100th entry. All spots in the ring battle are locked. Seeing this, Tuoba Xin waved one hand, followed by a curtain of light falling in the air. It has the rankings of all the candidates. Next, let me explain the rules of the ring battle. This year's ring battle has a major reform compared to previous years. We will start with an elimination system. There are 100 entries in the first round, 50 eliminated in the first round, and 25 eliminated in the second round. After 2 rounds, there will be 25 people left in the field. The final 25 will decide the top 10 by attacking and defending the ring. Candidates standing on Stonehenge, as a reward for your speed, you will have an additional chance to resurrect. At the same time, first round matchups will not pair you together. The following is the start of the drawing of the list of opponents according to the order of entry. As soon as the words were spoken, the airborne screen began to flash. The avatars of the 100 candidates were divided into 2 columns. Wang Xianxian's opponent was a youth who looked on the thin side. After the drawing of lots was completed, Tuoba Xayan's aura moved slightly and his body slowly levitated in the air. Immediately afterward, with a movement of his mind, the ring began to shake violently. The already massive ring stretched outward once again. This magical device amazed most of the candidates present. After extending the ring, Tokushin shouted, "All of you, proceed to the location of the ring according to the draw. The new ring is huge, big enough to hold 50 fights at once." Wang Xianxian stepped onto the 22nd area he was in. His opponent also stood across from him. "Hello, my name is Lu Puppet, a mid-third stage martial artist. From the Heavenly Wine 7th High." The youth saluted. Wang Xianxian returned the salute. "Hello, my name is Yun Wine, peak 2nd rank martial artist, special candidate." The two saluted and then began to prepare their luck for battle. Seeing that everyone was ready, Tokushin continued. "The condition for winning is to activate the enemy security device. The first round of elimination now begins." As the words fell, battles unfolded in all parts of the ring. The Lu Puppet fighting against Wang Xianxian directly flung a bunch of parts forward. Wang Xianxian attempted to use his speed to win directly as he directly shook away the parts to kill towards Lu Puppet. Facing the sword blade that was about to chop at him, Lu Puppet did not make any defensive movements. When the sword blade was only half a meter away from him, Lu Puppet suddenly opened his mouth. Change. In the next instant, Lu Puppet's body disappeared and reappeared in front of Wang Xianxian as a puppet made of machinery. Puppeteer? Wang Xianxian ignited a few moments of curiosity. The puppet made of special materials directly blocked Wang Xianxian's attack. Then, Lu Puppet manipulated the puppet to swing his fist at Wang Xianxian. Wang Xianxian raised his sword to block. Dang! Feeling the huge force coming from the blade of the sword, Wang Xianxian could not help but be surprised. The force of this puppet was even stronger than an unusual peak 3rd stage martial artist. At the same time, the Lu Puppet at the back also rushed behind Wang Xianxian and swung out a fist. Wang Xianxian sent out another sword with his left hand and chopped to the back. Lu Puppet did not circumvent it, and with a slight movement of his other hand, the puppet beside Wang Xianxian quickly disintegrated before transforming into shackles to bind him. The sudden change of events caused Wang Xianxian to be a bit surprised. He let go of the envious immortal sword and used his spiritual power to maneuver it to stab at Lu Puppet. Facing the flying swords that attacked ferociously, Lu Puppet chose to dodge this time. He quickly dodged to the right side while summoning the puppet that bound Wang Xianxian to protect himself. Regaining his freedom, Wang Xianxian looked at his opponent's marvelous fighting style. The vast majority of his power came from the cohesive wine sword, and it was only by relying on his massive sword intent that he accomplished all sorts of astonishing maneuvers. In terms of combat skills, he still lacked a bit of fire compared to those superior students who had practiced hard for 3 years in high school for the characteristics of their vocation. At least this puppeteer's method of fighting caught his own eye. He understood that Lu Puppet's mental power must be very strong, or else he wouldn't have been able to do such an operation. The opponent's combat mode of combining puppets with himself was exactly what he was lacking right now. If he could skillfully combine imperial sword attacks in melee combat battles as well, then his battle power would once again climb upwards. Thinking of this, Wang Xianxian gave up the idea of trying to quickly use brute force to end the battle. He summoned 2 flying swords and began to consciously control them to attack Lu Puppet. At the same time, he also raised his sword and stabbed forward. Facing the attack, Lu Puppet did not panic. He moved his 10 fingers slightly, and the puppet continued to disintegrate and then quickly reorganize. In a short second, it unexpectedly transformed into 9 flying swords. 6 of the 9 flying swords rushed toward Wang Xianxian's 2 wine swords. At the moment of collision, the 6 flying swords continued to morph like transformers, finally forming a sword box to trap the 2 wine swords within it. The other 3 flying swords were aimed at Wang Xianxian. While maneuvering the flying swords, Lu Puppet did not forget to launch an attack himself. As a puppeteer, he was well aware of his weakness, which was the fear of getting close. But sometimes weakness can be a decoy. Puppet masters aren't stupid, especially good ones. After feeling his wine sword being bound, Wang Xianxian began to focus on the attack in front of him. Facing the 3 flying swords, Wang Xianxian directly waved his sword and picked it, and the three swords were instantly repelled. The corner of Lu Puppet's mouth rose slightly after seeing Wang Xianxian repel the flying swords. This tiny detail was keenly captured by Wang Xianxian, who instinctively stepped backward, but Lu Puppet apparently wasn't that good at getting rid of it. The three flying swords that were repelled directly attached themselves to Lu Puppet's chest in both fists, forming simple armor and gloves before swinging heavily at Wang Xianxian. After the addition of the puppet parts, the force of the Lu Puppet was enhanced by several times. The iron fist smashed heavily into the envious immortal sword, and the tremendous impact caused Wang Xianxian's figure to retreat violently. Wang Xianxian loosened his hands, and the envious immortal sword appeared directly behind him to support his back, providing him with thrust. Borrowing the power of the envious immortal sword, he once again rushed towards Lu Puppet. This time, Lu Puppet started to panic a bit. He didn't think his opponent could play like that. Lu Puppet hastily recalled the puppet part that had transformed into a sword box. But Wang Xianxian's two wine swords had also regained their freedom. Without any hesitation, Wang Xianxian directly maneuvered the two wine swords to rush towards Lu Puppet at a faster speed. Lu Puppet made a split-second decision and simply let the gloves of both fists turn into a shield block. However, he had clearly miscalculated Wang Xian's control over the wine sword. The moment the wine sword rushed towards the shield, it transformed into spirit wine and then went around the shield to regroup. It's over. Lu Puppet's face stiffened. In the next instant, the two wine swords and the envious immortal sword in Wang Xianxian's hand were simultaneously set at the neck of Lu Puppet. Lu Puppet let out a bitter smile, worthy of a heavenly pride. I admit defeat. After hearing his opponent admit defeat, Wang Xianxian bowed first. I apologize. Lu Puppet's mind adjusted quickly as well, and he returned the salute with both hands. It was an error in judgment on my part, and I benefited greatly from this one. Good luck with your next battle, and call it a day. Wang Xianxian extended his right hand and gave a friendly smile. You too. The two shook hands and resumed their original positions. Wang Xianxian, who had rejoined the preparation area, watched the battle still going on the stage with unblinking eyes. For some reason, the current him had an extreme comprehension of swords. It could be said that the only thing that limited his use of sword moves was his physicality. So sword skills were not a problem for him. The focus is still on real-world experience, which is what he lacks. Right now, he was like a sponge that was short of water, frantically absorbing combat experience by watching the battle. What made him somewhat curious was that Linli was unexpectedly caught in a bitter battle. Linli was somewhat unlucky in that his opponent was a stone shield division that somewhat restrained him. That stone shield master's battle sense was equally outstanding as he directly attached a layer of stone armor to the surface of his body. At the same time, many stone spikes were spawned on the ground to limit Linli's movement speed. Obviously, none of the candidates who made it to the top 100 were weak. Although Linli's talent was SSS ranked, his realm was similar to Wang Xianxian's, both being second-ranked martial artists. Moreover, his cultivation level was going to fall a bit behind Wang Xianxian's. His specific realm was the late second stage, and there was still a bit of a gap from the peak. The opponent's strength had clearly stepped into the third-order bone-forging realm. Attribute restraint, coupled with the realm gap, was what caused Linli to fall into a bitter battle. However, Wang Xianxian wasn't worried about Linli's defeat, although his opponent had restrained him. That stone shield master lacked an effective means of attack. As long as Linli stabilized his mind and caught his opponent's cracks, the chances of winning were still very good. He returned his gaze to Duin, who had arrived with Linli. Although he hadn't come into contact with the Du family yet, he already knew that the relationship between the two Du Lin families existed almost as if they wore the same pants. Plus, the Du family's oldest ancestor was the Wine Emperor, which gave him a natural favorability towards the Du family. Duin is likewise somewhat unlucky, as her vocation seems to be the assassin class. This type of Baker Tilly was already unsuitable for ring battles, and then he encountered a difficult control class martial artist. That martial artist was suspected to be an Imperial Bugmaster, and his main summoned bugs were spiders. The area where they were fighting was already covered in spider silks, and Du Yin's stealth skill would definitely be much less effective under the other party's senses. Not only that, but the speed would certainly be affected by the spiders, and there might even be a risk of poisoning. Sure enough, none of the people here are good. Wang Xianxian sighed. 30 minutes later, all the fighting was finally over. Linli and Duin successfully advanced. They all relied on speed, traveling the battlefield and keeping the enemy in a perpetual state of mental tension. In this state, the opponent's spiritual energy would definitely be drastically depleted. They timed it perfectly and ended the fight the hard way. Watching the course of their battle, Wang Xianxian similarly marveled. Despite the talent, this kind of mentality and fighting skills had obviously undergone special training from the family. Most likely their clan brothers and sisters helped. Suddenly, Wang Xianxian fell silent. He remembered his days at Wang's, Drop. The first round of elimination is over. Those who advance will enter the preparation area. You have 30 minutes to recover. Next, start drawing the list of opponents for the second round. Tuoba Xian's voice pulled Wang Xian back to reality. After adjusting his mood, the teenager looked up at the sky's matchmaking table. The screen flashed and the student avatar began to shake rapidly. 3 seconds later, a new matchup sheet appeared. In the crowd, Yen Yang looked at his opponent for the next round. His fists clenched tightly, and his battle intent was high under his eyes. The list of matchups at the top of the screen reads, Yen Yang vs Cloud Wine. The airborne Tuoba Xian looked at the duo below with equal interest. More accurately, it was looking at Yen Yang below. He was curious to see how Yen Yang, who had just experienced a major defeat, would react when he once again took on Cloud Wine, who had given him defeat. He was even more curious as to whether or not this young man named Yen Yang would be able to hold fast to his Tao. What kind of fighting style will he present against an overwhelming enemy? After learning their next round opponents, the crowd began to adjust themselves. Even the talkative Linley was no exception. It seemed that the battle just now had indeed consumed a great deal of his spiritual energy. 30 minutes later, Takushin spoke violently. The second round of the elimination round will now begin. Please ask the candidates to come up to the stage. Upon hearing Tuoba Xian's instructions, the remaining candidates quickly came to the ring area they were in. Wang Xiansan looked at the red-haired youth in front of him with some surprise. He had a deep impression of this man, and he was the one who had first noticed his drinking movements when those candidates from the roundup group had bound themselves together. It was also this red-haired youth who took the lead in attacking himself. If it wasn't for the fact that he had entered the unselectable state in time, I'm afraid that punch would have hit him. Yen Yang was the first to step forward and salute. Hello, my name is Yen Yang, a peak 3rd rank martial artist, from the Heavenly Wine 7th High. My talent is a SS ranked Inferno. Vocation, Blaster. Please advise me more. Wang Xiansan looked at the other party with some surprise. Generally speaking, people who don't know each other will not report their vocation and talent when sparring. Surprised, but he didn't think too much of it. My name is Cloud Wine, peak 2nd rank martial artist. Special candidate. Yen Yang suddenly interrupted with a voice. There's no need to say more. Let's just get started. After saying that, he ignited fire under his feet and directly rushed towards Wang Xianxian. This was the first time that Wang Xianxian had faced an alien-type martial artist. In order to prevent his opponent from flaming, he summoned his cold spirit sword and quickly attached a layer of ice armor to the surface of his body. This train of thought was something he had just learned from watching Linley's battle. In the gap between condensing out the ice armor, Yen Yang had already rushed to Wang Xianxian's face. His flying kick in the air viciously kicked the cold spirit sword. In the next instant, huge flames coalesced on the soles of his feet. Then like tongues of fire emitted from a flamethrower, they exploded toward Wang Xianxian. Facing the explosive flame's sudden face, Wang Xianxian immediately turned the cold spirit sword into spirit wine to wrap himself up. However, the flames were ultimately a step too fast. The ice armor was instantly melted, and without the protection of the ice armor, the blazing flames began to mercilessly destroy Wang Xianxian's skin. One photo passes, and Wang Xianxian directly falls into a disadvantage. Before he could stabilize his stance, Yen Yang in the air launched his waist and swept over with another flame whip leg. Having suffered a loss, Wang Xianxian no longer swung his sword to fend it off this time, but once again offered a wine sword, Ice Vein sword. He held the two swords, Ice Vein and Cold Spirit, in both hands before crossing them and colliding. Resonance. It was a technique he had stumbled upon for using the wine sword. It seemed that wine swords with the same attribute could resonate with each other and then enhance the power of the sword intent. The moment the two swords clashed, a large amount of frost spread out to the surroundings with the two swords as the center. The sudden drop in temperature reduced the power of the flames by a small amount, but it still wasn't enough to fend off the other side's offense. However, this time, Wang Xianxian, who had regrouped the ice armor on his body, raised his sword once again. Just at the moment when Yen Yang's right leg collided with the cold spirit sword, his right leg unexpectedly turned into flames and passed through the cold spirit sword. The moment it passed through the sword blade, the flames once again transformed into a right leg and kicked heavily into Wang Xianxian's left shoulder. Wang San forced himself to endure the pain in his shoulder and looked at the other party's calf in disbelief. What just happened? However, despite his inner shock, he still managed to distance himself from Yen Yang with the help of his opponent's attack. This time, Yen Yang did not choose to continue launching his attack. He looked at the shocked teenager and spoke silently. That's my gift, Inferno. Inferno allows my body to freely transform into fire. So many attacks with physical properties will be ineffective against me. Wang Xianxian, who got the answer, didn't get out of his state of surprise because he was now in shock as to why the other party would tell him about his ability. Seemingly guessing what the teenager was thinking, Yen Yang's face began to turn ugly as he began to yell. Asshole, who do you think you are? You're Cloud Wine. Don't you dare give me that look. He looked angrily at Wang Xianxian. Show the aura you should have. At that time the means you used when you were bound. Weren't they much superior to me? How can you be surprised by me? Hearing this, Wang Xianxian suddenly remembered something. The means by which the body elementalized to dodge physical attacks seemed very similar to the scenario in which one's own unselectable state was employed. Yin Yang had developed and utilized this technique to a great extent in combat, which was valuable to learn for reference. Thinking of this, he abandoned his original thought of fighting. That's the look. That's the look. Yin Yang gradually became excited as he spread his hands wide. Hundreds of fireballs the size of ping-pong balls coalesced behind him. Glow! As soon as the words fell, the fireball flew toward Wang Xianxian at extreme speed in an irregular trajectory of movement. Wang Xianxian similarly summoned several wine swords behind his back. 5 water-based wine swords and 5 ice-based wine swords. The sword intent resonated, and the field was first filled with a gust of mist, and then the cold air came, and countless ice crystal particles began to condense in the air. The moment the fireball rushed into the mist, it began to shrink in size. Seeing this, Yin Yang hastily maneuvered the fireballs to coalesce. Then he roared. Instant! In the next instant, Yin Yang's body appeared in the pile of fireballs. Similar to the puppeteer's switch, Wang Xianxian was violently alarmed. After switching positions, Yin Yang rushed at Wang Xianxian and swung his fist again. Powerful flames once again burst forth from the fist. However, this time, Wang Xianxian did not make any movements. He let out a deep breath and spoke softly. Easy. The massive flames quickly engulfed Wang Xianxian's original position. Upon seeing the attack hit Yin Yang, his expression suddenly became unusually excited. That's the trick. Finally used it. Come on. Heaven's pride. Suddenly, there was a pain in his shoulder. He jerked his head around to see that the teenager's leg had kicked him in the shoulder at some point. Yin Yang directly flamed his shoulder area, dissolving the ensuing damage. When he stabilized his stance, he deadpanned at the teenager holding the sword not far away. If you're not good at physical arts, cut me with your sword, asshole. Labor doesn't want you to water me down. Looking at the other party's cross-eyed look, Wang Xianxian suddenly fell silent. He seemed to understand something. Next time, I'll use a sword. The corners of Yin Yang's mouth rose as the flames on his body directly burst into flames, and the temperature around him began to rise dramatically. Please. 3 seconds later, Yin Yang's body was completely wrapped in flames. To be precise, it should be that his body had completely turned into flames. The fire continued to expand, and in the end, it formed a flaming giant that was 3 meters tall. This is my strongest state right now. Inferno. Come on. No need to show mercy. Feeling the blazing heat coming from the air, Wang Xianxian let out a deep breath. The firelight glistened in his eyes. His airborne flying swords surrounded him as he launched himself at his opponent. He wants to give this opponent the utmost respect. Full power. As he watched the teenager rush towards him at high speed, Yin Yang couldn't help but look up to the sky and laugh. Come on. When he finished, he raised his hand. The huge fire sword formed by the flames coalesced at his palm, then violently shot towards Wang Xianxian. The moment the fire sword was about to touch Wang Xianxian, the teenager's figure disappeared once again. Seeing this, Yin Yang immediately summoned a huge pillar of fire centered on his body. Half a second later, Wang Xianxian's figure reappeared in the ring. He stared intently at the huge pillar of fire rising before him. Now that he is in regular combat, the uncheckable state lasts only half a second. If he continued forward, in half a second he would appear in the opposing column of fire. Through the battle just now, he could clearly sense that his opponent's flaming would definitely consume a large amount of aura. Even if Yin Yang was a peak third-order powerhouse, he wouldn't be able to carry it for long. For Wang Xianxian, achieving victory would only take time, but he wasn't willing to. He felt Yin Yang's pride that was etched into his bones, and his obsession with fighting. He wanted to respond. Thinking of this, Wang Xianxian folded his hands. The 10 flying swords quickly merged and shot up into the sky. It then formed a huge ice sword in the air that was 7 meters long and nearly 2 meters wide. Fallen ice. Along with the teenager's shout, the wide ice sword fell from the sky and charged straight at the flame giant. Yin Yang looked up at the ice sword and let out a roar. Then his flaming body burst into flames and his size climbed again. 4 meters. 5 meters. Eventually his size came to a terrifying 6 meters. Inferno raised his arms high and directly carried the falling ice sword. Zip! A large amount of steam erupted the moment the hand of flame made contact with the giant sword of ice. The entire venue echoed with the nuisance sound of flames scorching ice. Yin Yang gritted his teeth and frantically squeezed his remaining spiritual energy, desperately carrying the ice sword. Seeing his flaming body shrinking, Yin Yang shouted angrily, his right hand spewing out giant flames, directly changing the falling trajectory of the ice sword. Boom! the ice sword smashed into the ring, causing the hard ring floor to crack continuously. At the same time, a large amount of frosty chi, wrapped in a large amount of water vapor, spread throughout the ring. Wang Xianxian, who was in the middle of the steam, was immediately alert after losing his vision. The ice swords reshaped into 10 wine swords and flew back to Wang Xianxian's side, and spun around wildly to mount a defense. Just then, Yen Yang rushed away from the steam. The flaming body directly crossed over the defense formed by the wine sword and swung his fist to smash Wang Xian's body. Facing the attack, Wang Xianxian directly entered the unselectable state. Half a second later, he chopped at Yen Yang with the cold spirit sword in his hand. Yen Yang similarly turned on his flammerization and dodged the chopping attack. Just then, Yen Yang looked at the teenager who was only half a step away from him and smiled. Cloud Wine, this state of yours will consume a lot of your mental and physical strength, right? You shouldn't be able to cast continuously for 3 seconds. As he spoke, the temperature around his body began to rise extremely rapidly. Finally, he looked at Wang Xianxian's somewhat tender face and smiled slightly. This is my last move, Inferno Blast. Tuoba Xian stared deathly at the ring, not daring to slack off in the slightest. He wasn't sure if the two men's safety devices were still functioning properly, so all he could do was give them his full attention, always ready to step in and save the day. The center of the steamy ring suddenly flashed brightly. It looks like this, the sun rising in steam. In the next instant, a huge explosion sounded. Immediately after that, the terrifying shockwave directly blew away the steam, spreading wildly outside the ring. The crowd looked at the center of the ring in shock. When the dust settled, it reappeared as a huge block of ice. Inside the ice, Yen Yang, whose body was covered in ice shavings, looked at the cloud wine in front of him with shivering lips. He pulled up the corners of his mouth with difficulty. You win. Looking at the persistent Yen Yang, Wang Xianxian gently spoke. Thank you. Upon hearing this, a nameless fire once again rose in Yen Yang's heart. He grabbed Wang Xian's collar with a trembling hand. What are you thanking me for? You're not allowed to thank me. You're Cloud Wine. You're a peerless heavenly pride that is hard to come by in 1,000 years. A genius. Should be more cocky. Didn't you make a big deal about destroying the Sword Emperor? Take out your momentum. You're the winner, and there's no reason for a winner to thank a loser. If the winner thanks the loser, it must be pity, and I don't need pity. Wang Xianxian looked at the enraged Yen Yang and for a moment didn't know what he should say. After holding his tongue for a long time, he couldn't help but speak. Sorry. These words instantly made Yen Yang break his defenses, and he grabbed Wang Xianxian's collar with both hands. Asshole, did you do that on purpose? Hug. Wang Xianxian immediately changed his words. No, I am apologizing to me for saying sorry to you. No need, Yen Yang gasped. I don't need to apologize. Cloud Wine, don't think you can beat me for life just because you beat me twice. One day, I will defeat you. One day you will praise me for my victories. At that point, you'll be proud to tell your friends that you beat me once. After saying that, he let go of Wang Xianxian's collar. My name is Yin Yang, the Yen of hot fire, the Yang of proud sun. Patting the ice flakes on himself, he looked at the sword in Wang Xianxian's hand and fell into silence. A moment later, he spoke with a light laugh. I will watch you crush the Sword Emperor with my own eyes. You fucked us over all by yourself, and now us high schoolers are kind of embarrassed now. If you can fuck over the Sword Emperor, I think we can also pick up some face. It's okay if you can't beat them, don't lose too badly or lose face. Wang Xianxian nodded his head gently after hearing this. Then he extended his hand to Yen Yang. Yen Yang did not refuse as he lent the other party's hand to get back on his feet. Tuoba Xian quickly came to the two men's side and announced the result directly after making sure that both of them were unharmed. The winner clouds the wine. After announcing the results, Tuoba Xian input some aura for Yen Yang. You are the first 10 candidates to enter the examination center and have a chance to resurrect. Go down and recover and prepare for the next round. Yen Yang, who had slightly regained his strength, nodded and did not speak. Wang Xianxian went straight back to the preparation area and began to digest his feelings from this battle. Because the venue was affected by the battle between the two of them, a number of sparring matches were forced to be interrupted. So there are still a lot of people competing on stage right now. Lin had been lucky this time, encountering a regular melee class martial artist. Through his thunder and lightning supernatural ability, as well as his extremely fast speed, he easily suppressed his opponent. It was just that Lin seemed to be wary of his opponent having any sort of undercard, and didn't rashly deal a fatal blow. After all, by this point in time, stability is paramount. Many martial artists were crazy, but they weren't stupid, and they would still be stable when they should be. Only a few very extreme people go berserk into retardation. Looking over to Du Yin's side, she still had bad luck this round. The opponent's specific vocation and talent was unknown, but judging from the form of combat, It should be a martial artist who went for the mechanical stream. Looking at the pistol and submachine gun in the man's hand, odds are he's an armorer. These types of martial artists are the favorites of the military. It was logical that as soon as the talent reached the S level it would be intercepted by the military in advance like his junior high school friends Liu and Zhao Hu. I don't know why it's here. Mechanical stream martial artists were very strong in the early stages. And it was the kind of strong that was ridiculously strong. This was because martial artists didn't have much defense against bullets before they reached the profound star realm. Therefore, martial artists of the mechanical stream were often able to hang on to the same level of conventional class martial artists in the early stages. It can even leapfrog talent to beat an opponent. However, they are not invincible. If one were to encounter Yin Yang, a martial artist like Lin Li would have an exceptionally difficult time. The further this type of martial artist went, the weaker they became in single combat. After all, in the later stages, a martial artist's physical strength would reach unimaginable levels. Although they are equally capable of crafting lethal bullets, they will be too consumed to kill the enemy and will be easily exhausted. The place where they shine is the military. In the face of high-level alien beasts of enormous size, all kinds of conceptual weapons, what with plasma electromagnetic cannons, dark matter bombs and the like, could kill a large swath of them by throwing them into the beast tide with their eyes closed. It's worth noting that there's also a popular genre within the mechanical stream of martial artists, also known as a man's dream, mecha streams. Far from it. Wang Xianxian shook himself off and began to concentrate on watching the battle. Half an hour later, the second round of fighting was all over. As of now, there are 26 people who have not been eliminated. Because Yin Yang used his resurrection count, he was not eliminated. Tuoba Xin looked at the remaining 26 candidates and nodded in satisfaction. Take a half-hour break and we'll start the ring capture battle right away. The battle to capture the ring is simple. You have 10 stone pillars in front of you that represent the names. Those who feel they have relative strength, feel free to go up. When you go up, the people below you can challenge you for a place, but each person only gets 2 chances to challenge, and the person guarding the ring can likewise only be challenged twice. After saying the rules, the faces of the candidates below all began to become grave. After 2 rounds of fighting, everyone had a lot of exertion. Whether you're attacking or defending the ring, the difficulty skyrockets upwards. In addition to, the crowd couldn't help but put their eyes on Cloud Wine, who was on the side. Wang Xianxian exerted a slight force on his toes and directly leaped onto the stone pillar that symbolized first place. Seeing this scene, the many candidates immediately placed their eyes on the remaining stone pillars. Kidding aside, to challenge Cloud Wine in his current state would be too good for his ranking. When the time comes, you can't win and your stamina will be further depleted. This will only increase the difficulty of your challenge. All the candidates unanimously gave up on the idea of challenging Cloud Wine. Wang Xianxian seemed to have guessed this result as well, and directly sat down on the stone pillar to continue suppressing his strength. His realm was already on the verge of breaking through, but it wasn't the best time to break through. As for the attacking battle below, it was no longer his concern. 5 minutes later, Lin Li and Duyin leapt onto the second and third ranked stone pillars at the same time as if they had discussed it. This caused some of the people whose abilities had been restrained by Lin Li, Duyin, to breathe a sigh of immediate relief. Then they quickly jumped onto the stone pillars of their own will. Zhang Wen and Taijin jumped onto the 6th and 7th stone pillars. Surprisingly to Wang Xianxian, the second person to enter the examination room, Zhao Maniac, did not choose to jump onto the stone pillar. He hid behind the crowd like an eating spectator. Yin Yang similarly did not move. The battle just now had consumed too much and he was still recovering his aura. After all of the stone pillars were occupied, the people below began to attack the ring as well. Time flew by and 3 hours passed quickly. During this process, both Lin Li and Duyin were challenged once. Because of the ease the two showed in battle, the others below gave up on the idea of challenging them again. Zhang Wen was challenged down once, but quickly snatched his place back. Taishan fell back on his name and managed to defend the ring twice. Tucked away in the back of the crowd, Madman Show made a decisive move late in the match. Yin Yang, who had recovered some of his strength, similarly seized the opportunity to complete the attack before the attack battle was about to end. The final rankings have also been finalized. First place, Cloud Wine. Second place, Lin Li. Third place, Duyin. Fourth place, Zhao Berserkers. Fifth place, Chu Xing. Sixth place, Zhang Wen. Seventh, Taijin. Eighth place, Mo Lingyun. Ninth, Ren Xin. 10th place, Yin Yang. After the countdown ended, Tuoba Xin looked at the 10 people on the stone pillars and spoke in a loud voice. The ring tournament ends here. The 12,015th martial arts examination. The top 10 in Tianzhou City have now been decided. You will be granted a spot to challenge the Imperial Palace. Now stabilize your minds and prepare to receive the teleportation. As soon as the words fell, The 10 stone pillars began to bloom with a strange purple light. Silver-colored runes began to light up on the surface of the stone pillar. Tuoba Xin smiled as he looked at the 10 people who were about to be teleported away. This teleportation array will take you to the Imperial Palace, where someone will be in charge of organizing the third stage of the exam. May my heavenly wine scholar, with his martial arts fortune, win the top spot. The first 10 candidates saluted in unison. In the next instant, all of their figures disappeared. At the same time, the outside world's attention to the college entrance examination has reached an unprecedented level. Has it finally begun? Stage 3. Let's see the charm of the geniuses of the 3,000 heavenly cities. But there's one thing to be said for this high school entrance exam. This whole thing is like a city qualifying battle. It's very similar indeed. The city qualifying battle is also a duel between the geniuses of the 3,000 cities. I'm afraid that this time, the Imperial Capital and the Magic Capital's limelight will be stolen. Isn't that so? The other heavenly wine city has a great cloud wine genius who can defeat the Sword Emperor. Ha ha, it's just arrogance, not knowing what a great emperor is. No matter what, Heavenly Wine City is also one of the 7 greats of China, and the quality of their geniuses far exceeds that of other cities, and is not that far off from the quality of the Imperial Capital, the Magic Capital. In the first place, arrogant brats will pay for their recklessness in the end. Imperial Capital, the capital of China. In the sky above the Imperial Capital, there was a glorious palace suspended. This palace is known as the Jewel of China, and it symbolizes the unparalleled power of China, symbolizing the supremacy of the Chinese celestial dynasty, and even more so, the supreme honor of the martial artist. It is the place that all martial artists in China dream of belonging to. Imperial Palace, a supreme building dedicated to the pinnacle of martial arts, the Emperor Realm powerhouses. In the heavenly dynasty of Huaxia, there are 3 emperors and 66 emperors. Among them, 36 human race great emperors and 30 demon race great emperors. The number of great emperors in a country suppresses the world. The name of the dynasty is known globally. The name of Huaxia is respected and feared by no one. This is a heavenly dynasty, the heavenly dynasty of China. After driving the intense dizziness from his brain, Wang Xianxian reopened his eyes. What came into view was, as it were, a divine wonderland. Surrounded by clouds and mist, the golden palace was high at the peak, as if it was in the middle of a poem or painting. Jade buildings, beautiful, cloudy, like a dream, as if between heaven and earth, mesmerizing. Several white jade steps 9,000 meters wide, like white dragons, led to the gate of the Imperial Palace. A large number of candidates appeared on the wide steps. There were also many guards in golden battle armor on the steps maintaining order. All candidates, please enter the hall in an orderly fashion. The red-robed and gold-armored guard shouted. Steps. Wang Xianxian looked up at the golden giant hall high in the sky with a fiery gaze. This is the Imperial Palace. Linley, who was next to him, also involuntarily gulped. I've only seen it on TV before. I didn't realize it would be so impactful when it was actually here. Doing lightly laughed and snickered. What? Didn't you still want to defeat the resignation wine ancestor? Are you afraid now? At those words, Linley jumped up and down in anger. Who's afraid? I dared to pull out the beard of the old ancestor. What's there to be afraid of in a mere projection? Seemingly feeling that he hadn't earned back his face, Linley continued with a light grunt. Just you wait. I have all the knowledge I can about my old ancestor's weaknesses when he was at the blood refining realm. Today is the day I, Linley, will be crowned a god in the Lin clan. Dewing glanced at him, bragging. Linley smiled evilly. Little girl, from today onwards, you won't be able to compare yourself to me. Ha 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 ha, ah ha 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 ha. Linley laughed up into the sky and flung himself forward with a 6-parent pace. Heaven did not give birth to me, Linley, and the martial arts path is as long as the night. Old ancestor, I'm coming to beat you on the horse. Aha! Suddenly, the guard in gold armor warmly prompted. Young man, you're in the top 10 in the city, and the footage right now is going to be broadcast live on your city's TV station the whole time. At those words, Linley's pupils shook furiously, and his entire body was instantly petrified. Next to him, Deween jumped straight up in excitement, then ran to Linley and made the expression of a pink little beaver. Ray, it pains me to see you get killed by your uncle when the time comes. What should we do about Budo? It's going to be a long night. Ha ha ha. In the face of Du Yin's gloating, Linley had tears in the corners of his eyes and his heart was as if he was dead. Seeing this, Wang Xianxian was somewhat unable to bear it, then walked over to Linley and silently patted his shoulder, comforting him. Don't be too scared. Odds are it's undefeatable. Listening to it, the tears in the corners of Linley's eyes finally fell. After the small interlude, Wang Xianxian assisted the weak-legged Linley as he slowly stepped onto the steps. The steps under his feet totaled 999 steps. Fortunately, This group of martial artists was gifted with enough endurance. In less than 2 hours, all 30,000 candidates made it to the top. After climbing to the top, what met his eyes was a huge square made of jade paving. Above the square, a 9-tiered pagoda was suspended. Imperial artifact, 9 Heavens Tower. Listening to the sound in his ears, Wang Xianxian twisted his head in surprise to look at the restored Linli. How are you? Linli drew out his hand, which was being held by Wang Xianxian, and spoke in a high and cold voice. Life is all about death, early or late. I, Linli, have long known where I belong, so why should I fear life and death? Du Yin, who was on the side, hurriedly came over to make up for it. It's not scary to die. It's scary to be beaten half to death. Life and death can certainly be looked down upon, but if you're beaten half to death, you probably won't be able to get past that hurdle. Don't forget, your father beat you. That's all with moves drunken dream fist I drop a good boy. The silver-haired girl's soft voice was like snow in July, causing one's originally blazing heart to cool down abruptly. The corners of Linli's mouth twitched furiously. Du Yin, if you're unkind, then don't blame me for being unrighteous. Someone peed their pants in public. 68 stances of soft fist, held guillotine, ka chow. Wang Xianxian carried the peacefully sleeping Linli on his back. Looking at the bouncing silver-haired girl in front of him, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Why would a little girl unlock such an atrocious lock technique? 10 minutes later, several people followed the guide to the location around the giant tower that belonged to the Heavenly Wine Market. Tianzhou City belonged to the 7 greatest cities of China, the 7 cities with the strongest overall strength in China. So it's in an area that's pretty far forward. A white-haired old man in a purple robe couldn't help but shake his head when he saw Linli, who was being carried by Wang Xianxian. The young people nowadays are really too unlikable. Just a mere 10,000 steps and they're exhausted, he said with a big wave of his hand. Then, the 30,000 candidates beside the Tower of Heaven almost simultaneously felt a warm power moisturizing their bodies that had labored for days. Such a wide range of group recovery skills. Is this the 3rd stage of the Invigilator? It's outrageous. In just a few seconds, I'm back to my peak condition. Imperial Palace Examiner. Terrifying as hell. Seeing that all the candidates had recovered, the purple-robed old man utilized his spiritual power and spoke. Greetings to all the candidates from all over the country. My name is Duan Muqian, and I'm the chief examiner of the Imperial Palace subjects. Welcome everyone to the Imperial Palace. I'll explain the rules of challenging the Imperial Palace. The tower in front of you all is called the 9 Heavens Passage Tower, and there are 9 floors to the tower, with each floor having a corresponding level, a foreign beast, a martial arts puppet, or some special challenge. To be qualified to challenge an emperor, one must ascend to the 9th floor. A warm reminder, according to our prediction, less than 100 people will reach the 9th floor by the end. These words directly caused an uproar among the candidates below. 30,000 candidates and less than 100 advance in the end? What kind of devil's elimination rate is this? I'm the top scholar of Skydance City. What is there to fear? Oh, pretending to be gross. Who isn't a city scholar already? What's wrong with the city scholar? 3,000 city scholars here. It looks like you. What do you mean? I don't mean anything. I'm the scholar of Heavenly Flame City. I'm just curious as to when a 5th-tier city like Skydance dared to be so wild. Your house Skyfire is only a 5th-tier city. We Skydance are 3rd tier. Asshole. It doesn't matter to me. We're 2nd string. Stop arguing. Are you guys ashamed of yourselves or not? If you have this kind of talk you might as well save your energy for rushing the tower. Looking at the clamoring crowd below, Duan Muqian smiled gently. The purpose of that statement just now had been accomplished, and the group of geniuses below would be successfully stimulated. Hopefully, the first high school reform will work out better. Why don't we save some more time for these geniuses to argue? With that thought in mind, he continued to shout, rest in place, and in 5 minutes, prepare to enter the tower. The old man gave a bad smile without a trace, and just as he was about to step down from the stage, his gaze was once again drawn to Linli on Wang Xianxian's back. Young people nowadays sleep so well. Ugh. After hearing the rules, Wang Xianxian bent down and placed Linli on the ground and shouted helplessly, Linli, wake up! Wake up! The exam is about to start. Perhaps because his body had just been healed by the old man, Linli slowly opened his eyes after hearing the shout. This is, for me. Wang Xianxian was relieved to see this. I thought you wouldn't wake up. Are you alright now? Linli shook his somewhat confused brain and waved his hand. I'm fine. Don't worry. It's an old habit of mine. Old problem? Wang Xianxian was a bit confused. You don't remember what just happened? Of course I don't remember, Linli said with a straight face. Seeing Wang Xianxian's confused expression, Linli continued to explain. I've been falling asleep like this a lot since I was 10 years old. and I'm not sure exactly what's going on. My family checked me out physically too, but they just told me to be less bitchy and I'd be fine. Hearing Linley's explanation, Wang Xianxian fell silent, and he couldn't help but look at the expressionless Duyin beside him. After a moment of silence, Wang Xianxian looked at Linley with a complicated expression. It's hard to imagine how you grew up alive. This time it was Linley's turn to be confused. What do you mean? I'm really not that sick. No side effects except I'll suddenly fall asleep. The corners of Wang Xian's mouth twitched. Whenever you had an attack, were you surrounded by Duyin? How did you know? Linley couldn't believe it. Your talent can still see? I told you that dead girl Duyin and I have opposites in our birth dates. She must be the trigger for my strange illness. It seems that I have to stay away from her later. Brother Cloud Wine, can I be cured of this disease? Looking at Linley's expectant expression, Wang Xianxian couldn't bear to tell him the truth. It can be cured. Just be less bitchy. How come you're exactly the same as what my family said? Linley's brows furrowed. Brother, do you know how to see a doctor or not? You're not bluffing me, are you? Wang Xianxian patted Linley's shoulder and said in a serious tone, listen to me. I'll make sure you get your medicine. Linley rubbed the back of his head. Suspicious. Actually, I have another symptom, which is that every time I wake up from a nap, my brain broad hurts. Wang Xianxian swept a glance at Duyin and looked at Linley in pity. Can't it not hurt? By that kind of guillotine, even a copper head must be dented, right? Don't think too much. Listen to me right. You just fell asleep and I'll give you the rules. Linley scratched his head in embarrassment. Brother Yun, you're still weirdly good. 5 minutes later, Duan Muqian levitated into the air once again. Attention all candidates. The entrance to the tower will now begin. As soon as the words fell, the crowd below began to riot. Linley patted Wang Xianxian's shoulder. Brother, I'll see you on the 9th floor. Duyin also whispered in Wang Xian's ear, beware of illusion-type attacks. After saying that, the two took the lead and rushed into the pagoda. Wang Xianxian was about to go forward, but he was once again called out. Turning his head, he saw that it was actually Yin Yang, Zhang Wen, and Taizhen. Looking at the teenager with a puzzled expression, Zhang Wen smiled and spoke. Cheer up. The corner of Wang Xian's mouth rose slightly. You guys too. With that, several people rushed in at the same time. Special invigilation rooms. Duan Muqian's figure flashed directly into the invigilation room. Densely packed screens covered the entire room, and these screens were synchronizing the monitoring of the 30,000 candidates. Elder Duanmu, a staff member bent down and saluted when he saw Duan Muqian. Duan Muqian waved his hand. Is everything normal? All normal, the staff member affirmed. Those candidates are all the top 10 in each city, and the first 2 levels of the Heavenly Tower's trial shouldn't eliminate them. Duan Muqian nodded. The first 2 floors of the Tower of Heaven were just regular trials, and wouldn't cause too much trouble for those exceptionally talented candidates. Focus on Wang Beichen from Heavenly Sword City and Cloud Wine from Heavenly Wine City. After receiving Duan Muqian's order, the staff replied in a hurry. I'll pull up a live feed of the 2 of them. Inside the Tower of Heaven, when Wang Xianxian reopened his eyes, he realized that he had already arrived inside the tower. Suddenly, Wang Xianxian felt that a mysterious force was peering into his body. At this moment, Wang Xianxian's cold snort suddenly resounded in his mind from Yun Boing. Then, the mysterious force seemed to retreat quickly as if it had met a natural enemy. Wang Xianxian couldn't help but be surprised. Cloud calling. You're awake? And this time, the cloud calling didn't show up. Its voice appeared directly in Wang Xianxian's mind. Be careful. The spirit of this magic treasure is trying to peer into your body. Wang Xianxian gently nodded his head, then communicated with his mind. Can't you get out now? This place is different from before. A mysterious existence is directly monitoring this place through the artifact spirit itself. Cloud Calling's voice was a bit grave. So do you need to go back to sleep? No need. Now get ready for the test. Good. Looking at the ancient stone door in front of him, Wang Xianxian let out a deep breath before pushing it open. Come on. Boom. As the stone door closed, before his eyes, bright light appeared. This light came from a lamp on the wall of the room, and the fire within this lamp fluttered and illuminated the wall in red. It's a huge room with an ancient architectural style. Candidate Cloud Wine, welcome to the 9 Heavens Tower, the first floor. With a mysterious sound, the circular floor in the center of the room suddenly split. Then, a bronze-colored martial arts puppet appeared in front of Wang Xianxian. The first level of the test content. Defeat the room. Peak Bone Forging Realm Martial Arts Puppet. Peak Bone Forging Realm? Wang Xianxian was a little slightly surprised. Is there such strength at the first level? Viewers who were watching the live stream were even more outraged. Tilapia, coming up as a Peak Bone Forging Realm martial puppet? Sponge Daddy, that's too hard. How many students can't beat a martial arts puppet of the same rank? Pi Moncler Outlet Store, I think it's pretty reasonable. And let's not forget who all these people are. That's all top 10 in their own city. Mulberry, indeed. A genius of this level. Challenging an ordinary person over the level is as simple as drinking water. And a mere martial arts puppet is not considered a difficult problem. Storming Starfish, the realms of these geniuses have basically all reached the late bone forging realm. And there are not a few who have reached the peak. So looking at it like this, it really isn't that difficult. Okra me, what about the special candidates? The realms of that group of special candidates are basically all in the blood refining realm, right? Seaweed is not delicious, I guess it's enough to hang in the balance. Martial arts puppets are in a sense harder to deal with than martial artists. They can't expose too many of their weaknesses, and if they get into a war of attrition, it'll be difficult for that group of special examiners who are only at the blood refining realm. King of Gotham, ha 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 ha. I'm off to watch Cloud Wine on the official Skywine City livestream to see how he gets his ass kicked by the martial arts golem. Amusement park hitman, take me one. Prophet, no need to look upstairs. Just now, Cloud Wine has reached the second level. King of Gotham, there's a limit to joking around. Oh, look at your LP positioning. So you're the Joker of Heavenly Wine City. No wonder you're talking like this. So you're just defending your Cloudfather. Prophet at King of Gotham. Comrade, you dropped your ID. King of Poker AJPG. Witch of Heavenly Wine at King of Gotham. Comrade, you dropped your ID copy too. Poker King JPG. Heifer Spiral Ascension. Nima. Cloud Wine is really on the second floor. Where's Nima's puppet? Stones can't talk. Crap. What just happened? Family Father Cloud Wine, you don't have to look. Just now, my Cloud Father directly used 20 flying swords to spike the puppet. Family Daddy Cloud Wine, ugh. Family Daddy is just too high profile. At King of Gotham, Black Man Talk. Home Dad Cloudy Wine at King of Gotham. Joker, where's your nigga call? Grass nigga, come out and line up against me. Family Dad Cloud Wine at King of Gotham. You're the king of digital babies. You're the craziest in Gotham City. You stand guard in front of McDonald's. You're the busiest in the circus. You're hiding in the wild grass box. And you're the king of the sizes in the poker game. Family Dad Cloud Wine, Grass Nima. Come out and line up with Dad. Day your mom. You guys have been shading Cloud Wine since half a month ago. And incidentally shading Sky Wine City. Aren't your mouths quite bitchy? Doggone it. Come out and line up with Dad. At King of Gotham. Light of Heavenly Wine, upstairs did a good job. It's this group of dogs. Spraying people along with our whole city. We Tingio people eat your rice. Netstorm us for half a month. Indeed over. From the Cloud Wine said to crush the Sword Emperor. The online wind has changed. You spray Cloud Wine arrogance, that is your freedom. As for the whole Sky Wine City to spray? Night Skystar, holding back for over half a month. I finally raised my eyebrows today. King of Gotham, scream, 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 scream. What's the point of diverting your attention? Your father Yun Wine said to crush the Wine Emperor and kill a puppet. Those who don't know think that your father hanged the Sword Emperor. King of Gotham, a bunch of big duchess from the city of Heavenly Wine. Calling Naya 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 Naya? A little bit of a tailwind and you're here. That's what unseen bitches are like. Family Father Cloud Wine, CULP address. Tianjin City people is it? What? So willing to give Wang as a dog? King of Gotham, be a niggas dog. A pariah. And labor is the king's. King of Gotham, the ungrateful bitch dog dared to threaten to take down my family's oldest ancestor. And for such a cocky douchebag to have people to hold up his stinking feet. You guys in Skywine City deserve to be called out on it as well. King of Gotham, back in the day, without my granddaddy saving the day, would there have been a chance for you guys to sit here and bang on your keyboards? What are you screaming about? Taro, open mouth pariah, close mouth pariah. You wands are amazing. We honor the Emperor of Swords, not a cerebral palsy like you. Phoenix, he, Cloud Wine, is no more than an X-level talent. What are you, calling him a bitcha dog? Thunder Dharma King, it's only a matter of saying grapes are sour when you can't eat them. It's not like he has this kind of heavenly pride in the Wine Clan. King of Gotham, my Wine Clan doesn't have this kind of heavenly pride? Oh, go to the Heavenly Sword City livestream and open your doggy eyes to see our Wang's heavenly pride, and see what a true heavenly pride is. Guys, sorry for the late return from overtime. 4 shifts to make up for today. Sorry. Looking at the martial puppet that appeared in the center of the room, Wang Beichen smiled contemptuously. With a wave of his right hand, the space behind him began to ripple, and a flying sword peeked out from the spatial ripples. Then, hundreds of flying swords shot out violently at the martial puppet. For a moment, the room resounded with the sound of fierce metal clashing. The shell is quite hard. Wang Beichen spoke disdainfully. But if it's hard, it's just a pile of broken copper and iron. As soon as the words fell, hundreds of flying swords began to rotate at high speed around the martial puppet. The dragon scroll formed by the flying swords bound the martial puppet in place. As Wang Beichen's right hand tightened its grip, the sound of metal clashing in the dragon scroll of the sword blade intensified. Eventually, it was accompanied by a loud explosion. A great curtain of light appeared in the room. Looking at the broken parts on the ground, Wang Beichen thought of the scene when Yun Wine killed the martial puppet in seconds. Cloud Wine, now that my talent is also at the X rank, from now on, I will be a nightmare that you will not be able to surpass in your lifetime. With an evil smile, Wang Beichen walked towards the entrance of the next floor without looking back. Wang Beichen's magnificent battle had caused a huge uproar in the outside world. 10 seconds. This candidate actually took only 10 seconds to finish off the peak bone forging martial Dao puppet. The martial puppet didn't even have a chance to resist. The time it took to kill the puppet was second only to Cloud Wine's 3 seconds. Who the hell is this? Wang Beichen, Wang Clan's contemporary heavenly pride, only 13 years old. 13. Special proctoring room. The staff looked at the two candidates on the big screen and couldn't hide their inner shock. Are these two really human? Cloud Wine aside, when did Wang Beichen of the Wan clan have such strength? Duan Muqian stared at Wang Beichen in the screen, his heart equally unsettled. Wang really can't wait for the Battle of Qi to begin. The various great emperor clans knew more about the inner workings of the situation, and they were likewise paying close attention to Yun Wine and Wang Beichen. Unsurprisingly, Wang really won't let go of this opportunity to harvest Qi. Wang Beichen's strength has skyrocketed, and I'm afraid that his talent has been blessed with Qi. The result of this college entrance exam is directly related to Wang's emergence. If Wang Beichen has truly obtained the enhancement of Wang's Qi, then he should be the son of prophecy. Son of prophecy, Lin's ancestral home. Today's conference room was unusually quiet, and the crowd was concentrating on the live feed of Yun Wine and Wang Beichen. The Lin clan's second elder looked at the resigned Wine emperor behind him who was resting with his eyes closed and couldn't help but open his mouth to ask, "Old ancestor, with the strength that Wang Beichen has just displayed, has he already obtained the Wang clan's Qi enhancement?" The great emperor of resignation Wine opened his eyes slightly. It doesn't matter. The second elder was confused by this answer as he continued to ask. In the early years, there were rumors amongst the imperial clan that the nine-sword bearer was suspected to have been born in the Wang clan. Whether or not Wang Beichen has obtained the Wang clan's Qi enhancement is directly related to whether or not he is the legendary son of prophecy. If it's really certain that it's him, then I, Lin, must make a statement to Wang. Speaking of this, the second elder seemed to realize something extremely absurd. Could it be that cloudy wine is really? But how is this possible? Their Wang clan Taishang Grand Elder was heavily injured by the heavenly Dao in the first place for forcibly peering into the heavenly chance. How could Wang even get an existence like the son of prophecy Ron? The great emperor of resignation Wine looked at the second elder and laughed. Some things look uninteresting when you know them too early. Everyone in this age will witness a dog and pony show of unparalleled splendor. The second elder looked at his own Riddler ancestor speechlessly. Old ancestor, watch less of those dramas. You're affecting your majesty by watching too much. The resignation Wine emperor said with full concern. The majesty that's for pretending to be for outsiders. I want a shitload of majesty in my own house. Ancestors and elders are a haven for children, not a towering idol. Don't neglect kinship because of so-called majesty. Status. Kinship will always be the primal, core, foundational, and most powerful presence of the family. No matter how powerful a family is, when they stop valuing kinship, they have no business calling it a family anymore. What is a clan without a family? I am your elder, nothing more than a senior. How you treat your elders is how you should treat me. You can talk, you can act, you can let go. The many elders listened attentively. Suddenly, the emperor of resignation and Wine stopped his educational lesson. For example, that Linley kid, although that kid is a bit mixed up, he's still cute. When he comes back, a little beating, just mean it, don't go too far. Lin, how that kid hit his son no light or heavy. How can you hit a child with a wolf toothstick? What if you break it? Let him replace it with a purple thunder vine. The elders looked at their own ancestors speechlessly. Ancestor, you didn't intend to let that kid go either. Wang's ancestral home. The supreme elder looked at Wang Beichen's performance with satisfaction. Worthy of being my Wang's unicorn son. The 10th elder similarly nodded his head in praise. To have made such progress in just 20 days. There is indeed something unique about Beichen's talent. After praising, the supreme elder said with some concern. Even though North Star's strength has already gained a substantial increase, there is still some uneasiness in this heart of mine. Patriarch Wang Lord instantly guessed the old ancestor's point of concern, and he hastily opened his mouth. Don't worry, elder, the core of this battle of Qi is in the people. Previously, Beichen's talent was not enough to compete with Cloud Wine, and that's why he was allowed to take the lead. Now that North Star's talent quality has reached the X grade, his strength has arrived at the bone-forging realm again. With Bachan around, our Wang clan is equivalent to having 3 swords that can minimize the impact of the cloud wine on our chi. Oh, the Supreme Elder was a bit curious. What are the 3 swords? The King Lord smiled proudly. The first sword is age. Bachan is 13 this year while cloud wine is 15. The second sword is cultivation. Bachan is now at the bone-forging realm. And although cloud wine doesn't have detailed information, his cultivation is definitely unlikely to break through the bone-forging realm. Bachan only broke through the bone-forging realm in the middle stage of blood refining plus the Elder's means, and Yunwine's strength during the midterm exams was only in the early stage of blood refining, so it's impossible for him to arrive at the bone-forging realm within 20 days. The Great Emperor's projection will synchronize the cultivation of the challenger, and the difference in cultivation leads to different strengths of the projections for the 2 challenges. The third sword is power. North Star is a descendant of the Sword Emperor and it is reasonable for him to wish to defeat his ancestor, whereas Cloud Wine is an outsider and is arrogant to the extreme, destined to not be recognized by the public. With these 3 swords down, Cloud Wine is destined to be unable to shake the root of my Wang clan's chi, as long as Bachan's performance isn't too inferior. Even if Cloud Wine luckily wins over old ancestor projection, it won't cause too much harm to my Wang clan's chi, much less shake Bachan's position. In the eyes of the crowd, Bachan is young and in a higher realm. Even if he loses to the old ancestor, no one will think he's not as good as Cloud Wine. Even more, everyone will recognize the North Star's natural talent. At that time, the so-called Cloud Wine threat theory will only be reduced to a laughingstock. Hearing the words of King Lord, the 10th Elder's brows furrowed. But how can you control the direction of public opinion thinking? The corner of Wang Lord's mouth gently rose. Please rest assured, Elder. I made sufficient preparations half a month ago. The Elders have been closed for a long time, so they probably don't know much about today's network. The so-called internet opinion can be manipulated, and the manipulator, named the Water Army. In any case, Cloud Wine and North Star have a 2-year age gap, which can make us invincible. If Cloud Wine loses, or performs less well than Bachan, we can even decimate his chi in turn. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Elder nodded in satisfaction. King Lord, as a clan leader, you have done a good job. I'm relieved that the family has you as pillars. Just as Wang was gloating about his invincibility, but all of them ignored one premise. That is, when the enemy's combat performance is magnificent to the extreme, any strategy will fail. Congratulations, you have killed the peak 3rd order foreign beast Dark Demon Rhinoceros. The second level challenge is successful. Looking at the huge rhinoceros that collapsed on the ground, lifeless, Wang Xianxian moved with his mind and recalled several flying swords inside the rhinoceros, and then walked slowly towards the entrance of the 3rd floor. Special invigilation rooms. Duan Muchen looked at Wang Xianxian's back and couldn't help but nod in admiration. Although the Shadow Rhino is no different from a living target in front of him, the defense of the Dark Knight Rhino isn't something that can be broken casually. To kill a Shadow Rhinoceros within 3 breaths with only the peak of the blood refining realm, such talent is truly terrifying. A staff member on the sidelines looked at another screen and similarly exclaimed, Wang Bachan over here isn't bad either. 10 breaths to kill the Dark Knight Rhinoceros. The key is that he's only 13 years old. Duan Muqian looked at the screen, the faces of the 2 teenagers, and a look of astonishment and envy passed through his eyes. Wang Bachan and Yun Wine are both sword cultivators, and the routes they cultivate are both royal sword streams. With what I've observed so far, Cloud Wine's sword wins in quality, while Wang Bachan wins in quantity. The arrival of a big era always brings a large number of geniuses, and the SSS level talent that was rare in the previous decade has reached 20 in these years alone. The heavenly sect is in turmoil, the great Tao is dimmed, and the proud sons are competing. This is the fortune of the times and the tragedy of the times. The staff member next to him was puzzled. With the 2 of them around, this class is destined to be overshadowed. Suddenly, Duan Muqian let out a long sigh, then said meaningfully, in the sky, after all, there is only one sun, and we will witness the rising of the sun and the falling of the new star. Who is the sun and who is the star? Life is so full of unknowns. That's what life, living is all about. Every second we spend now is history. 9 Heavens Tower, 3rd floor, the first level of the test content. Defeat the room, 2 peak bone forging realm foreign beasts. Looking at the 2 wolf-like beasts that appeared in front of him, Wang Xianxian rarely revealed a few shades of gravity. Symbiotic Fae, Soul Wolves, Rank, Peak 3rd Order, Skills, War Soul Possession, Wolf Soul, Symbiosis, Introduction, Mutant War Spirit Wolves with wolf souls on their backs, Strange Symbiotic Beasts, beware of their combined attacks, Soul Devouring Lame, Rank, Peak 3rd Order, Skills, Soul Devouring, Soul Summoning, Symbiosis, Description: a mutated war spirit wolf that controls the ability of the soul. Weak in the flesh but extremely strong in mental attacks. Beware of its sneak attack. Lycanthropy. A bizarre variant of the wolf. Lupus is usually born when the mother wolf is pregnant with her second son. When a wolf shifter is in the mother's womb, the stronger fetus sucks energy from its weaker sibling. Normally, weaker wolf pups do not survive. However, if this wolf pup is strong-willed enough to activate a powerful spiritual force and complete spiritual assimilation with a fellow blood relative, he or she can successfully survive. And such wolves are also known as lycanthropes. Because the lycanthropy is so weak, it lacks the ability to live on its own, and can't move once it is unsupported by a wolf. A lycanthrope's mental strength and intelligence are unusually high, and its fellow blood relatives will have a physique that is different from that of an ordinary wolf. The combination of the two created a deterrent power that far exceeded that of a foreign beast of the same rank. This is also known as lycanthropy. Listening to the low roars exchanged between the lycanthropes, Wang Xianxian began to be surprised at the intensity of the examination. The difficulty of the third layer soared exponentially compared to the first two layers. It was no longer a matter of simply increasing the number of Fae. These two types of exotic beasts are not monolithic 1 + 1 = 2. Thinking of this, without the slightest hesitation, Wang Xianxian directly offered 9 wine swords to interrupt the conversation between the two foreign beasts. 9 swords, focusing on the line of care is lousy. The importance of wisdom in battle cannot be overstated. Facing the flying sword attack, the battle soul wolf threw back its head and whistled. Then, a huge wolf-shaped soul appeared around it. After the wolf's soul possessed him, the battle soul wolf stood straight up like a human wolf. It crossed its arms and extended its sharp claws like flying daggers. Facing the flying sword, the wolf's arm swung at an unfathomable speed. In an instant, the battle soul wolf shook away Wang Xianxian's flying sword. Seeing this, Wang Xianxian was just about to control the flying sword to re-attack. However, right at this moment, Wang Xianxian felt a huge spiritual pressure. In front of this majesty, the operation of his spiritual power became incomparably heavy, and even the speed of his flying sword dropped drastically. Mental attack. Wang Xianxian forced himself to endure the discomfort in his brain and look towards the soul-devouring lycanthropy that was hiding behind the battle soul wolf. At this moment, the soul-devouring lament's body was emitting a mysterious purple light, and there was a purple wolf soul on top of its head that was whistling up to the sky. The primary martial artist's greatest fear was mental attacks, and the first 3 realms of the martial artist focused on forging the body. Aside from individual talents and vocation, the vast majority of martial artists did not have high spiritual power. Fortunately, Wang Xianxian's spiritual power had broken 1,000. Otherwise, under this pressure, he might not even be able to defend his sword. Goo, it's lousy. It's a rare thing. The brain of this one is a great tonic. You can make wine. Cloud Calling's voice suddenly sounded in Wang Xianxian's mind. Listening to Yun Boing's voice, Wang Xian recalled Jie Huag's dilemma during the midterm, so he responded helplessly. It's from the exam room. It's better not to move it. It's monitored. Cloud Calling's interest went to 0 seconds then. Don't waste time. That thing is too ugly to look at. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian nodded. The gourd at his waist lit up, and the sobering wine went straight down his throat. Drinking the wake-up wine restores mental strength by 20%. The moment the wine hits your mouth, the discomfort in your brain is driven right out. Spiritual power is full. Gained the trait awakening. At this time, Wang Xianxian's spirit was incomparably refreshing and his brain was unprecedentedly bright. He held the envious immortal sword in his hand and locked his gaze on the soul-devouring lament. Then, the teenager swung his sword and charged straight ahead. In the dark, soul-devouring lament felt a palpitation. With a low growl, the battle spirit wolf ran straight for the corner of the room with it. After placing the soul-devouring lament in the corner, the battle soul wolf directly blocked the front of the soul-devouring lament with its huge body. Like a wall, when the battle soul wolf had done everything, it realized that the teenager had already rushed in front of it. It roared in anger, its claws tearing towards the teenager. But the moment the sharp claws touched the teenager, he was shocked to find that the teenager's body had disappeared into thin air. There. At the same time, the plopping sound of a sharp blade piercing into flesh and blood echoed in the war soul wolf's ears. What followed was a large amount of blood splattered on the hair-covered back. Smelling the familiar scent of blood, battle soul wolf turned around violently. Soul-devouring lame's throat was actually directly chopped off, and the head that fell to the ground still had a face full of horror remaining. Roar! The war soul wolf growled in shock and anger in all directions. At this moment, the only way to ease the fear in its heart was to roar. Seemingly sensing the battle soul wolf's fear, a milky white wretched soul floated out from the corpse of the soul-devouring lament on the ground. Seeing this, the battle soul wolf hurriedly drew the lament soul to his body. That's the nature of the symbiotic Fae. With 2 symbiotic beasts, as long as one doesn't die, the other's soul won't dissipate. The moment the lycanthropy emerged, the soft voice of a teenager suddenly sounded in the sky above. Above, the battle soul wolf snapped its head up, its large wolf pupils reflecting the figure of the teenager swinging his sword. There, the teenager landed, turned, and retracted his sword in a single motion. The entrance to the fourth floor had already opened, and when the teenager's back completely disappeared into the entrance, only silence remained in the room on the third floor, as well as the corpses of the two alien beasts, one headless, one in half. Time passed by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Special monitoring room. Duanmuqian shook his head inside as he looked at the screen that kept going off. What's the status of elimination at all levels? On hearing this, the staff member immediately queried the data. After a moment, he looked up and replied, the candidate with the slowest progress is currently located on the 4th floor, and the fastest candidate has reached the 7th floor. Number of people eliminated from the first level, 13. Number of people eliminated from the second level, 88. Number of people eliminated from the third level, 9. 643. Duanmuqian's brows furrowed when he heard this data. The third level, surprisingly, eliminates nearly 10,000 people. The staff member smiled bitterly and said, Lord Examiner, after the first 2 battles, most of these candidates have consumed most of the spiritual energy in their bodies. Unusual high school students. Being able to fight against a peak second-order alien beast is already considered a top student. Not to mention mutated alien beasts like the lycanthropy. The number of eliminated people not breaking 10,000 is already very good. Duanmuqian pondered for a moment, then stopped dwelling on it. Right now, besides Cloud Wine and Wang Beichen, who else is on the 7th floor? The staff member replied quickly. No, the challenge of the 6th level is to cross the Sea of Spirit. After our tests, it takes at least 2 hours for a martial artist whose spiritual power doesn't break 1,000 to cross the Sea of Spirit. After listening, Duanmuqian continued to look at the 2 largest images. Candidate Cloud Wine, congratulations on coming to the 7th floor. This tier of trials will screen the corresponding projection of powerful people for you according to the broad category to which your vocation belongs. Matching for you, please wait. Wang Xianxian looked at the light curtain in front of him and muttered, is it to acclimatize the candidates to fighting with projections in advance? Wang Xianxian realized that from the 6th level onwards, the main examining party had begun to prepare the candidates to challenge the Great Emperor projections, the 6th tier of mental strength tests, the 7th sub-tier of early adaptation to combat. What's the 8th level again? Without waiting for Wang Xianxian to think more, the mysterious voice sounded again. Matching is successful. Your battle is with Venerable Linju. What? Several large question marks rose directly above Wang Xian's head. Lin Jiao, 9th rank Tong Tian realm martial artist. Vocation primary attribution, alcohol, secondary attribution sword. A martial artist projection is being projected. The projection's current strength, peak blood refining realm. With a mysterious voice, a purple crystal landed from the top of the space. Then, the purple crystal began to bloom with a strange light. These rays of light slowly coalesced into a human form. Under the constant illumination of the purple crystal, the projection began to become progressively clearer. The features, the hair, the clothes, even the tiny hairs of sweat. Wang Xianxian looked at the youth in front of him who was full of arrogance and fell into shock. Master Chief? Wang Xianxian had once seen a photo of Linzhou when he was young in his office. The teenager in front of him couldn't be said to be very similar to Rinju in the photo, but could only be said to be exactly the same. It's more like a doppelganger than a projection. This realism is stronger than a wax figure made by a highly skilled waxworker. Wang Xianxian recalled what Master Gong had said to him. My vocation is to be a wine nerd, and my talent is X-ranked, drunk today. After the recollection, Wang Xianxian looked at the opposite side of the projected Linzhou, who was constantly striking a tawdry pose, and the corner of his eye twitched slightly. Linzhou projection looked at Wang Xianxian and the corner of his mouth lifted. Another challenger who doesn't know what he's doing? Since you've chosen to challenge my father, you'd better fend for yourself. Although this honored one admires your courage, my sword will not show mercy to anyone. Hearing this awkward to the extreme middle-aged tone, Wang Xianxian's shame reached its peak at this moment. He somehow thought of Linli. The images of the two men were, at this moment, perfectly overlapping. Foolish challenger, oh what? Fear in the face of such a powerful me. Heaven did not give birth to me, Linzhou. The martial arts path for ages is like a long night. Projected Linzhou crossed his arms and laughed up to the sky. Ah ha 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 ha. Stop it. Sure gone. Wang Xianxian's face was red with shame, and he shouted madly inside. At the same time, the headquarters of the Heavenly Wine City Brewers Association, which was 10,000 miles away. Ah, master, my eyes can't see. The young man covered his eyes and lay on the ground rolling around frantically. His voice was miserable. And the culprit was clearly Lin Ju, who was holding out 2 fingers. Li Jianzhou plugged his ears and turned his back to the TV, looking pityingly at his third senior brother who was lying on the ground twisted into maggots in pain. It's a self-inflicted wound. Senior. Lin Ju's old face reddened into an apple, panting as he looked at the projection on the TV and cracked his mouth. Little brat, don't quickly give the laborer to beat him to death. Seemingly sensing the powerful resentment of the senior male, Wang Xianxian's gaze condensed. Master Gong, the apprentice grandson is ungrateful, so I'm sorry for the sake of your face. After saying that, he directly charged up with his sword. Seeing this, Lin Jiu projection laughed dashingly and similarly raised his sword to meet him. Clank! The moment the blades collided, Wang Xian's domineering power directly suppressed Lin Jiu projection. Seeing that he had the upper hand in terms of power, Wang Xianxian quickly seized the opportunity and offered 30 flying swords to stab at Lin Jiu projection. Wang Xianxian, who had thought that he could instantly second his opponent, was surprised to find that the flying swords all stopped the moment they were about to pierce into Lin Jiu. No matter how much Wang Xianxian mobilized his spiritual power, the flying sword could not advance even half a point. No way! Wang Xianxian was greatly shocked inwardly, but Lin Jiu projection clearly didn't give him time to be shocked. A sword that was so fast that it directly chopped over. Wang Xianxian hurriedly dodged, but it was already too late. The mental energy consumption from maneuvering the flying swords made it impossible for him to enter the state of impunity in time. There! Sharp pain instantly attacked the brain, and feeling the pain coming from his abdomen, Wang Xianxian quickly pulled away from the other party. After waiting for his body to stabilize, Wang Xianxian hurriedly looked down. His small abdomen had an additional 10 cm long wound at this time. Injured. This was the first time he had truly been injured since he challenged the Imperial Palace. The injury could hardly hide the shock within him. He stared dead at Rinko projection, who kept striking slutty poses. Master Gon's projection is in the same realm as mine, so how could it have this kind of strength? At the same realm, I should be able to suppress him. What the hell for? The examiners have beefed up the projection? No, it's not right. Wang Xianxian quickly overturned his conclusion. If the examining party had really strengthened the strength of the projection, then just now, in the exchange of power, one would not have gained the upper hand at all. But, how in the world did he put my flying sword? Challenger, are you ready to be defeated by me? Lin Jiu projection raised his eyebrows and smiled as he directly swung his sword and charged over. Facing the attack, Wang Xianxian didn't dare to hold back as he directly drank the Envy Immortal Wine. Drinking the Envious Immortal Wine, all attributes are strengthened tenfold. 10 times the attribute enhancement is an unimaginable increase. Wang Xianxian easily dodged the attack and launched a counterattack with lightning speed. The powerful attribute increase allowed him to swing dozens of swords in just a few seconds. Clank! Fierce clashes of weapons echoed through space. Holding the Envious Immortal sword in his hand, Wang Xianxian became more and more surprised the more he fought inside. The short exchange ended quickly. The two pulled away in silence. Lin Jiu projection no longer looked as arrogant as he did just now, and now he looked in a sorry state. And above his head, there was an additional suspended golden energy frame. This is... Wang Xianxian had more speculation in his mind. Bloodstain? The golden energy frame above Lin Jiu's projected head still had roughly 90% of its energy remaining. Seeing Lin Jiu's projected blood bar, the doubts in Wang Xianxian's heart continued to grow. 35 swords. He just swung 35 swords. Based on the feedback of the power Lin Jiu's projection resisted, his power was indeed far lower than his own. But for some reason, it was clear that his speed and strength far exceeded Lin Jiu's projection. And yet, only minimal damage was done to him. Of the 35 swords, only 6 of them landed on Lin Jiu projection's body as well. His opponent resisted a great deal of his damage with his far lower strength. Out of caution, Wang Xianxian no longer chose to get in close this time, but instead searched for the secrets of his opponent's power through his imperial sword. His spiritual power had now broken 10,000, and with the powerful spiritual power, the speed of the flying sword reached an unimaginable level. Facing the flying sword attack, Lin Jiu projection laughed openly. Interesting, interesting. This time, when the flying sword was close to Lin Jiu's projection, it didn't appear to be inching forward like it did just now. However, just at the moment when the flying sword was about to hit the projection's weak point, Wang Xianxian saw all of his flying swords in a bizarre stance, changing their flight trajectory and stabbing the non-fatal parts of the projection. The target is off. Although it didn't hit the fatal part, the flying sword's attack still caused Lin Jiu projection's blood bar to decrease by 10% again. The moment the blood bar reached 80%, Lin Jiu projection looked up to the sky and laughed. Challenger, you're not as bad as this honored one thinks, but so much for your advance. Whine. Along with Lin Jiu projection's shout, his body flashed with golden light. Then, a simple-looking wine jug appeared in his hand. Wang Xianxian wanted to stop the other party from drinking as he directly maneuvered his flying sword to chop at Lin Zhou projection. But at that moment, Lin Zhou's projection lit up with a brilliant golden light. The golden light seemed to freeze space and time, and it was as if Wang Xianxian's wine sword was subjected to endless resistance, unable to advance by half a step at all. In the midst of Wang Xianxian's puzzled gaze, Yun Boing's voice sounded in his head. This is the power of the rules, not the power of the projection itself. That golden light represents the rules, and under the rules enchantment, the projection is in a position of invincibility. Invincibility? Wang Xianxian's brows furrowed. Similar to the invincibility frames in the game where bosses turn on the second stage? That's a bit of a bummer. After spitting, Wang Xianxian took advantage of the gap between the other party's transformations to inquire. Why does that projection not have a strong power, yet it gives such a strong sense of oppression? In the face of the teenager's inquiry, Cloud Calling didn't explain. Back then, you also asked your Master Gong about matters related to the Great Emperor's projection. Do you remember what Lin Zhou said? Wang Xianxian replied with a little thought. He said that I would naturally know when the time comes, and that telling me in advance would do me no good. Cloud Calling continued. Now that you're asking me, I can't tell you the answer all the same. There are things to discover on your own. It's a sharpening of battle wits. You have to learn to find the opponent's breaks in battle as well as the secrets of their great strength. Only then will you be able to maximize your survivability in future battles. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian instantly became serious. He let out a deep breath, settling his restless heart slowly, and his mind began to come alive. At the same time, the golden light around Lin Zhou's projection began to dissipate. What appeared in front of Wang Xianxian's eyes was no longer a middle-aged teenager, but a middle-aged alcoholic teenager. Ha 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 ha. Drink! Lin Zhou projected the wine jug high in the air and stumbled towards Wang Xianxian. How can you fight without drinking alcohol? Burp! Looking at Lin Zhou projection, who would fall at any time, Wang Xianxian did not yet choose to rashly launch an attack this time. He's watching. Master Gong Lin Zhou's talent was at rank X, and his projection was in a sense the closest existence to a great emperor's projection. Previously, Wang Xianxian had thought of the projection too simply. He knew that the projection would definitely be strengthened, but he didn't expect it to be so tricky. In terms of the same realm, one's own physical attributes absolutely crushed Master Gong Lin Zhou. It's the gap that comes with talent. If it was really the young Master Gong fighting himself, he was confident that he could settle the fight within 3 minutes. Based on the battle just now, the Master Gong projection's physique was around 1100 points, and himself at 1900. After finishing his drink, his attributes had come to 19,000 points. It was inconceivable that such a powerful gap could not cause a large amount of damage to the Master Gong projection. However, compared to the gap in physicality, Wang Xianxian was more curious about how strong the projected spirit was. If he hadn't been drinking himself, his flying sword might still have been held by the other party. With a stomach full of questions, Wang Xianxian sank his heart and began to seek answers. Ah Lu, the distant Lin Zhou projection burped. Why don't you dare to go on? Could it be that you are afraid of this, father? That's not good. I, burp, still want to knock you for a big bag and, did you say, yes? Lin Zhou projection pressed to Wang Xian's ear and spoke in an urn. Almost instantly, a chill ran through his hair. Wang Xianxian's scalp tingled as he stared in disbelief at the Lin Zhou projection that had suddenly appeared by his side. When, without the slightest hesitation, Wang Xianxian directly entered the state of impunity and then stormed backward rapidly. The moment Wang Xianxian disappeared, Lin Zhou projection's cloudy eyes suddenly became clear. Gone. A second later, Lin Zhou projection looked at Wang Xianxian, who had reappeared in the distance, and hemmed and hawed. Hide and seek. Fun. Clank. The corners of Lin Zhou projection's mouth rose slightly as he looked at his blocked sword blade. Ah Lu. Blocked. Wang Xianxian stared dead at Lin Zhou projection, whose cheeks were reddened with drunkenness. Finally saw the trajectory of his attack. It's amazing that this projection can rely on liquor to create an illusion. Through the intensity coming from the sword blade, Wang Xianxian could clearly tell that the opponent's physique was also rising. After the Shishigong projected his drink, his physique roughly quadrupled, coming in at over 4,000. There is still a significant gap with him. Thinking of this, Wang Xianxian once again launched a fierce attack on him. Rinzhou projection was similarly suppressed and then still managed to deal with it easily. The two of them swung their swords faster and faster, and in the end, they even danced out remnants of shadows. While taking the advantage, Wang Xianxian once again offered up 9 flying swords and killed Lin Zhou projection in unison, and the weird routes of the flying swords were similarly reproduced. Suddenly, Wang Xianxian's eyes showed a brilliant light. and the strings of his brain collapsed at this moment. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, and a long-lost smile returned to the teenager's face. I know, I finally got it. Secrets of projection. Wang Xianxian smiled happily. To him, this was no longer just a battle. It's more of a puzzle game. In his understanding, the projection was nothing more than a reflection of the original owner's strength. But he missed the most important point. If the projection was simply presenting the strength of the original owner, then it could never be called a difficult test. After all, Lin Zhou's projection realm was the same as Wang Xianxian's, but it was just the peak of the blood refining realm. Officials will not put candidates through a meaningless strength-to-strength rodeo. So, projections are given powerful extras. This plugin allows the projection to crush the strongest of its class. The true face of the plugin is that it projects the original owner's combat experience, techniques, combat wisdom, and higher-level perception of the martial arts. To put it simply, Wang Xianxian was now not facing the teenage boy Lin Zhou. Instead, it was Lin Zhou, who had reached the 9th order Tong Tian realm in strength and then sealed his strength to the blood-refining realm. There was a mainstream trope in metaphysical novels, the plot of the Heavenly Emperor or various peak powerhouses reliving their first life. Even at the same realm, the Heavenly Emperor reincarnation protagonist could crush the crowd. The core reason is the combat experience of being a master, or the extreme use of a certain skill. Wang Xianxian's physique was far superior to Lin Zhou projections, but it was difficult to inflict a large amount of damage on him. The reason for this was because Lin Zhou projection was using superior techniques to minimize the damage he received as he continued to defuse Wang Xianxian's attacks. As the saying goes, 4 for the price of 1. Higher rank techniques could largely bridge the strength gap between the two. As for why Wang Xianxian's flying sword just now couldn't move an inch in front of Lin Zhou projection, it was entirely due to Lin Zhou's projection, condensing his few spiritual powers into a tiny shield against the tip of Wang Xianxian's flying sword. Later, Wang Xian's spiritual power skyrocketed after drinking. In the face of the huge gap between spiritual power, Lin Zhou, even if he was more proficient in the use of spiritual power, could no longer manage to make Wang Xianxian's flying sword move an inch. Therefore, he wisely changed his strategy and chose to change the flying trajectory of the flying sword. Wang Xianxian was able to discover it entirely because he began to conserve his mental energy and carefully analyze his opponent's attack. It took a while to finally get the answer. Shikagon's projections always managed to complete attacks and parries with minimal exertion. This is something that Wang Xianxian does not see in his peers. Sky Wine City, Brewers Association headquarters. Lin Zhou's eyes burned as he looked at Wang Xianxian, who was flooded with smiles. Finally found it? After figuring everything out, Wang Xianxian quickly distanced himself from the projection. His brain raced as he stared at the drunken projection of the Master Chief. The official design of such a strong plugin for projection will surely leave a way out for the candidates. Otherwise the candidates simply can't. Wang Xianxian's voice came to an abrupt end as he suddenly thought of something very important. Later on, the probability is that the Sword Emperor projection he'll have to face will be the same. Thinking of this, Wang Xianxian suddenly fell silent. And when Lin Zhou projection saw that Wang Xianxian froze in place, he directly raised the wine jug and began to booze it up. For the projection, he would have been suppressed by Wang Xianxian. He was happy to face his enemy's indifference. After all, it was a great opportunity to let him drink and improve his strength. The sudden truth caught Wang Xianxian somewhat off guard. If the Great Emperor's projection was really the same as Master Gong's projection, then one will be facing not a projection of a teenager with X-level talent, but the Kendo Emperor who wore the appearance of a teenager. No wonder those elders turned pale with fear when they heard their statements. So that's it. So I'm this crazy in their eyes. So no one really believes me at all. Wang Xianxian slowly buried his head, and now his mood was more than a little complicated. He knew very well that this was not a fear of the Sword Emperor, but a sense of loneliness that originated from deep within. Both those who know the truth about the projection of the Great Emperor and those who don't. Everyone seems to be treating their goals as a joke. Wang Xianxian knew that he shouldn't be so pretentious. In the eyes of outsiders, this disguised X-level talent of his was only on the same level as the Sword Emperor. Defeating a Great Emperor's projection was nothing more than the youthful arrogance of a genius. Despite the reasoning, he can figure it out. But it's just uncontrollable sadness. It's a challenge without any trust, blessing and completely alone. Suddenly, memories of the past crossed the teenager's mind. Your Highness, then do you believe that Cloud Wine can defeat the Sword Emperor? I'm sure. Winning the Sword Emperor will lead to big trouble. I assure you, it will be an unparalleled, magnificent victory. Wang Xianxian, go for it. Good. The young girl's appearance slowly surfaced in Wang Xianxian's mind, like a great sun descending. Not only did it dispel the darkness of the night, but it also chased away the gloom from the teenager's heart. Wang Xianxian's gaze began to brighten as a hidden supreme aura swirled within him, the Great One disguised as a teenager. But, the corner of Wang Xianxian's mouth gently rose. So what? At the same time, the turbid aura in Lin Zhou's projected eyes completely dissipated. His gaze toward Wang Xianxian was no longer the teasing he had just seen, and it was replaced by an unprecedented gravity. Lin Zhou projection stood with his sword. His gaze locked tightly on Wang Xianxian. The revitalized Wang Xianxian slowly walked towards Lin Zhou projection. Every footstep of the teenager was like a heavy hammer hitting Lin Zhou projection's heart. The projection dared not act rashly, his keen survival instincts telling him that if he did, it will be defeated. One step at a time and another step at a time. Finally, Wang Xianxian stood in front of Lin Zhou projection. He moved his right hand towards his waist and took out a wineglass from his spatial equipment. Then, Wang Xianxian summoned the Wine Immortal gourd and poured wine into the wine cup. Then, he presented the wine cup with both hands in front of the Master Gong projection and performed a junior salute. Master Gong, please drink. Although Ranger projection didn't have all the memories about his original body, he had the same outstanding intelligence. Projection understood what the other was expressing. Then he took the glass and swallowed it in one gulp. Good wine, Lin Zhou projected in admiration. Wang Xianxian bowed again. Master Gong, please forgive my rudeness. Lin Zhou projection nodded. If you drink your wine, you are answering your gift, so feel free to come. Wang Xianxian took 3 steps back and made another salute. Then he raised his Wine Immortal gourd to drink a big mouthful. And finally, he drew his sword. Lin Zhou projection couldn't help but become frenzied on his face when he saw this. He likewise raised his sword and wine gourd, and shouted to the young man, "We'll enter the wine, and the cup will not stop." In an instant, the 2 drinking swordsmen's figures stormed. Clank! The earth-shattering sound of clashing sword blades resounded throughout the entire space, accompanied by the loud clash of weapons. The projected figure flew backwards sharply. Wang Xianxian's powerful physique made it impossible for Lin Zhou projection to fight against him head-on. In a battle, after repelling the projection, Wang Xianxian did not give him a chance. He hurried forward with another dominating and incomparable sword. In the face of an attack with an outrageous amount of force, Lin Zhou projection did not panic in the slightest. His sword shook downward at a skillful angle, directly unloading most of the attack, and he even borrowed Wang Xian's strength to return a counterattack. If Wang Xianxian's sword was the embodiment of strength, then Lin Zhou projection's sword technique was the perfect textbook for fighting strength with weakness. The sword, which symbolized sharpness, hardened in Lin Zhou's hands and played out the feeling of Tai Chi. Every time Wang Xianxian wanted to inflict fatal damage on him, the tip of the sword would always deflect along with the rhythm of the opponent. Wang Xianxian was not discouraged, and when the attack was blocked, he continued to swing his sword. It is a fact that skills are not as good as people, but it's equally true that he's more powerful than his opponent. If Four Tails could turn 1,000 jin, then he wielded 10,000 jin, 100,000 jin, 1 million jin, or even 10 million jin of power. Wang Xianxian lifted the jug and drank another mouthful of wine. Then he raised his right hand high and chopped out a sword again. Clank! The second sword. Clank! It's not over yet. Clank! Wang Xianxian's swords were stronger than one another. Every time Lin Zhou projection blocked, his arm was shaken out of the void. Finally, as the ninth sword swung down, Lin Zhou projection's right arm was completely shaken apart by the overbearing force. Losing the shelter of his sword, Wang Xianxian directly chopped into the projection and left a huge wound on him. It was also after this attack took effect that Lin Zhou projection's blood bar dropped directly to 60%. At the same time, the familiar golden light reappeared, protecting the projection. Candidate Cloud Wine, congratulations, you have successfully reduced the projection's blood level to 60%. According to the rules, it is considered that you have succeeded in your challenge. The 7th floor challenge was successful, and the 8th floor teleportation array has been opened. Faced with the reminder of the successful challenge, Wang Xianxian chose to ignore it. He looked at Lin Zhou's projection, which was wrapped in golden light, and his battle-intent sword. Lin Zhou projection laughed. After drinking your wine, I'll naturally let you see it. As he said that, Lin Zhou projection stepped out of the range of the golden light. He held up his own wine jug and signaled to Wang Xianxian before directly flinging out his own wine jug. Seeing this, Wang Xianxian similarly threw out the Wine Immortal wine pot. The two jugs clashed in the air as if completing some sort of ritual. With the sound of a wine pot clanging, the two once again swung their swords and charged at each other. Clank! Special monitoring room. Seeing that Wang Xianxian and the projection continued to choose to fight, Duan Muqian rose violently. What's that kid up to? The staff member also got anxious. Main examiner, should we stop them? Duan Muqian thought for a moment and shook his head. It's their own choice. Whether they're candidates or projections, they have their own will. especially the projections, who likewise have extremely strong personalities. It's their choice and we should respect their wishes. But, the staff member looked embarrassed. What if Cloud Wine gets hurt? It has been specifically explained from above that he doesn't know what the third stage of projection represents, don't you? The first stage of projection constrains strength. The second stage of projection opens up talent. Once the projection enters the third stage, you'll be able to make use of the exclusive skills and aptitudes you've realized. That's a divine ability, even if the strength is limited to the blood refining realm. The staff member tried to continue, but in the next second, his voice stopped, because he was on the screen and saw images that would haunt him for the rest of his life. After Lin Jiu projection sparred with Wang Xianxian for an unknown number of times, he borrowed Wang Xianxian's overbearing power and quickly closed the gap with his opponent. Then his body blossomed with a blue halo and he pointed his finger toward the sky. Heavenly wine drunken fall. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Xianxian felt a cool touch constantly appearing on all parts of his body. He looked upward, his pupils shrinking slightly. Rain? He took a light breath. No, it's wine. In a moment's effort, the wine poured down like a torrential downpour. Massive amounts of booze are trapped in the 7th level of space. Wang Xianxian's body had been drenched in wine, and the wine on the ground had flooded his ankles. The rain was getting heavier and the water in the room was rising at an incredible rate. The normally boozy wine was like a tsunami, devouring everything around it. Heavenly wine drunken fall. Master Gong's famous divine ability. A rare domain-type divine ability. When the avatar is released, it can summon a fine wine endowed with strange functions. Out of caution, Wang Xianxian summoned the cold spirit sword, then placed the sword across the drink. The surrounding drink was instantly coated in a silvery glow. The blue cold spirit sword was like a petal, allowing the teenager to stand firmly on top of the wine sword. After Lin Jiu projection opened his divine ability, his body seemed to be out of the control of gravity and suspended in the air as he waved his right hand. Dozens of wine doppelgangers condensed from fine wine suddenly appeared around Wang Xianxian. The appearance of the doppelganger was exactly the same as Lin Jiu. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly swung his sword to slash at the closest doppelganger. Wow! The wine doppelganger didn't disappear after being split in half, but instead regrouped. Seeing this, Wang Xianxian directly offered the ice spirit sword and chopped at the doppelganger. Almost instantly, there was one more seated ice sculpture on the water. The moment he realized that this sea could be frozen, Wang Xianxian gripped the ice spirit sword and plunged it into the wine. Ice prana. With the ice spirit sword as the center, the sea's surface was quickly frozen. The 3 surrounding doppelgangers didn't escape either, and were turned into ice sculptures. Seeing this, Lin Jiu projection hurriedly drove the remaining wine doppelganger to chop at Wang Xianxian. Although the wine doppelganger's attack did not land on Wang Xianxian, it similarly interrupted Wang Xianxian's sword intent release. Summoning so much wine just to mess with a few unbeatable doppelgangers? Wang Envy looked up in confusion. Lin Jiu projection seemed to have sensed Wang Xianxian's doubts as the corners of his mouth gently rose. Boy, don't die. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Xianxian was surprised to find that the seawater around him began to tremble crazily. Immediately afterward, the fine wine began to levitate and coalesce into a sword in the air. 10 handles, 100 handles, 1,000 handles, 10,000 handles. Looking at the tens of thousands of swords made of liquor, Wang Xianxian marveled. This is divine power. Just at the blood refining realm, one can possess this level of attack. Lin Jiu projection looked condescendingly at Wang Xianxian, who was surrounded by 10,000 swords. Ready, boy? As soon as the words fell, 10,000 wine swords pointed at Wang Xianxian in unison. The teenager let out a deep breath and a harmless smile lifted up on his face. Master Gong, I'm ready, so are you. Ready? At the same time, Lin Jiu projection's face began to change wildly. In his line of sight, all of the 10,000 wine swords that were originally aimed at Wang Xianxian were unexpectedly out of his control. 10,000 flying swords, neatly organized, slowly turned around in the air, and the direction of the tip of the sword. Exactly himself. What happened? The staff looked incredulously at the screen at the shocking scene of Lin Jiu's projection being surrounded by 10,000 swords. He was certain that the 10,000 swords were divine abilities released by Lin Jiu's projection. But, why was Lin Jiu's projected avatar manipulated by Cloud Wine? What the hell happened? Also sharing the staff's thoughts were viewers in front of national television sets. Crap! What happened? What the hell is going on now? Why would the divine ability used by Venerable Lin Jiu's projection be manipulated by Cloud Wine? What exactly is the avatar? And why are you all so surprised? God, mind, and tone, access. Divine access means access in the mind. Avatars are powerful skills that martial artists comprehend based on their understanding of the Tao. Normally, a martial artist can only realize his or her divine ability if he or she reaches the 7th order enlightenment realm. Avatars carry out one's own martial path. Controlling another's avatar is unheard of. Crap, that outrageous? Compared to the shocked audience, some high-ranking martial artists had a rough guess in their hearts. Celestial Wine City, Brewers Guild, President Lin. What's going on? Why did Cloud Wine abduct your avatar? Secretary Xiao Zhou said in disbelief. Lin Jiu replied with a smile on his face. Because it's not a true divine ability. Not a real divine power? Secretary Xiao Zhou was shocked upon hearing this, but the TV commentary did say that it was a divine power? Next to him, Li Jianzhou organized his words and explained. To be precise, this is an incomplete divine ability, or a powerful skill cloaked as a divine ability, because for a divine ability to be unleashed, it must be augmented by the Tao, and that divine ability of Masters was an epiphany based on the way of wine, and the projection on the TV right now is only stage 3, a stage where the projection can't use the Tao, so this move is nothing more than a gimmick. Upon hearing the explanation, the secretary, Cho, came to a realization, and he nodded his head frequently. So it is. Suddenly his voice paused. Then he looked at Li Jianzhou with a face full of shock. Just, phase 3, doesn't that mean? Li Jianzhou smiled faintly. There are 5 stages to the projection of an honored one. At the 4th stage, one can integrate the Tao, and at the 5th stage one can use the Tao, or law. Secretary Cho's eyes widened as she listened. The projections are so strong, how could any candidate of the same level defeat them? At that moment, Lin Jiu, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. The projection symbolizes the dignity of the strong. The existence of the projection is like the statue of a god in a temple in ancient times. Its initial use is merely to absorb the faith of the people. So the projection itself is not allowed to be defeated. And what we usually mean by defeated is defeated in terms of the rules of the game. Generally speaking, reducing a projection's blood level to 60%, which means forcing the projection into the 3rd stage, is considered defeating the opponent. So it is. Secretary Xiao Zhou let out a long breath. Then a new doubt arose in him. However, even if the divine ability your projection is using right now is a flowery one, there's no reason for it to be controlled by Cloud Wine. At those words, Lin Jiu began to laugh lightly, then gradually laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Secretary Xiao Zhou looked suspiciously at Lin Jiu, who was smiling up at the sky. He heard relief, awe, and pride to the core in Lin Jiu's laughter. Little Zhou, you're so smart at work. How come when it comes to cultivation, you've become stupid? Avatars are advanced skills based on the comprehension of the great Tao, and avatars that lack the Tao are manipulated for one reason. A new Tao. Lin Jiu's eyes erupted with a brilliant light. That child has begun to touch the great Tao. He incorporated his Tao into the divine ability and then took control of it. He's only 15. Lin Jiu's tone was filled with pride. He's only 15. 9 Heavens Tower, 7th floor. Lin Jiu projection looked at the 10,000 swords pointing at him, opened his arms and laughed openly. Kid, do it and I'll see you at the next stage. In the next instant, the laughter was drowned out by the sound of swords roaring in the sky. Wang Xianxian calmly looked at the golden light that had reappeared around Lin Jiu's projection. He knew that the other side had entered a new phase. Stronger stages. Phase 4. The moment the golden light dispersed, an incomparably terrifying aura began to permeate the entire space. Lin Jiu projection's aura changed violently. At such an age, one can realize the way of wine. Wang Xianxian stood with his sword in hand, quietly looking at Lin Jiu's projection. Lin Jiu projection looked at the teenager's resolute expression and smiled slightly. I can probably guess what you want to do. Let go of your hand and come on. I'm your master's grandfather, aren't I? In his field of vision, he could clearly see the huge sword intent that the teenager was frantically suppressing within his body. I don't like to be so inky, and since you have that in mind, I'll inform you of everything. A projection is also known as an extra-dimensional incarnation, and it represents the martial artist's intent. Only martial artists whose strength reaches the 9th rank can condense an extra-dimensional incarnation. The extra-dimensional incarnation will enjoy the incense and absorb the chi for the honored one. Therefore, the extra-dimensional incarnation will be protected by the rules of the Imperial Palace. When a descendant wants to challenge us, the Imperial Palace will attach rules to us, what you call the 5 stages. In the 1st stage, we can't use our talents. We can only use our vocation skills. Stage 2, which will unlock restrictions on talent. Stage 3, the ability to use self-created skills and aptitudes. At the 4th stage, one can mobilize part of the power of the Great Tao. At the 5th stage, one can fully drive the power of the Great Tao and use the laws. There is almost no difference between us entering the final stage, except for the equipment, and the realm is different from the original body. With that said, golden light once again appeared around Lin Jiu's projection. The 4th stage won't be able to stop you, so let's show you what the Tao is. Throughout the 10,000 years of Chinese history, I'm probably the only extra-dimensional incarnation that has been forced to open the 5th stage by a junior of the same level, but I don't think I'm going to be nailed to the history books of shame. On the contrary, I'm happy now. Lin Jiu projection looked at Wang Xian's childish face and his tone was infinitely gentle. Boy, am I proud of you. The projected words caused a tremor in Wang Xianxian's heart. If you need to step up to the next level, then I'm willing to be the pedal under your feet. So bring out your full strength and show me the way. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian could no longer restrain the emotions in his heart. His knees bent and he knelt on both knees. Then he made a kneeling bow to Lin Jiu projection. After the salute, he straightened his body. In an instant, the suppressed sword intent within his body directly rose to the sky. The young man's sword intent caused the entire space to be filled with a sharp sword aura. Behind his back, a wine sword began to coalesce. The appearance of each wine sword added a few sharp points to the sword aura within the space. The moment the last wine sword appeared, the teenager's aura climbed to some sort of limit. It was as if some other kind of connection had been established between the 100 wine swords, and the vibration frequencies between them were gradually being synchronized. Under the teenager's control, the 100 flying swords began to fuse continuously. Above Wang Xianxian, a giant sword began to slowly take shape. The incorporation of each wine sword added a point of terror to the giant sword. Looking at the giant sword that continued to take shape, Lin Jiu projection also began to unleash his own killing moves. Drinking today. Drunk today. Lin Jiu projection's voice at this moment was like an ancient Taoist sound from beyond the 9 heavens. Along with the fall of the words, monstrous wine appeared out of nowhere and continuously wrapped him up. As the wine poured in, the massive phallic form began to take shape. Everyone who was concerned about the college entrance exams had their eyes focused on the two at this moment. This is a battle that will go down in history. As the phantom and the giant sword gradually took shape, the entire wall of space rippled from the powerful force. In the end, the gigantic phantom that was 30 meters tall was the first to take shape. The huge Dharma phase resembled a Maitreya Buddha, but its bloated and comical physique brought about an unprecedented sense of oppression. At the same time, the giant sword above Wang Xianxian was only missing the last piece of the puzzle. He cupped the envious immortal sword in his hand, kissed it, and then tossed it high into the air. The moment the envious immortal sword disappeared into the giant sword, the heavens and earth trembled. Lin Jiu projected and took a generous sip of wine at the sight. We'll enter the wine. The cup will not stop. Come on, come on. After the booze, the gigantic phallus carried the huge wine jug in its right hand, which was the same size as it, over its shoulder. Then he carried the wine jug and smashed it towards Wang Xianxian. Seeing this, Wang Xianxian similarly drank a mouthful of spirits. He jumped violently, leaping directly onto the giant sword. Looking at the huge wine pot that was getting closer and closer to him, his battle spirit rose wildly. The wine is clear and cloudy. The sword is long and turbulent. Wine and swords together. Certify to get away with it. The roar rose and the giant sword moved. In the next instant, the wine pot collided with the sword. The young man's monstrous sword intent seemed like 10,000 rays of light, drowning out everything. Everyone who watched this battle was shocked and trembled by the battle power that the teenager had erupted. Even the loss of the live feed didn't stop viewers from anticipating the teenager's victory. A few moments later, when the light dissipated and the dust settled, what reappeared in front of everyone's eyes was the cocky teenager who stands up for himself. At this moment, no one dared to belittle that arrogant young man who had presumptuously said that he would crush the Sword Emperor. The teenager proved one thing to the world with a magnificent performance of unparalleled magnificence. He's more qualified for this than anyone. The so-called rants are more like prophecies. Perhaps he really can. Wang Xianxian gently stepped forward as he looked at the projection of Lin Jiu, whose blood level had dropped to 1% and was wrapped in golden light, and made another salute. At this point, the projected body had become more than a little illusory. It was obvious that Wang Xianxian's attack had injured him badly. Rinku projected a relieved smile as he stared intently into the teenager's eyes. Child, I seek familiarity in your sword. So, it's you. Boy, I'd be proud of you, and so would she. Go forward and you will see the one you miss. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Jiu's projection completely disappeared into this space, and Wang Xianxian finally walked towards the entrance to the 8th floor. As the teenager's back disappeared, the ripples caused by this victory began to gradually spread around the world. Heavenly Sword City, Wang clan's ancestral residence. At this moment, the conference room was deathly silent. The 10th elder stared at Yun Wan's back, and for some reason, a trace of familiarity rose absurdly in his heart. The Supreme Elder clenched his fists as unease once again eroded his heart. I seem to have gotten something wrong. What exactly is? Wang Jianyan in the back row looked at Yun Wan on the screen, and his heart inexplicably felt more than a little panic. What's happening to me? Seeing the atmosphere around her fall below freezing point, Morong Wan hurriedly got up. Clan elders, North Star is still young. The age difference is especially important when a martial artist is just starting out. As you move up in the realm, the 2-year age gap is gradually smoothed out. At that time, I believe my son will be able to crush Cloud Wine. Morong was like a cardiotonic agent that was injected into everyone's hearts. The members of the Wang clan present were all bowled over by the powerful talent that Yun Wine had just displayed. But they just apparently overlooked the age difference between the two. Wang Jianyan hurriedly got up to help his wife. Clan elders, don't forget that Beichen is only 13 years old. The 10th elder nodded. Indeed, we can't be too hard on North Star. Then, the 10th elder continued to ask, does Wang Xianxian have any clues now? At those words Wang Jianyan's face changed. Elder, please forgive me. We have no clues yet. The 10th elder's face was more than a little warm and angry. Didn't I already let you use the clan weapon to search for its bloodline? Why is there no clue to even a minimum location? In the face of the 10th elder's questioning, Wang Jianyan was sweating profusely. Elder, I'll use my own blood to drive the clan artifact to find the location of that sinister obstacle, as you requested. But, for some reason, the blood vein meter is constantly circling, and it's impossible to get a bearing. Oh, the Supreme Elder ignited a few moments of interest. How long has this situation lasted? Reporting back to the Supreme Elder. It has been like this from early morning until now. Wang Jianyan saluted and replied. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Elder fell into deep thought, unable to locate. Is it a formation, or is it a secret realm? Sky Wine City, Brewers Association headquarters. Lin Ju looked at the teenager's back, his vision gradually becoming blurry. I'm not as bad as you think in wines. I have my own happiness now. So master, please don't have mercy on me. Master, I'll name him Envy Immortal. He'll be as free as an immortal. I won't regret it. One day I'll be proud of him. Tears continued to glisten in Lin Ju's eyes. He looked down and gently caressed the picture frame in his hand. Ben Ga, did you see that? That kid beat me. He beat your master. Kunlun Mountain. Spirit Emperor Hall. The Spirit Emperor looked at the teenager in the canopy. His thoughts going back to that night not too long ago. Fairy Fall Red Dust. Suddenly, his afterglow caught sight of his daughter beside him, only to see Fu Xianer covering her chest with both hands. Her face was glowing, and the whole person was trying her best to restrain her inner excitement. What? Several large question marks rose above the head of the hallowed Spirit Emperor, the Nine Heavens Tower. At this moment, the teenager had already stepped into the 8th floor. The teenager's body trembled when the scenery of the 8th floor was presented to his eyes. The scenery before him was more familiar to him than anyone else, because it was once his home. The Real. There's Mom's home. The teenager's body was stiff and his pace heavy. He looked at what was in front of him incredulously. A flower, a plant, a tree, a leaf. All the memories of the past are reproduced in this moment. The hawthorn tree in the courtyard that was cut down by my father. Wine jars of all sizes placed under the eaves of the house. Small flower bed planted with tulips at the entrance. The racks in the yard used to dry the spiritual plants. And the pond that cost my mother her life. This is his home. His and his mother's home. During the 10 years that her husband was away from home, the strong mother turned her small yard into her children's only haven. The impact of the memory reproduction struck Wang Xian's heart like a heavy hammer. The teenager's lips began to tremble as he carefully stroked the yard decorations. When I was 10, my mother drowned in a pond. Father and stepmother brought Wang Beichen back to Wang's ancestral home a month later. Living back in this little yard, Wang Xianxian and his mother were never the owners of this courtyard, and the mother and son were nothing more than tenants. So when the true owner returns, the young child can only witness as the returning homeowner destroys the only shelter he has left. My stepmother didn't like hawthorn, so the tree, which had lived for hundreds of years, was cut down by the roots. My stepmother doesn't like tulips, so the flower beds were replaced with stone arrangements. My stepmother didn't like wine tools, so all the wine jars, brewing tools, and other wine-related objects in the yard were casually discarded as garbage. My father disliked my mother, so all the furniture and objects she used were destroyed. Even, my father felt that it was too bad that my mother had perished and filled that pond in. The young, unloved child can only watch helplessly as everything he cherishes is destroyed and outlawed. He's holding nothing back. The small yard was overhauled, the house was rebuilt, and even the tiles in the yard were replaced. Also from that day on, he had no home. Wang Xianxian just carefully walked around the courtyard. Just then, the sound of nuisance stir-frying rang out in the yard. The smoke from the range hood is laced with the aromas that belong to good food. The teenager quickened his pace. The kitchen window was only open a small amount. Through the window, he saw the smoke from the kitchen. Slender figures loomed in the smoke. The smoke and fire from cooking can't hide the woman's gentle and elegant demeanor. The woman wore a long pale green dress and her long hair was waist-length, tied into a fine hairstyle by skillful ropework. the teenager passed through the window, greedily etching the image before him. A pair of hands, gentle as jade, was lifting the steamer. It was from this that the smoke in the sky originated. The teenager could clearly see the dish in the steamer. Glutinous rice balls. When the smoke cleared, a clear and stunningly beautiful face now held a gentle and soft smile. The moment the familiar face was reflected in the teenager's eyes, it was like a million arrows piercing his heart. The teenager outside the window's body was trembling madly, and he couldn't stop his lips from quivering. Tears came out like the opening of a floodgate. Mom! Special exam room monitoring room. The crowd watched the tearful teenager on the screen with concern. Duanmuqian couldn't help but shake his head as he looked at the teenager's sad face. 8th level. Ask for the path of the heart. Asking for the heart tests a martial artist's heart to seek the way. And it's amazing that he would seem so deep at such a young age. With such a performance, he must have experienced suffering in his infancy, and I don't know what his obsession is. The so-called demon of the heart, to enter the way with love, is much more difficult. The staff looked at Duanmuqian and inquired, Main examiner, do we still need to broadcast the 8th floor live? Duanmuqian shook his head. The 8th level is to ask the heart, and martial artists who go through this level tend to have unpleasant demeanor displays. What's more, this level doesn't have any ornamental value. Switch, let him break in quietly on his own. This is fake. Is fake. I'm on the test. This is fake. 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 The teenager's quavering voice was drowned out by the cacophony of frying. But as if by heart, the kitchen woman suddenly looked up. When she saw the teenager standing outside the window, she smiled warmly. NVCN is back. What are you standing here for? It all smells like grease. Quickly go inside and wash your hands. Get ready to eat. The familiar voice was like the weak water of the 9 heavens, directly drowning out all of the teenager's reasoning. At this moment, true or false no longer mattered to him. 1823 days and nights of trying to suppress thoughts at this moment. Breakwater. He struggled to control his somewhat weakened legs as he took one step toward the front door. Just the moment he was about to step through the gate, Cloud Calling appeared behind the teenager. As if by heart, the teenager slowly turned back, looking at Yun Boing's complicated eyes. The bottom of Wang Xianxian's eyes began to show a pleading color. I'm just going to go in for a moment. A moment please. Hearing the teenager's near-begging voice, Cloud Calling couldn't bear it after all. After a moment's thought, she finally dismissed the idea of forcing herself to break through the realm. The meal you've been fantasizing about for 5 years. The food is ready. It would be a shame not to go and eat it. The furry face raised a gentle smile as Cloud Calling softly spoke. Go on. I'll be here when you get back. With that said, Cloud Calling turned and jumped into the hawthorn tree. Snoring, Wang Xianxian adjusted his breathing, turned around, and stepped into the door of the room. Familiar rooms, familiar decor, and daydreamer. Mo Biaogu carried the dishes and slowly walked towards the table. Today Mom made you glutinous rice balls and sweet and sour pork. The red meat is still in the pot. Wait for Mommy to serve it to you. Go wash your hands first, then help Mommy serve dinner. After arranging the dishes on the table, Mo Renge once again walked towards the kitchen. Wang Xianxian stared blankly at Mo Bing, but he couldn't move his body in any way. When the person he had been thinking about day and night really appeared in front of him, Wang Xianxian was afraid. He didn't have the courage to speak up, to give the other man a hug, because he was afraid. Afraid that his mom would blame him in her mind. He's a murderer. When Mo Bing folded back with the braised pork, Wang Xianxian, who was still in a mortar and pestle, sensed that something was wrong. Envy Fairy, what's wrong? Is something wrong? In the face of his mother who kept approaching, Wang Xianxian's body shook more and more. However, the moment Mo Ren's hand touched Wang Xianxian's cheek, the teenager's body, however, stopped shaking. Mo Bing cupped Wang Xian's cheeks with both hands, then gently touched the teenager's forehead with her showy forehead. What happened? Can you tell Mommy? It's fine, Wang Xianxian gently said. I just miss you a little. Upon hearing this, Mo Biaogu hid her face and smiled. Slick, you're the only one who can make Mommy happy. Mo Bing's words were like spring rain, constantly moisturizing the teenager's parched heart. Wang Xianxian seemed to have a little more courage, and he greedily enjoyed his mother's warmth for a long time. How old are you? Still pestering Mom? Shy or not? Mo Bing laughed softly. Go serve rice. Let's eat. At the dinner table, Wang Xianxian covered his face with a bowl. The teenager deflated, wept, and ate. Looking at the teenager's wolfish appearance, Mo Renge gently stroked her son's hair with her hand. Why are you crying? Are you being bullied? Tell Mommy, okay? Wang Xianxian's right hand tightly grasped the chopsticks as he said with a slightly trembling voice. I have a friend who was born with a terminal illness. This is a terminal disease that heaven and earth, neither of which allowed her to survive, put in place. Not even the best medical skills can cure her. But one day, Some miracle doctor spoke to my friend's mom about a prescription. The teenager paused when he said this, and Mo Biaoge did not rush, but quietly waited for her son to continue speaking. In the end, my friend survived at the cost of losing her mom forever. She was sad. So sad. So she asked me why her mom did it. Useless kids. Just lose them. She's scared. She's scared that her mom will blame her. And she's always thinking that she killed her mom. I want to comfort her, but I don't know the answer. Mo Biaoge looked at the teenager in front of her, and she didn't choose to answer at first. A slender hand, gently wiping the tears from the corner of her son's eyes. There are no useless children, only incompetent parents. Her mom won't blame her. A mother who loves her child will never blame her child. The answer was given the moment she took the initiative, and was open to death. Envious immortal. Everything in this world has a loss and a gain. Under normal circumstances, a mother would never give her life to save her child, because that kind of love is too much. It will always give deep, bone-deep pain to those who survive. Such love will likewise be transformed into a heavy yoke upon the child for all eternity, exchanging one's life for another. This is a method that only people who are desperate and in a desperate situation would use. In the courtyard, Yin Boing slowly opened his eyes as he listened to Mo Ren's words. It looked at the pond in the yard, the one that had allowed Mo Banjio to step into it of her own accord, and fell into deep thought. Mo Biaoge looked at his son, who buried his head and continued to speak. What your friend went through is sad, and her mother must not have wanted her to know the truth. Just then, Wang Xianxian suddenly opened his mouth. So she should be kept in the dark? Yes, Inkbrand replied. Why? The teenager's voice was indescribably sad. Inkbrand replied with a smile. Because she's a child. She was the child that mother would have given up her life to save. That mother's intention for her child to continue to live in this world was not to subject her to pain and suffering. Rather, I want her to be able to feel the world with her heart and to enjoy her own life. When she resolves to change her life, she will surely take all the truth and pain with her and leave her child's world, because only then could she meet her death openly, happily, without fear. Mo Bing's voice was gentle, but it was cruel to the extreme when it fell into Wang Xianxian's ears. Guilt, remorse, and pain nearly overwhelmed him. His teeth were dead set on his lip, and crimson blood continued to flow down his teeth. Just then, Inkbrand got up and hugged him gently. My child, don't be sad. The tears, restrained to the extreme, were finally unable to be held back and flowed down the corners of the teenager's eyes. His head hung dead, afraid to look at his mom. As if Mo Bing had sensed something, she cupped Wang Xian's chin with both hands and made him look up. The strong mother gazed earnestly into the teenager's averted eyes. After a long time, tears rose from the corners of Mo Ren's eyes. It's been painful, hasn't it? At those words, the teenager's tears ran downward like a flood. He tried to restrain his voice. I am having a good time. A good time. Despite the teen's efforts to refuse, the tear-filled face gave away all the truth. Envy fairy, you lied to mommy, didn't you? Mo Biaoge wept as she looked at the teenager who was frantically shaking his head. Tell me, okay? Mommy will help you figure it out. The teenager's hands were so overexerted that his nails pierced deep into the flesh. The intense pain made him try to restrain his desire to confide. He never wanted his mother to worry about him again. Mo Ren seemed to understand something as she lightly kissed the teenager's forehead. Envy fairy, you don't need to consider anything for. You are a mommy's child. There are grievances and pains that mommy deserves to bear. It's the law of the world. The world is fair, yet unfair. There is always something to be gained by losing, and there is always something to be lost by gaining. Mommy is happy, as long as she has you. You're a proud mommy forever. Even if one day I go but my life for you, it will surely be happy. To have my life, to extend yours, such an opportunity would be the greatest gift from heaven for me. You are a gift from God to your mommy, and it is only right that she continue to receive gifts from God. Envy fairy, remember that no matter what, no matter when, no matter where, mommy will always love you. Mom would blame you even less. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian could no longer restrain his emotions. The sobs of the aggrieved to the core surrounded the teenager's home for a long time. They beat me, called me names, bullied me. No one in the family likes me. They all bullied me after you left. Wang Jianyan destroyed my home, and he still wants to kill me. He still wants to kill me. He and the woman he brought back from the Morong family. Together they are turning tricks to torture me. Wang's people all bullied me, calling me a motherless bitch. I'm afraid to have favorites, to have any hobbies, to show interest in anything, because if that crowd finds out, they'll break and take away all the things I love. They didn't feed me and made me go to the shrine to kneel as a punishment. They wronged me and set me up, and they tried to kill me. At this moment, Wang Xianxian's grievances that had been accumulated in his heart for several years were finally vented to the fullest extent. Holding the teenager in her arms tightly, Emo Renge burst into tears. There was nothing she could do. The only thing she could do was simply give the teenager in her arms some warmth. After a long time, when Wang Xianxian had completely calmed down, Mo Bing started to give Wang Xianxian dishes. At this moment in the outside world, everyone focused their attention on the teenager who stood in place in tears. No one knew what he had gone through. They only knew that Cloud Wine had been trapped on the 8th floor for 9 long hours. Other than him, no one was already breaking through the 9 heavens tower. Those who advanced all made it to the 9th floor, and the rest were eliminated from the competition. Everyone, waiting for the teenager to come to his senses. After eating, Mo Bing looked at Wang Xianxian reluctantly. Son, you don't belong here. Wang Xianxian, suppressing his emotions, gently nodded. Aha! After saying that, the teenager dried his tears and ran straight out of the room to the small courtyard. Cloud Calling had been waiting here for a long time, looking at Wang Xianxian's back as he was about to walk out of the compound. Mo Bing spoke again. Don't be sad, son. Mommy is always there. Always. Wang Xianxian didn't dare to turn back. He was afraid that if he did, he would never be able to get out again. Just as the teenager was about to flee, he was shouted at by Cloud Calling. Your mother died with a smile and with hope, so straighten your chest and say a proper goodbye to her. Wang Xianxian jolted to a halt and ran back to give Imobiaga a hug. Mom, I'm leaving. Inkbrand kissed the teenager's forehead and whispered, take care of yourself. Mommy will always be there for you. Tongtian 9 Heavy Pagoda, 9th floor. Dozens of teenagers spread out. All of them are the existence of the current college entrance examination. Out of more than 20 million candidates, who have successfully arrived at the apex, there were extremely outstanding high school students here, as well as the pride of all the great clans who had qualified for the special examination in the midterm. They eliminated their peers around them and were the first to arrive at the 9th floor. Coming here also symbolized that they had obtained the ticket to challenge the great emperor. Coming here also means that they have proved their talent to the world. Coming here also meant that as long as they didn't fall, there was a high probability that they would step into the 9th order Tongtian realm in the future. However, they weren't able to challenge the martial pole, which was the great emperor projection, right now, because they're all waiting for a candidate who can be called a legend, with strength and talent through and through. He was at the 7th level, and with a destructive force, he accomplished an achievement that had not been seen in the ages. No one of them who had also experienced the 7th floor would question that candidate's strength and talent. Though, he had now been trapped on the 8th floor for a full 9 hours. Lindley looked at the screen and saw Wang Xianxian, who was standing dumbfounded and in tears, and his tone couldn't help but bring on a few points of worry. What exactly did Jun see? Why did he stay inside for so long? Next to her, Duin rarely disliked Lindley as she looked at the slight happiness hidden in Wang Xianxian's expression and comforted him. Don't worry, he'll come out. At this time, in the corner, the teenager with a gloomy expression stared dead at Wang Xianxian in the screen and cursed continuously in his heart. Go to hell. Stay in there forever and never come out. Viewers from all over the world who watched the live stream were equally waiting. Why isn't this little guy awake? Besides him, the slowest woke up within 2 hours. Hurry up and wake up, big brother. I'm still waiting to see you fight the Sword Emperor. I always feel bad when I see him cry. The 8th level is asking the heart. His obsession is too deep. With a heart like that, even if one's talent is good, it will be difficult to achieve great things. Celestial Wine City, Brewers Guild. What kind of test is this 8th floor? And why is it like this? Secretary Xiao Zhou said in disbelief. Beside him, Li Jianzhou sighed and began to explain. The 8th level is to ask the mind. A martial artist practicing martial arts, practicing a thought through and through. If something goes wrong with a martial artist's state of mind, it will give rise to a heart demon. The danger of heart demons to martial artists does not need to be elaborated upon. A large number of martial artists perish due to heart demons every year. Hearing this, the secretary, Cho, began to worry. Nothing's going to happen to that kid after being trapped for so long, right? At those words, Lin Ju shook his head. What traps the child is the obsession, and that obsession will never hurt him. Kunlun Mountain, Spirit Emperor Hall. Looking at the teenager with tears in the corner of his eyes, Food Siener seemed to have guessed something. Jade hands gently caressed the phoenix chair that once belonged to her mother. A few moments of envy suddenly grew in the young girl's gaze towards the teenager. I want to meet you too. The Spirit Emperor on the side keenly sensed his daughter's abnormality, and he gently patted Food Siener's hand with his hand. Feeling the warmth coming from the back of her hand, Food Siener looked up, saw my father's kind smile with encouragement. Food Siener immediately raised a smile as she tried to tell her father that she wasn't upset. She knew better than anyone that her father's inner grief was nothing less than hers. The Spirit Emperor was equally aware of his daughter's understanding, and he quickly found a new topic. Siener, at what stage do you think that teenager can fight the Sword Emperor? Without the slightest hesitation, Fu Xian'er said decisively. To the end. Question mark 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 question mark. Something's not right. The Spirit Emperor let out an "oh" before bringing his gaze back to Cloud Wine. Only this time, there was something meaningful about his gaze. At this moment, the entire China's attention seemed to be focused on the teenager in the screen. Whether they worship him and admire him, or hate him and loathe him, their eyes were all reserved for the teenager whose eyes were closed tightly and who stood straight up. 9 Heavens Tower, 8th floor. The teenager who had stood like a stone statue just a few hours ago suddenly moved. The tear-stained face seemed to be set with 2 jewels at that moment. The young man's eyes were clear and bright, with an indefinable charisma. The moment he opened his eyes, his sword intent rose to the sky. The massive sword intent mercilessly tore through space, causing the air to continuously emit mournful cries. Above the 9 heavens, the heavenly gates riot. At the very top of the giant door that hung high above the top of heaven and earth, mysterious runes loomed. Feeling the powerful energy within his body that was difficult to suppress, Wang Xianxian finally released his suppression of the energy. His body temperature rose dramatically, and reddish golden lines began to emerge on his body. The great sun golden crow essence blood in his body finally fully integrated into the teenager's body and transformed into a new source of bloodline for the teenager. At the same time, flames like the light of the blazing sun ignited from the teenager's bloodline. The flames continued to sear the last impurities in the teenager's blood. Along with the ignition of the blood, crackling sounds also began to emanate from between Wang Xianxian's bones. Spiritual blood becomes forging iron bones. Early bone forging realm. With both fists clenched tightly, Wang Xianxian began to seriously perceive the new realm. King Envy. Vocation, winemaker. Fate exclusive profession, wine Sword Immortal. Talent, Golden Crow talent. Bloodline, Sword Emperor's bloodline, remnant. Great Sun Golden Crow bloodline. Level, 3rd order bone forging realm early, 0.01%. Natal treasure, Wine Fairy Gourd, Cloud Calling. Natal Wine Sword, 102, Envious Immortal Sword. Cold Spirit Sword. Royal Wind Sword. Thundering Sword. Flare Fire Sword. Physical Fitness, 3000. Spirit, 1680. It seems that what the bone forging realm brings is more of a physical strengthening, Wang Xianxian muttered. But, enough. With all eyes on him, the teenager stepped towards the entrance of the 9th floor. 9 Heavens Tower, 9th floor. Attention all. The tower challenge ends here. The Imperial Palace challenge is ready to open. Please prepare the candidates. Coming. Linley looked excitedly at the entrance to the 9th floor. Hearing the sound of the announcement, all the candidates got up. At the entrance to the 9th floor, the single figure slowly emerged. The familiar yet unfamiliar face of the teenager finally appeared in front of the group of geniuses. Wang Xianxian circled around and realized that the space of the 9th level was a bit ridiculously large. It's so cloudy. It looks like you're in a movie in the sky. Just after entering the hall, Wang Xianxian noticed multiple gazes. There was a gaze among them that he was exceptionally familiar with, even engraved into his bone marrow. Wang Beichen. Looking at the other party's gloomy gaze, Wang Xianxian's eyes narrowed slightly. Just then, an excited and thrilled voice rang in his ears. Yun, here. Hearing Linley's voice, Wang Xianxian smiled faintly before walking towards him. Brother Yun, you're in a hurry. Linley patted Wang Xian's shoulder hard. I thought you were going to be eliminated due to your spiritual energy running out. Duin smiled softly. Congratulations on another step towards your goal. Facing the concern of the two, Wang Xianxian responded softly. Thank you. Linley slammed Wang Xian's shoulder. Why so polite? All buddy. Brother Yun. Look, Linley pointed at Wang Beichen in the distance. That little punk is your biggest competitor this time. He is the Wang clan's contemporary heavenly pride. And before I left my family specifically instructed me to tell you to be careful of him playing underhanded tricks. At those words, Wang Xianxian was a bit confused. I'm not fighting him. So why should I be careful of him? What were my grandfather's original words? I seem to have forgotten them. Linley scratched his head. It probably means that Wang Beichen has chi or something on him. And this thing seems to affect the Sword Emperor projection. You seem to have offended Wang because of your chi. Exactly how? How to describe it? As I understand it, right now your behavior is no different than if Wang had just finished taking a shit and you were smoothing the paper away in front of them. Wang Xianxian. Duin. Seeing the two men's faces filled with speechlessness, Linley queried. What? Is my analogy inappropriate? The corners of Du Yin's mouth twitched furiously. Appropriate. Too appropriate. Then why do you have a shit-eating expression on your face? Linley said in dissatisfaction. Those who don't know would think it was me who stole your paper. With her delicate fists clenched, Du Yin's eyes began to become dangerous. What are you looking at? It's the little master's handsome that makes you unable to open your eyes. Ka chow. Familiar sounds, familiar results. Duin sat down on the unconscious Linli and let out a deep breath, then smiled and said to Wang Xianxian, "My family's elders also asked me to remind you that the process of challenging the Sword Emperor involves a battle for the Wang clan's qi. With the way you've just behaved, you'll definitely make Wang Beichen play some small tricks, so it's better to be careful." The corners of Wang Xian's mouth twitched as he looked at Linli, who was foaming at the mouth and sleeping peacefully on the ground. Thanks. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the sky above the Great Hall. Immediately afterward, golden light bloomed in the sky above. A huge golden stone monument descended from the sky and then landed heavily on the ground. "Attention all candidates. Verification of registration will now begin. Candidates are requested to register in the order in which they arrived on the 9th floor." Upon hearing this, everyone present focused their gazes on the teenager with a somewhat gloomy expression. Feeling the gazes of the rest of the people, some pride rose in Wang Beichen's heart. "First place, still mine." He walked quickly to the golden monolith, then touched his hand on it. The spirit measuring tablet. It can measure the realm, age, talent, and vocation of the person who touches it. The familiar voice of explanation in his ear caused Wang Xianxian to turn around violently. Linli's expression was serious as he clasped his arms and explained, his low voice setting off some expert temperament. "Waking up so quickly?" Wang Xianxian wondered. "Poof." Linli smiled evilly. "A mere strange disease can't even initiate my determination to survive. I've figured it out. It's not a disease. It's a curse. It's God's jealousy. But I don't blame the heavens. After all, someone like me will sooner or later break the sky if I'm not sealed. My talent has become so strong that the heavens are afraid of it. I'm afraid. Hopeless." Linli smiled sagely. At this moment, it was as if he had seen through fate and all the truth. Now he's broad and scary. After lamenting, Linli shifted his gaze back to Wang Beichen. Suddenly, the stone monument in front of them glowed brightly. Candidate Wang Beichen, age 13, realm, early bone forging realm, vocation, soulless sword dignity, talent, sword soul domination, talent level determination, X level. The glittering words on the stone tablet pierced deeply into everyone's eyes. The nation was shocked. Isn't Wang Beichen an X-ranked talent? What happened? Crap. He's also an X-level talent holder? Is it because he's too young to have problems with his previous talent records? Doesn't anyone pay attention to his realm? Crap. A 13-year-old bone forging realm. Unbelievable that there would be two X talent holders at the same time. Exclamations also came from the various great emperor clans. Wang is finally making up his mind. The battle for Qi has begun. That supreme elder of the Wang clan actually really infused the clan's Qi into Wang Beichen. Wang Beichen's previous talent was no more than rank X. The fact that Wang dared to transport Qi into him means that Wang Beichen must have something else special. Is it the son of prophecy? And what exactly is cloud wine? An accident of heaven? Or is it that the previous news of the nine-sword bearer was false, and that the son of prophecy does not appear in this age? No, the son of prophecy has inevitably already appeared, and that supreme elder of the Wang clan was heavily injured because he peered into the heavens. Since he chose Wang Beichen, then Wang Beichen must have some connection with the son of prophecy. We don't know anything about what form the so-called sons of prophecy will actually take or what state they will be in. Likewise, we can't use a few battles, a few rounds of wins and losses to take judgment on whether or not he's the son of prophecy. But if we can't tell the difference, how are we going to deal with future disasters? Fate is as fickle as the clouds that roll in and out. People come and go, and no one can foresee the storm clouds of tomorrow. We are all witnesses to history, and watch on. As for the cloud wine, it's just that we don't make enemies. In any case, Wang's rise has become irresistible. The Sword Emperor is the leader of the Sword Dao, and with him around, the title of the world's greatest sword will forever fall on Wang's head. Cloud Wine's challenge, regardless of victory or defeat, will not be devastating to the Wang clan's fortunes. Indeed. So read on. Sky Wine City, Lin's ancestral residence. The Resignation Wine Emperor laughed up to the sky when he saw Wang Beichen's talent. Ha 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 ha. Interesting. This is really interesting. Kunlun Mountain, Spirit Emperor Hall. The Spirit Emperor looked downward at Emperor Bai Zhe and asked in a condensed voice, Bai Zhe, is it possible to determine Wang Beichen's talent at that time? Emperor Bai Zhe pondered for a moment. Reporting back to your majesty. According to my observations in the Wang clan, at that time, Wang Beichen's talent indeed did not have any fluctuations in his aura that belonged to the X level. Then that means that the Wang clan has already started injecting clan luck into Wang Beichen? The Spirit Emperor muttered to himself. Just then, a pleasant voice rang in his ears. The fight hasn't even started yet. You're thinking so much. Be careful of losing your hair? Fu Xian'er teased. The Spirit Emperor stroked Fu Xian'er's head. There are some things that have to be thought about ahead of time. Today's world is like an ocean. My human race's development over the past 10,000 years has only changed from the original raft to a battleship. When the tsunami comes, there is still a risk of annihilation. Fu Xian'er fell into deep thought after hearing her father's words. 9 Heavens Tower, 9th floor, comprehensive judgment. Candidate Wang Beichen, 987, 652 points, Imperial level heavenly pride. Wang Beichen, who walked down from the stone monument, was filled with pride, not unlike the day of his awakening. He looked at Wang Xianxian in the distance and gave him a provocative look before revealing a teasing smile. Emperor level heavenly pride. Linli's face was a bit heavy. Brother Yun, you're in some danger. Wang Xianxian opened his mouth and asked, is there anything to say about the heavens pride grading? Of course, Linli replied. Everyone knows that X-class talent holders can basically become emperors as long as they don't die, which is why everyone calls X-class talent holders great emperor seeds. But in fact, the real call should be emperor level heavenly pride, and apart from the emperor level, downwards are saint level, Zun level, and king level, corresponding to X rank, SSS rank, and SS rank talents, respectively. Suddenly Linli looked like he had reacted. That's not the point. Isn't the point the targeting of Wang in the future? Before, your talent overwhelmed him, and now he's also at the X level, but he still has Wang behind him. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian looked at the list in the air and fell into deep thought. With Wang Beichen's talent on the list, the crowd also began to line up to board the list after a brief moment of surprise. There were 66 candidates who entered the 9th floor. As one golden light after another bloomed, an additional list appeared in the air. This list recorded the results of all candidates' talent tests and data mined the candidates' talents to determine the level of the candidates' natural talents and then ranked them. Emperor, Saint, Venerable, King, Gifted ranking. First place, Wang Beichen, 907,652 points. Emperor, second, Yang Tu, 528, 976 points. Zun, third place, Yi Hao, 528, 888 points. Honorable, fourth place, Linli, 522, 445 points. Zun, fifth place, Lu Cha, 521, 865 points. Zun, sixth place, Yuan Ji, 520, 987 points. Honorable, seventh, Duin, 520, 811 points. Zun, 65th, Levine, 500, 123 points. Zun. When the 65th candidate appeared, everyone shifted their gazes to Yunwine, who had finally arrived at the 9th floor. The teenager faces the monolith and strides forward. It was a scene that seemed to feel somewhat familiar to him. It seemed a lot like the morning of the gift awakening. He also walked to the awakening stage in front of the whole school. As a result, the awakening of the talent failed, and Wang's long knife, which had been hidden for several years, began to turn on himself. It was one of the most memorable days of his life. Failed awakening, farewell to friends, abused by father, bullied by family, saved by benefactor. That evening, that street, the back of the man who left in distress, the teenager who couldn't rule his fate. It has been completely relegated to the past. That day passed and turned upside down. Start today and turn things around. Brewer? What a disgrace to our Wang clan. Also the son of third uncle. The difference between this Wang Xianxian and cousin Beichen is too great, isn't it? You also don't think about it. How can a child born of a merchant's daughter be compared to cousin Beichen born of a heavenly daughter like Aunt Morong? Wastes who will only bring shame to the family. The teenager took one step at a time and eventually came to the stone monument. Looking at the stone tablet with traces of age, Wang Xianxian looked down at his right hand. Wangs, your nightmare is here. The monstrous anger that the teenager had suppressed for a long time rose to the sky. In the next instant, the teenager swung his fist. Boom! Almost the moment his fist landed on the monument's surface, the monument shook with a roar. Then, radiance as bright as a blazing sun illuminated the entire space. The shining and glowing stone monument was radiant, causing the eyes of everyone present to sting. It would have been fine if it was just this, but in the next instant, when Wang Xianxian began to utilize his spiritual energy, suddenly, this huge stone monument emitted a gurgling stone sound. 5,000, 10,000, 20,000, until a few breaths of time later, the number on the list instantly came to 80,000. Wang Xianxian's fist was tightly pressed against the stone tablet, and the numbers on the list were still climbing. Feeling the huge spiritual energy in his body, Wang Xianxian looked calm. I want to be your pride. At this moment, Wang Xianxian smiled gently, and without hesitation, he released the partial blockade on his talent authority. In the blink of an eye, the stone tablet exploded with a bang, popping from numbers from 80,000 to 90,000 to 100,000. When the nation was shocked, in front of the stone monument, Wang Xianxian's figure had been completely submerged by the light, and no one could see through his figure within it. Wang Xianxian took a deep breath. His eyes suddenly flashed, and his light exploded once again. The light was bright and dazzling, causing everyone present, all of them, to be dumbfounded. On the leaderboard, the large golden font caused the hearts of everyone present to stop beating in a split second. Candidate Cloud Wine, age 15, realm, early bone forging realm, vocation, wine swordsman, talent, general wine, talent level judgment, Dao level, combined judgment, candidate Cloud Wine, 199, 999, 999 points, Emperor. Silence filled the room. Dead silence. Everyone who was concerned about the college entrance examination looked at the golden font above the stone tablet in shock, and the expressions above their faces were extremely wonderful, unbelievable, dumbfounded, mind-blowing. A few moments later, the excited cries, like a hurricane, struck the whole of China. Ka-ching! At the headquarters of the Brewers Association, the teacup in Lin Zhou's hand was directly pinched into powder by him, and the tea, mixed with the powder, dripped and fell down along the palm of his hand. New Emperor, in the Kunlun Mountains, 3 breaths that were strong to the extreme exploded. Fu Xian'er looked incredulously at the teenager beside the stone monument, thinking back to the teenager's blood-covered figure that day. Her eyes were slightly moist. In the special invigilation room, the staff froze and stared at the large words on the stone tablet, their expressions long since replaced by shock. The score has reached the limit of the tablet. Although he was already trying to maintain a calm voice, there were still a few tremors in his voice that were hard to hide. As soon as the words fell, the massive stone monument began to crack. Crisp stone cracking sounds continue to resonate throughout the space, and eventually, with a boom, the stone tablet completely cracked into pieces. Gudu! I don't know who gulped wildly, but the voice of a person suddenly rang out in the venue. Wang Beichen, whose face was bloodless, couldn't control the trembling of his body, and the shock in his heart was like a shocking wave. He stared blankly at the glowing teenager in the distance and muttered out of breath. How is this possible? Stab! In the Wang clan's ancestral mansion, the ear-piercing friction sound from the seats and the floor constantly surrounded the conference room. Their expressions were wonderful, shocked, dumbfounded, incredulous, all sorts of emotions rubbed together, giving people an absurd feeling. The Supreme Elder roared madly inside. It's not possible. It's impossible. Emperor of Man. The new Emperor of Man. No way. Not at all. The second human emperor should be the oldest ancestor. How could the human race's chi allow a third human emperor to be born? Suddenly, a horrible thought rose in his mind. It's true that the human race's chi can't support 3 human emperors, but what if the old ancestor fails to become an emperor? Scared. He's getting scared. Such a thought appeared in the hearts of all the imperial clans almost simultaneously. Right now, the human race's chi could only support 2 human emperors at most. Candidates for the new emperor of the human race. The top of the sequence is the long-missing Sword Emperor, followed by the Blade Emperor, the Wine Emperor, and the Gun Emperor. This heaven and earth, how could it be born? A new, human emperor candidate. However, such a heavenly story has come into reality at this moment, truly appearing under everyone's gaze. Gazing with fear, his eyes staring at the young man standing beside the stone tablet fragments. The Wang clan's Taishan Grand Elder suddenly came up with a thought that made his heart feel like an ice cave. Could it be that the son of prophecy had not been born in the Wang clan? Suddenly, the voice of the legendary teenager brought everyone back to reality. To pay for it? Looking at the stone monument that had completely turned into fragments, Duanmu Qian couldn't hide his horrified expression, and as a 9th-ranked Zunshi, his voice actually trembled a little more. No, don't use. The teenager bowed. Thanks. After saluting, Wang Xianxian returned to Linli Duyin. Linli grabbed Wang Xian's collar and shook it frantically. Brother, you're really my brother. As his body continued to sway from the pull, Wang Xianxian laughed helplessly. Clothes, slow down. Linli looked at Wang Xianxian excitedly before pointing at Wang Beichen in the distance and opening his mouth. Look at that little guy, all happy and close to tears. Hearing Linli's words, Wang Beichen glared viciously at him. Linli wasn't afraid at all as he continued to laugh. Look, just now when Cloudy Wine wasn't up yet, who said that Cloudy Wine and I aren't on the same track? Who's up here again, taunting us directly? At this moment, Linli directly transformed into a little pink beaver, crazily yin yang. What? I'm in the bone forging realm la. Cloud Wine is but blood refining realm la. You're really an old sow with a bra, talking in one set of words after another. The corners of the eyes of the great celestial pride how a bit reflective You would not be a turtle, check out. Turtle cannot live, right? Linlei's high-powered yin and yang caused Wang Beichen, who was already in an unpleasant mood, to directly break his defense. Who are you to taunt me? Don't even recognize me? Linley's face straightened. Remember, the future god of great speed, the spokesman of thunder and lightning, the future fastest man in history, the asylum of Heaven's Gate, Rin, messenger of thunder, speed terminator, future emperor favored by thunder. Of course, at the moment, my most dickish identity is the younger brother of the future human emperor. Linley, who had finished shouting in one breath, shook his head and sighed. With all due respect, talking to you is a bit of a fall from grace. When you were just opening your mouth, Thor said 4 words to me. Man and dog are different. Linley's words directly caused Wang Beichen to red warm. You're the dog. You're the dog. Bitch. TSK. Linley looked at Wang Beichen in disgust. This breaks defense? That doesn't work for you either. Sido. I know you have a straight gut, but you can't pull it out of your mouth. Wang Beichen completely broke his defense. Bitch. I'll tear your mouth off at once. The family is raising an idle donkey. Right. Doing nothing all day long. Net kicking you in the head. Linley raised an eyebrow. Saying such brainless words. Quarreling a fight so vegetable. So dare first Yin and Yang Miao? Truly, cows and horses rise in the east and fall in the west, and pull the crotch till death do us part. Looking at Wang Beichen, who was so angry that he was about to have a seizure, Linley couldn't have been happier in his heart. He's been a bitch with that mouth since he was a kid. How cheap is that? Let's put it this way. Since he was 10 years old, the real mom was beating almost 9 times a day. As for why he can't be beaten, it's because his mom is a medical martial artist. Oh, and by the way, his own mother is a doctor at one of the hospitals in the city of Heavenly Wine, recognized by all patients and doctors as having the gentlest personality and the best temperament. His father was a great painter who was known to be elegant. Just like that, the sassy man was angry at his own son for swinging on a wolfsbane. Even Duin was recognized by Du as a little girl with a temper that knew no bounds. Learning judo was also for fear of beating Linley to death. So from a young age, it really wasn't easy for Linley to survive until now. Too cheap. Linley let out a loud cry of pleasure as he began to recall the scene before he left the house. Old Ancestor specifically called him to his side and admonished him. Layer, you must remember to keep that mouth of yours in check when you're out there. Linley's tone was grave. Old Ancestor, I understand all of this. The vast majority of the contestants at the end of the day are Imperial clan descendants. I'm sure I won't be dragging my family along with me when I curse, and I'll never cause trouble for you. Don't worry, I've got it in mind. Hearing these words, even the Resignation Wine Emperor, who had seen the world through, couldn't help but slightly twitch the corners of his mouth. Then I'm relieved. But you can focus on taking care of that Wang Beichen from the Wine Clan. But won't I offend him this way? Linley queried. The Resignation Wine Emperor was shocked. Your kid is still afraid of offending people. Of course. Linley retorted in dissatisfaction. I admit I do get a little bitchy, but I'm not stupid. How else do you think I've survived this long? Old Ancestor, you're standing too tall. Don't underestimate the way other people survive. Linley said in a serious tone. The resigned Wine Emperor gritted his teeth. Right. What you said is right. It's the Old Ancestor who underestimated you. That Wang Beichen's talent is higher than mine. If I scold him, what if he knocks me down later? Linley continued to ask. The Resignation Wine Emperor smiled faintly. As long as you have a good relationship with Cloud Wine, this won't happen. So play your heart out. As the recollection ended, Linley's eyes closed slightly and the corners of his mouth gently rose. Old Ancestor, are you watching? I'm about to piss him off. Sky Wine City, Lin's ancestral residence. Ha 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 ha. Magnificent laughter can be described as, well, the aftermath of 3 days. The Resignation Wine Emperor's heart blossomed as he watched Linley's constant output on the screen. This kid is really cool when his mouth isn't on his own people, ha ha. Lin's crowd also laughed. As a longtime victim of Linley's foul mouth, the excitement of seeing someone else suffer was heartfelt. Stir it up. Stir it up. Stir up this water as much as you can. The Resignation Wine Emperor's eyes were shining brightly. The rest of the Imperial race fell into deep thought upon seeing this. Cloud Wine's talent is just too exaggerated. Why would the Heavenly Dao give birth to a new candidate for human emperor? With that Lin's kid acting like this, does it mean that Lin has started to take sides? The Resignation Wine Emperor and the Wine Emperor wear the same pants. And with an attitude like Lin's, he's definitely got Du's support. No matter what, Yun Wine's talent is placed there. Wine can't move him at all. The royal family is definitely going to come down. And if Wang opens a bigger bargaining chip, we'll have a reason to refuse. When the entrance exams are over, send someone to befriend him. But haven't we already publicly supported Wang? Asshole, practicing kung fu is stupid. Right. Who told you to befriend him openly? Underground friendships. That's what makes it fun, isn't it? One wants to fight with Cloud Wine. Then let them fight. Invest in both sides. This wave is a sure thing. Make friends with all of them. and let them fight to the death. It's none of our business. Ha ha ha. Son of prophecy and human emperor candidate. Interesting, really interesting. Old ancestor. All of the imperial clans have this attitude of not touching either. Why would the Lin clan and the Du clan openly take sides? This is not in line with their two families' style of dealing with things. Oh, surely those two old drunks know something? Some chances are not ours. That can't be forced, and without enough pieces. Don't play easily. Being able to preserve the family and keep the bloodline going in a chaotic world is how we survive. Go and make preparations for that child's gift. Remember to prepare abundantly. Don't let the other side underestimate us. Yes, 9 Heavens Tower, 9th floor. Who? Heavy and urgent sounds constantly surrounded the space. Wang Beichen was furious, his eyes red and his face hideous as he glared at Linley. However, Linley, who was accustomed to seeing great storms, would not be swayed by a mere look. Are you a dog, panting that fast? This isn't a restroom and there's nothing for you to eat. At this point, Linley suddenly paused, his expression becoming somewhat stunned. You can't be waiting for me to pull it. With these words, the air of the entire 9th floor suddenly froze. Crap! Everyone looked at Linley dumbfounded. Even Wang Xianxian could hardly hide his awe. That's a really bad mouth. Wang Beichen rushed towards Linley like he was mad. Facing the irrational Wang Beichen, Linley didn't panic as he shouted, "Wait!" However, Wang Beichen couldn't listen to him at all. Just as Duan Muqian was about to block it, a leg came into close contact with Wang Beichen's face, which was so angry that it was twisted, in a lightning-fast manner. In the instant of contact, Wang Beichen's face underwent a drastic shapeshift. The entire person's body also flew out backwards due to the powerful force. Boom! Ah! Wang Beichen, who had heavily smashed to the ground, covered his bleeding nose and began to let out angry hissing noises. Who? He jerked his head up and realized that a white-clothed young man was standing right in front of Linley. And that person is the one who has been across his heart for a long time. Cloud Wine. Wang Xiansan looked at Wang Beichen who was ranting and flatly put away his leg. Next to him, Duan Muqian screamed in his heart that it was not good. Candidates attacking each other in private is against the rules of the examination room. A 15-year-old boy rushed to Wang Beichen's side. Cousin Northstar, are you alright? He was Wang clan's contemporary SSS-ranked talent holder, Wang Delusion, the cousin of Wang Beichen and Wang Xianxian. Watching Wang Beichen's nose bleed, Wang Delu turned his head and shouted at Duan Muqian. Examiner, I'm reporting that Cloud Wine violated the rules of the examination center. He attacked other candidates during non-examination time. Seeing that Duan Muqian's expression was starting to become a bit ugly, Linley hurriedly rushed over to Wang Xianxian and transported his voice to shout. Cloud, what's wrong with you? Tell me what's wrong with you? Although he, Wang Beichen, was holding a murderous intent and violated the second major category of the examination center. Rule 321. To attack me, you can't just rush out to save me. Although your behavior constitutes a condition of the fifth major category of the examination room. Section 17. Emergency evasion. What if you hurt yourself? Duan Muqian listened and came to his senses. He hastily took out the rules and regulations of the examination room from his storage bag. After a careful search, he really did find that fifth category that Linley was talking about in the book. Rule 17. It says that if candidate A is found to have made a rash sneak attack and attacked candidate B, and if candidate B has no intention of resisting or has no intention of fighting, candidate C may ignore the rest of the rules and prioritize the rescue, provided that candidate C may not use this to cause fatal injury to candidate B. The detailed rules of determination are densely written on one page. Unbelievable. Duan Muqian looked at Linley, who was not far away with a bad smile on his face, and could not hide the surprise in his heart. He had never been a high school examiner before, so he had simply gone over a few important rules before the exam. The high school rules are thousands of years old. There are a lot of weird rules because of student talent, the many vocation, the complexity and diversity of the examination environment, and other factors. For example, there was once a candidate who, after killing a foreign beast, took the large intestine inside the beast and attached it to his weapon with unspeakable nastiness to attack the rest of the candidates in the guise of a war god. That's why the examination center added a new rule in the second year. If a candidate is attacked with fey excrement causing the other party to be eliminated, the user has to deduct 5,000 points and the eliminated person is given a chance to be resurrected. But then, because, again, some candidates find this loophole and force their peers to avoid elimination, the exam room has to keep patching it up. And so it is that the rules of high school have been tinkered with for thousands of years to a thickness that rivals the dictionary. Faced with a massive amount of rules, as the chief examiner of the third stage of the new reform of the college entrance exam, Duan Muqian naturally wouldn't study them too closely. He was surprised at how the teenager called Linley knew such tiny rules. However, surprised as he was, Duan Muqian inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this rule would give the farce a stereotype. Otherwise, Wang took the opportunity to play, and it would be difficult for them to deal with the examination room side. Gently shaking his head, Duan Muqian looked at Wang Zhuo and opened his mouth to explain. Cloud Wine's behavior did comply with the exam's emergency avoidance regulations. Therefore, the report is invalid. After saying that, Duan Muqian read out the regulations from Linley's mouth. Upon hearing the explanation, the rest of the candidates exclaimed in shock, and Wang Delu and Wang Beichen even stared in disbelief. Wang Mao pointed at Linley and looked at Duan Muqian and roared, "Bullshit! You're outright harboring. My cousin is still 5 or 6 meters away from Linley, and there's no way Linley's speed could have dodged it, so that's their excuse for beating them up." At those words, Linley's eyes blazed with light. Under the gaze of the crowd, he slowly raised his right hand, then said in a grave tone, "Lord Examiner, I want to report it." "What?" Question marks rose above the heads of everyone present. "You're the reason for everything. What's your problem?" Duan Muqian looked at Linley's serious demeanor and had no choice but to speak. "Say." Linley cleared his throat. Wang Beichen violated the rules of the examination center and can be defined as a second-class problem candidate according to the first major category of the examination center. Article 543. And Wang Deluxe, as a candidate, is brainless, openly defending him in an attempt to disrupt the public hearing, violating the sixth major category of the examination hall. Rule 211, which can be defined as a third category of harboring behavior. Companion Wang Beichen was injured in a sneak attack, and even more so, he was backwards and evil, violating the third major category of the examination center. Rule 112, which stipulates that the candidate's martial virtues are violated. After reporting and receiving a detailed explanation from the examiner, instead of going through the formal process of making a representation, he blatantly contradicted the examiner. It is even more so to say such vulgar words as fart to the chief examiner of lofty cultivation, which has violated the first major category of the examination hall. Rule 119. The candidate committed 2 level 2 violations and 1 level 3 violation. As a candidate from the same region, I am now applying to the examining authority to disqualify this candidate from the examination and expel him from the examination center immediately, in accordance with the 5th major category of the examination center. Special Rule 267. After reporting, Linley lowered his hand expressionlessly. Silence, deathly silence. Everyone froze. What broke this silence was the sound of Duan Muqian's flipping book as he flipped through the rules of the exam room. 5 minutes later, after confirming that not a single word of what Linley had said was incorrect, Duan Muqian went numb as he looked at the teenager in front of him like a monster. After a moment, he forced the corners of his mouth to twitch and spoke slowly. Candidate Linley, report passed. Now disqualify candidate Wang Zhu from the examination. The entire field of candidates was present and shocked. Wang Delu and Wang Beichen's mouths were even longer enough to fit an egg. Send. What happened? What? Obviously we're the ones getting hit. Why is that Linley out after he said a bunch of inexplicable stuff? Just as Wang Zhuo froze, 2 burly men in golden armor appeared beside him, then held his arms and walked out. The racked up Wang Zhuo finally reacted as he yelled up to the sky. "No, you guys can't do this. I haven't challenged the old ancestor yet. What the hell did I do wrong? Get off me. Get off me. I just said a couple words. Just a couple words. Why are you kicking me out? I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced." Linley, hearing the sound of injustice behind him, Linley stood with his arms folded and let out a long sigh. Invincible. It's just so lonely. Sky Wine City, Lin's ancestral residence. The resigned wine emperor couldn't help but clap his hands as he watched Linley's perfect performance. Good boy. What a face for my Lin clan. Go back and tell Lin how not to let him use the purple thunder vine. That thing hurts too much. My heart aches. And tell him to switch back to the wolf tooth rod. Old ancestor is indeed an old ancestor. He still cares for his juniors. For the first time in many years, I look at this little brat so well. Everyone present, in their joy, was mentally grateful for a certain family rule that had been added that year. Heavenly Sword City, Wang clan's ancestral residence. The Supreme Elder rarely lost his temper. Waste. Waste. Success is not enough. Who taught that king delusion? Strange shame. Strange shame. The faces of all the Wang clan members were also as ugly as if they had eaten shit. For some reason, since the high school entrance exams, everything had gone wrong for them Wang, as if there wasn't a single thing really worth being happy about. The Nine Heavens Tower. Looking at Wang Deluxe's fading back, the many candidates looked at Linley with a hint of awe in their gazes. Crap, why is he so ruthless? It was clearly Cloud Wine who hit someone first. This is the first high school reform. This is going to be nailed to the pillar of shame in history. This son must not be easily messed with. Looking at the crowd's strange gazes, Linley shook his head. From time to time I am out of place with you because I am so invincible. Wang Xianxian finally couldn't help but spit out his words when he heard this, and he asked to Duyin, has he been like this since he was a kid? Upon hearing this, Duyin seemed to have remembered something bad, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Yes, sacrificed. Wang Xianxian was really curious as to how exactly Linley had grown up alive. Seeing Linley walk back, Duan Muqian took the opportunity to ask, how do you kids know so many rules? Linley looked oddly at Duan Muqian. Lord Examiner, why are you asking such strange questions? I'm taking the entrance exam, so I'm sure I'll have to memorize all the rules. All. Duan Muqian was shocked. Memorize it all? He pointed to the huge thick book of exam room rules he was holding. That's the book? Or else? Linley spread his hands, then leaving the frozen Duan Muqian back next to Wang Xianxian. Hearing Wang Xianxian ask the same question, Linley explained, Brother Yun, to you, that might just be the rules of the district exam room, but to me that's the way to survive. I have experienced hardship since I was a child. My mother sees beatings, my father sees hammers, my grandfather sees kicks, and my grandmother doesn't love me when she sees me. Remember, it was a cold, windy winter day when I was punished by my grandfather for kneeling at the shrine. By chance, I saw that the statue of the old ancestor was even slightly dusty. Naturally, I, who have always honored my elders, couldn't look away, but I was too young and not tall enough to wipe the dust. After half a day's thought, I thought of the fireman, so I used the water gun and nourished the dust off the statue of the old ancestor. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian's entire body went numb. Wait, you said water gun. Linley's rare old face blushed. Don't worry too much about the details. When Duan Muqian, who was next to him, heard this, he couldn't help but spit madly inside. It's fucking detailed. Peeing on a statue of your own ancestor is a fucking detail. How have you survived this long? I don't know why my family is so petty. I almost saw my long-dead 18th great-grandmother that day. Luckily, in time for my old ancestor's exit, the young me had a chance of survival. Old ancestor said to give me a chance to weasel out. Being the nail in the coffin of punitive kneeling, I'm afraid the clan rules I've copied add up to a pile that could fill the whole house. I decisively grabbed the loophole in the clan's rules. After all, I just wanted to clean the ancestor statue too. Although the cleaning solution used was a bit special, my heart was good after all. So, I'll just say there's no rule against cleaning statues with urine and argue the case by defining humiliation in cleaning. In the end, I won. Speaking of this, Linley looked up at a 45-degree angle and lamented. From that day on, I understood the truth that when you live within the rules, only by understanding the rules, mastering the rules, and applying the rules, can you catch a ray of hope in the midst of despair, or even get the result you want. Knowing this, when I go anywhere and do anything, I always scrutinize the corresponding rules first. Hearing this, Rao Yunboing opened his mouth to marvel. This child is a bit interesting. At such a young age to be able to touch the shadows of rules and Tao. Wang Xianxian couldn't help but be puzzled after hearing this. By your reasoning, don't you walk sideways after you familiarized yourself with the house rules? Why does Duyin still say that all the elders in your family move to beat you? At those words, Linley instantly wilted as if he had eaten rat droppings. Next to him, Duyin looked like he remembered something funny, because he was too rampant for a while based on the clan rules. The Lin clan added a specific family rule for him through a vote. What family rules? Wang Xianxian was curious. Duyin jumped up happily. Linley doesn't count. What? Wang Xianxian was confused. What do you mean? Literally. Duyin lightly raised her eyebrows. It means that Linley's words don't count and can be ignored. Sacrificed. Looking at Wang Xianxian's face full of admiration, Linley instantly broke his defenses. They're playing dirty, and if they can't play, I'll turn it on. I went to theorize, and they said beautifully that home is no place for you to reason. Looking at Wang Beichen's hair that stood up one by one because of his anger, Duan Muqian let out a long sigh, feeling a bit tired, although he had just used the rules to expel Wang Delu from the examination room. No matter what, it was considered a slap in Wang's face. He had to equalize things and offend no one. So he looked at Linley and spoke. Lin family brat, what you said was excessive. Apologize. No. Linley was dry. Apologizing will only make things worse. At those words, the corners of Duan Muqian's mouth twitched. Cut the crap. That's what the examiner wants. Linley shouted in dissatisfaction. That Wang Beichen can be much more serious than me. He shall not. Duan Muqian listened and pondered. This kid is too greedy and wants to take Wang Beichen away in one wave. He absolutely cannot let him open his mouth. There was too much karma involved for a kid like him to take on. This would be even more of a disaster for Lin. He had come to appreciate the kid in front of him. Bitchy yes. but a delightful personality. So he directly transmitted his voice to Linley. Be careful what you say. Hearing the examiner's exhortation, Linley could only stop. He pointed his finger at Wang Beichen. Then he has to apologize to me as well. If it wasn't for my young brother kicking with his long 1 meter 8 legs and as long as a joke face, I might have perished today. After all, he and I aren't on the same track. Hearing this, Wang Beichen broke his defense for the second time. Seeing that Wang Beichen was having trouble suppressing his inner rage, Duan Muqian finally couldn't help but roar out, "Shut up and apologize, both of you." At those words, Linley hurriedly shut up. Duan Muqian pointed at Wang Beichen. "No matter what, the attack was wrong. You apologize first." At the examiner's command, Wang Beichen gritted his teeth and opened his mouth. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have had to hit you." Duan Muqian looked at Linley. "Alright, people have apologized. It's your turn." Linley nodded. His face straightened, his voice super loud. "Wang Beichen, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have called you a dog, let alone suspected that you wanted to eat the poop I pooped." Duan Muqian, Wang Xianxian, Duin, all candidates, national audience. "Wang Beichen, kill you, I'll fucking kill you, bitch, I'll fucking tear your mouth." This time, Wang Beichen was successfully stopped by Duan Muqian. Wang Beichen's hoarse tirade kept ringing in his ears, and Duan Muqian wanted to strangle Linley. He completely abandoned his composure as an expert and roared madly at the aggrieved and innocent-faced Linley. "Look what you did." Linley was aggrieved. "I've told you that my apologizing would escalate the situation. You didn't listen and now you're blaming me." "Shut up," Duan Muqian cursed. "Okay, Linley, good behavior limited edition." Duan Muqian's entire body was bad. He couldn't handle that kid from Linz at all. Thinking of this, the spiritual energy in his body surged wildly, instantly suppressing everyone. This matter ends here, and whoever continues will be expelled from the examination hall. Now begins the Imperial Palace Challenge. Couldn't help but use a little more ink to portray Linley. 3 chapters today to make up what I owe from earlier, and 1 more later. As Duan Muqian's words fell, all the candidates' bodies glowed with golden light. In the next instant, they all left the 9 Heavens Tower. When Wang Xianxian opened his eyes again, he realized that he was once again back in the square from before. He looked back at the 8th floor of the huge tower for a long time. "Attention all candidates, now enter the hall." Wang Xianxian let out a deep breath, then turned his head to follow Duan Muqian, stepping into that incomparably brilliant and gigantic palace. Just after entering the hall, Wang Xianxian felt a supreme pressure. The golden statues of the 36 great emperors, like Tarzan, sat steadily within the great hall. The height of each statue was basically 1,000 meters or more. Instead of this being a large hall with an imperial statue, it was more like a small heaven and earth, and 36 giant peaks. 36 emperors, a legend written in the history books. Each of them had made indelible contributions to Huaxia, and even the human race. The sons and daughters of China engraved their deeds into history in order to remember their merits. Huaxia will never die, and the great emperor will never be immortalized. Looking at the statue of the great emperor in the hall, Wang Xianxian clearly understood. These sculptures are placed with great care. The 12 great emperors in the very center are the great meritocrats of China. They came out of nowhere to save the day at a time when the Emperor of Man was trapped and when China was perishing. These 12 great emperors, also known as the primordial great emperors, had their honorifics in a single character. Sword Emperor, Blade Emperor, Dan Emperor, Pill Emperor, Emperor of Cooks, Emperor of Guns, Emperor of Wine, Emperor of Divination, the Emperor of Qin, the Emperor of Painting, the Emperor of Chess, the Emperor of Book. After the 12 emperors, that is, after the founding of the Chinese nation, 24 new human emperors were born. These 24 great emperors are also known as new emperors, distinguishing them from the primordial great emperors. They are honored with 2 words. These 24 great emperors are Mad Sword Emperor, Demon Blade Emperor, Dan Devouring Emperor, Immortal Emperor, Tao Tai Emperor, Gunslayer Emperor, Resignation Wine Emperor, and Tui Emperor, Emperor Jiayin, Emperor Dan Chang, Emperor Tian Yi, and Emperor Tian Shu, Ancient Sword Emperor, Dead Soul Emperor, Refining Sky Emperor, Hanging Pot Emperor, Chaos Emperor, Dragon Lance Emperor, Forgetfulness Emperor, Xuanji Emperor, the Great Emperor of Ritual and Music, the Great Emperor of Loves and Ink, the Great Emperor of Tian Yuan, and the Great Emperor of 10,000 Scrolls. The cloud calling inside Wang Xianxian's body's voice became a bit heavy after scrutinizing each sculpture. 3,000 great roads. Now, only 12 left? What do you mean? Wang Xianxian asked in confusion. Cloud calling explained. Through these honorifics, one can discover part of the pattern hidden among these great emperors. The way of the sword, the way of the knife, the way of the Dan, the way of the medicine, the way of the cook, the way of the gun, the way of the wine, the way of the diviner, the way of the zither, the way of the painter, the way of the chess, the way of the book. These 36 emperors, old and new, are all extensions of the 12 great roads. Over 10,000 years of history, the new 24 emperors, and no one has even stepped out of the new Tao. This also means that the remaining 2,988 great avenues are no longer climatic, and may even have been completely shattered. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian froze. Although he didn't understand the specifics of the situation, he did know that it was very bad. Did Heavenly Court lose? Cloud Calling muttered. Although Wang Xianxian was curious, he clearly knew that there were some things that it was not yet time for him to know, so he didn't bother Cloud Calling either. All of you, start choosing the Emperor Lord you want to challenge. When you have finished choosing, go and wait by the Emperor's golden body. As soon as the words were spoken, the candidates in the room began to head for the move. They have worked so hard until now for this moment. Challenge the pinnacle of martial arts in front of the nation and the world. Most importantly, they don't have to worry about losing either, for the adversary himself is the great emperor whom all the nations worship. Win or lose, there is great honor to be gained. Therefore, these candidates are able to perform 100% without any psychological pressure. Except for Wang Beichen and Wang Xianxian, the two of them were a few meters apart as they walked together towards the Sword Emperor's golden body. Except for a few people, no one knew that the two teenagers walking side by side at this moment were blood brothers with the same father. They had been under one roof for 5 years. Only, the two were treated, one by heaven and the other by earth, unbridled and held in high regard. My brother, the brother who is careful with his words and is seen as a transparent person. Although they are the same brothers, they seem to have vastly different identities. One is a highly favored young master, the other seems to be a slave who can be bullied at will. The once envious Wang Xian really envied Wang Beichen. Parental favor, familial care, kinship, superb talent. In the eyes of the young Wang Xianxian, Wang Beichen had everything he fantasized about. Once he, compared to Wang Beichen, but the white moon next to the firefly, humble and small. For a long time he was in self-denial. One puts one's mother in the mud. One makes one's father unhappy. One makes one's grandpa, grandma, uncle. He seems to upset everyone in the family. At the time, he felt like his existence was a mistake. Several times, he wanted to end his life, but every time, he was about to carry it out. His mother's voice rang in his head, and as a result, there was a time when he became accustomed to suicide and to self-harm. Because, only then, could he hear his mother's voice in his head? A young teenager with an overwhelming desire for his mother's voice. No one in the house cared about him except for this voice. Sewer rats. That's how he describes himself. The only way no one would attack and abuse him was to hide in the sewers and keep out of sight. Wang Xianxian had gotten used to being with the darkness, even if the darkness would imprison his soul. Because, only by being imprisoned by the darkness will he be safe from harm. Looking in front of him, the familiar face of that huge statue. It was the most familiar face the teenager had ever seen when he was young and thrown to the shrine because he had been chastised. Sword Emperor statue. I don't know how many times the teenager begged it while kneeling as a punishment at the shrine, and I don't know how many wishes have been made to it. The smallest wish, the most pious attitude, but in the end, it's all just empty. Wang Xianxian, who was caught up in his memories, inadvertently saw Wang Beichen's gaze looking at him. That gaze was tinged with resentment, anger, and a hint of well-hidden envy. Wang Xianxian was slightly stunned. At some point, his fate changed. Was it the moment he awakened to his vocation? Or was it the moment the setting sun rose again? Or the moment he drank the wine? Wang Xianxian wasn't sure. He was only clear about one thing. Now he was no longer the sewer rat. The current him was a heavenly pride that was the envy of all. He was now a nightmare that made Wang fearful. Now he is the disciple's grandson whom Master Gong loves, the nephew whom Master Uncle cares for, the student whom Director Lin trusts, the investee whom His Highness saved, the host whom Cloud Calling waited for, and the child whom his mother guarded with her life. Envy Fairy, you are mommy's pride, forever. The young man stands, like the blazing sun, strides forward. The spine of a young man, like Tarzan, stands up to the sky. The teenager's anger was like a natural disaster, destroying the sky and the earth. The young man's sword, the young man's wine, and the young man's heart were all constantly bursting outward with a heaven-shaking battle intent. Finally, with all eyes on him, the teenager walked up to the god he used to kneel before, pulled out of sword. The mountain-like Sword Emperor sculpture shot golden rays of light at the two challengers below. In the next instant, Wang Xianxian's figure disappeared into thin air. The rest of the candidates did the same. The collective disappearance of the candidates means that they have all entered the battlefield where they belong. The final stage of the college entrance exam, the big battle that has the world's attention, opens. Confirming that all the candidates had entered within the battlefield, Duan Muqian bowed and saluted the statue of the great emperor before leaving the area. Back in the special invigilation room, Duan Muqian gave the order in unison. Communications excision. Recall all city radio broadcasting privileges. Open a centralized live channel and prepare for a national broadcast. Upon receipt of the order, all staff members began to disconnect the original signal connections to the major cities' radio and television stations. Thousands of screens started flashing wildly. Eventually, the live signal of the examination room was connected to the CCTV. Signal accessed. Signal input ready. Access. With Duan Muqian's command, the faces of the candidates reappeared in the crowd's view. Wang Xianxian looked at the mountain peaks under his feet, revealing some nostalgia. Heavenly Sword Mountain. The place where Sword Emperor comprehended the way of the sword back then. It is a famous attraction in the city of Heavenly Sword. The mountain was more like a sword than a mountain. A sword carved out by the Sword Emperor with the sword Dao. Wang Xianxian was at the top of the mountain at the moment. The top of Heavenly Sword Mountain was unusually flat, and it was rumored that the Sword Emperor had specially chopped it flat. Gently touching the flat cut marks on the top of the mountain with his hand, Wang Xianxian could feel the monstrous sword intent from within. Just then, a weak voice abruptly sounded in his mind. What a familiar bloodline fluctuation. Who? Wang Xianxian snapped up. Looking around, Wang Xianxian did not find anyone. The cloud calling inside his body hastily spoke out to remind him. This is the sound coming from the sword intent. Upon hearing this, Wang Xianxian began to devote his attention to the mountain's sword intent. As his consciousness sank, Wang Xianxian's consciousness followed the sword intent to a space as dilapidated as purgatory. The sky is broken here, and an endless void can still be seen through the holes in the sky. Huge gullies and deep craters survived above the earth. The sword intent but blood-covered figure was pierced through his body by 9 10,000-foot-long spears and nailed dead to the earth. An incomparably black chain wrapped around his extremely weak body. Those chains engraved with mysterious runes suppressed his incomparably sharp sword intent. And with his hands bound by the same countless chains, pulled high up to the heavens, his head could only hang helplessly. Heavenly locks, earthly bonds. The imprisoned man weakly opened his mouth. Why does the Golden Crow bloodline contain my Wang clan bloodline? No, you're not an innate spirit race. You're a Hotian spirit race. That means you are a member of the Wang clan. Upon hearing this, Wang Xianxian retorted softly. I am no longer a Wang. Hearing the reply, the mysterious voice suddenly fell silent. After a long time, he spoke grimly. So that's it. With those words, both sides fell silent. In the end, Wang Xianxian was the first to break the silence. Who are you and why are you imprisoned here? The mysterious and somewhat weak voice suddenly rose with a few moments of strength. My name is Wang Xianjian. Although Wang Xianxian already had a few bold guesses, when the name really rang in his ears, but it was like a ferocious sword intent that directly penetrated his mind from head to toe. It's a name that no one knows and no one knows. It was because he was a peak martial artist who had once saved the human race from the dire straits. A legendary martial artist who stands at the apex of the sword way. A pioneer of martial arts. Sword Emperor, Wang Xianjian. How? Possible. Because of the excessive shock, it was as if Wang Xian's brain had stopped thinking. Hearing the teenager's somewhat hurried voice, the Sword Emperor coughed lightly. You don't seem to be able to accept such a picture. The atmosphere was a bit depressing. For Wang Xianxian, the Sword Emperor was his idol since childhood. Before that, it could even be called a god in his mind. But it was such a lofty existence that appeared before his eyes in such a miserable manner. Such an impact was too strong for Wang Xianxian. As the Sword Emperor had said, it was difficult for him to accept such a picture. Perhaps it was because he felt the emotions contained in the sword intent, or perhaps it was the link between the residual bloodlines. Wang Xianxian could not control some sadness rising in his heart, as well as nameless anger. Without that bloodline blessing from the shrine, he was afraid that he wouldn't have made it out of the family alive. He had abandoned his Wang clan identity in his heart, and although he hated the Wang clan, it didn't mean he hated the Sword Emperor. Putting aside his family's stance, the Sword Emperor was also a great Chinese emperor, and he symbolized the dignity of Chinese martial artists. This imprisonment was not only humiliating to the Sword Emperor, it was also a contempt for all martial artists in China. Who did it? Wang Xian's voice was a little low. The Sword Emperor didn't reply as he strained to raise his head, revealing a face covered in dirt and in a sorry state. He began to scrutinize the teenager's sword intent projection. After a long time, he looked at Wang Xianxian with guilt in his eyes. Kids, sorry. Wang Xianxian was silent. He knew why the other party had to say sorry. They were connected through sword intent. and the sword intent he was most accustomed to using was that of the envious immortal sword. The other party had obviously sensed his past through his sword intent. After a long time, Wang Xianxian spoke softly. I have already told you that I am no longer a member of the Wang clan, so I don't need any apologies. Hearing this, the Sword Emperor looked at Wang Xianxian in a complicated manner. He knew very well what kind of hatred was in the other party's heart. He could not, and was not in a position to, let go of the hatred in the heart of a child who was still young. There are some hatreds that can only be quelled by blood. Under the heavenly Tao, there is a fixed number in the underworld. I rose in the minutest of minutiae, and it took me more than 1,000 years to cultivate the Emperor's fruit. In the era when the foreign beasts had just begun to descend, the only way for the human race to survive was to group together and take the form of a clan. The cornerstone of a family is never great strength, but by the most precious bonds between bloodlines. When I was young, my family was attacked by a wave of beasts, and none of the Wang clan's 565 mouths, nearly 20,000 people, except for me, were spared. The reason for the family's destruction was simply to keep me alive. To keep me, the most gifted, alive. They entrusted me with the future of the family, with all their lives. Fortunately, I did not fail their hopes, and after 900 years of bitter cultivation in the mountains, I finally became a sword fruit. After arriving at the pinnacle of martial arts, I began to take a wife and have children to continue the Wang clan lineage, hoping to honor my ancestors. Unfortunately, being obsessed with cultivation doesn't make me a competent parent. I don't know when my children, the offspring, started to become vain and arrogant. I have the intention to change, but I am powerless to do so. Speaking here, the Sword Emperor looked at Wang Xianxian's face and spoke softly. My apology is not to plead for Wang, nor is it to persuade you to let go of the hatred in your heart. I apologize to you for my failures, for the fact that the family I single-handedly created put you through a miserable childhood. More than that, I apologize to your mother. There may be something I'm not doing well enough, but I can assure you that so far I have not been subjectively perfunctory. I also thought long and hard about writing the last chapter. Those names people talk about water. It actually took me a long time to come up with those names. I don't want to disappoint people who love the book, so I'll be thinking about it for a long time as I write it. The story needs to be laid out and unfolded, and the emotions need to be built up in the same way. I'll take your criticisms on board. I hope you can be more thankful for your patience. Thanks for watching. Hearing the Sword Emperor's apology, all sorts of complex emotions continued to grow in Wang Xian's heart. Seeing this, Sword Emperor continued. It is not mere blood that continues a family. It takes faith and emotion. Why do people adopt children? Why do they treat them like their own children when they know they are not related to each other by blood? Why is it that an adopted son, who is not related by blood, and an adopted daughter are equally likely to support their adoptive parents? Speaking here, Sword Emperor's voice suddenly got louder, because it's never the blood that connects families. It's the emotion, with the bond. The Wang is now rotting from the roots, and following the law. It should have been overthrown long ago. The reason why it continues to this day is just relying on my residue. So whatever choice you make and what happens to Wang, I can't care, much less will care. Suddenly, the Sword Emperor smiled to himself. What's more, with my current situation, I couldn't control it even if I wanted to. Wang Xianxian looked at this person who was supposed to be addressed as an old ancestor, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. After a long period of silence, Wang Xianxian finally spoke. Where the hell are you now? And who did this to you? At those words, the Sword Emperor's eyes suddenly rose with murderous intent. Gun Emperor? Wang Xianxian was filled with horror. Gun Emperor? How could it be the Gun Emperor? The Gun Emperor, Yan Wufei, a notoriously virtuous person among the great emperors. He was even a few hundred years older than the Sword Emperor. The relationship between the Wang family and the Yang family has always been good. According to the description of the family history, the Gun Emperor and the Sword Emperor had always existed as both teachers and friends. Wang Xianxian couldn't help but ask. The Gun Emperor is equal to your strength. Why are you like this? Sword Emperor's expression took on a hint of sadness, because it wasn't the real Gun Emperor, the real Yang Wufei. I'm afraid that he has long been imprisoned somewhere just like me, and may even have fallen. The Sword Emperor's words were like deep water bombs, one after another, sending shockwaves through the bottom of Wang Xianxian's heart. Sword Emperor continued to explain. I'm not sure exactly what that thing is, but I do know that he is in no way human. Their camouflage is extremely strong. Even I realized that the other party wasn't really Yang Wufei during the deadly battle. Back then, Yang Wuxi secretly invited me to explore the ancient sea mysteries, and out of trust, and his powerful disguise, I went. It was only when I arrived at the ancient sea mystic realm that I realized I had been ambushed. If it was only Yang Wufei and the formation, I would still be able to kill my way out of the siege, but the other party has obviously been plotting for a long time. In addition to Yang Wufei, those who came to encircle me include 2 great emperors from Goguryeo, 5 great emperors from Japan, 7 great emperors from India, plus 13 other great emperors who hid their breath. I suspect that these foreign great emperors, like Yang Wufei, are being replaced without realizing it. Even I, for one, am about to be replaced. When Wang Xianxian heard this, his eyes widened violently. What does that mean? Sword Emperor let out a bitter smile. Literally, he separated my soul from my body and then imprisoned my soul here, through a secret method constantly depriving me of everything, including my qi, the great Tao. 3,000 years have passed, and he is about to succeed. From your memories, I saw that Wang's qi ushered in a great surge 15 years ago. That is the proof that my qi is completely stripped and under his control. It's not just me. Perhaps other great emperors are also facing this situation. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian hurriedly opened his mouth. I will find a way to help you relay the situation to the third emperor. Trouble you, child. The Sword Emperor nodded gently. Aside from that, there is something else I would like to ask of you, Wang Xianxian said in a serious tone. You said. The Sword Emperor looked at Wang Xianxian's tender little face and chuckled a little. No need to be so serious. It's not a big deal. Speak slowly. From time to time, I've been asking myself, as a martial artist, what else can I do in this desperate situation? I've thought long and hard about it, and I still can't find an answer. I don't know what day it was that I had more than one program in my head. The Sword Emperor was caught up in his memories, and his tone was very flat. Relying on the residual sword intent, I spent 500 years trying to establish a connection with my extra-dimensional incarnation, but because I was too weak, I ended up only being able to establish contact with the extra-dimensional incarnations of the blood-refining realm and bone-forging realm. After establishing contact, I've been waiting for a descendant with the Wang clan's bloodline who can also comprehend sword intent at the bone-forging realm or blood-refining realm to come. The young man who entered this world at the same time as you also has the Wang clan bloodline, but he did not comprehend sword intent. Only the bloodline and sword intent combined can bring your sword intent projection here. 3,000 years. I've finally waited for you. Speaking of this, the Sword Emperor brought a slight smile to his face. Forgive me if I'm a bit long-winded for an old man. It's hard to avoid a bit of excitement when no one has spoken for 3,000 years. Let's get right to the point. I want you to kill me. The words, like a joke, landed in the bottom of Wang Xianxian's heart and once again set off waves. Why? The teenager voiced a question. The Sword Emperor laughed blandly. The only reason he's making every effort to use such a trick as a civet is because he has his eyes on the Sword Tao. The reason why he imprisoned my soul and didn't kill me is solely because he needed to control the Sword Tao with the help of my soul body. By killing me, he will lose the means to manipulate the sword path. Wang Xianxian couldn't help but speak. But the 3 emperors will definitely go to save you. The Sword Emperor gently shook his head. Getting yourself into this bereaved state is already adding to the chaos of the human race. Can't hold back the human race any longer. If I were to put the other great emperors, or even the 3 emperors, in danger again in order to save me, then my sin would be great. Killing me would be the easiest, least laborious way. I have no regrets about dying under you. Count me in as an old man, please. The Sword Emperor's begging eyes caused an unimaginable psychological impact on Wang Xianxian. The teenager stood frozen in place for a long time. Coughing lightly, the Sword Emperor spoke softly. Son, I want to see you up close. Hearing the pleading tone of the Sword Emperor, Wang Xianxian did not refuse as he slowly stepped forward. Looking at the teenager near him, Sword Emperor scrutinized his face. This sword intent that you have sensed originates from your mother. That's why this projection of your sword intent is so clear, isn't it? She loves you. When I'm in the family, I'm never happier than when I witness the birth of a new member, because it would remind me of the clansman who chose to die to protect me. Looking at the traumatized Sword Emperor, Wang Xianxian was a little sad. The Sword Emperor saw through the teenager's inner thoughts. That disguised me will eventually seek out Wang, and he will turn Wang into a butcher's knife that will be wielded against China. I founded the Wang clan to continue the glory of my ancestors, and I don't want me and my family to become sinners. It's all up to you how you treat your enemy's weapons. And you don't need to carry useless shackles. The family continues with affection. The star will not go out. The flame will live on. Whether the Wang clan rises or falls, as long as someone inherits my will, it will last forever. The Sword Emperor looked at Wang Xianxian with expectations in his eyes. It was only when he actually faced death that he read the hopes with which his family had sent him away in the first place. Boy, can I pinch your face? Watching the Sword Emperor's arm being pulled into midair by the chains, Wang Xianxian flew with his sword, pressed his face into the Kensei's dirt-covered hands. Feeling the warmth between his palms, Tears suddenly welled up in the Sword Emperor's eyes. Thousands of years ago, his favorite thing to do was to pinch children's little faces. His uncontrollable love was ultimately what turned the family. If I could just get my sword any faster, maybe I could go back. If I could have disciplined my children and grandchildren better, perhaps it would have ended differently. I'm sorry, son, for being incompetent and failing to bring up the family. If I could, I would love to hug you as a child. I'm sorry for making you live in a family like that. Feeling the wetness at his palm, the Sword Emperor gently smiled. Be happy, child. Wang Xianxian nodded, then came to the front of the Sword Emperor. Sword raised. I am the 1999th generation disciple of the Wang clan. Wang Xianjin. Sword Emperor's voice suddenly became loud. Sword bearing karma. Pay back today. Looking at the somewhat trembling sword in Wang Xianxian's hand, the Sword Emperor released a smile. The swordsman's hand that holds the sword. Be strong, child. I go with hope. If only you will live. Even if you change your name, as long as you recognize me as your ancestor in your heart, then you are my continuation. Looking at that hopeful, sprightly gaze, Wang Xianxian suddenly thought of his mother. The teenager gradually tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. Seeing this scene, the Sword Emperor could no longer restrain his inner emotions as he laughed and laughed happily. Don't be burdened. It's my choice. Come on. The hatred in your heart starts with me, and when the dust settles, you'll start your own family, too. When that happens, don't learn from me. Looking at the kindness that even the dirt couldn't hide, the teenager finally let go of the sword in his hand. My vendetta is none of your business. There is only one thing I can do with the favor you asked me to do. That would be to help you get rid of Wang. As for your life, I don't want it, because that would be exterminating the ancestors. The Sword Emperor looked kindly at the young man in front of him. You're a sensible, kind child, but some things can't be done emotionally. If I do not die, he will take away the way of the sword, and then the holder of the sword-like vocation will lose all. No, the teenager replied flatly. The Sword Emperor was a bit stunned. The teenager stared at the Sword Emperor and said in a single word, no one can take away the way of the sword because, that's my path. I've kept you all waiting. This chapter went back and forth and changed many times. I got a little high at the end and wrote 3,000 words. Consider this a late update to make it up to you all. Good night. The young man's plain words fell on the Sword Emperor's ears like a fierce wind attacking him. Looking at the youngster's tough, childish little face, the Sword Emperor suddenly smiled. Ha ha ha, do you know, what is the way? The way is like the way of the wilderness, and when the way is not made, there is earth and wood everywhere. Then, one day, a path opener repairs the road in its infancy, and fellow seekers have a goal. There will be more and more seekers embarking on this new path. They will desperately try to raise their cultivation because the higher the cultivation, the more steps they take. The seekers who are at the forefront of the path will continue to add to it, and they will keep lengthening it. The way has a lord, and its name is the Lord of the Way. However, the heavenly Tao collapsed, and all the Taoist masters fell. Therefore, the authority of the way will fall into the hands of the seeker who walks at the forefront of the way. The foremost seeker can directly influence the great Tao, and he knows exactly that. So he seized my body and tried to use me as a node to manipulate and even destroy the Sword Tao. Nowadays, I am the foremost of the Sword Tao, followed by the Mad Sword and the Ancient Sword, and once again, the Ninth Order Sword Cultivator. A 7th-ranked Enlightenment Realm martial artist only has the qualifications to ascend the Tao, and you're only a mere 3rd-ranked martial artist right now. Knowing this, do you dare to say that this is your way? The young man gently lifted his sword. Someone once told me that the purpose of the sword's original birth was not to kill, but to guard. I will never again let any being take away everything I hold dear, including my Tao. For some reason, the teenager's words seemed to have a kind of magic power that was incredibly reassuring. Your Tao. The Sword Emperor laughed up to the sky. Ha ha ha. Laughing, the Sword Emperor's eyes revealed a brilliant light. In that case, let me see it. Looking at the bright eyes, Wang Xianxian suddenly spoke out. I will get you out. Please hold on a little longer. Listening to the teenager's promise that was like an oath. After many years, happiness once again grew in Wang Xuanjian's heart. He didn't rush to answer, but tried to etch the teenager's likeness into his mind. At this moment, this pinnacle martial artist is no longer a towering martial arts emperor, but an elder who sees his juniors off from home. At the same time, Wang Xianxian's sword intent projection began to become weak. Just as the teenager was about to leave, Wang Xuanjian's voice finally sounded from his ears once again. Child, he has taken away my qi. Those extra-dimensional incarnations of mine in the Emperor's Hall are all used to absorb qi. In other words, he has been able to take control of those several extra-dimensional incarnations. Everything. Beware. A smile lifted from Wang Xianxian's face. I will crush your projection. which was my goal in the first place. Is that so? Wang Xuanjian's gaze flushed with a few moments of wetness. That would be too coincidental. Looking at the old man whose eyes showed reluctance, the tenderness in Wang Xianxian's heart was gently touched. Old ancestor, my name is Envy Immortal. At those words, Wang Xianxian smiled. The teenager called him Lao Zu. He was the one the whole clan had traded their lives for, practicing in the mountains for over 900 years and living with loneliness. Achieving the imperial throne was more of a clan obsession for him, as well as his own account to his parents. Trapped here for 3,000 years with no hope in sight. Daily, we can only watch him take what is precious to him. Martial body, great Tao, Qi luck. Every day is spent in pain, remorse. He was afraid that he would become a betrayer of the way of the sword, afraid that his family and loved ones would be played by him, and even more afraid that he would become a sinner of the human race. But right now, the takeover, the family crisis, the hatred, the pain, the fear, the life, everything no longer mattered to him, because he already has a successor. The child in front of him recognized him as his ancestor. Even if the family is destroyed, as long as the boy is alive, he will inherit his will. This is the continuation of his life. Envy Fairy is such a great name. Don't be in a hurry. Everything is based on yourself. Wang Xianjian had tears in the corner of his eyes. Old ancestor will always wait for you, no matter how long it takes. Envious Immortal, old ancestor wishes you a prosperous martial luck. Along with the old man's blessing, the teenager's sword intent projection completely dissipated into this space, leaving only lonely old people. But this time, he was no longer confused, no longer in pain, and no longer afraid, because he has hope and someone to wait for, and hope will heal all the wounds of the world. Within the Sword Emperor statue world, Heavenly Sword Mountain, the teenager slowly opened his eyes as his consciousness re-entered from that space. Sensing the teenager's emotions, Cloud calling softly said, "Back." Rising slowly, the teenager patted the dust on his body. "Back. Now that you're back, let's start preparing." Wang Xianxian looked up and saw the canopy projection of Wang Beichen battling the Sword Emperor's projection. Both of them were going to challenge the Sword Emperor. According to the rules, Wang Beichen was the first to arrive at the 9th floor, so he could choose the order of his challenge. Recalling Lin Li's words, Wang Xianxian knew that the reason why Wang Beichen had challenged the Sword Emperor's projection first was that he feared he had some peculiar means, but none of that mattered to him. For his sword, it will cut through everything. In the canopy, hundreds of flying swords surrounded Wang Beichen as his face gazed at the Sword Emperor projection not far away from him. In the battle just now, he had managed to reduce the Sword Emperor projection's blood level to 90%. Right now, the Sword Emperor projection was entering its second stage. The condition for defeating the Sword Emperor's projection was to reduce the opponent's blood level to 60%. That is, to defeat the second stage of projection. Wang Beichen cautiously looked at the Sword Emperor's projection that was wrapped in golden light, not daring to be the slightest bit lax. Even though everyone knew that Sword Emperor's vocation was as a swordsman and his talent was an X-level sword Dao Tongshan. However, the vast majority of people only knew the name of the Sword Emperor's talent, not the specific effects of the talent. Only a very few people knew how terrifying this talent really was. The old ancestor's talent could suppress the talent, cultivation, and even sword intent of the majority of sword cultivators. Not only that, when he fought, he could also use his sword to communicate with heaven and earth. In that state, his battle power increased almost geometrically. Wang Beichen was now in a very apprehensive mood. He was worried that his performance would be too bad. More than that, I'm worried that the old ancestor projection will be too strong. The second stage of projection removes the restriction on talent. At that time, he would be able to use Sword Dao Tongshan. For thousands of years, there were many people who challenged the imperial palace. However, there were very few that could defeat a great emperor's projection. In history, there were also only two people who had defeated the second stage of the Sword Emperor's projection. One was the ancient Sword Emperor and the other was the Mad Sword Emperor. Both of them defeated the second stage of the Sword Emperor's projection at the 6th stage Burning Sun Realm. Even the ancient Sword Emperor defeated the 3rd stage of the Sword Emperor's projection. And no martial artist had yet been able to defeat the 2nd stage of the Sword Emperor's projection at the Bone Forging Realm. This was because the Bone Forging Realm martial artists had too weak a sense of the martial Dao and fewer means. Facing a projection with the combat experience of a great emperor, there was no power to fight back. In the middle of his thoughts, the golden light surrounding the Sword Emperor's projection dissipated. This also meant that the Sword Emperor projection had officially entered the 2nd stage. Wang Beichen let out a deep breath, maneuvered his flying sword, and killed. In the face of the attack, the Sword Emperor projection was as steady as Mount Taishan as he lightly raised his right hand. Immediately afterward, a supreme sword intent enveloped him. Hundreds of Wang Beichen's flying swords emitted the sword sorrow the moment they touched the sword intent. Clunk! Wang Beichen's flying swords were completely out of his control, and all of them began to crack out of their bodies. Seeing this, Wang Beichen resummoned 10 flying swords, then used them as petals and jumped into the air. His natural skill allowed him to craft flying swords with different attributes and store them in his self-contained treasure of swords. With his talent, he was more than capable of seizing souls and implanting them into flying swords of his own making. A flying sword implanted in the soul can possess special abilities. All of those hundreds of flying swords just now had the souls of the foreign beasts sealed in them, so when his flying sword shattered, hundreds of foreign beast souls were released. Looking at the hundreds of foreign beast souls that had appeared around him, the Sword Emperor projection was not the least bit flustered. He waved his right hand again, and an ancient sword appeared in his hand. Then, he held his sword and chopped. The souls of the beasts at the forefront all flew away. The sword of the Sword Emperor's projection was very stable, and even when it was trapped in the surroundings of the souls of the foreign beasts, it was able to mercilessly and quickly terminate their souls. After emptying the 2 meters of foreign beast souls around him, the Sword Emperor's projected breath rippled as he gazed at Wang Beichen in mid-air, and his legs fiercely exerted force. It actually flew directly into the air. Wang Beichen's face changed drastically when he saw this. He quickly leapt up and managed to dodge his opponent's attack. After the attack fell short, the Sword Emperor projection directly sacrificed his own sword. Then Imperial Sword stabbed at Wang Beichen. The sword of the Sword Emperor's projection was fast. Facing the flying swords, Wang Beichen did not have the slightest fear as he once again summoned dozens of flying swords. Then maneuvering his flying sword, he condensed a barrier in front of his body, steadily blocking the attack of the Sword Emperor's projection. After the Sword Emperor's projection landed, it was once again caught in a siege of foreign beast souls. Wang Beichen in the air looked at the Sword Emperor's projection that had been reburied by the souls of the foreign beasts, and a strong look of scorn appeared in his gaze. Through the battle just now, he judged that the Sword Emperor projection in the second stage similarly lacked the means to attack from a distance. In theory, this was Wang Beichen's advantage. After determining his advantage, Wang Beichen directly set his thoughts for the next battle. He summoned a strange flying sword with wings. Inside this sword, the soul of a peak third stage realm flying foreign beast was sealed. Wang Beichen held this sword and ascended to a higher place. He was going to extend his advantage and not give his opponent any chance to get close to him. Arriving higher in the air, Wang Beichen once again summoned 2 light blue flying swords. This kind of sword, sealed with a special kind of foreign beast soul, it serves one purpose, and that is to replenish spiritual energy. Wang Beichen's talent allowed him to reduce the consumption of manipulating his flying sword, but the battle with the first stage of the Sword Emperor's projection had also consumed a large amount of his mental energy. He had to add to it because he was going to use a kill shot. As the spiritual energy replenished, the space behind Wang Beichen began to ripple. A flying sword continuously surfaced behind him. As the number of flying swords increased, Wang Beichen's aura also climbed. 500 handles, 800 handles, 1,000 shanks. Eventually, the number came to a terrifying 3,000 handles. 3,000 flying swords stood behind Wang Beichen. At this moment, he seemed like a peacock that was incredibly proud, wantonly opening its screen and presenting its mighty peacock to the world. 3,000 peacock plumes. Along with Wang Beichen's words, 3,000 flying swords emitted a golden halo before bursting toward the bottom. These flying swords had only one goal: the Sword Emperor's projection surrounded by the souls of foreign beasts. The flying swords were like a torrential downpour, constantly stabbing at the Sword Emperor's projection. In the face of the attack, the Sword Emperor's projection once again summoned the Sword Intent Barrier in an attempt to repeat the same trick. The surrounding foreign beast spirits seized the opportunity and directly pounced on the Sword Emperor's projection. Under the sea of attacks, the powerful Sword Intent Barrier was eventually shattered. Seeing that the sharp claws and flying swords were about to land on his body, the Sword Emperor projection gripped the sword in his hand tightly, then swung it extremely quickly. The clash between the swords caused the entire space to resound with the intense clash of weapons. However, no matter how strong the Sword Emperor's projection was, it was only at the bone-forging realm. Skill and combat experience can't completely make up for a gap in strength. The sword of the Sword Emperor's projection had finally revealed a break. With the high frequency of attacks, out of the 3,000 flying swords, there were always a few flying swords that dealt damage to the Sword Emperor's projection. The Sword Emperor projection's blood bar was also gradually dropping. Seeing this, Wang Beichen's heart rejoiced as he once again condensed a black flying sword. Inside this sword, a peak third-rank spectral dark tiger soul was sealed. It was the soul of a foreign beast that his father had personally hunted for him. This sword, among all his current swords, could also be called a crushing presence. He controlled the black flying sword and hid in the 3,000 flying swords. Then seizing the opportunity, he directly stabbed the body of the Sword Emperor's projection. The moment the black flying sword pierced the Sword Emperor's projection, the golden light reappeared and then enveloped the Sword Emperor's projection. The appearance of the golden glow also meant that the Sword Emperor projection's blood level had dropped to 60%. This also symbolized that the Sword Emperor projection was beginning to enter the third stage. More than that, the challenger was declared victorious. The Wang Beichen in the air was simply so excited that his body was trembling. I did it! I did it! Grandpa! I did it! I defeated the old ancestor projection. Even though his face had turned pale due to the large amount of mental energy consumed, but the joy he felt inside at the moment could not be expressed in words at all. As a relief, it was a time when he was too scared. Just too scared. He was afraid that Cloud Wine would crush him, afraid of the gossip in his family, afraid of the disappointed eyes of his family, and even more afraid of his myth being shattered. Now, even if Yun Wine had similarly defeated him, as long as he wasn't crushed, he would be able to give everyone an explanation. Because he's young, he's 13, as long as he didn't get crushed, no one would blame him, and the family would be even less disappointed in him. His myth still exists. Wang Beichen maneuvered the flying sword to slowly fall down, then sat on his knees and adjusted in place. His abilities just happened to restrain the old ancestor, and his sword was even made and stored before the high school. That's why his victory looked so easy. Through the battle, he now knew better than any candidate how terrifying the old ancestor really was. Bone-forging realm. While facing hundreds of Fey souls surrounding him, he was still able to resist his nearly 1,000 flying swords. This kind of sword skill is too terrifying. However, the stronger the old ancestor projection was, the happier it would be for him, because he had already counted the challenge as a success. Even if it was Cloud Wine, it would be impossible for him to win so easily if he had to face such an old ancestor projection. For this battle, the family had hunted over 20,000 foreign beast souls for him. It even took him a month to seal these foreign beast souls in his flying sword. Looking at the Sword Emperor's projection that was wrapped within the golden light, Wang Beichen chose to continue the challenge. He wanted to try his limits. He still had power left. What if, in case, he still makes it? The national audience fell into a state of shock when they saw Wang Beichen's heaven-defying skills. Crap! 3,000 imperial swords. Is this an attack that a bone-forging realm martial artist can use? It's fucking outrageous. Don't forget that Wang Beichen's talent is also X-level. It's true that there's not a single weak talent in the X-class. He's only 13. I was still playing in the mud at 13. Why does he have so much spiritual power? It really succeeded in the challenge. It's worthy of being the Wang clan's heavenly pride. It looks like such an easy win. In the special monitoring room, Duan Muqian looked at Wang Beichen, who was recuperating in the canopy, and slowly spoke. His sword seems to be able to seal foreign beast souls. The soul can grant the sword various special effects: restoration, healing, mental replenishment, and attack, making flying swords and storing them. I'm afraid that as long as he is given enough lead time, his strength will increase geometrically. It's no wonder that holders of X-class talents are known as the seat of great emperors. Heavenly Sword City, Wang clan's ancestral residence. When Wang Beichen reduced the Sword Emperor projection's blood level to 60%, the entire family conference room boiled over. Wang Jianyan held his wife Moron Wan's hand tightly and could not hide the excitement in his heart. Patriarch King Lord even roared with a red face. Good boy. So proud of my Wang clan. He actually did it. The 10th elder was equally excited. This child, Beichen, is truly a pride of my Wang clan. At the age of 13, defeating the old ancestor projection. Only the supreme elder had a calmer face. He had a relatively clear understanding of the old ancestor's strength, and he also knew very well that Wang Beichen's talent was restraining the old ancestor's projection in the lower realms. Sometimes, quantity trumps quality though. But for the most part, quality presses against quantity. However, as the current spiritual pillar of the family, he would not spoil everyone's fun. During this period of time, Wang had encountered too many things that didn't go her way. Finally, something to be happy about from the bottom of my heart. He also briefly forgot the displeasure in his mind because of this incident. Inside the conference hall, the smiles of the Wang clan members almost shattered the tea lights on the table. Great China. More than 10,000 years of history. There are very few that can defeat the Emperor's projection. The only martial artist who could set the first record at the age of 13 was Wang Beichen. This is the history of the world. This is the prelude to the great rise of the Wang clan. History will once again leave a mark on him. Wang, how does that not thrill them? All the great emperor clans were also stunned by the strong battle power displayed by Wang Beichen. I paid too much attention to Cloud Wine before. I didn't expect a 13-year-old child to be so accomplished. This Wang Beichen, he deserves the name of the son of prophecy. His fighting style should have been restrained by the Sword Emperor, but nay, that Sword Emperor projection was only at the bone-forging realm, and quantity overpowered quality. He has some peculiar talent for taking souls and sealing them into swords. This talent may not seem to give him any attribute bonuses, but this other ability is like giving him an arsenal. How can there be a weak Emperor level talent? Let's see how he does at the next level, shall we? Sword Emperor Statue World. Wang Beichen looked at the golden light that was gradually dissipating from the Sword Emperor's projection in front of him, and the color of scorn reappeared in the bottom of his eyes. Madaka! Crisp voices rang out of nowhere. Immediately afterward, the voice grew louder and louder. The sound of a sword? Almost instantly, a deadly sense of crisis invaded Wang Beichen's heart. Without the slightest hesitation, he summoned the winged sword and rose back up into the sky. The moment his body left the ground, a huge sword mark appeared where Wang Beichen had just been. Looking at the sword mark, Wang Beichen could not hide the horror in his heart. What? When did you chop it out? If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have eliminated himself with that one blow just now. In the next instant, he began to panic again, because the Sword Emperor projection disappeared. Where are the people? People! Wang Beichen's heart was beating wildly, and he was highly concentrated. Yet no matter how much he searched, he couldn't find the other side. Just then, his entire body stiffened. He swallowed furiously, then jerked his head up. The Sword Emperor's projection, which had disappeared into thin air, was above him, looking at him playfully with his hands clasped over his chest. The Sword Emperor projection, with his feet on a flying sword and sword intent surrounding his body, was already invincible. Seeing this, Wang Beichen's scalp directly went numb. He quickly maneuvered his flying sword and pulled away from his opponent. It was strange that the other party clearly had the opportunity to sneak attack himself, yet he didn't do it. Did the bloodline sense that he was a Wan clan member? Or did he not care to sneak up on me? Or did he not put me in his eyes at all? But no matter which one it was, Wang Beichen had to stay away from him. The third stage of the projection gave him a sense of oppression that had never been greater. After pulling away, Wang Beichen looked at the Sword Emperor's projection whose figure had not moved a step, and his heart beat wildly. His face was filled with gloom as he looked at the Sword Emperor's projection in the distance. What the hell is going on? Why didn't he take the opportunity to close the distance? Could it be that the third stage ancestor projection already possessed the means to attack from a distance? Suppressing the thoughts in his mind, Wang Beichen knew that he had to use a killing move. Otherwise, he might never get another shot. After making up his mind, Wang Beichen maneuvered the flying sword with wings to his feet. He stood in the air with his feet on a flying sword. He couldn't freely maneuver his flying sword to fly, but standing in the air was still easy to do. Looking at the distant Sword Emperor's projection, Wang Beichen let out a deep breath. Meet my strongest strike. He directly sacrificed 10 light blue flying swords that restored his spiritual power. The flying swords came out and formed a sword formation around him, constantly providing him with a huge amount of spiritual power. With the help of this spiritual power, Wang Beichen roared. A huge amount of spiritual energy spurted out in an instant. As Wang Beichen roared, the space behind him was like the surface of a lake eroded by torrential rain, rippling crazily. Immediately afterward, a flying sword with a chilling light was conjured out of the treasury of swords. Seeing this, the Sword Emperor's projection in the distance gently smiled before maneuvering his flying sword to fall back to the ground. When Wang Beichen saw this, a nameless rage flared up from his heart. There is a price to pay for underestimating me. Flying swords kept piling up behind him. 1,000 sticks, 3,000 branches, 6,000 branches, 9,000 branches. In the end the number came to a terrifying 10,000 or so. This was all of Wang Beichen's flying swords, and this was his strongest, final strike at the moment. Under Wang Beichen's control, more than 10,000 flying swords gradually formed a giant dragon filled with a sharp killing aura. The length of the giant dragon had come to over 100 meters. Wang Beichen stood in the air and let out a roar as he looked at the Sword Emperor's projection below that made no move to resist. Then he maneuvered the sword's giant dragon to charge at the Sword Emperor's projection below. Facing the massive dragon, the Sword Emperor's projection did not make any extra movements, just gently lifting his own sword. At the same time, a terrifying and unspeakable power surrounded his sword. Heaven and earth. A sword. Accompanied by an ancient and low voice, the Sword Emperor projected. Out comes the sword. A sword. Chop. Clank. Along with the chopping out of this sword strike, 10,000 flying swords began to continuously emit mournful cries. The sword light sliced through, and the giant dragon fell. 10,000 flying swords turned into fragments in the sky, raining down a rain of broken swords. The souls of the foreign beasts that were sealed in the flying swords were also strangled by the powerful sword intent. At the same time as the sword body shattered, the Sword Emperor projection below slowly withdrew his sword. In fact, it no longer mattered to him whether he put away his sword or not, because he had already decimated his opponent's jutsu and saw the pale, desperate face of the dragon's master. That's a sign of losing the will to fight. His enemies, who no longer have the courage, swing their swords at him. Wang Beichen in the air looked at the Sword Emperor's projection below with despair. The difference is too great. When the Sword Emperor projection enters the third stage, it can use self-created skills and aptitudes. That sword just now, he knew, that's the old ancestor's famous aptitude, even though he was well aware of his opponent's power. But he could not have imagined in any case that his stance was so, in front of the other party's divine power. Fragile, a sword, just one sword, lost, fought all, and still lost. This is the pole of the sword path. Suddenly, Wang Beichen seemed to have thought of something. Old ancestor. This is old ancestor, he muttered as his eyes glazed over. This is the ancestor of my Wang clan. He suddenly remembered who he was. The immense blow from the gap in the sky was so great that it made him remember only his challenger's identity. But when he came back to his senses, he remembered that it was his Wang's ancestor. Losing to an old ancestor is well deserved. Thinking about this, Wang Beichen's thoughts instantly became clear. He followed the order of the Supreme Elder and secretly sacrificed a drop of essence blood. Then he slowly landed on the ground and came to kneel in front of the Sword Emperor's projection. As a son of the Wang clan, everyone didn't find it strange to kneel and bow to the Sword Emperor's projection. So this also gave Wang Beichen the opportunity to get his hands dirty. He implicitly integrated the carefully prepared drop of essence blood within the Sword Emperor's projection. According to the words of the Supreme Elder, this drop of essence blood contained the Wang clan's luck within it. It also contained a command given by the Wang clan. Chopping up the next candidate, Cloudy Wine. The true name of the Sword Emperor's projection should be the Sword Emperor's extrajudicial incarnation. This extra-dimensional incarnation was hosted in the Imperial Palace, enjoying the faith of the Chinese martial artists, and their fortune. Even though these extra-dimensional incarnations would be bound by the Imperial Palace. But no matter what, this was the extra-dimensional incarnation of the Sword Emperor. The extra-dimensional incarnation of his Wang clan's old ancestor. When he receives a clan order, he will likewise strike. This was the bottom card that the Sword Emperor had left for the family. After successfully integrating his essence blood into the Sword Emperor's projection, Wang Beichen was ready to get up and leave. But at that moment, an ancient and eerie voice sounded in his mind. The Wang clan. Despair and fear flooded wildly in the bottom of his heart, and Wang Beichen trembled as he responded. Who is it? The horrible voice reappeared in the mind. My name is King Xianjian. Before Wang Beichen could continue to inquire, within the Sword Emperor's projection, a bizarre to the extreme black point of light appeared spectrally. Immediately afterward, this black point of light, cryptically and quickly drilled into Wang Beichen's torso. With the invasion of the black points of light, Wang Beichen, who had exhausted his mental power, finally fainted. With the fall of the Wang clan's pride, Wang's journey came to an end. The viewers who were watching the livestream were shocked to see this. Crap, got a second? It's outrageous. This is outrageously strong. The strength of that Wang Beichen's attack in that move just now. It is estimated that an ordinary 5th stage Haoyue realm powerhouse could be killed in seconds. But in front of the Sword Emperor projection, it was only a single sword. Wang Beichen is already very strong. So I can only blame the Sword Emperor projection for being simply too strong. That's a Sword Emperor, a symbol of the limits of the Sword Dao. It's horrible. Is this something that can be challenged? Don't look at the Sword Emperor projection alone. That Wang Beichen is only 13 years old. He's also a Wang clan pride, the holder of an X-level talent. Wang Beichen has broken the historical record, successfully challenging the Sword Emperor projection at the age of 13. Defeat is only at the 3rd stage. The projection was already ridiculously strong. This wasn't a fair challenge at all. Heavenly Sword King Clan, Sword Dao Emperor Clan. The great Emperor clans could see more and deeper things when they saw Wang Beichen's challenging process. It's truly a fearful later generation. Wang's rise has become unstoppable. With such a heavenly pride, Wang Xianjian can be considered a successor. 2 emperors of one clan, or even 1 emperor. Didn't you say that the Sword Emperor already had approximate news? It's not certain yet, but according to the old ancestor's trigrams, it's also close. How are the trigrams? The old ancestor did not say so explicitly. To Wang, he gave only one warning. The dragon fights with the tiger. It's hard to tell truth from falsehood. The 4 yangs fight, and the sky is shaken and disorganized. True or false? 4. Yang. As Wang Beichen fell into a coma and was brought down by the staff, the battles of all the candidates also all ended, because the vast majority of candidates don't even make it to the 2nd stage. Wang Beichen's firmness time was almost twice as long as theirs. It was indeed too difficult for candidates with SSS-level talent to face the Great Emperor's projection. Almost all of the non-imperial candidates fell in the 1st stage. Lin Li and Duyin, the candidates from the Imperial clan, had basically entered the 2nd stage. Not only did they themselves have a clear understanding of their own ancestors, even these people have been turned on by their families. Linley, in particular, could be described as sticking to his own ancestor's face and opening up big. The saying if you want to be seen in front of people, you have to suffer behind them is embodied to the fullest. At home, he cried and cried in the lap of his old ancestor in a coy manner, grasping the know-how imparted by the old ancestor. He threw a heavy punch at the old ancestor projection, though in the end, he lost due to the exhaustion of his spiritual energy, but his performance could be called the strongest candidate of the SSS level. Another bright performance was by Yang Tu of the Young family. His gun was very swift, and in the end, just like Linley, he lost due to a lack of spiritual energy. As for Duyin, this little girl was bullied by the old ancestor projection. The Wine Emperor's means of attack could be called the word strange when placed amongst all the great emperors. In fact, before Du Yin's challenge, he also hugged his own ancestor's arm and kept pampering him, and softened him up for a long time. But Wine Emperor's answer at the time was this: "Little Silver old ancestor, I don't follow the rules. I don't know what tactics the projection will use. And you do know that old Joe, drunkenly, always breaks." Eventually the advice given by the Wine Emperor was for her to challenge the other great emperors. It's just that Du Yin's character is a bit stubborn and she didn't listen. Salty, that Linley is a real bully and runs really fast. Xinghe, indeed powerful. That move Thunder Split is quite strong. It's just that the Resignation Wine Emperor is too meaty. Love salted duck eggs. This kid's strength is great, but it's nowhere near as good as his mouth. Retires from the game, ha 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 ha. Extrajudicial gambling, upstairs bold. How many years is this going to get? Roundup, there's one thing to be said for that Young too. He's pretty strong too. Feels like he's too cool for that. August 15th, it always felt like he was a little weird at the end. Messy points of reason, you mean the one where he plasters the Gun Emperor in the face? Or that one? August 15th, I can't say. I just feel that the way he looks at the Gun Emperor is strange. The other candidates, even Wang Beichen, look at those great emperor projections with admiration and fervor in their eyes. But that Yang Tu is too bland. That look is too bland. Even a bit disdainful? In the middle of a divine journey, didn't think it was strange. And some people do have psychological problems. How normal and paranoid it is. August 15th, maybe I'm overthinking this. While the nation is in a frenzy of discussion in response to the performance of the candidates, no one has noticed. Sword Emperor statue space. The young man sitting on the ground on Heavenly Sword Mountain moved. Heavenly Sword City, Wang clan's ancestral residence. Upon seeing Wang Beichen fall to the ground, all the clansmen in the entire family meeting room did not feel sorry for Wang Beichen's defeat. On the contrary, they were even a little excited, because they had once again witnessed the old ancestor's power. The whole country had likewise witnessed the power of the Sword Emperor. Lao Zu is here. Wang is here. Sword Emperor is strong. Wang is strong. Their old ancestor was the head of the Sword Dao Dao, a symbol of the pole of the Sword Dao. When they saw a sword, everyone would associate it with the Sword Emperor, and the Heavenly Sword King clan, the Heavenly Sword King clan, the Sword Dao Imperial clan. As long as there is an old ancestor, this family honor, no one can take it away. Other than that, in their hearts, Wang Beichen had already done his limit. He broke the all-time record at just 13 years old and will surely go down in history for it. The power of the third stage of the old ancestor projection was an even stronger shot in the arm for them. What's more, they had already used a secret method to tell the old ancestor projection to come down hard on Cloud Wine. They simply didn't believe that Cloud Wine had a chance of winning against such an old ancestor. Based on the above mental activities, Wang decided that they were already invincible in the Qigong with the Cloud Wine. Therefore, all the Wang clan members were very relaxed at the moment. Looking at Beichen's gesture, he has already succeeded in integrating the Elder's essence blood into the Elder Ancestor projection. Wang Jianyan laughed. The 10th Elder stroked his beard and nodded. Next, we just need to wait for the old ancestor to use the power of the Great Tao to chop up and abolish that Cloud Wine. Patriarch Wang Lord's gaze was excited. When Cloud Wine is abolished and old ancestor returns, I'll see who else can stop my Wang clan from rising. It's as if I can already see the scene of my Wang clan dominating the Imperial clan decades from now. Ha ha ha. Wang's crowd laughed maniacally offstage. Laughing, a certain clan elder reminded, "It's time to go and prepare a celebration dinner for my Wang's unicorn son." Another clan elder nodded. "Go get ready now. Just in time for the dinner. Ha ha ha. Inform the rest of the clans that my Wang clan will be having a big clan banquet." King Lord laughed wildly and opened his mouth. "In addition, I will also feast on the people of Heavenly Sword and have fun together." Different from the smiles of the crowd was the Supreme Elder sitting on the main seat. His eyes were always on the screen, looking at the teenager with a thin figure, slowly moving forward. The uneasiness and trepidation within him was gradually eating away at his heart. The moment the national audience saw Yun Wine's face, shocking cheers erupted from all over China. "Crap! Here it comes! Here it comes! He's finally here! That man! finally came out. Cloud Wine. You are my god. Let's see how powerful an imperial level heavenly pride is. Punch punch punch. Human emperor candidates and great emperor projections. What anticipation. At this time, the official live broadcast room had also long since exploded. The pop-ups were like a tsunami, pouring in like crazy. Sweet wine bites, go 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 go. Where did fortune go? So exciting. I'll get the chips. Tomato Reader A, grab the upstairs dog author. Souls, and go yard. Tomato Reader B, so it's you. Always jamming my text when it matters. You don't update. Run here to see what's going on. Tomato Reader C, outrageous. Dog author. Speedy update. Speedy explosion. Where has the god of fortune gone? All readers beg forgiveness. This is not going out. Exploding more. Exploding more. Sunday night will definitely explode more. Tomato Reader D, soul. You're cheating on my feelings. Where did the god of fortune go? Dads, give me a day off. Sunday night. Early Monday morning. I'm staying up late to pop. Charming villain character. I hope Yunwine won't get hurt. It's good to be able to exert strength. After all, that's the Sword Emperor projection. Not getting hurt is the most important thing. King of Gotham. Oh, Cloud Wine is just out of his depth. Can he do whatever he wants just because he's highly gifted? Can he disrespect his seniors? And talk about crushing the Sword Emperor's projection? Nima. Upstairs is Wang's dog, right? What's wrong with people having high talent and wanting to beat the pinnacle? Who the hell are you? Above the heavenly fortune, he is Wang's dog. This is more than brushing his presence in Woween every day. It's true that every bird is in the forest. Ignore him. King of Gotham, huh? Highly gifted? He challenged the projection of my family's oldest ancestor. Not to mention crushing it. He can detect it for 10 minutes in the third stage. I'll live stream my chrysanthemums for dinner. I love Ayun, Nima. Screenshot taken. Don't run if you dare. Cloud Wine is my father, grass. If you lose and don't admit it, I'll take a durian dipped in chili and shove it right up your ass. Just you wait. Sword Soul, actually, I also think that Cloud Wine is a bit self-important. What's wrong with having high talent? I haven't seen a candidate with X-rank talent, able to crush a strong projection of SSS rank talent. Zhang Biegu, ditto. I also think that Yunzhou is too crazy. I'm a bit disgusted with him. A candidate who isn't even from the Imperial clan doesn't know how to respect the Wang clan, who has made great contributions to the country. And even if they don't respect it, they even openly provoke it. What's the difference between this kind of behavior and that of a thug? A war of words has begun to rage online around Cloud Wine. However, all of this was unknown to Wang Xian, who was now walking towards his enemy. Sky Wine City, Brewers Association headquarters. Lin Zhou looked at the teenager's back and spoke softly. Enjoy the applause of the world. Beside him, Li Jinzhou revealed a worried gaze and muttered, take care of everything. Kunlun Mountain. Spirit Emperor Hall. The pink-haired girl sat on the phoenix chair, her slender hands clenching without realizing it. There was an unspoken emotion in his eyes as he watched the back of the teenager in the canopy. In that twilighted wines, she had witnessed the teenager being woefully thrown out of the house. Looking at the teenager who was covered in blood and scrambled to get up every time he fell, her gift inexplicably kicked in. Through her gift, she has a brief link with the teenager's soul. She also thus saw the teenager's painful memories, felt the teenager's emotions of grief and self-reproach, and heard the teenager's heart's desperate confessions and cries, and the incredibly humble prayer to the sun. I don't want to die. Never again. Slow down. Please, slow down and drop the mountain. Please, slower, slower, slower. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry, drop slower. Please, give me more time. I was wrong. I'll never seek death again. Please, let me live. I can't die. Can't die. Someone save me. The hysterical cries, linked through emotion, continued to pound her soul. So, she stepped up. She had overdrawn her spiritual power and used her great power, gave him a chance to live, a hope for revenge, a rising sun. Now, the teenager's back was once again in her eyes. Only this time, his back was no longer wretched. He had completely freed himself from the darkness of the night and ushered in a sunrise of his own. Looking at the teenager's thin back, the young girl's eyes suddenly became a little moist. Your Highness, I assure you, it will be an unparalleled, magnificent victory. The young girl's vision gradually became blurry, and she bowed her head slightly, silently praying in her heart. Towering high above the end of the heavens, Heavenly Emperor Huayang, may your light spill over the world, and may your will come down to the high heavens. May you bless my young man and add flames to his sharp sword, and all who wish to wound him will be scorched, and all he hates will be burned to ashes. Wherever he travels and wherever he is, he will surely shine with all his splendor wherever he goes. The moment the young girl prayed, the great sun high in the sky shook slightly, The Spirit Emperor beside him keenly sensed what was happening, but he didn't open his mouth. Instead, he turned his gaze on Cloud Wine in the canopy. A sudden warmth rose in the heart of the teenager in the canopy. That warmth, as if the sun was shining on it. Suddenly, a smile appeared on the teenager's face. The teenager looked at the Sword Emperor's projection that was waiting for him silently with his sword in the distance. With his right hand open, the envious immortal sword slowly converged from his palm. Immediately afterward, the teenager's figure rioted, directly charging at the Sword Emperor projection in a hurry. 100 meters, 50 meters, 15 meters. The sword-wielding teenager's mind constantly recalled the pain he had once experienced. Cold-blooded and ruthless family, arrogant and unrelenting clansmen, heartless blood relatives, slander, torture, lies, abuse, calculation, bullying, hatred. Everything will be recovered from today. Mom, they saw me. From this day forward, I will be a sword hanging over their heads. A sharp, merciless, deadly sword. The teenager's mind growled madly. At the same time, the sword intent within his body had almost reached an unimaginable level. The great Sun Golden Crow's bloodline was boiling madly, and the spiritual energy in his body was also venting outward madly. Wang Xianxian finally revealed his claws and teeth to Wang. The teenager stared ferociously at the Sword Emperor's projection in front of him and shouted in a loud voice, "Die!" In front of a national audience, the sword-wielding boy's body ignited with golden flames. The great Sun Golden Crow vision rose behind him like a blazing sun. Immediately after that, the envious immortal sword in his hand ignited a golden flame. The teenager raised the envious immortal sword in his hand and rushed towards the Sword Emperor projection. Behind him, the great Sun Golden Crow followed closely along with the teenager's pace. The Golden Crow blossomed its wings in anger, blazing golden flames that roared to life. The fire of the Golden Crow, like a tsunami, instantly engulfed everything around it. In the sea of golden fire, the Golden Crow rose like a blazing sun. The flames cannot hide the light that belongs to the sun. Sword-wielding boy, brave and fearless, in the midst of the fire, one way or another. In an instant, Wang Xianxian, whose clothes carried starry flames, rushed out of the sea of fire and arrived in front of the Sword Emperor's projection. The teenager swung his sword. A sword! I'm going out. I'll be home tomorrow evening. More will be added on Sunday night. Not sure how much, but definitely more than 2 chapters. The golden flames that wanted to burn everything in the world instantly engulfed the enemy in front of him as the long sword in the young man's hand fell. Boom! A sea of fire ignited the battlefield. The flames containing terrifying temperatures burned as the entire space began to distort. When the flames slowly annihilated, appeared in front of the crowd is like the foot of the volcano, flowing with molten lava in a huge gully, as well as the Sword Emperor's projection that was wrapped in golden light. Sword Emperor's projection blood level reduced to 90%, unlocking the second phase of projection access. Looking at the TV's golden exam room prompt box, I don't know from where in China. The sound of wildly gulping saliva like a plague began to spread wildly. Seconds, crap. One sword secured 10% of Sword Emperor projection's blood. Crap, that's fucking awesome. What's a genius? What the fuck is a genius? What the fuck is a fucking genius? This is the real fucking genius. Crap, did no one notice the bird behind Cloud Wine? Holy shit, you guys, does that bird on his back look like the Golden Crow printed on the back of that $100 bill in my wallet? The Great Day Golden Crow, Kunlun Mountain, Spirit Emperor Hall. The moment the Great Sun Golden Crow vision surfaced behind the teenager, the crowd inside the Spirit Emperor Hall quickly, shocked, and neatly turned back to look at His Majesty, the Spirit Emperor, who had always been steady in the dragon chair. The Spirit Emperor himself even got up violently, his face full of shock. He likewise did not hesitate for a moment, and with the same shock and swiftness, he looked at his daughter, who was sitting next to him, full of good behavior, accompanied by the Spirit Emperor's stunned expression. The ministers likewise followed their own majesty's gaze to their highness. Food Fairy scalp sweating, pretending to be calm, forcing a smile, being good JPG. In the end, the young girl was unable to withstand the gaze of the entire room like a man's back. The cute young girl tilted her head gently, pulling out a sweet smile with difficulty. He. Seeing this, the air in the entire Spirit Emperor Hall directly froze. Hey. At the same time, the great Emperor clans, which were known for watching the fun, were also bickering because of the appearance of the Great Sun Golden Crow. Great Sun Golden Crow. He's from the spirit race. Is it the Hotian spirit race or the innate spirit race? The birth of the innate spirit race is recorded in heaven and earth, and the birth of the Hotian spirit race is even more stringent in terms of quotas. That Cloud Wine is so gifted. It's basically certain that it's an innate spirit race. Cloud Wine? This is clearly fucking food wine. What is the Imperial family up to? This has violated the original Imperial oath. what sacrifices and contributions my imperial clan has made for the founding of China. What on earth is His Majesty the Spirit Emperor thinking? Emperors don't participate in politics. Countries don't involve emperors. And emperors don't enter the world. This is the foundation of the Chinese state. Why should we let the people of the spirit race shake the foundation of the Wang clan's qi? With such a cause and effect, isn't His Majesty the Spirit Emperor afraid that the national formation will be shaken? Follow me to meet with the old ancestor. We must ask His Majesty the Spirit Emperor why. Lips die and teeth go cold. Although that Wang clan is acting disgustingly, His Majesty the Spirit Emperor shouldn't interfere with their clan's fortunes. But, how could His Majesty the Spirit Emperor do this? Regardless of whether or not His Majesty the Spirit Emperor is subjective, this matter has already shaken the national capital of Huaxia, and when it comes to the functioning of the national formation, a matter as big as sesame seeds cannot be ignored. Cloud wine? Food wine? Who dares to say if he's His Majesty the Spirit Emperor's stray bastard? But His Majesty the Spirit Emperor and the Spirit Empress are so in love with each other. How is that possible? Shut up. Spirit Emperor Sama is just probably making the same mistake that all men can make. And who knows if Lord Spirit Emperor has a white moonlight in his heart. When the time comes to face the saint, His Majesty the Spirit Emperor will surely deny it vigorously, and will even make up all sorts of excuses. No matter what, His Majesty the Spirit Emperor once made great sacrifices for our imperial clan. His face must be preserved. Don't ever speak out of turn. But the Spirit Empress is, after all, His Majesty the Demon Emperor's own granddaughter. What if His Majesty the Demon Emperor domestically abuses His Majesty the Spirit Emperor at that time? What if his old man really does it? What to do? Cool it. When it comes to the running of the national front, even the fiercest domestic violence has to be counseled. Heavenly Sword City, Wang clan's ancestral residence. The moment he saw the great sun golden crow emerge, the Supreme Elder was so excited that he directly crushed the tea light in his hand. Spirits. Why? Why would His Majesty the Spirit Emperor send someone to interfere with my Wang clan's fortunes? The Supreme Elder was burning with rage. The 10th Elder's brow tightened as his brain raced and quickly associated it with all the things that had happened before. 9 Swords Backer. Wang Beichen. Wang Xianxian. Qi separation. White Zephyr Emperor visits the Wangs. Food Fairy rescues Wang Xianxian. I get it all. The 10th Elder could not hide his inner shock. Hearing the 10th Elder's shocked voice that saw through the truth, the Supreme Elder suppressed the anger in his heart and quickly asked, "Understand what, old ancestor?" "I know," the 10th Elder said excitedly. "I know who the real murderer who caused the current situation of my Wang clan really is." "Who?" The Supreme Elder's tone gradually revealed a killing intent. "Spirit Emperor." Hearing the 10th Elder's decisive voice, the Supreme Elder was so frightened that his heart stopped. Spirit Emperor." The Supreme Elder looked at the 10th Elder incredulously. This time, the 10th Elder did not wait for the Supreme Elder to ask a question as he quickly opened his mouth to explain. "Before, I never understood why Food Fairy wanted to save Wang Xianxian, and it's only now that the Cloud Wine Spirit clan's identity has been revealed that I've seen this complicated situation clearly. The food must have known the secret about the Son of Prophecy. The Spirit Empress is the honor of the Demon Emperor. How could such a powerful existence suddenly fall? I suspect that the secret of the Heavenly Tao Prophecy is involved behind the fall of the Spirit Queen. The Spirit Empress was already proficient in the art of prophecy, and it's highly likely that her demise was due to a Tao injury caused by a leak. Because of this, the Spirit Emperor knows more information about the Son of Prophecy. That's why the Spirit Emperor sent the White Zephyr Emperor to come to the Wang clan at that point in time. And the Food Fairy must have gotten orders from the Spirit Emperor to save Wang Xianxian. Even I suspect that the reason why Wang Xianxian can't be found is that the food has been hidden by the food. Hearing this, the Supreme Elder's body gradually trembled. But why would the Spirit Emperor do that? Why would he, as an emperor who takes on the chi of heaven and earth, lay his hands on the Son of Prophecy? At those words, the 10th Elder's face gradually became gloomy as well. Do you remember what the Gun Emperor said when he came to my Wang clan after the old ancestor disappeared? Almost instantly, a cold sweat broke out on the Supreme Elder's forehead. What do you mean, is, the 10th Elder's tone took on a slight tremor. For the thousands of years since the old ancestor disappeared, I've been thinking about why the old ancestor disappeared. I don't believe that the old ancestor would be trapped by the secret realm for thousands of years, but I can't help but believe it, because just by strength, old ancestor can be called the first person under the imperial level. How could such a strong old ancestor be framed by a strong person of the same rank? No great emperor can defeat the old ancestor. Then what if the other party is not a great emperor? What if it was the emperor who made the move? The 10th Elder directly stated the answer that made the Supreme Elder hide it in his heart for thousands of years and dare not say it. The old ancestor had disappeared, and as an elder, How could one not think about it? Over time, they doubted everything they could around them. It's just that no one ever dares to say it. Seeing that the Supreme Elder was silent, the 10th Elder continued. If we assume the murderer to be the Spirit Emperor, all the contradictions can be explained. The person hinted at in Lord Gun Emperor's initial words has finally surfaced. You mustn't forget what kind of relationship Lord Gun Emperor and Old Ancestor have. And his old man's words in the first place had to make people suspicious. After his body trembled, it was as if the Supreme Elder had lost all his strength. But even if we knew the truth, what would that change? The Old Ancestor disappeared. The family was humiliated for thousands of years. Now it's not easy for the family to have the momentum to rise. The family ushered in the birth of the Son of Prophecy. But then the Spirit Emperor got a cloud wine to fully suppress it, and even used it to chop up my Wang's chi. Seeing the Taishan Grand Elder's desperate look, the 10th Elder let out a deep breath. Supreme Elder, you are my Wang clan's pin in the sea nowadays. If even you are discouraged, then my Wang clan will really lose all hope. Things are far from as bad as you think, and in the midst of despair, we are bound to have a silver lining. First of all, the confirmation of the Cloud Wine Spirit race's identity allows us to completely stop doubting the authenticity of Wang Beichen's Son of Prophecy. His current behavior is merely a consequence of being artificially interfered with by the Spirit Emperor. That Cloud Wine is nothing more than a man-made false sun, just a fleeting stepping stone on the path of the North Star. The Son of Prophecy is burdened with destiny, and if you dare to go against him, you're bound to be toyed with by fate. Not even a Spirit Emperor can escape. Frustration is definitely not a deadly poison for martial artists. Secondly, Yun Wine exposed the identity of the Spirit race, and the other imperial races will definitely not let it go because the imperial races are involved in the operation of the Chinese Protectorate formation. The imperial family and the imperial clan, they are interdependent. Even the Spirit Emperor can't just prevaricate. We can use this opportunity to unite with the other emperor clans to pressure the Spirit Emperor for a respite. In the end, we can inform Elder Gun Emperor of this, so that he can find a way to help us. The 10th Elder's words once again ignited the hope in the heart of the Supreme Elder. For some reason, looking at the 10th Elder reminded him of himself when he was young. At that time, he also seemed to be as tough as this. It was only that the thousands of years-long deadlock had worn down his sharpness as a martial artist. Even his heart's demons continued to grow due to the interference of the power of fate. In his eyes, the once powerful Wang is now nothing more than a flatboat in a vast ocean. Seems like it could be wiped out at any moment due to the storm. He even thought about giving up and running away. But when he saw the eyes of the 10th Elder, he seemed to see fate once again. Yes, how much his Wang's plight today resembles the story in the book and the plot in the movie. The suffering family, faced with a powerful enemy, tenaciously resisted to survive, and eventually crushed the enemy and won the victory. The corner of the eyes of the Supreme Elder's eyes were filled with tears. Looking at the 10th Elder in a daze as he said in a serious manner, Wang Hui, the family is fortunate to have you. Everything after that is in your hands. The 10th Elder's face straightened and he bowed. Juniper, I will live up to the Elder's expectations. I'm going to make preparations first. There are some things that I should also inform Wang Jianyan about, as he is the Nine Swords backer. There are some things that he deserves to know. The Supreme Elder nodded. Go. Looking at the departing back of the 10th Elder, the Supreme Elder looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. The tear that had been trapped in his eye for so long wept. Old Ancestor, did you see that? This is the family spirit you were hoping for in the first place. One's really going to rise to the top. Imperial Palace. Within the Sword Emperor statue world, the young man held his long sword in his hand, and a hurricane-like battle intent wrapped in a monstrous wave of sword intent gushed out from his body. Across from him was the same young man. The seemingly ordinary youth had eyes that made it impossible to look directly at him. The sword in his hand had no decoration. Simple, ancient, Sword Emperor projection. That was the Old Ancestor's extra-dimensional incarnation, with the appearance of his bone-forging realm. But this extra-dimensional incarnation had been reduced to an unknown plaything. The golden light beside the projection gradually dissipated, which also symbolized that the Sword Emperor's projection was already able to call upon its own talent. Phase 2. It's on. Looking at the projection not far away that was being manipulated by the mysterious existence, Wang Xiansan knew that he had to be careful. The teenager raised his sword and pointed. Come. In the face of the enemy's provocation, the Sword Emperor projection's eyes flashed with a hidden ferocious light. He spoke teasingly, I hope your sword pleases me. At the same time, the sword in his hand began to shine. In an instant, the ancient and simple long sword became dazzling. Then, the Sword Emperor's projected figure rioted and rushed towards Wang Xianxian at extreme speed. Wang Xianxian held his sword and smiled gently before taking out the Wine Immortal gourd and drinking a mouthful. When the Sword Emperor's projection was only 10 meters away from Wang Xianxian, clank! The sound of a sword chime rang out violently, and the clear sound of the sword chime wrapped with a huge sword intent directly enveloped Wang Xianxian. Suppression. This was the special prestige-type talent effect that came with the old ancestors' talent. It could suppress the vast majority of the means of the rest of the sword cultivators including sword intent. Seeing that Wang Xianxian had been struck, the speed of the Sword Emperor's projection skyrocketed, and almost in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the teenager's eyes. The light of the ancient longsword in his hand had been reflected in the teenager's eyes. I heard that when you were young, you were very confident in Bijiansu. The corner of Wang Xian's mouth rose slightly. Then come and try. With those words, the teenager raised his sword. Seeing this, the Sword Emperor projection similarly raised his sword. A cold light shone from the blade of the ancient long sword, and the sharp edge of the sword gradually became clear in Wang Xianxian's eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Xianxian directly swung his sword to meet the ancient and simple longsword. Clank bang. The moment the two blades collided, there was a strong clashing sound, and the heavy crash of knees hitting the ground. Sword Emperor projection raised his sword and dropped to one knee. Feeling the terrifyingly huge force coming from the sword, the Sword Emperor projection looked up incredulously at the teenager with a bad smile on his face, and the corners of the teenager's mouth turned up wildly, revealing a few white teeth. Lord Sword Emperor, is my sword powerful? As soon as the words fell, the teenager chopped out his sword once again. The Sword Emperor projection seized the opportunity and changed the angle of his parry. The special unloading technique allowed the Sword Emperor projection's body to slide out backwards on the ground like a skateboard. Seeing this, Wang Xianxian pursued with extreme speed. With his extremely high physique, he quickly caught up with the Sword Emperor's projection that was sliding out backwards. Realizing that it was impossible to dodge, the Sword Emperor's projection could only raise his sword once again to resist. Clank! The teenager's three sword strikes once again caused the Sword Emperor projection's gliding speed to skyrocket. Under Wang Xianxian's swift attack, the Sword Emperor projection could not even get up. He was like a child's ball of leather, rolling on the ground with abandon under the teenager's blows. Seeing the teenager's sword attacking again, the Sword Emperor projection roared angrily. The ancient and simple longsword in his hand swiftly chopped a sword light forward. Facing the attack, Wang Xianxian decisively offered 3 wine swords across his body. Boom! The dusty Sword Emperor's projection got a respite from that sword light. He's finally on his feet. Instead, a teenager's teasing voice came from the dust raised ahead. Honorable Lord Sword Emperor, did it give you pleasure? It's being coated and all. The front isn't water. It's a plot ambush. Love you guys. The teenager's teasing caused the corners of the Sword Emperor's projected eyes to jump wildly. The Sword Emperor projection stared deathly at Wang Xianxian with his icy cold eyes that were tinged with anger. Arrogant brat. You'll pay for this. Wang Xianxian lightly vibrated the tip of his sword. We'll see. Along with the words, Wang Xianxian was surprised to find that the entire space began to tremble slightly. Right at this moment, Wang Xianxian suddenly thought of the effects of his old ancestor's talent. The Sword Emperor's talent could mobilize the power of heaven and earth. The moment he realized this, Wang Xianxian saw white energy falling from the sky. Not only that, but the ground was also rising with thick black energy. The moment the two colors of energy merged into the body of the Sword Emperor projection, the other party's aura instantly climbed. Looking at his opponent's rising strength, Wang Xianxian's eyes narrowed slightly. Just now, Wang Beichen didn't have such luxurious treatment during the second stage. Wang Xianxian muttered. Moved? Although his physique was able to suppress the Sword Emperor's projection, he wasn't reckless enough to directly face off against it in the face of the power of heaven and earth that he had never seen before. So Wang Xianxian fiercely exerted himself and leapt upwards. Then the envious immortal sword appeared under his feet and carried him into the air. The Sword Emperor projection saw this and leapt up almost simultaneously, his speed even faster than Wang Xianxian's sword. The Sword Emperor's projection rose up into the sky as his fierce eyes drew nearer to Wang Xianxian's eyes. It was too late to marvel at the other party's surging speed. Wang Xianxian directly summoned 9 wine swords to block in front of his body. Madaka! After successfully blocking, Wang Xianxian took the opportunity to fly higher into the air. Seeing that the teenager was far away, the descending Sword Emperor's projection swung his sword violently and chopped forward. The black and white blades of energy light quickly detached from the sword blade, then flew rapidly towards Wang Xianxian. Dozens of wine swords once again appeared in the air. The wine swords quickly fused, then transformed into a barrier of wine. Boom! The moment the energy light blade touched the barrier of wine, it actually directly tore through Wang Xianxian's barrier. However, the light blades that contained terrifying energy also plummeted in power due to the barrier's resistance. Wang Xianxian directly swung his sword to meet him. After feeling this energy up close, Wang Xianxian was instantly attracted by this peculiar energy. This black and white energy contained a large amount of yin and yang power. On top of that, These forces of yin and yang seemed to be constantly generating a new wave of energy. After defeating the energy light blade, Wang Xianxian stood in the air and began to look down at the Sword Emperor's projection below. For some reason, killing intent inexplicably rose in his heart as he now looked at the other party's figure. It seemed that just by seeing that projection, there was a feeling of disgust originating from the depths of the soul. Whether it's his heart, his sword, or his wine, all of it, was telling him one thing: killed that extrajudicial incarnation. Thinking of this, Wang Xianxian pointed his sword at the Sword Emperor projection below. At the same time, the Wine Immortal gourd began to gush out various colors of spirit wine. A wine sword formed behind him. Then, Wang Xianxian leaped and jumped off the flying sword, then held the sword and fell to the earth like a meteor. Dozens of flying swords followed behind him like meteor fragments, facing the teenager's attack from the sky. The Sword Emperor's projection was like a hunter, staring at the teenager's figure to death. He was judging the juvenile's trajectory. The sword of the Sword Emperor's projection was also continuously drawing in the power of the heavens and earth, and it was clear that he was ready to meet the attack. With the battle experience of a great emperor, the Sword Emperor projection quickly judged the teenager's attack route. He then slammed his legs together and killed the teenager from the top down. As the distance between the two continued to shrink, the moment to swing the sword arrived. Laughing, Sword Emperor projection laughs. He saw through the teenager's attack. When the two of them were only 2 meters away, the Sword Emperor projection finally struck out his sword. Your path. It's over. Just at the moment when the ancient long sword was about to touch the teenager's neck, Wang Xianxian also smiled. I'm afraid. In the next instant, the Sword Emperor's projection revealed a rare expression of shock, because his sword, chopped empty. And that's when a teenager's whisper came from behind him. Going to disappoint you. Immediately afterward, the Sword Emperor was incomparably shocked as he looked ahead at the flying sword that was about to stab at him. Each of these flying swords was condensed from sword intent. It's powerful, but there are only a few dozen of them. If he had just been, he would have been able to resist, but now he was somewhat minded but powerless, because his right arm, which was gripping his sword, had completely detached from his body and was flying high in the air. Having lost his sword, he could only watch as he was flooded by flying swords. Boom! The flying sword's powerful attack directly pierced through the body of the Sword Emperor's projection, stabbing him into a sieve. Eventually the flying sword crashed onto the ground, raising a large amount of dust. When the dust settled, the familiar golden light reappeared on the Sword Emperor's projection. At this time, the Sword Emperor projection's blood level had also dropped to 60%. It also means that the second phase ends. With the opening of the third phase, the teenager's crisp victory not only shocked the Sword Emperor projection, but also stunned the national audience. A sword. Another sword. What just happened? What happened? How did he sever the right arm of the Sword Emperor's projection? Disappeared. He just disappeared again. This wins. Crap. He's just winning too easily, isn't he? Bullshit. Directly chopping off the Sword Emperor's arm? This is too damn fierce. I love it. I want to learn that sword move from the sky too. What on earth did that cloud wine grow up eating that is so strong? Human Emperor candidate. Terrifying as it is. Was that just a space skill? Can space skills still be played like this? Kunlun Mountain. Spirit Emperor Hall. The teenagers' fight managed to divert the crowd's gaze away from their own highness. What was that just now? A high-level use of space? Or a special stealth effect? Not quite impossible. The Sword Emperor controls the power of heaven and earth. There's no reason why he can't notice the spatial fluctuations or stealth caused by the other party. It's not a spatial skill, and it's not stealth, so what the hell is it? He used similar tactics during the first 2 stages of his senior year. How come it feels like the aggressiveness of the Sword Emperor's projection has gotten stronger in the second stage? Stage 3 starts soon. Here comes the excitement. The Sword Emperor projection that is unlocked by obtaining the divine ability and self-created skill permissions is qualitatively different from the first 2 stages. The damage caused by infusing the power of heaven and earth into a skill is far beyond the candidate's ability to cope with. After all, that's the power of heaven and earth. Let's see how Cloud Wine responds. No matter what, he is now a member of my spirit clan, and my Spirit Emperor Hall is responsible for him. Speaking of this, the people present once again focused their eyes on the young girl who was sitting on the phoenix chair like a pin, smiling brightly and attempting to budge through. Your Highness. Looking at his own minister's expression of desire to speak, the Spirit Emperor glanced at his daughters whose smiles stiffened inside lightly. We'll discuss this later. Let's see how the battle goes first. Hearing His Majesty speak, the ministers responded in unison. Yes. Inside the Imperial Palace, looking at the Sword Emperor projection whose golden light gradually dissipated and whose arm returned to its original state, Wang Xianxian's body tightened slightly and prepared for battle once again. The Sword Emperor projection that had entered the third stage looked at the teenager not far away. For the first time, a look of scorn appeared in his flat eyes. After the first two stages of the battle, the Sword Emperor projection had already come to a conclusion. This teenager in front of him, not only was his physical and mental strength far beyond him, even his own talent was unable to suppress him. Even more, the other party's sword intent had increased to a mind-boggling amount. In the face of such an enemy, one could not use a killing move hastily. The gap in hard power between the two sides must be bridged first. Thinking of this, the Sword Emperor projection let out a deep breath. Immediately after, the familiar black and white energy once again surged out from within the space. The enormous power of the heavens and earth surged directly into his body and merged into all corners of his body. With the power of heaven and earth, the Sword Emperor projection's physical attributes also saw a surge. Meanwhile, the teenager in the distance tilted his head back and drank from a jug. Unlike the stern sword intent constantly overflowing around the Sword Emperor's projection, the teenager's surroundings were not only surrounded by sword intent, but also added a few points of metaphysical aura fluctuations at the same time. That's booze. Rinju jolted up. The high-ranking martial artists who had seen a lot also quickly recognized the mysterious aura added by the teenager. This son is truly terrifying. At such an age, he actually comprehends the dual meanings of sword and wine at the same time. Worthy of being the illegitimate son of His Majesty the Spirit Emperor who has been hidden for many years, although the ordinary spectators couldn't distinguish the extra abnormality around the teenager. As martial artists, they could all read a thing or two. The two dueling sword martial artists, if they didn't launch an attack, instead both chose to raise their attributes through secret arts. This often means that the tussle begins. The primitive and savage bestiality had always been hidden in the bloodline of human martial artists. They longed to fight, to be strong, to win. Everyone was staring intently at the two sword cultivators in the screen. Some of the wine spilled from the corners of the teenager's mouth, and then converged at his jawline, running down his neck and eventually wetting the shirt on his chest. Wiping the remaining spirit wine from the corners of his mouth, Wang Xianxian gazed straight ahead. The opposite Sword Emperor projection was similarly watching him. Battle intent. Rising. Almost simultaneously, the two of them gripped the long sword in their hands. They stared at each other, then raised their swords and slashed at their enemies. Extreme speed allowed the distance between the two to shrink rapidly. 50 meters, 20 meters, 15 meters. The mirror images of the two men were gradually reflected on the swords of the two swords. In a flash, the cold light had arrived. Clank. The shocking waves of sound emitted from the clash of the sword blades wrapped up the dust and swept across the battlefield like a sandstorm. The two men held their swords in a stalemate, feeling the power coming from the sword. The Sword Emperor's projection looked at the teenager who was close at hand and smiled teasingly. Since you've decided to kill each other, I hope you don't slow down before pleasuring me. Wang Xianxian did not open his mouth, but kept increasing the strength of his sword hold. However, what he didn't expect was that the power of the Sword Emperor's projection was already no weaker than his. The teenager's surprise doubled the pleasure of the Sword Emperor's projection. Regret it? Wang Xianxian glanced bashfully at the Sword Emperor's projection. Swordsman, draw your sword without regret. The Sword Emperor's projection froze, and after a little thought, a wry smile hung on his face. That's a funny line. With that said, the Sword Emperor's projection snapped. The massive force directly caused Wang Xianxian's figure to storm backward by several meters. In the gap between the violent retreat, Wang Xianxian took the opportunity to maneuver his flying sword to chop at the Sword Emperor's projection. Facing the dozens of flying swords stabbing at him, the Sword Emperor projection quickly waved the ancient and simple longsword in his hand. The extremely fast sword technique made that plain sword transform into a merciless cutter, directly vibrating away Wang Xianxian's wine sword. In the end, while the Sword Emperor's projection repelled all the wine swords, Wang Xianxian stabilized himself. Seeing this, the Sword Emperor's projection stood in place, and the sword in his hand changed its stance. The power of heaven and earth on his body was rippling like a bell. He's building up his strength. Through the movements, Wang Xianxian could feel the raging energy within the Sword Emperor's projection. The teenager tensed his body and shifted his center of gravity down. His eyes locked on his opponent's sword. After storing up his strength, the Sword Emperor's projection was wrapped in black and white chi. He exerted his legs like a cannonball and killed Wang Xianxian. The audience watching the live stream saw this and their hearts were in their throats. Crap! Duck! What are you standing there for? The attributes of the Sword Emperor's projection have skyrocketed, losing the suppression in attributes. How can this be fought? Oh, this is obviously being scared silly. A heavenly pride on this? Wang Xianxian let out a deep breath. His shoulders stretched, and the reddish golden crow's flame flared up from him once again. Immediately after, the teenager's pitch-black hair transformed into a soft pink color as if it had been ignited by the fire of the golden crow. This pink color was actually the same as the hair color of the food fairy. More accurately, It was the Spirit Emperor's hair color. Empowerment. The Great Sun Golden Crow vision rose like a sunrise from behind the teenager. The Golden Crow lifted its wings and chirped loudly, and the teenager's sword was quickly ignited by golden flames. Wang Xianxian, who had obtained a powerful increase, eyed the rapidly approaching enemy, and his legs erupted with unimaginable strength as he shot forward violently. In an instant, sword and sword collided together with supreme might. The ground underneath the two men's feet directly cracked into a spider web because of the powerful force. The impact is merely the curtain that opens the fight. After hardening against the powerful impact, Wang Xianxian quickly danced the envious immortal sword and chopped out. And the Sword Emperor projection saw this and similarly swung his sword in response. Clank! The sound of swords clashing with swords resounded through the sky. Both of them danced the swords in their hands out of static shadows. The sound of swords clashing between blades played a symphony full of violence. Between the swords and the shadows, the eyes of the two men clashed with each other, feeling the killing intent between each other that wanted to put the other to death. The speed of the two swinging their swords skyrocketed once again. Clank! After another impact sound that penetrated the clouds, the two figures retreated violently at the same time, simply adjusting the disordered breath in his body. Wang Xianxian and the Sword Emperor projection launched another simultaneous attack. The tussle is back on. The blood bar of the Sword Emperor's projection was rapidly dropping, and as a price, the teenager's blood was constantly splashing the sky. Fighting blood for blood is daunting. Instead of a bout, it was more like the most primitive and bloody killing of wild beasts. Everyone watching the battle was shocked by the brutal, bloody and blood-curdling fight. The cheering and shouting was even like a tsunami, flooding all the cities of Daxia. It's so damn exciting. This is the real fucking man. This is the sword cultivator of my dreams. Cloudy Wine Bull. Imperial Palace. Battle Viewing Room. Linley, who was covered in bandages, couldn't help but cheer loudly as he looked at Wang Xianxian, who kept swinging his sword. Yun. Kill. Next to him, Du Yin, who was also in a similarly sorry state, frowned and kicked Linley with his foot. Kill what? You can't see what kind of situation he's in, can you? Just as Linley was confused, Wang Beichen, who was lying on the bed in the corner of the viewing room, let out a burst of cold laughter. Ha ha ha! Switching blood with a projection. Is your brain kicked by a donkey? A projection dropping blood can't affect one's status, but the challenger is nothing more than flesh and blood, and an injury is something that can cause a serious dip in physical status. Hearing this, Linley suddenly reacted. He didn't even care about the sarcasm in Wang Beichen's words as he worriedly looked towards Wang Xianxian, who was bloodily fighting in the screen, and muttered, "Brother Yun, you can't lose." At this moment, Wang Xianxian, who was fighting with the Sword Emperor's projection, was already covered in sword marks, but he didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. The teenager's sword wounds are like abstract drawings made at the whim of a crayon during a schizophrenic episode. Hideous, and the Sword Emperor projection did the same. Except that his aura hadn't decreased in the slightest, and was even stronger than before. The Sword Emperor projections were extra-dimensional incarnations, and their lives were bound to the Tao. The amount of blood was nothing more than a materialization of the rules, and it didn't affect the state of the Sword Emperor's projection at all. While Wang Xianxian was a flesh and blood body, his body would be in a low state due to injuries. Under normal circumstances, if it were any other player, they might choose to return blood for blood because they were proving themselves. But for Wang Xianxian, his aim was to crush the Sword Emperor's projection, to start exchanging blood for blood at just the third stage. That's a near impossible hope for success in the eyes of others. Even the third stage Sword Emperor projection might fail the challenge. The viewers who saw this clearly noticed the decline in the teenager's form and began to feel sorry for Cloud Wine. But no matter what, in their hearts, Cloud Wine had staged an incomparably magnificent battle for them. With a body of flesh and blood, he wrestled the Sword Emperor's projection and remained evenly matched for quite a long time, even vaguely gaining the upper hand. Such a young man was definitely worthy of the title of absolute heavenly pride. However, few people notice. The original vision of the Great Sun and Golden Crow that followed the teenager has disappeared from the viewer's field of vision. Contrary to the view of the audience, completely opposite voices constantly resounded within the various Great Emperor clans. This kid's Golden Crow vision is gone, probably brewing some killing move. Is that Cloud Wine really the heir of His Majesty the Spirit Emperor? The probability is that the demon race's Great Sun Golden Crow is orthodox, and the most obvious sign is reddish golden hair, and the Great Sun Golden Crow of the Spirit race is produced by the fusion of human and demon bloodlines, so the hair of the Spirit race people who contain the Great Sun Golden Crow bloodline are all pink in color. The innate Spirit races are all nurtured by the human and demon races, and there are currently only two innate Spirit races that possess the Great Sun Golden Crow bloodline, His Majesty the Spirit Emperor, and His Highness Siener. As for the Hotian spirit race with the Great Sun Golden Crow bloodline, They will be strictly controlled by the country as well as the royal family. The birth of each one is subject to many trials, formalities, ceremonies, and more than anything else, notices to the world. Moreover, to fully integrate the Golden Crow bloodline into the body, the mortality rate is extremely high. If you don't have the shelter of the Yangmu gold pool and blindly refine blood, you'll almost die 10 deaths. And the opening conditions of the Yangmu gold pool are harsh, so it's impossible to hide it from everyone. Therefore, the possibility of that Cloud Wine being a Hotian spirit race is unlikely. Plus, his last name is Yun, and he carries the word wine, so it's hard not to think too much about it. According to the gossip, His Majesty the Spirit Emperor would always sit under the peach blossom tree to drink and cultivate. Before I thought it was just elegant. Now that I think about it, His Majesty the Spirit Emperor is most likely remembering the white moonlight in his heart. Fine thoughts, fine thoughts. Shoo, when you accompany old ancestor to meet His Majesty later, don't say the wrong thing. No matter what, we have to help His Majesty the Spirit Emperor retain his persona as the #1 deep lover in China. His Majesty the Spirit Emperor is so great. We should also understand and tolerate him. Be that as it may, Her Majesty the Spirit Queen is so good that I condemn Her Majesty the Spirit Emperor from the bottom of my heart. Hot, scumbag. His Majesty the Spirit Emperor, who had already been heartily branded with a scummy expression by all the great imperial clans, looked at the teenager with the same hair color as him on the screen. Some of the heart. It's taut. He glanced to the side with his afterglow at his own precious daughter. Looking at the worried gaze of his heart's flesh, the hallowed Spirit Emperor couldn't help but feel his heart tremble and the corners of his mouth twitch. Broken defense. The minister below keenly caught His Majesty's expression. All the ministers were struck by lightning. They stared in unison at the pink-haired teenager on the screen, and then back at their sire. Scumbag! Such a thought appeared in everyone's mind. They have realized the truth of everything. As courtiers, they held the deceased Spirit Queen in high esteem. That gentle woman is a blend of all the best adjectives in the world. Her love story with the Spirit Emperor was even more singable. Now that the hidden secrets of His Majesty the Spirit Emperor were calling out, the hearts of all the courtiers were colored with anger. What was even more unacceptable to them was that it was clearly His Majesty himself who had straightened out the Golden Crow. He actually looked at Her Highness Sienna with that stunned expression. It made us all think that His Highness didn't know any better and made a big mistake. Scumbag! Betraying his feelings and dumping on His Highness. Recalling the fidgety look of Her Highness Sienna just now, all the ministers even cursed themselves in unison. His Highness is clearly already suffering, and they're even wrong about His Highness. Food Sienna on the phoenix chair looked at the ministers who were all staring at her from the stage, and once again turned back into the little girl who made a mistake, carefully pulling up a smile. The ministers on the stage saw this and instantly broke their defenses. Your Highness, my Highness, why are you so bitter? Thinking of this, the ministers clenched their fists, their teeth clenched and creaked, and then looked at the Spirit Emperor on the dragon chair in unison. The Spirit Emperor on the stage suddenly felt like a thorn in his back as he looked down and realized that his own ministers were all looking at him very unfavorably. Question mark, 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 question mark. Hair. What's happening? Wang Xian, who kept swinging his sword, could no longer feel the pain in his body. The powerful battle intent directly shielded the teenager from pain. Despite his battle spirit, he could still feel that his physical state had begun to seriously decline. His opponent, on the other hand, is still at the top of his game. He couldn't stop swinging his sword because he could no longer retreat. Before, he had gotten close because his physique was able to suppress his opponent, but he hadn't expected the power of heaven and earth to strengthen the Sword Emperor's projection to such an extent. And once close combat is on, there's no going back. Once his sword stopped, he would have to endure the deadly bite of his opponent. In the midst of swinging his sword, the Sword Emperor projection looked at the teenager's face that was gradually turning pale from blood loss and pulled up a sinister smile. I told you, you'd regret it. Wang Xianxian didn't pay any attention to Sword Emperor projection's words of victory. Suddenly, the eyes of Wang Xianxian, who was swinging his sword, opened slightly. At the same time, an endless amount of energy surged within the teenager's body in a matter of moments. In the next moment, the corners of the teenager's mouth gently rose. He smiled, as if relieved. He finally waited. At this moment, directly above the teenager and the Sword Emperor, the great sun Golden Crow vision that had disappeared for a long time was spreading its wings widely. It seems to announce its descent to the world. The more and more courageous Sword Emperor didn't notice the great sun Golden Crow vision high in the sky because of the high concentration of the battle. Because it is, really, it's too high. The Sword Emperor projection swung his sword at the teenager once again. However, this time, the imagined image of the teenager struggling to resist did not appear. The image that reappeared was that the teenager had dodged the sword of the Sword Emperor's projection and then pierced his body with the envious immortal sword. Without giving the Sword Emperor any chance to react, Wang Xianxian instantly summoned dozens of wine swords before they all pierced through the Sword Emperor's projected body. In the next instant, in the horrified gaze of the Sword Emperor's projection, the wine sword that ran through his body directly transformed into a chain, then firmly bound him. The Sword Emperor's projection attempted to mobilize the power of heaven and earth to escape its bonds. But, once again, the teenager summoned dozens of wine swords, pinning his various joints firmly in place. Eventually, the teenager pulled out the sword that was stuck in his chest, then aimed for his shoulder blade and stabbed it. Up to this point, the Sword Emperor's projection remained in a kneeling position, firmly pinned to the ground by the teenager. Is this look familiar to you? The young man's low words reached the ears of the Sword Emperor's projection. At those words, Sword Emperor Projection's face changed drastically as he looked up incredulously at the harmless teenager in front of him. How is he not familiar with such a mold of himself? Such a bondage. How unfamiliar, because that was the way he had imprisoned the Sword Emperor's soul. The Sword Emperor's projection stared at the teenager in front of him dead on, letting out a hellish low roar. Who the hell are you? Who are? The teenager pressed down hard on the envious immortal sword, firmly controlling the Sword Emperor's projection that was trying to struggle to get up. Then he spoke softly into the Sword Emperor projection's ear. I'm the person who sends you on your way. For some reason, endless fear suddenly rose in the heart of the Sword Emperor projection. Death. He saw death in the teenager's upper body. Because of the extreme fear, the broken body of the Sword Emperor's projection actually once again exerted a huge force in an attempt to break free from the teenager's control. However, no matter how much he struggled to break free, he couldn't shake the sword in the teenager's hand by half a step. In the next moment, the teenager pointed his left hand to the sky and revealed a smile. Noon has arrived. The Sword Emperor's projection, as well as the screen of the broadcasting room, looked upwards in the direction of the teenager's finger. The Sword Emperor projection was confused. The broadcast crew was confused, and the national audience was confused. Big day. When is there more than one sun in the sky? Under the frightened gaze of the Sword Emperor's projection, the teenager spoke softly. Falling sun. Along with the fall of the teenager's words, the sun high in the sky with its supreme might began to fall downward sharply. The sun broke through the sky, and in that moment, the shining light seemed to break the bonds of space. It was an absurd yet shocking image. The proud sun is swooping down to the ground with devastating force. Around the teenager, the temperature gradually became terrifying. Even the surrounding space became oppressive due to the terrifying pressure. In a few moments, the teenager's sun had arrived above the head of the Sword Emperor's projection. Just as the sun was about to smash into the Sword Emperor projection, the teenager's voice once again sounded in the Sword Emperor projection's ears. I greet you all on behalf of my old ancestor. I hope you enjoy my first gift to you. Boom! In the next instant, the sun crashed into the ground. The monstrous flames instantly engulfed everything around them. The dazzling light momentarily obscured everyone's sight. The supreme impact instantly tore the earth apart, and the earth-shaking explosions echoed within the space, playing the music of destruction. It was like a symphony of doom that shook every living being who was watching the battle. Got high again. This chapter is 3,000 words. Good night, my most favorite readers. The air was filled with endless dust and scorching heat. The ground was covered with hot lava, and bursts of fire and smoke rose from time to time. When the hellish landscape appeared before the eyes of a national audience, the nation was shocked. Wait for the flames and dust to dissipate. In the middle of the field, a huge crater came into view. In the center of the crater, the teenager stood like a pin in the sea, holding a sword, and in front of him was a familiar golden light. In the golden light were familiar faces. However, an unfamiliar expression appeared on that familiar face. The Sword Emperor's projection looked at the smile on the teenager's face, and the horror in his heart reached the extreme, so much so that he added a few moments of panic to his originally brash and teasing expression. After the battle just now, he had thoroughly clarified one thing. The teenager in front of me didn't come to fight with the desire to make a name for himself. He came with a real and strong intention to kill. He wasn't even a so-called challenger, but a genuine hunter. Why? Why is that? Why would he know about the Sword Emperor? Who the hell is it? Who the hell is he? Why? Why would he be so strong? The Sword Emperor projection simply couldn't comprehend the current situation. The opponent's unimaginably strong strength, coupled with the fact that he knew that the Sword Emperor was imprisoned. These two things combined to give him too much of a shock. The joy that came from successfully parasitizing the Wang clan's heavenly pride had long since disappeared. The hunter was supposed to be him, and the script was supposed to be him using the power of the Great Daoan battle to chop off the roots of the teenager named Cloud Wine, then let the Wang clan's chi soar, and ultimately, with the help of that Wang clan's heavenly pride, take control of the Wang clan and shake the foundations of the Huaxia national formation. It shouldn't be like this, it shouldn't be like this. Joyfulness. Now he finally understood the meaning expressed in that human idiom. Sword Emperor's projection blood level is reduced to 30%, and he is in the process of unlocking the 4th stage of the projection's permissions. The gold text on the exam room cue box on the OB screen freed all viewers from their shock. Tai. Yang. Sun. Crap. This dude fights with a sun. Too fierce. It's fucking awesome. 100%. 100 faint. Inside the live room, the pop-ups were once again boiling. Second man, seconded. Sword Emperor projection is fucking seconded again. Cyber Monk, is this fucking human? Who the fuck is the boss anyway? Jean de Bao, who's a good guy fighting and swinging the sun at people. Above the heavenly fortune, smashing people with the sun. Is this the gold content of an imperial level heavenly pride? I love Ian, ha 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 ha. Screenshot a JPG. At King of Gotham, Enchanted Kong at Gotham Joker. Dude, remember to call me when you're on the air. I'll give you a rocket to get you to the anorectal unit. Chrysanthemum Protector at Gotham Joker. I'm an anorectal surgeon with countless banners and a record to prove it. So I'll give you a discount if you need it. Tinsel Messenger at Gotham Joker. My family makes tinsel. When the time comes, I'll make you a free cure skinny swallow one of a kind. And of course there are other styles like anal goodness with you that you can pick from. Gotham Joker, fuck nigga. You're the ones going to anal. Your whole family's the ones going to anal. What's the dog barking at? Swire Warhammer at Gotham Joker. Doggone it. Losing is not an option. Strongest hacker, comrades. I found out the real information of this grizzly. Real name is Wang Mutilated Orange. A member of the Heavenly Sword Wang clan. And his father is specifically responsible for the Wang clan's spirit wine business in the Heavenly Wine City. King of Rebirth, crap. Is this the strength of the strongest hacker? Official software can be hacked in. Strongest hacker, it's not that grippy. These messages were found on the homepage of that bastard's Woeen, who can't wait to show off his identity 800 times a day. With his identity information, home address, and so on. Cloudy Wine is my dad at Gotham Joker. Cyber clowns are ultimately cyber vapors. And you, King Brutal Orange, my friend, you're real, so just wait. I'll find you sooner or later with chili peppers and grenadine. Heavenly Sword City, Wang clan's ancestral residence. Inside the family conference room, everyone was holding their breath for fear of making the slightest movement, because inside the room, the aura that the Supreme Elder erupted is really, it's horrible. The Supreme Elder's face was incomparably gloomy. That honor should have belonged to my Wang clan. Spirit Emperor. The various great emperor clans that had a clearer perception of the Great Sun Golden Crow bloodline didn't show too much shock at the teenager's magnificent stance. This kind of bloodline strength can't possibly be attained by the Hoteon spirit race. So the situation is completely clear and unambiguous now. Is it? Alas. Since ancient times, deep love can't be retained. But only scum can win the hearts of the people. Scum are certainly hateful. But one thing is for sure. His Majesty the Spirit Emperor is really strong in that area. First, it's Your Highness Siener, then this Cloud Wine. The Spirit Emperor is a Spirit Emperor after all. The Emperor's majestic style is not comparable to ours. The Emperor of the Spirit race? Terrifying as it is. The Spirit Emperor's son is unrivaled. Don't be too busy marveling. Don't forget the main thing. This time, His Majesty the Spirit Emperor has gone too far against the Wang clan. As the same imperial clan, what must be fought for must be fought for. What about His Highness the Food and Wine? Asshole, why are you such a good liquor? Your Highness called? Great Elder. I was wrong. I just wanted to progress too much. It's good to want to progress, but it should be gradual. From now on, this title can only be called in private, and mustn't make things difficult for His Majesty the Spirit Emperor. I understand. I understand. Thank you Elder for your guidance. Kunlun Void. Spirit Emperor Hall. The Spirit Emperor above the dragon chair could not hide the shock in his heart when he saw the teenager's magnificent moves. To be honest, when he had just learned that the teenager had the Great Sun Golden Crow Essence blood, he was a bit angry. This was because each drop of Great Sun Golden Crow Essence blood was strictly regulated. There are only 3 drops in the treasury, and they are all used up and replenished. Aside from the treasury, only he, his daughter, and the true Great Sun Golden Crow could produce essence blood, and because of her young age, her daughter, Food Siener, was not yet able to produce essence blood without damaging her body. There were a total of 12 Great Sun Golden Crows, and 11 of them were in seclusion. Only his grandfather, the Demon Emperor Heaven, had not yet closed his door. The Spirit Emperor's identity was special, being the second son of the Demon Emperor, born to the 3 daughters of the Human Emperor. His wife's identity was equally special, being the daughter of the Demon Emperor's 9 daughters and the Demon Clan's Qingqiu Emperor. If we go by human blood relatives, the Spirit Emperor and his wife are related to each other as cousins. Because of this, Grandpa D. Tian had spoiled his precious granddaughter to the skies. Only Fu Xian'er possessed the unregulated Great Sun Golden Crow essence blood. That's why the moment he saw that the teenager possessed the Great Sun Golden Crow bloodline, he felt angry. But now, the teenager is so magnificent. Even if he was dissatisfied in his heart, he had to recognize the other party's excellence. Although this was just an accident. As a result, Huaxia had added a supreme talent. This is ultimately a good thing. Thinking of this, the Spirit Emperor couldn't help but turn to the canopy and gently nod his head, expressing his approval of the teenager's battle. Oh, sure, just the combat aspect of the recognition. The ministers on the stage almost couldn't hold their breath when they saw this. Nod your head. What are you nodding for? You're happy with your bastard son, aren't you? Hooty. Scumbag. Thinking of this, the gazes of the ministers towards their own highnesses became even more tender. On the phoenix chair, Fu Xian'er, who was sitting upright, froze when she saw the soft gaze of the elders below. What? A big question mark raised on the tiny head. Unable to understand the situation, she held back her face muscles, which were about to stiffen with laughter, and pulled up a smile again. Scum daddy. The minister's resentment grew even greater. On the dragon chair, the Spirit Emperor noticed the resentful gaze for the second time. He looked at the ministers suspiciously, and then twisted his head to look at his daughter who was laughing and almost crying beside him. When Fu Xian'er saw her father looking at her, the corners of her mouth, already stiff with laughter, were forced to increase in angle once more. At the same time, the grievances of the ministers below had almost coalesced into a solid body. Question mark 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 question mark. The Spirit Emperor was confused. Go to. What the hell is going on? Though he was confused and curious. However, as His Majesty, he should have His Majesty. Just find the two of them and ask them privately when the court retires later. It's still time to focus on the entrance exams, because the fourth stage of the Sword Emperor's projection. Here we go. Imperial Palace. Sword Emperor Statue World. Looking at the teenager whose body was covered in hideous sword marks, the Sword Emperor projection suddenly froze. Yeah, the teenager was seriously injured. Even if the opponent was strong, he was already at the end of his rope, and he was about to enter the fourth stage, when he would unlock part of the power of the Great Tao. Thinking of this, the panic in the bottom of the Sword Emperor projection's heart suddenly dissipated. The terrified eyes also turned fierce and violent. He wouldn't give the teenager any more chances. The other party already knew his secrets, and nowadays he couldn't care less. Even if the Wang clan suffers because of his killing of the boy, resulting in the loss of the main pawn, he will never give the other party a chance to live. Full power. One move to stop the enemy. Wang Xianxian looked at the other party's gloomy gaze as if he had guessed something. The corners of his mouth rose gently. It seems that you want to give me a big gift too, but unfortunately, I'm going to let you down again. The Sword Emperor projection smiled disdainfully upon hearing this. No one knew the power of that strike just now better than him. Even if that kid was a spirit race of the Great Sun Golden Crow bloodline, he was now at his wit's end. To say this is just a myth, with so much exertion and such heavy injuries, what will he take to continue fighting me? Thinking of this, Sword Emperor projection smiled evilly and teased. You could have been less polite. I still prefer the bratty look you just gave me to your current pretense of fearlessness. Please recover. Hearing this, the angle of the teenager's upturned mouth widened rapidly. Smile. Laugh softly. Laugh lightly. Laugh out loud. As the corners of his mouth changed, the teenager's white teeth were gradually exposed. The teenager's eyes took on a hint of excitement, and the teenager's smile was tinted with a hint of rampancy. Since your excellency likes it, I'm relieved. Along with the fall of the teenager's words, a tsunami of spirit wine wrapped in a huge fragrance of wine gushed out from the gourd at the teenager's waist. For a moment, the wine smelled great. Beside the teenager, the crystal clear liquor swirled around, like a flowing painting. The knot in his throat rose and fell as if he were releasing endless joy. Immediately afterward, the hideous and horrifying sword wound on the teenager's body was like a reversal of time and space, healing at an incredible speed. At the same time, the teenager's aura climbed rapidly amidst the gradually terrified expression of the Sword Emperor's projection. How can that be? The Sword Emperor's projection looked on in horror, and roared as the teenage Baisha's newborn-like skin, which was constantly shedding blood scabs, came off. What have you done? What the hell have you done? When Wang Xianxian heard the skeptical growl of the Sword Emperor's projection, he looked down at the wine pot on his waist and spoke softly. My mom says wine takes away one's hurts and thoughts. At those words, the Sword Emperor projection's eyes widened in anger. Immortal brew. You actually brought immortal brew. Cheating. It's fucking cheating. What were the organizers of the Huaxia College entrance examination doing, allowing candidates to bring this level of spirit into the examination hall? After hearing this, Wang Xianxian raised his lowered head. then looked at the Sword Emperor projection and revealed. Bad smile. Don't be nervous, that's just the wine my mom made for me. Plain wine. Looking at the teenager's teasing laughter, Sword Emperor projection tried to suppress the shocked anger in his heart. What can you do even if you have immortal brew? Foreign objects are foreign objects after all. How many spiritual objects of the level of immortal brew can you have? Drink up. Well and good. Drink up, I said. The Sword Emperor's projection was interrupted by the teenager before he could finish his sentence. You seem to have gotten something wrong. What? The Sword Emperor's projection froze, but he didn't wait for the teenager's answer, because in the very next moment, he witnessed the teenager take off the gourd at his waist with his left hand, and then gently kissed it. Immediately afterward, the gourd instantly enlarged, and fine wine gushed out from it like a volcanic eruption. Looking up at the giant wave of fine wine gathered above the teenager's head, endless fear eventually climbed onto the face of the Sword Emperor's projection once again. No way, how could it be? Would there be so much more? Looking at the Sword Emperor projection that was filled with fear, the teenager calmly looked at the other party. It's not fairy brew. I told you, it's the wine my mom made for me, plain and simple, but only for me. Wine. Hearing Wang Xianxian's words, the Sword Emperor projection felt that his intelligence had been insulted. With effects like that, you're telling me this is the wine your mom made for you? Fooling around. Looking at the trembling and fearful appearance of the Sword Emperor's projection, Wang Xianxian smiled cheerfully. You could have not broken your defense so much. I still prefer the unruly look you just had to recover from that trouble than the timid look you have now. Familiar sentences, familiar tone, but a different unfamiliar person opened the mouth. That's my word. That's my fucking word. Hearing the teenager use his own words to insult himself in return, fear could no longer suppress his anger and murderous intent. Almost instantly, the power of heaven and earth surfaced between heaven and earth. The Sword Emperor's projection looked angrily at the teenager in front of him, raised the sword in his hand, and began to introduce the power of heaven and earth. At the same time, mysterious and terrifying auras began to appear beside the Sword Emperor projection. The power of the way. Wang Xianxian quickly recognized this particular scent, as he had once touched a similar scent. Looking at the stance of the Sword Emperor's projection, Wang Xianxian recognized the move that his opponent was about to use. That was the divine ability that the other party used when they eliminated Wang Beichen, a sword of heaven and earth. It was just that the sword of heaven and earth that the Sword Emperor projection was about to use now would be far more intense than the one that defeated Wang Beichen. Because, this time, the Sword Emperor projection mobilized the power of the Great Tao. Avatar, a complete divine ability that contains the Great Tao. Feeling the other party's determination to win in one move, Wang Xianxian's berserk battle intent that was hidden in his bloodline was ignited once again. He folded his arms and gave orders to the fine wines around him. The wine, commanded to do so, began to speed up its own revolutions as it circled its master's side. In 3 breaths, a huge wine tornado enveloped Wang Xianxian. Then taking him with him, he rose into the air. At this point in the air, there was already an additional heavenly river made up of wine. The young man stood atop the celestial river, looking down at the enemy below. Fingers gently ruffled the drink at his side, sending ripples. Holding the envious immortal wine with both hands, the young boy smiled gently. Then the teenager tilted his head back and the liquor went down his throat in one gulp. As the drink went down, the heavens wine hanging in the sky began to riot. They no longer maintained their river-like appearance, but wrapped the teenager, forming a huge orb with the teenager at the center. Pink hair, transformed into seaweed from being soaked in wine, kept swaying. The teenager vaguely saw a flash of pink on his forehead and his memories pulled back to New Year's Eve 10 years ago. The young child with tears, hiding in his mother's arms, deflated. Mom, I want to go to the fireworks display too. Why won't Grandpa let us go out? The gentle mother wiped the tears from her child's eyes. Because Grandpa is trying to keep you safe. But everyone else in the family went. The 5-year-old looked up at his mother and brought on a sob. Does Grandpa not like me? Mo Biaogu did not answer her son's question. There were some things that could not be made known to a child. She looked down and kissed her son's forehead, smiling. If you can't get out, then mommy will give you fireworks. Okay? Yeah. Children's emotions always come and go quickly. That night, at the tender age of 5, Wang Xianxian sat on the steps in the courtyard, saw the wine jar that my mother moved. Mom, you're lying. You're lying. Envy Immortal. Mommy didn't lie to you. Oh. Later on mommy will give you the best looking fireworks. Mom, you're a bad boy for lighting a fire at a wine jar. Ha ha ha. Mom has been a good boy for 364 days. Today, be a bad boy for once. Mom, you bully people. You only allow the state officials to set fire, not the people. My baby is so smart. She can use proverbs. Humph. Envy Immortal. Usually mom doesn't let you bring fire near the wine because the wine hides something very, very powerful. And Mr. Wine has a big temper. If you accidentally touch it with fire, Mr. Wine will get angry. And anger brings very bad things. And that's why mommy won't let you bring fire near wine. Oh, it's just like grandpa and dad. They get mad and I get scared. It's okay, baby. You don't have to be afraid when mommy's here. Envy Immortal. You must remember that anger, like power, is a double-edged sword. They can bring both pain and happiness. On that New Year's Eve 10 years ago, the gentle mother lit the wine jar before her understanding child. Kindle for kids. The fireworks belonged to him. The tears were silent and blended into the wine. The teenager looked down at the enemy rushing towards him and smiled softly. He raised his own right hand, a strand of reddish golden flame leaping at his fingertips. Wow! So piu bright. Mommy is awesome. Mr. Wine is awesome. Our fireworks are definitely prettier than grandpa's and theirs. Mom, later I'll give you fireworks too. I'm going to set off a big firework for you that everyone in the world can see. By then grandpa, dad, and everyone in the house will be envious of our fireworks. Wow, whose baby is so powerful? So it's mine. Okay, then mom will wait for your fireworks. Gazing at the fire at his fingertips, the teenager's memories receded like a tidal wave. Under the nervous gaze of the global audience, the repeatedly defeated Sword Emperor's projection moved. He flew on the wind and directly supported himself. Came to the same height as the teenager, facing the huge wine ball wrapped around the teenager. The Sword Emperor projection didn't hesitate for a second and directly drew his sword. Heaven and earth. A sword chopped out, shocking the heavens and weeping the earth. The entire heaven and earth was like a great terror descending. This sword took away the light and turned the entire heaven and earth into night. A dark night missing bright stars and vast moonlight. Despair drilled through the screen and into the hearts of all viewers. The myth of the Emperor's invincibility, which had been broken by Cloud Wine himself, had regrouped in everyone's hearts. Despair was spreading, like an endless night. However, just then, here comes the light. The bright and dazzling light expelled the endless night and dispelled the despair in the heart. In the eyes of all the shocked people, a round of sun broke the shackles of the night and rose up. Sun. No. That's Cloud Wine's wine. The wine was lit by him. So beautiful. The Sword Emperor's projection looked at the huge fireball in front of him, and great terror rose in his heart. All the energy in his body began to be madly squeezed by him. With awe, he finally cut out that sword light. In the fireball, the teenager whispered down, "Mom, I hope you like my fireworks." The words fell, and all things were silent. The glowing light and the mighty explosion that shook the world took away everything in this heaven and earth. That night that year, the mother lit the fireworks with a twist for her child. At this moment in time, a child lights a firework for his mother that is years late. A young child's pact with his mother. The best of the world. Write something from the heart. First of all, thank you so much for watching. You are the ones who give great support. It's been a panicky few days, with a lot of people watching and criticizing. I'm happy and panicked watching the daily rush because I don't want to live up to everyone's expectations. The fear that the next chapter would upset everyone went on for a long time. But what I didn't expect was the support that people gave me every day. Especially when I read that someone saw the text I wrote and called my mom. I'm so excited I can't sleep. That excitement was more than making money. I can't express that emotionally. I also hope that we can all embrace life, care more about those around us, and care more about ourselves. Wang Xiansan will have a lot of road ahead of him, and this is just the beginning. Family, friendship, love, all the so-sos. What everyone expects will also be there. The biggest criticism from everyone at the moment is hydrology. I don't actually go to sleep subjectively. Sometimes it's just emotional padding. But I can understand everyone. After all, I only have 2 chapters a day. So, I really thank you all from the bottom of my heart for your love and support. Got off work late yesterday and pondered the plot for a long time. Didn't want to disappoint, so I only wrote 1 chapter. I'll try to make up the full 3 chapters today as a supplement for you all. And, of course, only as much as possible. Because I write, I change the plot and push it all down if I'm not happy with the writing. This leads to, well, slowing down. Any more ranting would be a distraction to everyone watching. See you in the next chapter. The grand fireworks show ignited by the teenager didn't have the crowd applauding his victory, as they usually do. There was no longer a look of incredulous shock on the faces of the audience. In its place was unquenchable excitement. It was too late to offer condolences for the departed Sword Emperor projection stage 4. The next to make an appearance was the Sword Emperor's projection with full authority. Cloud Wine's performance so far has gradually shattered the myth in the crowd's mind. By now, there is no longer any doubt that his statement was delusional. As his talent came to light, there was no longer any question that he could eventually surpass the Great One. As he defeated the third stage of the Sword Emperor's projection, people no longer questioned how powerful he was now. And, now, when he defeated the fourth stage of the Sword Emperor's projection, people no longer questioned his ability to crush the Great Emperor's projection. Martial artists worship force, and great power often symbolizes the stability of a nation, the safety of its people, and the strength of its fortunes. So, they were looking forward to breaking the myth, looking forward to witnessing history, looking forward to the beginning of the new emperor's invincibility. All over China, the vast majority of the people, with expectant gazes, were staring at the teenager in the screen. They were longing for the victory of the teenager, for the victory of the young emperor of China. Cheer up! Almost instantly, the top of Kunlun, Dang Dash, the Chaos Bell, which carries China's qi, rings across the globe. Powerful people at the emperor level and above snapped their heads up. Huaxia's qi luck has skyrocketed. Imperceptible, strange energies overflowed from the hearts of people all over the country, then drifted high into the sky like starbursts. And the end of these starry flames is exactly standing on the top of Kunlun, the never extinguished Huaxia Salary, Imperial Palace. Inside the main hall, 36 statues of great emperors stand here. However, bizarrely, there were 10 statues whose pupils were faintly radiating a black ghostly light. And among these 10 statues, there was the figure of the Sword Emperor statue. The Sword Emperor's projection, which was in a sorry state, looked up into the sky at the young man who was flying with his sword. His eyes held endless fear. It's going to kill. Literally. Thinking of this, the Sword Emperor projection's consciousness quickly sank down before arriving in a bizarre space filled with darkness. Within this space, besides him, there were 9 black shadows. Damn it, what the hell are you guys doing? The Sword Emperor's projection roared. That spirit race teenager already knows about the Sword Emperor's existence. A certain mysterious black shadow spoke in a deep voice. Shut up, the current you is not qualified to order us. Bastard. The Sword Emperor projection gritted its teeth. If this doppelganger of mine dies, all of you will have to follow me to the end. The black shadow holding a lance next to him spoke leisurely. There's been a change of plans. While you were fighting that spirit race, the qi of Huaxia skyrocketed. Also, haven't you noticed? After hearing the gun-wielding black shadow's words, the anger of the Sword Emperor's projection suddenly dissipated. Can you be sure? The gun-toting dark figure nodded affirmatively. Unsurprisingly, it's probably him. So what do you guys want to do? Sword Emperor projection asked. The gun-wielding black shadow smiled contemptuously, and the long gun in his hand shook. Of course, get rid of him. The Sword Emperor's projection frowned. Then what should our plan be? If we get rid of him, we will definitely be exposed. Now that I've successfully parasitized the Wang clan's heavenly pride, as long as I can take control of the Wang clan, I'll be able to shake the foundations of the Chinese National Front to a great extent. If I succeed, together with the 9 imperial clans that I originally mastered, as long as we wait for the other 2 to succeed, we can't wait. The gun-toting dark figure shook his head. Priorities change. Priorities involving that being are above all else. Don't worry about exposure. We'll find a way to cover up the sky and probing for you. The rest, it's up to you. The voice of his companion kept echoing in his mind. And in the blink of an eye, the consciousness of the Sword Emperor's projection had returned. The way he looked at the teenager changed once again. It was a tyrannical and vicious look that belonged to a hunter and killer. The original him was merely trying to chop off the roots of the person in front of him. But now, this teenager had to die. After losing all his worries, this Sword Emperor in disguise finally showed his fangs to the teenager in full, and the young man across the street lifted his wine and raised his sword. The Sword Emperor projection let out a deep breath as an ancient and metaphysical aura surged from within him. It was an aura from within the rules of the world, the aura of the great Tao of the sword. Immediately afterward, the sound of the sword shook the sky. A huge sword with a supreme aura coalesced in front of the Sword Emperor. Suddenly, a weird and deadly feeling rose in Wang Xianxian's heart. Death. It was as if he felt a connection with that huge sword. For some reason, the words unavoidable crossed his mind. The Sword Emperor projection looked at the teenager in front of him whose face changed slightly and revealed a hideous smile. The law of cause and effect. In this move, he carried destiny, incorporated cause and effect, and placed rules. Out with the sword. Sure hit. This ultimate sword, which incorporated the sword Tao, the sword intent, and the power of heaven and earth, would be pulled by fate, the law of cause and effect, and would stab into the teenager's chest, ending his life. After frantically pouring energy into this ultimate sword, the Sword Emperor's projection looked at the sword-wielding and drinking teenager with a grim face and growled, "Die!" In an instant, the supreme giant sword moved. It is like the ultimate sword that destroys the world. like Houyi's sun-destroying arrow that shoots at the sun, trying to shoot down the rising Chinese sun, repeatedly defeated and suppressed for a long time. The Sword Emperor's projection stared deathly at the teenager not far away, as if he wanted to see fear on the other's face. However, he was disappointed. The teenager's gaze was calm and unperturbed. In the face of the surefire attack, the teenager simply took a sip of his drink. In the next instant, a terrifying aura was in the middle of the world, spreading out. The sword comes riding the wind, invincible between heaven and earth. The young man's voice seemed to have replaced the heavenly Tao, becoming the most orthodox and ancient voice in heaven and earth. Under the gaze of the Sword Emperor's projection, which was terrified to the extreme, the teenager once again drank a mouthful of wine. There's wine, leisurely, no alcohol. I'm also epileptic. The terrifying aura that contained the rhythm of the Tao constantly echoed in the heavens and earth. At the same time, the giant sword was already no more than 10 steps away from the teenager. Instead, the teenager at that moment held the gourd in his hand aloft and stumbled toward the giant sword with a false step. The original clear and penetrating eyes had an extra hint of disorientation, revealing a deep intoxication. Not only that, but his face was slightly drunk, and he put on a satisfied smile. At this moment, the giant sword was only 3 fingers away from the teenager's chest. Sword Emperor projection mentally roared, "Go to hell." For a moment, the world seemed to stand still. Extremely fast-forward giant sword. The Sword Emperor projection gradually horrified expression. It was as if the whole space had been pressed into pause. Only after 3 breaths did the Sword Emperor projection's body, which had stiffened due to shock, reactivate and then began to tremble madly. Where are the people? Looking at the huge sword that had come to a complete stop due to the disappearance of its target, an endless chill spread from the bottom of his heart. What was happening in front of him was like a thunderbolt, striking through from his brain to the soles of his feet. The expression of the Sword Emperor's projection began to become gradually twisted, and his voice was colored with extreme fear. No way. My sword has karma, fate, and rules. Where did it go? People. In the end, where did it go? In the same way as the Sword Emperor's projection, everyone in the country who was paying attention to the college entrance exam was in a daze. And this time, there was a dead silence within the well-informed Imperial clan. Being of the Imperial clan, they possessed more knowledge, and they were far more capable of knowing the terrifying nature of this sword than the general populace. That was the sword of rules, the sword of cause and effect, one of the Sword Emperor's best techniques. The principle is to draw rules and make rules with the help of the Great Tao. And the rules set by the Sword Emperor were only 4 short words. Out of the sword must hit. What's the concept? As long as the rule power in that sword had not yet been exhausted, that sword would definitely hit the enemy. Out of the sword must be hit just as soul broken body fall. This is the rules of heaven and earth, is the law of the world operation. The higher the rank of the martial artist, the more they revered the rules, because only by becoming stronger and stronger could one realize the horror of the rules more and more clearly. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. The aura nourishes everything, and the plants turn to the sun. Rules control all things. Rules bind all things. Rules override all things. Rules that cannot be questioned, cannot be changed, cannot be broken. But it was this powerful rule that lost its effect right in front of the teenager as they witnessed it. The scene was like a physicist witnessing the invalidation of the 3 laws of mechanics. Ridiculous, fearful, and disbelieving. No, it can't be. The Sword Emperor projection has already resorted to the power of rules. Is the power of the rules depleted? No, that sword still rests in its place. It's like, can't find the target. Kunlun Void, Spirit Emperor Hall. The moment he saw the scene, the Spirit Emperor rose violently. For the first time, this Emperor of the Spirit race exposed the horror in his heart to the outside world. Then, above the rules, such a means can only be mastered by immortals who have transcended heaven and earth. Available at Sun. Obviously all have been. Imperial Palace. No one knew the power of that sword better than the Sword Emperor projection. No one was more eager to know than the Sword Emperor projection. Where the teenager had gone, no one understood better than the Sword Emperor's projection. The endless fear within him that was enough to strangle his heart. Above the rules, above the way of heaven, above all laws, along with the gradually trembling body of the Sword Emperor's projection, the teenager's familiar voice once again echoed between heaven and earth. A sword breaks the river, and a wild drink swallows the sun and the moon. The sword of wine hangs high in the sky. 1 handle, 7 handles, 9 handles, 101 handles. This bizarre tactic, this familiar image, a blurry figure began to emerge in the heart of the Sword Emperor's projection. That figure symbolizes nightmares. His nightmares. There was no waiting for the Sword Emperor projection to say the answer. the sound of heaven and earth became violently loud. 1,000 cups of drunkenness, only me, wine Sword Immortal. With the sound of heaven and earth ringing from his ears, the Sword Emperor's projected terror could no longer be restrained. The invincible immortal. That invincible immortal. But he's not. He was scared out of his wits and looked in despair at the wine sword hanging high in the sky. He knows that the end is in sight. But, kill him, never let him live. Reason instantly suppressed fear at the thought of his plans. Thus, the Sword Emperor projected his sword. Like a response to the Sword Emperor's projection, the wine swords in the sky trembled and erupted with monstrous sword sounds. They do not allow anyone with a sword to challenge their majesty. And so, the Great War, it began. The Sword Emperor projection took the lead. In his heart, he knew very well that with that teenager's current strength, he would not be able to maintain this state for too long. Hold on to the return of that reincarnated immortal. As long as the red dust immortal reappeared within the world, the sword with karma and rules would eventually be thrust into his chest. Thinking of this, the Sword Emperor projection's gaze was ferocious. He began to mobilize all the energy he could, injecting it into his body to enhance his physical attributes. It was the only way to buy him more time. Eyeing the 100 flying swords in front of him, a deep scorn appeared under the Sword Emperor projection's eyes. In an instant, 100 swords had arrived. The Sword Emperor projection was instantly drowned by the sword rain. However, the Sword Emperor projection wasn't overly fearful, although he had lost many battles since the beginning of the battle, and was either on his way to defeat or on his way to defeat. Let's not forget that he was still a great Emperor projection. The use of the sword was near invincible. Even though he couldn't suppress the teenager's sword, he was confident that he could hold out in the rain of swords until his opponent ended his transcendent state. Because, he had already mastered part of the sword Tao, which is not low, but never fast enough to fall. As long as it was a sword, he had the confidence to face it. However, the moment his sword attempted to vibrate the opponent's flying sword, something so horrible that it took his breath away happened. The opponent's sword was not shaken away by himself, but turned into wine the moment the blade touched. How? Suddenly, the Sword Emperor projection seemed to react. Fear paralyzed his thinking, so much so that he forgot another means of that invincible immortal. Wine way. However, by the time he reacted, it was too late, because several wine swords transformed into spirit wine had already bound him firmly, and the rest of the flying swords, like executioners who wanted to grant him a lingering death, chopped at his body sword by sword. 10 swords, 100 swords, 1,000 swords. The storm made up of sword blades continuously consumed his blood, and all this after only a few seconds. Suddenly, the attack stopped. The Sword Emperor's projection, whose body was tattered and torn, finally got a moment to catch its breath. After catching his breath, he subconsciously looked for where those flying swords had gone. No front or back, no left or right. Eventually, the Sword Emperor's face was covered in blood and he raised his head trembling, and in the sky, hanging, Kenshin's wine, sword of the wine fairy. Memories of past despair and powerlessness came flooding back. Battling the red dust with a sword is already a madness, and the invincible immortal is accompanied by fine wine. Swimming stars play with the sun and moon, drunkenly lying in the clouds laughing at the world. Thinking of the terrifying back of that dreadful figure from days gone by, the Sword Emperor projection murmured and whispered, the immortal of escape, the immortal of invincibility, the immortal of red dust. The Sword Emperor's projection looked despairingly at the sword of wine in the sky, and finally hung down his lofty head powerlessly, forced to accept the immortal's judgment. In a flash, the wine shook and the sword moved. The monstrous wine, carrying the invincible sword intent, fell downwards. Boom! Raging, sharp drink drowns out everything. The last chapter has been changed so you can reread it. The last 2 chapters are going to be overhauled, so I'm worried that you'll wait too long. So I'll send this one out first. With the giant sword hanging high in the sky, falling down, the blood bar of the Sword Emperor's projection was also at this moment locked at 1%, and this also means that the teenager named Yun Wine, in the battle to challenge the Sword Emperor's projection, has achieved total, absolute victory. Almost at the same time that Sword Emperor's bloodstain appeared in the public's view, an earthquake was detected by the earthquake warning centers of every country in the world. The source of the earthquake was none other than Huaxia. At this moment, people all over China have left their homes and flooded the streets. They're cheering, they're celebrating. It was a time of crisis, with the gates of heaven wide open and foreign beasts running rampant. From the day the gates of heaven were opened, the Chinese nation has been suffering. Loved ones are in danger. Homes are destroyed. Nations are shattered. The country is broken. The family is broken. This great country, this great nation, has suffered many hardships and traveled a long long way to become as prosperous and powerful as it is today. However, despite the country's wealth and power, the people of China still have to face attacks from foreign beasts every year. Countless martial artists, far away from their hometowns, countless martial artists, stepping onto the battlefield. Countless white bones are buried under the land named Huaxia. They had all been heroes, flesh and blood heroes. Whenever the country is in crisis, these people will always step forward to protect the country. Fortunately, the great Chinese, the people who protect the country, countless. Unfortunately, the number of people who have died in the name of their country is as many as the stars in the halls of China. What makes the people of China happy and proud is that there is always someone quietly carrying the weight for them. What saddens and pains the people of China is that these are their relatives, friends and compatriots. Now, they saw the birth of the heavenly pride, the birth of the young emperor, on television. The people of Huaxia did not know what the birth of the young emperor really meant to the country, because they had no access to the secrets and could not look down on the chessboard of the world from a high position. But the people of China know one thing. From the day a young emperor grows up to be an emperor, their husbands, wives, fathers, mothers, sons, daughters, granddaughters, grandsons, a safer and happier living environment for all your loved ones, including yourself. Throughout history, the appearance of every emperor meant a great rise in the fortunes of the country and the power of the nation. And the strength of the nation means, those who defend their country can shed less blood, those who cross their fingers can pray less, those who are dearly loved could do with fewer tears. So they took to the streets to cheer and celebrate, so they embraced their loved ones. Everyone has their own emotional expression. Certain people are excited to take off their shirts and shout cloudy wine bowl, and certain people are excited to jump in the river. Certain couples embraced passionately and certain family members called their loved ones, Dad, did you watch TV? Jai, Dad watched it. We can have a new emperor again. And then, you and Grandpa won't have to guard the border. Little Jia, the emperor has the emperor's responsibility. We also have ours. Your grandfather and I are martial artists and soldiers. It is our mission to protect our family and defend our country. Second uncle, let me tell you, we have come out with a cloud of wine. Yes? Thief pulls the bull. Ha ha ha, I'll have to watch the replay then. Uncle 2, are you going home for New Year's this year? I'm afraid I can't this year. I'm sorry, kid. Uncle 2 is going to miss his appointment. Uncle 2, I'm graduating soon and would like to visit you. No, your father told me on his deathbed. But, no buts. We have enough in our family with me and your eldest uncle joining the army. Just go to college, graduate and find a job. Don't come here. You have to stay home and take care of your sister, your brother, your mom, and your oldest mother in them. It is honorable to protect the family, not only the country. Wei is enough for me and your eldest. You are responsible for keeping our home safe. People all over China were expressing their inner joy and celebrating the birth of the new emperor in their own way. Inside the special invigilation room of the imperial palace, Duan Wuchen looked at the screen inside as he watched the projection of the Sword Emperor wrapped in golden light. The old king has been defeated and the Lord of the Sword has changed places. Just as he was lamenting, a frightened voice came to his ears. Lord Examiner, Sword Emperor projection ignored the command. He's not dissipating, he's resisting the will of the imperial palace. At those words, Duan Wuchen turned around violently. What did you say? He rushed to the console. Looking at the staff members who were operating the instruments and sweating profusely, Duan Wuchen frowned. Where's the Imperial Palace artifact spirit? Ask it to come out and help. The staff member rushed to perform the operation. He turned on the special intercom device and started calling Imperial Temple seniors. Seniors, please answer if you hear me. Seniors. After a moment, the staff member looked up in a daze. Examiner. No response. Duan Wuchen's entire body was dumbfounded. Even if he was a 9th-ranked martial artist, he simply couldn't imagine that something would happen to the Imperial Palace. Even more so, he didn't dare to think that someone would mess with the Imperial Palace. But a strong man was a strong man after all, and after a brief moment of shock, Duan Wuchen instantly updated his instructions. First, transfer the cloud wine, then go and invite the Hall Master. Duan Wuchen's order instantly injected the Invigilator team with a shot in the arm. The entire team quickly turned on the operation. However, it had only been over for less than 10 seconds before the faces of all the staff were colored with fear. The main exam has failed. Permission is disabled. Main exam can't reach cloud wine. Main exam. The Sword Emperor space teleportation channel is closed. Lord Examiner can't reach the Hall Master. Main exam. The spatial connections with the other great emperors have all been severed. Lord Examiner, our communication with the outside world has been cut off. In an instant, the special invigilation room was a mess. and Duan Muqian was appalled. He forced himself to calm down and spoke immediately. Check communications. A moment later, the staff member spoke in a shaky voice. Lord Examiner, all of our communications have been cut off except for Cloud9's live broadcast, and all of Sword Emperor Space's broadcasting privileges are no longer in our hands. At those words, Duan Muqian's heart fluttered violently. The Imperial Palace is out of control. Something big has happened. Cloud9's live feed remains up, which means that someone is covering up the fact that the Imperial Palace is being manipulated. Who the hell is it? Who the hell is it? No, it can't go on like this. Duan Muqian clenched his fists. He wanted to go out. He wanted to see what was going on outside. However, just as he was about to move, the Great Terror, descending, in an instant, supreme pressure slammed into the bodies of everyone present. The powerful pressure even caused Duan Muqian, a 9th-ranked martial artist, to be pressed to the ground in death. This mighty pressure, Emperor Temple. At this moment, Duan Muqian finally understood what was happening in front of him. The Imperial Palace, out of control. This majesty is the power of the Imperial Palace. Why? Who really took control of the Imperial Palace? And what exactly was the point of taking away control of the Imperial Palace? Suddenly, Duan Muqian seemed to realize something. Cloud9. He raised his head with great difficulty against the pressure and looked at the broadcast screen of the Sword Emperor statue world. The teenager who had defeated the Sword Emperor's projection and disappeared for a long time reappeared in the picture. And the young man is holding his sword, his eyes looking straight ahead. Following the teenager's gaze, Duan Muqian looked forward. Sword Emperor projection. Meanwhile, the cheering from the outside world gradually ceased. Question marks hung over everyone's heads. In their perspective, the young man they hailed as the new emperor was holding a long sword and attacking the Sword Emperor's projection, which was wrapped in golden light and had only 1% of its blood remaining. It's been a long time since I changed these 2 chapters. Expect 2 hours. Not affecting tomorrow's double shift. The Sword Emperor's projection stood still, waiting for the teenager to attack. However, his slightly raised, somewhat morbidly insane smile told the world, without fail, that he was not waiting to die. Along with the teenager's approach, the gaze of the Sword Emperor's projection gradually became frantic, and there were gasps from the crowd outside the arena. For they saw the sword, hanging high in the sky. They recognized the sword. It was a great divine ability unleashed by the 5th stage of the Sword Emperor. The rest of the Emperor clans noticed a hint of oddity when they saw this. Why would they fight again? Maybe it's the will of the Sword Emperor's projection? There won't be any accidents? It shouldn't be a problem. There are rules for exemption from death engraved within the Imperial Palace. The rule of immunity from death? The golden light that always appears next to the projection? So that's how it is. I didn't have too much contact with the Imperial Palace before, but now I've increased my knowledge. The Imperial Palace is worthy of being a relic of the ancient times. Every time I think of its might, I can't help but lament the might of the ancient gods. That Sword Emperor projection was able to endure, maintaining that move until now. What happens when the Sword of Karma inscribed with rules collides with the rule of immunity? When rules collide with rules, look at the amount of rule power. Whichever rule contains more rule power will be able to suppress the other. The rule power contained within that move, the causal sword, is too little and will eventually be consumed by the rule of freedom from death. Heavenly Sword City, Wang clan's ancestral residence. The Wang clan members, who had long since been stunned numb, looked at the projection and clenched their fists nervously as they looked at the projection of the old ancestor, who was ready to strike. It was true that their old ancestor had been defeated, but as long as the old ancestor projection could decimate the other party, then there was still hope for them. Therefore, everyone was staring nervously at the sword of causality in the air. They crossed their fingers. Old ancestor, abolish him. Inside the Sword Emperor's space, Wang Xianxian had already rushed to the Sword Emperor's projection with his sword. And this time, there was no longer fear in the Sword Emperor's projected eyes. He was protected by the rule of immunity from death. And even if he was an immortal reincarnated, he would never be able to break through in a short period of time. And he could seize the gap between his opponent's attacks and cut him down. Looking at the teenager running towards him, the Sword Emperor's projection revealed a smile once again after a long time. Even you, after the fight you just had, in a short period of time, it will not be possible to transcend heaven and earth and enter that state just now again, right? Hearing these words, Wang Xianxian's heart suddenly felt something bad. Immediately afterward, the familiar and deadly feeling of death disturbed him once again. Wang Xianxian, who hadn't found an attack after briefly probing, jerked his head up. The ancient yet powerful sword reflected in his eyes. When Wang Xianxian's pupil shrunk, immediately afterward, Wang Xianxian directly stopped his advancing steps while his figure retreated violently. However, the sword with the power of karma would not let up. It pressed on, firmly following the teenager. Wang Xianxian turned around and maneuvered his wine sword to block, but for some reason, even when the wine sword chopped into the sword body of the causal sword, it could not slow down the causal sword in the slightest. The stormily retreating Wang Xianxian was frantically drinking, as he attempted to boost his strength by drinking to avoid the chase. However, he was a bit naive. The drunken state had no negative effects on him, but with his current soul strength, he was not able to sustain high intensity. In layman's terms, right now, he has a skill cooldown for his drunken state. As for how long, he wasn't sure, because it had never been counted yet, and that cooldown is not fixed. Just now, he was drunk for too long, so now he could only try to buy himself time by attacking. Seeing the teenager fleeing around, the Sword Emperor projection was trembling with excitement. Ha 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 ha. You have your day. This is just so pleasurable to me. Ha 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 ha. Run away. Run away. It's useless for you to run away to the ends of the earth. No one can save you. And no one can possibly save you. Ha 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 ha. Accompanied by the rampant laughter of the Sword Emperor's projection, the Sword of Karma was only a stone's throw away from the teenager. The body of the Sword of Causes and Consequences began to burst with dazzling light, and the power of rules was frantically converging towards the tip of the sword. The air began to tremble from the massive energy, and even the surrounding space began to become distorted. In the next instant, the massive rule force began to bind space as it blocked the space around Wang Xianxian. Looking at his sword, which was about to penetrate the heart of the youngster's immortal, the Sword Emperor projection's face grimaced with a maniacal expression and roared furiously. Die, final fairy! The heavenly sword Wang clan, sitting in the conference room with a fierce look in his eyes. Wang Jianyan's heart shouted madly. If it wasn't because of you, how could my North Star have been robbed of that supreme honor? That's the honor that should have been his. Just now, the 10th elder found him and told him all the information about the Son of Prophecy, as well as the family's top secret, the Spirit Emperor's conspiracy. In his eyes, it was all because of the Spirit Emperor, because of the Spirit Emperor's son, Cloud Wine. If it wasn't for them, his Bachan would have become a supreme heavenly pride that would suppress the great age. However, Wang Jianyan was not overly worried, because he already knew the identity of North Star's prophetic son. He knew more clearly that North Star's prophetic son was crippled, and the biggest reason for his crippling was that damned little punk, Wang Xianxian. He was now a little glad that he hadn't gone ahead and killed Wang Xianxian, otherwise his North Star would have lost the chance to become a full version of the Son of Prophecy. However, no matter what, that Cloud Wine had taken away the glory that should have belonged to North Star. Wang Jianyan looked at Yun Wine on the screen. His eyes were gloomy, and his heart roared wildly. Old ancestor, abolish him. In the next instant, in the screen, the Sword of Karma with the power of supreme rules stabbed the teenager's body in an instant. Seeing this, the Sword Emperor projection laughed madly. It's just so pleasurable for me. The laughter stopped abruptly before the words left his mouth. It was as if heaven and earth had pressed the pause button. At the same time, the pupils of the Sword Emperor's projection instantly collapsed as he froze. No way. This is impossible. What met his eyes was a figure coalesced from wine. A woman whose appearance was somewhat blurred. Even though this woman's appearance was very vague, yet somehow, the moment one looked at her, one could very clearly feel a unique aura. Tenderness, the kind of tenderness that embraces all things, and it was this woman, who seemed gentle to the core, who made that irresistible Sword of Karma, couldn't advance half a step. Murdoch. The gentle mother bowed her head slightly, her hands clasped tightly to her chest, her arms protected by it's the teenager who should have been shot through the heart. Feeling the warmth around his body, Wang Xianxian gently raised his head. The one who held him in his arms at that moment was the one who was deep in his soul. Mom! The love that belonged to the teenager fought off the attack of certain death. In the air, the sword of causality that had stopped advancing couldn't bear the fact that its rules were being violated, and its massive rule power exploded. And the mother, who had taken the teenager into her arms, paid no attention to her enemy. She gently stroked the child's cheek with her hand and looked at the teenager's blood-covered body as if her body was trembling. After making sure that the child in her arms was fine, Emo Wrench finally raised her head to look at the sword that was blocked in front of her. Immediately afterward, the mother's aura changed instantly. The gentleness faded from her body and was replaced by an extreme anger. Unnameable power erupted from within her, then rushed directly towards the sword of causality, as if she was going to start a duel with the other party. The moment the two energies collided, the turbulence of rules generated by the massive impact caused the entire space to start trembling crazily. The hurricane-like turbulence of rules continuously impacted the spatial barriers of this heaven and earth, just like the wind god was venting his dissatisfaction. The two distinct forces alternately slashed through space, each collision causing the annihilation of space. Such a state would be difficult for either Mo Banjio or the Sword of Causes and Consequences to withstand. Every second of time that passed would cause Mo Biaoji's body to fade, and at the same time, it would also cause the power of the rules of the Sword of Causality to weaken. That's the kind of deadly battle you have to go through to challenge the rules. Once it's on, it's immortal, until a winner is determined. Along with the space being gradually torn apart, the surrounding light was swallowed up. The teenager's surroundings became small black holes, instantly enveloped in darkness. Along with the violent shaking of space, a shocking sound came out from the black hole. In the next instant, the black hole was like a broken black egg, with cracks appearing on its surface. The light pierced through the black hole, following the crack and blossoming outward. Eventually, the black hole annihilated as everyone looked on in shock. With the disappearance of the black hole, the light was no longer being pulled, and reappearing in full view was a mother clinging to her child. The eyes of the embraced teen are soft and gentle. He stood still, greedily enjoying the warmth. Seemed to cry like a smile written in the expression of happiness. Heavenly Sword City, Wang clan's ancestral residence. When the teenager reappeared in the eyes of the world, the endless fear that Wang Jianyan had just deathly suppressed in his heart finally broke through his mental defenses. His eyes were dead set on the mysterious woman who had protected the teenager. The fear within, at this moment, is at an extreme. He recognized the woman. He would recognize her in ashes. It was his nightmare, the one that had haunted him for over a decade. Ink Buster. Panic climbed onto Wang Jianyan's face as he gasped for air, his body unable to hold back the trembling. Since the moment he was forced by his family, by his father, to marry the daughter of the Mo family, humiliation kept growing in the heart. He loathed the woman, the thug-like family, and even more, the forced marriage. Not only that, but he was required to be honorable with the woman whose heart was sick of him. And all this just to please the Murphys, to appease the Murphys, for money. The rest of the brothers, who married famous families, but only he, married the daughter of a thug. The family used him as a bargaining chip, sold by his father for money. He, in turn, was seen as the beginning and symbol of the heavenly sword kings hanging down his lofty head. Humiliation was the only thought that ran through his mind. Fortunately, such agonizing days are not long in coming. It hadn't even been a year since welcoming Mo Bing, when Wang's bloodline sword and news about the old ancestor came back. He, on the other hand, had transformed from a symbol of Wang's humiliation to the son of the patriarch of the imperial Wang clan, who stood tall. After Wang turned over, the first thing he wanted to do was to abolish the woman who disgusted him. But nay, the woman had already borne him a son, Wang Xianxian. The family ruled that the birth of a wife with children is irrevocable. So, one night, he came to his son's bedside, trying to get that little not yet full month life. It was the same night he met the eyes that had given him countless nightmares. The woman who was so gentle that she didn't have the slightest temper, looked at him like a demon from hell. It was the first time he had seen, the wife he had loathed, anything other than tenderness, the ultimate antithesis of gentleness, tyranny. That look was not only deeply engraved into the marrow of his bones, it was also seared into the depths of his soul. It was also from his day that he started having nightmares, and it was also from that day that he started avoiding coming home. Finally, he found his chance. Those remaining emperor clans that had once bullied them were afraid of retaliation after the return of the old ancestor, and they cut their teeth on the Wang clan, and Wang got a large number of estates all over the country as a result. The Morong clan of the imperial capital, moreover, had handed over their Morong family, which accounted for 15% of the spirit wine market in the imperial capital, to the Wang clan to take care of. Originally, he was in charge of the docking work between the Wang clan and the Mo clan in the field of spirit wine. Therefore, he smoothly fought for the opportunity to stay away from Mo Bienga and travel to the imperial capital. After establishing a close relationship with the Murongs offered a huge bargaining chip to Wang. In the end, Wang broke the rules of the clan and abolished Mo Bing's status as the main wife. And having gotten the desired result, he came to settle in the imperial capital. He married and had children and lived happily ever after. Except for emergencies, or when he would come back for 2 days every New Year's Eve to attend the clan meeting, he would hardly set foot in the Wang's ancestral home. In the imperial capital, he had experienced many things and changed a lot, but the only thing that doesn't change is the nightmares every night. 5 years ago, the Wang clan and the Morong clan, the agreement about their son, Wang Beichen, residing in the imperial capital, arrived at the time. He needs to return to the family with a son and wife that make him proud as hell. However, his emotionless firstborn son and his ex-wife, who terrifies him, have always made it difficult for him to have peace of mind. He always felt that there was a force deep within his soul that was prompting him to something, but he couldn't tell, and he didn't know exactly what the power was reminding him of. Eventually, he resolved to put an end to the nightmare that had plagued him for a decade. The man who was not what he used to be has long since ceased to be the Koi Wang clan's third young man, but the mighty Wang clan's third master. With power, he delivered an ultimatum to his once wife, and blackmailed her to death with her eldest son. Shortly afterward, he managed to receive the news of Mo Bianca's drowning. The moment he learned the news, he was excited. He looked up to the sky and laughed. He felt that the huge stone hanging in the bottom of his heart could finally fall. However, he was disappointed. After that day, instead of decreasing in frequency, his nightmares got worse, and every time he looked at his Wang Xianxian, who was carefully hiding in the corner eyeing him, a strong uneasiness welled up in the bottom of his heart. He became afraid of his firstborn son, so he tried to kill the child who had lost his mother. But something weird happened. The moment he was about to make his move, it was as if he heard Mo Ren's whisper. That whisper was like the water of the yellow springs, icy cold and piercing to the bone. After that, he began to try to abuse and bully his eldest son and hoped that he would become depressed and commit suicide. But whenever he was about to destroy his eldest son's mental defenses, somehow his obsequious eldest son managed to ignite the hope of surviving every time. Even, several times, the child's blade was against the neck, but every time, those blades end up on the floor. As his eldest son grew older, the uneasiness in his heart intensified. Morong often contacted him secretly to help him get rid of Wang Xianxian, but every time, he received a knock from the top of the family. Slowly, he began to realize that Wang Xianxian was special. For example, Wang did not allow Wang Xianxian to leave Heavenly Sword City, and even had special people to monitor him because of this. Not only that, there was a mysterious mark on Wang Xianxian's body, and that mark, Wang Jianyan had once seen it on the fancy dress of the family's third elder. Then later, he pulled in his father and secretly linked up with the Morong clan. At that time, he didn't know why Morong would pay so much attention to his two children, but he didn't care because his and Morong's interests were highly aligned and both wanted to get rid of Wang Xianxian. Later, as Wang Beichen and Wang Xianxian participated in the awakening ceremony, Wang Xianxian awakened as a brewmaster. He felt incredibly humiliated and felt that Wang Xianxian would influence his race for clan leader. But his wife, Morong Wan, told him that he could make a bold move. He trusted his wife, Morong Wan, and the other party could not only provide him with resources, but was also a bridge for him to communicate and connect with Morong. Hearing his wife's words, although he was worried that he would still be blocked by his family if he made a move against Wang Xianxian, he followed his own will and made his move. This led to the unjust case of Wang Xianxian stealing the family's important treasure. He attempted to expel Wang Xianxian from the family first, and then he secretly laid his hands on him. But what he didn't expect was that the script didn't go the way he expected. The eldest son, who had always been an obedient man, exploded that day with long-suppressed emotions. More than that, he cleared himself with the help of his ancestors' blessing. However, fortunately, Wang Xianxian had attacked the elders at that time because of his impulsiveness, which still gave him an excuse. He had thought that he could just kill Wang Xianxian over this, but the 10th elder stood up. In the end, there was even a noble guest who came to the Wang clan as a guest to help the eldest son fulfill his agreement with the 10th elder. But, in any case, for him at the time, it had served its purpose. The family did, as Morong said, no longer shelter Wang Xianxian. For the rest of the day, all we need to do is to catch Wang Xianxian and we'll have no worries. It's just that fate always seems to play tricks on him. His men, who lost his eldest son. Later, he began to stop paying attention to this matter because he wanted to give his full attention to his second son, Wang Beichen. He realized that the family's importance to Wang Beichen far exceeded his imagination. Both the family and the Murons seemed to be too concerned about his child. He pondered for a long time and could not get an answer, so he finally gave up thinking about it. The Supreme Elder, who had been in seclusion for thousands of years, even had high hopes for his North Star. He was even asked to challenge the Sword Emperor's projection to win glory for the family. His wife is virtuous, his son is a man of honor, and he has a strong hand in the future. I thought I was finally going to be able to enjoy my promotion in peace. The teenager named Cloudy Wine has emerged from the midterm exams to qualify for the special exams. Then in front of a national audience, he threatened to crush the old ancestral projection. It was also that night that he learned of the existence of Qi. The Wang clan was in decline, so none of them had systematically learned to understand high-level intelligence, except for the patriarch and other high-level people. Therefore, when his father informed him about the Battle of Qi, he began to panic again, also began to hate the teenager named Cloud Wine. He began to think of ways to help the family salvage the situation, buying water armies, smearing Yunjiu, building momentum for Wang, emphasizing the age difference between Wang Beichen and Yunjiu. Even when he was helping Wang Beichen prepare for his exams, He personally hunted foreign beasts and extracted souls for his child. However, it was good that the family had a way to cope with this by enhancing the talent of their son, Wang Beichen. When he learned that North Star's talent had reached X, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep. Ever since he learned the news, he had been brainstorming all the time about the wonderful life he would have after Wang Beichen became a great emperor, respected by all, holding great power. Even those unusual and powerful people have to bend their heads to him. Father of the Great One is really a wonderful, longing identity. But once again, fate played a big joke on him. As the college entrance examination proceeded, that teenager named Yunwine, as if he had opened up, killed people and Buddha. No one can stop him from winning. He was like the executioner who was executing Wang. And his sword was even more like a torture instrument. Every victory was cutting the flesh on their Wang. That teenager possessed invincibility. Each swing of the sword seemed to land on the hearts of the Wang clan. Desperate teenagers. Even, one doesn't know when one started to fantasize about, if only Cloud Wine was my son. After such a thought appeared once, it eroded his insides all the time. Wang Beichen, who was originally regarded as a treasure by him, for some reason, suddenly had a few more points of dislike and disgust in his heart. Comparing the two, Wang Beichen's defeat is really too bad. So miserable that he no longer wanted to hang on to Wang Beichen. It was so tragic that he began to be a little reluctant to recognize Wang Beichen as his son. Miserable to the point that he began to yearn for Yun Wine and Wang Beichen to switch identities. Just as he was watching Yun Wine's battle with immense disappointment, he was called out by the 10th elder. After the 10th elder informed him, he finally knew the things that had puzzled him all these years. No wonder, Morongs had a request for himself. No wonder, Morong was incredibly concerned about his child. No wonder, Morong clan would pay a great price to get herself married to Morong Wan as well as let Wang Beichen spend his childhood before the age of 8 in the imperial capital. No wonder, the family would pay attention, protect, and restrain Wang Xianxian. No wonder, it turns out he's the legendary 9-sword bearer, and it turns out his North Star is the son of a prophecy that can change the world. It turns out that the mastermind behind the disappearance of the old ancestor is the Spirit Emperor. And it turns out that Cloud Wine is the illegitimate child that the Spirit Emperor got in order to take away the cornerstone of the Wang clan. It turned out that the reason why his North Star had failed miserably was because Wang Xianxian had shared his qi. After knowing the family's top secret, Wang Jiannian seemed to be filled with hope, and he regained his hope for Wang Beichen. When he returned to the conference room, the way he looked at Cloud Wine changed. From longing, to resentment, he began to watch, with curses, the battle between the Spirit Emperor's son, Food and Wine, and the old ancestor's projection. Each of the teenager's next victories enraged him. He hated the Spirit Emperor and hated the Food Wine. Only, no amount of cursing could stop the teenager from moving forward. That Cloud Wine took the national audience's skepticism, and abuse, and finished his pre-test rant. No, a rant that can be done can no longer be called a rant. Along with the absolute, overwhelming victory of the teenager, the only thing that remained was the dead atmosphere of Wang's ancestral home, which was at odds with the cheering and applauding atmosphere everywhere in the country. In a moment of despair, they saw the teenager charging at the old ancestor once again, and the hearts of all the Wang clan members were rekindled with hope. They stared at the old ancestor's attack with dead eyes, expecting the old ancestor's projection to abolish the genius young man who had shaken the ancient world. However, just when the old ancestor was about to abolish the teenager, the nightmare that had tormented Wang Jiannian for more than 10 years, appeared. The moment Wang Jiannian recognized Mo Bing, all the clues were strung together in a straight line by him. He found out all the truth. Yun Wine was not the illegitimate son of the Spirit Emperor at all, but rather the son of his Wang Jiannian, the Wang Xianxian that he loathed, disliked, and disgraced. And Wang Beichen isn't really a son of prophecy, really a son of prophecy. It's the same Wang Xianxian who was framed and expelled from his family by his own hand. It turned out that the uneasiness and nightmares that had been going on for so many years were a reminder of the power of destiny within his body. They're reminding themselves of the truth, and he got it wrong. Intelligence said that Yunjiu is Linjiu's disciple's grandson, and Linjiu has another identity, Mo Biaoji's mentor, and the great Sun Golden Crow bloodline. The probability was that it came from that young girl's handiwork that day. He simply wasn't the innate spirit race that possessed the great Sun Golden Crow bloodline, as the Supreme Elder and the 10th Elder were certain. His body once flowed Wang's blood. Wang Jiannian looked at Wang Xianxian's resolute eyes and for the first time, he tortured his own heart. Did you really do it wrong? Wang Jiannian finally took a hard look at the reality that he had so desperately denied within himself. The teenager he had loathed from birth, even tried to kill, was surprisingly strong. He endured the humiliation, went through the pain, survived the darkness, and finally made it back to the top with his tenacity. He would have been the son of prophecy. Scared, Wang Jianyan is getting scared. He began to truly fear the son he had bullied for years. He never thought of the boy as his son, because it was the only way he could use the other man as a prop to cover up his beastly behavior. Even, in order to alleviate the guilt in his heart, he transformed the only guilt he had for Wang Xianxian into favoring Wang Beichen. Now, that eldest son, who could be bullied recklessly and even murdered by him, had crushed the Wang Beichen he had carefully cultivated with a crushing stance. He began to recall something he didn't want to be remembered by himself, something the 10th elder had said to himself. You don't have to worry, the son of prophecy carries fate. If you dare to go against him, you will inevitably be toyed with by fate, even if it's the spirit emperor. Now, Wang Jianyan finally knows what kind of emotion extreme fear really is. Here comes the nightmare. His real nightmare. Here we go. Imperial Palace. Looking at the young immortal who was protected by the mysterious woman, the Sword Emperor projection could hardly hide the horror in his heart. His heart felt like it was being held tightly in a giant, cold hand, and every beat was a spasm of pain and fear. Another of those inexplicable things. Recalling the fear of the ancient times, the Sword Emperor projection couldn't help but growl in his heart. Hurry! It seemed to be in response to the roar of the Sword Emperor's projection. In the next instant, the space around the Sword Emperor's projection cracked open with a tiny gap. Immediately afterward, 9 subtle black points of light rapidly merged into the body of the Sword Emperor's projection. At the same time, a hoarse and low voice appeared in the Sword Emperor projection's consciousness. This is all the power we can offer up right now. Don't hesitate to directly decimate that immortal. You don't have time, or it will all be too late when the third emperor reacts. We're retreating first. If we let the 3 emperors discover our identities, the layout of Huaxia will be all messed up. At those words, Sword Emperor projection's face changed drastically. Damn, that's not what it said before. The low voice sounded again. The gods of the nations are gradually recovering, and there are no longer enough royal palaces involved in regicide, so you guys just let me go as a scapegoat. The Sword Emperor projection could hardly restrain his inner rage and questioned loudly. The mysterious voice resounded again. You're just a mere third Pingjiao, and you've already finished parasitizing. We've given you all the power you need. It doesn't mean much anymore if you make a move or not. Always plan for the worst in everything. In case you didn't kill that immortal, we still have a chance. The enemy is clear. We are dark, and the advantage is always ours. The authority of the Imperial Palace is also given to you. You can at most manipulate the Imperial Palace for another 30 breaths of time. Remember, regardless of success or failure, this third Pingjiao of yours must self-destruct, or else if it is captured by the 3 emperors, the consequences will be unimaginable. We look forward to your good news. As the mysterious voice dissipated in his mind, the expression of the Sword Emperor's projection gradually became manic. Awe-stricken and tyrannical eyes locked in death. The teenager in the distance. Die. I want you to die. Consciousness communicating with the Emperor Hall's artifact spirit outside of heaven and earth. The Sword Emperor's projection grimaced and folded its hands. Ling Xiao. As soon as the words fell, the sky tore a huge rift, and a towering mythical palace descended upon the world. Palace towering Tung Rui, solemn, the whole suspended in the clouds above. Constantly to the surroundings emanate its endless majesty. Looking up at the treasure hall in the air, Wang Xianxian immediately recognized it. That's the Imperial Palace. The moment the Imperial Palace appeared, the entire world seemed to press the pause button. Rules stop. Auras solidify. Stopped as well as relayed to TV stations. The spectators outside were puzzled by this. Why isn't Cloud Wine moving yet? Maybe it's building up strength? Where it hasn't moved, aren't Cloud Wine's clothes still floating? However, what everyone didn't realize was that the images they were now seeing had lost their authenticity. False images. Inside the Imperial Palace. Looking up at the treasure hall in the air, the energy within the Sword Emperor's projection rippled before locking his gaze onto the teenager being protected by the mysterious woman. This time, I'll see how you can block it. He raised his hands and then made a special hand seal. Ling Xiao, Zhentian, seal. As soon as the words fell, the treasure hall in the air erupted with dazzling light. Immediately afterward, an arcane rune coalesced in front of the main hall. The moment that arcane rune appeared, Wang Xianxian clearly felt that the spiritual energy in his body was sealed. Not only that, he could clearly feel that his strength had also been weakened by a large margin. Wang Xianxian looked up at the huge palace, and a strong sense of death crisis surged madly into his heart. Just as he tried to escape, he realized that he couldn't move half a step, and the energy that bound him, he recognized. It's the power of rules. Seeing the teenager's changing expression, the Sword Emperor projection laughed maniacally. Everything here is under the control of the Imperial Palace. What do you think the Imperial Palace is? It's the ruins of the Imperial Palace of the sky. Now the Imperial Palace is even more of a heavy treasure that carries China's qi. All the rules here are under the control of the Imperial Palace. The female in you has been drained of most of her energy. Now, what the outside world sees is nothing but a false picture. Even an emperor would not be able to react in a short period of time. This time, it's unlikely that anyone will be able to save you. Ha 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 ha. I blame you for not knowing how to hide yourself. It's all over. Go to hell. After laughing maniacally, the Sword Emperor's projected hand seals rapidly changed. Shun. Accompanied by the sickly laughter of the Sword Emperor's projection, the treasure hall in the air, as if it was repelled by gravity, fell downward rapidly. The target, however, was none other than Wang Xianxian, who was bound by the rules. Being able to be subdued by the Heavenly Palace is worthy of your status. Die. Final fairy. A fierce look swept across Wang Xian's eyes as he began to frantically squeeze the energy in his body in an attempt to fight to the death. And just as he was about to fight to the death with all his might, a giant bear hundreds of feet tall suddenly appeared behind him. Then with his huge bare paws, he smoothly held the treasure haul that was falling like a meteorite. At the same time, a suppressed roar, like an ancient god whispering, resounded through the heavens and earth. What kind of a thing are you that you dare to suppress and kill him in front of your aunt? Hearing a familiar voice, Wang Xianxian looked up sharply, and his voice burst with joy. Cloud calling. The Sword Emperor's projection looked at the huge black and white giant bear in front of him in shock, and his voice began to tremble crazily. Panda Immortal. You are that Panda Immortal. Broken defense. He fought with everything he had and used up every means he had. Every time he was about to behead the teenage immortal, there was a change of heart. He really broke the defense. Every time. 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 Ghostly howls of venting shook the sky. It can be described as, well, saddening to hear and tearful to hear. Yun Boing, who was resisting the Grand Hall with all his might, smiled disdainfully when he heard that. As expected of Pang Jiao, even after stealing the extra-dimensional incarnation, it's still a rotten mess. When the Sword Emperor projection heard this, it jerked its head up and glared angrily at Cloud calling. Kill you all! Kill you all! Imperial Palace Artifact Spirit! Kill that Panda Immortal for me! As the Sword Emperor's projection fell, a figure dressed in thick golden armor and bright red robes appeared in the treasure hall. He held a long spear condensed into golden thunder in his hand, his eyes gazing at the huge panda below without fluctuation. Seeing the empty eyes of the Emperor Hall's artifact spirit, Yun Boing's eyes vaguely grew a little more sorrowful. Immediately afterward, monstrous anger erupted from within her. The black and white hairs on his body were rooted upright from the change in mood. How dare you! How dare you! How dare you desecrate the spirit of Ling Xiao! The earth-shaking roar seemed to shatter the clouds. The Sword Emperor's projection did not feel fear because of Cloud Calling's anger. On the contrary, he was even unusually hyper. Spirit of the sky? That's just a puppet with form and no intention. The real spirit of Ling Xiao died a long time ago, the day the heavenly court collapsed. Ha ha ha. However, even if it's a puppet, it still carries the Chinese human race's fortune. And you, who are but the end of your strength, even if you could match it, would you dare to make a move against it? Ha 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 ha. Accompanied by the teasing laughter of the Sword Emperor's projection, the spirit of the sky moved. The spirit of the heavens held the thunder lance in his hand and threw it directly, stabbing at the Wang Xianxian below like falling thunder. Seeing this, Cloud Calling roared angrily. A bamboo of heavenly passage appeared in her bear's palm. Then, the giant bamboo swung violently, directly shattering the thunder lance. The shattered lance emitted a zippy electric current sound and quickly disappeared in place before returning back to the Lingxiao spirit's hands. Scorn appeared in the bottom of Yun Boing's eyes. She transmitted her voice to Wang Xianxian. Thief boy, hold on for a little while longer. It's impossible for him to manipulate the lingering spirit for too long. Upon hearing this, Wang Xianxian quickly nodded his head and spoke solemnly. You stay safe. I'm fine with that. Cloud Calling once again admonished. My current state will take up your wine path. You will lose some of your means. Be more careful. Yes, Wang Xianxian replied gruffly. The Sword Emperor's projection in the distance seemed to have discovered something, and his face was ecstatic. Your drinking ways seem to have disappeared. The hunting look returned to his eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, the Sword Emperor projection held the longsword in his hand and rushed towards Wang Xianxian with an incredible speed. Why? Wang Xianxian's body instantly tightened up. Why so fast? Not waiting for him to ponder the answer, the deadly feeling of death surged from his heart. Out of instinct, he brought his envious immortal sword across his chest in advance. Clank! Put! The tremendous impact penetrated Mo Bangio's shelter and traveled down the blade of the sword to Wang Xianxian's body. A touch of fishy sweetness surged onto the tip of his tongue, and blood spurted out directly from the teenager's mouth. Then the whole person flew directly backwards. Boom! The backwards flying teenager was embedded hard into the body of Heavenly Sword Mountain. Without giving Wang Xianxian the slightest chance to react, the speed of the Sword Emperor projection skyrocketed once again. The direction he pointed his sword was none other than Wang Xianxian in the mountain. Clang! The ancient and simple long sword directly chopped into the Heavenly Sword Mountain. Boom! The huge mountain, like tofu, was cut in half by the sword of the Sword Emperor's projection. The smooth and flat cutting surface fell under Wang Xianxian's eyes, instantly making his scalp numb. Why is he suddenly so strong? When the Sword Emperor projection saw that Wang Xianxian had dodged his attack, his arm swung once again. A deadly and rapid sword light cut out. The speed of the sword light was beyond Wang Xianxian's expectation. He had no time to dodge. Facing the sword light, Wang Xianxian tensed his body and raised his sword in a blocking stance. An MO wrench held the child close. In a flash, the sword light had arrived. Clank! The sword light pierced through Mo Gaoji's shelter and slammed directly into the teenager's sword. Luckily, Mo wrench had greatly weakened the sword light's attack. This was what allowed Wang Xianxian to successfully block that sword light. However, the joy of successfully resisting had not yet appeared when the sword of the Sword Emperor's projection was the first to arrive in front of the teenager. Wang Xianxian was forced to raise his sword to block again. Clank! However, the result this time was out of Wang Xianxian's expectation. Even after being weakened by Mo Bienga's offense, the sword of the Sword Emperor's projection still possessed a power that he could not resist. In an instant, the mountain-like force once again followed Wang Xianxian's sword and slammed into the teenager's internal organs. The powerful impact caused Wang Xianxian to fly backwards again. The wretched teenager rolled over and over on the ground, eventually rolling hard on the ground for nearly 100 meters before stopping. Put! A large amount of blood sprayed out from Wang Xianxian's mouth. That overbearing power shocked his internal organs. Why is it so strong? Wang Xianxian's vision began to gradually blur as he propped himself up on the ground with his sword and slowly got up. The strong ringing in his ears continued to echo in his mind, causing his consciousness to begin to become trance-like. Can't pass out. Can't pass out. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The blood of the teenager's tongue. The pain produced by his teeth torturing his tongue was like a stimulant, forcing his consciousness to avoid unconsciousness. Seeing this, a pleasant expression appeared on the Sword Emperor projection's face. Your sword. It delights me. The entire space is suppressed by the power of rules. Your consumption will become even greater. But current you can't use the same tactics as before, right? Ha 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 ha. Since you can't use it anymore, go to hell. After speaking, the Sword Emperor projection closed his eyes in enjoyment. At the same time, a terrifying aura instantly erupted within him. The power of heaven and earth converged on him like moths to a flame under his guidance. Gaining the power of heaven and earth, his strength once again climbed upwards. Eventually, he slowly opened those bloody and crazed eyes. Looking at the wretched teenager, the Sword Emperor projected a teasing smile before gripping the long sword in his hand and rushing towards Wang Xianxian like a cannonball. And his target was none other than the head of Wang Xianxian. Seemingly sensing that fatal attack from the other party, Mo Renge, whose figure gradually became transparent, reappeared and held the teenager tightly in her arms. In a flash, the Sword Emperor projection flashed to Wang Xianxian's body, then waved the long sword in his hand and chopped down heavily. A force like Tarzan ruthlessly slashed at Mo Renge's body. Boom! Wang Xianxian's body was once again sent flying. An even stronger force caused his torso to directly shatter the boulders on Heavenly Sword Mountain. In the end, Wang Xianxian collapsed amidst the rubble with blood all over his body. Unable to move for a long time, a few mouthfuls of blood were lightly coughed out. He tilted his head and looked above his body at the silhouette of his mother, whose body had been severely deflated but who always maintained a guardian posture. Teenager tries with all his might to reach out and touch the mother in front of him, but he can't even lift his arm. Did you lose? Obviously you can't lose. It's been agreed. Whoa! Amidst the rubble, the teenager struggled to stand up with all his might, draining his body of its remaining strength. Dust mixed with blood made the teenager's otherwise clean face filthy. The carefully prepared clothing also became tattered from the violent friction. Feeling the taste of blood in his mouth, Wang Xianxian panted heavily as he exerted all his strength and raised the sword in his hand with difficulty and slowness. Then stepping as if burdened with mountains, he slowly walked towards the enemy. Crimson blood kept dripping down his wound. At this moment, the teenager's back, and that dusk, gradually completed the overlap. The hobbling teenager dragged his heavy steps towards the Sword Emperor's projection one step at a time, and the gaze of the Sword Emperor projection gradually became hideous. He flashed directly in front of the teenager's body, then swung the long sword in his hand heavily, slashing at the teenage immortal who would fall at any moment. You failed. Hearing the words of the Sword Emperor's projection, Wang Xianxian felt as if he had returned to the twilight when he was expelled from the clan. Intense unwillingness caused Wang Xianxian to roar angrily, and the last energy remaining in his body was mobilized by him. The Sword Emperor projection looked at the teenager and laughed hideously as he towered over him, waving the long sword in his hand and chopping it down heavily. And Wang Xianxian gripped the envious immortal sword and steadily caught the opponent's sword. The overbearing force forced Wang Xian's knees to bend violently, but the tough and stubborn teenager didn't let that bring him to his knees. His veins were exposed as he frantically squeezed the strength of his entire body in an effort to resist his opponent's overbearing power. Ka-chow! The bones of his entire body were constantly emitting bursts of bone-cracking sounds because of the tremendous force he was subjected to. The powerful force caused the ground under Wang Xianxian's feet to crack like a spider web, and the surrounding land sank violently as a result. The teenager with 1,000 pounds on his back couldn't control the dull hissing sound that came from the pain caused by his torso. Seeing this, the Sword Emperor's projection laughed up into the sky. Struggle, struggle. Your human race will always use the sun to describe a heavenly pride like you. And now, the sun has set and you have failed. Hearing the familiar words again, the teenager's memories hit him like a tidal wave. I told her that if she didn't go to hell, I'd let you both go to hell together. Patriarch, Wang Xianxian has violated his superiority by wantonly insulting his elders and injuring them with his hands. According to the clan rules, his spirit vein should be abolished and he should be expelled from the clan after being sentenced to flogging. Wang Xianxian, I'll give you a chance. As long as you can walk out of the gate of the ancestral mansion from here before the sun completely sets, you will be exempted from the flogging. Crap, isn't this Wang Xianxian? How did he become like this? Shoo, don't speak so loudly. I heard that he insulted and beat up the elders at the ancestral hall and had his spirit vein abolished. The sun has set and you have failed. Wang Xianxian's consciousness began to collapse, and his body gradually lost strength. This scene is as good as the day when we learned of the darkest hour after the dusk had fallen. Suddenly, a resounding voice like the sun dispelled the despair in his heart. He hasn't failed yet. In a trance, the young girl's pupils, which were as golden as the blazing sun, reappeared in his mind. Your Highness. Immediately afterward, the young girl's prayers kept echoing in Wang Xianxian's mind. Towering high above the end of the heavens, Heavenly Emperor Huayang, may your light wave over the world, and may your will descend to the high heavens. May you bless my young man, and add flames to his sharp sword, and all who wish to wound him shall be scorched, and all whom he hates shall be burned to ashes. Wherever he travels and wherever he is, he will surely shine in all directions wherever he goes. The young girl's prayers were like the blazing sun that rose over Wang at that dusk, warm and empowering. At this moment, in the sky above the Sword Emperor's space, the blazing sun was rising. Warm sunlight pierced through the darkness and shone on the teenager's body. The blood on the teenager's body stood out under the sunlight. What? Feeling the overbearing power coming from the sword blade, the laughter of the Sword Emperor's projection came to an abrupt end, and the question mark of broken defense once again returned to the top of his head. The sun! How can there be a sun here? Hair! Happened! What happened? The teenager let out a roar as the sunlight gave him strength once again. He stood steadily straight against the sword of the Sword Emperor's projection. The teenager's sudden surge of power caught the Sword Emperor's projection off guard. Without any chance to react, he was actually directly lifted out by Wang Xianxian. Without waiting for the Sword Emperor's projection to land steadily, Wang Xianxian directly killed him with his sword. Clank! The teenager's overbearing power once again sent the Sword Emperor's projection flying. 2-level reversal. In the air, the Sword Emperor's projection stared with a skeptical gaze at the teenager charging towards him. Why? Why did he suddenly become so strong? Suddenly, the Sword Emperor's projection saw a flash of reddish golden light that wrapped the teenager's body securely. In an instant, the pupils of the Sword Emperor's projection were like an earthquake as he crumbled and roared as he looked at the teenager who had launched an attack at him. Bestow blessings. And where did you get the bestowal of blessings? Wang Xian, who had no interest in answering the other party's doubts, swung his sword angrily, and his dry killing move instantly landed on the Sword Emperor's projection. Facing Wang Xianxian's attack, the Sword Emperor's projection roared, and an armor condensed from the power of heaven and earth appeared on his body. With the massive power of heaven and earth, the Sword Emperor's projection easily resisted the teenager's killing move. Then, the Sword Emperor projection and Wang Xianxian rushed towards each other at the same time, and the swords and swords once again erupted in a loud clash. Sharp winds swirled around the two. The blades of the swords collided with each other mixed with the sound of tearing air, playing a fierce and deadly symphony for heaven and earth. The teenager under his mother's shelter and the Sword Emperor's projection wearing the armor of heaven and earth, with their nearly invincible defenses, swung the long sword in their hands to chop at each other in 100 different ways. The violent battle between the two set off violent winds. The mountain walls of Heavenly Sword Mountain also added hideous and terrifying sword marks due to the battle between the two. For the sake of victory, both of them were frantically squeezing their battle power. Wang Xianxian couldn't remember exactly how many times he had swung his sword, but he didn't even need to know, because he has had one purpose since the beginning: crush the other side. Finally, along with the loud noise in the sky, the expression of the Sword Emperor's projection began to turn desperate. The time of control of the Imperial Palace. It's over. The camouflaged image was once again restored. The intense battle between the teenager and the Sword Emperor's projection was suddenly reflected in the eyes of the crowd. Crap! What happened? Wasn't it just a standoff? Why are they suddenly doing it? The network is delayed? Crap! What a crappy signal! At the same time, Kunlun Void, Spirit Emperor Hall. The moment the Spirit Emperor saw the image change, his face changed wildly. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly cut through space and disappeared. And it seemed that Fu Xian'er also reacted. Her red little face suddenly turned pale with fear. Imperial Palace. The Sword Emperor's projection borrowed the power of Wang Xianxian's sword blade and quickly pulled away from the teenager. And a weak voice sounded in Wang Xianxian's mind. Thief boy. I'm a little tired. Wang Xianxian stopped his thoughts of pursuing, then gently stroked the gourd at his waist with his hand and said in a gentle tone, "Let's get some sleep if we're tired. Don't worry. I'll take care of him." Then, Cloud Calling's voice gradually became intermittent. "You are so stupid. Can't do it without my aunt. Everything. Carefully. Before I wake up. Do not do anything rash." Good. The teen dropped his head slightly and spoke softly. "Good night, Cloud Calling." After the Sword Emperor's projection stabilized itself, it violently crushed the sword in its hand, then looked at Wang Xianxian with a fierce face. "I want you to be buried with me." As soon as the words fell, the remnant sword that shattered into thousands of pieces began to erupt with terrifying power. Immediately after, the thousands of fragments transformed into a terrifying storm that directly covered hundreds of meters of space around the Sword Emperor's projection. 10,000 swords return. Looking at the storm of sword blades close at hand, the teenager's legs erupted violently, charging straight into the enemy's killing moves. The shadow of his mother shielded him from all damage from his enemies. The intense collision between the love and the blade of the sword was almost on the verge of tearing the space into pieces. The thousands of sword blades with the great Tao of the sword could not stop the teenager at all. The blade of the sword kept piercing into the mother's body, but this never affected her smile. The teenager also let out a shocking roar as a result, while his power exploded to the extreme. "Mom, why do I always get hurt? Is it because God doesn't like me?" "Why yes, God loves my baby." Mom lied. "If God liked me, then he wouldn't have let me get hurt." "It's okay, Envy Immortal. Even if the heavens forget to protect you, then Mommy will protect you in his place." "Envy Fairy, Mommy loves you." A large number of memories flooded into Wang Xianxian's mind. Bullying from blood relatives, love engraved in the heart, despair at learning the bad news, honoring the misery of an old ancestor, a beastly father, a cannibalistic family, favorite mom. All of it turned into the teenager's endless rage. The teenager, who was already extremely fast, saw his speed explode once again. The invincible young man clutched his longsword and charged recklessly through the 10,000 swords of his enemies. Angry teenager rages on, protected by his mom. In an instant, the teenager's sword began to rise with endless terror, the horror that dared nothing in the world to come near. At the same time, the teenager's realm began to plummet. At this moment, the teenager finally used the ultimate skill in his vocation. Chopper, real damage, decimation effects, and ignoring rules. Envy Immortal, Mom will bless you instead of heaven. In the desperate eyes of the Sword Emperor's projection, the teenager's figure gradually approached. The reflection of the young man's sword in his eyes grows larger and larger. 10-0. The teenager drew his own sword and swung it down gently. Clank. The storm of 10,000 swords dissipated in an instant, and the unique blood belonging to the projections dyed the sky gold. Dancing with the blood was a head with an expression of endless fear, and standing tall in the rainstorm formed by the blood was the thinly built teenager. Along with the teenager's victory, the ink banshee's silhouette behind him began to slowly dissipate. The dissipating shadow looked at the teenager and spoke softly. The shadow was silent, but the teenager still read her words through the shape of her mouth. Mom, love you. Imperial Palace, special monitoring room. The moment the teenager killed the Sword Emperor's projection, the suffocating pressure instantly dissipated. Regaining his freedom, Duan Muqian quickly left the monitoring room and began to check the situation in the outside world. And the Spirit Emperor above the Imperial Palace checked it twice again after communicating with the Imperial Palace's artifact spirit and sensing that the Imperial Palace had been restored to its original state. After making sure that everything was back in place again, the Spirit Emperor's gaze passed through space and landed on Wang Xianxian's body. After gazing at him with inexplicable emotions for a moment, the Spirit Emperor sighed lightly before he simply disappeared. Broken void, mysterious space. Wang Xianxian, who was bound by the heaven and earth chains and covered in blood, seemed to have sensed something. His eyes gradually moistened and his body began to tremble. And finally Wang Xianjian laughed to the sky. The old man's loud laughter continuously echoed in this heaven and earth. Su Jiao, Su Jiao. In the end, Wang Xianjian lowered his head back down, his gaze indescribably gentle. Envy fairy, everything, be careful. At the same time, all the great emperor clans erupted in disbelief. What just happened? That child decapitated the bone-forging realm's sword emperor projection. How could a great emperor's projection be decapitated? Isn't that sheltered by the rules of the imperial palace? Wang's loss this time is a big one. The sword emperor was already gone, and their clan's fortunes can only be maintained by the sword emperor's residual power. Cloud Wine's head-on defeat of a sword emperor projection of the same level is equivalent to winning the battle for the Lord of the Sword Dao. Bone-forging realm. A great emperor's projection with great emperor's martial skills, being crushed by a child at the bone-forging realm who just entered the martial way. Unbelievable. Those extra-dimensional incarnations enshrined in the imperial palace could be considered the most important source of their chi absorption, and now one of them has been scrapped. The Wang clan isn't like the other imperial clans, where extra-dimensional incarnations can be regrouped if something goes wrong. This time, they definitely won't stop. It's about to change. Ancestral home of the Lin family in Tinzhou. When Emperor Rhetoric Wine witnessed the teenager's strike that disregarded the rules, even he, who was used to seeing great scenes, could not help but slightly twitch the corner of his eye. This kid, he's a bit too fierce. He was starting to get a little worried about what the kid would go through back there. At the thought, he sprang to his feet. A certain elder of the Lin clan hurriedly opened his mouth and asked, "Old ancestor, where are you going?" The great emperor of resignation Wine waved his hand. "Go to old man Du's place and ask for a drink." Imperial Yang's ancestral residence. Somewhere inside a secret room, the image of the teenager decapitating the sword emperor's projection was seen. A silver-haired old man's eyes shot a cold spear's aura, and his face was incomparably ugly. Waste. After a few moments of calm, he let out a deep breath, then called out to the door. "Someone, go back up the gifts for Wang, then inform them not to act rashly." Soon there was a sound at the door. "As you wish, elder ancestor." Heavenly Sword City, Wang clan's ancestral residence. Dead silence enveloped the family meeting room. No one dared make any noise at this time. And the reason for all of this was because of the monstrous anger of the Supreme Elder that was like a volcanic eruption. How dare the Harridan? The 10th Elder was also gazing at the teenager's face with a face full of resentment. "That's my old ancestor's extra-dimensional incarnation. How dare he? How dare he?" For the Wang clan, the Sword Emperor's disappearance had caused the family's chi to have plummeted. Now there was just a sign of recovery, but it was decimated by Cloud Wine. Not only that, but he had defeated the Sword Emperor in front of the world, proving his absolute talent in the Sword Dao. Under the heavy blow, Wang's chi shriveled again. If it was just this, the Wang clan could still endure it. But that Cloud Wine destroyed a Sword Emperor's extra-dimensional incarnation. This was something that, for Wang, could not be tolerated in any way. Clearly a victory has been achieved, but it is still unforgiving. Extra Dharma incarnations are an important tool for Wang to draw on his chi, and chi is vital to Wang right now. They needed to go through the chi to retrieve their backbone and find their old ancestor who had disappeared for a long time. The chi is like a lake, and the extrajudicial incarnation is like a pump. Cloud Wine's defeat of the Sword Emperor's projection was equivalent to reducing the territory of the Wang clan's chi lakes, but destroying an extra-dimensional incarnation is equivalent to damaging a pumping machine. Even if the territory of his Wang clan's chi lakes were to decrease further, it would still be called endless. The Sword Emperor was a great emperor who had done great service to Huaxia, and even if he lost the battle, his image would not be tarnished. As usual, the people of China regarded him as a god, and they still have Wang Beichen. No matter what, the chi luck would also be pouring into Wang. However, damaging the extra-dimensional incarnation meant that Wang's efficiency in absorbing chi was reduced. It would take them much longer to retrieve their old ancestor. It would also take more time to help Wang Beichen cultivate into the Emperor realm. How does that make them not angry? The Supreme Elder was trembling with anger. Spirit Emperor. The Hall of Human Emperors. I want to go to the Hall of Human Emperors. I'm going to find His Majesty the Human Emperor, and I'm going to question the Spirit Emperor, in front of His Majesty the Human Emperor. Just then, the communicator in the conference room lit up. Patriarch King Lord checked it out and immediately ran to the Supreme Elder's side. Supreme Elder, just now news came from Young. The Gun Emperor, his old man, personally commanded that we should not act rashly, and that he would help us seek justice. In order to make up for our losses, his old man even sent us a large amount of resources, as well as expressing to us his expectations of Wang Beichen. After the Supreme Elder heard this, his monstrous rage was slightly suppressed, and his sanity, which had been affected by his anger, returned. For all these years, if it wasn't for the human emperor, the gun emperor, and the others secretly supporting the Wang clan, their Wang clan would have long since completely fallen. Therefore, now that he heard the gun emperor's command, the Supreme Elder was willing to follow it. The Supreme Elder clenched his fists for a long time, but in the end, he could only loosen them helplessly. In that case, we'll wait for word from Lord Gun Emperor. But, speaking of this, the Supreme Elder's face revealed a scowl. We must hurry and capture Wang Xianxian back. Hearing this, the crowd all set their eyes on Wang Jianyan, because it was always Wang Jianyan who was in charge of this matter. Feeling the gazes of his clansmen as they waited in anticipation, Wang Jianyan sweated profusely, but he forced himself to be calm and saluted immediately. Kenshin will live up to the elder's expectations. With that, he left the conference room straight away. Walking on the family square, Wang Jianyan's pace was a bit frivolous. The summer breeze blew by, and for some reason he could not feel the slightest bit of heat, but instead, it's like falling through the ice. The fear inside almost overwhelmed him. He didn't know what to do. No one had figured out Cloud Wine's identity better than him. To escape, but my rights, my position, my everything. I'm not happy. His brain was in a mess, and in the confusion, the thought of begging for mercy actually rose in his mind. Beg for forgiveness. Admit your mistakes. Yes, I am his father after all, and if I begged him for mercy, he might not kill me. If I perform well in the future and help him torture Wang Beichen in Morong, maybe in the future, I'll even enjoy that supreme respect from the people. His head snapped up at the thought and a smile reappeared on his face. However, the hot summer winds are blowing again. It was only then that Wang Jianyan realized that he had already walked to the family square, in front of the gate of the Wang clan's ancestral residence. Out of nowhere, he seemed to see that wretched back. More than that, he remembered, that day, the look with the monstrous hatred. That night, he saw with his own eyes the clear, blood-filled footprints in the family square. Suddenly, extreme fear clutched his heart like a giant hand, so much so that his body began to tremble wildly, and his chest rose and fell sharply as he panted heavily. Will die. Will die. The pale Wang Jianyan finally realized his situation. He finally stopped harboring that unrealistic fantasy in his mind. One more chapter. At the same time, Wang Jianyan's brain began to work frantically. The silhouette of Mo Biaoji's face was blurred, and only he, who had suffered from nightmares for more than 10 years, was able to recognize it. Apart from him, no one in the family knew Cloud Wine's true identity. This is great news for him. If the clan knew of Wang Xianxian's true identity, then Wang Beichen's identity as the son of the prophecy would not be broken. At that time, the family would probably send themselves to Wang Xianxian as a thank you gift regardless. He could never stand for that to happen. Cloudy Wine's identity must never be told to anyone. The family is wrong, so let the family continue to be wrong. As long as he lives, nothing is more important than him being alive. Suddenly, Wang Jianyan's body began to tremble again. What if, on the off chance that Wang Xianxian takes the initiative to reveal his identity to the family? Thinking of this, Wang Jianyan's brain still did rapid calculations. Go outside to get out of the storm first, then have old Five help me. As if he had thought of something, Wang Jianyan instantly realized. How could I have forgotten old Five? Let him approach Wang Xianxian first and try Wang Xianxian's attitude towards the family. If Wang Xianxian killed old Five directly, it would mean that he has hatred for the entire family. If that's the case, then I still have a chance. Thinking of this, Wang Jianyan quickly adjusted his emotions, then quickly walked towards Wang's main door. Imperial Palace. Battle Viewing Room. The moment he saw Cloud Wine win, Linley clenched his fists and roared in excitement. Crap! Brother Yun is awesome. The excited Linley was like a baboon, jumping up and down in the viewing room, wantonly venting his joy. Next to him, Duin couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth rise when he saw Linley move like a stupid roe deer. Even the depression of the miserably defeated old ancestor dissipated a bit. In his excitement, the bouncing Linley used his afterimage to catch a glimpse of the pale Wang Beichen in the corner. Seemingly remembering Wang Beichen's previous taunts, Linley took a large step forward. He drew out a couple of tissues on the way and slipped them into his pocket, pulling out a loud voice and opening his mouth. G, 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 G. What kind of skin is this? It's quite white. How did this Saito brother, who was so powerful just now, end up in such a state? Didn't you just say that my brother Yin got his head handed to him by a donkey? Hearing Linley's taunts, the disoriented Wang Beichen simply didn't have the heart to care. Seeing this, Linley shook his head. I don't know if a donkey kicked you in the head, or did your head kick the donkey's hoof? How dare you be so silent? Ugh. I don't know who had a mouth like a machine gun when my Yun brother challenged just now. What, this is the emperor level. He was given the talent for nothing. His brain was kicked by a donkey. He's going to be crushed by my Wang clan ancestor. He's just a mouthful. Unconsciously, Wang Beichen's fists clenched. However, Linli spoke in a serious tone as if he hadn't seen anything. Ugh, I actually wanted to reach a settlement with you, and I wanted to apologize to you as well. Actually, there's nothing too wrong with you taunting my brother Yun. He's a big man. He won't use his mouth to get into trouble with others. At most, he'll take a sword on it. But why are you mocking me? As I recall, I don't seem to have offended you much. I just said a few more words. I don't think you'd probably blame me. Admittedly, you and I are not on the same track. I am but ranked in the top 10 nationally with a slightly brighter performance. And you're different. Wang clan's heavenly pride. The one who carries the Wang clan's fortune. Wang clan's future hope. Sword Emperor's future successor. Wang clan's future second emperor. Breaking all sorts of records at 13 years old. Even more so, at the end, defeating the second stage of the Sword Emperor projection. You are so dazzling like this that it even makes my heart a little jealous. Hearing this, Wang Beichen was bewildered, and he was even prepared to be mocked by Linli. But the remarks that Linli had just made were devoid of any semblance of yin and yang. Although he still felt something wrong in his heart, he had no idea what kind of medicine the other party was going to buy. Even, there was a bit of fluttering when he was complimented in a sincere tone. Then Linli came over and patted Wang Beichen on the shoulder. But what I envy you the most is the highest honor you are now receiving. Under Wang Beichen's puzzled gaze, Linli slowly opened his mouth. Huaxia Reform New College Entrance Examination. Phase 3. Inaugural. National Runner-Up. The picture is not a good one. The words had just fallen into Wang Beichen's ears, causing his body to start trembling. Linli, who was worried about being hammered, quickly left Wang Beichen's side and then sighed. You must have put in a lot of hard work for this runner-up. Hearing this, Wang Beichen's eyes directly reddened. He really broke the defense, because he did give too much for this high school exam. Seemingly resonating with Wang Beichen's emotions, Linli slammed down his thighs and blamed himself. Tell me about me. Why am I so stupid that I have to come to the entrance exam for what? Shame and disgrace and a backdrop. I'm sorry, I'm not very good at comforting you. You'll forgive me. Wang Beichen's fists were clenched so tightly that his nails were embedded in his flesh because of the excessive force. Linli's tone took on a slight sadness. Ugh, how do you think you're going to explain this to your father, when it's clear you can't lose? Obviously carrying the family's chi and carrying the expectations of the family elders. But still, ugh, tell me about the elders in your family too. Putting all the pressure on you, isn't that a joke? You're only 13. What's more crucial is that your talent is also X level, while my Yen's talent is all Dao level. You're both not on the same track. Isn't that bullshit? Hearing this, Wang Beichen finally couldn't hold it in any longer. He raised his head violently and roared. Bitch, shut up. Seeing Wang Beichen's eyes red as apples, Linli commiserated. I was kind enough to reconcile with you, kind enough to comfort you, and you can't do this to me if you have a fire. What a man. What a good-for-nothing. Lack of virtue in all 5 elements, and a bitch in all 8. Wang Beichen he stared angrily at Linli with wide eyes and growled. You're the one who lacks virtue. You're the one who's a criminal. At those words, Linli was furious. Isn't it just that your own family was taken away from the first family of the Sword Dao, causing your chi to plummet? As for that, Linli was super loud. Pull yourself together. Isn't it because you feel like losing face because you're being brutally beaten by your own elder ancestor projection while your family's elder ancestor projection is being brutally beaten by my brother Yin? As far as, Linli was even louder. Wang Beichen was enraged. What kind of a thing are you? You haven't even carried the second stage. And you're here to yin and yang me. Who had thought that? Linli shrugged. I wasn't supposed to be on the same track as you. Ha! I'm not carrying the family's fortune. My family's old ancestor is well at home. I have the old not to gnaw. What am I doing playing with my life? I'm just heartbroken that you're carrying too much weight at your young age. The thought of you coming home to a disappointed look from your family. Ugh. Finally, Linli's words had shattered Wang Beichen's heartfelt defenses. Small pearls peeked out vaguely from the corner of Wang Beichen's eyes. Seeing this, Linli spoke righteously. Men don't cry. Don't cry. Put away your tears. I still prefer your youthful look. I'm not used to feeling guilty when you're like this. Suddenly, Linli's face lit up with joy before he waved his hand to the back and shouted. Yun, here, come help me comfort this little old man. At those words, Wang Beichen immediately turned back. When he saw Yun Wine walk into the viewing room, it seemed that he didn't want his enemy to see his wretched appearance. Wang Beichen hurriedly wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes before sitting back without saying a word. Now that he was somewhat afraid of Cloud Wine, he didn't dare to make any moves next to the other party. Wang Xianxian's gaze lingered on Wang Beichen and Linli for a moment, and he also roughly guessed the cause and effect. He walked straight towards Wang Beichen, then leaned down and spoke in a thin voice. Think about how you're going to explain this to your father. It makes me sick to have a brother like you. The moment the familiar words fell into Wang Beichen's ears, it caused his pupils to contract wildly as if an earthquake had occurred. He jerked his head up, eyes wide, then pointed his finger at Cloud Wine and gasped. You. At this moment, Wang Beichen, who had learned the truth, felt as if his sky was about to collapse. He was gifted and received endless favor from the Wang and Morong clans from a young age. All this time, he was proud of the crowd, never put any of his peers in the spotlight. But at some point, the teenager named Cloud Wine came into his sight and became his lingering nightmare. No matter what it was, the other guy was always able to overpower him. Talent, record, strength, honor. The X-level talent that he himself had only obtained by virtue of his family's luck and his old ancestor's essence blood was nothing more than a laughingstock in his eyes. The old ancestor projection that he himself couldn't defeat even with all his might was defeated by him with a single move. Not only that, but the other party had also fulfilled the ravings before the exams with absolute strength, defeating the old ancestor projection. More importantly, who he is, who he really is. Surprisingly, it was the half-brother he had bullied for years and despised from the bottom of his heart, Wang Xianxian. The lowly figure in his mind, which had faded into oblivion, resurfaced in his mind. Thinking back to the images of how he had bullied him and how gallantly the other had fought, a sudden shattering voice rang out in his mind. Wang Beichen knew that it was his pride. Lost, and lost plainly, and lost in a big way. Woohoo! This pretentious, incomparably proud teenager, after Linli's spiritual attack, and the double blow of learning the identity of the Cloud Wine, mental defenses were completely destroyed. Hands covered his face, and he kept twitching up as he watched the battle. Seeing this, Linli took out the paper towel that he had put into his pocket in advance, looked at Wang Beichen with compassion, and said in a gentle tone, "Don't cry. I have some tissues here. For me, Yun. Victory is as close as a dandelion on a hillside, and the melody of failure will always run through your life. Lose more in the future and get used to it. You're a national runner-up after all. Don't lose your image. In the future, you Wangs will follow my brother Yun, and under his leadership, let's make the way of the sword great again." Linli's comfort was like a demonic whisper. Wang Beichen, who had already broken his defense, once again increased his output and howled. Hearing that Wang Beichen had completely broken his defense, the corner of Linli's mouth finally lifted. Cool. Special invigilation rooms. Duanmu Qian, who had come back again, revealed a heavy face. Just now, he went outside to confirm the situation. I had thought that everyone would be able to detect that the Imperial Palace was out of control, but I didn't realize that the suppression only appeared in the special invigilation room. Despite having relayed the situation to the top, out of caution, Duanmu Chen cancelled the tedious activities that were supposed to be the end of the college entrance exams, informed the others that all the ceremonies originally prepared are cancelled, aside from the scholar Cloud Wine, immediately teleport all the rest of the candidates back. After the follow-up work has been dealt with, all high school teams will immediately withdraw from the Imperial Palace and cooperate with the relevant personnel in verifying their identities. The staff beside him listened and immediately began the work at hand. At the same time, a broadcast sounded in the Imperial Palace's viewing room. Candidates, the nation's 12,015th college entrance examination has ended. Please return to the teleportation array as soon as possible. Candidates, the nation's 12,015th college entrance exam has ended. Hearing the sound of the radio repeating over and over in the room, Linli turned back to look at Wang Xianxian. Brother Yun, let's go. Let's go back to Heavenly Wine. However, Linli's shouts did not startle Wang Xianxian, who was standing in place. At this moment, Wang Xianxian, after hearing the broadcast, was suddenly in a bit of a trance. A few short days, like a dream. Just then, Linli walked over, and he patted Wang Xianxian's shoulder. Flirting. Let's go, my great scholar. Feeling the impact on his shoulder, Wang Xianxian finally reacted as he slowly raised his head. Looking at Linli's playful smile, Wang Xianxian woke up as if from a dream. Smiling softly, he strides forward. Here it comes. Then following behind Linli and Duin, he left the viewing room. As Wang Xianxian's trio moved on, the rest of the candidates in the viewing room also left the viewing room. This also included the pale-faced Wang Beichen, Imperial Palace Invigilation Room. After making sure that all the work had been completed, Duanmu Qian looked at the staff. When he thought about the invigilation process, it was hard for him to avoid some emotion. It's been hard work on this exam. A certain staff member smiled and replied, "It's an honor to witness the birth of a legend." Duanmu Qian nodded slightly in agreement. The first new reform examination. Successfully concluded. Dismissed. Imperial Palace Square. Dozens of geniuses followed the guidance of the staff and eventually arrived in front of the teleportation spell formation. Just as Wang Xianxian was about to step into the spell, he was stopped by the staff. Cloud Wine student, please stay. You need to stay. After a brief explanation, Wang Xianxian came before Lin Li Duyin. It's like there's something else that needs to be taken care of. After hearing this, Lin Li nodded. We'll head back then. Call me when you get back, haha. Duyin waved his hand as well. See you there. Good. Wang Xianxian responded with a smile. The teenager stood in front of the phalanx and waved goodbye to his newfound friend. As one bright light after another flashed, geniuses from every city began to return. In the end, there was only one person left in front of the large teleportation array. Wang Beichen. Wang Beichen, who was standing in the teleportation array, quietly swept over Wang Xianxian's face with awe. The other man's gaze made him not even dare to look directly at him. He saw the extreme anger hidden deep within the other's pupils through his calm, unruffled eyes. Just then, Wang Xianxian smiled. It won't be long before we meet again. Tell him for me that I will go back. Back to that shrine. Back to that courtyard. Back to the place that disgusts me. Accompanied by the teenager's words, the teleportation spell array lit up under Wang Beichen's terrified gaze, and Wang Beichen's figure completely disappeared, leaving only the empty teleportation spell formation. After seeing all the candidates leave, Wang Xianxian walked straight to Duan Muqian. Duan Muqian carefully scrutinized the young man in front of him. This is the future of China. He patted the teenager on the shoulder and smiled. The reason you were left behind, my son, is because a sire wants to see you. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian couldn't help but nod his head. Whether it was his exaggerated battle performance or the strange things that happened during the exams, having an emperor seek him out was within his expectations. Even if the emperor didn't take the initiative to find him, he would still try to find the three emperors. Seeing the teenager accept the news without a ripple, Duan Muqian was slightly surprised. Aren't you curious as to which sire it is? The sudden question caused Wang Xianxian to be a bit confused. After a moment, he asked, can you tell me which majesty? Duan Muqian, your majesty the spirit emperor. Spirit. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian's eyes widened violently, and for some reason, his heart suddenly felt more than a little panicked. Beside him, Duan Muqian saw this with more than a little surprise on his face. By the looks of it, he seems to know who his real father is. After all, being a child hidden by his own father, it's inevitable to be nervous about meeting him. However, the current Wang Xianxian was filled with his highness. As if to give the teenager some encouragement, Duan Muqian patted his shoulder. His Majesty the Spirit Emperor is an elder who cares a lot about his children as well as his offspring. So don't worry, that sire is very amiable, and will, I am sure, be very fond of you. Have faith in yourself. The person you are now deserves to be praised by the whole world, including His Majesty the Spirit Emperor. The mistakes of grown-ups are not to be borne by children, and do not worry that Majesty will hate you. Listening to Duan Muqian's words, Wang Xianxian's tense heart finally relaxed a little. Although he was somewhat unable to understand the examiner's last sentence, he could understand that the other party was encouraging himself. Then, Elder Duanmu, when are we going to leave? Do I still need to change my clothes? Duan Muqian sighed slightly in his heart. In the end, it's a child who longs for a father's love. His Majesty the Spirit Emperor is a bit too unkind in this matter. Thus, Duan Muqian gently patted Wang Xianxian's shoulder. We'll change if we want to. We'll stand in front of him with honor and tell him that you're good. Ha! Wang Xianxian's small heart trembled slightly. He began to visualize the scene where he took His Highness's small hand and then told His Majesty the Spirit Emperor that he was excellent. For some reason, when he thought of the latter, he began to feel a bit of scalp numbness, and an inexplicable sense of crisis rose from the bottom of his heart. This isn't appropriate, is it? There's nothing inappropriate. Duan Muqian's tone was solemn. Martial artists, you must dare to face everything. Unknown. Wang Xianxian nodded slightly, then followed Duan Muqian and went down to change his clothes. 10 minutes later, Wang Xianxian, who had changed his clothes, was brought to a special building by Duan Muqian, Temple of Heaven. Wang Xianxian had once seen this place on a television set. This is the place where national leaders used to hold ceremonies to the sky. Duan Muqian looked at the somewhat confused teenager and smiled slightly. Enjoy your honor before you go to meet His Majesty again. It is the first gift to reward the scholar. Wang Xianxian on the celestial altar looked at the many staff members beside him with some restraint. Along with the shaking of the heavenly altar, golden light instantly enveloped Wang Xianxian on the heavenly altar. Immediately afterward, huge golden lists appeared in the sky above all 3,000 cities in Huaxia. Under the attention of all the people, the golden list began to emerge with crimson text. 10th, Lu Cha, Tiancha City. 9th, Chuqing, Sky Food City. 8th place, White Book, Mordor. 7th, Yakfan, Heavenly Medicine City. 6th place, Yihao, Imperial Capital. 5th, Shaocheng, Tiantan City. 4th place, Linlei, Tianzhou City. 3rd, Yangtu, Dito. 2nd, Wangbeichen, Tianjin City. People all over China, even though they already knew the answer, looked forward to the appearance of that familiar name. Finally, the very top of the golden leaderboard burst into a shocking flame. The crimson flames, under the eager eyes of the crowd, gradually formed words. First place, Cloud Wine, Sky Wine City. At the same time, blurry figures began to emerge at the top of the golden leaderboard. Eventually, to the restrained cheers of the people, it became clear. The projected teenager, dressed in a white coat, he had a slender posture, as upright as a pine, and his obsidian-like deep eyes revealed a transcendent temperament that was as mesmerizing as it was mesmerizing. When the face of the projected teenager appeared clearly in front of the crowd's eyes, shocking cheers erupted across the country. Heavenly Sword City. Somewhere in the streets, Wang Jianyan clenched his fists, fearful and helpless, looking at the intentionally volatile teenager. His heart is exhausted, and it is too late to repent. Sky Wine City, Brewers Association Headquarters. Lin Ju stood in front of the window and raised his head, gazing at the projection on the sky with hot tears. Son, Master Chief is proud of you. Kunlun Mountain, Spirit Emperor Hall. Fu Xian'er smiled sweetly as she looked at the strange yet familiar projection. Kunlun Mountain, Spirit Emperor Hall. The corners of the Spirit Emperor's eyes danced wildly as he looked at his giggling daughter next to him. He realizes that he can't go on like this, and as a father he has to intervene. Thus, the Spirit Emperor coughed lightly. Tough meeting everyone. I still have some things to take care of. Disperse. After saying that, ignoring the puzzled gazes of the ministers, he directly pulled his daughter's small hand and left the hall. The ministers looked at the backs of the father and daughter as they departed, their faces unsatisfied. His Majesty is planning to gag His Highness. Must be accounting for Your Highness. Making up reasons for her. Oh, I can already figure out what kind of excuse His Majesty will make up. It's nothing more than that child was actually messed up by His Highness's ignorance and abuse of the Golden Crow essence blood. This kind of lame reason. Oh, fooling around, dumping on Your Highness like this to make up for your faults. Her Highness is just a child. How could she know so much? Besides, how could she not know that abusing essence blood would put the user's life at risk? After a brief discussion, the ministers looked at each other and then said in unison, Jag off. The same enemy. The ministers who had come to the same camp began to discuss how to gain advantages for their highnesses. We all followed His Majesty in the early years, and His Majesty the Spirit Queen's kindness to us is unforgettable for all eternity. This is not only His Majesty the Spirit Emperor's family matter, it's likewise ours and must be managed. There's no need to go to such trouble. I'm sure His Majesty the Demon Emperor and Emperor Qingqiu have already received the news. What do you mean? Grandfather and father-in-law together? I don't believe that His Majesty still dares to bully Your Highness like this. Doesn't our sire know how to play with guns? So let him meet his father-in-law and grandfather single-handedly. Yes, let's all play disappear and let His Majesty have his own headache. After looking at each other, the faces of the ministers raised a bad smile, then quickly left the hall. Meanwhile, the Spirit Emperor's chambers. What did I usually instruct you to do? The Spirit Emperor was furious. Is the Golden Crow essence blood something that you, a little girl, can handle privately? Without the shelter of the Yingwu gold pool, blindly refining blood can be a tenfold death. Hearing her father's reprimand, Fu Xian'er was so scared that she didn't dare to utter a single breath, even though her father doted on her. On weekdays, the Spirit Emperor was basically a strict father figure. Her family was the standard strict father and mother. Although the loss of her mother has made her father more attentive to her emotions, she is still punished very severely if she makes a mistake. Father would always put a phrase to his lips. A leader's original intention was never a right, but a heavy responsibility. The Spirit Emperor glared angrily, looking down at his daughter who was somewhat overwhelmed by the clasping of her small hands. Our imperial clan carries the chi of hundreds of millions of people in Huaxia, and the faith of all the people is by no means just an honor for us, but a heavy responsibility. The Golden Crow essence blood is originally a treasured treasure in the national treasury, and your great-grandfather was heartbroken for you. Plus you have a special physique, that's why he gave you this essence blood. But you can't act recklessly on the favor of your elders. Remember your identity. You are the daughter of the Spirit Emperor. You are even more your mother's pride. Every decision you make must be well thought out. If you are so capricious, how can you stand up to the soldiers who protect their country, the heroes who died in the service of their country, and more importantly, your mother? Before the words were finished, Fu Xian'er suddenly jerked her head up, revealing a pretty face filled with tears. How was I supposed to know he'd finish blood refining so quickly? When I gave him essence blood, he was only at the passing vein realm. That's the blood that great-grandpa gave me. Gave it to me. It's mine. I don't want to be my mother's pride. And I don't want any glitz and glamour. I just want my mom to live. Others can be capricious, I can't. Because I'm the daughter of the Spirit Emperor. I represent the majesty of the royal family. While others can be cheerful and speak as they please, I can't because I am the daughter of the Spirit Emperor. And every word, every action, and even every expression of mine could be overinterpreted by the clans below. What Spirit Emperor's daughter? I don't want it. I deserve to die. Just let me die for. Slap. Fu Xian'er covered her face, incredulously looking at her father's trembling hands. The aggression that had been suppressed for a long time completely spilling out. Why should I be hit? Why shouldn't I talk? I just want to give him essence blood. I just want to be capricious. I just want to be capricious without a care in the world. I just want to help him. No matter how well I do or know what I'm doing. I'm no match for my mom. And they all look at me with that sorry look in their eyes. I can hear the voices in their hearts. All of them thinking. All of them feeling bad for mom. Even resenting in my heart why I survived. They're all feeling sorry for mom. And anytime I do something halfway wrong, all of them will. But daddy won't. The Spirit Emperor growled in a low voice. Tears were falling like a broken kite string, and because of the crying, Fu Xian'er's voice was twitching. I know. You won't. But I'd think the same thing. Hearing his daughter's cries, the Spirit Emperor's heart was like a knife. At this moment, he was no longer the high and mighty Emperor of Ling Huaxia, but an ordinary father who couldn't be ordinary. He slowly stepped forward and took his daughter into his arms. Feeling the warmth from her father, all of Fu Xian'er's emotions erupted. I'm sorry, Dad, I'm sorry. The Spirit Emperor gently patted his daughter's back with his hand. You are the pride of your mom and dad and don't need to care what anyone else thinks. You're the daughter of the Spirit Emperor. Everyone wouldn't dare to treat you or be disrespectful to you. Fu Xian'er's teardrops gradually dampened the Spirit Emperor's clothes. I don't want my gift. I can't control it at all. I hate it. Daddy, does Cthulhu not like me? Hearing this, the Spirit Emperor half squatted down and wiped the tears from the corners of his daughter's eyes before gently kissing her forehead. You don't need the likes of the heavens. You have mom and dad to like. That's enough. Mommy and daddy will bless you instead of heaven. Ever since his wife passed away, the Spirit Emperor has been a mom and a dad. He calmed his daughter with ease. Only after Fu Xian'er completely stopped crying did the Spirit Emperor begin to ask about the main event. Daughter, tell daddy exactly what's going on here. That cloudy wine. Who the hell is it? After a brief narration, the Spirit Emperor could hardly hide the shock in his heart. You're saying that Cloud Wine's true identity is a member of the Wang clan? Fu Xian'er rubbed her reddened eyes and nodded gently. Son of prophecy. When those 4 words appeared in his heart, the Spirit Emperor woke up like a dream. Immediately afterward, he continued to ask. So, you decided to help that Wang Xianxian because you hurt his heart and what happened to his mother? The food fairy continued to nod. Hearing this, the Spirit Emperor secretly felt bad. He was aware of his own daughter, the power of that peculiar talent, mindfulness connection. When he had gone through all the trouble of trying to cover up the truth of his wife's death, it was only because of this peculiar talent of his daughter that he was exposed. The damn gift was more like a curse, the ability to listen to the hearts of others. In special cases, it is also possible to create an emotional connection and immerse yourself in the other person's experience. Thinking of this, the Spirit Emperor's sense of crisis exploded as he asked cautiously, You and that kid, it's nothing, right? Fu Xian'er was a bit confused after hearing this. What can I have with him? Oh, the Spirit Emperor let out a long breath. No is good. No is good. Ha, that's not right? The Spirit Emperor suddenly realized the law point. It's reasonable to say that Emperor Baizhe knows about this matter. So why didn't he ever tell me about it? At those words, Fu Xian'er's face became more than a little unnatural, pulling up a pleasing smile under her father's progressively dangerous eyes. I was afraid that you would scold me, so I wanted to get a head start. Question mark 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 question mark. Just as the Spirit Emperor was about to continue pursuing the matter, he heard a shocking noise resounding outside his chambers. Before he could look out, the doors to the chambers were blasted open. The gate was like a cannonball, smashing right into the bedchamber. The father-daughter duo snapped back and spotted the culprit. He was stout and majestic, dressed in a red golden Chinese dress, with golden mysterious lines still flowing from his naked chest. What attracted more attention was his crimson hair. Demon Emperor, Emporian. He also had an identity as the Spirit Emperor's own grandfather. Following behind Tian was another stunningly beautiful-looking man. He had a coat of green silk like a waterfall, and his face could be described as charming. This one is even heavier. Spirit Emperor's father-in-law. The sudden arrival of the two great demons made the father-daughter duo's eyes widen in shock. Tian and Emperor Qingqiu first gave the Spirit Emperor an angry look, followed by them looking at Food Siener in unison. Upon noticing the red apple-like eyes of the Food Siener, monstrous anger rose from his heart. Tian roared in anger. "Asshole, die for your master." After saying that, he directly swung his fist at the Spirit Emperor, who was still in a state of confusion. Boom! Caught off guard, the Spirit Emperor was directly blown away by his own grandfather. The many Emperor clans that had grouped together to come to the Spirit Emperor to claim their claims were scared out of their wits when they saw the scene. "I'm tired. His Majesty the Demon Emperor still has this violent temper after so many years. Real domestic violence. So do we still have to counsel? Assholes, look in the mirror and see who we are. And you're still trying to persuade a fight? Those who know think you're persuading a fight. Those who don't think you're tired of living. Wait a little longer. Let's go in." When the Demon Emperor, his old man, has calmed down. At this moment, the Spirit Emperor in the sky was taking a beating. The Food Siener below finally reacted, and she hurriedly tried to go forward to persuade the fight. At that moment, the great Emperor of Qingqiu flashed over to stop his granddaughter. Looking at his granddaughter's red eyes, this demon race emperor could not help but feel sour in his heart. Motherless children are like grass. Thus, the great Emperor of Qingqiu spoke. "Siener, you don't have to worry about this. Leave everything to Grandpa and your great-grandpa." Hearing these inexplicable words and then seeing her own father in the sky who was being beaten up, several big question marks rose on the head of Food Siener. The Hall of Human Emperors. The human emperor who was purifying himself slowly opened his eyes, which were as profound as the great Tao. "What is that old thing Tian up to again?" The terrifying spiritual power spread outwards, and the human emperor soon discovered the culprit that had caused the heavens and earth to shake. His precious grandson was being blasted and hammered by Tian. Such a shocking scene caused even the human emperor, who had always meditated and cultivated, to be unable to resist a few moments of anger rising. Just as he was about to go out and stick up for his precious grandson, a voice with anger in its gentleness rang out of the door. "Father, I have something important to tell you." Looking at his daughter who pushed the door open, the human emperor frowned. "It's Kiyohi, what's the matter with you? If it's not too important, wait a moment for your father. Your precious son is being beaten." Ji Qingxi raised her eyebrows when she heard this. "Father, that's what I was going to say." When the human emperor heard this, he immediately spoke. "Qingxi, don't worry. This is something that father will help Tianer get justice. Even if that old thing is really a grandfather, he can't really beat up Tianer like a grandson like that. It involves the face of the human race." Hearing this, Qingxi's face was slightly angry. "Father, there's no need for you to help that boy out in this matter. That kid is keeping out there behind all of our backs, raising a bastard." Hearing this, the human emperor was struck by lightning. Private, it's not born of the jinn." Qingxi showed a hard-to-cut expression before nodding. "Can be sure." The human emperor, as if he had lost any bottom, stammered, "But do not wrong the child." Wrongfully accusing him? Qingxi's voice suddenly raised an octave. The immortal drawing stage has already been lit with immortal flame. Nowadays, besides the great sun Golden Crow and other innate deities, who can ignite the immortal flame? The spirit clan of the Hotian Great Sun Golden Crow is yet unable to even condense immortal rhythms. If it's not his, whose is it? You are not aware of what kind of reaction the demon race side all had at that time after the immortal fire was lit. Before the words were finished, monstrous rage erupted from the human emperor's body. "Asshole, as a spirit emperor, doesn't he know what his status means? The spirit race is the hub that connects the human race with the demon race. How old are you that you can't even manage this desire? Can he stand up to Siener? Family's a bitch. After roaring, he directly tore through space and his figure disappeared in place. Over the Spirit Emperor Hall. The Spirit Emperor who was being brutally beaten was confused but didn't dare to fight back. The Great Sun Golden Crow of the demon race possessed a supreme physical body with unrivaled melee combat abilities. After struggling to parry several moves, the Spirit Emperor finally caught a gap in his grandfather's attack. "Grandpa, what heavenly offense have I committed that deserves your anger like this?" In all honesty, this was the first time the Spirit Emperor had seen his grandfather that angry. Even before, when he had eaten from the nest and confessed his relationship with his cousin, he had never been so furious. "Make any mistakes and ask your third leg yourself." Tian gritted his teeth. Third leg? The Spirit Emperor, who was a golden crow, was a bit unresponsive. What happened to the third leg? Just then, space was suddenly torn apart. Looking at the familiar face, the Spirit Emperor felt like he had found a lifesaver. "Grandpa, help me." "Good." The human emperor looked at his good old grandson, rubbing his fists together, and sneered. "Grandpa is here to help you." Next, Over the Kunlun Mountains, world-famous paintings were born. Three Kings of China Domestic Violence Collector's Edition. Man, Demon Mixed Doubles. The food sienner below almost cried in anxiety when she saw her own father being violently beaten. Grandpa, what's going on? You've got to stop them from fighting. As if they had heard the cries of food sienner, the human emperor and demon emperor also stopped their heavy fists. Immediately after, the wretched figure was shot back to the spirit emperor's chambers like a cannonball. Boom! Seeing this, food sienner hurriedly ran over, looking at her father, whose head was in a state of shock. Food sienner was heartbroken. Before the spirit emperor could catch his breath, the human emperor and demon emperor returned to the interior of the chambers. Watching the father and daughter clinging to each other, the demon emperor was pained. Asshole, Chiner is so virtuous. Can you stand up to her? Sienner knows so much. Haven't you thought of her? What are you going to put the mother and daughter through when you get a bastard child? Hearing this, the spirit emperor and food sienner had their eyes widened. Private. Bastard. What? Question mark 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 question mark. At this moment, the spirit emperor finally understood everything. Minister's grim looks, elder's anger. Cloudwine's face suddenly appeared in his mind, so much so that it caused the corner of the spirit emperor's eyes to twitch wildly. After briefly organizing his words, the spirit emperor patted the dust on his body and then stood up with an air of victory. I think we've all gotten the wrong idea. But that boy is not actually my flesh and blood. The demon emperor let out a cold laugh. I had expected your brat to say this. Then with a wave of his right hand, the aura coalesced into two portraits. In the painting on the left was exactly the close-up of Wang Xian when he opened the Golden Crow bloodline to fight. And in the painting on the right, there is an equally handsome young man. The spirit emperor instantly recognized that it was his younger self, who had not yet fully awakened the Golden Crow bloodline. Few photographs of him from this period remain, because at that time the Chinese demon, the human two emperors competed with each other. His parents belonged to the Forbidden Love. Therefore, he was hiding in the mountains until he was 20 years old and his Golden Crow bloodline was completely awakened. But what shocked him was seeing the spirit emperor's gradually stunned expression. The demon emperor reached out and pointed at the two portraits. My good big grandson. Here, see if it looks like it? Look at that nose. Look at those eyes. Look at that mouth. With every place the demon emperor pointed to, the spirit emperor's stunned expression increased by a few points. Even Food Sienner had become unsure of herself. Why is so much like that? The thoughtful demon emperor even overlapped the two portraits, and the moment the portraits were superimposed, even the spirit emperor couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. The demon emperor's eyes gradually became dangerous. Good old son. You can't say that your face and his face are roughly similar. You can practically call them identical. Originally, I didn't believe in such absurdity at all, but apart from your flesh and bones, I really couldn't think of any other possibilities for the immortal flame to be ignited. Seeing that her father was being questioned, the attentive little darling, Food Fairy, was about to speak out, but was glared at by the demon emperor next to her. Adults talk. Children don't interrupt. Qingqiu, take her back. When Emperor Qingqiu heard this, he directly pulled Food Sienner out of the spirit emperor's chambers. When only 3 emperors were left in the spirit emperor's chambers, the furious demon emperor suddenly calmed down. He swept the spirit emperor with deep eyes. Don't pretend. The people are gone. Who are you acting for? The human emperor next to him. His expression became similarly unperturbed. What's going on that even Aoki can't hear about? The spirit emperor moved his shoulders. He, who reveals himself. Hearing this, the human emperor's eyes narrowed slightly. Can it be identified? Not yet. The spirit emperor shook his head. He is the only blind spot in our sight. Is it related to that reincarnated immortal? The demon emperor continued to ask. The spirit emperor's gaze shot beyond the great hall. Everything will have to wait until we see him before we can make a judgment. Drama. We have accompanied you enough. The demon emperor spoke flatly. Next, you will be able to logically incorporate him into the royal family. And when he knows it, he is bound to throw in the towel. And then we can. After hearing this, the human emperor emphasized to the spirit emperor. Incorporating that child into the royal family must be done explicitly to appease the imperial clan. No matter what, nothing can go wrong now. Regarding the compensation to Wang, I'll make the arrangements. All you have to do is release the goodwill. His plan to slaughter the gods has begun. Beware of the infiltration of foreign forces. I just got word that the Greek god system, the god of fire, Hephaestus, is suspected to have fallen. Even though it's only a third-generation god who stole the authority of the great Tao, the power required to shatter his divine kingdom still cannot be underestimated. To fight against him, we must cooperate with the gods of other civilizations. Get ready to shelter Apollo. Hearing this, the spirit emperor nodded his head and replied, Don't worry. I know what's in my heart. Also, about Xian. The three emperors talked for a long time before ending today's farcical meeting. After seeing Grandpa and Grandpa leave, the spirit emperor swept his eyes over the large hall that had become a mess, then sat down on his knees and began to wait. Meanwhile, the human emperor had just returned to the human emperor hall and waited for the person he was waiting for. Looking at the great hall, the 35 human race great emperors standing neatly, the human emperor lightly laughed twice. What's the wind that's blowing you guys over? Arriving so well together. Those who don't know would think the old man I'm having a feast? Now that you're here, sit down first. How constricting to stand. It's not like it's anywhere else. Upon hearing this, the emperors saluted and then took their seats in turn. Human Emperor Ji Shenyuan was the pioneer of the human martial arts. Not only was he the first martial artist, but he was also a preacher to all the great emperors here. This emperor of the human race symbolized as the supremacy of the human race. The seating of the emperors was also very organized, and at the forefront were the gun emperor, the wine emperor, and other veteran great emperors. A little later came the new emperor. After all the great emperors were seated, gun emperor Yang Wuhui was the first to ask a question. Your Majesty, we are here for the matter of Wang. The human emperor laughed and cursed after hearing this. You, boy, are still the same straight-laced character you were when you were young, but I like it too. At least there's not so much bending in the telling. With that, the human emperor looked around the circle. Since I'm here for that cloudy wine, I'll just open up the sky and talk. You guys didn't guess wrong. That cloud wine is indeed the bastard son of that food heaven kid. As you all saw just now, that old demon Ditian was also furious and exploding. Any more specific information would be a family matter. I hope that the family can understand. 2. Upon hearing this, all the great emperors nodded their heads and dropped the idea of pursuing the matter. All of them have lived for who knows how many years, and some things, point blank, sometimes they don't care about the truth, and sometimes they couldn't care less about the truth. The human emperor continued, as for the damage that cloud wine caused to Wang, I will find a way to make up for it, no matter what. Retrieving that Xian Jin brat is the #1 priority. And finally, the real reason you boys came to see the old man me. I'll have that food sky kid give you an explanation for the chi movement chaos caused by this incident. After all, he's the one who straightened out the baby, and it's time for all the goodwill that comes with it. Of course, the old man is to blame for this. As a private compensation, the number of places for the next imperial clan to enter the Kunlun Divine Collection will be increased by 100. The proceeds from the development of the 3rd Forbidden Ruins, 6th Forbidden Ruins, and 9th Forbidden Ruins, the Hall of Human Emperors will likewise cede 5%. Hearing this, the hearts of all the great emperors raised a few points of joy, except for a certain few greats. Gunti was the first to speak out. Your Majesty, we can all see your difficulties. It is not that we are insatiable or that we want to make things difficult for you on purpose. Regarding Cloud Wine, we still wish to restrain him. The aggressiveness he has shown toward Wang would seriously undermine the cornerstone of the country. Hearing the gun emperor open his mouth, the resignation wine emperor in the crowd closed his eyes as he waited for his mouth to take over. Sure enough, the wine emperor next to the gun emperor spoke up. I say, Invincible Young, when did you learn to mind your own business instead of sharpening your old gun that's barely straightening up? The wine emperor said with a wry smile. No matter how you put it, that Yun Wine boy is the future new emperor of my China. You say you want his majesty to restrain him. I'm curious, what do you want to restrain him from? Restrain his freedom? Bind his gifts? Or perhaps binding his future? The rest of the emperors were slightly shocked after hearing the wine emperor's sharp questioning. Why does this Dukan want to come out with this? Suddenly, the emperors thought of a detail they hadn't noticed. Cloud Wine's external claim is Lin Zhou's apprentice grandson. That means, thinking of this, the eyes of the emperors looked backward, only to see that the resignation wine emperor was as if he was asleep, ignoring the gazes of the crowd. Seeing this, the emperors instantly understood what was going on, but there was more doubt in their hearts. If Cloud Wine really has something to do with that Lin Zhou, the Lin clan, then what role does His Majesty the Spirit Emperor play in this? Without waiting for them to think about it much, the Gun Emperor's voice was the first to break into their ears. Drunkard do. When did the old man say he was going to restrain the future of that Cloud Wine? Don't drink fake wine and then talk nonsense in front of His Majesty. Thinking this is your heavenly wine base camp? Ha ha ha. The Wine Emperor laughed maniacally twice. Yang Wuhui, your hatchet isn't too small. Heavenly wine base camp? I can't afford to take it on. Every bit and inch of the country belongs to the state and to the people. I am merely fortunate enough to be helped by my peers, and have a few thin spots in heavenly wine. I can't afford to be comparable to a monopolized family like yours. How to say? My heavenly wine spirit wine is also 100 different, and your Yang's gun soldier in the spirit soldier market that leads the way can't be compared to that. Ha ha ha. The two veteran great emperors' needle-sharp verbal exchanges caused the atmosphere of the Hall of Human Emperors to bring up a bit of gunpowder flavor. The human emperor, who was used to seeing big scenes, also had no idea of stopping it, and only slightly closed his eyes to rest his mind. The gun emperor glared at the wine emperor with a fierce look, while the wine emperor was unmoved. Both of these two great emperors serve as leaders in their own coalitions of interest. Both of them, whether it is strength, seniority, prestige, are not far apart. Naturally, there is no one who is afraid of whom to say. Suddenly, the gun emperor laughed. "Do drinker, according to you, then we don't bind cloud wine?" The state suppression formation is the foundation of manhwaresumen's founding, and this fluctuation in qi is enough to cause widespread fluctuations in the state formation. This matter is no longer just a simple dispute over qi. If we don't let him realize the gravity of the matter, when he gets stronger, who knows if he'll poke an even bigger hole. Don't forget, right now he's only at the bone-forging realm. Bear children aren't scary. What's scary is bear children with extraordinary talent. To put it mildly, that cloud wine is a feral child who hasn't gone through the royal family's systematic sex education. For the sake of his own selfish desires, he disregarded the dignity of a great emperor, disregarded the etiquette of a martial artist, and spared his life to behead the extra-dimensional incarnation of the Sword Emperor. How can such children carry the burdens of the nation, the people, if they are not restrained and disciplined? You've been in charge of the family for a few thousand years. Don't you understand this point of reasoning? You've been living in a wine jar all these years, haven't you? Or do you just want that cloud wine to corrupt my China from within? As the gun emperor's words came out, although the emperors didn't have any expression changes on their faces, in their hearts, they were actually all very much in agreement. Sometimes governing a family was even more exhausting than cultivation. Each of the great emperors here basically had thousands of years of experience in directly managing clans. Family education is something that must be kept up with to ensure the constant vitality of the family. Otherwise, the family's children will cause trouble outside, and will even directly bury the family's future. The wine emperor laughed heroically at this. Yang Wufei, so many years have passed. You are still the same as back then. A silver pole with a pewter spearhead. Good looking but not useful. Only saying nice nonsense. Cloudy wine? A wild child? Since you know of his talent and his identity, and even more so, you have promised to make amends to His Majesty. In all reason, you should address His Highness. A child can't rest all those faults you mentioned on a child's head. His Highness Cloud Wine is only 15 years old now, the age of youthful frivolity. Do you expect him to do the same as us old guys and think twice about one step? Don't say 15. You were an old man in your 80s then, and you still did those stupid things. I won't poke you. Firstly, I want to save you some face, and secondly, I'm ashamed to talk about those things. Eat your Majesty's favors and just shut up honestly. In terms of caring for China, which Majesty can't compare to you? Even His Majesty the Spirit Emperor, who did something wrong, fought more and did better than you. Your Highness Sienna is so well behaved and understanding. Wasn't she also taught by His Majesty the Spirit Emperor himself? When will it be your turn to worry about the future of Huaxia, the education of His Highness, Yun Wine, and your salty carrots here? Thinking about how Yu Yang can capture more of the spirit soldier market is what you should consider. Who doesn't know in China now that your Yang's guns are on the verge of monopolizing 50% of the foreign market? The old man is still hoping that you can look at the face of several thousand years of friendship, and lift up my due, and engage in a bundled sale or something. The wine emperor's words caused the atmosphere between the emperors to change once again. There are some things that are not completely right or wrong. In their hearts, the words of the two great emperors are justified. There is no such thing as good or bad. As for how to put a lid on this matter, it all depends on feeling the gazes cast by the emperors. The human emperor, who had closed his eyes to rest, finally opened those unperturbed eyes. Well, you two have been fighting since you were kids. You two have that set up. My ears are worn out from listening to it. Consider it pity on me, an old man, and all subside. Invincible is right. The issue of a child's education is crucial. The more gifted a person is, the more they must focus on the issue of education. I do understand his concern, plus the fact that the boy doesn't know what he's doing has indeed caused great distress to Wang, and to the search for the Xian sword. You all know the friendship between Invincible and Xian Jian, and anyone who sees their best friend's home being smashed through the glass by naughty children will have emotions. Invincible, old man, I can completely understand you and support your idea, but the human emperor's voice suddenly lurched. Although that Dukong kid's mouth is a bit damaged, he really wasn't wrong about one item. Sons don't teach their fathers. This is a matter that the food boy stirred up, and it's also right that it should be handed over to him to deal with. Even though that kid did a mixed-up thing this time, there's really nothing wrong with him when it comes to raising his children, and Sienna's kid is a living example of that. Moreover, as you guys fight over and over, That Cloud Wine is not my human race after all. He is a spirit race, and a spirit race affiliated with the Great Sun Golden Crow. And it really isn't our turn to be in charge. If you guys really want to manage, then you have to consider the demon race's side. These years, the spirit race is definitely the biggest contributor to the fact that the human race and the demon race have been able to live in harmony. In this matter, the biggest headache is rather not our spirit race, but their demon race. Seeing that the emperors did not speak out in rebuttal, the human emperor knew that the time was ripe. But in the end, this is really a big loss for my human race, so I'll try my best to deal with this. That Food Sky Kid will also come up with appropriate compensation for you guys. If you guys feel that the majesty of our human race great emperor has been violated, then the old man will have the cheek to do the honors today and bind him to the Kunlun Mountains for 3 years. At those words, the emperor's eyes revealed golden light. The human emperor continued to preach. For 3 years, I will forbid him to come down from the mountain or appear in the public eye. Didn't the Wang clan produce a Wang Bachan? I quite like that kid too. During the 3 years that Cloud Wine disappears, you may use Wang Bachan to replenish Wang's chi on your own. Or of course, you may fight for your own family's chi. As for whether or not you can make it up or grab it, it's all up to you. Don't come crying in front of the old man when you lose out. Hand on heart, as long as you don't fight fire. Feel free. After all, competition promotes progress. After speaking, the human emperor revealed a look of unconcernedness and cheerfully looked toward the emperors below whose gunpowder flavor was gradually thickening. After hearing the human emperor's words, the atmosphere between the emperors began to become tense. The cake of the human emperors had already had a complete and reasonable distribution method under the long-term operation of these great emperors. Although there has been slight friction between the different clans over the years, it has been on a small scale, much less one that would hurt the peace. But now, the promise made by His Majesty the human emperor was tantamount to saying that it was a direct expansion of the imperial clan's cake. When a 6-inch cake becomes a 10-inch cake, the distribution ratio doesn't stay the same. After all, people have different appetites. Some can eat and some may hold themselves up. At this point, it is important to form interest teams to ensure that you maximize your benefits while avoiding excessive losses to yourself. In an instant, the purposefulness of the emperors changed. For them, this face-to-face with the saint had already gained a heavenly benefit. His Majesty the human emperor's concessions were enough to make them forget all the unpleasantness. The gun emperor was similarly keenly aware of the changing moods of the surrounding great emperors. Cryptically sweeping his eyes at the human emperor, he knew that the current him no longer had a position or a reason to do so, much less continue to hold on to Yun wine. Thinking of this, his eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the joyful wine emperor next to him, an inexplicable fire rising in his heart. However, the wine emperor didn't care about the look in his eyes, but grinned widely. Old gun, it's still us. This singing together is too much for His Majesty. It seems that from time to time and you fight with you is not bad. In the future this kind of thing more call me. The old man I am at home is really too idle. In the face of wine emperor's flirtation, gun emperor did not continue to dislike him, choosing instead to keep his eyes closed. For him, the failure of the offer against Cloud Wine would have been expected. Now that the human emperor had made such a bold concession, it could be considered an unexpected pleasure for him. He could use this extra gain to allow Wang, the parasitized Wang Bachan, to rise quickly. Moreover, between the emperor clans, the chaotic battle for Qi could even disrupt the sight and supervision of the 3 emperors, making it easier for him to act. The only variable that worried him was that Cloud Wine. If he could, he would even be willing to behead that reincarnated immortal at all costs. But, he has lost his only chance. That Zungarian immortal now had the shelter of the 3 emperors, and the situation was starting to get complicated. He knew the identity of the Cloud Wine immortals, and Cloud Wine would likewise give out information about him. The most tricky thing now was that he had no idea how much information Cloud Wine actually possessed. The only thing that could be ascertained was that the reincarnated immortal had used some sort of method he hadn't been aware of to make direct or indirect contact with the Sword Emperor. They were not sure how much information the Sword Emperor knew, and they were likewise unaware of how much information the Sword Emperor had conveyed to that teenage immortal. So, Cloud Wine is like a hidden bomb to him. However, he wouldn't worry too much about that. Because of their superior numbers, there were only 4 of them that were directly involved in the hunt for the Sword Emperor back then, and even if all of the Sword Emperors were recognized, there were still 5 of them left. Before obtaining all of his identity information, it was impossible for the 3 emperors to directly strike at him now, preventing the beating of the bushes, the real great emperor in captivity, the great Tao under control, the imperial family's qi, the external crisis of Huaxia. There are so many issues involved behind the scenes, too many. The 3 emperors had a great responsibility, not only to act as the backbone of the country, but also to be a good helmsman of the great ship of Huaxia. The great ship called Huaxia is sailing on a choppy course. Even if pirates boarded the ship, they would never drop the rudder in their hands. This is the core reason why he does not fear the exposure of the identity of part of his existence. Even if the three emperors were now aware of some of the information, they would definitely choose to maintain a delicate balance with him before obtaining the full information on all the pretenders. Faced with this complicated situation, he could only choose to think long and hard now. After a few moments of brief exchanges, the emperors couldn't wait to get moving. And naturally, the human emperor in the dragon chair saw what the crowd was thinking, so he waved his hand. Go back. It's time to go home. Go home. Sleep. Drink. Don't need to be here with me as an old man. After a few brief words of courtesy, the emperors saluted and retired. The human emperor on the dragon chair, looking at the station vaguely formed when the emperors left. His face unconsciously hung a mysterious smile. Meanwhile, the Kunlun Mountains, Wang Xianxian, led by Duanmu Qian, stepped out of the imperial capital's teleportation array leading to Kunlun Mountain. Kunlun Mountain, the hermitage of the three emperors, is also known as Kunlun Hollow, Kunlun Mound or Jade Mountain. The range is 900 miles square and 90,000 feet high. In Chinese legend, the Kunlun Mountain is known as the ancestor of all mountains, a sacred mountain in ancient myths, and also an immortal mountain inhabited by immortals. At the top of the immortal mountain, the Sea of Clouds tumbles. The immortal court has 900 immortal pavilions and courtyards, built around the mountain, and 600 immortal platforms and caves, carved out of the cliffs. Auspicious clouds loomed high in the sky, and cranes flew by in flocks. Various ornate buildings are hidden in the clouds. Ghostbusters, standing on the top of the immortal mountain, overlooking the multitudes, a sense of familiarity as well as an inexplicable emotion gradually surged into Wang Xianxian's heart. How does it feel? Duanmu Qian laughed. Wang Xianxian, who was pulled back to reality by the inquiring voice, sighed softly. It's shocking and gives a feeling of unreality. At those words, Duanmu Qian smiled and spoke. I remember when I first came here, I was so excited and shaking that I couldn't even walk straight, and at that time, I was already a 5th-ranked martial artist. Duanmu Qian's heart was slightly emotional. This kid is acting so calm. It's definitely not his first time at the top. It seems like His Majesty the Spirit Emperor should have brought him here before. Sure enough, only details can see through the truth. Putting aside the distractions in his mind, Duanmu Qian led Wang Xianxian straight forward. That place just now is called the Immortal Ascension Platform, and legend has it that in mythology, that's where the gods and goddesses stepped into the palace above the 9 heavens, and that it's the node that connects heaven and earth in the Kunlun Mountains. But that's just a legend. The real terrace of Immortal Ascension brings together the Kunlun Mountains teleportation spells to 3,000 cities across the country. We just teleported from the imperial capital. Listening to Duanmu Qian's words, Wang Xianxian's heart slightly marveled. The tube is visible. I'm afraid that the Kunlun Mountains are not only a spiritual symbol of China, but its actual role is greater than one might think. Duanmu Qian continued to explain to Wang Xianxian. Kunlun Mountain is divided into many functional areas. The summit of the Kunlun Mountain is divided into 3 major areas, where the 3 great imperial palaces are situated. The mountainside is divided into 36 zones and named after heaven, which corresponds to the 36 heavenly deities, and the foot of the mountain is divided into 72 zones, named after earth, corresponding to the 72 earthly demons. Each area is divided into different functions, such as the Immortal Ascension Platform, which is located in the Tiankui district. The Tiankui district is mainly responsible for the communication and teleportation connection between the Kunlun Mountain and the rest of the world. However, we are more accustomed to calling it Tianyi district than Tiankui district. The number is always better to remember than the name. The Kunlun Mountains are mainly inhabited by the 3 great imperial clans, the Ji clan, the D clan, the Food clan, and their subordinate clans. They live scattered around the Human Emperor Hall, Demon Emperor Hall, and Spirit Emperor Hall. We've already left the Tianyi district, and the area we're in now belongs to the Spirit Emperor Hall, and His Majesty, the Spirit Emperor, has been waiting for us for a long time. Sorry everyone, I forgot to mention to you that I was out yesterday. Normal 2 shifts for the next couple days, with a compensatory raise for everyone when I get home. Probably come home on the 5th. Mostly, I'm afraid to pop another shift out there for fear that I won't be able to concentrate and something will go wrong with the plot. And finally, Happy May Day to all of you. Kunlun Mountain, Spirit Emperor Hall. Looking at the towering Spirit Emperor Hall, Wang Xianxian could not hold back the shock in his heart. Tall palaces rose from the ground like dragons and tigers, symbolizing the supremacy of imperial power. The glazed tiles of the palace glittered under the sunlight, like a bright gem set on the roof. Walking into the palace was even more awe-inspiring. The furnishings inside the palace were luxurious and extravagant. The floor tiles were all paved with spirit jades, And the various rare treasures were even more dazzling. The pillars of the Great Hall were carved with countless human heroes, as well as demonic bruisers. The murals carved out of white jade are a complete record of the history of the rise of China. The splendid halls, lifelike murals, and skillful carvings, each of which has condensed the efforts and wisdom of countless skilled craftsmen. This solemn hall was using its luxurious magnificence to highlight the power of Huaxia today. Just as Wang Xianxian was lamenting, he was surprised to find that the depths of the Great Hall were already in shambles. The precious jade floor tiles were broken in an unknown number of pieces, and the jade debris all over the ground was like waste stones, lying on the ground in an irregular manner. The ridiculously large pillars in the temple were also snapped off several times. The honorable and absolutely beautiful dragon chair also underwent a violent deformation. Even the famous painting Spirit Emperor burning the sea picture, which was regarded as a national treasure and entered the documentary several times, had become tattered. That was a famous painting that the Emperor of Painting had personally created for the Spirit Emperor, and it was also a work that the Spirit Emperor cherished extremely. Otherwise it wouldn't have been suspended by the Spirit Emperor inside the Spirit Emperor's hall, directly behind the dragon chair. Looking at the mess all over the place, Wang Xianxian, for some reason, had some scalp numbness. If he hadn't seen the familiar and unfamiliar honored presence seated on the ground, he would have even wanted to just bolt. When Duanmu Qian, who was guiding the way for Wang Xianxian, saw this scene and felt the lingering aura of the demon race within the Great Hall, he seemed to have guessed something. Domestic violence did happen. His Majesty the Demon Emperor couldn't help but strike? It seems that His Majesty the Demon Emperor has already confirmed Cloud Wine's true identity, or else he wouldn't have made a direct move. Without waiting for him to continue thinking, a low voice came through. Coming? Upon hearing this, Duanmu Qian hurriedly bowed. Your Majesty the Spirit Emperor, the Cloud Wine has been brought. The Spirit Emperor, who had his eyes closed, finally slowly opened his eyes. The moment his eyes opened, Duanmu Qian and the teenager behind him came into his eyes. After seeing Wang Xianxian's face clearly, not knowing what he recalled, the Spirit Emperor couldn't help but frown slightly. Duanmu Qian was keenly aware of His Majesty the Spirit Emperor's micro-expression, and he hastily tugged on the sleeve of the somewhat dazed teenager behind him. Quickly greet His Majesty. Wang Xianxian, who was in a state of extreme tension, had a direct stress on Duanmu Qian's voice. The teenager's body tensed up, cold sweat running down his back, standing in a standard military posture. His voice stammered. Spirit Emperor, Majesty. Hearing the teenager's nervous and almost suffocating voice, the Spirit Emperor's depressed mood suddenly became a little lighter, and even that smelly face had a little more guffaw. There's no need to be so nervous, child. When Duanmu Qian saw this, his eyes lit up. Then he turned his head to look at Wang Xianxian and gave him a thumbs up as a sign of encouragement. Wang Xianxian's heart inexplicably rose in courage after seeing it, and his mind even recalled what Duanmu Qian had said to him. His Majesty the Spirit Emperor is a very kind elder. He will definitely treat you like a father. Just think of him as your father. Don't be afraid. You can definitely become a child that will make His Majesty the Spirit Emperor feel immensely proud. Plus, the teenager saw the guffawing expression of His Majesty the Spirit Emperor, which suddenly loosened a string in the long-tightened brain. He thought that he would displease His Majesty the Spirit Emperor by secretly refining essence blood, and was even more worried that His Highness would be chastised for it. Now that he saw His Majesty's amiable smile, his heart suddenly sighed with relief. It turns out that His Majesty didn't blame him, and wasn't as intimidating as he thought, and even smiled at him. At the same time, the Spirit Emperor's voice sounded in Wang Xianxian's mind. I know, child, you know a lot of things, and now I need you to put on a show with me. To make a long story short, for a variety of reasons, we are now seen by outsiders as father and son. What you're going to do later is simple. Make us father and son. A few short sentences, but they contained a huge amount of information, so much so that it made Wang Xian's brain as if it had exploded. Father and son? However, although his heart was shocked, everything that had happened during this period of time had long since made him partially immune. Therefore, Wang Xianxian quickly freed himself from the shock as he asked with his mind in his head, Your Spirit Emperor, what should I do then? The Spirit Emperor smiled playfully when he heard that. You and I are now father and son in status. There is no need to be so formal. Later on, you only need to call me father in front of them, and leave the rest to me. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian inexplicably became more nervous inside. As if sensing the teenager's nervousness, the Spirit Emperor made a movement of his mind. There's no need to panic. The way I'm communicating with you right now is mindfulness. Now that we are of the same mind, I will always teach you how to speak. Act with as much emotion as you can muster. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian's heart could be in trouble. To address His Majesty as father with full emotion in public, it's just a little bit of a pushover. Through his mind, The Spirit Emperor easily read the teenager's thoughts. Seemingly prepared for this, the Spirit Emperor's mind moved, and strange spiritual energy traveled along the connection between the two's minds to the teenager's body. Juggling. It's theater, the Spirit Emperor explained. When Wang Xianxian heard this, his heart was slightly surprised. Theater arts, strictly speaking, belong to the branch of illusion. When a normal illusion spell is cast, an illusion is constructed, and the caster will use the illusion to trap the mind and spirit of the person who has been struck in a predicament. Theater arts, on the other hand, also construct illusions, except that this illusion is manipulated by the person who is the recipient of the art himself. Theater arts is an exclusive vocation skill for the rarer performing theater class vocation. Don't underestimate the performing theater class vocation just because of the name. Performing theater type of vocation is a special type of vocation, because one simply cannot accurately define the categorization of this vocation. Vocation holders of the performing theater class of vocation may create or interpret historically existing plays. Then devote yourself physically and mentally to the performance of the script and utilize the power of the embedded emotions in the script to gain enhancement in your attributes. As an example, a martial artist who is a performer by vocation, when he chooses to interpret a script featuring a famous historical general, he is able to acquire the corresponding ability from the script's protagonist. The more emotionally invested the performance is, the more power it gains. The point of the theater arts is to assist these performers to get into the performance state faster. Looks like you know what this is. The Spirit Emperor was slightly surprised. While theater arts aren't too cold, they shouldn't be taught in middle school. What the Spirit Emperor doesn't realize is that the skills of theater, dreaming, and illusion, which can materialize falsehood, were once the skills that teenagers dreamed of. A letter to all my readers and friends. First of all, I'd like to thank you all from the bottom of my heart for your love of the book. At first, the opportunity to write this book was simply because I wanted to chow rice and make more income. To my parents, I wasn't a great kid, or even a failure. Not having good grades and not getting into a good school didn't make them feel the slightest bit proud. After graduation, with the expectation of my parents, I embarked on the journey to take the editorial exam. The process of taking the editorial exam is bumpy and torturous. Because of my specialty, I can only apply for 3 unlimited specialty, unlimited education, unlimited household. If you are familiar with the test, you should also know that the competition for the 3 unlimiteds is really big. Preparing for exams is really torturous, and holding on to your family's expectations is even more so. And this went on for 3 whole years. In 3 years, I've experienced many things, trying to get out to work and having arguments with my family. Because they feel that if they don't prepare for the test full time they just won't get it. And each failure made me more worried about the future. Excessive stress caused me to misbehave whenever I took a test. No job and no income made me gradually become closed off and afraid to communicate with others. Every late night I became very depressed. Fortunately, my family loves me and they don't dislike me for that. My mom is a very sweet and gentle person. My birth nearly brought her down on the operating table, because I was not in the correct position for a normal labor. And because of a problem with the umbilical cord, it led to a C-section instead halfway through the normal labor. I remember when I was in junior high school, I entered the rebellious stage, and I always wanted to go against my family in what I did at that time. My rebellious period came and went quickly. I remember very clearly that night when school was over. I stayed out for an extra hour clock during night study because I was playful. It was the same hour that made my mom cry. Some of you readers may not have much of a concept of breaking out in a cold sweat, but my memory of this is overwhelming. There will literally be people who are so scared that they are shaking and their legs are too weak to walk, and they will literally wet their entire backs and literally sweat like peas on their foreheads. And all because I came home an hour late on a big night. She didn't blame me that night, she just hugged me and cried. In fact, at that age, I really couldn't see movies celebrating family love because I thought it was too fake and awkward. But that night, for the first time, I understood the feelings expressed in the movie, and from that day on, my rebellious period was over. I have always been so proud of my parents and so incredibly blessed by the love I received. I felt very humiliated when I failed the college entrance exam and was just a district specialist, but they didn't feel the same way. Instead of feeling ashamed, they are greatly basking in my. Even I feel a little ashamed of my acceptance letter. When faced with an exam and stressed to the point of wanting to give up, they would also tell me to just ditch the exam. Their goodness isn't the kind of goodness that parents brainwash their children with, but the kind of goodness that I can really feel in what they do. But everything always has something to lose and something to gain. When you get complete love, you will always want to give something back. You will want to prove something. I don't want their love for me to be cheap. More than anything, I don't want them to be worse than other parents. But as each day passed, I became more and more stressed and panicked. As written in the text, while I covet their love, I fear that love. Sometimes I even wonder if I would have lived an easier life if they hadn't been so nice to me, but I know full well that such a thought is blasphemy, a desecration of feelings. For a couple of years preparing for the exams, I basically got all my positive energy from my family, who were really, really good, so good that I was scared. Fear of not being able to give reciprocity, fear of not being able to take care of them, fear of living as a loser. The prolonged stress was torturing me, and one night I suddenly had a thought that hadn't occurred to me before: write a novel. So I started to put pen to paper. I had no experience in writing novels. Before that, I had only read a few novels, much less dreamed of being a novelist. But I don't know why, but it was that night that I opened 10-cent documents and wrote the first story that belonged to me. Of course, the first story. I failed, for being too naive, but it wasn't entirely without its benefits, because I found that I liked it. I think it's a treat, a feeling that makes me very uptight. During that time, for 30 full days, I spent 15 hours or more, almost every day, writing my novel. A month later, I clicked on Tomato and uploaded my first book. Failure. 2 months later, I uploaded my second book. It was that book that made me my first bucket of money. It's only a couple $100, but it still makes me feel good. I became hopeful for the future and cured my unhappiness every night with the sound of pounding on my keyboard. I will empathize with the characters, cry and laugh. It turns out that the dark nights I hate the most have turned out to be my favorite times. Later in the day, it started to get better, too. I convinced my family to start working. It's been a long time since I've stepped out into the world, but it's not as bad as I thought it would be. Of course, I didn't give up on writing books, except that my books were doing so poorly for various reasons that I had to cut them off. I'm not a noble person, and it's true that the original purpose of writing a novel was for money. I write my books slowly, always deleting and changing, producing 2 chapters in 4 hours if I'm fast, or not even a chapter a day if I'm slow. The combination of less time to write, bad grades, and no one reading made it hard to keep going. Also became what readers and friends call a eunuch writer. After I stopped updating my last novel, I started thinking about what I was going to write, just in time for my mom to call me that day. So with feeling, the first word was struck. The beginning of the book is cliched and criticized by many of my fellow readers. It does, and I can understand everyone. However, when I wrote, in fact, there used to be 5 versions of the 13 chapters you see. The original protagonist's awakening was in, but writing is out of my control, and that's when my characters got out of my control. If you've ever had a creative writer friend, you should feel this way. The characters you write are not at all under your control. It's as if they have a mind of their own, a consciousness of their own. It was as if they had survived. Oftentimes, authors put pen to paper without these plots, but as they write, they appear. When Sword Immortal reached 100,000 words, my book came in for a small wave of traffic. But everything that happened next was also beyond my expectations. Just like Wang Xianxian, the book has reached heights I once could not have imagined. Not even 100 chapters in, and I'm up to over 15,000 hypes. Even in the one that hit the Sword Emperor, it was a terrifying 28,000. And now, the book is averaging 20,000 plus hypes. Book, fire. My first thought when I realized all this was happiness. After the fun, comes the fear and worry. I'm afraid of not living up to everyone's love of books. Often, I'll scroll through the comments section and see a lot of criticism versus appreciation from fellow readers. I was moved and at the same time pressurized. More time is spent polishing the plot every day. Oftentimes, when the book is written poorly, people don't badmouth it. This is nothing short of flattering to me. The reason I'm writing these thoughts today is because I know which chapter 1 wrote yesterday was out of order. I'm also sending it out because I'm afraid that if people wait too long, they won't like my book. But after posting it, I realized that my book, as it turned out, wasn't so easily abandoned by everyone. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you, all my readers and friends. Thank you. You are the ones who have given me the greatest support and strength. What I hope to bring to the table is joy, carrot and cabbage, to each his own. There are things like books that some people love to read and some people don't. I hope that you will not be affected by some critical remarks, scolding me or criticizing me. Please do not be too concerned. I'm blessed to have your likes and company. Also to account for the exploding shift, it's mostly a critical transition period bridging the plot right now, so it's hard to explode the shift with what I'm capable of right now. I'm sure I'll be bursting with updates for you all as we get through this period and into the new chapter. Thanks again for all the favorites, and best wishes to all of you for being able to be proud of the people you care about. If any of you readers are going through what I once went through, I hope that my words can give you a tiny bit of strength as well. Dedicated to my most beloved readers and friends. 2024, May 6th, 013 AM Chapter 121 has been changed. After understanding His Majesty the Spirit Emperor's thoughts, Wang Xianxian began to recall the images of past days when he stayed in the library, holding the complete explanation of theater arts and taking serious notes. He read that book many times. The youngster's memories traveled back to the Spirit Emperor's heart along the mind connection. The Spirit Emperor's heart was slightly touched in the face of the teenager's sincere emotions. Apart from the Spirit Emperor, he is equally a father. Kids who know what they're doing. When such a thought appeared in the bottom of the Spirit Emperor's heart, Wang Xianxian also began to build the stage for his performance in his mind. His task was simple. He only needed to shout out the word father with emotional sincerity. His Majesty will take care of the rest for him. He started brainstorming various scenarios, various stories, but even if he forced himself, he could not create a character that he could willingly call father. Every time he was about to succeed, Wang Jianyan's face that he hated would surface in the back of his mind. The teenager tried many times, all of which ended in failure. And when the Spirit Emperor knew what was going on in the teenager's mind through his mind, nameless anger rose in his heart. He just couldn't imagine how any father could be such a brute. For a moment, the Spirit Emperor's pity and goodwill towards the teenager was at its peak. What a good strong boy. At this moment, on the Spirit Emperor Hall, Duan Muqian looked at the father and son duo who had fallen into silence and embarrassment, and his heart became more than a little anxious. And outside the great hall, the ministers also folded back under the leadership of Emperor Baizhe. They found something suspicious after they left, and a few curiosities about that bastard son of His Majesty. But that wasn't the core reason they turned back. These ministers are going to fight for their highness. Watching the number of people in the hall gradually increase, Wang Xianxian's heart grew anxious. The Spirit Emperor, who had been listening to the teenager's heart for a long time, did not blame the teenager. Because, it does seem a little difficult for teenagers. Just as the Spirit Emperor was about to change his strategy, a miracle happened. The eyes of the bitterly thinking teenager became brighter than ever. His thoughts pulled back to that dreary night study session, where his best friend Zhao who was accompanying him to tally the list of activities for the class. Brother Xian, do you know why you call your wife's father father-in-law? Why? Legend has it that before the revival of the aura, there was a dynasty in China called Tang. Emperor Li Longji of the Tang dynasty went to a famous mountain that has long since disappeared, Mount Tai, to make a Zen sacrifice to heaven and earth. The emperor ordered the prime minister, Zhang Shu, to be the person in charge of the sealing ceremony, so that Zhang Shu brought his son-in-law, Zhang Yi, along with him. According to the old rules of the Tang dynasty at that time, those who were fortunate enough to follow the emperor to participate in the sealing of Zen, except for the officials below the prime minister, could all be promoted to a higher rank. Prime Minister Zhang said that he used his power to have his son-in-law promoted 4 times in a row, hard from the 9th to the 5th rank. Later, when the matter was revealed, the emperor questioned Zhang said, but Zhang said could not answer in any way, shape or form. At this time, a court entertainer, Huang Hancock, opened his mouth to chortle. This is the strength of Tarzan. After this, later generations borrowed this story to use Tarzan to refer to the old man, and because Mount Tai is the first of the 5 mountains, people then called the old man-in-law or father-in-law. So that's how it is. Not right. Zhao Hu, I thought you weren't interested in history. I'm really not interested, but my cousin is. Yesterday, in the presence of my father and my great-uncle, he told this illusion, which he considered to be rich in philosophical truths, and to which he had devoted a great deal of effort. What effort? He got a rich woman and threatened that a father-in-law is also a father, and he worked hard just so he wouldn't have to work hard. So he's getting a Tarzan-like father-in-law. Father-in-law is also a father. The father-in-law is also the father. Exclamation mark 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 exclamation mark. Thinking of this, the teenager's eyes erupted with an unprecedentedly refined light. Question mark 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 question mark. Hearing this, the Spirit Emperor's head hung with as many question marks as he could muster. The corners of the teenager's mouth turned up wildly. Stage, build, the Imperial Palace, red carpet, flowers, she, characters to create, Your Highness, father-in-law, friends and family, guests, wedding, carry on, 8-carrier sedan chair, crested cape, flags and gones, umbrellas and fans, big red cover. A teenager's inspiration is like an open Pandora's box. It's endless. With a snap of his fingers, the teenager finished the script. In the vast immortal realm, in the mysterious and solemn immortal hall, many immortals had gathered here. The young man's hazy, full-faced red makeup, a wedding dress, head wearing a phoenix cape, like the 9 heavenly immortal phoenix. Layers of gorgeous dresses show the elegance and nobility. The gold silk woven gold crows flying recklessly on top of the wedding dress. The phoenix color flower hairpin in the swing between the constantly issued a clear and crisp sound. Covered head cannot cover the red lips like fire. The beauty of the shocking. Wang Xianxian remembered the last wish left by his mother to marry a gentle girl. And the impossibly beautiful Your Highness in front of her was the teenager's warmest, most tender dream. The teenager smiled, the black pupils of his eyes shining brightly. Above the gates of heaven, the sun hangs high, showering the world with golden warmth. The youth carried his bride's soft body on his back and stepped on the ladder of 10,000 swords, striding above the clouds. Countless petals carved from wine fell from the sky and landed on the human world, floating with the intoxicating scent of wine. The heavens and the earth also heard a loud and ancient blessing salutation. The youth carefully crouched down and lowered his bride from her back to the ground, then held her small hand tightly. At that moment, His Majesty the Spirit Emperor, who had tears in the corners of his eyes and was dressed in fancy clothes, came forward and steadily sat on top of the high hall. The auspicious time has come. The bride looked at her father in the high hall with tears in her eyes. The youth held his bride, whose body was trembling, with a firm gaze. The auspicious time has come to thank your relatives for their kindness. The bride kneels and opens her mouth in happiness. Father. The groom bent his knees and shouted firmly. Father. The teenager's loud and firm voice continuously echoed within the empty hall. The hallowed Spirit Emperor stared at the teenager in front of him with his jaw dropped as if he was petrified. The ministers outside the hall had their hearts beating wildly. Next to him, Duan Muqian, full of anti-smile, was shedding tears of relief. It was redemption, and he heard in the teenager's firm, booming voice the teenager's redemption to make up for his childhood. That teenager whose life is floating in the rain, bravely broke the thin layer of window paper. He shouted it out, shouted the name that had been suppressed in his heart for countless days and nights. He called Dad. He has come forward to recognize you, Your Majesty. Did you hear that? It was the child's aggravation. With pain, a good child, even if he grows up in the dark, will eventually blossom into the light that belongs to him. He is so strong and touching. His courage, astounding. World-famous paintings. World-famous paintings. Your Majesty. This voice repressed for countless days and nights. Father. Can you stand it? Are you touched? Just as Duan Muqian was reveling in the teenager's salvation, the earth-shattering sound of breaking defense rang in his ears. You dare to hit me over the head. Changed the text and added content. So reread the last chapter. 3 more chapters tomorrow. In the face of the Spirit Emperor's defense-breaking roar, the faces of everyone present changed drastically. The only two were very calm and collected. Emperor Bai Zhe, with Wang Xianxian. There was only one thought in their minds, worthy of His Majesty, acting like a real man, facing the Spirit Emperor's wrath. In the nick of time, Duan Muqian stepped forward. He looked at His Majesty the Spirit Emperor, whom he regarded as a myth, with a saddened face, then painfully said, Your Majesty, think twice. He's still just a kid. He's just trying to find his own father's love. What's wrong with him? Hearing this, the Spirit Emperor instantly tensed up. Memories with his daughter began to flash through his mind. Daddy, look at my flower. It's so bright. Daddy, I want brain axes. Lovely brain axes. Humph, cheapskate. I won't stick my favorite little beaver on your dragon chair anymore. And I'll never draw on your belly again. Daddy, Bishin yo. Daddy, do you want a kiss? Love you, yo. Memories of the past kept coming back. That first time father feeling when you meet your newborn daughter for the first time. Pondering months of agonizing over a name for my daughter. The first time I heard her call her daddy. The first time I held her. The first time I held her up and flew. The first time I kissed him. The first time I cared for him. The first time I pampered. The first time I held her to sleep. The first time I went to an amusement park with her in disguise. The first time I played house with her. Bun-like little face. Needy little hands. Lotus root-like little arms. Sticky little sweet voice. After his wife left, they were a father and daughter. He was a Spirit Emperor, but he was a father all the same, and one who thought himself the happiest father in the world. The taboo on his and his wife's powerful bloodline, coupled with special experiences, have kept them waiting for more than 1,000 years. The birth of Food Fairy meant a lot to him and his wife. His daughter is even more understanding and he is immensely proud of her. His daughters are so good. That was the greatest gift God ever gave him. But nowadays, that kid who doesn't know what he's doing. How dare he? How dare he? Father-in-law and father-in-law? Heaven and earth blessed the wedding of the century? Husband and wife hand in hand, worshipping together, with tears in their eyes? Broken defense. The thought that his precious daughter would be talking, laughing, cuddling, kissing, lingering, and kissing with this kid. Even the future. No, he couldn't even think about it, because the heart hurts too much. It was a pain that hurt to breathe. Asshole kid, plotting, faking, thinking of this, This high and mighty, exalted, sweetheart cotton-clad, spirit emperor His Majesty finally growled at the teenager from the bottom of his heart. Bastard boy, die for your master. Just as the spirit emperor was about to rush to the teenager, Duan Muqian and the ministers in the hall strike out. The ministers surrounded Wang Xianxian with their bodies as if they were protecting a calf, protecting him firmly. All of these ministers had a deeper bond with the spirit emperor, and many of them were also his elders. They naturally sensed that His Majesty the spirit emperor had been moved to true anger. Although these ministers had a strong opinion about illegitimate children, they knew very well in their hearts that there were some wrongs that should not be borne by children. More than prejudice against the teenager, they were outraged at their own sire's irresponsible behavior of venting his anger on his son. For a while, the ministers also began to feel sympathy for the bastard, and the prejudice in their hearts was much less as a result. Seeing this, the White Zephyr Emperor in the crowd instantly understood. So it's to divert the attention and the black pot to himself, to pave the way for the boy. Emperor Bai Zhe, who had connected the clues, directly stepped in and cooperated with the ministers to stop His Highness the Spirit Emperor. Only, the moment he touched the Spirit Emperor, he was slightly surprised. So much strength. When did acting get so good? After being surprised, Emperor Bai Zhe hurriedly transmitted his voice. Your Majesty, the purpose has been accomplished, and any further performance would be too much. Hearing this and looking at his subordinate's indignant expression, the corner of the Spirit Emperor's eyes twitched slightly. Though he really wanted to beat that kid up, now was simply not the time. Because the purpose of the day had been achieved, it would indeed be overacting to rush out again. After the ministers saw Emperor Bai Zhe's strike, their hearts breathed a long sigh of relief. Emperor Bai Zhe was a great emperor of the demon race who had been entrusted by the Spirit Emperor's father since to serve as the Spirit Emperor's master. The vast majority of the Spirit Emperor's various things in his early years were taught by this demon emperor. Not only that, Emperor Bai Zhe had also taught many demon race, human race great emperors. Therefore, it was only then that the world honored Emperor Bai Zhe as the sage's teacher. With him out of the way, this farce will surely end. As expected, the Spirit Emperor's emotions gradually calmed down. Seeing this, Emperor Bai Zhe spoke directly. This, Your Majesty, is over. He is still just a boy, and despite his reckless behavior, his heart is always for you. What child doesn't make mistakes? Even His Majesty makes mistakes, let alone a child like him. If you have something to say it properly. If you find the boy difficult to discipline, you can leave him with me. I still say that there are some mistakes that even His Majesty makes, so don't blame a child. The Spirit Emperor beside him nodded slightly. I know. Seeing that the time was ripe, the White Zephyr Emperor proceeded to deliver an assist. In that case, I will not disturb Your Majesty's reunion with your own son. Emperor Bai Zhe's words seemed to knock the ministers. They knew that it was no longer the time to remain here. They then saluted the Spirit Emperor and retired. The ministers who followed Emperor Bai Zhe as he left the Spirit Emperor Hall were speechless the entire way, just quietly following Emperor Bai Zhe. When they had left the confines of the Spirit Emperor Hall and followed Emperor Bai Zhe back to his residence, one of the old ministers finally couldn't hold back his inner misgivings and took the lead in asking a question. Emperor Bai Zhe, is that cloud wine really His Majesty's heir? Emperor Bai Zhe didn't rush to answer after hearing this, but instead asked in return, why do you think that? That old minister gently shook his head. I'm not sure about the others, but you and I have both watched His Majesty the Spirit Emperor walk all the way here, and I think I know something about him. His Majesty is a man of great affection, and his bond with Her Majesty the Empress is deeper than the sea. Not to mention that I don't believe that His Majesty would be unfaithful to love. I wouldn't even believe that His Majesty would want to find love again because he feels lonely after the death of Her Majesty the Empress. You and I, old men, know that he is not like that. The most crucial thing is that the time is not right. Her Highness Sienna has just turned 15 this year, and that Cloud Wine is the same age of 15. If Cloud Wine's information is correct, he is to be a few months older than Her Highness Sienna. Although His Highness Sienna is a child born from 100 years of gestation by Her Highness the Empress, I don't believe that His Majesty the Spirit Emperor would perform that kind of metamorphosis while his beloved wife was pregnant. Hearing this, Emperor Bai Zhe let out a dark sigh. Surely the act is to fool these old ministers. Your Majesty, since you chose this path, don't blame me. After briefly pondering for a moment, Emperor Bai Zhe lowered his voice and spoke. It's something I was going to keep rotting in my stomach, but it's simply not possible to hide it when it's come to this. In fact, in this case, His Majesty is not to be blamed, and he has not made the major, low-level and unprincipled mistake that you think he has. This is a matter that is simply out of His Majesty's hands. These words instantly aroused the curiosity of the ministers. As expected, this emperor who brought His Majesty up from a young age knew more information. Emperor Bai Zhe tilted his head back to look at the sky and let out a light sigh. Actually, Her Majesty the Spirit Empress is not the first woman that His Majesty the Spirit Emperor has moved on to. The opening king bomb ate a shocking melon of the ministers directly numb. Remember, it was an extremely cold winter, when His Majesty was only 17 years old. As we all know, at that time, His Majesty the Demon Emperor and His Majesty the Human Emperor fought because of a disagreement in philosophy, and as a result, the country was divided in two, with internal warfare and foreign covetousness. But the house is falling apart, and the beasts are taking advantage of the situation. Emperor Baize's words pulled the minister's memories back to the past. Those dark years nearly wiped out China. At that time, I was entrusted with the task of taking refuge with His Highness the Spirit Emperor, and since His Majesty's stature was an absolute taboo at that time, I could only rely on my talent for avoiding bad luck to take him from city to city constantly. That winter, we came to Wine City, which is now known as Sky Wine City. It was there that His Majesty met the first woman to move him, a tavern woman. Taverns were very chaotic at the time, and because it was during the war years, they tended to have a lot of young women making a living. 17 is the age of love. It's teenage nature and I can't exercise effective restraint. His Majesty and that woman often meet under that peach tree 800 meters away from our hermitage. By the time I found out about their romance, it was too late. Even as the woman was pregnant with His Majesty's blood. That night, I recounted all the dangers to His Majesty. At that time, His Majesty's bloodline had not yet awakened, and hastily conceiving an heir was feared to lead to a great disaster. Plus that woman was of the ordinary human race, and her body was simply unable to withstand the bloodline of the great Sun Golden Crow. Luckily, His Majesty listened, and for the sake of that human woman's life, he agreed to erase that small, unformed life. However, before I could do anything, the Fey Beasts attacked Wine City, and that day was also, in the historical records of Heavenly Wine City, the rebellion of the destruction of the city. His Majesty's first priority was to retrieve the woman, but in the midst of the chaos, we simply couldn't get to the woman fast enough. Eventually, by the time we reached the tavern, tragedy struck. Reality isn't like the movies. Romance without regret. His Majesty, who fell in love, met his lover who was gnawed down to half his body. It was also that day that His Majesty completed the initial ignition of his bloodline and comprehended one of his divine abilities, burning love. Hearing this, the ministers looked at each other in disbelief. The small details that His Majesty had inadvertently revealed in the past were completely skewered at this moment. Fond of drinking wine and practicing under the peach tree, he would often travel to the city of heavenly wine. No wonder the child was named Cloud Wine. So it is. Seeing that the ministers were gradually getting into the act, Emperor Baize struck while the iron was hot. When His Majesty had finished venting his anger and was about to bury the woman, he found that the little being, which had not yet been formed, still had the breath of life. The Golden Crow bloodline is truly powerful. Even if the mother body has been half-chewed, he can still rely on his instincts to tenaciously keep his life going. After discovering this, I utilized the divine artifact that was supposed to help activate His Majesty's bloodline to take that Golden Crow embryo and move it into it to warm it up. Upon hearing this, a certain veteran minister once again asked a rhetorical question. Does Her Majesty, the Spirit Queen, know about this? Emperor Baize sighed slightly. Your Majesty, the Spirit Queen, is the gentlest woman I have ever seen in this world. Not only did she know about it, but she worked hard to help His Majesty the Spirit Emperor out of his grief. Actually, His Majesty the Demon Emperor is aware of the existence of that Golden Crow. Only, that Golden Crow was warmed up in the Fusang tree because it was born abnormally and His Majesty became the Empress. As for how things went on afterward, how Cloud Wine appeared, and why His Majesty the Demon Emperor was so enraged, I don't know. It involves His Majesty's family, and it happened so suddenly that I'm baffled. After hearing the causes and consequences, the ministers did not have any explicit suspicions because many of the details in Emperor Baize's story were not improvised. For example, it is true that His Majesty's fondness for wine is due to a certain deceased person. This has been verified over the years of being together. The divine ability, burning love, is also only able to come out of the world when one is moved by love and realizes the Tao of love. It is also true that His Majesty initially awakened his bloodline, as well as comprehended his divine abilities, in the heavenly wine city, during that beast tide. Seeing that the many old ministers did not become suspicious, Emperor Baize's heart sank. The reason for the emotion was solely because of the things he said, all of which were true, including the woman. The height of a lie is to tell the truth about every statement, sentence for sentence, but combined together it becomes one big lie. The liar tells part of the truth and then substitutes the part for the whole truth, ultimately achieving the goal of concealing the truth. That woman was no other than the Spirit Queen herself. The Spirit Queen disguised herself as a human woman and approached the Spirit Emperor. It was also true that she had been half-chewed, but the White Zephyr Emperor did not say that she was dead. Rather, the ministers were preoccupied with the idea that nibbling on half equaled death. It was also true that Emperor Baizé did not know that the human woman was the spirit empress at that time, and only discovered her true identity when she was seriously injured. As for that golden crow embryo, it was none other than Fujianer. At that time, because the spirit queen was too severely damaged, he had no choice but to sacrifice a secret method to strip the embryo. In fact, the spirit queen did not conceive Fujianer for 100 years. The real situation was that Fujianer had been warmed up on the Fusang tree for more than 1,000 years, and only returned to the spirit queen's womb after completing her warmth. The existence of those who know about it is extremely small. After the ministers had finished consuming, an old minister dwelt for a long time and spoke again. Emperor, it is not that we are suspicious, but this is a matter of great importance to us. At those words, Emperor Baizé directly raised his hand to interrupt. With my spirit beast roots and immortal ancient bloodline, I swear to the heavens that what I have just said is true in every word, and if there is the slightest bit of falsehood, my god form will be destroyed. Hearing Emperor Baizé's oath, the faces of the ministers changed wildly. White Zephyr was an innate spirit beast. His talent tended to be auspicious and avoided evil, and he was highly dependent on the heavenly Tao. His heavenly Tao oath was more binding than the others. Upon hearing this, that old minister hastened to salute and said in fear, Emperor Atonement, I did not have the intention of forcing Emperor. The rest of the ministers saw this and opened their mouths to persuade each other. Emperor, why would you do that? In the face of the apologies from the ministers, Emperor Baizé only smiled faintly before helping that old minister up. The spirit emperor's heir involves a great deal of importance, and as we have all been colleagues for many years, all for the sake of His Majesty, I can understand the feelings of all of you. Besides, all I have said is the truth, and it's not like I'm going to be revolted by the oath, so you all don't have to be like this. At this point, the name of the food wine is settled, and that's where the questioning ends. Because the hall of the ancient spiritual beasts, the three tribes are respected among the White Zephyr Emperor, the teacher of the saints, to the end of the divine form, swore to the heavenly Tao, and this exact news will, before long, spread like a plague throughout the world. Meanwhile, the Spirit Emperor Hall. The conversation between the Spirit Emperor and the teenager has also begun. Looking at the somewhat restrained teenager not far away, the Spirit Emperor sighed helplessly. The boy didn't realize that he was connected by his mind, and everything the teenager had just constructed in his mind was, in the end, nothing more than a fantasy in his mind. As for why the Spirit Emperor was angry, it was solely because he knew very well that that child had the hope of turning that fantasy into reality. In his own daughter's attitude, he could detect ignorant affection. Teenage girls are at the age of love, the same as he and his wife were at the time. That teenager is qualified enough in both identity and talent. There were some things that he couldn't stop, and he couldn't stop them, because they were the unique gentleness that belonged to the red dust. But, as a father, he can do so much more. At this moment, the eyes he looked at the teenager had taken on a slightly different attitude. Thinking for a moment, the Spirit Emperor pressed his hand towards the teenager. Boy, come here. At those words, Wang Xianxian slowly stepped away from his somewhat stiff feet. For some reason, his heart was inexplicably nervous when he saw the Spirit Emperor. When the teenager came to his side, the Spirit Emperor began to seriously scrutinize this young immortal who had come out of nowhere, and Wang Xianxian had similarly observed the legendary leader up close. His eyes were like the great sun, and Wang Xianxian was able to feel that his sanity actually became a bit trance-like the moment he touched his gaze. After a long period of silence, the Spirit Emperor spoke softly. Little one, it looks like you have a lot to say and want to tell me. The spring-like voice made the teenager's nervousness dissipate a bit. Looking at the teenager's calloused expression, the Spirit Emperor gently patted his shoulder. This is not the place for this discussion. Follow me. Spirit Emperor Palace, Peach Forest. Being in the endless peach forest, it is as if you have entered the heaven on earth, with the fragrance of flowers and the shadow of peaches. The petals of the peach blossoms were like rain, constantly falling on the Spirit Emperor's body, and the Spirit Emperor's peach-colored hair color is also perfectly integrated with this peach forest, just like that peach blossom fairy. Looking at walking ahead, that Spirit Emperor's broad back, Wang Xianxian suddenly rose some sadness, as if he had sensed the teenager's change in mood. The Spirit Emperor smiled gently. My wife, in particular, loves peach blossoms, and all the peach trees here were cultivated by her. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian's mind floated back to the dignified and skillful figure. Spirit Queen, Emperor Yu Yan. That's the legendary woman written in the history books. However, I don't really like peach blossoms. The Spirit Emperor seemed to be thinking of something sad, and his smile turned a bit dim, because peach blossoms are pink, and I hate the color pink, just like my hair color in general. The teenager didn't speak, but listened in silence. In the historical context of the time, my birth was an absolute taboo. Because of my hair color, it has caused me much suffering. That's why I hate the color pink. To me it's a symbol of my bad luck. In some ways, I'm a lot like you. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian reacted to what exactly the other party meant by saying these words. This elder is encouraging himself. I see sadness in your eyes, and I know exactly what kind of sadness that is. From the day we lose our closest relatives, we are bound by our thoughts. Love is beautiful, but it's also cruel. The Spirit Emperor opened his palm and caught a falling peach blossom. I hate the color pink, but my wife loves it, and she told me that the only reason she likes it is because of my hair color. That was also the day I started trying to embrace my hair color. Despite my ascension to the throne and the gradual healing of past wounds along with my great strength, I have never been able to even mention my fondness for the color pink. Back then, in my backyard garden, there was only one peach tree. 17 days after she left me, I started planting peach trees, and by the time I looked back, the back garden was filled with them. The question my wife asked me most during her lifetime was, do you like peach blossoms? And I answered okay every time. My words don't fool her, and she knows I don't like peach blossoms. So once there was only that one peach tree here. The departure of a loved one is like a yoke, a heavy shackle that binds a person securely, and my yoke is this peach forest. Looking down at the teenager who had fallen into sadness, the Spirit Emperor smiled softly before placing his palms on the teenager's shoulders. Like you, I loathe shackles while relying on them, so don't rush. Feeling the warmth coming from his shoulders, Wang Xianxian's state of mind changed slightly, and that's when the father and son too walked to their destination. A huge peach tree growing on the edge of a cliff. There is a small pavilion below the peach tree. The pavilion was plain, with a few hairpins still lying quietly on the stone platform. On the pillars, there were also many cartoon stickers, and these, too, were glowing a light yellow color from time. Standing in the pavilion, Wang Xianxian was mesmerized by the scenery in front of him. This was the top of the Kunlun Mountains, but strangely enough, the view was not obscured by clouds. From here, it's possible to look down on the city below and the various odd buildings. The Spirit Emperor stood beside the teenager, looking at the scenery below, and spoke softly. How's the view? Wang Xianxian spoke honestly. It's shocking and beautiful. Hearing the teenager's words, the Spirit Emperor seemed to be amused. Ha ha ha, I was just like you when I first came here. But, the Spirit Emperor's voice lurched. I don't find the scenery here pretty now. With your current strength, you cannot see the world from here. Red dust is like the sea. Red dust is like smoke. Red dust. Hell. In my vision, I don't find these landscapes beautiful. Quite the opposite. I find them depressing. Here, I can see the human world. And even more so, I can see the sands and bodies, life and death. You and I are people bound by the departure of our loved ones. Besides us, there are countless others, like us, on the land of China. This country, China, is similarly heavily chained. The shackles of this nation are foreign devils, foreign beasts. Internal and external. Too many of our sons and daughters have left. In order to shatter the yoke of the state, the departure of our loved ones will continue to add to the shackles that are placed upon us. And if something doesn't change in this country, it will one day be weighed down by an untold number of shackles. The responsibility of the emperor is to carry the yoke of race and nation and lead his people to persevere. And all of us hold out for the waiting for the being who will cut off our chains, grant us freedom, and give us impunity. And that being, named Immortal, Wang Xianxian muttered. The Spirit Emperor patted the teenager's shoulder and gestured for him to sit down. Once the two were seated opposite each other, the Spirit Emperor asked the teenager a question. Child, do you know what kind of existence the human race really is? The Spirit Emperor's words caused the teenager to be a bit confused, but Wang Xianxian pondered. After a moment, Wang Xianxian, who could not get an answer, slowly shook his head. The Spirit Emperor was not surprised by this. And do you know what a demon is? The teenager thought for a moment, then opened his mouth to reply. Demons are existences that evolve when animals are tainted with aura and mutate. Upon hearing this, the Spirit Emperor shook his head slightly. That's an answer written in a history book. Not an answer I want, much less an answer for this world. Demons are a race that originally existed. Animals, however, are just degraded because demons lost their aura. Demons that have lost their aura, their bloodline degenerates before they become animals. Order of precedence reversed. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian's head seemed to explode. The Spirit Emperor's words told him again that auras had existed a long time ago. Not caring about the teenager's surprise, the Spirit Emperor continued to speak. Demons evolved from spirits. Demons are characterized by their ability to take human form and have two forms. Only spirits that can successfully take human form can be called demons. A demon that fails to take form is called a monster, which is where the word monster comes from. After speaking, the Spirit Emperor's gaze became deep. So, do you know, why do demons cultivate into human form? Without waiting for the teenager to reply, the Spirit Emperor continued to speak. The ancient book Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine has the saying that heaven is round and earth is square, and a person's head is round and feet are square. In order to respond to this, the sky has the sun and the moon, and man has 2 eyes, the earth has the 9 states, and man has 9 orifices. There are winds and rains in the heavens, and men's joys and wraths, there are thunder and lightning in the heavens, and men's voices. There are 4 seasons in heaven, and 4 limbs in man, there are 5 tones in heaven, and 5 Tibetans in man, there are 6 rhythms in heaven, and 6 mansions in man. There is a winter and a summer in the sky, and a man is hot and cold. There are 10 days in the sky, and 10 fingers on a man's hand. There are 12 eons, and a man has a foot and 10 fingers, a stem, and a pendant to answer for it. A woman has less than 2 sections to hold the human form. There is a yin and a yang in heaven, and there are couples in man. There are 365 days in the year, and 360 knots in the man. There are mountains in the earth, and men have shoulders and knees. There are deep valleys in the earth, and men have armpits and popliteal bones. The earth has 12 meridians and waters, and man has 12 meridians. The earth has springs and veins, and man has wei qi. The earth has grass and pennies, and man has millimeters. The heavens have day and night, and men lie down and rise. The heavens have columns of stars, and men have teeth. The earth has small mountains, and men have small knots. The earth has mountains and rocks, and men have high bones. The earth has forests and trees, and men have raised sinews. The earth has gatherings and euphoniums, and men have eye 1/2 fleshy 1/2. There are 12 months in the year and 12 seasons in the man. There are 4 seasons in which the earth does not produce grass, and there are people who have no children. This man corresponds to heaven and earth. Each of the Spirit Emperor's words added a shock to Wang Xianxian's heart. Human beings have a special connection to heaven and earth, and it is this specialness that makes the cultivation of beings in human form simple. Actually, humans are the same as demons. Both evolved from spirits. Then do you know what spirit is? Even though he didn't know the answer. At this time, Wang Xianxian clearly knew that he was about to touch the truth of the world. Spirit is the origin of all things, and aura is the breath that spirit emits. Everything in this world has a spirit, and aura is the prerequisite for all cultivation. The spirit race, on the other hand, is a race born from the fusion of human and demon bloodlines. The innate spirit race, a peculiar race that came from the bloodline mingling of the 2 evolved races of spirit, man, and demon, which allowed life to return to its roots. The Hotian spirit race is a race of people or demons who, through cultivation, fuse each other's essence blood to achieve an effect similar to that of the innate spirit race. A human melting demon blood and a demon melting human blood can both become Hotian spirit races. The reason why it should be called the spirit race is because the spirit race has more spirit characteristics than both the demon race and the human race. By virtue of spirit's characteristics, our sense of heaven and earth will be stronger, but at the cost of not being able to reproduce offspring in the same clan. Perhaps the spirit race was never allowed by heaven and earth in the first place. The spirit race is the link between the human race and the demon race, and is more like a child conceived by the parents of human and demon together. That's why the spirit clan can be trusted by both clans, because we won't betray either clan, but will instead choose checks and balances. This is also the fundamental reason why the Spirit Emperor of mine has more power than the remaining 2 emperors. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian finally reacted. It was no wonder that when it came to important matters of the country, the Spirit Emperor was basically the one to act on behalf of the country. No wonder the Spirit Emperor was able to quell the war between the 2 clans. So it is. After the teenager had digested the information, the Spirit Emperor nodded slightly and continued speaking. Only, this time, his voice took on a bit of gravity. Whether it's the human race, the demon race, or the spirit race, they're all races, and they all live within the constraints of the rules of the world. And there are 3 kinds of existences who transcend the rules, control them, and can even break them: gods, immortals, and demons. These 3 existences can be of any race, and they are all peak powerhouses of their respective races who have completed the leap of life. Let's talk about God first. There are innate and acquired gods, born in heaven and earth. The innate gods are immensely powerful. They are born to control the great Tao and are able to manipulate the great Tao to gather the authority of the gods to control the laws of the world's operation. Strictly speaking, the great sun Golden Crow does not belong to the category of demons, but is a genuine innate deity. But for some reason, the Golden Crow's divine path was broken. Hotian gods, the ingredients are a bit more complicated. You can't touch them yet. All you need to know is that all gods, except for the powerful innate gods, need to rely on God's authority to consolidate their power. God represents the sacred and the authoritative, whereas the immortal represents the free and the transcendent. Immortals are the same as the innate gods, their power stems from themselves, and powerful immortals live with the heavens, free from the world and without restraint. In the ancient times, all living beings, whether through their own cultivation or by obtaining some special chance, could become immortals. The sheer amount of information made it difficult for Wang Xianxian to digest, but he still grasped the key, the ancient period. So he immediately asked, "Your Majesty, you said that in the ancient times, any living being could become immortal, so that means there are many immortals?" "Yes," the Spirit Emperor replied calmly. "Then where did all those immortals go?" Wang Xianxian pursued. Hearing this, the Spirit Emperor let out a long sigh and his tone became heavy. "Disappeared." "Disappeared?" Wang Xianxian's expression was a bit stunned. "Where did it go?" "I can't fully answer this question for you, as I'm not sure yet either." The Spirit Emperor shook his head. "But over the years, we have also sought out clues to immortals, who are also reincarnated immortals just like you, but their memories of their past lives are fragmented, and most importantly, the immortal content in their bodies is minimal. I'm afraid those immortals we found, those immortals who once transcended heaven and earth, have fallen into an unknown number of reincarnations, and the culprit who caused them to end up like this, the probability is that it is the last type of transcendentalist. Magic, demon is synonymous with all evil, a being that brings destruction to the world. Any kind of living being can enter the devil's path, because every living being has a heart demon, regardless of whether one is a god, an immortal, a human being, a demon, a spirit, a monster, etc. One may go astray, or fall into the devil's way. It can even be done with a single thought. Speaking of this, the Spirit Emperor's expression became very grave. However, no matter how terrifying a demon is, it is only a symbol of the laws of checks and balances of heaven and earth. As the saying goes, the Tao is divided into yin and yang, and the same is true of heaven and earth. Immortal cultivators cut down the demons of the heart, cross the heavenly tribulation, and achieve supreme immortal fruits. The god refiner sacrifices his heart to the devil, ignites the divine fire, and acquires supreme authority. Devils, like gods and immortals, are special life forms that deserve to exist in this heaven and earth. Until he comes along, he took control of the demons and made them extraordinarily powerful, so powerful that they forced the gods and immortals to join forces. Not only that, but he also schemed to take the failed race of demonization, monster, and turn monster into a bloody and brutal machine of destruction. The gods and goddesses call a mutated demon a foreign demon, and a monster manipulated by a foreign demon a foreign beast. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian couldn't help but widen his eyes. People only know that the beasts are because of the descent of the heavenly gates, but the truth is that they are because of the foreign devils. The true identity of the Fae turned out to be monster. After a certain great battle, gods, immortals, and foreign devils all disappeared. No one knows what really happened in that war, because all the accounts have died out in time. 10,000 years ago, the heaven's gate was opened wide, and foreign beasts invaded the world, while at the same time, the traces of both gods and foreign devils began to become active. And yet, only the immortal, as if obliterated. Whenever an immortal descends into the world, it triggers a vision of heaven and earth, yet the reincarnations of these immortals are often thunderous. Except you. Facing the Spirit Emperor's gaze, Wang Xianxian slowly suppressed the shock in his heart. When did you find out? The Spirit Emperor smiled gently. A few months ago, after knowing that the immortal had fallen to the red dust, we activated special means to search for that reincarnated immortal. But before we could find him, you came out of nowhere in the high school. Talented Tao level. Future Emperor, it's hard not to associate such a display of talent with immortal fall red dust. Just now, I learned about your past from Siener's mouth. What surprises us is who you really are. Immortal of the red dust, born in the Wang clan, son of the 9 swords, son of the prophecy. What also surprises me is that you would be expelled from the Wang clan and saved by my daughter. More than that, I didn't expect you to become a spirit. Upon hearing this, the teenager slowly lowered his hand to his face before removing his mask. Looking at the teenager's true face, the Spirit Emperor was slightly emotional. He's 15 and still so young. Suppressing the emotions in his heart, the Spirit Emperor placed his gaze on the teenager's mask. After a moment of careful observation, the Spirit Emperor released a smile. So that's how it is. The deception mask. No wonder it's so similar. I didn't think I'd ever see this. Seeing that the teenager was a bit confused, the Spirit Emperor explained. At that time, I was being hunted by various forces because my identity was exposed, and in order to confuse my enemies, my friends made a number of masks which were all manufactured using me as a template. Once the masks were made, They were hidden from me to draw the attention of the enemy for me. It was a silly plan because with his abilities at that time, he couldn't create a masquerade that could camouflage the fluctuations in his spiritual energy. But, as silly as it was surprisingly useful, and I was able to take advantage of the chaos and escape that heavily regulated city. And the cost is their lives. Deceiving Heaven mask. The Spirit Emperor took the teenager's mask and gently stroked it, his expression a little sad. Obviously it's only a Xian grade quality, but it's named Deceiving Heaven. At the time I laughed playfully at him for it, and it wasn't until later that I realized that he made it with certain death in mind. It was his last masterpiece. Looking at the Spirit Emperor's nostalgic gaze, Wang Xianxian was somewhat silent. He didn't know just how many ups and downs a strong person had gone through growing up so far, not to mention how many shackles and expectations they carried on their bodies. That narcissist. If he knew that after a few thousand years, this mask would still be able to help me, he would probably fool around all night. The Spirit Emperor smiled softly. After laughing, the Spirit Emperor handed the mask to the teenager. My child, thank you for listening. The sight of the world is a bit of a nag in the end. I've finished my words, so begin. The teenager nodded slightly before letting out a deep breath and briefly organizing his words. Your Majesty, the ancestor of the Wine clan, the Sword Emperor, has been imprisoned. He thought that his words would shock the Spirit Emperor, but Wang Xianxian seemed to have underestimated the Spirit Emperor's intelligence. Seeing that the teenager was a bit surprised, the Spirit Emperor gently smiled. It seems you're a little surprised. Do you think I'm too calm? Wang Xianxian nodded in a daze. The Spirit Emperor's gaze seemed to have passed through time and space, and he didn't know where he was looking. This information. It's not hard to surmise that the disappearance of the Sword Emperor is nothing more than those kinds of situations. There's always some mental preparation. Then why don't you take measures? Wang Xianxian had some difficulty understanding. Because we are emperors. Emperors of a race? Emperors who carry the chi of the race, of the country. The Spirit Emperor said softly. The Lord of the race walks the path of chi, the path of faith, which is also considered the path of becoming a god. We are special existences birthed by our race's chi, the same as the latter-day gods who possess the priesthood. And while we gain great power, we are also bound by many rules. There's a lot we can do and a lot more we can't. You're too young for some things. It's not yet time for you to know. Go on with your intelligence. Upon hearing this, Wang Xianxian reorganized his language and continued speaking. Old Ancestor was invited by the Gun Emperor to travel to the ancient sea mysterious realm, and only after arriving did he realize that the Gun Emperor had been outlawed by a mysterious being. The Gun Emperor has joined forces with the 2 great emperors of Goguryeo, the 5 great emperors of Japan, the 7 great emperors of India, and the rest of the 13 great emperors that Old Ancestor can't distinguish, to surround Old Ancestor. The young man's voice was very soft, but it fell in the Spirit Emperor's heart like a shocking hammer. The Spirit Emperor's face was a bit ugly after knowing about the Sword Emperor's experience and understanding that the disguised Sword Emperor was about to return. Although he had guessed that the situation wouldn't be too good, he didn't expect it to be this bad. No wonder you insisted on beheading that Sword Emperor's extra-dimensional incarnation. The Spirit Emperor was more than a little fearful. In that case, during the time when the Emperor Hall was out of control, he was trying to behead you. Wang Xianxian nodded heavily. His power is so strong that he was able to take control of the Imperial Palace in the end. The Spirit Emperor's face became increasingly ugly. Did you just say that he can manipulate the Imperial Palace for 30 seconds? Yes, Wang Xianxian affirmed. 30 seconds? That means, the Spirit Emperor was a little lost in thought. At least 9 human great emperors fell. The Spirit Emperor's words caused Wang Xianxian to feel incredibly shocked. 9 human great emperors? What kind of concept is this? There were only 36 great emperors in China in the last 10,000 years. Moreover, the Spirit Emperor used at least. That said, the real situation could be even worse. Thinking of this, Wang Xianxian hurriedly opened his mouth. Your Majesty the Spirit Emperor, then is there any way we can find out those disguised great emperors? At those words, the Spirit Emperor shook his head slightly. It can't be helped. His disguise is perfect, and we've been trying for years to find a way to recognize him. Thinking of his old ancestor, Wang Xianxian clenched his fists. Then at the very least, we know that the Gun Emperor is in disguise. Can't we? As if guessing what the teenager wanted to say, the Spirit Emperor shook his head. We can't do that. Not until we can find all the disguised great emperors. Why? Wang Xianxian said unwillingly. Because the great emperors likewise carry the chi of their clans. Not only that, they are the cornerstone of Huaxia, and an important pillar of the Huaxia Xinhua Grand Formation, the Spirit Emperor explained. What's more, they control the great Tao in their hands and the souls of the great emperors. Seeing the teenager's face showing reluctance, the Spirit Emperor patted his shoulder. I remember when you young people get together. You play a game called Werewolf. Have you ever played it? Wang Xianxian nodded. When the class organized extracurricular activities before, I played a few times. Then you should also probably understand the rules of the game. The Spirit Emperor waved with his hand and a special chessboard appeared in the air. Werewolf killing is divided into the good guy camp and the werewolf camp. Among them, in the good guy camp, there are a few more good guys with special skills. The werewolf camp would disguise themselves as the good guys and then kill them at night. And they won by killing all the normal good guys, or killing all the good guys with special skills. And the win condition for the good guy lineup is to find all the werewolves and vote them out of the game during the day. When you played werewolf and were the good guy, what did you find the hardest part of the game? The Spirit Emperor asked. Faced with the inquiry, Wang Xianxian pondered for a moment. Trust, getting good people to trust themselves, and figuring out how to find werewolves in disguise and convincing people to weed them out, as well as distinguishing between true and false prophecies. Suddenly, Wang Xianxian paused. At that moment, the Spirit Emperor laughed out. Looks like you've got it. There's always a beginning when a werewolf kills to find a werewolf. And that beginning comes from a good man with a special skill, the prophet. And in reality, no such thing exists. The game will consider the balance of good guys and werewolves, but reality won't. Realistic werewolves do more than just kill the good guys. They replace the good guys and turn them into their camp. In reality, the good guys can't misjudge any werewolf because the good guys can't afford the relative consequences. He is like a werewolf. Wasia is like a village targeted by a werewolf, and the Great Emperor is like an ordinary villager. We three kings, on the other hand, are the heads of our villages, and know of the existence of werewolves, and will not be attacked by them, nor will we be able to tell them apart. The reality is that the good guys aren't even aware of the existence of werewolves, and the only ones who know of their existence are us, the three emperors. We would rather the Great Emperor be replaced than to strike out against him hastily, because we know that the replaced Great Emperor is still safe. But if we misjudge, it would be difficult for us to bear. We can't spare any of the bad guys, and we can't wrongly kill any of the good guys. You've played the game, and you'll find that there will be wolves who speak for the good guys, and there will be good guys who defend the wolves. True, false, 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 suspicious, doubtful. It's precisely for this reason that we didn't inform the Great Emperor of the information about him. Because the heart of suspicion would have been his most powerful weapon in separating Huaxia. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian frowned. So we're just going to leave him alone? Of course not. The Spirit Emperor pointed at the teenager and laughed softly. Because the son of prophecy, the one we all waited for, prophet, appeared. Son of prophecy? Wang Xianxian looked at the direction of the Spirit Emperor's finger and was a bit dumbfounded. Me? Yes. The Spirit Emperor nodded gently. Regarding the prophecy, now is not the time for you to know. But, without a doubt, you possess the ability to see through his disguises. Because, you're immortal. The Spirit Emperor's eyes gleamed. His disguises are extremely profound, and they can disguise themselves with the help of the great Tao, as well as faith. We emperors walk all along the path of faith and cannot see through his disguise. And the latter-day gods walk the path of the way, dependence and authority, and it is likewise impossible to see through his disguise. When you were in the Imperial Palace a few hours ago, the essence of why I couldn't detect the mutation inside was because he manipulated the lingering spirit. And while the spirit of the Lingxiao is somehow a vessel that carries the power of faith, the Imperial Palace is even the remains of the Lingxiao Treasure Palace, the centerpiece of the gods' rule over the world. Faith, that is, the blind spot in the vision of our three race emperors who have stepped into the way of faith. The so-called lights out. That's what it is. And you're not like us, or God. You're immortal. Immortals cultivate themselves. You can control the great Tao and draw on faith. But you don't rely on the great Tao. You don't rely on faith. You only rely on yourselves. So you can easily discover him who is hidden in the way. In the faith. Of course, right now you are not strong enough to detect his disguise. After listening to the explanation, Wang Xianxian finally understood why that projection wanted to decapitate himself even at the expense of exposure. Thinking of all the things he had experienced, Wang Xianxian finally asked the question that had been plaguing his heart for a long time. What the hell is he? Pagan demons? Facing the teenager's inquiry, the Spirit Emperor shook his head. The foreign demons are just demons that he has transformed, and his true identity is unknown to us. It is only known that he is related to the legend, that great being. He is the origin of our Chinese mythology, the legendary creator, the one who opened up the heavens and the earth, Pangu. These are also just the information we unearthed while exploring the forbidden ruins. More truths may only be discovered in the more distant future. After listening to the Spirit Emperor finish his narration, for some reason, Wang Xianxian's heart suddenly became calmer. He looked up at the Spirit Emperor and calmly asked, Your Majesty, if my identity is known to him, will he make a move against me? Hearing this, The Spirit Emperor seemed to have remembered something and laughed contemptuously. Of course they would, but he wouldn't dare do it in the open. Speaking here, the Spirit Emperor was as angry as a rainbow. Not because of your gift, not because of fear of the law of the land, and not because of his fear of exposure. Rather, it is because, now, you are no longer that Wang outcast. You are Food Wine, the Golden Crow Spirit Clan, the Kunlun Food Clan, and the son of Spirit Emperor Food Heaven. Not the Cloud of Clouds, but the food of Kunlun, the food of the food sky. To put it more bluntly, from now on, I am your father, and you, my child, are the new Golden Crow, the highness of the Kunlun Mountains. 4 more tomorrow. Good night. Father's decisive words were like a heart strengthener, giving the teenager an extra measure of peace of mind. So, Your Majesty, what should I do next? You don't need to think about anything right now. The Spirit Emperor smiled amiably. You only need to focus on becoming stronger. You're just a kid, and kids should do what kids should do, like enjoy your youth, traveling, taking a break, playing games. It's all fine. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian's heart beat wildly. Your Majesty, are you that hard-headed that you're so relaxed in the midst of a national crisis? Although he was madly spitting in his heart, Wang Xianxian didn't dare to say it after all, and he could only politely and weakly ask, will it be unsafe for me to go out and play? And will he do it to me in secret? At those words, the Spirit Emperor raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, it seems that you don't understand the gold content of the Spirit Emperor's son. No one can kill you in this land because you are the Golden Crow. Later I will take some of your essence blood and place it on the Fusang tree. As long as you die within the boundaries of China, you can be resurrected under the Fusang tree. What? For a moment, question marks filled the teenager's heart. Resurrection. Resurrection. Looking at the teenager's dumbfounded expression, the Spirit Emperor chuckled a little. The Golden Crow talent is already capable of nirvana rebirth. Plus the Golden Crow has been bound to the Chinese Qi, becoming the clan of the Jinghua, with the dual shelter of national fortune and talent. As long as you are falling within the boundaries of Huaxia, you can be resurrected under the Fusang tree, whether by physical death or spiritual annihilation. For the Great Sun Golden Crow to become a Chinese totem is far more powerful than you think. Also, don't think that letting you play is not doing your job. On the contrary, it's for your own good. With your identity and talent, no one will question your future heights. And with hatred in your heart, you won't give up your quest for power. Your biggest problem right now is your state of mind. Learn to suppress your hatred. What he is best at is attacking the heart. Be careful with that. If even you become demonized, that would be the biggest disaster for Huaxia. Suddenly, the Spirit Emperor seemed to have thought of something, and his tone was no longer so relaxed. However, you have to pay attention to the fact that within the territory of China, those secret realms that are not controlled by the state do not belong to the territory of China. And there are also some special places that likewise do not belong to the territory of China. Getting shipwrecked in a place like that can be a big problem, and I'm afraid the enemy will target that. So be careful. In addition, resurrection is not without cost. You are now weak. The cost of resurrection as well as the time required will be very little. If you are strong later, you should fight for your life. The stronger you are, the more costly resurrection will be required, and the more qi will be consumed. After hearing the Spirit Emperor's emphasis, Wang Xianxian nodded seriously. Just as the Spirit Emperor was about to explain other matters, the peach blossoms around him suddenly began to sway as if they had been attacked by a gale. At the same time, a dull voice came in from outside the peach garden. Your Majesty, His Majesty the Human Emperor has sent an oracle. Speak. The Spirit Emperor spoke calmly. Yes, the voice continued. His Majesty the Human Emperor said that he has smoothed over the great emperor of the human race, and as a price, he wants Cloud Wine to be grounded in the Kunlun Mountains for 3 years, and forbids Cloud Wine from appearing in the public eye. After listening, the Spirit Emperor spoke flatly. I am already aware of this. In addition, convey for me that Cloud Wine definitely won't bother them these 3 years, so that they can properly collect their chi luck. Yes, the mysterious voice replied. Hearing the two conversing, Wang Xianxian lowered his head slightly. Your Majesty, am I causing you trouble? The Spirit Emperor raised an eyebrow. It's not like there's any major trouble. It's just that group of human great emperors took the opportunity to extort a fortune. After hearing this, Wang Xianxian's hands clenched unconsciously. Guilt slowly welled up. Seeing the teenager's somewhat cautious appearance, the Spirit Emperor smiled gently. It's not your fault. No need to have too much mental baggage. Always remember who you are. You are the son of prophecy, the salvation of the world. You are an immortal, our hope. Your name is Food Wine and you are my child. What if it is 100 or 1,000? Let alone one extortion? Our family has money, so keep your head up and your chest out. The warm voice, like a spring breeze, made the teenager raise his head and straighten his spine. That's more like it, the Spirit Emperor encouraged. Your Majesty, regarding my identity, will the world really believe it? Wang Xianxian was curious. The Spirit Emperor gently shook his head. There are definitely people who question that your identity cannot stand up to scrutiny. I'm afraid Wang already knows my true identity. Wang Xianxian seemed to have remembered something. At least Wang Beichen already knows my true identity. Upon hearing this, the Spirit Emperor smiled contemptuously. So what if they know? So what if they don't know? If they dare to make a move, then they will have to bear the consequences. Although after a while, when the world reacts, they will all start to have doubts about your identity. But we have already played our part, and your identity has been made. Before the Spirit Emperor could finish his words, the peach blossoms began to sway wildly again. At the same time, the mysterious voice swept through the peach forest once again. Your Majesty, the White Zephyr Emperor has sent a message, saying that he has apologized for your Majesty's trust by exposing the experiences and secrets you once had. Question mark 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 question mark. Secrets? What secret? The Spirit Emperor was a bit confused. When he had suppressed his inner doubts, he asked outside the peach forest. What happened? Reporting back to your Majesty. An incense stick ago, Emperor Baizhe made a heavenly Dao oath. Not waiting for the Spirit Emperor to pursue the question, the mysterious voice continued. Emperor Baizhe has already written the circumstances of the matter in his letter, and he said that you will understand after reading it. Present it, the Spirit Emperor said. Mysterious voice, yes. Immediately afterward, the peach blossoms were flying, and the petals were wrapped in an envelope like the wind, slowly flying over. Receiving the envelope, the Spirit Emperor directly opened it and read it. At first, the Spirit Emperor's expression was flat, then the Spirit Emperor was a bit stunned, and finally the Spirit Emperor cried and laughed. After reading it, the Spirit Emperor directly lit the letter on fire. When it burned out, the Spirit Emperor smiled helplessly. Teacher, you've really done me a favor. Shaking his head helplessly, the Spirit Emperor looked at the teenager with some relief. Now I'm going to take back that statement I just made, and from now on the world will no longer question who you are. Ha! Wang Xianxian was a bit puzzled. Why? Because my teacher, the White Zephyr Emperor, deceived the world with his words, and he swore an oath to the heavenly Tao, and his oath became the strongest proof of the father-son relationship between you and me. The Spirit Emperor shook his head and laughed softly. That is to say, except for a few people, no one will question our father-son relationship anymore. Upon hearing this, Wang Xianxian felt somewhat incredulous. He wasn't sure exactly what had happened, but it seemed like something extraordinary had happened. But anyway, he seems to be really. It's become the son of His Majesty the Spirit Emperor. Suddenly, Wang Xianxian thought of something, so much so that his breathing stopped abruptly. That means that your highness is now mine, sister? It was as if his memory was pulled back to the summer a year ago, when he and Zhao Hu were walking together on the way out of school that evening. Brother Xian, do you know what sister control is? Zhao Hu said excitedly. Not available? Wang Xianxian felt very strange. Not available means not available. Hearing this, Zhao Hu looked at Wang Xianxian like he was looking at a monster. It's true. Men with no recreational life are just horrible. I say Brother Xian, can you not fill your mind with studying and practicing martial arts? You need to know how to combine work and rest. Sorry, Wang Xianxian scratched his head, but I'm not really interested in those. Forget it, I'd better not sell it. Zhao Hu waved his hand in a bored manner. Sister control refers to the complex of being passionate about a sister character, or a person who possesses such a complex. Ah, Wang Xianxian was surprised. But isn't that incest? Won't the elders in the family break their legs? He. You don't understand this, do you? Zhao Hu smiled anew. There's a wide range of sister characters. A blood sister is against the law, so we can control a bloodless sister. Like what righteous sister ah? God's sister ah? Neighbor's sister ah? Looking at Zhao Hu's demented smile, Wang Xianxian couldn't help but physically shiver. Forget it, I don't seem to have much interest in these. At those words, Zhao Hu snorted coldly. Ungrateful guy. Sisterhood is the cutest existence in the world. No one can escape sisterhood. One day, you'll realize how much a sister really smells. When the time comes, you'll be on top of it even at the risk of having your elders break your legs. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian spread his hands. Being in love with my sister and all that is just not possible for me. Oh, Zhao Hu coldly laughed and said, young man, but also do not say so full. Be careful later rice really fragrant. To this, Wang Xianxian expressed indifference. I remember that Liu seems to be a few months younger than you, and it just so happens that she is also the neighbor's sister. You won't be. What is who? Who? Nonsense. Zhao Hu was on fire. I like her, cold as an ice cellar. Boring as hell. That fist, that iron head. I can throw up for 3 days when she calls me brother. Zhao Wu strangled Wang Xianxian's neck, and his complaining words kept ringing in Wang Xianxian's ears. Wang Xianxian laughed cheerfully. Young man, still don't say so full. Be careful if the meal really smells good later. Go to hell, Zhao Hu yelled. On the sunset-stained street, the shadows of 2 teenagers heckling were stretched long. Long? Remember what? The Spirit Emperor's words quickly brought Wang Xian back to the real world from his memories. Looking at His Majesty the Spirit Emperor's concerned gaze, Wang Xianxian couldn't help but recall Zhao Wu's words. One day, you'll realize just how fragrant your sister really is, and when that happens, even if you risk getting your legs broken by your elders, you'll still be on top of it. For a moment, Wang Xianxian unexpectedly did not dare to look directly at the Spirit Emperor's gaze. Seeing that the teenager's eyes were somewhat evasive, the Spirit Emperor's heart inexplicably felt a sense of crisis. This kid, something is not right. Feeling the scrutinizing gaze of His Majesty the Spirit Emperor that seemed to penetrate his soul, Wang Xianxian was sitting upright and sweating, seemingly unable to carry the pressure of His Majesty the Spirit Emperor's gaze. Wang Xianxian withstood his gaze and stiffly changed the topic. Your Majesty, if His Majesty the Human Emperor makes me grounded, am I not allowed to go down the mountain? The Spirit Emperor didn't answer right away, but instead stared at the teenager with his shining sun-like eyes in death. Like an enemy, after a long time, the burning gaze finally left the teenager with a cold sweaty head. The Spirit Emperor didn't speak in a good mood. How could there be such a stupid bastard like you? It's cloud wine that's grounded. What's it got to do with you? Wang Xianxian? Hearing this, Wang Xianxian was dumbfounded. The corners of the Spirit Emperor's mouth twitched even more when he saw this. Why is your kid so honest? Now the whole world knows that Yun Wine is my child. Even if those who know the inside story talk out of their asses, no one will believe that Wang Xianxian and Yun Wine are one and the same person. Don't have too many worries. It's just that I can hold the sky for you even if you boys break it. The Spirit Emperor waved his hand in incomparable disgust. So, when you're done with your work, hurry back, travel or take revenge. Do something that makes you smooth and your thoughts clear. Suddenly, the Spirit Emperor seemed to have remembered something, and his voice took on a bit of cunning. I want to apologize to you about the Golden Crow's blood. The spirit race of the Great Sun Golden Crow lineage is not born so simply. If you didn't have a special identity and hastily refined blood without the intervention of the Spirit Emperor Hall, I'm afraid you would have already fallen. That child Sienner's heart is good, but she clearly misjudged the speed of your strength increase. Whether as a father or a Spirit Emperor, I am responsible for this. As for the food Sienner girl, she has made a monstrous mistake. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian couldn't sit up at once. He stood up violently and said in a panicked tone, Your Highness is not to blame for this. It's me. The Spirit Emperor quickly waved his hand to interrupt. Alright, this has already come to fruition. As a punishment, I'll have her accompany you back to Skywine City, okay? At those words, the teenager's expression, which was still somewhat anxious just now, instantly changed, as if it had turned into a flower blooming in spring. It can be said that suddenly the spring breeze comes, thousands of trees and thousands of pear blossoms. The smile is so big and natural. Good downright arrow. The teenager's word good plummeted in pitch and weakened in volume. This was because he had already seen the corners of the Spirit Emperor's frantically twitching mouth and his gradually grimacing expression. Thief boy, you finally revealed yourself. Good for what? The Spirit Emperor Nuclear Good laughed. The Spirit Emperor's voice that sounded like it came from the depths of hell caused Wang Xianxian to break out in a cold sweat. The teenager's survival instincts began to warn him frantically, and his brain began to go into overdrive in the midst of a life and death crisis. In order to avoid that sharp gaze, the teenager slightly lowered his head and stammered. Good. Doesn't seem to be working. At those words, the Spirit Emperor put his arm around the teenager's neck and revealed a nuclear good smile. Kid, I've heard of the valor of a group of self-proclaimed sister controllers circulating among your youth, and I wonder if you've heard of them? No. Wang Xianxian's eyes wildly dodged. Sister control. Whatever. Illegal, right? Then who knows? The Spirit Emperor's arm gradually increased in strength. After all, there's always someone who's a fool for challenging windmills, isn't there? Earlier in the Qingqiu clan, there was a brat who dared to hit on my baby and threatened to wait for my little cutie to grow up and marry her. And then guess what happened to him? Wang Xianxian pulled out a smile with difficulty. How is it? That brat was thrown into the secret realm to train for 10 years by me under the name of owing training. The Spirit Emperor's smile grew more and more dangerous. Although that brat was only 8 years old when he first said that, and it was just childish talk. But I love my juniors that much after all. It makes sense to help him step up and strengthen his training to become a competent man, doesn't it? Hop. Reasonable. Wang Xianxian chilled his hair. Seeing that the deterrent was already in place, The Spirit Emperor continued to ask. Then you must be a good, normal, law-abiding, public order-following and healthy-minded brother, right? It will, won't it? In the face of the Spirit Emperor's deadly question, endless fear rose within the teenager. Just as he was about to give in, he suddenly remembered the voice of His Highness and his mother's last wish. For some reason, monstrous courage surged through the teenager's mind like an endless whine. So he shouted, not necessarily. Question mark. The grinning and smug Spirit Emperor was petrified when he heard these words. Not necessarily. His Majesty, the Honorable Spirit Emperor, had eyes as wide as cowbells. The teenager's newly risen courage evaporated because of the devilish look in his eyes. Both father and son's bodies began to tremble slightly. It's just that one is scared and one is angry. The breeze blew, lifting the peach blossoms in the sky. For some reason, memories buried in his heart for a long time crossed the Spirit Emperor's mind. Asshole, that's your fucking sister. Blood is thicker than water. Tables, that fucking doesn't work either. Grandpa, with all due respect, a sister is meant to be loved. So you little brat hurt her to the marriage license. Love is love, as long as there is love. So what if it's a cousin? You can beat me to death if you can. Even rabbits don't eat grass by the side of the nest. You home-stealing buried thing, give me death. Looking at the trembling teenager, the Spirit Emperor was suddenly overwhelmed with emotion. There was a time when I was as brave as you are. Once upon a time I was a teenager and knew that kind of adoration. There was a time when I, too, confronted my family because of the love in my heart. Wang Xianxian, who had just been feeling regret because of his upturned head, heard these words as if he had seen his salvation. Fortunately, your Majesty has the world in mind. Is this fatherly tolerance? But before Wang Xianxian could continue to be moved, huge and incomparable hands grabbed his shoulders like iron pincers. The intense pain coming from his shoulder didn't dare Wang Xian to make the slightest movement, because a face from purgatory appeared in front of him, and the other party exhaled hot air like a flame, burning his face. Kid, I admire your courage. Don't be afraid. That's how I faced my grandfather back in the day. The teenager weakly asked. Is it bad? It's just a walk in the park, laughed the Spirit Emperor. Nuclear goodness. Don't be afraid. It'll be over soon. Same as it was for me. Walking in. 10 minutes later. Looking at the teenager with a bruised nose, the Spirit Emperor was in an incomparably happy mood. Don't think I'm holding a personal vendetta. We're all taught that way in the Golden Crow. The old beating the young. This is our traditional custom. And theoretically, this will help the awakening of our Golden Crow bloodline. It's more likely to enhance the bond between each other. Look, a walk down the street. What's the difference between us and a real father and son? The head-cornered teenager forced himself to endure the pain in his body and looked grudgingly at His Majesty, the Spirit Emperor, who had snubbed him. But one thing is for sure, after a beating, getting along really isn't so anticlimactic. When the teenager faced the Spirit Emperor, he was finally a little less restrained and a little more juvenile in nature. So Wang Xianxian bravely opened his mouth. Then will you still allow His Highness to accompany me to the Celestial Wine Market? Upon hearing these words, the Spirit Emperor, who was originally in a comfortable mood, froze in his smile, once again suppressing his desire to violently beat up the teenager. The Spirit Emperor waved his right hand and an altar of wine appeared on the stone table. As a Spirit Emperor, it's natural to be true to one's word. This jar of wine is from my private stash. It's the Wine Emperor's masterpiece, named Peach Fairy Drunk. Speaking of this, the Spirit Emperor laughed evilly. As you can tell by the name, it's a fierce drink. I've seen your boy fight too, and know you're a good drinker. The Spirit Emperor waved his right hand again. The wine altar opened, and the entire peach forest was filled with a rich fragrance of wine. This jar of wine totals 50 pounds, and I won't bully you. 1 or 2. You drink 1 or 2. After 1 or 2, as long as you don't get drunk, you can take your smart, cute, beautiful, and pretty sister back to the heavenly wine city. Oh, on the contrary, if you boys get drunk, you won't see her for the next 3 years. Ah ha 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 ha. The Spirit Emperor laughed openly. At this moment, he was like a drunken mongrel without the slightest bit of majesty. Thief boy. Afraid of it. Afraid of their own. Honestly, back to the sky wine. That way, these 3 years you are lucky, perhaps there is a chance to see her. Goo-doo. Goo-doo. The sound of booze ringing in his ears caused the Spirit Emperor's words to come to an abrupt end. At the same time, his expression froze. Bang! The teenager slammed the wine altar heavily onto the stone table, then wiped the corners of his mouth with his sleeve. Your Majesty, I've finished my drink. May I go to His Highness now? Question mark. As if he had lost his soul, the Tang Spirit Emperor's movements were dull as he picked up his wine altar. then slowly turned it over face down. Not a drop left. Dumbfounded, he stuck his head into the wine jar like a walking corpse and checked it out a second time. After confirming that not a drop of the wine was really gone, he looked at the teenager in front of him in confusion. At this moment, the bruises on the teenager's face were dissipating at an incredible speed. When the bruise completely dissipated, it revealed a face full of pride. The spirit emperor dully held the wine altar, his mouth slightly open, before he turned the wine altar mouth down and poured it once again. Pour out a lonesome. He once again looked at the teenager beside him, whose expression grew rampant. After accepting the reality, the Tang spirit emperor's chest ached. Then there was a growl of heartache to the core. My wine. Learning that he was in trouble, Wang Xianxian pulled his legs out and ran. He failed. After an incense burner, the teenager who had recovered his nose and face, looked grudgingly at the spirit emperor who was holding the wine altar with a face full of heartache, and complained in a slurred voice. You, Sofa, don't, bolster hair. At those words, the corners of the spirit emperor's mouth twitched furiously. You little loser, do you know what kind of wine this is? This is the spirit wine above the 9th grade. Even the wine emperor can't ensure the yield. This jar of wine has been treasured by the laborer for 300 years, and every time I only spare a drink or two. Were you a wine jar fairy in your last life? Enlightened? So capable of drinking? Hearing this, Wang Xianxian was aggrieved. It seems, you, let the nest. Drink, you, bully, people. Suddenly, the spirit emperor thought of something, and he looked at Wang Xianxian with a face full of shock. The grade of this wine is above the 9th grade. Why is it that your kid drank so much and nothing happened to him at all? How did you carry such powerful energy? Forget it, I don't want to know right now. The spirit emperor pointed angrily ahead with his left hand. Follow this path and you'll be able to get out. After you go out, you find someone outside to take you to the demon emperor hall. And after you leave your essence blood under the Fusang tree, you can roll back to heavenly wine. Receiving instructions, Wang Xianxian was overjoyed and hurriedly ran forward along this path. 3 minutes later, the teenager trotted all the way back again, then cautiously asked, Your Majesty, then Your Highness, hard. The spirit emperor's fists are hard. A promise is a promise. I'm willing to gamble to lose. The spirit emperor gritted his teeth. So now, immediately disappear from my presence. Looking at the teenagers fleeing back, the spirit emperor was outraged. Lost a bet, lost the wine. More importantly, the girl is going to be abducted by him. The spirit emperor looked at the empty wine altar and was overcome with sadness. Because of his anger, his body trembled uncontrollably. The tsunami-like terrifying aura lifted off the peach blossoms everywhere. A coat of pink hair also kept fluttering in the air with the wind pressure, just like a spiteful demon returning from hell. Adverse sun, you wait for your labor. Kunlun Mountain. The teenager walked down the mountain road, the stunning scenery below the mountain no longer capturing his attention. The breeze blew through, ruffling the tresses of the teenager's hair. The spirit wine that he had just drunk had a strange collision with the teenager's emotions. As time passed, the teenager's excitement and anticipation gradually turned into nervousness and panic. That dusk, that bracelet, that drop of essence, that bestowal. He had many things he wanted to tell her. So many, he didn't know what he should say. He had thought he would be afraid. I'm afraid that because of the essence blood, because of my own affairs, I'll involve His Highness. I'm afraid His Highness will blame me for it. But for some reason, fear was in his mind. Fleetingly, maybe it's the fact that the teen knows deep down that she won't. Or maybe it's the teen's confidence these days. 10 minutes later, under the guidance of the guide, Wang Xianxian arrived at the Demon Emperor Hall. This lofty palace belonging to the Demon Emperor was equally mysterious and solemn as the Spirit Emperor Hall. However, the fabulous building did not catch the teenager's eye. At this moment, the teenager's attention was all focused on the young girl standing in a dignified manner on the square outside the temple. Red gold long skirt, Yinxia brocade pasted, 9 albums 4 phoenix crown, the first new hair, 6 fans bow temples above the phoenix pattern flow, beads drop crystal, light glittering, pink hair shimmered softly and picturesquely in the sunlight. See, the teenager turned toward the young girl and took a big step forward. Finally, see, the teenager stopped in his tracks, his breathing tightening, and then just stared blankly at the stunning face in front of him. A few moments later, the teenager makes a fist with his left hand and places it in front of his chest, then slowly bends his right leg and kneels down on one knee, making a fist with his right hand, with the face of his right fist touching the ground. Finally, the teenager slowly hung his head. The young girl didn't stop the teenager's movements as she heard, and the generals in the distance could hardly hold back their shock at seeing this scene. That was the highest etiquette for martial artists, an etiquette that had been carried over from ancient times. Martial artists are good fighters and need to be restrained by virtue and propriety. Therefore, since childhood, martial artists practice martial virtues and observe martial rites. In the ancient times, generals had to wear very heavy armor, and if they kneeled on both knees, it would take a lot of effort to stand up again and use more time. So they used one knee to facilitate the rapid uploading of military information and orders. For the generals, one knee is equivalent to two. Martial artists perpetuate this ritual. For martial artists, kneeling on one knee represents the most respectful, noble and sincere gratitude and respect. These generals already knew the identity of the young man, but they could not figure out in any case why the bastard son of His Majesty the Spirit Emperor should make this great salute to the daughter of the Spirit Emperor. After the salute, the teenager slowly rose. Looking at His long-awaited highness, 1,000 words brewed in Wang Xianxian's mouth, but in the end it turned into a sentence. Thanks. Listening to the voice of the teenager's mind, Fu Xian'er smiled sweetly. You're welcome. The young girl's smile was like a brand, deeply imprinted in the teenager's heart. Thumping, quickly adjusting his emotions, Wang Xianxian spoke softly. I'm sorry, Your Highness, for dragging you into this because of the essence blood. At those words, Fu Xian'er gently shook her head. It was my own lapse in judgment. How could it be? Wang Xianxian shook his head in panic. It's me who didn't tell you the real situation. You don't know my cultivation speed. How could it be wrong? Looking at Wang Xianxian's flustered appearance, Fu Xian'er chuckled a little. Then you shouldn't hide it from me from now on, Wang Xianxian hurriedly assured. I definitely won't hide it from you. Poof, Fu Xian'er hummed softly twice. Lying, you're hiding something from me right now. When these words came out, Wang Xianxian was directly dumbfounded. I don't have one. Fu Xian'er looked Wang Xianxian up and down. Remember I told you, I have some peculiar talents. Suddenly, Wang Xianxian recalled. It does seem to be happening. My talent can clearly sense the emotions of others, and can also read the mental activities of the other person if they are emotionally agitated. And when special conditions are met, I can even establish a psychic connection with others. Although I can't read your thoughts very accurately right now. You were obviously nervous, guilty, or something like that when you just answered. Food Fairy laughed badly. My backstabber. You're too good a guesser. You can still hide it from me across the internet, but you can't hide it when we meet. The young girl bent closer to the teenager, then asked quietly. So, what are you hiding from me? Hearing this, cold sweat broke out slightly on Wang Xianxian's forehead as he couldn't help but recall His Majesty the Spirit Emperor's instructions to him. Any information about him must not be divulged. Just as Wang Xianxian was about to make up an excuse, Fu Xian'er spoke directly. Wang Xianxian, don't lie to me. Ha! Wang Xianxian froze a bit. You can hide it from me and not tell me, but please don't lie to me, Fu Xian'er repeated. The smile disappeared from her face and was replaced by a gravity mixed with a hint of sadness. Looking straight into the young girl's golden eyes, Wang Xianxian nodded solemnly. Good. Hearing the answer she wanted, Food Fairy placed her hands behind her back and quickly turned around. Let's go. Great-grandpa wants to see you. After the little episode that had just occurred, Wang Xianxian was as if he was a child who had done something wrong, quietly following behind Fu Xian'er. They were both strange and familiar. Familiar because the high intensity of internet chatting has long made them unique. Strange because, after all, this is not an online chat, so the atmosphere between the two was still a little strange. However, this strange atmosphere was soon interrupted as they had already entered the Demon Emperor Hall. The moment he stepped into the Great Hall, Wang Xianxian felt the gaze that wanted to burn him to the ground. He looked up and saw that in the depths of the Great Hall, on the reddish-golden dragon chair, there was a stout man sitting. He had a majestic face and had reddish hair like flames. Just by being looked at, Wang Xianxian's body felt as if it was being burned by the sun. His face reddened as the golden crow's blood in his body began to boil madly. In the end, the golden crow's flame, uncontrolled by Wang Xianxian, erupted from his body. Wang Xianxian's hair, too, was dyed from black to pink. Watching the change in the teenager, the demon emperor above the dragon chair laughed up into the sky. God bless Huaxia. God bless my Huaxia. When Fu Xian'er, who was on the side, saw Wang Xianxian, who couldn't help but tremble next to her body because of the pressure, she hurriedly went up to assist her and shouted in dissatisfaction. Great-grandfather. Hearing his great-granddaughter's complaint, the demon emperor hastily raised an apologetic-like smile. Sorry. So happy to see that kid. Couldn't resist trying him. After saying that, the demon emperor directly flashed to Wang Xianxian's side, then patted the teenager's small body with his large, broad hand. Ha. Well. At this age, you have such a physique. Nodding in satisfaction, the demon emperor looked at Fu Xian'er. Girl, you wait here for a while Tai Grandpa takes him to the Fusan tree first. Then, before Fu Xian'er could reply, The figures of the Demon Emperor and the teenager disappeared inside the hall. Looking at the empty hall, some small emotions suddenly rose in Fuxianer. Everyone is hiding it from me. The young girl stomped her foot hard, then sat down in the temple with a puckered mouth and waited. In the middle of the endless sea, there is the tree of heaven. The height of the tree is not known visually, and the tree is thousands of miles wide. The trees were born from the same root, and they leaned on each other and intertwined with each other. Above the sky-high giant tree, space was like paper, and a scratch was cut out. Then, an old man and a young man stepped out from the spatial crack. Just after stepping foot in this place, Wang Xianxian noticed the temperature of the place. Being burdened with the Golden Crow bloodline, he was unusually sensitive to temperature, so he quickly found the direction of the heat source. Wang Xianxian looked up and saw that there were surprisingly more than 10 huge blazing fireballs above the giant tree. He proceeded to look downward, and the boundless golden ocean was like fire, constantly boiling. Looking at this mysterious world, Wang Xianxian could not hide his inner shock. On the Tang Valley, there are Fu Mu, arriving on one day and leaving on the other, all contained in the crow. The Demon Emperor slowly spoke. Welcome to the Golden Crow Secret Realm, Tang Valley. The Golden Crow Secret Realm. Wang Xianxian couldn't help but repeat. That giant tree, named Fusong. The Demon Emperor smiled. In more modern terms, that's our villa, and the sea below is our big bathhouse called Tanggu. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian nodded in confusion. Then he pointed his finger above. That fireball in the tree. You're right in thinking that those are all golden crows, the Demon Emperor said in disbelief. The Golden Crow bloodline in his body experienced a subtle vibration, which made Wang Xianxian seem to be aware of something. Your Majesty, the Demon Emperor, why does their state seem a bit off? The Demon Emperor raised his head and looked at the sleeping Golden Crow on the tree canopy, his tone somewhat heavy, because they're all maintaining the national formation, and at the same time suppressing China's qi. Your Majesty, the Demon Emperor, what exactly is qi luck? Wang Xianxian asked. At those words, the Demon Emperor slowly stretched out his hand and condensed a trace of light golden energy out of thin air. This is qi, and qi refers to destiny, qi, as well as luck, fortune. Later, you will understand what qi is. For now, you only need to know that qi is important, very important. Wang Xianxian continued. Then why suppress the qi? Qi luck is nebulous and can be plundered or dissipated, so we need to find a container to collect it, and even more so, a lid to bind it. The Demon Emperor used his aura to condense into a few images. With a container, one can effectively control the qi, so that the country can remain in peace for a long time. The Huaxia Jingguo formation is like the container that holds the qi, and the entire Kunlun mountain is the lid, and as for the Fusong tree, it's equivalent to the hole in the lid, and the Golden Crow, that's the plug that controls the flow of qi in and out. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian finally understood why the three emperors were unwilling to move those great emperors. It turned out that the Jingguo Grand Formation had this function in addition to fending off foreign beasts. For a moment, his view of the Golden Crow clan rose another level, as if he had guessed the teenager's thoughts. The Demon Emperor spoke flatly. Behind the right is the responsibility. The Golden Crow is the Chinese totem, the divine beast that subdues the country, and as we have enjoyed a lofty position and gained supreme power, we naturally have to bear this heavy responsibility. Seeing that the teenager was going to continue asking, the Demon Emperor shook his head to interrupt. There are some things that it is not yet time for you to know, and the more you know, the greater the burden within you. Upon hearing this, Wang Xianxian gave up on continuing to discuss this topic. Then, the Demon Emperor brought Wang Xianxian to right below the Fusong tree. Child, next I'm going to take a drop of your essence blood. This process might hurt a bit, bear with it. Wang Xianxian immediately nodded his head and then took out the Wine Immortal gourd. Seeing the Wine Immortal gourd, the Demon Emperor was slightly surprised, but he did not inquire. Then I'm going to start. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Xianxian felt a sharp pain coming from his heart there. This kind of pain goes to the bone. The intense pain made him hiss. Time passes very slowly. A drop of reddish golden blood seeped out of the teenager's chest after an incense stick was burned. Seeing this, the Demon Emperor directly pulled out the teenager's essence blood. And the moment the essence blood left Wang Xianxian, an intense feeling of weakness followed. His originally rosy face had also become pale, and even his legs began to tremble wildly, as if they could make him fall at any time. Enduring the weakness of his body, Wang Xianxian lifted the jug and drank, but after a couple of sips, he realized that the wine that would allow him to quickly recover from his injuries wouldn't be able to fill his weakness fast enough. The Demon Emperor quickly sacrificed a drop of essence blood and integrated it into Wang Xianxian's brow. The moment he obtained the essence blood, a huge amount of energy instantly filled Wang Xianxian's entire body. With the double boost of the Golden Crow essence blood and the wine, Wang Xianxian's body returned to its peak. Even the golden crow bloodline in his body became even stronger. The demon emperor manipulated the teenager's essence blood to disappear into the Fusang tree. The moment the essence blood didn't enter the Fusang tree, the entire tree began to tremble. Immediately after that, the Fusang tree began to grow wildly and sprouted a new branch in a very short time. The moment that branch appeared, a very intimate feeling suddenly rose in Wang Xianxian's heart. In the next instant, it was as if his soul had established a special connection with that branch. All the branches of the Fusang tree showed their joy at the new growth that had emerged. In an instant, it was as if Wang Xianxian had established a connection with all the golden crows. He could clearly perceive the spirit emperor, the food fairy, the demon emperor, the golden crow on the Fusang tree, and a certain mysterious golden crow. All of these golden crows are welcoming new family members. Huge chi luck also surged into Wang Xianxian's body along the branches. At the same time, Wang Xianxian's vision switched. What he saw now was no longer a Fusama tree, but a Huaxia, the whole of China. It was as if he was standing on top of Kunlun, looking down at the entire land. He clearly saw the chi that flowed within China. The country's fortunes are bound. Only after 10 breaths had passed did Wang Xianxian free himself from this particular state. The sight returned to normal, but the shock remained in the teenager's mind. The demon emperor on the side patted Wang Xianxian's shoulder and laughed. "How's the view?" Wang Xianxian, who had finally returned to his senses, sounded somewhat excited. Too shocking. Looking at the teenager's excited appearance, the demon emperor laughed up into the sky. "Child, this is the Great Sun Golden Crow, the true Great Sun Golden Crow clan. We are the bearers, guardians, and contractors of China's chi. Boy, welcome aboard. From now on, this is your home, and we are all your family." The affinity between bloodlines reached an extreme point at this moment. Wang Xianxian knew that this was the other golden crows giving their blessings through the Fusang tree. The loneliness inside the teenager seemed to be burned away by these golden crows. The demon emperor rubbed the teenager's hair, then pointed at the newly grown branch of that Fusang tree. "Any interest in going there?" "Sorry everyone. Got stuck on the text and it came out overnight today. Don't be in a hurry. I remember what I owe you all, and the 2 accounts I promised you a long time ago, and they will all be paid. Love you guys." When the teenager nodded his head, the demon emperor directly led him, rising up into the air before landing on the newly grown Fusang branches. Although it was a branch, Wang Xianxian, who had stood here, simply could not see the head. The fuchsia tree is just too big. Wang Xianxian squatted on the ground and gently stroked the Fusang tree, and the moment his palm touched the trunk, a cool sensation followed. It was comfortable, a comfort that words cannot describe, so comfortable that he wanted to lie down and sleep. Seeing the shock on the teenager's face, the demon emperor pressed his hand, signaling the teenager to sit on the ground. After the 2 golden crows sat down, the demon emperor smiled and opened his mouth. "On your way here, the food sky has already sent a message to inform you of the information you just exchanged. But that brat seems to be in a bit of a huff, resulting in some things I forgot to instruct you on, so I've come to add to the list for you." Recalling the spirit emperor's iron fist, Wang Xianxian's face became slightly unnatural. The demon emperor looked at the teenager's nervous and childish face and suddenly burst out laughing. "Is it stressful being a son to that brat?" The teenager didn't say anything, but he answered the question with a practical answer. The corners of the demon emperor's mouth never went down as he watched the teenager nod vigorously. After flirting for a moment, the demon emperor began to get to the point. "About the demon race, haven't told you yet. Since ancient times, there has been a saying that people and demons have different paths. And there has also been a saying that people who are not of my kind will have different hearts. So, the relationship between humans and demons is delicate." Hearing this, Wang Xianxian's eyes widened. "But it's not. Now, I'm talking about the past." The demon emperor seemed to have guessed something. "Now, under the efforts of the state, humans and demons also see each other as part of Huaxia. Man treats the demon as a totemic belief and gives it respect. And the demon in turn shelters man and takes responsibility. It has also led to a sea change in the relationship between humans and demons. But, this is not the pomp and circumstance I was expecting, nor is it the pomp and circumstance the human emperor was expecting." "Ha?" Wang Xianxian was a bit confused. Seeing this, the demon emperor continued to inquire. "Let me ask you, child, have you ever seen a demon race on the streets?" With barely the slightest hesitation, Wang Xianxian immediately replied, "No, but isn't that because of the small number of demons? Plus the fact that they have to cultivate in the secret realm?" The demon emperor nodded gently. "What you said is indeed true. The demon race is small in number, but they aren't as simple as cultivating in a secret realm. The demon race needs to guard the core nodes of the Jinhua formation, as well as resist the foreign beasts in the secret realm. Plus, the human and demon races were once historically, enemies of each other, and it was for various reasons that we chose to totemize the demon, that is, to keep the demon race away from the human race, and to have the demon race appear in the textbooks of the human race, and to plant in the hearts of the young the seed called fellowship. Speaking of this, the demon emperor sighed helplessly. The saying that humans and demons have different paths is actually true. The two races were unable to achieve a perfect symbiotic relationship, which is why it led to the civil unrest in China back then. But, speaking here, the demon emperor's words changed and his tone became somewhat lighter. Coincidentally, we have finally found the bond that allows the two races to reach a perfect symbiotic relationship. Wang Xianxian came to a realization. Does the bond refer to the spirit race? Yes. The demon emperor rubbed the teenager's hair. The spirit race is a near-perfect race of human-demon fusion. The spirit race represents the interests of both the human and demon races, and even more so, it carries the chi of both races, and likewise has made the human and demon into true family members. A spirit is a child born to a human and a demon, and even if the parents have a nasty divorce, there is always a child that acts as a bond between the two. After lamenting, the demon emperor's gaze looked towards the golden ocean in the distance, but the spirit clan is too weak now, and this child has not yet grown to the age where he can change his parents' decision. 36 great emperors from the human race, 30 great emperors from the demon race, and the spirit race, not a single one has appeared yet. I wonder if the spirit race has been cursed by heaven and earth. Although it combines the strengths of the two races, the spirit race is ultimately difficult to break free from the shackles of the martial Tao. Aside from that food heaven kid, it can be said that the spirit race doesn't have any strong people who can make it to the top. Even that girl, Food Siener, is cursed by heaven and earth, by fate. Speaking of this, the demon emperor looked like he had recalled something sad, so he stopped continuing this topic. The way things are now, although the human-demon two races are willing to delegate their power to the spirit race, the spirit race is simply incapable of taking on this great responsibility. It's because of the spirit race's abnormality that we didn't let humans and demons truly merge. However, despite the flaws, the number of ninth-ranked powerhouses in the spirit race is unusually high. Not only does the spirit race cultivate very quickly, but their battle prowess is also extremely strong. You young people like to play games and data materialize your attributes, so I'll just make a score too. If the human race's cultivation speed can make 100 points, then the physical attribute strength is about 70 points. The cultivation speed of the demon race is 70 points, while the strength of the physical attributes can go up to a full 100 points, without taking into account the special individual cases of the two races. One-on-one, the human race has almost no possibility of defeating the demon race. This is also the reason why during the Civil War back then, the demon race was clearly sparse in numbers, yet they were able to vaguely suppress the human race. But the spirit race is different. The spirit race is like it has completely absorbed the strengths of both races. Not only is their cultivation speed fast, but the strength of their physical attributes is also comparable to the demon race. By scoring, the spirit race's cultivation speed can be scored at 95 points, and the strength of their physical attributes also has 95 points. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian finally did understand why the birth of the spirit race was strictly controlled by the state. Why are the great emperor families not allowed to taint the spirit race? No wonder His Highness was criticized for giving essence blood in private. Although the spirit race was powerful, it had a fatal flaw. On television, Wang Xianxian could often see that there were many spirit race members in the country's key cadres. It can also be seen that there are a variety of tests that the state needs to go through in order to train new spirituals. It can be argued that the spirits are exclusive to the state, and the spirits are also in the state agencies, working. At least Wang Xianxian had never seen a spirit race that had strayed. The demon emperor patted Wang Xianxian's shoulder, his eyes shining brightly. And now comes our hope. The dream of a prosperous China is coming. You are the new hope of the spirit race, and even more so, the hope of Huaxia. I'm looking forward to it, looking forward to you leading the spirit race to become powerful, allowing humans and demons to truly merge, and creating a heavenly dynasty that will make all existences fear you. The real Chinese heaven. Looking at the teenager's stress-filled expression, the demon emperor laughed up into the sky. Don't be nervous, child. Some things come slowly and there's no use rushing. Forgive me for being talkative. I'm just so excited. Let's change the subject and talk about the outlawing of the Great One. Because human emperors cultivate the Great Tao, he is able to replace those human emperors and hide in the Great Tao, making it impossible for us to tell the difference. So, all the great emperors of the human race, you have to keep an eye out. However, it is not necessary for the demon clan's great emperors, because our demon clan cultivates bloodlines, and there is no way for him to remain undetected even if he is able to replace the demon clan's great emperors. So, if you encounter any special situations anymore, you can find the demon emperors to discuss more. Hearing the demon emperor's exhortation, Wang Xianxian nodded. No wonder the three emperors had the backbone. So the backbone was here. Seeing that things were pretty much dictated, the demon emperor began to chatter. Regarding the fact that your illegitimacy has been capped, that old boy Shirazawa is the head honcho. It was an oopsie, but it turned out well in the end. Wang Xianxian scratched his head, a little embarrassed. I don't know how it came to this. Nothing else matters anymore. The demon emperor shook his head. Then his tone took on a few moments of playfulness. I heard that brat from Food Heaven say that when you go back later, that girl Xiener will be with you. Hearing this, the corners of Wang Xianxian's mouth hardly rose, and when the demon emperor saw this, he was directly happy. Ha 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 ha. I said how that kid from the food day was like he ate gunpowder. So the problem is with you. Good boy. With gusto. Hearing the demon emperor's praise, the educated Wang Xianxian hastily pressed the corners of his mouth and weakly asked, Are you not angry? Angry? The corners of the demon emperor's mouth grinned up to the sky. Why would I be angry? Let's not talk about the fact that you're brilliant as hell, but I have no reason to be angry about the respect you have for that girl from the bottom of your heart. My fair lady, gentleman's love, male love, this is instinctive. You were originally the age of love. It would be a big deal if you didn't have a crush on a pretty little girl. There was no harm without comparison. And this speech directly moved Wang Xianxian. Seeing the teenager's look of being moved to the point of crying, the demon emperor seemed to have guessed something, so much so that his face directly darkened. Did that asshole make you watch The Walkers? Hearing this, Wang Xianxian's aggrieved tears finally flowed silently. Asshole, it's so uncharacteristic. The demon emperor was furious. Child, don't worry, I'll definitely give you an outlet for this matter. At that, the teenager's tears got even bigger. This time, however, it was tears of emotion. I've long since looked at that little punk calf in a bad light. The demon emperor's red hair flew in the air in anger. If it wasn't because that brat took the lead in eating the grasses in the nest and set a bad example for the young demons, why would I bother with all those messy and annoying things every day? The demon emperor's curses instantly attracted Wang Xianxian's attention as he quickly grasped the point. Setting a bad example for young demons? Without waiting for Wang Xianxian to ask, the demon emperor cursed and opened his mouth. It's because of him that the young demon race youngsters are now staring at their cousins and cousins all day long, fantasizing that they have that kind of sensational love. There are even some sinful animals who set their sights on their own sisters. Asshole thing, because of him, there isn't a day that goes by that the major demon clans aren't beating their children and catching them in early love. Upon hearing this, Wang Xianxian's aura immediately weakened. Seeing this, the demon emperor hastened to pacify. Don't worry, child, you don't count. I'll allow you to be the exception to this rule, so that asshole can experience what I'm going through as well. If he tries to hit you again, just call me and I'll back you up. Hearing this, the teenager was moved to tears. The feelings in his heart reached a peak, so much so that he couldn't help it with hot tears in his eyes. Suddenly, the demon emperor put away his smile. Actually, I'm against the fact that you're taking that girl to Skywine. Even, I don't want you to have further contact. The teenager's head snapped up, as if he'd misheard something. Looking at the youngster's incredulous eyes, the demon emperor spoke softly. It's strange, isn't it? But that's what I really think. You're too young to know what real love is, much less distinguish between liking and loving. Liking is liking, and liking can be done without pressure. It could be because of the other person's face, their body. It could be a look. It could be some unique flash of the other person. All of these things can make two people like each other. Like can ignore everything, as long as you see eye to eye. But love, unlike love, often requires carrying responsibility behind it. And that girl, she's going to be a huge burden to you. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian's heart was inexplicably colored with a trace of depression. The demon emperor continued. That kid, he doesn't have any friends or anyone to talk to, because she can't control her gift. Whether human or demon, our emotions are built on long-lasting trust. But so-called trust always hides many well-intentioned lies, like complimenting your friends, being tolerant, hiding bad things. In the midst of getting along, we'll still have bad feelings, bad thoughts. We may be jealous of our friends. We may mentally blame each other for each other's mistakes, not to mention friends, but even between family members. It is engraved in our bones, the nature of evil. Although we will have many bad thoughts, they will always be well hidden from us. We're always able to control our emotions and keep those bad thoughts from coming out of our mouths and causing harm to the other person. It's these practices that are the foundation of what we do in our interpersonal relationships. But the only time these practices, when facing that girl, lose their meaning. Everyone has privacy in their hearts, secrets and thoughts that they don't want others to see. You'll have a hard time hiding it from her with that girl. It was as if each of us had shed our outer garments and stood naked before her. It's a very bad, very distasteful feeling for any being who can think independently. She hears our secrets and has insight into our thoughts. For the average child, a bad word uttered by a friend who can't control his emotions can last a lifetime. Those bad words are like nails, the nails just have to be nailed to the boards, and even if they are pulled out, they leave scars. And for that girl, such bad words, she's always listening. Everyone around her, almost everyone, has left nails in her heart. Because of hearing the other person's true heart, it's hard for her to create a bond and an emotional connection with the other person. Plus, because of her mother's death, it turned her into a bull-headed child. It also made her start focusing too much on what outsiders thought of her. Not verbal false evaluations, but evaluations from the heart. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian's fists could not help but clench. With a long sigh, the demon emperor continued to speak. Her gift is like a curse that afflicts her. The food heaven desperately hid the truth about his wife, and eventually that girl found out. No one can fool her except the food days and us old guys. Those little ones who wanted to make friends with that Sienna girl ended up being uncontrollably afraid of her as well. Fear of her hearing the secrets of her heart. Even I, for one, am trying to avoid spending long periods of time with her, because I was afraid that some thoughtless thought of mine would hurt her. We all want to be that elder that she relies on, so we don't allow ourselves to leave any bad impression in her mind. The juniors are afraid of her and the elders want to distance themselves from her. No one dares to spend a long time with her except the food days. As he got older, the boy's mind started to get weird, but none of us dared to enlighten her because we were all afraid to face her questioning. Her talent isn't just as simple as reading minds. Her talent is so dominant that she can ignore realms and even rules to a certain extent. Later, I heard from the food days that the boy was into online chatting, because it was only through the internet that she was able to become a normal person and experience carefully groomed feelings. I've heard about your past as well, and I'm happy from the bottom of my heart that you respect that girl from the bottom of your heart. But being with her will require you to keep your tension high. That girl's heart doesn't allow the slightest flaw in her emotions. Once she hears your bad thoughts, the kid closes up inside. By then, it will be hard for you to get inside her again, and in time, you might just give up. Looking at the teenager's silent expression, the demon emperor smiled slightly. I'm in no position to prevent you from making contact, because the decision to take her away was agreed upon by the food boy. This means that the food sky kid, from the bottom of his heart, believes that you won't hurt that girl. I don't know where he gets his confidence from. I respect just passing facts. As the demon emperor, I can ask you to take on, and carry, the responsibility of the safety and security of Huaxia. But as an elder, I'm in no position to ask you to carry emotional baggage. I can only help you minimize and avoid harm. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. Not a package. She's not a package. The teenager's eyes were fixed on the other party's demon emperor, and he said word for word, she is my son, the one and only. Hearing these words, the demon emperor froze a bit. He remembered the look that his son had given him when he had disobeyed his orders, fallen in love with the human emperor's daughter, and had had a showdown with him. She's not an enemy of the demon race. She's my Fusan, the Fusan that belongs only to me. She's my home. Later, out of anger, he imprisoned his son, and then, the food day was born. Finally, the food day calmed the domestic turmoil, then stood in front of him, looked at him with the same eyes, and addressed him. Love is love, as long as there is love. So what if it's a cousin? You can beat me to death if you can. Suddenly, the demon emperor smiled, relieved. Forgive me for being an old-fashioned person who only knows how to follow the old ways. Things don't last forever. So maybe, in some ways, it's time for me to get with the times. Food heaven, food wine, food fairy, fathers and daughters, fathers-in-law and sons-in-law, fathers and sons, brothers and sisters. The demon emperor smiled happily and lovingly. If it's you the kid who's in love with his sister, I have no problem with. Heavenly Sword City, a certain villa. Wang Beichen, is it true that if I don't stop you, you're going to return to the ancestral home? Wang Jiannian looked at his second son who was kneeling on the ground and roared. This performance on the entrance exam. Disgraceful thing. Where did you get the face to go back to your ancestral home? Father. Wang Beichen, who had been abused by his father for the first time, had his eyes reddened, his head hung down deeply, and his voice took on a slight tremor because of his aggression and fear. Father. Me. Faced with his son's condescension, Wang Jiannian gave him a disgusted look. From the moment he realized that Wang Beichen was not the son of prophecy, he could not control himself and began to loathe this second son. To him, Wang Beichen was the culprit that led to his current situation. Feeling his father's disgusted eyes, the greatness of Wang Beichen's heart seemed to collapse the moment his eyes touched. Unable to bear the pain, Wang Beichen crouched on the ground and cried loudly. The cries of his once favored son were so harsh to Wang Jianyan's ears at this moment, just like Wang Xianxian once did. Annoyed, Wang Jianyan broke into a rage. Punk, where did you get the face to cry? Shut the fuck up. The Heavenly Sword Wang clan has been passed down for thousands of years, and ever since my old ancestor rebuilt the family, my Wang clan has always been the #1 family of the Sword Dao. For thousands of years, my Wang clan descendants have taken pride in it and worked hard to preserve it. Only you let my Wang's honor be taken by the other side. Clan elder, the clan trusts you so much. Can you stand up to the clan, the elders, and the old ancestors? The family even feasted on the world to celebrate your victory. Now that you're behaving like this, can you stand up to the family? You've disgraced the family. Asshole. Wang Beichen, who was already on the verge of collapse, simply could not bear his father's scolding. He retorted with a shudder. But I've really tried. I've put my best foot forward. The old ancestor projection is just too strong. That Wang envy. Not. Realizing that he had said the wrong thing, Wang Beichen's face changed wildly. That cloud wine is just too. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Jianyan's leg had already kicked him. The massive force directly caused Wang Beichen's body to fly up and then hit the ground heavily. Eroded by the pain, he looked up incredulously and tried to question his father, but when he looked up, he saw eyes like those of a demon from hell. What did you just say? Wang Jianyan looked at Wang Beichen with a fierce face. No, nothing. Wang Beichen's body began to tremble. Father, really nothing. At those words, Wang Jianyan directly stepped on Wang Beichen's chest. His face was hideous and terrifying, and his voice was incomparably ferocious. What did you just call cloudy wine? As he questioned, his leg increased in force. Wang Beichen roared lowly in pain. I don't know. Anything. Lying. Wang Jianyan kicked again. The huge force directly kicked Wang Beichen to the corner. Then Wang Jianyan directly pinched Wang Beichen's neck and lifted him up. What the hell do you know about anything? Wang Beichen, who couldn't breathe, struggled and grabbed his father's hand, trying to break his hand away. But the other person's hand was like an iron vice, and he couldn't break it at all. Father was serious. What did he know? Such a thought quickly appeared in Wang Beichen's mind. But no matter what, he couldn't, and even more so, wouldn't dare to reveal Cloud Wine's true identity. Because, once he said it, he would definitely become a family outcast. And at only 13 years of age, he didn't have that kind of city. What really kept him from revealing Cloud Wine's identity was the mysterious voice in his head. It was also that mysterious voice that told him what kind of fate he would face if Yin Wine's identity was exposed. So, even if he couldn't breathe now, he was holding on. Seeing Wang Beichen's face become a bit green from suffocation, Wang Jianyan directly threw him out. Wang Beichen, who had fallen to the ground, lay on the ground in a sorry state, coughing violently while breathing in fresh air greedily. At this time, Wang Jianyan slowly walked over. He gritted his teeth. You think I don't know if you don't tell me, do you? You think you can hide it from me? You're afraid of Cloud Wine, and even more afraid of who he is, because his true identity is enough to threaten your position and even bring you to ruin. Every word Wang Jianyan said caused Wang Beichen's body to tremble a few points. This is solely because Cloud Wine's true identity is your brother that you've been bullying for years, the one you treated like an animal. Wang Xianxian. In an instant, Wang Beichen's face, which was panicked to the extreme, seemed to be frozen. Immediately afterward, his body began to tremble madly. No. Fathers, he's not. Tears and snot flowed down Wang Beichen's face at the same time, and the wretched man, like a bereaved dog, clutched his father's pants leg tightly in an attempt to find a trace of security. No, father, he's not. Feeling the tugging sensation on his pants leg, Wang Jianyan looked at the son that he regarded as his heart's flesh in the past with extreme disgust, and then fiercely kicked. Informed and not reporting, broken up by me, and still sophistry. You're really my good son. Wang Beichen looked at his father in despair, and his body began to tremble madly. At this time, Wang Jianyan condescended and laughed hideously. If the family learns the truth, what do you think? What kind of end will you face? Bullying the family's true son of God and openly slandering him. What kind of punishment will you receive if you let him return to the kings? Wang Jianyan's voice was like the voice of a demon, causing Wang Beichen's trembling body to tremble even more. Wang Beichen was only 13 years old, and coupled with the multiple blows he had suffered, at this point he simply did not realize that this was his father exerting mind control over him. He broke down and cried out in pain as the teenager clung to his father's leg. Father, I was wrong. I will never again, don't dare anymore. Please, please, don't tell the elders. Don't tell them. Wang Jianyan slowly crouched down, then pulled Wang Beichen's hair. Don't you think it's too late now that you know what to say? You don't even trust your father, and you want to live? You know that my favorite child is you, but you don't trust me. The collapsed Wang Beichen was like a drowning man, and he desperately tried to grasp the hope that could keep him alive. So he hastily changed his words. Father, father, please, please save me. I don't want to die. I don't want to be dealt with by the family law like Wang Xianxian. Wang Jianyan, who had successfully broken down his son's psychological defenses, suddenly felt very happy. He loved the feeling of being in control. Now, being able to dominate Wang Beichen was also within his plan. What I owe everyone from yesterday has been paid off. Tomorrow is Mother's Day, so don't forget. Half an hour ago, Wang Jianyan received a transmission from his family. He had learned that Emperor Baizhe had made the heavenly Dao oath, affirming that Yunwine was the illegitimate son of the Spirit Emperor. When he initially heard the news, Wang Jianyan's mind was pleasantly surprised, but in the next instant he reacted, because there was no way he could recognize Mo Renge wrongly. That was the nightmare that had tormented him for more than 10 years. So one thing that quickly occurred to him was that the Spirit Emperor was unwilling to reveal Cloud Wine's true identity for some reason. He didn't know why the Spirit Emperor was doing this, but he knew in his heart that it was a good thing. It was heavenly for him. This meant that the family wouldn't be speculating in the direction of Cloud Wine being Wang Xianxian either. The reason that Cloud Wine's identity couldn't withstand close scrutiny was because of Rinku. Lin Jiao was Mo Bing's mentor. This relationship was too obvious. In the long run, the identity of Wang Xianxian will definitely come out. That's the main reason he's planning to run. However, Emperor Baizhe's heavenly Dao oath gave him a peace of mind. The heavenly Dao oath of the great emperor could be compared to the so-called speculation. No one would ever doubt Cloud Wine's identity again. Knowing the truth, he only needed to guide it to sway the elders' thinking. Thinking clearly about this point, Wang Jianyan's mind quickly thought of other plans. He wanted to grasp the power of the family in the shortest possible time, and then seek enough benefits to plan for his future. For this reason, making Wang Beichen fall into his pawn was the centerpiece of his plan. That was why he had received Wang Beichen, who had returned from the college entrance exam, into this villa. He had wanted to reprimand a few times and then teach Wang Beichen how to speak in front of the elders, but he realized that Wang Beichen knew the true identity of Yunwine. His first reaction was to try to kill Wang Beichen because he was too scared, but the current Wang Beichen couldn't die no matter what, so he shifted his direction. He wanted to break down Wang Beichen's psychological defense so that Wang Beichen would maintain absolute trust in him, control him with fear. It was the only way he could avoid exposure. After contemplating, Wang Jianyan suppressed the emotions in his heart, picked up his second son who was crying bitterly, and revealed a false smile. Son, all you have to do now is trust Daddy. To the family, Wang Xianxian is certainly far more important than you, but to me, you're my favorite child, and I love you and your mother more than anything. Even if he, Wang Xianxian, is gifted with heavenly talent, to me, he's still not as good as half a hair on your head. I'll do everything I can to protect you for the sake of our family. Forgive Daddy for the emotional outburst he just had, but you need to be well aware that anything halfway wrong with this could send you and your mother into the abyss. You're deliberately hiding it, and it's going to tear our family apart. That's why I'm so angry. Hearing this, Wang Beichen's heart rekindled hope. He looked at his revered father and trembled. Have you really not given up on me? Have you really not been disappointed in me yet? Looking at his somewhat excited son, Wang Jianyan gently smiled. Of course, my boy. Wang Beichen, who was in a state of mixed grief and joy, completely failed to realize at this moment that this of course had more than one meaning. Father, I believe you. I will never hide anything from you again. Wang Beichen was touched to the core. Upon hearing this, Wang Jianyan gently rubbed Wang Beichen's hair as his smile became gradually gloomy. After calming down, Wang Beichen wiped his tears and asked with a sob, Father, then what should we do? If the elders know the true identity of Yunwine, I am sure. Hearing this, Wang Jianyan shook his head. Don't worry, except for Wang Xianxian's own admission, they don't know Wang Xianxian's real identity at all. After a brief explanation, Wang Beichen's face visibly changed for the better. Father, then what should we do next? If Wang Xianxian really comes back, without waiting for Wang Beichen to finish, Wang Jianyan raised his hand to interrupt. We're going to try Wang Xian's attitude, and we're going to make him increase his conflict with the family. It is necessary to make him break with the family completely, to discourage him from returning to the family, or even to make the family hate him, although we don't know exactly what kind of relationship the Spirit Emperor has with him. In the current situation, there's a high probability that Wang Xianxian won't reveal his identity. In this way, we can successfully establish Wang Xianxian as an enemy of Wang. The elders said that the human emperor has already released words to bind cloud wine to the Kunlun mountains for 3 years. Which can be? It is the cloud wine that binds, not the king's envy. Whether in a strong country, or a weak country, a village, or a state, the rules of the power game are the same. Therefore, I'm sure that Wang Xianxian will definitely return to Tianzhou City. Hearing this, Wang Beichen's face once again turned pale. Father, then Wang Jianyan's face became ruthless. Right now, we are not qualified to be chess players, much less see through the game. We must first test Wang Xian's attitude toward you, toward me, and toward Wang. We'll take the next step when we feel out his intentions. If he still has any desire to return to the kings, add fuel to the fire and increase his hatred for the family. If he hates to destroy the Wang clan, then all the better. We just need to mold him into the family's enemy, so that the family, all the clansmen, will hate him. Listening to his father's words, Wang Beichen let out a long breath. That feeling of security, of being protected, it all came back. Father, do you have an idea already? Of course, Wang Jianyan smiled wickedly. The most effective way to test Wang Xianxian's attitude is to send him a piece of fat meat first. Our Wang clan's revenue today is 40% of the spirit sword industry, 30% of the spirit wine industry, and 30% of the rest. The reason why the spirit wine industry is so high is because we, the Wang clan, have taken over the basic foundation left behind by the Mo clan, and after more than 10 years of operation, our spirit wine industry now has a not-so-shallow foundation. This, coupled with the fact that the major imperial clans have conceded their interests to us, is what allows our Wang spirit wine industry to be ranked in the nation. Wang Beichen did not feel much surprise at his father's words. This was because he knew that his father was the one who specialized in the Wang spirit wine industry in the imperial capital. Although the core of our Wang clan's spirit wine industry is in the imperial capital, if we want the family's spirit wine industry to go further, we will never be able to bypass the heavenly wine market. Currently, the spirit wines that our Wang clan operates are all below the 6th rank, and because of our shallow heritage, we have been slow to enter the high-end spirit wine industry above the 7th rank. Heavenly Wine City is a holy land of winemaking, and the family started laying out in Heavenly Wine City 10 years ago in order to make the spirit wine industry go one step further. The one who is now in charge of the business in Tianzhou City is your cousin, Wang Gang Puppet. King Harbor Puppet? Wang Beichen muttered. He began to struggle to find memories of the other man in his mind. A moment later, he seemed to remember. That cousin uncle you mentioned, doesn't he have a son named Wang Mutilated Jew? Right, Wang Jianyan nodded. That's your cousin, 8 years older than you, and if I remember correctly, he should be attending the Wine Saint Academy. If Wang Xianxian returns to Tianzhou City, with his status as Lin Zhou's disciple's grandson, he's bound to be clear about my Wang's layout in Tianzhou. At that time, he will definitely target our Wang clan's spirit wine industry, and even more so, he will go after your cousin uncle and the others. Watching Wang Beichen's face change drastically, Wang Jianyan seemed to have guessed his son's thoughts. I know what you're thinking, you want to stop this, but the problem is, with Wang Xianxian's talent and his position in the Heavenly Wine City, we simply can't compete against him. Your cousin's uncle will defeat. Since that's the case, then why don't we waste him and use him as a pathfinder to try out Wang Xianxian's attitude towards the family? Once your cousin's uncle loses miserably, the clan will inevitably be alarmed, and a large number of clansmen will then be lined up in the Heavenly Wine Market. At that time, I will arrange for your 5th uncle to go to Tianzhou City. Wang Xianxian and he have a great hatred. At that time, Wang Beichen, who had finally reacted, looked at his father in front of him incredulously. Father, that 5th uncle. Facing his son's shock, Wang Jianyan spoke calmly. The easiest and most effective way to mold Wang Xianxian into the family's enemy is to send the clan under Wang Xianxian's sword. Only a blood feud will not end in death, as long as the hatred is big enough. Even if Wang Xianxian really chooses to return to the Wang clan, the clansmen won't all support him. At that point, we'll still have enough to survive. 2. Don't forget that when things get big, the country, and the rest of the imperial clan will get involved. The bigger this farce gets, the better it is for us, father and son. After listening to his father's words, Wang Beichen suddenly felt cold all over. But that's, Uncle 5 Upon hearing this, Wang Jianyan did not open his mouth, but instead stared at Wang Beichen indifferently. Wang Beichen couldn't help but feel intimidated when he looked at his father's indifferent and unmarked eyes, devoid of the slightest color of emotion. A moment later, Wang Jianyan spoke indifferently. You only need to follow my orders. Nothing else needs to be asked. Now, I'll teach you how you should talk to the elders when you get back. Keep in mind that the most important task for you right now is to solidify your position in the family. Yes, Wang Beichen didn't dare to look directly into his father's eyes and sank his head down. I know, father, The 2 chapters that were missing on Mother's Day are made up for you in 4 chapters. Took my mom to the movies, shopping and dinner, bought a cake for my mom, gave her flowers and was very happy. I wish all mothers in the world good health, sweet happiness and all the best. After arranging all the work, Wang Jianyan stood in front of the window and looked up at the heavenly gate. He enjoyed the feeling of having everything in his hands, from the 3rd youngest member of the downtrodden imperial clan to the newest noble of the imperial capital, and then to the 3rd master of the Wang clan that everyone honors. He has given so much along the way, and all for the sake of power, power that the heart desires beyond measure, almost obsessively. After so many years of laying out and strategizing, he was only one step away from becoming the patriarch. He who was fantasizing about laying out the Wang clan and taking charge in the future had no idea what exactly he was going to face in the future. He also has no idea what a nightmare is. Truly, a nightmare. Meanwhile, the Kunlun Mountains. Great-grandpa, go back and rest. Don't get tired. Good boy. This bit of road doesn't bother me. And great-grandpa wants to spend more time talking with you. As the nearby food Siener looked at the 2 people in the main hall, who were clinging to each other, a few question marks could not help but float over her head. To grandpa? The demon emperor held the teenager's hand tightly with his hand and spoke appreciatively. Son, for you, grandpa is fond of you. You must be careful out there. Don't get tired. And put away what grandpa gave you. Don't push it away again. Feeling the warmth coming from his palm, as well as the ring in his hand, Wang Xianxian was moved to look at the demon emperor. Great-grandfather, this is too much. The demon emperor waved his hand. What's so much about this? Well, big old man, don't be a mother-in-law. What's done is done. Take your sister and go back quickly. What? Food Siener stared blankly at the grandchildren who couldn't wait to hug each other. An hour later, the Spirit Emperor Hall, Wang Xianxian, who was waiting quietly outside the young girl's room, was a little less joyful and a little more heavy. Having gained a lot of information, a few points of pressure vaguely rose in his heart. However, it was Cloud Calling that was most on his mind right now. Gently caressing the small gourd at his waist, Wang Xianxian once again called out to the other party, but the call was as unresponsive as a stone dropped into the sea. In the past, even if Cloud Calling was asleep, he could hear his call and give a response. But now, without waiting for Wang Xianxian to think more, the door to the room behind him was opened. Reappearing in the doorway was a young girl in a tracksuit. The young girl who faded away from the fancy dress is less stable, but added a few points of youthful vigor. Looking at Wang Xianxian standing stupidly in front of the door, Food Siener gently patted his back. The moment the young man turned around, he was met by the blooming smile of the young girl. What's on your mind? Food Fairy asked. The teenager smiled softly. Missing someone very important to me. At those words, Food Siener froze for a moment. Although she could detect the worried emotions in Wang Xianxian's heart, she did not choose to continue asking. The young woman smiled and said reassuringly, everything will be as you wish. Hearing these words, Wang Xianxian nodded his head gently before speaking to Food Siener. Your Highness, let's go. Food Siener's eyes curved into small crescents. Oh, my backstabber. Kinda unforgiving? I thought, you still want to take advantage of me? Wang Xianxian was a bit confused. What does it mean? The young girl gently stood on her tiptoes, her beautiful and moving big eyes looking at Wang Xianxian's eyes from a close distance. But don't forget who you are now, oh my good brother. The teenager's face, for a split second, reddened. Facing His Highness' teasing and flirting eyes, the teenager seemed to remember something, then spoke aloud. Wanna be? What? Food Siener was caught off guard by Wang Xianxian's inexplicable words. Her talent was uncontrollable and disconnected, and now she could only read Wang Xianxian's emotions, not his heart yet. Seeing that His Highness was a bit stunned, Wang Xianxian said word for word, I'm sorry, Your Highness. I can't do it without forgetting that. As you said, I just want to be your brother. At those words, the young girl's face instantly reddened, and the slightest bit of steam began to rise from her small head. What are you talking about? Wang Xianxian's face was also red with shame, but he still said stiffly, I promised you I wouldn't lie to you, and even though there are some things I can't answer, I'll tell you all of them as long as I can. Sincerity is always a must. The teenager's magical brain circuits and unorthodox moves knocked the young girl's thoughts out of whack. Food Siener, whose heart was beating wildly, quickly stepped away and fled as if she had left the scene. Wang Xianxian reacted and quickly chased after him. What? The Spirit Emperor jerked up. You're saying that girl has been keeping her distance from that thieving brat when she left the Kunlun Mountains? The secret guard who reported the information nodded affirmatively. Although my subordinate was far away from them for fear of getting too close and being discovered by the 2 highnesses, I didn't detect any communication between the two. I only saw His Highness the Food and Wine apologizing all the time. He seemed to have made His Highness Siener angry. Hearing this, the Spirit Emperor excitedly clapped his hands, then threw back his head and laughed. Worthy of being my daughter. I told you so. Ha 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 ha. After laughing, the Spirit Emperor's eyes were shining. You and go down. Take someone to keep an eye on them, and then write me a daily report on their whereabouts. Oh, by the way, if the two of them were to engage in any intimate behavior, don't hesitate to summon them directly. Yes. The Dark Guard bowed his head and saluted, then quickly disappeared. After seeing the Dark Guards leave, the Spirit Emperor once again looked up to the sky and laughed. Thief boy, the opportunity is given to you. You can't grasp it. Then don't blame me. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the Spirit Emperor's laughter stopped. He looked at the Demon Emperor who suddenly appeared in front of him and spoke in confusion. Grandpa, what brings you here? The Demon Emperor gripped his grandson's shoulders, then gave a hideous smile. It's useless to say more. Asshole, die for your master. Boom. Meanwhile, the Human Emperor looked in the direction of the Spirit Emperor Hall with some surprise. Acting that real? 30 minutes later, with the Kunlun Mountains as the center, several pieces of news began to spread out to the whole of China at an extremely fast speed. First, His Majesty, the Spirit Emperor, has an additional illegitimate son. Secondly, this bastard son is named Food Wine and he is the winner of this year's entrance examination. Third, because of this incident, His Majesty the Spirit Emperor was beaten twice by His Majesty the Demon Emperor, and according to a number of witnesses, they personally heard roars of anger such as walking horse. Fourth, all of the above is true, and none of the above was known to the two siblings away from home, because they were already on the high-speed train to Tianzhou City. A little work report for you great readers. First, the 2 chapters owed from yesterday are made up with 4, meaning 2 extra chapters and 2 more, which don't count in the normal update. Currently owe 4 extra chapters. 2 early ones, and 2 for taking Mother's Day off. Secondly, the name about King's Harbor Gate was indeed a bit vulgar and has been changed. I am a name waste, because the villain is Wang's surname, and Wang is a big surname. I don't want you readers greatly looking at the look found himself into the villain, so I take the name as much as possible to the partial place to take. Also welcome to submit the name. P.S. Don't put the classmates' friend's name on the cast. Ha 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 ha. Third, in the future, when I take a vacation, I will say ahead of time, love you all and thanks for being there. Early in the morning, on the vast grassland, a high-speed train full of passengers sped close to the earth like a terrifying silver steel dragon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the high-speed rail train. On behalf of the entire crew of the train, I greet you and wish you a pleasant trip. The train is about to leave the city of Heaven's Destiny. The train's arrival station ahead is Heaven's Wine North Station. Please have any passengers who want to get off the train. Get ready to get off the train. Inside the soft sleeper compartment of the high-speed train, the young girl, who had been woken up by the announcement, opened her eyes slightly as she patted the meditating teenager beside her. Backstabber, we're almost at the station. Stop practicing. The awakened Wang Xianxian opened his eyes slightly and said in confusion, didn't we just arrive at the Heavenly Destiny City? Hearing this, Food Fairy covered her mouth and laughed softly. Heavenly Fate City is very close to Heavenly Wine City. It's only 1,000 kilometers or so I think. And with the speed of this high-speed train, it'll take about an hour to get there. So it is. Wang Xianxian nodded. Food Xianer got up and stretched her waist, lazily opening her mouth. Sitting on the high-speed train for 2 days and 2 nights now. I'm exhausted. If I had known, I would have directly used the teleportation array. I don't feel tired. Wang Xianxian gently smiled. Because the scenery of the journey is beautiful. Is that all? Food Fairy came over, her beautiful eyes staring intently at the teenager whose face was starting to redden. The teenager, whose earlobes were reddened due to shyness, unnaturally turned his head to the side. Your Highness, I'm going to use the restroom. Saying that, the teenager ran out of the box as if fleeing. Looking at the closed door of the room, Food Xianer clasped her hands on her chest and sat back on the bed with a puff of air. Humph. Not candid at all. Car 66 restroom. Whoa. The teenager kept slapping his hot, reddened cheeks with the cool water. After washing his face, Wang Xianxian took out his cell phone and looked at the time. 7:50. Bring His Highness some breakfast, or else you won't eat again after 8:30. Wang Xianxian muttered. After sending a message to Food Xianer, Wang Xianxian started to rush to compartment 33. There is the box where the restaurant is located. Hello passengers. The train is now traveling at a speed of 269 kilometers per hour. It is currently in the second level of acceleration. The train will accelerate to 1800 kilometers per hour in 3 minutes. Please pay attention to your own physical state as well as that of your companions. And if you experience any discomfort, please seek out the crew in a timely manner. Listening to the radio, Wang Xianxian couldn't help but look at the stunning scenery outside the window. This world is also known as the dead zone in the wild outside of the cities because of the alien beasts that run rampant. It took Huaxia a great deal of time, consumed vast quantities of materials, and paid a huge price to put the railroad network between Huaxia's 3,000 cities in place. In order to avoid wild beasts from affecting the safety of train operations, there are countless detectors on the tracks, and there are 2 special independent carriages at the front and rear of the high-speed train. These 2 special and independent compartments are like bodyguards for the safe operation of high-speed railways. The operating speed of Huaxia high-speed railways is kept above 1,000 km per hour all year round, and the operating speed is adjusted according to the vehicle type and line. It is said that the ultimate speed of high-speed rail can reach 3,000 km per hour, but it is only because of the infestation of foreign beasts in the wild, as well as the cost of operation, that the speed is limited. After all, the cost increases even further, not as much as a teleportation array. Thanks to the spacious aisles of the high-speed train carriages, Wang Xianxian quickly arrived at the restaurant. The boundaries of China are vast and boundless, with a land area of 108 million square kilometers alone. However, according to history as well as geography, it seems that China's land area was only more than 9 million square kilometers tens of thousands of years ago. Not only China, but all countries around the globe, as long as there are residual historical records, can find that history does not match reality at all, and this has made the sense of history cutting itself off around the world very obvious. The strangely accented voice reached Wang Xianxian's ears, causing him to turn around and look. It was a group of foreigners. They were well dressed. They seemed to be journalists. 3,000 cities of China. The heavenly wine city we're going to this time is one of the 7 extremities. Our main interview assignment this time is the Brewers Association of Tenju City. After looking at it curiously, Wang Xianxian turned back and started ordering. Tianzhou is a cosmopolitan city with countless foreigners. It is also common for foreign news reporters to come. Hello, here are your buns and soy milk. The dining car staff smiled and handed the packed breakfast to the teenager. Enjoy your meal. Thanks. After Wang Xianxian took the bag, he was about to walk back. However, just then, a middle-aged man among the group of foreigners shouted out, "OSH*T. Wang Xianxian, who was attracted by the foreigners' cursing, looked over curiously. Last night, Tianbing City, on the border of China, encountered a rare catastrophe-level beast tide in the last 20 years. What? Another foreigner spoke incredulously. A catastrophe-level beast tide above a 9th-level beast tide? Doesn't that mean that an emperor-level foreign beast has shown up? The foreigner who had just cursed was having trouble calming himself. This beast tide has caused serious damage to Heavenly Soldier City, and if it wasn't for the ancient Sword Emperor's timely arrival, Heavenly Soldier City would have almost been captured. But although Heavenly Soldier City was defended, I heard that the soldiers defending the city suffered heavy casualties. Damn, it's so hard to take an easy interview assignment, and it's going to add to the workload. After we get off the bus at Skywine later, let's buy tickets directly to Sky Soldier City. No, an elderly gaijin interrupted with a wave of his hand. With something this big happening, the routes to Sky Soldier City must be controlled by the military. Now contact the embassy and see if you can get us a spot on the teleportation array to Sky Soldier City. If it's possible, we'll go directly to the Heavenly Wine teleportation formation when we arrive at the station later. Hearing this, not only Wang Xianxian, even the surrounding passengers had their faces changed. They all started pulling out their cell phones and checking the news. Wang Xianxian searched for half a day and got the result. No. He stared at the group of geezers for a moment and muttered, "Inside information from the news crew?" Although every year, Huaxia would encounter a beast tide, but on such a large scale, it was too rare. Suddenly, the teenager's heart had an ominous feeling. Unease gripped the teenager's heart, and his first thought was of his highness, who was waiting for him back in the box. So Wang Xianxian hurriedly took a step forward. But just then, a strong impact wrapped in a sonic boom came from car 34, toward dining car 33. Boom! The massive impact lifted the decorations inside the dining car, and a number of passengers who were not in their seats were also struck by the force of the impact and fell to the ground. In mere moments, the lavishly decorated dining car was a mess. Wang Xianxian, who had flashed to the corner in time, did not fall into extreme panic, because he knows that the train is equipped with police officers who specialize in dealing with emergencies like this. But the next second, the middle-aged man in a ride-along police uniform slammed into the cash register of the food truck like a cannonball. The massive impact caused the metal counter to deform violently, and the culprit for all this is clearly the doorway of compartment 33, dressed in the uniform of the passenger police. Another ride-along police officer, Ing Yuhua. The passenger police officer who was slammed into the dining car roared, "Calm down." The ride-along policeman, who was called Ing Yuhua, threw back his head and laughed at that. Calm down, Chan Guang. You want me to calm down? Ah ha 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 ha. Although he was laughing, the laughter fell on everyone's ears, but it was exceptionally harsh, and the bloody tears in the corners of his eyes made his scalp even more numb. My son is dead. Dead. Ah ha 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 ha. The faces of the crowd began to become unusually ugly. In this era, almost everyone is educated in martial arts, so they clearly recognized that the passenger police officer in front of them, going off the deep end, high-speed railroads, because they traveled through the wilderness. So for each train, there were high-ranking martial artists to maintain security. In general, each train is basically equipped with sixth-order Burning Sun Realm passenger police sitting in the high-speed railroad. 2 are in the special carriages at the front of the high-speed train leading the way. 2 are in the special carriages at the rear of the high-speed train. And the last 2 are on the main train in case there are any emergencies on the train. The vast majority of ordinary people's realms were centered in the 3rd order Bone Forging realm and the 4th order Star Flourishing realm. High-ranked martial artists were not allowed to take the high-speed train unless there were special circumstances, and they had an exclusive means of transportation. If the train encounters a beast in the middle of the journey, the nearby city will send strong men to help. Therefore, the 6 Burning Sun realm powerhouses were enough to control most of the situation in the train's operation. But today, it's the train guards guarding the trains who are sabotaging them. People are starting to fall into a panic. On what grounds? On what grounds is my son killed in battle? Not even a whole body left behind. While you people can eat breakfast here peacefully. The wayward ride-along police officer, weeping tears of blood and laughing miserably. He's only 27. He's still so young. And he wants to bring his girlfriend home after a while. Ha ha ha. Wu Yao Hua. The injured occupant staggered to his feet. Woody died protecting the country. As a father, don't dishonor that boy. He protects the country. Who will? Who will protect him? Wu Yao Hua was almost maniacal. I'll make all of you give him a burial. After roaring, Wu Yao Hua looked at a man closest to him before revealing a hideous smile. It starts with you. Aura gushed out from Wu Yao Hua's body, and immediately after, the hand wrapped in aura rushed in front of the passenger. The passengers in the dining car let out a piercing scream. Some, moreover, were so frightened that their legs were weak. The suppressive power of high-ranked martial artists over low-ranked martial artists was too strong. In the nick of time, the injured passenger police officer rose up bravely and blocked the passenger with his body. Bang! Accompanied by a dull crash, the injured passenger police officer, Qian Guang, spat out a large mouthful of blood. Instead of collapsing from the attack, he scrambled to get closer to his colleague and then bound him tightly with his body. Wu Yaohua, are you crazy? The injured passenger police officer roared loudly, trying to wake up his colleague's sanity. You're a police officer. I'm not anymore. Ing Yua was near maniacal. Never again. The force displayed by the demonized martial artist was not comparable to the past. Wu Yaohua exploded with brute force and instantly broke free of Qian Guang's restraints. However, Qian Guang did not give up easily. It was his responsibility to protect the train and keep the passengers safe. Qian Guang erupted with extreme strength, and even directly pulled back Wu Yaohua, who had broken free from his bonds. After getting his wayward colleague under control once again, he yelled at the train passengers. All passengers, evacuate the dining car. Staff, get out there and seal off the dining car compartment. Then report the situation to the conductor so he can quickly notify the rest of the crew for backup. Hurry! It was as if the staff who received the instruction had added great courage. Despite being confronted with the aura of a high-ranking martial artist, they still readjusted their body breath and quickly guided the passengers to retreat. With the help of staff, the passengers in the food truck were quickly evacuated. Except for the group of foreigner news staff and Wang Xianxian, their position was in the middle of the dining car compartment number 33. The doors of the dining car in 32's compartment had already been closed, leaving only the door where 33's compartment joined 34's compartment unclosed. The crew at the door yelled, "Don't crowd, let the kids come first." However, the group of foreigners, in mortal danger, had been completely dominated by fear. Their bodies blocked the car door completely. The staff looked at Wang Xianxian in the rearmost party and broke down in a hurry. Damn! Blocking a child's path. What a fucking animal! While cursing, he pulled the foreigners out. Come the fuck out! Finally, the group of foreign reporters all ran out, and the staff quickly pulled on Wang Xianxian's arm. Boy, come on over here. Because of the help of the staff, Wang Xianxian was pulled out in time. He looked back at the two martial artists who were caught in a stalemate, his mood inexplicably heavy. Wu Yaohua, you are a police officer. The people. Police. Qian Guang still wasn't going to give up on waking up his colleague. Police? Wu Yaohua laughed miserably. What kind of cop is he if he can't even protect his family? My wife is dead. My son is dead. My home is gone. And you tell me what kind of a cop I am. Qian Guang's eyes reddened as he looked at his former spirited colleagues. Ying Yua, wake up, wake up. Your son is a hero. You are your son's hero. Don't let him down. Bullshit hero. Ying Yua roared frantically. He's just a corpse, cold and only half dead. Yao Hua. Qian Guang's voice trembled a little. If you don't stop, there's no turning back. Doesn't matter. Wu Yaohua suddenly calmed down. None of it matters anymore. Tranquility is the prelude to a storm. Qian Guang, who didn't realize this, was shaken out by the completely insane Wu Yaohua, and then smashed heavily onto the carriage. In the next instant, Wu Yaohua directly swung his fist to whack Qian Guang. Qian Guang subconsciously crossed his arm to block, but in the next instant, his arm was eroded by a sharp pain. The massive force actually caused his arm to deform. He looked at Wu Yaohua incredulously. How is it possible? So strong. Realizing that something was wrong, Qian Guang quickly shouted towards the staff at the connection between carriages 33 to 34. Close the door. On hearing this, the staff rushed to close the carriage doors. Wu Yaohua, who had fallen into madness, once again raised his terrifying fist, and the target was none other than the co-worker in front of him. Qian Guang, looking at Wu Yaohua's swung-over fist, Qian Guang's heart, the sense of crisis soared wildly. He knew that if he was hit in the vitals by this punch, he wouldn't even be able to last until his other colleagues arrived. Just as he tried to dodge, a black-to-the-core power gushed out from Wu Yaohua's body, and it was this weird energy that blocked Qian Guang's retreat route. Qian Guang snapped his head up, and his fist was already in front of him. The moment the fist smashed into Qian Guang's body, a figure flew over, then kicked Wu Yaohua's arm, forcing his opponent's attack route to change, and Qian Guang seized the opportunity as he quickly sidestepped the attack. Ying Yua's heavy fist slammed right into the wall of the carriage. The powerful force actually made the inner wall of the carriage made of special materials concave in. Qian Guang, who had dodged the attack, saw the depression, and a cool air went straight to the top of his head. He quickly looked around, and soon, he spotted the supporter from earlier. And what made his jaw drop was that the one who struck out at the 6th-ranked martial artist who had gone off the deep end was Junior. Wang Xianxian looked at Wu Yaohua in front of him with the same gloomy face. Feeling the strange energy emanating from Wu Yaohua's body, Wang Xianxian was burning with rage. It was an energy that he would never forget in death. And the ride-along police officer in front of me was not just going off the deep end. He is now the devil, controlled and dominated by him. The Fey Devil. Qian Guang looked at the young boy's tender face beside him and quickly suppressed the shock in his heart. Boy, get out of here. After yelling, he immediately dodged to the teenager's side, then pulled him to withdraw to the door of the compartment. However, Ying Yua was not about to let go of the teenagers who had suddenly barged into the compartment, and he swung his fists to quickly close in on the duo. Looking at the door of the carriage that had been locked, and then looking back at Wu Yaohua, Qian Guang's face became unusually ugly. Being at the rear of the carriage, there was no way for them to retreat, so Qian Guang sheltered Wang Xianxian behind him, then quickly turned around and faced Wu Yaohua to meet him. Bang! Another dull thud. This time, though, it wasn't Moneylight who was hurt. He dodged his opponent's attack extremely quickly, then landed an elbow strike to Ying Yua's shoulder. This strike directly sent Wu Yaohua flying backwards, and Qian Guang didn't give up on this great opportunity, directly choosing to ride it out. Having suffered 2 losses, Moneyglow finally launched a counterattack. His fists landed on Ying Yua's body like a rainstorm. Qian Guang's punching speed was fast, and he didn't dare to slack off. The rest of his co-workers were in separate cars at the front and back of the train. Both of those compartments were a short distance from the train, and it would take at least 2 minutes from the time they received the message to get here. What's more, there's a child here. The astral wind generated by the sharp punch lifted the napkins around it. The suppressed Ying Yua kept roaring, but it didn't disrupt the rhythm of Qian Guang's offense. For those who enter the devil, although their chi will grow, their fighting skills will drop accordingly. Strong emotions can cloud their judgment of the battlefield. Each of Qian Guang's heavy punches smashed into Wu Yaohua's joint parts as well as the important muscle firing areas. The train has built-in forbidden spirit spell formations in all of the carriages in order to ensure safe operation. Therefore, it was difficult for them to mobilize the outside world's aura to cause a powerful destructive force. This was physical combat, a close combat that did not rely on external spiritual power, but only tested the martial artist's own physical quality, as well as fighting skills. Under the fierce attack, even the fire-walking Ying Yua could hardly resist. Tears of blood flowed out of the corners of Wu Yaohua's eyes once again, and immediately afterward, bizarre dark energy erupted from his torso like a volcano. In the next instant, Qian Guang was sent flying by this strange energy. The demonized Wu Yaohua likewise didn't give Qian Guang the slightest chance. He was like a foreign beast, pouncing towards Qian Guang before starting a new fight. Wang Xianxian at the back of the carriage was staring dead at the melee combat fight between the two high-ranked martial artists. He's looking for an opportunity. That move, Heaven Slashing, directly caused his realm to fall from the early stage of the Bone Forging realm to the early stage of the Blood Refining realm. Although after the baptism of the Golden Crow's essence blood, coupled with a few days of cultivation, it allowed him to recover some of his strength. However, the current him was only a mere pinnacle of the Blood Refining realm, a second-ranked martial artist. With his current physical qualities, it was difficult to intervene in a close-quarters battle between high-ranked martial artists. The reason why he came in was because, in the dark, he had a feeling. It felt like he could cut down the other side's demonic thoughts. The physically disadvantaged Qian Guang dragged Xing Yua straight into the ground game. Jiu-jitsu, locking techniques, is a winning strategy for martial artists to get close in physical combat and defeat the strong with the weak. Successfully locking up his opponent, Money Glow roared at his co-worker. Xing Yua, your son is an excellent soldier. He went to military school. He went into the army, all to become a hero like you. What are you going to make that kid think down there when you do that? Do not dishonor your son's medal. This time, Qian Guan's words clearly worked. My child. Blood and tears flowed, but Wu Yaowa's strength was much less. Seeing this, Chen Guang's face showed sadness. Lao Wu, don't fall into the devil. Abide by your heart. Once you fall into the devil, it's all over. Hearing this, Wu Yaowa's bloodshot eyes suddenly gained a trace of clarity. However, as if by a quirk of fate, a piece of something unknown fell out of the jacket pocket of the police uniform that had just been torn as a result of the fight. The sound of metal hitting the ground seemed so clear and transparent in this compartment. And at that moment, Wang Xianxian also saw what exactly it was. Medal of Honor. That's a medal. Dad, look, here's my medal. Awesome. I'll give it to you. I'm sure I'll have a whole bunch of these later on, as a good luck charm for you. The moment the ornate medals were reflected in Wu Yaowa's eyes, the change happened again. Wu Yaowa's body began to tremble crazily as bizarre black energy continued to spill outward along his pores. The moment this energy touched Qian Guang, it was like sulfuric acid, rapidly scorching his skin. Despite the pain, Qian Guang didn't dare to let go, until Xing Yua propped him up with immense and unparalleled brute force. Even if his joints were twisted and broken, Xing Yua didn't care at all. He didn't seem to feel the slightest bit of pain now. He stood up as if he were a machine, in front of Qian Guang's shocked eyes. In the next instant, Wu Yaowa's skin cracked, and scarlet blood quickly filled in the grooves formed by the broken skin. These blood-colored lines all over his body once again added a bit of fury to Wu Yaowa. At this point, Qian Guang finally stops holding the lock technique, and he quickly distances himself from Wu Yaowa. Standing in the carriage, Qian Guang stared straight at his former colleague. Old wood. His eyes glistened with hot tears, and his lips were pursed as if he was trying desperately to suppress the tears that were about to well up. Soon, the passenger police officer suppressed his complex emotions and then spoke into the intercom in a low voice with a sobbing tone. Calling HQ. This is train G89076. This is train G89076. Police number 00045923. Comrade Xing Yua. To confirm the fallen demon. Pursuant to Article 3 of the Fallen Devil Act, the G89076 ride-along police team will be suppressed. A response came quickly over the intercom. Agree with the request. Please ensure your own safety as well as that of your passengers. The voice coming from the intercom directly sentenced Wu Yaowa to death. And such a result is obviously difficult for Qian Guang to accept. 5 minutes ago, they were drinking soy milk and talking about national issues. And now, the completely demon-degraded Wu Yaowa looked at his own hands. All negative emotions disappeared from his face and were replaced by calmness. An expressionless calm. Power. He ignored Qian Guang and the teenager in the carriage and looked directly out the window. From the moment he completely fell into the demonic path, he perceived that his brain seemed to be connected to a huge network. At this point he was more of an emotionless machine than a demon who had gone off the deep end. Machines that only know how to follow the instructions of a mysterious network of centers inside the brain. Wu Yaowa's drastically different changes before and after fell under Wang Xianxian's eyes, causing him to recall what His Majesty the Spirit Emperor had said. He took control of the demons and transformed them into alien demons. Demons are special life forms of cultivators, and existences that fall into the demonic path tend to gain great power. They use hatred, negativity, as energy to keep getting stronger. And the foreign devils don't have the slightest negative emotion. They are like cold machines, played with, immensely powerful, killing weapons. Since I don't know when, in this world, any being who is demonized is transformed into the moment of total demonic depravity. Fey Devil. Qian Guang looked at Wu Yaowa, who had completely fallen off his rocker, and quickly made a good move to stave it off. The pattern of behavior of a person who has completely fallen from the devil will be very different from that of a person who has gone off the deep end. Specifically, people who go off the deep end lose their minds. They are simply ruled by their emotions and have no definite goal of destruction, but more of an emotional outpouring. Instead, those who are completely corrupted are able to maintain a high level of composure, and often the first priority goal is to harvest the life around them. It was as if Inghua was ignoring Qian Guang as his eyes kept glancing around the car. In the next instant, he aimed for the window of the dining car. After confirming the target, huge magic power converged at the peak of Wu Yaohua's fist. The energy of magic comes from negative emotions, and the forbidden spirit spells simply can't restrain the foreign demons. Seeing the other party make an attack stance, Qian Guang instantly guessed what he was going to do. The target is the whole train. Sensing the other party's thoughts, Qian Guang fought his way forward and fiercely pounced on Wu Yaohua. Don't even think about it. However, he was ultimately a step too slow. Boom! Accompanied by a violent vibration, the windows of the car made of special materials were completely shattered. The train was traveling at high speed, and the gusty winds that came with it also poured into the dining car along the windows. Strong alarms also began to sound. Alarm! Alarm! Loss of compartment pressure detected. Train beginning to slow down. Meanwhile, the young girl in compartment 66 jerked her head up. Then she quickly left the box. The depraved Inghua stood in front of the window and raised his right hand. His right arm was like a sharp spear, and hanging on the spear at the moment was the passenger police officer Qian Guang. Qian Guang looked down incredulously at his penetrated body, then slowly looked up. Formerly familiar, stoic faces have become unmistakable. Old wood. Ignoring his colleague's sad eyes, Inghua swung his hand heavily with his hand and flung Qian Guang away like a piece of trash. Seeing this, Wang Xianxian quickly rushed behind Qian Guang and acted as a cushion. Boom! The teenager's body hit the compartment wall hard. The sharp pain from the massive impact made him grunt. It was too late to care about the pain inside his body. Wang Xianxian quickly hugged Qian Guang and left the spot. Surprisingly, Inghua didn't take advantage of the situation, but chose to flip through the broken window and onto the roof of the car. After the crisis was lifted, Wang Xianxian hurriedly looked at Qian Guang in his arms. At this moment, Qian Guang, a huge hollow hole appeared in his abdomen, and a large amount of blood flowed outward from inside the hole. Wang Xianxian could even see the broken organs through the hollow. Because of the heavy damage, Qian Guang's face became incomparably pale, and his body was trembling uncontrollably. Despite the severe physical damage, he pressed the intercom at the first opportunity. G89076 crew, all members be advised. The target has left compartment 33. His target, I'm afraid, is the power compartment. After notifying the situation, Qian Guang shivered and took out a small bottle from the storage equipment at his waist. After opening the bottle, he first poured out the crimson-colored elixir at the top of the bottle. After swallowing, he immediately poured the remaining powder from the bottle over the wound. In only a few seconds, Qian Guang's arm-thick wound stopped bleeding. With the powder, you can see the muscle tissue growing like crazy. Qian Guang, who had dealt with his injuries, patted Wang Xianxian on the shoulder and then slowly got up. After briefly adjusting his disorganized breath, Qian Guang looked at the teenager beside him and said gratefully, "Thank you, my child. For your bravery I admire you. You stay here and don't wander off." But your injury? Wang Xianxian couldn't help but ask. Qian Guang smiled and spoke. "It's just a small injury. Don't worry, I assure you, the train will arrive safely at the next stop." When he finished, he quickly made his way to the window, grabbed the edge, and flipped to the top of the train. Looking at the wrecked carriages all over the place, Wang Xianxian's desire for strength reached its peak at this moment. With his realm lowered, he was simply unable to intervene in a battle between high-ranked martial artists in a small, enclosed space. Now that their battlefield was even more detached from the spirit-forbidden carriage, outside, they were able to utilize the true strength belonging to a sixth-ranked martial artist. He wanted to do something, but he was powerless to change anything. Just then, an object on the floor in front of him attracted Wang Xianxian's attention. He slowly stepped forward and realized that it was the very same medallion that had caused Inghua to completely fall off his rocker just moments ago. At this time, the metal was no longer as shiny and gorgeous as it was at the beginning, and it had just been stepped on by Wu Yaohua, but the stains didn't bury it, and the metal carries the honor. "Dad, how does my chapter compare to yours? Look at you, this little brat fooling around. Only a third prize medal. Let you tail up to the sky. Wait until when you get the old man's hero medal. Humph, I'm much better than you. You were not as good as me at my age. Gave it to you as a good luck charm. You kid, give it up for me? Oops, you take it. Just a third place medal. Ha ha ha, old money. Look, this is my son's medal. Yo ho, Wu Cubs have made a name for themselves. They're all mixed up in the third prize medal. Let me see. Go go go. Step aside. Take your dirty hands away. You haven't washed your hands. What are you looking at? I say Lao Wu, look at you rare as a little girl, and wrap it up with a handkerchief. Fuck off. What do you know? This is a lucky badge. Lucky badge, understand? A large amount of memories about the medallion flooded into Wang Xianxian's mind. The teenager doesn't know why he has this ability, but the only thing he does know is, he should have let this medal go back to that father, because it was his lucky badge given to him by his son. At that thought, the teenager clutched the medallion in his hand, then headed for the car window against the gale. Top of the train. The 6 ride-alongs are finally coming together at this moment, but, now they were no longer comrades in arms, but enemies. Newly arrived in the 4-passenger police looked at familiar faces. It is difficult to hide the sadness of the heart. Qian Guang was the first to speak up. He's targeting the power carriages. He can't fight on the train. There are passengers down there. The other occupant nodded. Strike together, knock him off and let the train go first. The occupants quickly determined a battle plan. Facing the siege, Wu Yaohua did not fear. He directly swung his fist, and the huge magic power coalesced behind him like a tsunami, eventually transforming into a mountain. Instead of a couple of ride-along policemen, his target was the train at his feet. Seeing this, Qian Guang roared, "Don't even think about it." With a movement of his mind, a long spear appeared in his hand before stabbing towards Wu Yaohua. The ride-along police officer, who specializes in guns, finally shed all his shackles when he was out of the confined space. The rest of the occupants also summoned their weapons to stopping Yua. The big battle is imminent. Wu Yaohua swung his heavy fist down, and the mountain condensed from the magic behind him fell towards the train like a meteorite. Qian Guang waved the long spear in his hand, and the massive amount of aura condensed into a silver dragon at the tip of the spear. Qian Guang then stabbed with force. The gun comes out like a dragon. The silver dragon swooped down on the mountain. The rest of the occupational police followed closely behind, all offering killing moves and blasting at Wu Yaohua. The energy collided in the air, creating a violent explosion. The train below also shook 3 times from the massive impact. There were screams and cries of grief from the passengers in the car. Fear, uneasiness, constantly permeated the train. Fu Xianer took her cell phone and frantically sent a message to Wang Xianxian, but countless messages seemed to sink into the sea, receiving no reply. At this time, Fu Xianer also had more than a little anxiety, thinking that Wang Xianxian was ultimately going to the dining car. She looked ahead and then ran towards the carriage in front of her. On top of the wagon, a teenager struggled to half-crouch at the back of the wagon's bulge. The violent jolt just now nearly caused him to fall. The gale generated by the high speed of the train was like a knife, cutting through the clothes and blowing the teenager's skin raw and painful. The current Wang Xianxian could only hear the howling of the gale beside his ears. Holding the medallion in his hand, the teenager steadied himself before rising slightly and walking forward with difficulty. The 5 occupational police officers did not act rashly after they managed to fend off Yua's attack. They looked grave, staring dead ahead at the demonic Wu Yaohua, who had fallen into a demonic state. The opponent's strength had almost tripled. At this moment, Wu Yaohua exuded an evil aura, his scarlet eyes constantly releasing intense killing intent. Again, he didn't pay any attention to his former colleague. His goal was always the train at his feet, and the lives of his passengers. Yua lashed out with one leg, then charged toward the power wagon. Seeing this, the occupants of the police quickly unfolded the position, and joined forces to kill Wu Yaohua. All kinds of weapons bloomed in unison. For a while, sword chi was spreading above the roof of the car, the sound of guns and blades, and the wind of fists was roaring. After the demonic fall, Inua's figure was like a ghost, easily avoiding the joint attacks of his colleagues and launching a counterattack. He was originally a boxer, not relying on weapons, cultivating his body and practicing his fists. And after his body received amplitude, his fists became even more domineering. His heavy punches, which contained a powerful force, made the ride-along police officer suffer. It is said that one force can break all laws. However, the occupants were not afraid. They cooperated with each other. All kinds of subtle martial arts skills, frequently performed under their tacit cooperation. Chen Guang's gun came out like a dragon, stabbing directly at Wu Yaohua's chest, while the other 2 occupants came to the side, restraining Wu Yaohua's arms with their attacks in an attempt to disrupt Wu Yaohua's defensive rhythm. The last 2 sword-wielding multi-purpose police officers, their swords went sideways. They were one in front of the other, cooperating with Qian Guang, stabbing at Wu Yaohua in unison. The target is the head of Yua. Wu Yaohua's face did not change when he saw this. His legs snapped together and he charged at Qian Guang, who was directly in front of him, with a thunderous momentum. Qian Guang was undaunted, and he had only one goal in mind, and that was Wu Yaohua's heart. In the next instant, the lance directly penetrated Wu Yaohua's body, but that didn't stop Yua from attacking. He actually disregarded his physical injuries and allowed the lance to weave in and out of his flesh and blood. Immediately afterward, in Qian Guang's incredulous gaze, Wu Yao's heavy fist ruthlessly smashed into Qian Guang's abdomen. Bang! Qian Guang's abdomen. The wound that hadn't completely healed was like a bomb embedded in it, and it directly exploded with a huge splash of blood. Intense pain traveled like thunder down his abdomen to Qian Guang's brain, so much so that it caused the martial artist to almost faint. His body was even like a cannonball, flying out from above the train. Old money. The rest of the occupants were furious. Despite watching their teammates fall into the train, none of them dared to rush to their aid. For these crew members, the safety of the passengers is above all else. The vacancy created in the front allowed Ing Yua to quickly escape the encirclement. Looking at the long gun sticking out of Wu Yao's chest, the rest of the passenger police officers' faces were unprecedentedly grave. The opponent's method of breaking the game just now could be considered heartless. Energy transportation heart, strengthening heart muscles, offsetting the heart, ignorant of physical trauma, fearless of pain, not even thinking about what to do after an injury. Such a way to fight. It's daunting. At this moment, this group of passenger police felt in their hearts that what they were facing was not a flesh and blood being, but a battle puppet that inputted commands and was able to maintain absolute calmness and offensive strategies. After eye contact, the 4 occupants surrounded Ing Yua in a fan shape, moving their feet in silent agreement, looking for the best time to attack. Wu Yaohua looked down at the lance stuck at his chest, then his right hand violently exerted force and pulled it out. Just then, a passenger police officer's figure flashed, like a ghost rushing towards the devil. The long sword in his hand cut out a stern sword chi, directly stabbing Wu Yaohua's vitals. Wu Yaohua gripped the lance in his hand and swung it out violently, clashing with the long sword with a crisp clash. The remaining 3 occupants took advantage of the opportunity to attack. Perhaps because of the wound on his chest, Ing Yua's speed was significantly slower. Facing a 4-man siege, he once again fell behind. The 4 occupants of the police saw this and offered a direct kill, accompanied by the sound of a sharp blade piercing through flesh and blood. The boulder in the hearts of the 4 occupational police officers finally fell to the ground. All 4 occupational police officers stabbed their weapons into Ing Yua's body, and these weapons were like torture devices, completely blocking Ing Yua's torso. Looking at Wu Yaohua, whose breath had weakened and whose eyes were scarlet, the 4 occupants could not stop the sadness in their eyes. Lao Wu, all the way. However, before that ride-along policeman could finish his sentence, a strange change occurred. A bizarre to the extreme power spilled outward along Wu Yaohua's wound. This energy carried extremely strong negative emotions, and the moment several of the occupants were dipped in it, they couldn't help but have strange emotions begin to rise in their minds. Their heart's demons actually loomed large. Before the passenger police could suppress his mind in time, a tsunami of bizarre energy erupted from Wu Yaohua's body. Intense negativity eats away at every ride-along. Although these negative emotions were quickly suppressed by the occupants, it revealed a breach. Ing Yua quickly seized the opportunity. He first toppled his knee and sent a ride-along policeman flying, then swung his left hand and elbowed with his right arm. 2 more crew members were knocked off the train. In the end there was only 1 ride-along police officer left. A hint of madness also appeared in the eyes of that ride-along policeman when he came to his senses. Even if I die, I won't let you have your way. Saying that, this passenger police officer directly seized the gap between Wu Yaohua's attacks and raised his sword to stab into his chest. After the entire sword was gone, the trooper clung to Ing Yua and tried to jump off the train with him. However, he had underestimated his opponent's residual power. Ing Yua lifted his right arm and elbowed the last occupant of the police officers back frantically. Ing Yua, who was a boxer by vocation, had better fighting skills than all the ride-alongs here. With only the 5th elbow strike, that ride-along police officer lost all strength in his arms. Wu Yaohua picked up the passenger policeman with both arms broken and threw him straight off the train. The airborne occupant's expression took on a slight sadness. My name is Zhang Hu. I'm your comrade. Also, the man who sent you on your way. Old wood. All the way. Ing Yua on the train suddenly realized something, and he jerked his head down to look at his chest, only to see that the sword that had not entered his chest was glowing. Zhang Hu, who was in the air, sensed his saber and then roared. Burst. The train shook again with a violent explosion. The smoke from the explosion dissipated rapidly in the whistling wind. What reappeared under Zhang Hu's eyes was Wu Yaohua, whose body was in tatters. The ride-along police uniform he was wearing, woven from special materials, had become tattered and torn, especially in the chest. Countless pieces of clothing were mixed in with the blood and flesh. Looking at Wu Yaohua, who still had the ability to act, Zhang Hu closed his eyes unwillingly, and then smashed heavily into the sides of the railroad tracks. So far, this is in addition to Ing Yua. All the occupants, all fell off the train. It also means that the train has completely lost its guardian. also became the fish and meat on the alien devil's plate. Having finished with his opponent, Inyuwa dragged his battered body towards the power carriage. It was at this point that the fallen demon's occupant suddenly looked backward. Only on the top of the rear carriage, a teenager was slowly advancing against the gale. In response, Inyuwa did not make a move. He had one goal in mind, and that was to take control of the power carriage and detonate it. As he walked to the top of the power car and then to the edge of the train, the magic wrapped around the fist once again. With the sound of shattering glass, Wu Yaohua tumbled straight into the power carriage. Looking at the familiar carriage, Wu Yaohua did not have the slightest emotional fluctuation. He skillfully made his way to the power core. This is his ultimate goal. After determining the target, Wu Yaohua began to manipulate the magical invasion. The power core. Power cores were a type of spiritual weapon, and under the influence of demonic chi, power cores containing a large amount of spiritual chi would have an imbalance of energy, which would lead to an explosion. It can be said that the present Inyuwa is a fuse, the fuse that ignites the reactor. Just as Wu Yaohua intended to continue the operation, a voice came over. Stop it. At those words, Wu Yaohua stopped his hand movements, then turned around and turned back. The one who spoke out was a teenager, the one who had just interfered with his fight with Chen Guang at the top of the train. Inyuwa did not say anything. He just leaned his body forward slightly, and then told the teenager with his fists what his choice was. But to his surprise, when his fist was about to land on the teenager, that teenager's figure, however, simply disappeared. Seemingly sensing something, Wu Yaohua turned around violently and found that the teenager was blocking the power core with his body. He also held up a medal in his left hand, tattered. At the same time, Fu Xian'er arrived at carriage 31. Along the way, she could see a lot of passengers making their way to the rear compartments. She read fear and panic in the emotions of those passengers. As she was about to move on, she came across a group of foreigners who were videotaping. Once around the group of foreigners, she was stopped by the crew. Little sister, there's danger ahead. There's an emergency in food truck 33. Please return to your seat. Food Fairy looked through the window of the car door, toward compartment 32. Compartment 32 is empty. It seems that the people who were in the original 32nd compartment are running for the back compartment. But the problem is, she did not see Wang Xianxian. Just then, a voice suddenly surfaced in the back of her mind. Why hasn't HQ instructed? What happened to Mr. Wood? And I wonder if the other occupants solved the problem. The teenager who just rushed into the carriage is also missing. Was he caught in the wave of the battle and dumped off the train? It's almost time to arrive at Tianzhou City. What can we do? For Fu Xian'er, every time the gift is unleashed, she hears bad things, and this one is no exception. After determining that something had happened to Wang Xianxian, Fu Xian'er's aura instantly changed. She looked at the flight attendant in front of her and spoke in a hushed voice. Please let me through. The flight attendant was taken aback by the look in the young girl's eyes. Although the young girl's eyes and tone of voice gave off a feeling that he couldn't go against it, his superb professionalism still made him fulfill his duties. I'm sorry, the train is currently in a state of emergency, so please be cooperative and return to your seat and wait. When Fu Xian'er heard this, her aura thumped out from her body. This aura was in the form of a gauzy mist, and the mist was dotted with bits of starlight, the realm of the stars, Reiki transforming into mist. This was the sign of a fourth-stage flourishing star realm martial artist. If it was just the aura turning into mist, the crew would be far less surprised. The young girl's astral mist was so thick that it even gave the impression that it could coalesce into a liquid at any time. This young girl's star mist was surprisingly thick to the point where it could turn into liquid at any time. Peak of the prosperous star realm. This was the quality of star mist that only existed at the peak of the profound star realm. The crew couldn't believe their eyes. Such a young peak prosperous star realm martial artist. Appalling. After displaying her strength, Food Fairy's golden eyes looked straight at the crew member in front of her before taking out a document. Special operations on a case, please open the door. The flight attendant hastened to take the papers and check them. Wei Yuan. With just a glance, the crew member gave way and quickly opened the door to the compartment before leading the young girl to compartment 32. The Food Fairy quickly ran to the door of compartment 33, and through the glass on the door, she saw the messy dining car and the broken glass on the side of the dining car. With that one glance alone, intense unease swept through her. Can't find it. Can't find Wang Xianxian. In her haste, she hastily gripped the door handle and tried to open the carriage door, but the door did not move at all. Seeing this, the crew member hastily reminded, the doors of compartments 33 and 32 are locked. Food Fairy let out a deep breath as she circled around. Eventually his eyes fell on the window of compartment 32. After determining the target, the Food Fairy turned to speak to that crew member. I'm going to break the window, so please get out of here in time and close the door to compartment 32. Also, Do your best to calm the passengers and get them back to their seats in impact positions. The train is feared to be violently impacted again. Seemingly thinking of something, the young girl continued her account. The probability is that the other party's goal is to seize control of the train or destroy it. So inform everyone in your crew to prepare for the worst and take the appropriate plan. Upon hearing the young girl's arrangement, the crew member nodded solemnly. Please be careful, and good luck with the martial arts. With that said, the crew member quickly left compartment 32. After making sure the compartment door was locked, the food fairy took a deep breath before placing her hand on the window glass. Golden flames ignited at her palms, and the terrifying heat caused the glass to start melting rapidly. When the glass was burned through a small hole, the food fairy's palm snapped. Countless pieces of debris flew out the window along with the girl's flames. Immediately afterward, the young girl's body was as light as a swallow, slightly poking out of the window, lightly flipping out and disappearing from the view of the crew. Car 2, also the power car. Looking at the medallion in the teenager's hands, Wu Yaohua's expression did not change in the slightest. Only in the depths of his eyes, a hint of clarity flashed. It was this moment that was accurately captured by Wang Xianxian's eyes. It's a good luck charm from your son. It belongs to you. However, Yingyue was not impressed by the teenager's words. He clenched his right fist, his legs powered up, and he violently rushed towards Wang Xianxian. The moment the fist touched the teenager's body, a strange change occurred again. The second disappearance of the teenager did not cause any mood swings in Yingyue, who was calm as a machine and was constantly observing the interior of the carriage. Finally, the moment Wang Xianxian reappeared, Wu Yaohua directly pounced on the teenager with extremely fast reaction speed. Bang! The narrow space made it too late for Wang Xian to dodge, and he was viciously slammed into the wall of the carriage. The medallion in his hand also fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Seeing the medallion that rolled to his feet, Wu Yaohua lifted his foot and stomped on it heavily before ruthlessly kicking it in front of Wang Xianxian. When the medallion reappeared in front of Wang Xianxian, it had been severely distorted. The original beautiful design was also destroyed beyond recognition. For some reason, Wang Xianxian's heart fostered a strong rage. When a martial artist becomes a demon, he or she will amplify their obsessions and emotions even more. Both love and hate become intense. The passenger police officer in front of him, even if he was possessed, would never treat the gift given to him by his son in this way. The devil is no longer the devil. The Fey Devil. Wang Xianxian gently held the medal in his hand, then looked up at Wu Yaohua, whose expression was cold and whose eyes were scarlet, and spoke in a deep voice. It was his most cherished possession, his pride, his love. Because of his anger, Wang Xianxian's voice became a bit hoarse. I will find you. Wherever you hide, I will find you. The teenager's voice was not loud, but it fell on Wu Yaohua's ears like thunder, causing the fallen demon's occupant to feel emotion for the first time. And this sentiment is fear, a fear that transcends time and space, etched into the marrow of the bones and burned into the soul. This Fey demon didn't understand why he feared the teenager in front of him, as if his fear of him was an instinct to survive. The directive deep in his mind overpowered the fear in his heart. He would not allow anyone to get in the way of his mission. He clearly judged that there was a time interval for the teenager's weird skill. So, Yingyue took a shot at the teenager. His body was like a cannonball, heading straight for the teenager. Wang Xianxian, who was too late to dodge, summoned several wine swords to cross in front of him and block. Bang! Wang Xianxian's back directly hit the car window, and the window, which was already mostly broken, was completely shattered due to the powerful impact. Countless pieces of debris flew out of the car along with the teenager's body. Inside the power carriage, Wu Yaohua looked out of the window with an expressionless face, and the knife-like gusts of wind didn't make him squint his eyes. He just stood quietly, like a puppet waiting for orders. The next moment, he began to move towards the power core. The moment he took a step, with a thud, a flaming palm latched onto the edge of the window. Wu Yaohua looked back as a reddish-golden figure lightly tumbled in. He was wrapped in reddish-golden flames, his skin glistening with golden lines, his pink hair constantly shining in the blazing fire, and the air around him becoming distorted due to the terrifying heat generated by the flames. Out of instinct, Wu Yaohua quickly attacked, but not before he rushed forward. The transparent liquid that gave off a strong aroma of wine appeared directly around the teenager before being ignited by him. The power of the already terrifying flames was instantly amplified. The red golden flames carried a terrifying temperature and directly pounced on his face. Ah! For the first time, Yingyue let out a wail from the pain. The flame seemed to set everything in him on fire. Flesh, blood, soul, even demonic energy. Without giving Wu Yaohua the slightest chance to catch his breath, Wang Xianxian's wine sword carried the fire of the golden crow and directly chopped at the other party. The sword blade was like a storm, cutting Wu Yaohua's body at extreme speed. and the blazing fire it carried also followed the wound, burning his body non-stop. In order to alleviate the pain, Wu Yaohua kept releasing magic qi in an attempt to slow down the rate of the flames burning. The demonic qi collided with the fire of the golden crow, and the demonic qi was scorched by the flames, continuously emitting black smoke and a zippy sound. For a moment, a large amount of black smoke filled the compartment. Even the gusts of wind coming from the windows of the car couldn't quite blow the smoke away. Easing the pain, Inghua seizes the opportunity and swings right in. However, Wang Xianxian did not give him a chance at all. Easy. The teenager's body disappeared once again, and at the same time, a large amount of spirit wine began to levitate inside the carriage. In the next instant, all of these spirit wines were ignited by the flames. The entire power carriage was also completely turned into a sea of fire at this moment. At this moment, Wu Yaohua was like being in hell. Under the pain, Inghua finally recognized the reality. In this sea of fire, he was simply powerless to resist, even if the teenager in front of him was in a far inferior realm. Thinking of this, Wu Yaohua violently swung his fist at the teenager. Wang Xianxian hastily dodged, while Wu Yaohua seized the opportunity to quickly come to the window and flip to the top of the carriage. Seeing Wu Yaohua escaping, Wang Xianxian did not chase after him. The current him had clearly realized that the other party's target was the power core behind him. He had to stand guard for the safety of the train. Moreover, if he went out, it would be impossible to utilize the flames above the train to suppress Inghua at the train's high speed. But as good as the idea was, the results were often not what he wanted. For the depraved Inghua, destroying the power plant trumps everything else. Over the carriage, Inghua struggled to adjust his physical condition. Zhang Hu detonated the spirit sword explosion, causing his body to be extremely traumatized and his battle power to rapidly decline. Just as he was using his magic power to restore his simple body and preparing to return to the power carriage, an arrow coalesced entirely from a reddish-gold color appeared in front of him. Seeing this, Inghua quickly ducked. However, the arrow, which was entirely condensed from flames, as if it possessed life, directly transformed into a golden crow, changed direction in the air, and eventually swooped down on him. The same flames, but more powerful. Scorched by the flames, Inghua raised his head in disbelief, only to see that at a distance of 30 meters in front of him, there was a pink-haired girl standing. Fu Xianer's face was frosty as she stared dead at Wu Yaohua in front of her. On her way here, she clearly detected the energy fluctuations of the golden crow's flame. All the phenomena told her that Wang Xianxian was in the compartment at the foot of that passenger police. Stop the attack or... The young girl spoke in a cold voice. Die. Wu Yaohua didn't obey the young girl's order as magic power converged at the peak of his fist and eventually coalesced into a black dragon. Immediately after that, Wu Yaohua swung his fist violently. The black dragon on his fist was like an arrow, soaring towards the pink-haired girl. In the face of the attack, Fu Xianer did not have to dodge the action. Her body actually do not know when. More than a layer of hemispherical translucent, red golden shield, the light like a stream of fire, constantly shield jumping, bright to the extreme. And that mighty and overbearing black dragon was actually blocked out by the shield, starting from the dragon's head and being swallowed up little by little in general. It eventually wore off in Wu Yaohua's terrified eyes. The Fu Xianer within the shroud slowly turned sideways before raising her left hand. A pair of red golden eyes instantly erupted with shining light, as if a great sun had descended into the world, dignified and incomparable. At the same time, red golden flames burst out from her body. That reddish golden flame transformed into a golden crow. And after wrapping around the young girl's arm in a few speedy turns, it stretched out into a blazing, magnificent longbow entirely condensed from flames on her left hand. Fu Xianer raised the golden crow's bow in her hand, and with that, her right hand began to draw the arrow, red golden flames that coalesced at the bowstring, eventually producing a flaming arrow out of thin air. The flames continued to coalesce, blazing so brightly that it was impossible to look directly at them. Feeling the searing airflow, Inghua couldn't help but fall back in panic. The young girl spoke in a cold voice. Die. In a flash, the flames broke through the air. The flames directly engulfed the enemy, and the arrow directly pierced through Inghua's body and carried him down the train. Without the slightest hesitation, Food Fairy, who had resolved Wu Yaohua, ran directly to the top of the power carriage, then found the window position and jumped down. Inside the carriage, the fire of the golden crow was still burning, but the young girl was fearless. Passing through the flames, the Fu Xianer was finally relieved the moment she saw Wang Xianxian. She quickly stepped forward, concerned. No injuries? Hearing the voice, Wang Xianxian turned around violently. Your Highness. Seemingly thinking of something, he hurriedly grabbed Fu Xianer's shoulder and checked if there were any injuries on her body. Unharmed? Where's Inghua? Fu Xianer, who had probably guessed Wang Xianxian's thoughts, spoke softly. It was solved by me. although there were some hidden guesses in his heart. This answer still shocked Wang Xianxian to the core when it was spoken by Fu Xian'er herself. After a short period of shock, Wang Xianxian hurriedly pulled Fu Xian'er to the power unit. Your Highness, there's been something wrong with this thing since just now. Seeing the abnormal fluctuations released by the power core, the face of Fu Xian'er, who often came into contact with spirit weapons, instantly turned ugly. This power core is on the verge of spinning out of control. Seeing this, Fu Xian'er didn't hesitate for a second. She quickly touched the power core with her hand and invoked her aura to carefully and meticulously adjust the power core. Just then, too, there was a sudden noise from above the carriage. Fu Xian'er looked up incredulously. It's that fallen devil of a ride-along. But he's clearly. Hearing this, the teenager's fists clenched unconsciously. Your Highness, you take care of the core, I'll stall him. No! Fu Xian'er directly pulled Wang Xianxian to a stop. Your realm is too low. It's too dangerous to fight on the train. We'll wait for him here. The foreign devil fears the fire of the Golden Crow, and within the compartment, he can't afford to make any waves. Wang Xianxian shook his head. With him around, you won't be able to focus on controlling the power core at all. I can. Fu Xian'er's tone was unusually firm. Hearing these words, Wang Xianxian was suddenly stunned for a moment, and then he burst out laughing. I'm sure you can control the power core, but if he blows himself up in the compartment. Wang Xianxian didn't finish his sentence because both of them knew that once the other party blew himself up inside the compartment, there would be no more room for things to maneuver. The other party's goal is probably to detonate the power core when the train approaches Tenju City, but if he's really pushed him, he's likely to stop following his original plan and just detonate it. Hearing this, Fu Xian'er fell somewhat silent. She knew that the possibility of what Wang Xianxian said existed. I like this feeling of being cared for, protected. Wang Xianxian laughed, but more than being cared for, protected, I prefer, more willing to protect, people who are willing to care for me. Besides, you're the only one who can control the power core, and I can't be idle, I have to do something. Seeing that Fu Xian'er was going to say something else, Wang Xianxian softly spoke, Your Highness, this is brother. At those words, Fu Xian'er helplessly sighed, take more care with everything, your aim is to delay. I'll take care of it as soon as I can. After speaking, she immediately lowered her head and began to concentrate on controlling the power core. Wang Xianxian looked at the focused young girl and gently nodded. Good. Then he took the tattered medallion from his pocket, held it at his palm, and turned it over on top of the carriage. Above the wagon, Wu Yaohua, whose body was tattered, became incredibly wretched. At this point, he would even be affected in his advance by the gale. Wang Xianxian blocked Wu Yaohua's path of advance, and under the raging wind, the already tattered robes of the two became even more disheveled. Looking at the wounded and almost unrecognizable Wu Yaohua, sadness couldn't help but rise up in the teenager's heart. In a society where martial arts are honored, both the military and the police are held in extremely high esteem. They were already excellent martial artists. Strong strength was essential to maintain order in the martial society. The minimum standard to become a full-fledged police officer is to arrive at the peak of the prosperous star realm. From the memories presented by the medallion, Wang Xianxian knew very clearly that this was a police officer who was extremely fanatical and devout to his profession. A career worthy of his name? Yu Hua, if there is no fall from grace. But this is the same respectable police officer who has become a toy for his manipulation. Officer Wu, Wang Xianxian spoke softly. Your son's name is Wu Genoa, revitalizing China. Suddenly, Wu Yaohua's body began to tremble madly as he seemed to recall something. The teenager raised his medallion and continued to speak. He's wonderful and proud of you. He's an honorary graduate of the National Defense University, and he's your pride and joy. Growing up, the only thing he did that went against you was to choose to go straight to the frontier upon graduation. You're afraid he'll get hurt and you're proud of him. He was not only a wonderful son, he was a wonderful soldier. He did his duty as a soldier with distinction and was honored with a medal. This is his first medal and his gift to you, the gift that brings you luck. Every word from the teenager added a shiver to this father's frame. In the end, Wu Yaohua clasped his head with both hands and kept letting out roars of pain. The powerful emotions, and the mutated demonic chi in his body, collided violently, giving him a splitting headache. The teenager kept moving closer to Ing Yuhua. Officer Wood, you're a police officer. A hero police officer who received the Medal of Heroism. I don't know how you got your medals, but I do know. You can't get this medal if you don't love your profession, love this country, and love the people of this country. So please, don't lose to him. Don't let them dishonor your glory, and more importantly, don't let them dishonor your love. That's the love that belongs to Wu Genoa, the love that belongs to him alone. Tears streaked down her cheeks like broken kite strings, carried swiftly into the air by the gusty winds. Wu Yaohua knelt on the ground, his voice unable to stop trembling. Genhua. My. Genhua. Ah. The fallen demon's ride-along police officer, suppressing his demons for the first time, looked at the teenager in front of him, remembering what he had just done, and the guilt nearly overwhelmed him. Genhua. Dad let you down. Sorry, I'm sorry. Without a moment's hesitation, the ride-along police officer walked straight to the edge of the train. Son, I'm sorry for worrying you. After that, he was about to jump off the train. However, just at this time, a strange change appeared once again. Black magical power once again erupted from his body. Losing control of his body, Wu Yaohua's face changed drastically, then yelled at the teenager. Boy, do it! But all of this happened too fast. So fast that Wang Xianxian couldn't react in time. Looking at Wu Yaohua, who had left the edge of the train, Wang Xianxian's eyes erupted with monstrous fury. For some reason, Ying Yuhua seemed to have gotten stronger. Wang Xianxian knew very clearly that power did not belong to Wu Yaohua. From the time Wu Yaohua fell to the devil, Wang Xianxian could vaguely see a chain on his body, and while one end of this chain was tied to Wu Yaohua's body, the other end seemed to have disappeared into nothingness. The source of the power Wu Yaohua had suddenly obtained was precisely that chain. At this moment, there is only one thought in Wang Xian's mind, and that is, chop it up. It was as if that chain did not exist in this heaven and earth, and it was feared that a special means would be needed to cut it off. Feeling the strong feelings coming from the medallion, a thought suddenly rose in Wang Xianxian's heart. Brewing. With a thought, a large amount of materials and spring water gushed out from the gourd and eventually surfaced in front of him. Blood anemone grass, steel bone bamboo, general's flower, rejuvenating liquid, and the broken metal, fairy brew. Along with the fall of the teenager's words, these materials began to release colored light. He was going to make a very famous spirit wine. It was a military wine, a third-order spirit wine, a practicing wine, a wine that soldiers drank at their farewell banquet when they were discharged from the army. Military Wine 1107. Of course, it has another loud, widely known name, home brew. Thousands of years ago, in those war-torn times, it was a fortunate, desirable thing for a soldier to be successfully discharged from the military. That's why when a soldier is successfully discharged, the army organizes a farewell banquet for him or her. In times of war, spirit wine was an extremely rare resource. That's why after attending a farewell dinner, many retired military personnel choose to pack up some of the leftover wine and take it home to drink with their families. With the passage of time, as well as the strengthening of the country, such habits, too, slowly evolved into customs. Whenever a soldier is discharged from the military, the troops always present the soldier with this spirit wine. More than its function, this wine is imbued with a special meaning. Homecoming. The spirit wine continued to take shape, and the aroma of the wine was so strong that not even the gusty winds could disperse it. Wine can be a carrier of emotions, so the brewer will brew a special spirit wine recognized by heaven and earth and carrying emotions in the depths of his feelings. However, because of the emotional limitations, winemakers can only send their own emotions. The teenage immortal in front of me, on the other hand, has no such limitations, for he is the opener of the way of wine. Wine fairy. Under the teenage immortal's manipulation, a strange stream of emotional power flowed out of the medallion and eventually into the wine. Military Wine 1107, Homecoming Brew. Quality, 3rd grade extreme wine immortal blessing, exclusive to Ying Yuhua. Recipe, blood anemone grass, steel bone bamboo, general's flower, spiritual liquid, Wu Zhenhua's metal. Effects, clears the heart, strengthens the bones, improves the constitution, and replenishes the aura. Note, when Ying Yuhua, father of Ying Chanhua, drank it, it drove away evils and avoided evil spirits, solidified the heart of the Taoist, and doubled his full attributes. Source, a special blend of homecoming brew made from the love of Wu Zhenhua. Perhaps it can give some warmth to that bereaved father. Evaluation, going home safely is the most precious, reassuring and happy gift that every traveler can give to his parents. Looking at the spiritual wine in front of him, Wang Xianxian did not drink it, because he knew that it did not belong to him. Not far away, Wu Yaohua once again transformed into a foreign devil, and he became even more powerful as he gained more energy. He exuded a black aura, his muscles rapidly expanding, causing his skin to split open, and that broken skin was filled with crimson blood, like volcanic lava. Huge energy began to condense on Wu Yaohua's fist. In the face of the enemy's stored power, the young immortal merely moved his right hand gently, and the spirit wine in front of his body began to coalesce into the shape of a sword. The moment he gripped this sword, Wang Xianxian seemed to see the memories of his father and son. To be precise, it was not the memories of his father and son, but the memory of Genhua Wu. A young soldier with sword brows and a sense of justice appeared in Wang Xianxian's mind. His eyes, full of gratitude and guilt. Wu Yaohua looked at Wang Xianxian expressionlessly and raised his fist. Wang Xianxian, on the other hand, looked at Wu Yaohua tenderly and raised his sword. In a flash, Wu Yaohua's figure stormed. The fist that seemed to carry the power of opening mountains, wrapped in a huge demonic aura, smashed towards the teenager. The teenager felt the huge emotion contained in the wine, then opened the golden crow bloodline. Wine carries pure emotions, and these emotions can only be held in wine. And all the teenager has to do is to order that emotion to the spirit wine as a wine fairy. Release. Looking at the flames burning in his hands, the teenager smiled slightly and softly said, "It's better to tell him those words in person. Pardon." The moment the young immortal's words fell, the fire of the golden crow began to burst into flames, and what was ignited was the wine that hid love. The young man's sword transformed into a sword of flame in a flash, and above the flames, a shadow began to emerge. The moment the shadow appeared, Wu Yaohua, who was running furiously, violently stopped his advance. At the same time, Wang Xianxian gripped the sword in his hand before charging towards Wu Yaohua, who was frozen in place. The black energy on Wu Yaohua's body continued to become thicker and thicker as he was trying to control Wu Yaohua, but for some reason, no matter how much he ordered him to do so, the occupant police officer was no longer at his disposal like before. He may never know that Ing Yua is no longer the same ride-along police officer who went off the deep end because of the loss of his son, but now he is the father. The father who waits for the wanderer to return home. The teenager's sword was fast, and in just the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Wu Yaohua's body. Wu Yaohua's gaze was dead fixed on the shadowy figure hovering above the teenager. That's his child, his eternal pride. Tears quietly occupied his father's eyes as the young soldier opened his arms. The teenage immortal, on the other hand, stared dead at the chains on Wu Yaohua's body before swinging his sword. Homecoming, accompanied by the teenager's roar. The sword blade dominantly chopped onto the chains. Click. In an instant, the shackles of the void snapped in response. The yoke is broken and the wanderer returns home. Wu Genoa's vapors gave his warped father a hug, a final, parting hug. Hugs for homecoming, hugs for leaving home. Dad. Tears continued to flow from Wu Yaohua's eyes like a broken kite string. Genoa, my Genoa, Dad is sorry. Dad has embarrassed you. Wu Genoa gently patted his father's back with his hand, then spoke softly. No matter when, no matter where, I am always proud of you. You will always be my hero. All sorts of emotions entwined in his heart, making Wu Yaohua unable to speak at all. Just then, Ing Yua suddenly felt his hand move. Wu Genoa held his father's hand tightly. Dad, don't lose it this time. Feeling the extra object in his hand, Wu Yaohua nodded his head like a madman. Dad won't, ever again. Genoa, Daddy loves you. Wu Genoa smiled, relieved. Dad, when I was a kid I was so afraid that you would die. So one night I asked you what I would do if you died one day. Remember what you said? Dry your tears and defend your country. Wu Yaohua sobbed uncontrollably. Dying for the country. I have no regrets. Wu Genoa wiped his father's tears and smiled gently. Wu Yaohua gently touched the imaginary figure in front of him. Genoa, I'm proud of you. Me too. Speaking here, Wu Genoa's body suddenly began to fade, and then he released a smile. Dad, I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. Ing Yua struggled to control his tears and gave his son one last hug. Dad promises. At this point, the spirit wine burned out and completely turned into nothingness. Wu Yaohua gently opened his right hand. Full of calluses in his hand is lying quietly a medal. Something came up today. Only one chapter. Will make up for what I owe. 7 chapters. Just as Ing Yua was immersed in grief, the train beneath his feet shook violently. Immediately afterward, Wang Xianxian's body shook violently and almost fell. After stabilizing himself, he jerked his head up. The train is speeding up. Ing Yua was also aware of this phenomenon. The two men looked at each other, then returned together to the interior of the power compartment. Just as he entered the interior of the power carriage, Wang Xianxian saw Fu Xianer, who had a somewhat flustered expression. So he rushed forward. Your Highness, what's wrong? When she heard the voice, Fu Xianer looked up and instantly had a stress reaction to Wu Yaohua. She was about to make a move but realized that the other party's gaze was clear and had returned to normal. Seeing this, Fu Xianer looked at Wang Xianxian incredulously. How? Isn't a martial artist's fall from grace irreversible? Before she could ask, Wu Yaohua immediately spoke. Is the power system out of control? Fu Xianer immediately nodded her head and then looked at Wang Xianxian. The Skywine City Train Control Center has been trying to take control of the train, and their commands have made the anomalous power core even more chaotic. I need more time to fix the anomalies in the power core and have to get the Skywine City FM to stop giving orders. It's too late. Wu Yaohua suddenly spoke. At this speed, the train will arrive at Tianzhou City within 5 minutes. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian hurriedly spoke. The heavenly wine city side will surely find a way, right? The teenager's words caused the faces of Fu Xian'er and Wu Yaohua to become a bit ugly. Tianzhou City will definitely deal with it, but the cost is unusually yet large. Wu Yaohua gruffly said, the runaway train will not only cause a rush so simple. The power core on the high-speed train is essentially a combination of an energy reactor and aura storage, and once it explodes, I'm afraid that the destructive force caused will be no less than a small nuclear explosion. In order to circumvent all incidents that could damage the city's defense works, the Tianzhou City side must have already done a good job of dealing with them, because this is the wilderness and the risks that martial artists take by going deeper are not small. They tend to use simpler, rougher methods. For example, derail the train and stop it from moving on. Fu Xian'er continued to add, this does get it over with, but the follow-up, and the personnel resuscitation, is going to be a big mess. More critically, the passengers on the train were not very strong, especially since there were a lot of vulnerable people on board who would have had a hard time surviving a train derailment collision. Even if you can survive, you'll have to face infected wounds and a siege of foreign beasts. This is the wilderness and it will take quite a while for the official rescue teams to get here. Seeing that Wang Xianxian still didn't have a concrete concept, Wu Yaohua once again opened his mouth. 15 years ago, a similar incident occurred in Tensetsu City, where Tensetsu City officials chose to derail the train, and the number of casualties from that accident was 756, and there were a total of 542 passengers on that high-speed train at the time, a casualty rate of 64.6%. That train and this current one, G89076, are extremely similar, both in terms of the carriages and the number of people on board, and once the officials decide to do something about it, it's going to be a huge disaster. Up to this point, Wang Xianxian's heart had a clear perception. 10,000 people is not a cold number. How many families are behind these 10,000 people and how many loved ones are waiting for them to return home? Despite his heart's resentment, he clearly knew that this was not something he could dominate, and that the current him was still weak. Fu Xian'er was also thinking of a better way. Just as the siblings were thinking hard, a voice suddenly came to their ears. Don't think much about it, leave it to me, I have some experience in this matter. The young boy and girl looked up slightly as they looked at Wu Yaohua suspiciously. Just then, Ying Yuhua pointed a finger at himself. My name is Ying Yuhua. You may not have much memory of the name, but I once stopped a storm train too. Hearing this, Fu Xian'er finally remembered something, and she looked at the somewhat wretched passenger police officer beside her and said incredulously, you're the hero cop who brought a runaway train to a safe stop in Snow Hill 5 years ago. Hearing about his past heroics, Wu Yaohua felt more than a little ashamed in his heart, and next to him, Wang Xianxian's eyes widened even more as an afterthought. The Medal of Heroes. So it was because of this incident that he was awarded the Medal of Heroes. But how the hell did he stop a runaway train? Ying Yuhua patted the teenager's shoulder. The core cause of the train's stall was a loss of power system control, resulting in too much kinetic energy. Son, I need your help. For some reason, the words of this ride-along policeman were extraordinarily reassuring. Fu Xian'er spoke directly. If there's anything we can help with, you can just say yes. Ying Yuhua nodded gently as he looked first to the young girl. Little girl, I need your maximum help in stabilizing the power core so that it avoids exploding. Upon hearing this, Fu Xian'er nodded her head slightly. Then, Wu Yaohua patted Wang Xianxian's shoulder. Son, I need you to cooperate with me in controlling the braking system, which can't do much because of the stall, but it's a top priority in my program. Good. Wang Xianxian nodded solemnly. After arranging the work, Wu Yaohua bowed deeply to the two young men. I'm sorry for the unnecessary danger and labor I've caused you through my fault. Deeply bowing his head, Ying Yuhua smiled bitterly. Maybe, a cop like me. After bowing, when he reared his head, he was met with the unmistakable, bright eyes of two teenagers. He recognized that look, it was trust. A long-suppressed sense of duty spread through the heart of this heroic policeman. Looking at the two young children, he let out a deep breath. Here we go. Fu Xian'er turned around directly and continued to control the chaotic power core, and Wang Xianxian followed Wu Yaohua out of the power carriage. Their target is car 001, the driver's compartment. The door to the power compartment wasn't barricaded, so the two men went straight through it to the driver's compartment. The conductor in the caboose was a gray-haired old man. Despite the fact that the train was out of control, this conductor remained steadfast at his post. He seems to have accepted his end with open arms. So when the door of the compartment was opened, the conductor did not turn around, but kept his eyes straight ahead. Looking at the familiar back, Wu Yaohua gently stepped forward, then patted the car chief's shoulder. Old Li, I'm back. Hearing this, the conductor looked back incredulously. Familiar faces, familiar eyes. This white-haired conductor seemed to understand something as he looked at Wu Yaohua and spoke aloud. I'm ready. Wu Yaohua patted the conductor's shoulder, his voice full of apologies. Sorry old Li, for the trouble. The conductor's eyes were deep. Yuhua, I just want results. I just want my train to arrive safely at the station. Upon hearing this, Wu Yaohua nodded heavily, then brought Wang Xianxian to the conductor. I'm going to stop the train slowly, as I did before, and this young man can assist you with manual braking. The conductor heard this and only then realized the teenager in the back. Looking at the youngster's tender face, his voice couldn't help but become gentle. Child, please. Wang Xianxian nodded slightly. Then the conductor looked at Wu Yaohua and continued. I'll leave the broadcasting to you. The conductor, can't stabilize the passengers. Yinghua strides forward and walks to the broadcasting station, skillfully picking up the microphone. At this time there was panic in all parts of the carriage, and a large number of passengers had noticed that the train was different. Even if a crew member tried to persuade them, it wouldn't do much good. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the radio ports above each compartment. Greetings, passengers, I am the leader of this train. The crew, Yinghua. The occupants of the various compartments looked up in surprise when they heard this. I'm here with the unfortunate news that the train is on the verge of going out of control. Conjecture confirmed. For a moment, wails rose up, and despair continued to spread in all parts of the compartment. The sound of the radio continues. However, our crews have developed appropriate plans, so please don't panic. Follow the directions of the crews in each compartment. Fasten your seatbelts, and be prepared for crash impacts. My name is Yinghua, and on behalf of the entire crew, I promise you that the train will arrive safely at the next station. Crew members in each compartment, prepare for emergency plan 8. Be mindful of passengers as well as your own safety, and when the countdown is over, we will meet the crash. When the crew heard this, a strong sense of duty instantly overwhelmed the fear. In car 088, a crew member held a loudspeaker and spoke loudly to the passengers who had fallen into a panic. The ride-along policeman named Yinghua, who was just broadcasting, is a great hero of our railroad system, who managed to stop a runaway train a few years ago. In the railroad brochure next to everyone's seat, people can also find Officer Wood's heroics. Passengers, please trust us. We are professionally trained, confident and capable. We guarantee your safety. We'll get home safe together. The crew's reassurance allowed the passengers to quickly get their emotions under control, and they were directed by the crew to put on their seatbelts and take precautionary maneuvers. Scenes like this were constantly playing out in the various carriages. On top of the tracks that stretch for miles, a hero is never a person's honor. This honor belongs to the whole team. Cooperative passengers, dedicated crews, and crews who fight for their lives. The hero is never alone. Inside the cab, the conductor kept admonishing the teenager in front of him. Son, make sure you control the tempo of your brakes, plus make sure you're safe. After the explanation, Wang Xianxian quickly left the carriage. Eyeing the teenagers departing back, the conductor let out a deep breath before turning to look directly ahead, off the front of the car, at the standing Yinghua, and quickly returned to his work. Calling dispatch center. Calling dispatch center. This is G89076. I'm the captain, Li Yaoguang. Crew member Yuaing now back to normal. Applies for emergency train avoidance program. Soon. A voice came over the communicator. This is dispatch, Captain Li. Unfortunately, your request has been denied. The train's power core is anomalous. We have to take action. The conductor raised his communicator. Please give us another chance. We still have 326 passengers on board. We will use the G06999 train forced stop program. The program's main implementer, Yinghua. Suddenly, on the other side of the comm, there was silence. 5 breaths later, the communicator sounded again. Captain Li, your application has been approved. The officials of Tianzhou City are willing to let you try, and they have designated a docking area for you. In the event that the train fails to stop within the stopping area, the city of Tianzhou will take direct shelter measures. The conductor's voice had a few moments of excitement. On behalf of all the members of the train, I'd like to thank the city government of Heavenly Wine for giving us this opportunity. Zip, calm, rescue team is ready. G89076. Good luck. Roger that. The conductor exhaled, then quickly opened the map. Then, he looked at Yinghua outside and pressed the communicator. Yinghua, we have a 6-kilometer buffer interval. Wait for my command. Yinghua stood outside the front of the car, his clothes flapping wildly in the air from the whistling gale. He opened his hand, then looked down at the medallion in his hand. Suddenly, he burst out laughing. Genua, Dad still has to be your hero. With that, he took his son's tattered medal and pinned it to his shirt. Meanwhile, the conductor spoke into his communicator and yelled, "Start braking." Hearing the voice from the intercom, Wang Xianxian outside the carriage directly pulled the brake. At the same time, a huge amount of aura overflowed crazily from Wu Yaohua's body, and then he powered up his legs and charged straight towards the direction of the train's advance. It was like an eagle, taking to the air. Eventually, the martial artist flipped in the air for a week before landing firmly on the railroad tracks. Through the front glass of the car, Wu Yaohua clearly saw Lao Li. The distance between the train and Ying Yuhua kept decreasing. In an instant, the golden aura, like a blazing sun, continuously wrapped around Wu Yaohua's body and finally formed an armor. Feeling the armor on his body, Wu Yaohua frantically mobilized all the energy in his body. The train was right in front of him. 30 meters, 15 meters, 5 meters, boom. The moment his palm touched the train, it caused the train's hard shell to deform violently. In an instant, the entire train produced a violent vibration. However, the passengers in the car had already prepared for the collision. The occupant's legs were deep in the ground. The tremendous impact made his legs like sharp blades, cutting off the sleeper stones on the track. Wang Xianxian, who was handling the brakes, followed the command and kept releasing and braking the brakes. The power carriage's food fairy was also struggling to control the chaotic power core. Wu Yaohua's body had already reached its limit as the impact of the steel dragon wreaked havoc within him. Suddenly, his body went slack. His body is too tired. The frantic battle when he entered the demon had overdrawn almost all of his body's potential. The occupant's tattered flesh was on the verge of disintegration, seemingly ready to split apart at any moment. Ying Yuhua's consciousness gradually became blurred. He seemed to see his son beckoning to him. Zhenhua. Suddenly, a warm energy protected Wu Yaohua's heart chakra. Feeling the source of the power, Wu Yaohua looked down. The metals on his chest began to shine at some point. Dad, for you as a good luck charm. The nightmare in his father's heart completely dissipated, and at the same time, the body, the shackles of the realm, were also broken by him. Fist, huge fist intent, like Tarzan, erupted from his father's body. Take away. At the moment of life and death, this passenger police officer comprehended his own Tao, broke the shackles and arrived at a new level. 7th ranked martial artist, the realm of enlightenment. Thinking back to the passengers on the train, Wu Yaohua roared, and the energy in his body exploded once again. The ride-along police carried the train and kept backing up. 1 kilometer, 3 kilometers, 5 kilometers. In the blink of an eye, they had entered the officially demarcated docking area. Here it is. The ride-along policeman finally raised his fist. Like a mountainous fist intention, and the peak of the fist continues to converge. And then, swing, boom. The advancing steel dragon was like hitting a lofty mountain peak, and its massive body began to twist and distort. The steel behemoth that was straight the last moment is now as tired and paralyzed, and its body keeps folding up. The chain of colliding carriages toppled to the ground one after another. All of the drive shafts at the carriage joints were broken, and gouts of smoke emanated from many parts of the body. But, alas, it stopped. It did not rush outside the docking area. This crazy scene directly dropped the jaws of the Skywine City government personnel who were ready to chorus from the sidelines. The instruments in their hands recorded with perfect clarity the whole process of the hero forcing the train to stop. What are you waiting for? Go save them! With the leader's roar, the crowd reacted and began to mount a full-scale rescue effort. Welcome to the evening news. On June 13th, at about 23:24, the city of Tianjin in the northern border province was hit by a large-scale beast tide. And with the heroic fighting of the Tianjin city garrison as well as the people of the entire city, the tide was successfully repelled on June 14th, at about 3:54 a.m. It is reported that the level of this beast tide has reached level 9. The number of foreign beasts exceeds 1 million, and the core of the beast tide is the emperor-level foreign beast, Winfang Salon. According to post-disaster statistics, a total of 764 soldiers left their souls on the battlefield in this battle. According to military sources, the core reason for this severe disaster is that Winfang Salon utilizes wind and sand to muffle sounds, obscure sightlines, interfere with the signals of surveillance equipment, and open up a large number of underground tunnels. In this defense battle, all the soldiers of the 7th Company, 3rd Platoon, 088th Special Warfare Regiment, 6th Corps, 129th Division, Heavenly Soldier City, who were on duty that night, were the first to discover the beast tide attack. Faced with the sudden onslaught of beasts, as well as the cut-off of communication equipment, in order to alert their comrades as quickly as possible, they defied life and death, resisted tenaciously, and eventually detonated all explosive devices and died with the enemy. They bought their troops 3 minutes of reaction time, and it was those crucial 3 minutes that prevented the North Gate from falling. Regrettably, the 7th Company, 3rd Platoon of the 088th Special Warfare Regiment, totaling 31 soldiers, all of whom were martyred, forged the impenetrable wall with their flesh and blood. They are, respectively, the 7th Company of the 088th Special Warfare Regiment, 3rd Platoon Commander Wu Yaoguang, Deputy Platoon Commander Wu Jinhua, and Li Wenya, headquarters of the Tenju City Brewers Association. Wang Xianxian stood in front of the TV, watching the video on the news about Tianbing City. With the heroic deeds, his mood could not be calmed for a long time. Is this young man Wu Yaohua's son? Lin Jiu sighed as he looked at the picture of Wu Jinhua on the TV. Aha! Wang Xianxian bowed his head slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. After a long period of silence, Wang Xianxian turned around to look at the senior male behind him and spoke softly. Master Chief, what will happen to Officer Wood? Hearing the teenager's inquiry, Lin Jiu shook his head and sighed. My child, Elder Master knows that you are in a hurry, but there are many things involved in this matter. Inghua is credited with stopping the train, but he is also responsible for the train accident. As a police officer, he committed gross misconduct, and the public impact of this is so great that it's going to be hard for us to step in until the public attention goes down. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian's fists clenched slightly. Seeing that his disciple grandson was not in a high mood, Lin Jiu hurriedly comforted him. But you can rest assured that the odds are that this won't have too many serious consequences. 1. Because Wu Yaohua himself is a heroic merit recipient. 2. Because he was part of a walk of fire this time and didn't mean it. And 3. Because he has broken through to the realm of enlightenment. Lastly, the police also have to take into account that his son was a martyr in the City of Sky Soldiers this time, and that his son's death was the trigger for him to go off the deep end. He is supposed to be a hero cop in the police force. The police won't be harsh on him, and this time he was arrested out of a desire to protect him. Next to him, Li Jianzhou added. In addition, he's also a special case out of the fallen demon state. Extremely valuable for research. Ah yes. Lin Jiu excitedly patted his apprentice grandson's shoulder. So you kid just relax. Don't be unhappy. Go. Master Gong will show you something fun. Meanwhile, in Heavenly Sword City, the Wang clan's ancestral home, after Wang's leadership executives finished the day's meeting, they habitually turned on the TV news. Let's focus on the latest developments in the incident of train G89076, which overturned at 8:48 a.m. on June 14, 20 kilometers outside the city of Tianzhou. The cause of this train accident was caused by a passenger police officer, Inghua, who went off the rails. Inghua, a recipient of the Medal of Heroism, had, after the investigation to determine the general course of the accident, June 14 morning 8:01 Su, the passenger police Wu Yaohua learned of the message of his son Wu Jinhua died in battle. The grief of the loss of his son, so that this is in the breakthrough of enlightenment realm of the critical period of the passenger police officer Daoxin broken, leading to go off the deep end. Fortunately, the trooper ultimately overcame his demons and managed to stop the train with the active cooperation of the two heroic teams, the entire crew, and the passengers. After the accident, the city of Tianzhou actively organized rescue teams. The car was injured passengers 785 people. Fortunately, because of the early preparation for the collision, the accident did not cause death. At present all injured passengers have been transferred to the First People's Hospital in Tianzhou to receive treatment, and all 5 crew members who fell off the train have been found. It is worth mentioning that the 2 heroic teenagers left the scene in a low-key manner after the accident, and afterwards the railroad identified the 2 teenage heroes according to the passenger list and eventually found the 2 teenagers. Mo Xian, 15 years old, domicile, Central Plains Province, Imperial Capital. Wang Xianxian, 15 years old, domicile location, Luanjia Province, Heavenly Sword City, freshman at Whitewater Academy in Heavenly Wine City. Looking at the news television, that incomparably familiar face, the Wang's crowd in the conference room rose violently. Patriarch Wang Lord pointed at the TV, the picture of Wang Xianxian, and his body couldn't stop trembling. Found it. In the next instant, the room boiled over. We've found Wang Xianxian. Quickly go and invite the elders. In the entire conference room, only one person had an intriguing expression. Wang Jianyan, looking at the photo of his eldest son, panic unknowingly climbed into Wang Jianyan's heart. Choosing to be interviewed by a reporter and finally putting Wang Xianxian on the map? What the hell do you want? A gust of pain came from his palm, and Wang Jianyan looked down and realized that his nails had pierced the flesh of his palm. After suppressing the fear in his heart, he slowly got up, then followed the rest of the clan elders and left the conference room. Tianzhou City Public Security Bureau, detention room. In the brightly lit room, Inghua sat in the interrogation chair, his head silently bowed. The young policeman in the room poured him a glass of water and handed it to Inghua. Officer Wood, have some water. Inghua looked at the water in front of him and smiled guiltily. I'm flattered. Thank you. Although he took the water, Wu Yaohua did not drink it, but continued to lower his head, not knowing what he was thinking. The young cop wanted to say something, but was stopped by the older cop next to him. The older cop shook his head, signaling the younger cop to keep quiet. Just then, the door to the detention room was pushed open. The person who came is no one else. It was his co-worker, Chan Guan. Xian Guang looked at the somewhat haggard-looking Wu Yaohua, and his heart ached. However, he quickly adjusted his emotions. Then under Wu Yaohua's expectant gaze, he spoke in a solemn voice. G89076. 15. 326 passengers. 15. 326 survived. 210 crew members. 210 survived. 6 crew members survived. 6. Train G89076 arrived safely in Tenjo City. Comrade, you can rest now. Hearing this, the inner apprehension of the passenger police finally released a long time to suppress the inner emotions. Tears came to his eyes. Sorry for the trouble. For the trouble. I'll start making up chapters today. I currently owe 9 chapters. 2 normal updates today don't count in the made-up chapters. Expect 5 chapters, 2 normal updates and 3 fillers. 666 teachers' apartments. Whitewater College. Skywine City. Okay, I'll look for you guys on my next vacation. Let me try your cooking then. And by the way, say hi to Liu for me. Inside the room, looking at the smile that Wang Xianxian called revealed, the corners of Food Xianer's mouth couldn't help but raise. Seeing the teenager hang up the phone, Food Fairy couldn't help but flirt. Big hero, done with the phone call? Wang Xianxian scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, I'm sorry, Your Highness, the fight took a bit too long. Food Xianer asked curiously, who was that just now? Zhao Hu. Wang Xianxian smiled nervously, my good friend. Oh, the young girl raised her eyebrows gently, looking a bit surprised. I think I heard you say that, but isn't he in military school? He should be in closed training at this point in time. How would he have time to call? Seemingly remembering something happy, Wang Xianxian smiled and opened his mouth. He went into the cooking class, not quite the same curriculum, got out of school today, and called me when he saw the news. So that's how it is. Then great hero, can you listen to me now? Food Xianer flirted. Of course I didn't ask. Before the words were out of his mouth, the familiar ringing of the phone rang again. Wang Xianxian raised his cell phone and smiled awkwardly. Food Xianer helplessly waved her hand. Answer it, I'll go take a shower first. After saying that, the young girl turned around and left, while Wang Xianxian pressed the answer button. Good boy, now you're all mixed up in the news. Listening to the familiar voice, Wang Xianxian's heart was somewhat joyful. Director Lin, it was just a fluke that I helped out a little. This is still a small favor. You're famous, you know. High-speed train derailment, that's a big event. Now who doesn't know that there's an outstanding student in Tenjo Whitewater College? Lin Zhan was a little excited. After chatting for a while, Lin Zhan's voice was a bit grave. Envy Immortal, I heard that Wang is looking for you. Why do I have a feeling that there is something going on here? You need to pay more attention. Okay, Wang Xianxian replied. After a moment of silence, Lin Zhan spoke softly. Envy Immortal, if you're willing to listen to your teacher, then I suggest you stop getting involved with Wang. Now you also have honor on your side, and such a heroic deed will help you a lot in all the future. And this time your school will surely make a reward for you. You study hard to seize the opportunity. When the time comes to graduate, the teacher will find a better direction for you. In the spirit wine industry, my Lin still has some status. Do not be afraid of Wang. You are now widely known as a young hero. Plus you people in the Skywine. After hearing Lin Zhan's words, Wang Xianxian spoke softly. Thank you, Director. I understand. The two then chatted for a few more moments before hanging up. And at this time, Food Xianer also finished her bath and walked out. The young girl, with her wet hair, walked right up to the teenager and spoke playfully. Busy man, are you done? Upon hearing this, Wang Xianxian hastily nodded his head. Suddenly, the teenager noticed something strange in the young girl's head. The young girl's head was covered with a strange transparent hood, and her pink hair was all coiled up in the transparent hood, and that dreamy pink hair was slowly tinted lavender in the hood starting at the tips. Your Highness, haven't you dyed your hair? Hearing Wang Xianxian's inquiry, Food Xianer pointed to the hood on top of her head and smiled smugly. This is the new limited hair color from the Flowing Colors Pavilion. The purple-pink color scheme, Purple Rose Forest. Wang Xianxian cried and laughed as he looked at the young girl in front of him. The children of China, because of various reasons such as bloodline mutation, will have different expressions of hair color. According to statistics, people with heterochromatic hair color make up a full 12% of the country's total population. For example, most of the families in Skyfire City, most of their offspring had fire red hair. such a heterochromatic hair color that belonged to the family bloodline level. Then there's Du Yin's silver hair and Yin Yang's red hair, and they're all part of individual mutations. A long time ago, heterochromatic hair would have been seen as unsettling by those around you. Then later, hair color was even seen as a tool for class differentiation in some areas. Finally, the state has dedicated a law to prohibit hair color from being considered a bloodline class tool. At the same time, restrictions on hair coloring were liberalized and the right of the population to dye their hair freely was enshrined in the constitution. It is rumored that it was His Majesty the Spirit Emperor who pushed for this law. It is because of this special historical background, the Chinese people on the hair coloring is extremely respected. Hair color no longer distinguishes between high and low, but has become a fashion statement. This has led to an unusually well-developed hair coloring industry in China. It's also worth mentioning that a martial artist's hair color can reveal quite a bit of personal information, such as personal attributes, vocation, family, and other private information. That's why martial artists who choose to dye their hair for the sake of fashion, as well as to conceal information, can be found everywhere. With the exception of very few hair colors, it was difficult for people to judge a martial artist by his hair color. The Golden Crow clan, on the other hand, belongs to the ranks of very few hair colors. Whether it was the demon race Golden Crow or the spirit race Golden Crow, their hair wasn't as simple as a mere color. In fact, being an imperial is also a symbol of the Chinese totem. The two hair colors, Golden Crow red and Golden Crow pink, have always been at the forefront of trends. There are countless people on the street with their hair dyed pink, but because of the spirit race Golden Crow's pink hair, the pink was a little too dreamy, so pink that the moment one saw it, it was as if one was being burned. This led to the fact that the Golden Crow clan could not hide their identities at all. That's why Food Fairy dyed her pink hair in a normal style before she left the house. Looking at the Food Fairy sitting on the sofa, holding a mirror, humming a little song and shaking her body, Wang Xianxian could clearly detect the joy of the young girl. At the same time, Wang Xianxian was keenly aware of something. Food Xianer seemed to be the complete opposite of Her Majesty the Spirit Emperor. She loved the color pink. Food Xianer, who had sensed Wang Xianxian's thoughts, spoke softly. I like pink because that's Mom's favorite color. Wang Xianxian came to a realization. Then he smiled gently. I like pink too. Only the first half of the teenager's words were spoken, but that didn't stop the second half from being heard by the young girl. Because that's your color. The young girl's cheeks burned slightly, and in order to hide the unnaturalness of her expression, she removed her stained helmet and then smoothed her somewhat wet hair before the Golden Crow's flame flared up at her hair. Under the scorching of the Golden Crow's fire, the wet hair also began to become soft. Simply fixing her newly dyed hair, Food Xianer finally started talking about business. Is it in your mind that you're willing to give an interview to a reporter and expose your whereabouts? Hearing this, Wang Xianxian lowered his head slightly, as if he had thought of something, and thoughts appeared on the teenager's face. No ideas, just want to do something that makes me happy and goes with the flow. Caressing the gourd at his waist, Wang Xianxian spoke softly. I want to be the best winemaker and make everyone happy with my wine. More than anything, I want everyone in the world to envy my mother. I want to tell the world that she's a great winemaker and a wonderful mom. In Food Xianer's eyes full of smiles, the teenager gently raised his head, his eyes incomparably bright, like the rising sun. I will stand in front of the heavenly sword Wang clan in a bright and honorable manner, stomping down their lofty heads and shattering all of their pride. I will carve fear into the depths of their souls, and I will make them remember that my mother's name is Murdoch, the best brewers. Looking at the teenager in front of her, Food Xianer couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then we can set a plan to make a name for ourselves as brewers. The first thing is to brew our own and mature spirit wine. The Wine God program, a special program created by the Brewers Association to screen young geniuses. To coincide with the God of Wine program, Skywine City officials will be holding an early national youth brewing competition in a month's time. Young winemakers from all over the country will gather there, and that will be the beginning of your rise to fame. Wang Xianxian nodded gently. Master Gong had said something similar, but the first thing we need to solve is that existence. That has been hung up on by you. Food Xianer spoke here with a somewhat hesitant look. What's wrong with her? Can you tell me? Hearing this, Wang Xianxian looked at Food Xianer with some surprise. Food Xianer quickly waved her hand. Sorry, I didn't mean to listen. Seeing that the young girl misunderstood his meaning, Wang Xianxian hastened to comfort. It's okay, I was just a little surprised and thought I wouldn't be noticed. The young woman stared at the gourd pendant the teen wore around his neck and spoke softly. How could I not notice that you were always tugging at something in your heart when you would almost every once in a while fondle that gourd pendant? Wang Xianxian took off the gourd pendant and then placed it on his hand. Her name is Cloud Calling and she is an elder who is very, very important to me. In just an instant, Food Xianer understood. And she looked at Wang Xianxian incredulously. That cloud calling you're talking about. It's an artifact spirit. In the face of the inquiry, Wang Xianxian did not choose to conceal it as he solemnly nodded his head, affirming Fu Xianer's answer. At that time, during the battle with the Sword Emperor, some accidents happened, and in order to save me, she consumed too much. Even though she's talking about resting, I've always felt out of place. In the past, after listening to Wang Xianxian's words, Fu Xianer's eyebrows knitted tightly. As we all know, spiritual treasures are divided into 4 major orders. From high to low they are heaven, earth, Xin Huang. But there are actually existences of a higher grade, and we call spiritual treasures like that Dharma treasures. And in order to break through from a spiritual treasure to a fabulous treasure, the most crucial point is to condense an artifact spirit. The birth of an artifact spirit relies on the laws of the great Tao. So a spiritual treasure with an artifact spirit can only be called a magic treasure. If we go by what you said, her current condition should be that she has injured the origin of the Tao and has fallen into dormancy. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian was a bit anxious. Although he didn't know what exactly the origin of Tao was, the name sounded like a big trouble. Don't be anxious first, Fu Xianer soothed. The artifact spirit is special. Theoretically, as long as the magic treasure is not damaged, it will be able to recover on its own, but it's just a matter of how long it will take. What we need to do now is find a way to speed up her recovery. Saying that, Fu Xianer began to ponder. Generally, artifact spirits have their own unique means of recovery, special energies, specific environments. All of these can speed up the recovery of the artifact spirit. For example, my grandfather Qingqiu Emperor's artifact spirit can speed up the recovery of injuries through the power of emotions. And in addition, in the Qingqiu mystic realm, it can also speed up the recovery speed. Do you recall carefully if your artifact spirit has a similar situation? With Food Fairy's inspiration, Wang Xianxian began to try to recall his daily routine with Yun Boing. The time the two had spent together quickly came to the teenager's mind. As the memories continued to surface, Wang Xianxian's brows grew tighter and tighter. No, he has no such memories at all. When cloud calling came out, their daily routine was nothing more than exams. Brewing. Looking at Wang Xianxian's increasingly anxious expression, Fu Xianer continued to comfort him. Don't worry, the increase in strength will likewise speed up her recovery. Your current realm is only the refined blood realm. Suddenly, Wang Xianxian jerked his head up. The realm is the realm. The forgotten details of days gone by were finally recalled by the teenager. There is something wrong with the realm. Back when he was still in Heavenly Sword City, Yun Boing could only communicate with him through the method of writing on the surface of the gourd. He remembered very well when Cloud Calling said to him, "Break through the blood refining realm as soon as possible. Right now, I'm too weak." But ever since that night, when Cloud Calling showed up at the Bamboo Forest Mystic Realm, he didn't seem to be the least bit weak at all. And whether it was in Heavenly Sword City or in the Bamboo Forest Mystic Realm, Wang Xianxian was only in the passing Vein Realm at that time, and there was no change in his realm. That meant that Yun Boing had found a way to restore his power when he hadn't broken through the blood refining realm. And that method, odds are, is at Bamboo Forest Mystery. Finally finding a clue, Wang Xianxian excitedly rushed directly to Fu Xianer, picked up the young girl, and then spun around in a circle at a fast speed. The speed is comparable to a fan. Your Highness, you are amazing. Flying in the air, Fu Xianer, feeling the arms of the teenager under her armpits, couldn't help but open her mouth petulantly. "Put me down. Release me now." Bang! The young girl's white ankle hit the corner. Ka-chow! A noise occurred in the young girl's ankle. Ah ha ah! A wail erupted from the young girl's mouth. 10 minutes on the living room couch. Wang Xianxian looked at the young girl's bandaged ankle with a face full of shame like a child who had made a mistake. "Your Highness, still hurts." Listening to the teenager's coy tone, Fu Xianer was both angry and amused. She helplessly swept a glance at Wang Xianxian, then lifted her foot and said in a good-natured manner, "What do you think, my good brother?" Looking at the dumpling-like ankles, Wang Xianxian was struck by an idea. He directly took out the wine, poured a cup and handed it to the young girl. "Drink, Your Highness, drink some wine, and you will be fine." Silence is tonight's Cambridge. Fu Xianer stared at Wang Xianxian with a sly grudge. Whose brother lets his sister drink to heal after messing with her? Wang Xianxian scratched his head and handed the wine to the young girl. "It does seem a bit unreliable, but I assure you, it definitely works." The young girl gave Wang Xianxian a skeptical look before picking up her wine cup and tilting her head to drink. "The moment I drank it, the familiar feeling returned." The wounds on the young girl's feet were recovering as quickly as if they had turned back the clock. Reflecting on the familiar taste in her mouth, Fu Xianer raised her wineglass and asked, "Is this the same wine you made for me?" "Yes," Wang Xianxian replied. "Haven't asked you yet. What's its name? Fu Xian'er was a bit curious. Wang Xianxian picked up the wine pot and handed it to the young girl. It hasn't been named yet. Waiting for you to take it. Who knows? After hearing this, Fu Xian'er shook her head and pushed the wine back. You brewed this for me, so it deserves to be named by you. Looking down at the wine in front of him, memories of the past kept coming back. Dusk, sunset, re-rising sun, the setting sun. Wang Xianxian spoke softly. The sunset has arrived, and the afterglow is reflected. His name is Sunset Brew. Sunset Brew. You away, the young girl murmured. After a long moment, a smile reared up at the corners of her mouth. I like the name. After carefully storing the spirit wine away, Fu Xian'er continued to exhort. Tomorrow I'll go with you to the bamboo forest mystic realm. No matter what happens, don't be impulsive. Your artifact spirit knows that there is a method of restoration, yet she doesn't tell you. Most likely because she feels that there are some things that it's not yet time for you to know. We'll first go around the bamboo forest secret realm tomorrow and pay a visit to the bamboo forest emperor. The next day, 6 a.m., Wang Xianxian, who cancelled the alarm clock punctually 1 minute before it went off, leapt up with a fish. He quickly changed his clothes, then headed for the bathroom, striding forward. Another day of putting the alarm clock out of business. That's so nice. After washing up, the teenager stood in front of the door to the next room and knocked. Your Highness, it's time to get up for breakfast. I'll sleep some more. The lazy voice came from inside. No, you have to eat breakfast. Not eating breakfast is not good for your body. Wang Xianxian did not give in. Get up. After that, it's the rare harsh wake-up call service of Wang Xianxian and the young girl's broken-down wake-up cry. 10 minutes later, fully dressed and washed up, Wang Xianxian stood in front of the villa's gate, constantly checking something. Hairstyle, okay. Clothing, okay. Keys, okay. Storage spirit treasures, okay. The complete explanation of spiritual plants, okay. Your Highness's small bag, okay. Once everything was ready, the teenager quickly pulled open the door to his room and dashed off. His back is full of confidence and vigor. The young girl who was brushing her teeth in the bathroom heard the door slam and ran out of the bathroom in a panic without her shoes on and with one little bare foot. The sleepy-eyed Fu Xian'er, with a toothbrush in her small mouth, stood by the window, and through the window, she looked at the dashingly departing Wang Xianxian in a stupefied manner. After a few moments, the young girl rubbed her face as if she couldn't believe what was happening in front of her. The corners of her mouth were covered in foam as Food Fairy mumbled in a slurred voice. Rising fierce? After that, the young girl wandered back to the bathroom to wash her face. A minute later, a shocking roar erupted from the teacher's dormitory number 666. Wang Xianxian. 20 minutes later, outside the breakfast place, in front of Whitewater College. Looking at the young girl beside him with her hands clasping her chest and puffing up, Wang Xianxian kept rubbing his hands together and then carefully said, Your Highness, I really didn't mean it. I'm just used to living by myself. The young girl's chest continued to rise and fall, obviously furious. Obviously you're the one who yelled at me to get up, and you're being mean to me because I won't get up early enough for breakfast. I'm obviously up. My teeth are almost brushed, and you're fine. You dressed yourself and ran off without looking back. Recalling the retarded things he had done, Wang Xianxian was also a bit taut, and he spoke stiffly. I don't know why I had a brain fart. Obviously everything checked out. Under the gaze of Fu Xian'er's cowbell eyes, Wang Xianxian's voice grew weaker and weaker. My dear brother, don't you realize that Big One is gone? Fu Xian'er directly started the mode of the shady little beaver. I understand in my heart since there is no interesting bag for me. After all, my brother does not have me in his heart. Wang Xianxian, who seldom talked to girls on weekdays, how could he experience such a battle? He quickly begged for forgiveness. Your Highness, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. Didn't I just get the call and go back? I knew it. If I hadn't dialed out that phone call, where would I have thought of me as a thinly veiled bitter-hearted child? Fu Xian'er pretended to cover her face and cry. At that moment, passers-by in front of the breakfast hall passed by the two and started spitting mode. This young man is so ungrateful to make such a pretty little girl cry. What's this stupid kid waiting for? No way. You can get a date even if you're this dumb. Why? Broken defense. Hearing the passers-by begin to spit, Wang Xianxian instantly blushed in shame. Your Highness, I'm really wrong. I won't do it next time. Let's go. Fu Xian'er dodged Wang Xianxian's hand and continued to speak in a crying voice. You see, it's back to the pie, and I'm afraid I'm going to cry my guts out if I believe it. She's still outputting. As he watched the crowd grow, the teenager's face became redder and redder. Seeing that Wang Xianxian was about to open his mouth, Fu Xian'er directly made a preemptive strike. That's just it. Just it. My brother is usually so spontaneous, so if we say it again, it will look like my sister is being petty. Extinction is unbeatable. 15 minutes later, the young girl who had eaten her breakfast crossed her arms as she turned back slightly and looked at the drooping teenager with a smug smile. Victory! Then, the two of them stopped a cab and left Whitewater Academy. In the cab, the driver looked through the rearview mirror at the young boy and girl in the back seat, sad and happy, with an aunt's smile on his face. Fu Xian'er took her cell phone and happily hummed a little song, then swiped the Wawin short video, and Wang Xianxian was searching for something on the browser. How do you deal with a yin-yang sister? A breakthrough in Lindsay literature. Say no to tea talk. How about an apology that prevents the other person from performing a tea ceremony? 999 tips for dealing with your sister. The god of sisterhood. From kissing to leg breaking. Through the rearview mirror, looking at Wang Xianxian's bitter face, the driver suddenly remembered something. He took advantage of the traffic light and hurriedly took out his cell phone, opened today's headlines, and then clicked on a self-published news article. Shocked, the two heroic teenagers involved in saving train G89076 are suspected to have run away for love. The comments section below has fallen. Can the self-publishing media have some professionalism and pull these stunts every day? That's right, he's a teenage hero who saved the train. How can this be a rumor? Oh, this blogger is claptrap. How dare you eat this kind of durian? Report, no thanks. Staring at the comments section for a moment, the driver glanced again through the rearview mirror at the two young men in a peaceful atmosphere. After a moment of silence, he danced with one hand on the screen. 5 seconds later, a new comment posted. With my own eyes, it's true. That's when replies mocking him began to appear below. The master driver, who wanted to dislike him back, was interrupted from casting the spell by the green light, so he had to put down the idea of fighting and keep driving. Looking in the rearview mirror, the master driver finally gathered enough courage. Boys, I see you look a little familiar. You're those two teenage heroes on the news, right? Hearing this, Wang Xianxian coyly opened his mouth. It's not a hero, it just happened to be a bit of a favor. The driver master who opened the box soon chatted with Wang Xianxian. For the rest of the journey, this driver master fully demonstrated to Wang Xianxian what the passion of the people of Tianzhou City was. After arriving at the destination, the driver hurriedly got out of the car and helped Wang Xianxian and Fu Xian'er open the door, then smiled nervously. Young lady, young man, can I get a picture with you too? Wang Xianxian smiled brightly. Of course. The driver's master was so happy that he raised his cell phone high in the air and then took a selfie. Witnessing the departure of the young boy and girl, the driver master looked at the group photo in his phone with satisfaction, and then tapped on that comments section. The big battle is imminent. What Wang Xian didn't know was that this photo became his lingering nightmare in the future. That's a unique nightmare that belongs to a walker. June is well and truly summer in the city of Skywine. The weather forecast showed a high of 32 degrees today, so both siblings changed into short sleeves. Wang Xianxian wore a plain sports suit, while the food fairy was obviously prepared. White short sleeves printed with cute bamboo bears and black shorts in a proper panda colorway. Not only that, but the girl's head has the same bamboo bear-themed hairpin, adding a naive air to the girl. It's also worth noting that she has an adorable little bamboo bear bag. Looking at the gate of the secret realm where people were coming and going, Wang Xianxian couldn't help but recall the image of himself coming here alone not long ago. When you go in alone then, you won't be alone when you come out. Now that he was here again, his heart was a little apprehensive, and he was eager to reap the benefits of good news. Outside the gates of the bamboo forest mystic realm, there was an influx of people. With the end of the midterm and college entrance exams, students finally have their vacation. The park's foot traffic has increased significantly over the summer. The moment he stepped into the bamboo forest mystic realm, Wang Xianxian could clearly feel that the temperature within the mystic realm had dropped quite a bit. In the crowd, there were constantly laughing and playing children weaving in and out of the dense crowd. Your Highness, do you want to eat? Wang Xianxian asked as he carried a small panda bag and approached Fu Xian'er's ear. Eat what? The teen tilted his head slightly and gestured to the roadside stand. Ice cream. Saying that, Wang Xianxian carried his panda backpack and walked over quickly. In the freezer, various panda-shaped ice creams dazzled Wang Xianxian. Hello, how do you sell ice cream? Hello, the staff member's face lifted into a smile. The regular model of ice cream is $18 a piece, and the second one is half price. The special edition is $280 a pop. No discounts. What? At that instant, Wang Xianxian seemed to be sensing that something was wrong with his ears. $280 a pop? What kind of ice cream is this? As if sensing the customer's surprise, the staff member thoughtfully explained. The special edition belongs to the first order spirit food. It's specially customized by our paradise. Limited edition O. Fu Xian'er stood in place, watching the back of the teenager carefully selecting, and a smile could not help but appear on her face. She knew that it was a deliberate attempt by the teenager to please her. Thinking of this, Fu Xian'er muttered in a small voice, is it too powerful for yin and yang? Next time collect a power. Holding the ice cream, Wang Xianxian was instead attracted by the ice cream's beautifully realistic bamboo bear shape. The bamboo bear's fur is made up of tiny, neatly arranged ice crystals. This ice cream is a work of art. If there's a downside to this ice cream, it's that it's so adorably made. So adorable that you can't move your mouth. Nah, Wang Xianxian quickly walked back and handed the bamboo bear ice cream to the young girl. Wow! Food Fairy took the ice cream with little stars in her eyes. So cute. The young girl who received the gift from the teenager looked very happy. After the compliments, Food Fairy couldn't help but take out her cell phone to take pictures. After taking 2 pictures, the Food Fairy was still a bit unfulfilled. Backstabber, shoot me your little bamboo bear. Before the words were finished, Food Fairy saw Wang Xianxian open his big mouth and emotionlessly bite off bamboo bear ice cream's cute little head. It melts in your mouth. After the ice cream melted in his mouth, it made Wang Xianxian couldn't help but shiver all over. It was awesome. It's delicious. Wang Xianxian turned to look at Food Xian'er in surprise. Your Highness, this is really delicious. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Xianxian saw the shocked little eyes of Food Xian'er. How? What's going on? Food Xian'er looked grudgingly at the small bamboo bear whose head was missing a small half. Oomph. Then the young girl took a big step and walked forward without looking back. As he passed by Wang Xianxian, he didn't forget to say, a man with a heart of stone. 3 minutes later, Wang Xianxian held the lone ice cream stick and opened his mouth gravely. Your Highness, I've discovered a secret. What secret? Food Xian'er was curious. Wang Xianxian's expression was serious. Chefs are very profitable. Hearing this, the young girl slapped Wang Xianxian without any good reason. That's the secret you found? It's not the same. Wang Xianxian hurriedly spoke. I mean, chefs can make more money than winemakers. Why would you say that? Food Xian'er was a bit confused. Wang Xianxian slowly raised the leftover ice cream stick. This ice cream is $280. It belongs to the first order spirit food, and it weighs 280 g, which translates to 1 gram being $1. And a first-rank spirit wine with effects similar to it simply can't reach such a price. Take the first order spirit wine cold vein brew as an example. A caddy is $100. A caddy is equal to 500 grams. Converted down, a gram is only 20 cents. A whole 5 times worse. Listening to the teenager's shocked words, Food Xian'er helplessly held her forehead. How did she end up with such a brain-dead brother? After being speechless, the young girl began to explain. You can't convert it like that. There's no such thing as which profession is more lucrative in the 5 Jedi. First of all, spirit wine and spirit food have different utilization rates of ingredients. With the same ingredients, spirit food may only be able to make a single dish, while spirit wine can brew several pounds. In terms of short-term effects alone, spirit food can be considered to be a 1-2 punch, leaving the rest of the 4 best in the dust. Dishes don't taste good when they're cold, and the same can be said for most spiritual food. Because of the nature of spirit food that is not easy to preserve, the exertion required to block the efficacy of spirit food far exceeds that of the other 4 extremes. That freezer you're looking at is not an ordinary freezer, but one that specializes in spirit food. Plus the ice cream itself has a playground premium, which is why there's a 5-fold price difference. It's not that expensive if you're eating fresh spiritual food. Speaking of this, Food Xian'er curiously looked at Wang Xianxian. Haven't you ever eaten spiritual food in a restaurant outside? How could you not know the approximate price? Eating is something I've eaten before. Wang Xianxian scratched his head a little embarrassed. But that was made for me by Uncle Zhao. That is, Zhao Hu's father. I ate it once when I was a child, and then after I went to junior high school, Wang cut my resources, and when Zhao Hu found out, he took me to his house. For 3 years in middle school it was basically Zhao Hu dragging me to his house to dine out. So I'm not too sure what the prices of spiritual food in restaurants outside are. Upon hearing this, Food Xian'er froze slightly as she thought of the teenager's sad experience, but she soon smiled. You have an enviable friend. The corner of Wang Xian's mouth gently rose. I feel the same way. Food Xian'er stretched. No more shopping. Let's go directly inside the secret realm. Good. The young girl looked at the teenager beside her and twisted her head slightly, looking towards the bamboo forest by the roadside. Wang Xianxian. HM? Wang Xianxian turned to look at the young girl on the side. What's wrong? Why don't I treat you to dinner tonight? Food Xian'er kept twisting her fingers around her hair, pretending to be careless. When I was in the car, I swiped a delicious restaurant, and I heard that the chef of that restaurant has excellent craftsmanship. Looking at the unflattering young girl, Wang Xianxian's heart warmed. Yeah. Seeing that Wang Xianxian agreed, Food Xian'er could not help but feel happy in her heart. That store is on Wine Saint Sky Street, just so we can still visit the night market. Wine Sage Sky Street. Wang Xianxian mentally recited it once. Why does it feel like I've seen this place somewhere before? After thinking about it for a while, He really couldn't remember where he'd seen the address, so he just gave up thinking about it. 10 minutes later, the two of them followed another path and eventually arrived at the entrance to the bamboo forest mystic realm. The arrival of summer vacation has caused many young martial artists to take the opportunity to come here to train. It was hard to bypass the overcrowded registration hall, and the food fairy directly led Wang Xianxian towards a special passageway to find the staff on duty, and then took out his credentials. Looking at the three big golden letters, Zhuigaki, on the document, the staff's face changed. Then he got up in a hurry. Please wait a moment. Soon, as the information on the documents was verified, the staff brought the two of them, Wang Xianxian, to an underground building that resembled an institute. Seeing that Wang Xianxian was a bit curious, Fu Xianer explained, the hall on the first floor is for martial artist registration and the entrance to the novice area, while the real entrance to the bamboo forest secret realm is underground. After passing through the layers of defense, the two stepped inside the teleportation array. When the light of the teleportation array flickered, a strong sense of vertigo followed. When Wang Xianxian opened his eyes again, he realized that he had suddenly appeared on a bamboo of the sky. This giant bamboo towers over the city like a skyscraper. He couldn't help but walk towards the edge of the giant bamboo. The moment he came to the edge, Wang Xianxian was stunned by the beautiful bamboo sea in front of him. Endless bamboo sea, emerald green like jade, 10,000 miles of bamboo sea, like a fairyland. Even though Wang Xianxian had already seen the outskirts of the bamboo sea in the novice area, he had never looked down on this bamboo sea from high in the air. This bamboo sea is like a huge emerald set on the earth. The breeze was blowing, and the rustling sound of colliding bamboo leaves kept coming from his ears. Inhaling deeply, the nose was filled with the fragrance of bamboo leaves. Pretty? Aha, Wang Xianxian answered softly. Fu Xianer gently lifted the hair that slid down the side of her cheeks. This is the bamboo forest mystic realm, the home of the bamboo bear clan. Jade Finger pointed to the giant bamboo at his feet. This is the special spirit bamboo of the bamboo forest mystic realm, named bitter bamboo. The bitter bamboo is an exclusive variety of the bamboo forest mystic realm, an extremely peculiar spiritual plant. There are 2 points of specialness, one of which is that the bitter bamboo can't be planted anywhere else. It only survives in the bamboo forest mystic realm. The second is that it seems to ignore growth limits. Under normal circumstances, spiritual plants have their own growth limits, such as the Tongshin bamboo, which can only grow up to the 5th rank. The growth limit of the vast majority of spirit plants is at the 7th rank, and only a few of them have broken their own limits by being warmed by special resources. And the bitter bamboo of the bamboo bear mystic realm is a rare, spiritual plant that has no growth limit. This bitter bamboo under our feet has reached the 9th rank, and it was refined by the bamboo forest emperor to welcome guests. After saying that, Fu Xianer pointed her finger to Wang Xianxian's back, and that's where we're headed. Upon hearing this, Wang Xianxian directly turned around as he looked in the direction of Fu Xianer's finger, only to see countless gigantic bitter bamboos towering over the clouds in the direction of Fu Xianer's finger. There was no doubt that they were all at least at the 7th rank or above. And in the center of these huge bitter bamboos, there was a bitter bamboo as thick as a mountain that stood majestically. It was so tall that even if one stood on the 9th order bitter bamboo, one could not see its tip. That's a genuine emperor-level spirit plant. Fu Xianer's voice took on a hint of respect. It is also where the bamboo forest emperor's palace is located. 5 minutes later, with the help of the teleportation array, Wang Xianxian and Fu Xianer arrived right underneath that emperor-rank spirit plant. A huge city was built around that emperor-rank spirit bamboo. The dense branches and leaves of that imperial order bitter bamboo became the foundation of the city, and the entire city sat on top of the branches and leaves. The complex made of bitter bamboo blends in perfectly with its surroundings like a heaven on earth. The main body of the city also builds bamboo bridges with the huge bitter bamboo surrounding it. It's a strange city suspended in the midair of a bamboo forest, belonging to the bamboo bears. Teoho, the two had just stepped out of the teleportation array when they saw a burly, strong man slowly walking towards them with a respectful tone. Your Highness, I hope you'll pardon me if I've missed your welcome. Apparently this burly man recognized the identity of Fu Xianer. Fu Xianer laughed and joked, Uncle Tai, I'm twisted when you're like this. Ha ha ha. The burly man called Uncle Tai laughed up to the sky. Your Highness Xianer still hasn't changed. But public is public and private is private. You can't break the etiquette because of personal friendship. Knowing the other party's nature, Fu Xianer did not dwell on this topic. She pointed to Wang Xianxian behind her and introduced him to Uncle Tai. Uncle Tai, this is my friend, Wang Xianxian. After a pause, Fu Xianer then added, future brewing master, Bamboo Iron, who had started observing that teenager early on, quickly noticed something strange. Brewers? Spirit tribe? A friend of His Highness? I'm afraid this kid isn't easy. After the introduction, Fu Xian'er then introduced Wang Xianxian. This is Uncle Tai, the newly promoted elder of the Bamboo Bear clan. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian's heart was shocked. Elder. The strength of the Demon Emperor clan was generally stronger than the Human Emperor clan. To be able to become an elder of the Demon Emperor clan, that is to say, this strong man in front of me, it was an astonishingly great demon whose strength had reached the peak of the 9th rank. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Wang Xianxian was the first to speak. Hello Uncle Tai. Bamboo Tai smiled and nodded to Wang Xianxian. Hello young man, how are you? Welcome to our bamboo forest mystic realm as a guest. Old ancestor still has some things to take care of, so I'll show you around the city first. After saying that, a strange energy began to emanate around Bamboo Iron's body. In the next instant, the two men and the demon disappeared into thin air. When Wang Xianxian came back to his senses, he realized that he had already arrived inside an arena. Like a sea of applause, the cheering made hearts flutter. However, all of this did not suppress the shock in Wang Xianxian's heart. Hair, what happened? Having experienced several spatial transmissions, he clearly knew that Uncle Tai's means just now was definitely not spatial transmission. A more advanced use of space? Just as Wang Xianxian was puzzled, Fu Xian'er's voice came over in time. Qian Kuan shifting. This is an advanced use of the Bamboo Bear clan's racial talent. Bamboo bears are born with the ability to control the power of Qian and Koan. Qian represents Yang, Koan represents Yin, and the two combine with each other to form all things. And shifting is the peculiar move of displacing one thing into another state to give it a different impact. It is rumored that the Bamboo Forest Emperor can even use this move to change the fate of things and the state in which they are located. The Bamboo Iron next to him heard it and said cheerfully, had, blind rumor. Perhaps it's what the old ancestor said when he was drunk and bragging. It can't be true. Ha. For some reason, hearing this laughter, Wang Xianxian felt more and more that it was true. Come on. A nearby shout disrupted the teen's thoughts as he finally shifted his gaze to the arena below. The arena here resembled the ancient documented Colosseum, except that it was decorated in the bamboo forest style favored by Bamboo Bear. The city also has no shortage of high-tech products. For example, the huge screen above the arena with information about the opponents. Out of Wang Xianxian's expectation, the two sides battling each other on the field were not both bamboo bears. One of them was a human martial artist, and it was still a human martial artist that Wang Xianxian knew. Last year, the Little Fist King, Yian, who won the China martial arts competition, the 6th Order martial artist group, was the first runner-up. Noticing the teenager's surprise, Takamitsu explained, that little human fellow called Yian, who came here for further training, has been here for 2 months by now, I think. Bamboo Iron's explanation did not remove the surprise in Wang Xianxian's heart. What surprised Wang Xian more than Yian's appearance here was Yian's opponent. His opponent was called Bamboo Treasure, a bamboo bear whose realm was only at the 5th rank. What a persistent little fellow. I heard that he has already lost 8 matches to Bamboo Treasure. I didn't expect that he would continue to challenge. Bamboo Tai's tone was somewhat admiring. These words fell into Wang Xianxian's heart like a boulder falling into water, splashing a huge splash. Yian lost 8 games in a row? And the opponent was only a 5th-ranked bamboo bear? How is that possible? One must know that Yian was the student council president of Mordor University and a 6th-ranked martial artist. Not only that, he was also the best of the 6th-ranked martial artists, with his talent quality reaching the SSS level. Otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to reach the finals of the tournament. Now he was being told that it was such a human genius who had lost 8 matches in a row here, and had been defeated by his opponents across realms. It's a no-brainer. Of course, Wang Xianxian wasn't naive enough to think that the other party was lying to him as he began to concentrate on the battle below. The battle under the field had obviously been going on for some time, and the battle between the two sides had already entered white heat. The bamboo bear called Bamboo Treasure was also forced to show his original form. Yian's body stormed forward, charging forward violently before swiftly swinging his fist. Extremely fast punches landed on Bamboo Bear's body like a rainstorm, but the seemingly fierce attack didn't do much damage to the Bamboo Bear. A rank 6 martial artist was unexpectedly unable to shake the defense of a rank 5 Bamboo Bear. Seeing this, Wang Xianxian finally had a clear idea of His Majesty the Demon Emperor's words. Without considering the special individuals of the two races, one-on-one, the human race has almost no possibility of defeating the demon race. But what the hell is that for? Unable to shake the opponent's defense, that meant that the opponent's physique was at least 3 times more than his own. On the premise that the realm was a large order behind, the physique could still be more than 3 times that of the other party? Even if the demon race was physically strong, this was too much. That's a big realm. The higher a martial artist's realm was, the harder it was to fight across realms. As if sensing the doubts in the teenager's mind, Bamboo Iron began to explain. Our bamboo bear clan is originally known for its defense and strength, but if we were to rely on our physique alone, we wouldn't be able to reach this kind of defense. And as for that real secret, you're about to see it. Before Bamboo Tai's words fell, Yian below let out a roar. Immediately afterward, a large amount of spiritual energy wrapped around the peak of his fist. Kaizen. Along with Yian's words, heavy fists were swung out by him. Bamboo Treasure did not panic in the face of the attack. It exhaled, its body striking a peculiar pose. Immediately afterward, its body leaned forward slightly, its arms hanging down gently, its palms rising slightly, and its fingers curling slightly, as if it was controlling a mysterious power. His movements were round and powerful, each step filled with a special rhythm. The bamboo leaves around it swayed gently, as if they were dancing to its rhythm. Such an action fell under Wang Xianxian's eyes, and the mystery in his heart was finally solved. Tai Chi. With the rhythm of his breathing, Bamboo Treasure's arms slowly raised, then gently and slowly traced a semicircular trajectory, the black and white energy between his palms drawing a clear Tai Chi diagram in the air. In a flash, Yian's fist was already approaching, and with his hand, Bamboo Treasure gently touched Yian's heavy punch, as if he were catching the willows in the air. It was light and free, like flowing clouds in water, and easily diffused Yian's attack. Immediately after that, Bamboo Treasure borrowed Yian's force, and his shoulders lashed out, directly vibrating Yian out of the air. Seeing this, Wang Xianxian completely understood. No wonder Yian lost 8 matches in a row. The naive bamboo bear was actually a Tai Chi master. Tai Chi 8 Easy, Tai Chi 8 Easy, is based on the philosophy of martial arts philosophy of Taiji. Yin and Yang is the core. Seti cultivation, nourishment, fighting and other multifunctional as one, combined with the Yin and Yang 5 elements. Meridians, the aura to guide the formation of an internal and external cultivation. Soft, slow, light, rigid and flexible and highly skilled techniques. When practiced to a high level, the Taiji 8 Easy can be interpreted into 8,864 methods. To ask Wang Xian why he knew so well, it was entirely because Taiji 8 Ease was a compulsory subject in junior high school. Tai Chi 8 Easy contains the philosophy of the human body. The Gong method is gentle and does not require the assistance of equipment, so there are no side effects on the body. What's more, it helps children to open their veins, meditate and condense their chi, and warm up their bodies. Combined with all of these reasons, Taiji 8 Ideas was included in the national textbook. Not only that, it's a regular at middle school recesses across the country. In China, it can be said that no one knows about Taiji 8 Easy. It was just that, while it was easy to get started with Taiji 8 Easy, advancing was as difficult as climbing into the sky. Plus, when students awaken their vocation and talent, they choose the corresponding training method. Therefore, other than martial artists of the physical body stream, very few people would choose to precipitate the Taiji 8 Ease. At that moment, Bamboo Iron opened his mouth to explain. Taiji 8 Easy follows the principle of Yin and Yang, 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 characterized by the use of static control, softness to overcome rigidity, avoiding the real and using the virtual, borrowing power to develop strength, fighting styles that live with others and stagnate by themselves. When fighting in Taiji 8 Easy, the main technique is to attract, transform and combine, through the two chi of Yin and Yang, communicating with heaven and earth. One senses the size and direction of the opponent's incoming force, and then changes its path by following its momentum, leading and transforming the incoming force, and then utilizing the force to generate power. He moves before he moves, and this is what is known as the ladder. Listening to Bamboo Tai's words, Wang Xianxian continued to look at Bamboo Treasure below. This fifth-order bamboo bear's stance was calm and steady, but his hands danced like clouds in water. As it moves in step, it creates a unique beauty of rigidity and flexibility with every movement. Bamboo Treasure's eyes were calm and relaxed, as if the entire world was within its grasp. Intentions. Tai Chi E. The fallen Yian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, staggered up, and then roared angrily. In the next instant, the massive aura coalesced into a golden dragon that coiled above the peak of Yian's fist. Storing up his strength, Yian stepped out with his left foot, his waist powered up, and he swung his fist violently. Ascending Dragon. The golden dragon directly detached from the peak of Yian's fist and slammed straight into Zhubao. And Bamboo Treasure was undaunted. It just stood still and then waited silently for the dragon to attack. The dragon was only a meter away from it when Bamboo Treasure moved. Its chubby, fleshy palm gently brushed the dragon's head, and the two chi of Yin and Yang between the palms of its hands seemed to put a collar on the dragon. Then, the dragon kept circling around the body as it was pulled by it. Eventually, After spinning several times, Zhu Bao found the right moment and swung his hands violently. The golden dragon flew towards Yan at a much faster speed. Facing his own killing move, Yan let out a growl of unwillingness, then hardened himself to receive the huge dragon. But in the next instant, the human genius fell to the ground off his feet. Bamboo Bear, who was outside the field, saw this and rushed up to check it out. After making sure Yan was fine, the two bamboo bears immediately took him down for treatment. The match didn't end after the one-man bear duel. The two bamboo bears, in response to the audience's chants, made their entrance onto the stage. Sensing the surprise in Wang Xianxian's heart, the food sienner on the side opened her mouth to add, the Taiji 8Es is difficult in comprehending yin and yang, and harmonizing yin and yang, which is very difficult for human martial artists. And because bamboo bears are gifted with the control of Qiankuan, they are inherently masters of the balance of yin and yang. In the realm of Taiji, even the human race, who are known for their enlightenment, are unable to defeat the bamboo bear. The fastest human martial artist to cultivate Taiji since records began took 7 years, while the fastest bamboo bear took 3 days. Food Sienner looked at the bamboo bear on the stage and couldn't help but sigh. They are natural Tai Chi masters. Hearing Food Sienner's praise, Bamboo Tai laughed cheerfully. Your Highness Sienner has flattered me. My bamboo bear clan has actually taken advantage of the fact that this record doesn't count for anything. It doesn't count for anything. Taking tricks? Wang Xianxian was curious. Bamboo Iron pointed with his hand toward the front. That's our dexterity. And in the words of you youngsters, that's our hangover. Wang Xianxian looked in the direction of Bamboo Tai's finger and was a bit confused. There's nothing but a bamboo forest. Ha! It's the bitter bamboo, Food Sienner answered. The bitter bamboo will constantly emit the intent of sorrow and bitterness outwards. If one is confused by the bitter bamboo's sorrowful intent, they will have a deathly intent in their heart. All thoughts will be lost, and in severe cases, they will even kill themselves before the bitter bamboo. However, everything has its disadvantages as well as benefits. Although the bitter bamboo is dangerous, if one can survive the bitter bamboo's sorrowful intent, one will be able to cut down the demons of the heart, purify the 6 roots, and accelerate the speed of cultivation. Bamboo bears grow up next to bitter bamboos and have been baptized with the intent of sorrow and suffering since they were young, and they seldom breed heart demons on their path of cultivation. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian finally realized the gold content of the Bamboo Bear Clan's Taiji patriarch. Born to control yin and yang, he has been washing his mind since childhood. His 6 roots are pure, and his Taoist mind is clear. If it doesn't become a Taiji grandmaster, that would be truly heavenly. But why had he not felt the so-called sense of sorrow until now? Food Sienner, who had read Wang Xianxian's thoughts, continued to reply. The higher the grade of the bitter bamboo, the more intense the meaning of sorrow and bitterness it emits. You can't feel it right now because of the Bamboo Forest Emperor's seal, and the bamboo bears can feel the meaning of sorrow and suffering because each bamboo bear is given a bitter bamboo seed from birth and carries it around to warm up. When the young bamboo bears open their spirit, they will plant their own bitter bamboo, then grow with it, and when the bamboo bears reach adulthood, they will refine that bitter bamboo into a life weapon. Listening to the Food Sienner's words, Bamboo Tai laughed and joked. Your Highness remembers so well, and I wonder if you still remember the bitter bamboo seed that you cried out to plant in the first place. At those words, the young girl's earlobes reddened slightly, and she hastily changed the subject. It's been a long time since I've been here. It feels like it's changed quite a bit. I remember it wasn't originally an arena. Bamboo Iron looked at the 2 clansmen fighting below and sighed softly. In recent years, the cracks in the secret realm have been increasing, and the number of foreign beasts is gradually rising. So in order to cope with any special circumstances that may arise in the future, we have accelerated the progress of our clan's training. At this moment, the 2 bamboo bears fighting on the stage also offered up their own innate weapons. The bamboo bear on the left is holding a bamboo sword, while the one on the right is a 3-section stick. Looking at the strange weapons of the 2 bamboo bears, Wang Xianxian suddenly remembered the giant bamboo in Yun Boing's hands when he was fighting in the imperial palace. And that giant bamboo, it seems to be the same as the bitter bamboo. Kind of. At the same time, the Sword Immortal gourd on Wang Xian's chest moved slightly. Almost at the same time, in the palace at the top of the imperial rank bitter bamboo, a certain being with an arcane aura violently opened his eyes. Bitter bamboo. 10 minutes later, Wang Xianxian and Food Sienner watched the 2 bamboo bears pushing each other under the field with some lack of interest. For the reason that they have long been washed by feelings of sorrow and suffering, almost all bamboo bears are as stable as old pines. And such an unflappable state of mind is extraordinarily useful in a protracted battle. It was this kind of patience that enabled him to epiphany the meaning of Taiji, and to be able to defeat the strong with the weak in battle. In fact, if Yan had been more steady just now, he might not have had no chance of winning. It's just that, as a boxer, he walks the path of dominance. the vast majority of boxers have an absolute trust in their fists. Even if it's a brick wall, they dare to swing. That's a great personality, but it has its drawbacks. Absolute self-confidence led to the group of fighters, who were just too rigid when fighting, and their minds were more susceptible to emotions. Officer Ing is a living example of how an overly rigid personality makes it easier for him to harbor demons when undergoing strong emotional swings. In fact, martial artists below the 7th rank who failed to achieve enlightenment all had some problems with their state of mind to a greater or lesser extent, but individual groups magnify such problems. It must be because of this that Yi An's teacher let Ian come here to train. 10 more minutes passed. The 2 bamboo bears in the arena finally stopped pushing as they removed a wine gourd. After drinking, the 2 chubby bamboo bears went into drunken boxing mode. It seems that the 20 minutes of Tai Chi pushing and holding made them finally understand that they are all Tai Chi masters, walking a path, and no one can break anyone's moves. The 2 drunken bamboo bears kept shaking their chubby bodies as if they would fall at any moment. There's a different kind of joy in looking like a staff member in a panda doll suit losing his balance. Just as the teenage girl was about to be amused by the bamboo bear's antics, one of the bears attacked with lightning speed. The other bamboo bear's movements seemed to be irregular, but they were both offensive and defensive. And in the face of the attack, he leaned straight back and lay on the ground. There was a loud clash as his fist collided with the ground. The spectacle of drunken boxing, which is nothing like the Tai Chi duel the old man Lu just had. Bamboo bear's soft, thick body adds more uncertainty to drunken fist. Belly to belly, meatball bounce. 2 bamboo bears whose movements can't be predicted engage in an intense yet adorable physical battle. Young people always like to see some passionate battles, and the 2 youngsters couldn't help cheering them on as they lay on the railing. 5 minutes later, there was a loud boom. This bamboo bear showdown also came to an end with a bamboo bear being ejected from the field. And at that moment, at the back of the room, Zhu Tai came up and asked with a smile, "Your Highness Fairy, do you still want to see it? Is Grandpa Bamboo already busy?" Food Siener asked. Bamboo Tai nodded gently. "I just received word that old ancestor has finished his work, and he is very happy to hear that you have come as a guest." The young girl turned to look at the somewhat expectant teenager next to her and a smile lifted on her face. "Let's go then." Palace of the Tai Sui Emperor, in Taoism, this palace sitting on top of a giant bamboo, with its golden roof and red door, and its ancient style, a sense of solemnity was born. Bamboo Iron sent the 2 of them to the entrance of the great hall, then spoke, "Your Highness, little friend, the old ancestor is inside, so I will leave first." As soon as the words left his mouth, this bamboo bear disappeared into thin air. Chen Kuan shift. Wang Xianxian muttered, "Let's go." The food fairy poked the teenager's shoulder, pulling him back to reality. The 2 slowly stepped into this ancient and solemn palace. In the great hall, there was no imagined splendor. The first thing that comes to mind is a gravel path that you can't see the end of, and on both sides of the path, there is a turquoise bamboo forest, with a faint scent that lingers on the tip of your nose, and occasional swaying of the bamboo leaves, as if it were playing an unknown musical movement. Wang Xianxian and Food Siener walked all the way in along the pathway, and finally their feet slowed to a stop. At this point, the line of sight was still expanding, and the end of the trail had been transformed into a bamboo forest. In the center of the bamboo forest, a bamboo mat compiled from bamboo floated in the air, and on top of that bamboo mat, a figure, as if an old monk was sitting withered. The peaceful divine charm that surrounded the area was as if even this space had become tranquil as a result. When the bamboo bear on top of that bamboo mat fell into the teenager's eyes, his eyes instantly became extremely grave. The teenager could clearly feel that the Sword Immortal gourd in his body, as if out of a kind of instinct, was not under his control at this moment and stowed away to the depths of his soul. He had never experienced this before, and it felt as if, it's as if the wine fairy gourd is avoiding something. Sensing the arrival of the guests, the bamboo bear on top of that bamboo mat, his slightly closed eyes slowly opened. Those pairs of deep eyes were like the sun and the moon, dominating yin and yang. In the blink of an eye, Wang Xianxian could feel as if his mind had been baptized. "Siener, meet the bamboo forest emperor." Food Siener bowed slightly. "Child, it's been a long time since I've seen you. Why are you so raw that you call me emperor?" The bamboo bear's body on the bamboo mat slowly levitated and then landed on the ground, smiling amiably. It wasn't like this before. Upon hearing this, Food Siener smiled sweetly. "Grandpa Bamboo." The bamboo forest emperor laughed, and at some point, he had already appeared beside the young girl. This great emperor's deep eyes seemed to see through the emotions under the young girl's eyes and saw the shackles in her heart. "It seems that I'm going to have to question the reasonableness of His Majesty the Spirit Emperor's educational methods. Man, like the Tao, should follow nature in nature. I told you once that this could be your home, and that there shouldn't be any of those uncomfortable rules and etiquette at home." The bamboo forest emperor smiled and stroked the young girl's head. As long as there is love in the heart, it is the noblest of manners. Growing up and getting it is no excuse for stifling nature. Remember what Grandpa Bamboo told you? Food Sienna nodded her head gently. You said that bamboo seeds cannot grow into peach trees, nor can they produce peach blossoms. Then remember Grandpa Bamboo's words well. You are not anyone's substitute, nor are you anyone's puppet, nor are you anyone's second life. You are you. Grandpa Bamboo Forest's eyes were deep. Follow your heart, follow nature, and feel the world as you are. The bamboo forest emperor's words caused the young girl to fall into deep thought. A moment later, the food fairy raised her head and smiled cheerfully. Good. Seeing this, the bamboo forest emperor spoke gently. Son, Grandpa Bamboo would like to speak alone with the teenager you brought with you, and won't keep you waiting too long. Food Sienna and Wang Xiansen looked at each other in surprise. Then Food Sienna spoke. Then I'll go check on Au-san. You take your time. After saying that, the young girl left the palace with quick steps, leaving Wang Xianxian alone to face this unfathomable bamboo bear. Late generation Wang Xianxian. Meet the bamboo forest great emperor. Wang Xianxian bent down and tried to bow to the bamboo forest great emperor, but for some reason, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't bend at the waist. This feeling of losing control over the body was very bad for martial artists, plus the alienation of the wine fairy gourd. Seeing that the teenager's heart was a bit messed up, the bamboo forest emperor gently placed his meaty bare paw on the teenager's shoulder. Son, it's okay, don't be nervous, I'm not going to hurt you. The bamboo forest emperor's face wore a gentle smile. This smile was like a starry sea, as if any fluctuating heart, under that smile, would gradually be at peace. Although he was in the mold of a bamboo bear, this demon emperor gave people the feeling that he was like the sea. The sea is full of rivers. Seeing the teenager calm down, the bamboo forest emperor smiled as he looked at the teenager in front of him. My child, the bamboo forest mystery welcomes you. After pausing for a moment, the bamboo forest emperor saw that the teenager was still a bit nervous, so he continued. I've heard that you're a friend of Her Highness Sienna. To be honest, I was a little happy to hear that. Because of her health, she spent her childhood here. From the day she left the bamboo forest mystic realm to now, it has been 5 years since she returned. As an elder, I was happy to see her bring a friend home. A few moments later, by talking to the bamboo forest emperor about the topic concerning food Sienna, it allowed Wang Xianxian to gradually let go of his inner tension. Little fellow, do you think it's harder to be His Majesty the Spirit Emperor's son or His Highness Sienna's brother? Wang Xianxian's heart trembled slightly. This demon emperor had obviously seen through him. Thinking of His Majesty the Demon Emperor's words for him to get closer to the demon race emperor, he recalled that day's walk. With a calmed mind, Wang Xianxian couldn't help but grin. It's hard to be a son, always worrying about being beaten. Ha ha ha. The youngster's expression amused the unfathomable demon emperor. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two was no longer tense, the bamboo forest emperor continued to flirt. Worthy of being the son of prophecy, the reincarnated immortal, with that sire's realm of mind cultivation, to make him so angry that he punched you, I'm sure he must have done something great. However, the flirtatious remark didn't keep the peaceful atmosphere between the two. Wang Xianxian froze for a moment. He obviously did not expect this bamboo forest emperor in front of him to be able to know so much information about his identity. Ha ha ha. Little guy. Surprised? The bamboo forest emperor cheerfully said. I also know that you have quite a few secrets hidden within you. For example, your talent is not just at the Yi-Dao level. For example, your vocation is not brewmaster. For example, your special relationship with the sword and wine dual paths. For example, hidden deep within your soul, wine fairy gourd. As the last words fell into the teenager's ears, his pupils suddenly tight. The moment those 4 words entered his ears, they ran through his body like a thunderbolt. Almost instantly, the teenager's body tensed up as if by reflex. It was as if a beast of burden had been stimulated and endangered. It's been seen through. It's all been seen through. How could that be? Leaving aside his vocation for the moment, even the 2 emperors only knew that he was a reincarnated immortal. They didn't know exactly what kind of immortal they were, let alone his nativity. And this demon emperor in front of him, but accurately called out the name of the magic treasure. He recognizes his reincarnated true self. Who knows but him? Thinking of this, Wang Xianxian's eyes went cold. He wasn't afraid because this place belonged to the Chinese territory. The other side can't kill him. Your eyes are very cold and carry a strong killing intent in your heart. While Wang Xianxian's thoughts were spinning rapidly, the bamboo forest emperor was smiling gently. His eyes that seemed to be able to see into everything in the world seemed to completely see through what was going on in the teenager's mind. All your behavior tells me that you think of me as some kind of mystical being, and the odds are that kind of being is your enemy. You have completed your binding with the national fortune of Huaxia. which means that in terms of certain information, you have communicated with the three emperors, enemies of the immortal, the mysterious existence deliberately concealed by the emperor. I think the odds are that's what's behind the descent of the Fae. Wang Xianxian was silent. His thoughts were a bit chaotic. He didn't know what the other party was trying to do or if the other party had been manipulated. The only thing he knew was that he was still too young and would probably fall into the enemy's verbal traps and be caught out in something. So he chose to be silent. The Bamboo Forest Emperor's emotions did not ripple because of the teenager's caution and silence. He just spoke softly. Son, do you know what the fastest growing plant in the world is? Looking at the teenager's guarded expression, the Bamboo Forest Emperor gently shook his head before answering himself. The fastest growing plant in the world is bamboo. Normal bamboo. During the growing season, can manage to grow 30 to over 100 centimeters a day. And many spiritual bamboos can even manage to grow several meters to tens of meters tall in a day. Do you know why bamboo can grow so fast? Like a self-indulgent storyteller, the Bamboo Forest Emperor continued to ask himself questions. There are two main reasons why bamboo grows fast. One of them is the unique body structure of the bamboo, where each section of the bamboo grows at the same time, and this growth is very unique. While plants in general rely mainly on cells in the apical meristematic tissue to grow by becoming larger and dividing, bamboo has meristematic tissue not only at the tip, but also in each section. Growth occurs from multiple parts at the same time, which is the first reason why bamboo grows so fast. This second reason is the underground rhizome of the bamboo. The bamboo's rhizomes are able to extend in all directions and then form a vast network that helps them access more nutrients and water, thus providing the resources to ensure their rapid growth. All the bamboos in a forest are basically of the same stem and origin. They are like family members, linked by underground rhizomes, bamboo whips. The reason why bamboo shoots grow faster is also because this huge underground rhizome system prioritizes the supply of water and nutrients to the younger bamboo shoots, like older elders helping their younger offspring. So when you see patches of bamboo forests, you can basically regard them as family. Speaking here, the Bamboo Forest Emperor paused for a moment before pointing to the bitter bamboo beside him. As the saying goes, a bamboo makes a forest, so does a bitter bamboo. More accurately, all the bitter bamboos in the bamboo forest mystic realm are family members with the same root, and the family naturally has a source. And the bitter bamboos derive their source from their mother plant, a dead mother plant. For some reason, hearing this, Wang Xianxian's heart couldn't help but tremble. The source of all the bamboos in this world is the bitter bamboo. In other words, that dead mother bamboo is the ancestor of all the bamboos in the world. The Bamboo Forest Emperor continued to ask as he looked at the young man in front of him. And do you know, my son, what is the relationship between the bamboo bear and the bitter bamboo? And this time, the teenager finally couldn't help but speak. Predatory relationships. Ha ha ha. The Bamboo Forest Emperor seemed to look a little amused by the teenager's opening. Biologically speaking, your answer is correct. But from the perspective of truth, your answer is wrong. The Bamboo Forest Emperor didn't sell his words as his tone became solemn, and he said word for word, bamboo bears are born in bitter bamboo. These words were like thunderbolts from a clear sky, directly exploding in Wang Xianxian's brain. What's he talking about? Are bamboo bears descended from bamboo? One's a plant, one's an animal. What's this bullshit? If it wasn't for the fact that this being in front of him was the emperor of the Bamboo Bear Clan, he was afraid that he would have thought that the other party was talking in his sleep after getting drunk. In the place of creation, a bamboo grew in a certain valley. It was born extraordinary and honored, and could even be honored with heaven and earth. It witnessed everything after the creation of the world, the birth of spirits, the birth of demons, the birth of mankind, and the birth of other strange beings. However, this identity of the noble bamboo around the body was born enveloped in endless sadness and bitterness. No matter what kind of person, whereby this bitter bamboo sadness confuse, will be born with the intention of death. All the thoughts of all kill themselves in the bitter bamboo before. It was tired of being alone, but it couldn't bear the idea of the lives it attracted falling under it and ending up with white bones like mountains. So it used its great power to create a special race that accompanied bamboo, and then named it Bamboo Bear. Wang Xianxian looked at the Bamboo Forest Emperor in front of him in shock. The Bamboo Forest Emperor ignored the teenager's shock and continued. Our Bamboo Bear clan is accompanied by bamboo, and although the quantity is scarce, the quality is indeed extremely high. And among the demon clans, there are very few that can be compared to my Bamboo Bear clan. At the core is our original weapon, the bitter bamboo. What I am talking about is not a mythological story, but a true memory, a memory that is recorded underneath your feet and mine. In this imperial rank bitter bamboo, the Bamboo Forest Emperor slowly walked over to a piece of bitter bamboo and gently stroked their leaves. Did you know that bamboo blooms? Bamboo will still bloom? Wang Xianxian was a bit surprised. The Bamboo Forest Emperor spoke softly. Bamboo begets flowers, and then it withers in its year. And the blossoming of bamboo is also seen as the beginning of death. However, although bamboo blossoms die, they blossom and then bear fruit, which is the beginning of a new life for the bamboo. At this moment, Wang Xianxian had no idea what the bamboo forest emperor was trying to express to him. Still, he asked out of curiosity, does bamboo die when it reproduces the next generation? I clearly remember that the bamboo shoots don't die when the bamboo next to them grows. The bamboo forest emperor patiently explained. While most people think of bamboo shoots as the seedlings of bamboo, that's actually not entirely true. Bamboo shoots are the shoots of bamboo. They grow out of the underground stems, or whips, that are at the root of the bamboo. Strictly speaking, bamboo shoots and bamboo are the same plant. You can understand bamboo shoots as the new branches of the bamboo. The way bamboo grows is that it keeps growing bamboo shoots. You can understand a bamboo forest as a tree. And bamboo shoot growth is actually the process of bamboo forest growth. Bamboo, on the other hand, requires flowering and reproduction in the form of seeds. The process of seed growth takes quite a long time, and it is only after the seed has germinated and undergone years of growth that it grows back into a full-grown bamboo. Bamboo can only set seed once in its lifetime, and when it does, it dies. Bamboo only chooses to flower and bear fruit as a last resort, on the verge of death. In order to perpetuate the offspring, the community, looking at the teenager whose expression gradually turned grave, the bamboo forest emperor plucked off a bamboo leaf and placed it in front of the teenager. After the bamboo bear was born, the bitter bamboo mother plant was very happy because she was no longer alone. She had children. Bamboo bears live peacefully and serenely in its care, in a family way, under the shelter of the bitter bamboo. However, the good times didn't last long. As the strength of the bitter bamboo increased, the power of sorrow and bitterness in its body became more and more powerful. And in the end, it was even so powerful that even the bamboo bear that it created with its own hands couldn't withstand it.